It is a demonic and fierce beast abandoned by the whole world. However, the moment my father saw it, he was forcefully pushed down by it and then gave birth to me, because my mother is precisely this ancient demon-slaying king. Moreover, in this world, every woman can awaken into a fierce beast of a different race when she turns 18. There is a girl named Ikuan who awakened the power of the Kuanpeng, transformed into the queen of Kuanpeng, and devoured all things. There is a charming girl who awakened the nine-tailed fox demon and used the art of charm to overwhelm all living beings. There is even a girl who awakened the supreme five-clawed golden dragon, remaining youthful and immortal forever. While men awaken as domain beast masters, the two parties form a contract with each other, summoning fierce beasts to jointly resist the invasion of demonic beasts. At this time, a short-statured woman was standing on the awakening platform. This was my girlfriend, Liu Ruyan. She gently placed her hands on the awakening stone, and a 3-meter-tall wolf king's illusory shadow was projected from the awakening platform. Its body was strong and powerful, and its cold eyes sent shivers down one's spine. Liu Ruyan awakened in S-class template. With a flash of white light from the wolf king, the woman's ears turned into wolf ears, and a black wolf tail appeared behind her. Her eyes became sharp. This was the beast-eared girl form. It was actually an S-class. She must be the strongest in our senior high school class this year. The neatly arranged students immediately erupted into an uproar. At this time, Liu Ruyan walked over with a haughty look on her face and sneered. Xiao Chen, let's break up. From now on, we're not in the same world. You're no longer worthy of me. At this moment, Liu Ruyan seemed like a proud white swan, effortlessly discarding me after 3 years together. After hearing her words, I clenched my fists, looked at Liu Ruyan, and suddenly laughed. So what if she awakened an S-level beast template? If breaking up is what you want, then so be it. I hope you won't regret it. Liu Ruyan burst into mocking laughter. Me? Regret? Before she could finish, the school's notorious devil beauty Lin Bingshi, standing in front of me, blushed and said, Xiao Chen, be my boyfriend. Lin Bingshi was tall and slender, with long legs and skin as smooth as jade on her left cheek, so delicate it seemed to glow. However, a terrifying scar marred her right face, striking fear in anyone who saw it. If not for the scar left by a monster attack that ruined her flawless beauty, she would undoubtedly have been the undisputed school belle of third high. But ever since that monster attack in her first year left her with that horrifying scar, the titled devil beauty had been firmly attached to Lin Bingshi. After that, everyone except me, her deskmate, began to distance themselves from her. At that moment, my clenched fist relaxed, and I smiled brightly, saying, sure. Liu Ruyan's face instantly revealed a trace of mockery, just a worthless trash. Yet she really sees herself as a role model. The devil school beauty actually thinks she's the school belle? Hilarious. Seeing this, Lin Bingshi raised her terrifying, scarred face and stubbornly glared at Liu Ruyan. Then, it was Lin Bingshi's turn to step onto the stage for awakening. As she awakened, the sunlight dimmed, and an arcane, noble aura surged from her, soaring into the sky. Ethereal music rippled through the air, and a 100-meter-tall colossal nine-tailed heavenly fox manifested above her, projected into the heavens. Lin Bingshi awakened the SSS rank template, nine-tailed heavenly fox. As the cold mechanical voice sounded from the awakening platform, Liu Ruyan's smile instantly froze, her entire body stiffening in place, her fluffy wolf ears drooping. Xiao Chen, make a contract with me. Lin Bingshi, in her transformed beast-eared girl form, rushed straight toward me from the awakening platform. A sacred and noble aura enveloped her, with two fluffy fox ears atop her small head. Her stunningly beautiful snow-white tail wagged excitedly, while the shocking scar on her right cheek had completely vanished, revealing a flawless, porcelain-like face. It was so infuriating that the devilish campus belle had reclaimed the top spot on the popularity rankings. Was it just because Xiao Chen was a little taller and a little more handsome than me? Why did both campus belles want to be his girlfriend? The surrounding students were utterly shocked, exclaiming in disbelief, you actually came? I'm seriously dumbfounded. Isn't my good buddy Lin Bingshi helping me out of this predicament? What's this about wanting to form a contract with me? I treat you as a brother, and you actually want to be my wife? Seeing my hesitation, Lin Bingshi stepped forward and grabbed my arm, secretly pinching the flesh around my waist with a 360-degree twist. She said fiercely, good brother, do you really think pure friendship exists between men and women? That was just my delaying tactic. If you don't agree, you're dead. Gasping in pain, I said, contract, I agree. Lin Bingshi, my beast-eared wife. Only then did Lin Bingshi let go, a faint blush rising on her flawless face as she said, you know what's good for you. Hurry up and awaken your beast tamer talent. Once the awakening is complete, we can form our contract, no matter what level of beast tamer talent I awaken. Lin Bingshi knows that throughout these 3 years of high school, the only one who never distanced herself from me, her only true love, is Xiao Chen. The next one, Xiao Chen, was about to awaken when the instructor's voice came from the awakening platform. Staring at the handsome figure on the stage, the beast-eared girl Lin Bingshi clenched her hands, her eyes filled with worry. When I stepped onto the awakening platform, the system panel lit up. As the divine beast tamer awakening commenced, the sky above the base city suddenly darkened. Mysterious wisps of violet chi drifted from the east, covering thousands of miles. A five-clawed golden dragon soared through the violet mist, while the war god white tiger leaped within it. The divine vermilion bird tumbled amidst the purple haze, and the colossal Kunping descended as if to swallow the entire base city in one gulp. The nine-tailed celestial fox, the mythical gluttonous beast Tao Tai, the sacred turtle Xuanwu, the auspicious Qilin, and the divine phoenix all manifested in radiant projections. Above me, celestial music rippled through the air, and rows of immortal flowers bloomed in perfect unison. This spectacle dwarfed Lin Bingshi's by at least tenfold. Purple chi surges eastward for 100,000 miles, illuminating countless divine beasts across myriad worlds. The massive awakening platform resounded with a deafening roar as Xiao Chen, the SSS-ranked beast master, gazed at the celestial phenomena in the sky. The detection report from the awakening platform sent shockwaves through the entire venue, leaving both the principal and students utterly stunned. On this day, purple energy stretched 10,000 miles from the east, reflecting countless divine beasts. On this day, I awakened my SSS-ranked beastmaster talent, the beginning of a legend. Oh yeah! The worry in Lin Bingshi's eyes vanished as she leaped up, cheering with joy. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan stood frozen in place, staring at me descending from the awakening platform in the distance, muttering incessantly, an SSS-ranked beastmaster talent, impossible. How could the trash I discarded? She couldn't accept this reality. From now on, everyone in their circle would think she was blind to true talent. No, with 3 years of companionship between us, if I just apologize, he'll surely forgive me and form a contract with me. He had already reverted to his human form. Maintaining the beast-eared girl form required energy, and at her current level, it could only last about half an hour. Just as I stepped off the awakening platform, Liu Ruyan rushed over, grabbed my arm, and said, Xiao Chen, I was just joking earlier. Didn't you like the bunny girl outfit? I'll wear it for you tonight when we get back. For 3 years, I had always been tolerant of her, so Liu Ruyan assumed that this time, too, I would forgive her capriciousness as I had in the past and get back together with her. I pulled my arm free, took a step back, and said, Liu Ruyan, it's over between us. You've lost your chance. Liu Ruyan trembled all over, refusing to believe I would say such a thing. Are you kidding me? You must be joking with me. Liu Ruyan, please let go of Xiao Chen. Then she stepped forward and pushed Liu Ruyan away, as if declaring her sovereignty. The entire beast-eared girl leaned against me and said firmly, Xiao Chen is my boyfriend. Lin Bingshi's, my contracted partner. Liu Ruyan looked at Lin Bingshi's long legs, then at her own slightly chubby short legs, unable to believe that she actually felt a hint of inferiority. There was no chance left, she couldn't take him back. She was the one who had pushed Xiao Chen toward Lin Bingshi, toward this perfect girl with long legs, and she deeply regretted it. Liu Ruyan grabbed her hair with both hands, feeling like she was going insane. Afterward, Lin Bingshi and I formed a contract on the spot, becoming the summoners of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. A sense of unity blossomed between us, as if we could merge into one. After the awakening was completed, 2 hours had passed. At this time, Lin Bingshi involuntarily exited her beast-eared girl form and returned to her original human form. The principal summoned the most talented individuals to his office villa. There were 9 people in total, Lin Bingshi and I, both with SSS-level talents, Liu Ruyan with an S-level, and the remaining 6 were beastmasters with A-level talents or girls who had awakened A-level ferocious beasts. I awakened an A-level demonic eagle and contracted with Zhang Ziang. What about you? An A-level flame python, an A-level dream butterfly. I wonder why the principal called us here. The 3 pairs introduced themselves to each other. While Liu Ruyan snorted coldly, he was the only one summoned alone by the principal. Hearing the cold snort, the 3 pairs of young men and women turned their gazes toward Liu Ruyan, then shifted them to me. With reverence and curiosity, they said, Purple chi stretches 10,000 miles from the east, reflecting countless divine beasts. SSS-level beast tamer Xiao Chen, oh my god, you're amazing. And Lin Bingshi, you're incredible too. Their gazes turned toward Lin Bingshi, their pupils contracting sharply as peculiar expressions flashed across their faces. The reverence in their eyes vanished, replaced only by astonishment and a hint of disdain. In her human form, Lin Bingshi's right cheek still bore the same hideous scar as before. Lin Bingshi's beautiful eyes narrowed, and they instinctively lowered their heads. Yet, a faint glimmer of excitement in their expressions suggested they had found a sense of superiority over Lin Bingshi. Though they couldn't match Lin Bingshi in talent, Lin Bingshi would never be as physically whole as they were. So what if you're an SSS level template? You'll have to live with that terrifying scar for the rest of your life. My dear Bingshi, There will be a way to fix your scar, I reassured her with a warm smile. Lin Bingshi's slightly downcast mood lifted a little, but when she raised her head and saw me staring intently at her right eye, she instinctively turned away to avoid my gaze. Her eyes darted away as she muttered without confidence, "There will be." Though Lin Bingshi was stubborn and brave enough to face others with her prominent scar, she faltered when it came to me, losing her confidence and composure. She feared I would care too much about that terrifying scar, feared she wasn't worthy of Xiao Yi. In front of Xiao Yi, she wanted to assume the beast-eared Nyang form and become that flawless, holy, and noble fox-eared Nyang Chungbingshi. Put. Xia Mengxian snorted out a laugh, smugness and excitement showing on her face that was hard to hide. However, in the principal's office, Xia Mengxian only dared to scoff a little, despise a little, get excited, and gloat a little. A lousy thing was a lousy thing, and exiting the beast-eared lady form was nothing. She exclaimed inwardly. "All here right, let me introduce to you all, this is a sophomore who dropped out from the Manhwa Academy. He has the talent of an S-rank Imperial Beastmaster, and now he has already entered the second rank realm, but his indentured servant was sacrificed due to an accident, and now he wants to take the entrance exam again." Everyone applauds and welcomes him. The principal, carrying a suitcase, brought in a balding young man, and as soon as he came in he made a warm introduction. Clap. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. S-class, second degree, indentured servant sacrifice, High School. Even Xiao Yi was a bit surprised that a sophomore who had already entered the university, that is, the academy, could still retake the entrance exam? This wasn't Earth, it was the post-apocalyptic blue planet where magical beasts ran rampant. The principal turned his gaze to Xia Mengxian and said, "Student Xia Mengxian, the two of you can familiarize yourselves with each other, and if you find it suitable, you can conclude a contract." The bald youth suddenly said with extreme curiosity, "Headmaster, I heard that the third high school has a young girl who has awakened an SSS rank template today. Who is she?" The principal pointed to Cheng Bingshi and said, "Student Cheng Bingshi has awakened the SSS rank template, but she has already concluded a contract with student Xiao Yi." The balding youth looked over with curiosity, but when he suddenly saw the shocking right side of Cheng Bingshi's face, the smile on his face froze violently and the corner of his mouth twitched. "This student, he's a bit special." The bald youth then walked over to the seat next to Xia Mengxian and sat down, chatting with Xia Mengxian in a small voice. The principal looked around the office and nodded with satisfaction, his face composed. Our Manhwa base city, in the previous base city between the Heaven's Pride competition and the college entrance examination, has been 10 consecutive sessions of the bottom of the first. This session, in order to prepare for the college entrance examination, Manhwa base city decided to start the college entrance examination youth training camp, and increase efforts to cultivate all high schools in Manhwa base city awakening class of the most outstanding of those few scholars, for the principal paused and said, in an impassioned and very inspirational way, to get out of the top of the bottom and do your best to get to the bottom. The cadets in the room were shocked. The second to last and still have to do their best? The cadets looked at the principal with questioning eyes. Are you kidding me? Ahem. A smile suddenly rose on the principal's face as he said, "Don't worry, everyone, as far as I know, today, over at the first and third high schools, they also awaken S-rank templates and talents, and there's more than one. This year, our Manhwa base city, after opening the college entrance examination youth training camp after the college entrance examination results, between the major base cities in the Dragon Kingdom, can certainly take a penultimate, or even the penultimate third, is not impossible." The principal said happier, the bottom three had much more resources to put down from above than the bottom two. Xiao Yi interjected, "Principal, be confident and come back with a first." The principal blankly glanced at Xiao Yi speechlessly, "Student Xiao Yi, don't interrupt. The penultimate third, that was only possible, the probability was less than 50%. As for the first place, that is a super base city that is full of pride, the Imperial City base city and the Magic City base city can only get their hands on it. You are all students of the three high schools, you have to be united and help each other in the Gao Gao Youth Training Camp, you as a team, I as the principal recognize Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi as the captain and vice captain. Do you have any objections?" "No objection. I agree. As it should be." The three pairs of Class A template contractors raised their hands in agreement. But there was a shrill voice coming from the back row, and it was the bald young man. "Wait. I have an objection. Student Xia Mengxian has already agreed to enter into a contract with me, and since my realm is the second rank, the strongest in the team will inevitably be Mengxian and I. The captain should be us." This, the principal's words trailed off. The bald youth said smoothly, "As far as I know, tomorrow is the day to enter the youth training camp, so I suggest that after everyone gathers tomorrow, we compete against Xiao Yi and their summoned beasts, and whoever wins will be the captain. How about that?" Contact incident, mission triggered. Mission, defeat the second order Jingran Wolf King, take down the captain of the 3 high team, reward, rare elixir of beauty, 100 evolution points. Beauty elixir, as the name suggests, it restores the face to a perfect state and is sought after by women. Evolution points can be used for upgrading the form of summoned beasts. To collect or not to collect? No penalty for refusing to collect, no penalty for failing the mission. Title of next chapter, Meeting the Parents, Entering the Bridal Chamber, Wedding Night. Chapter 5, Meeting the Parents, Entering the Bridal Chamber. A beauty pill that restores the appearance to a perfect state? Xiao Yi was delighted in his heart. He needed this very much at this stage, so he collected the quest. Furthermore, 100 evolution points was enough to raise the summoned beast form by 1 notch, and that would be an awesome benefit. Summoned beast form upgrade function, 1 tail 0 100 evolution points, 2 tails introduction, summoned beast's life is permanently increased by 1, and a conceptual talent skill is randomly awakened. Life plus 1. Conceptual talent skill. Conceptual talent skills, are they something like that 100% empty hand catching a white blade, 100% empty hand being caught with a white blade, 100% hits with the gun of destiny, words follow words, lies come true, 100% crow's mouth? Headmaster, I agree with his proposal. Xiao Yi stood up and looked straight at the bald youth. The principal nodded and responded, then let's do it. Xiao Yi, you haven't entered the rank yet, just do your best. Pa pa pa. The bald youth slowly applauded and said with interest, knowing that it's a pit, you still jumped into it. I don't know if you're blindly confident or just stupid. I kind of admire your courage, but I hope tomorrow, you won't lose too badly and get your confidence knocked out. The bald youth was extremely confident that he was now at the 2nd rank, and even if Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi summon SSS-ranked ferocious beasts, they would not be able to make up for the difference in rank. Xia Mengxian was proud again at this point. The bald youth had given her confidence. This was also the reason why she agreed to enter into a contract with the bald youth. Immediately afterward, the principal opened the suitcase and presented everyone with awards for outstanding awakenings. A rank rewards 1 first-order magical beast crystal core, S rank rewards 3 first-order magical beast crystals, and SSS rank rewards 9 first-order magical beast crystals. Before everyone left, the principal also told everyone that there were tons of resources there at the youth camp, and whoever performed well would get them. Walking down the street, Chang Bingshi put on a half-faced fox mask. Xiao Yi, where do you want to go tonight? Back to the orphanage. Chang Bingshi wife. No, you don't want to. Ah yes, I don't want to go back, so where do I want to go? The grove? Xiao Yi said. Chang Bingshi shook his head. Summoned beast inn? Xiao Yi said. Chang Bingshi shook his head again. So where exactly do I want to go? Why don't you name a place and see if we want to go to the same place? Xiao Yi. Chang Bingshi laughed delicately, go to my house. Xiao Yi subconsciously clapped his hands together and said, wouldn't that be a coincidence? I also want to go to you. What? Go to your house? Xiao Yi was a bit dumbfounded. Go to your house to spend the night? Chang Bingshi pulled Xiao Yi's hand and ran towards her home. Right, we've all concluded the contract. Why do we still live separately? An absorbing crystal course to cultivate. Just happened to take you to meet my parents, and let me tell you, even though my dad is a little bit of that, he's going to accept you. Xiao Yi was a bit apprehensive in his heart. It's hard to talk? Chang Bingshi's gaze flashed a few strange colors. Yes, old feudalism. This made Xiao Yi's heart go a bit up and down. Xiao Yi took the 129.50 cents that his classmates had returned to him in the afternoon and bought a bottle of $99 of wine, and then entered Chang Bingshi's door hastily. Xiao Yi's pupils shrank when Chang Bingshi's his father's appearance came into view. Exclaimed. Director! How come it's you? Ha ha ha, Mr. Xiao Yi, very surprised? The grade master was called Chang Harsh, the father of Chang Bingshi. No wonder the grade director used the national righteousness to press Chang Bingshi in the afternoon, so they were originally a family. Xiao Yi instantly figured it out. Director, I've already concluded a contract with Ice Shield. Xiao Yi looked blearily at the grade director, Chung Caustic. Chung harshly laughed out loud, but at home, he didn't act so stubborn and said, I agree. SSS grade Imperial Beastmaster talent is enough to be worthy of my daughter. You were born in an orphanage, you're the first in your grade that I've raised. I've seen the relationship between you and Bingshi in these 3 years. From now on, call me father-in-law. Father-in-law. This is the wine brought for you. Xiao Yi got up calmly. It was estimated that the great director had been implementing a hellish training program for the awakening class for the past 2 years, all of which was related to the injury to Chung Bingshi's face in the first place, and only by letting the students know how to face the magical beasts, how to fight, how to run away, and how to improvise, would they not suffer from too many injuries. At this moment, Xiao Yi instantly felt that the great director was great and looked at him with a few more threads of respect in his gaze. Chang harshly pushed Xiao Yi's hand and said, "Why do you still bring things here? Students have a few dollars, no need." Saying that, he signaled with his eyes for Xiao Yi to put it in the liquor cabinet. Xiao Yi put the wine over. Chang harshly laughed even more happily, and said while putting 3 locks on the wine cabinet, "There's really no need, this bottle of wine has to be hundreds, you can carry it back when you leave tomorrow." Xiao Yi heard a horse galloped past. "You have given 3 locks, but also asked me to bring back? What's the point?" Half an hour later, after the 4 of them finished their meal, all the other rooms actually turned on the festive red ambient lights except for the room of Chang harsh couple. Xiao Yi was directly pushed into Chang Bingshi's room by Chung Caustic. Chang Bingshi, on the other hand, was pushed into the bathroom by her mom and thrown a simple red dress. Chang Bingshi opened a look dumbfounded. "This is actually a red wedding dress, there is a red veil inside. What is this?" Half an hour later, Chang Bingshi walked out with a puzzled look on her face in her wedding dress, then was pulled directly into the living room by her parents. "What do you want to do tonight?" Yan Xingqing, also known as Chang Bingshi, his mother asked. "Sleep." "No, you don't want to." "Oh, so what do I want to do? Cultivate to level up?" Chang Bingshi's head was full of questions. "No, you don't want to, think harder about what you want to do," Yan Xingqing said. "Summoning the 9-tailed sky fox with Xiao Yi?" Chang Bingshi's eyes lit up. "It's close, think again what you want?" Yan Xingqing. Chang Bingshi looked down at the red wedding dress she was wearing, and suddenly her pretty face turned slightly red as she suddenly realized, "So I want to go into the bridal chamber." "Right. I can't believe it's such a coincidence that you're thinking what I'm thinking, daughter." Yan Xingqing laughed and directly pushed Chung Bingshi into her boudoir, saying as she walked, "Concluding a contract in the Beast Maiden era is getting a license, there's no red tape, today is your wedding day, enjoy your time while you can, you won't be so leisurely after the college entrance exams, think about when Chang and I were harsh." Clang! After pushing Chang Bingshi in, Yan Chongqing directly locked the door externally on the outside, threw the key into the squatting toilet, flushed and left. "Will it be too fast?" Great head Chung harshly frowned as he watched from the side. Yan Xingqing glared, "Sooner or later, why do you want to break them up?" "No matter, hey, I'm telling you, Xiao Yi awakened the talent of the Imperial Beast Master that will the vision is simply awesome purple gas covers the whole 3 high, reflecting countless divine beasts. I saw it, I was sitting in the library when it got dark all of a sudden, and went out to see the old shock." Inside the festive boudoir, the Chang Bingshi wore a red veil and sat playfully on the chair at the table without moving. Xiao Yi walked over and was just about to uncover the veil, but was stopped by Chang Bingshi. "Wait. I don't want to face you with this face. Beast ear nymph form." Chang Bingshi's aura instantly became holy and noble, and her furry foxtail stretched out from the back of the stool, wiggling shyly. Only then did he allow Xiao Yi to unveil his head. Chapter 6, Breaking the First Order, Defeating the Wolf King. That scar had almost become an impenetrable obstacle in Chang Bingshi's heart, especially after she had concluded a contract with Xiao Yi. She was even more concerned about it. All of this Xiao Yi saw in his eyes and remembered in his heart. After a night of tossing and turning, at 6 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Yi was woken up by Chang Bingshi, who had returned to her human form at the moment. "Xiao Yi, wake up, it's time for us to cultivate, don't forget that we still have to compete with the bald man today." Xiao Yi was shaken awake by this special wake-up service. The 2 of them then took out the 10 first-order magical beast crystals rewarded by the principal. The 2 looked at each other and immediately activated the power of the contract to summon the 9-tailed skyfox. Brush! The supreme aura of the modest boudoir surged up, crystal dreamy colors descended, a holy, noble, arcane. The white fox seemed to be pulled from the second dimension into reality and stood alive on the ground. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi's bodies disappeared, and their consciousnesses coexisted amongst the 9-tailed skyfox, 1-tailed form of the sacred white fox. From the mirror, the beautiful eyes of white fox that were as wise as the deep starry sky were reflected. 2 little blood-sucking mosquitoes saw it and got all excited with their eyes and wanted to come over and suck a mouthful of blood. God's countermeasure, forcibly instill steel seals of thought, allowing the enemy to change the target of attack, single skill. Just as the eyes of the one-tailed form of White Fox swirled with light, one of the mosquito's movements lurched, then lifted its pointed lips and zapped at the other mosquito, which was caught squarely in the middle because it was unguarded. The blood-sucking mosquito seemed to be on hormones, turning on 10 times the speed of attack hard to suck another mosquito dry, and then boom! The sound of the stomach was blown up. Both perished. I have long wanted to take a shot at these two mosquitoes, but yesterday I had business to attend to and didn't spare a hand, so today I finally exterminated these two. In the midst of the White Fox consciousness of the one-tailed form, Xiao Yi watched and hemmed and hawed. Cheng Bingshi's small face flushed as she urged, "Stop playing around and hurry up to absorb the crystal core to cultivate." The sacred White Fox then directly threw a crystal nucleus into its mouth under Xiao Yi's control, clicked a few bites and swallowed it into its stomach. Both of them had studied the improved magical beast cultivation method at school, but before the two of them could run the cultivation method, they felt a surge of pure energy in their stomachs surging through their entire bodies, and it was gone in an instant. The poof was the feeling of increased power. Nine-tailed Sky Fox, one-tailed form White Fox, First Order. SSS grade templates are scary as hell. Looking at the system panel that only he could see, Xiao Yi thought as he did. This time the two took advantage of a little more energy and ran the cultivation method, stopping it after a few minutes to exit the summoned beast form. Nine-tailed Sky Fox, one-tailed form White Fox, mid-First Order. Afternoon. 3 high, Principal's office cottage, backyard. All 10 awakening class students had arrived yesterday, including Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi. The principal introduced the backyard decorations as if showing off with 5 pairs of indentured servants. In the several hundred square meters of the backyard fence, it was covered with bewitching and shameful flowers, of which the main straight vein was covered with a crystal-clear fruit. The courtyard exudes a burst of aroma, the trainees feel refreshed when they take a breath, and those fruits even have the magic power of attracting people, so that people can't help but get close to them. The principal, with eyes full of fondness, carefully tended the leaves on the main straight veins, so as to allow the fruit to fully absorb the sunlight. Rare spiritual plant, the magic luo fruit. Both beautiful and dangerous demonic special magic plant. The balding youth Jingran let out a gasp. This thing must be cultivated with the heart blood of a patriarch-level demonic beast in order to take root and break through the ground. That's right. The principal looked at the grown-up Moloch with great satisfaction and introduced himself. 2 years ago when the magical beasts attacked the 3rd high school, I wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers to kill a sect master-level magical beast. Since then my foundation was damaged and my realm regressed. This Moloch fruit was cultivated with the heart blood of that sect master-level magical beast, and has blossomed and fruited so far since it grew up, which is very monumental to me. Staying in the aroma-filled courtyard, each pair of indentured servants touched each other in a hug. Xiao Yi hugged Cheng Bingshi, who was wearing a half-fox mask, and said, "When we have the chance, we'll also plant one and cultivate it together." Cheng Bingshi's gaze was longing and she kept nodding, yes. The principal watched the scene with great satisfaction, feeling that these indentured servants were getting along with each other, but when he saw the bald youth, he couldn't help but frown. Only to see the bald youth try to pull Xia Mengxian's hand, and all of a sudden, Xia Mengxian dodged it, separated by a distance of at least a meter. The bald youth smiled awkwardly, his face showing bitterness, for the first time doubting his own face value. Isn't he handsome with his reflective head? He's a nonconformist, isn't he handsome? In a high school institution, he elicits 100% turnaround every day he walks around campus. Campus goddesses say he has a particularly stylish and interesting haircut. Unable to think of anything, Jing Ran had to divert his attention and said arrogantly to Xiao Yi, according to the agreement, we have to compete today. A great man can bend and bend. If you take the initiative to admit defeat, I'll recognize you as a man. Don't lose too badly at that time and never be able to recover. If you want to compete, just compete. What's the point of yakking about it, to look like you're capable? Xiao Ye's eyes were full of disdain. Headmaster, you be the referee, we'll have a match here. Humph. Xia Mengxian sneered, what an illiterate person. The principal nodded and said, yes, this courtyard is several hundred meters square, enough for you to exert yourselves, let's compete here. Jing Ran, you've long since crossed into the 2nd rank, and I'm afraid that Xiao Yi has barely reached the threshold of the 1st rank now, so be on point and don't hurt anyone. The bald youth Jing Ran and Xia Mengxian mobilized the power of the contract and summoned the S-class template Wolf King together. With the sound of woo, a creepy sound rang out, a violent force appeared around them, and Jing Ran and his 2 men disappeared into thin air, and a Wolf King with black fur flashing with a cold light appeared on the ground. The 2-meter-tall Wolf King, symbolizing hunting and power, stood on all fours, exuding a furious aura, and the air around him surged with it. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi also mobilized the power of the contract to summon the SSS grade template Nine-Tailed Sky Fox. As a splendid vision descended, a one-tailed white fox filled with a divine aura appeared across from the black wolf. The 2-meter-tall wolf king looked down on the half-meter-tall white fox, disdain flickering in his gaze, and immediately launched an attack, swiftly swept towards the white fox in a hurry. A peak first-rank wolf king versus a mid-first-rank white fox. Natural skill, blackout maze. Increases speed by more than 4 times. The black wolf swooshed through the phantom, so fast that everyone thought that the victory had already been decided. Slow, too slow. In the eyes of the one-tailed form white fox, as if dynamic vision had been turned on, the black wolf's running figure was clearly visible with every footfall. God's charm causes the enemy's mind to fall into a state of confusion for a certain period of time. With a flash of swirling light amongst the white fox's eyes that were as deep as the starry sky, the black wolf was struck. His eyes became unfocused and his face became confused as he leapt over Xiao Yi and crashed into the wall dozens of meters away due to the inertia of his own rapid movement. The A-class contractors were shocked. Is the wolf king blind? The white fox is standing there and doesn't even attack? Is this some kind of novelty move? The principal, who knew a little about it, said in surprise, "It's the black wolf that's hit the skill." Title of the next chapter, Taking the Beauty Pill, Chang Bingshi's passion is on fire. Chapter 7, Taking the Beauty Pill, Chang Bingshi's passion is on fire. The battle continues. God's countermeasure, forcibly instill steel seals of thought, causing the enemy to change the target of attack. Under Xiao Yi's control, the white fox's eyes once again swirled with light, and the arcane ray struck the black wolf. Woo woo! The black wolf's head snapped awake and ran to the edge of the wall in a flash, constantly tearing and slashing at the flowers of the Moloch fruit. In a wordless manner, they blithely thought of Moloch fruit as white fox. Looking at the powerless white fox, Jing Ran and Xia Mengxian were very pleased. Humph! That's not enough. Blackout maze, maximum power. Increase speed by 6 times. The black wolf tore and slashed at Moloch even more vigorously. Seeing his beloved spiritual plant being destroyed, the principal's eyes glared, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Jing Ran, you've been kicked in the head by a donkey, do you want to seek death?" Then the principal was exasperated and laughed, and the guy did it with more vigor. The Moloch fruit is not simply an ornamental spirit plant, the black wolf is going to suffer. The Pactors were shocked by Black Wolf's performance. Was he in his right mind? That's when the color of the Moloch flower changed, becoming pitch black and releasing some sort of toxin, and between surges of branches wrapped and curled the black wolf tightly, a barb growing and tightening. Ow! The black wolf let out an incomparably mournful and miserable shriek that gave people chills to hear. Ow! 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 The black wolf screamed for a good 2 minutes before the principal pulled him out. A minute later, the two of them, Jing Ran and Xia Mengxian, were paralyzed on the ground, their faces pale and gasping for air. We admit defeat. Xiao Yi, I'm not as good as you. Jing Ran said with a heartbeat. Xia Mengxian's eyes were filled with dishevelment, she had actually lost. The second-ranked Jing Ran plus the freshly ranked her summoned Wolf King was only at the peak of the first rank. Xia Mengxian pointed at Xiao Yi with a shocked expression and said, "You guys have reached the peak of the first rank, how long has it been?" Wow, breaking through from 0 to the peak of the first rank in 1 day, awesome. So dense? We haven't even entered the rank yet. I estimated that it would take a week to enter the first rank, and Xiao Yi only used 1 day? Awesome. The other 3 pairs of indentured servants were shocked by this. Jing Ran's eyes widened as he questioned, impossible, even an SSS rank can't reach the peak of the first rank in a day. He was S-ranked, and it took him half a year to get to the peak of the first rank. The headmaster speculated, Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi's realms at this time should be in the middle of the first rank, so they utilized the SSS-ranked White Fox to crush the peak first-rank Wolf King. Put! Jing Ran spewed out a mouthful of blood as he listened, the middle of the first rank, he had also used a month or 2 off. After everyone had rested for an hour, led by Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, the 3 high 12-member team boarded the steel train to the Gao Gao Youth Training Camp. The train had 3 carriages, each with the proud sons of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd high schools. In the Beastmaster era, some modern industries were retained, such as trains, the internet, cell phones, computers, etc. Mission accomplished. Please receive your reward. Reward received successfully, 100 evolution points and beauty elixir have been put into my pocket. Looking at the round elixir in his pocket, Xiao Yi pulled Chang Bingshi into the train's bathroom and then unlocked it. Cheng Bingshi was blocked by Xiao Yi against the wall, her small face slightly red. She was walloped. Xiao Yi, don't mess around, it's still daytime. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth curled up as he reached out and lifted Cheng Bingshi's white chin, saying, then how is it not messing around and waiting for the dark? Cheng Bingshi subconsciously nodded, then shook her head again, then sheepishly said, oops, whatever. Xiao Yi stuffed the elixir into Bingshi's mouth and told her to swallow it. What's this? To the mouth at once melted away, nothing taste. Cheng Bingshi felt amazing. Xiao Yi took off half of Cheng Bingshi's fox mask and made her face the mirror. Cheng Bingshi covered her beautiful eyes with both hands and didn't dare to look. Ha! She suddenly felt an itch on the right side of her face and reached out to scratch it. But the way the right side of her face looked now was what made her stare. Xiao Yi, what's going on? Under her astonished gaze, the huge scar slowly fell off, revealing a delicate white and tender pretty face. When the huge scars had completely fallen off, the right side of her face became as flawless and exquisitely hydrated as the left. Oh! Cheng Bingshi was shocked and opened her rosy lips so wide that she could put in an egg. The effect of the beauty pill was far from that. Her skin was even more crystal white than before, her hair was even more black and beautiful, and her eyes like autumn water were even more watery. Xiao Yi watched from the sidelines and was very satisfied with the effects of this beauty pill. As the scar disappeared, a few teardrops dripped out of the corner of Cheng Bingshi's eyes, and the indelible stalk in her heart instantly melted away and disappeared, as she jumped onto Xiao Yi's body with a bounce and kissed towards him. Xiao Yi, I love you to death. Cheng Bingshi's face was filled with smiles. She was very happy, her mood had never been so smooth since 2 years ago. She felt that Xiao Yi was her true destiny. Xiao Yi interjected, don't mess around, now is not the time. Cheng Bingshi's blood is boiling, passionate, and he doesn't care about anything. Train compartment. Jing Ran and Xia Mengxian, who had been stiffly poured 2 large bottles of nutrient solution by the principal, were angrily conversing with the train manager. We want convenience, why don't you let us out of our seats? The conductor stared at the two of them with an indifferent gaze. There are already people in the bathroom in this car, only 2 people can leave their seats at once. Please be patient, they'll be out soon. Jing Ran felt like Gil was about to burst, but he held it hard and pacified Xia Mengxian, saying, then just wait for a while, 10 minutes at most, and it'll be our turn. Xia Mengxian glared at him and didn't say anything else. Half an hour after the train passed, the train arrived safely at the YMCA. It was at this time that Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi came out of the bathroom, and they saw Xia Mengxian rushing in with an anxious face. Just as Jing Ran wanted to follow him in, clang! With a sound, the toilet door was unlocked. Well, it plays like that, doesn't it? Jing Ran's face turned purple, so he had to rush out of the train to find a big tree to solve the problem. At this time, the proud sons of heaven of the second and first high schools who had already gotten off the train saw the figure rushing towards the forest, and someone couldn't help but say, he's here to take a, isn't he? There was a moment of silence. That's the guy from the third high school. I remember the third high school had a devil of a schoolgirl. I'd been to the third high school several times to see it and I never saw it. What's there to see? 2 years ago when the Wraiths attacked the third high school, her face was destroyed and she fell off the pedestal of school beauty. There seems to be a guy in Sango who awakens visions that are very scary. I wonder if he'll come to the youth training camp. There are 6 pairs of indentured servants at second high and 5 pairs at first high, for a total of 23 people. At this time, Xiao Yi took Cheng Bingshi's small hand and led the heaven's pride sons of the 3 highs out of the train. The gazes of the crowd under the train suddenly gathered on Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi. Hiss! An absolute beauty. Who just said the face was ruined? No way, absolutely no way. I went to the third high school and peeked at her. This face value, it's awesome. Only our first high school's 1,000-year-old schoolgirl can compare to her. What grass, this young man, he's the contractee of the devil schoolgirl, isn't he? I'm sour. As the first and second high teenagers exclaimed in shock, the Heaven's Pride maidens who had made a contract with them were not happy, and they activated the family imperial position reminder law on them. Ow! Who the hell pinched me? It was you, wife, I was wrong. Hiss! It ing hurts, don't dare, really don't dare. The protagonist's new contractee shows up in the next chapter, which promises to be interesting. Chapter 8 Nangong Siyao, SSS Grade 5 Claude Golden Dragon Template. At this time, a rather stout-looking one-tall teenager dropped his indentured servant and came alone in front of Cheng Bingshi, extending his hand and smiling. Hello, I'm Liu Ruyan, a student of the first high school, S-rank Manticore template. Nice to meet you. Cheng Bingshi didn't shake hands with him and held Xiao Yi's arm and said, Cheng Bingshi, this is my indentured servant, Xiao Yi. The muscular teenager Liu Ruyan's smile stagnated, and a few hints of bloom flashed in his eyes, but after withdrawing his hand, he once again laughed. "You'll recognize me." He spoke firmly. At this time, a silhouette came from the back and blocked Liu Ruyan, pointing at the indentured servant who was left behind by him with a look of contempt. "Easy Liu Ruyan, he doesn't want his own wife to hit on other beautiful women." Liu Ruyan smiled back. This silhouette looked at Lin Bingshi and Xiao Yi and greeted them. "Get to know each other. My name is Nangong Siyao, Class C swimming dragon template." Her features are exquisite, skin like gelatin, 1 m 7 person wearing a purple ancient robe, set off her dusty and unclassified temperament. The most important thing is that it seems to be to support storm the ancient robe of the behemoth, very eye-catching. It is said that the fine branches hang fruitful. Xiao Yi, this is Lin Bingshi. Xiao Yi was surprised as he looked at this stunningly beautiful young lady who was not at all inferior to Lin Bingshi in terms of her face value, but was superior to Lin Bingshi in a certain aspect. However, a grade C swimming dragon template? This can also come to the youth training camp. "I know you guys." Nangong Siyao, the fruitful girl, said excitedly, "You're the Xiao Yi whose purple breath comes from the east for 100,000 miles, reflecting countless divine beasts, and your SSS rank 9-tailed skyfox template Lin Bingshi. You're also powerful. You are also very powerful." Xiao Yi glanced at the behemoth and said darkly, "Wow, so he's Xiao Yi. Hubby, look, SSS ranked Imperial Beast Master Big Handsome. That purple gas vision was really powerful. Our second high school awakening square was dark at the time. Anomaly, well, our first high school also have a 1000 gold school flower. Nangong Siyao awakening is also anomaly huge. Unfortunately the detection is actually a C-grade swimming dragon template. The heavenly children of the first and second high schools were talking about it. Thousands of schoolgirls, huge visions, C-rank templates? Xiao Yi felt that something wasn't right there, so he used the system detection function to probe the young girl who was hanging fruit. "Ha! Nangong Siyao, SSS Class 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Template. Blue Star rules are incomplete. Template did not absorb enough rule fragment crystals at the time of awakening, under seal. Contractors, none at this time." Xiao Yi stared straight at the panel, all shocked. "A SSS Grade 5 Clawed Golden Dragon? A 5-clawed golden dragon template of the same level as Lin Bingshi. It's a shame it's sealed, but she hasn't made a contract with the opposite sex yet." Lin Bingshi saw Xiao Yi gaze without concealment straight staring at Nangong Siyao's behemoth, could not help but implement a bit of family empire reminder law, pinching the soft flesh of his waist 720 degrees chin to an invincible big rotation. "Ow!" Xiao Yi wailed in pain, and Lin Bingshi gritted her teeth and said, "Is it pretty? Good looking." The system panel certainly looked good, Xiao Yi hemmed and hawed. Lin Bingshi huffed and stomped her foot. She was angry because she looked down and saw the back of her foot. Nangong Siyao looked at this scene and felt very warm. This is the bond between family members, but unfortunately, she did not, and deeply memorized the SSS grade talent Royal Beast Master Xiao Yi's characteristic of liking to look at Shogwa. She returned to the team of the first high. From the time Xiao Yi appeared, he stole glances 6 times, with the longest one being 10 seconds long. Nangong Siyao murmured in her heart. But she didn't feel it was too much. Compared to those teenagers in the first high school who were drooling and showing their pig statues, Xiao Yi this was considered very light, almost negligible. If Xiao Yi knew what was going on inside her mind, he would have said out loud, "I'm wronged, that's looking at the system panel. Hello." Then under the leadership of the 3 captains, the group of celestial pride headed towards the gate of the youth training camp. There, long ago, waited 2 teams of uniformed greeters, 1 male, 1 female. Suddenly the muscular teenager Liu Ruyan ran over towards the captain of the welcoming team and said something to him. The captain of the welcoming team nodded his head with a respectful attitude and agreed to something, and also glanced towards Xiao Yi here. Just as the group was about to enter the youth training camp, they were stopped by the uniformed ranks of the welcome team. "Slow down." The crowd was forced to stop, gazing in disbelief. The uniformed captain of the welcoming team glanced around the room, then the corner of his mouth ticked. "Are you the heavenly pride that the base city wants to cultivate with great fanfare? If you want to enter the training camp today, you have to pass my test." The welcome team members whispered at the sound of it. "That test isn't in the rules, is it? If you don't have it, just add it. This training ground was originally our city protectorate's, and as a result, we're going to give it up to them so that we can act as a welcoming team, an order maintenance team, and an examiner. That's right, we have to let them know that this training camp is not easy to come by, or else it will be a waste of a month of our time." The 3 high school skywriters stopped, thinking this was the normal process. The captain of the welcoming team was satisfied and said, 3 teams from 3 high schools, as long as the captains hold on to our hands for 1 minute without defeat, you will be considered to have passed. Otherwise, we'll spend the night in the field tonight. Of course, I will suppress the realm to the first rank, and if you pass the test, each team will be rewarded with a first rank crystal core each. Now, team captains step forward. The captains of the 3rd high school were Xiao Yi and Lin Bingshi. The captains of the 2nd high school were a little fat boy and a young girl. The captain of the 1st high school was Nangong Siyao, and there was only one person? Looking at the captain who had stepped out of the line, the captain of the welcoming team frowned and said to the Shikaku girl, how come there's only one of you, where's your indentured servant? Nangong Siyao smiled and said, reporting sir, I don't have an indentured servant. But I hope you'll let our 3 teams in, and I'll personally give you 36 first-order crystal cores. The captain of the welcoming team's pupils shrunk at his words. What is this person's origin, so bold? The vice-captain of the welcome team next to him, his indentured servant, whispered in his ear and reminded, this is Mon Yuan Base City's $1,000 princess, the daughter of the sovereign realm city lord, Nangong Siyao. Hiss. The captain of the welcome team sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The head is so big, so will I be hated if I add the test privately? Just as his mind was in a state of confusion, Xiaoya's system voice sounded in his mind. Host trigger event detected, mission triggered. Defeat the first order welcome captain, reward, 100 evolution points, rule fragment crystals. Crystals formed after the world's rules are broken, can be used to make up for the lack of rules in the personal template. Whether or not to receive the mission, no penalty for refusal, no penalty for mission failure. Rule crystals? Xiao Yi was surprised at this reward. It could just be used to unlock the template sealing problem of the fruitful maiden Nangong Siyao. After unsealing, it was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Whether it was in his previous life, or now in the last days, it was a legendary oriental dragon. System, get the mission. Congratulations to the host, the mission is successful. Even if he had the rule crystals, Xiao Yi wouldn't give them to her for free, unless the Shorgui girl followed him. Xiao Yi heatedly smiled in his heart. Nangong Siyao, you don't want to use a C-rank template for the rest of your life, do you? Chapter 9, Sir is so fit, he falls asleep. The quest reward obtained from defeating Jingran had 100 evolution points, and Xiao Yi intended to upgrade the form of the summoned beast White Fox. That's adding a life and a concept class talent skill. Summoned beast form upgrade function. 9-tailed fox, 1 tail 0 100 evolution points. Evolution points, 100. Xiao Yi scratched the evolution points over, so the system panel became 9-tailed sky fox, 2 tails 0 200 evolution points. At the same time, Xiao Yi and Lin Bingshi simultaneously felt an additional arcane sensation in their minds. Gifted skills. God's charm causes the enemy's mind to fall into a state of confusion for a certain period of time. Group skill. God's countermeasure forcibly instill steel seals of thought, allowing the enemy to change the target of attack. Single skill. Absolute true damage. Any physical blow struck ignores the enemy's defense, causing the enemy to take true damage. This gripe. Xiao Ye's eyes were glowing. The last talent skill, Absolute True Wound, was the skill that had just been awakened, a conceptual skill. Ignores defense and does real damage. Xiao Yi, who had played Emperor's Honor, knew how powerful this talent skill was. Your godly defense equipment? Sorry, I'm definitely really hurt. Your SSS-Level template defense skill? Sorry, I'm definitely really hurt. Are you thick? High overall life? Sorry, I'm definitely really hurt. Xiao Yi was looking forward to the next battle with the captain of the welcoming team. Sir, we come to challenge you. While Xiao Yi's panel was being added, the 2 leaders of the 2nd high school came out and warily shouted at the captain of the welcoming team. You're good. The captain of the welcoming team nodded to the 2nd high leader, then looked at the fruitful girl, Nangong Siyao, and laughed. There's no need for you to break the rules, and since you didn't conclude a contract, your team doesn't have to test. He's bright and breezy. The corner of the mouth of Liu Ruyan, the muscular teenager in the team of 1 high contractors, hooked and secretly skimmed Xiao Yi with a somewhat smug expression. Then the leading duo of the 2nd high activated the power of the contract and summoned a devil butterfly. The devil's saucer emitted a ghastly aura that made people feel like they were walking alone in a mass grave in the middle of the night. Is it a devil's dish, a spirit fantasy class summoning beast that has just stepped into the threshold of the 1st rank? The welcoming captain-vice-captain then activated the power of the contract as well. Bang bang bang. A silver and white gorilla filled with a berserk aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes as it continuously beat its chest, emitting a thumping sound. He suppressed his realm to the early first stage. Watch out! The silver and white gorilla grabbed a boulder and violently threw it towards the devil's saucer. Devil Disc quickly unleashed his natural skill while dodging. Ghost Wailing. Lowering the enemy's mental power and distracting them, thus lowering their battle power. Jia jia jia. It was as if everyone had been pulled into a mass grave. Their ears were filled with the whispers of wild ghosts and the screams of packs of wolves, a scene that made many people's goosebumps rise. Bang! The devil's saucer fluttered its wings, not quite dodging the boulder, and was grazed in the tail, dropping to the ground and forcing it to withdraw from the summoning and take on its human form. Defeat! Wow! The contractors of the second high were shocked. The devil's saucer of the S-class template was actually unbeatable? The two ergo captains exuded clear and stupid eyes. That's a loss? Nangong Siyao seemed to have anticipated this situation and her face was flat. Then she looked at Xiao curiously. SSS grade template. It should be able to last for a minute, right? Liu Ruyan's face perked up as he sat back and waited for Xiao to make a fool of himself. Garbage. What garbage? The silver and white gorilla mouthed the words of a human being. It was the captain of the welcoming team who was speaking. He pointed at all the indentured servants and said angrily, "This is such a bunch of garbage that the base city has to spend a lot of resources to cultivate? Still a heavenly pride, simply unbearable. In my opinion, you guys just get out of here, there's no need to waste time here." An S-rank template summoned beast, still unable to defeat an A-rank template summoned beast of mine, what a disgrace. You! The captain of the second high school's vice-captain was red in the face and defiant at being spoken to. A pair of pairs of indentured servants glared angrily at the words of the summoned gorilla. But there's nothing they can do about it. They can't beat it. With their tender combat experience, they simply couldn't fight against the battle-hardened captain of the welcome team. Just when everyone felt that there was no way for them to do so, Xiao rumbled and pointed at the gorilla's nose forcefully. "They can't, I'll beat you." Xiao held Chang Bingshi's hand and came to the boulder that had smashed the devil's dish, mobilizing the power of the contract to activate the summoning. Arcane dreamy brilliant colors descended, a shadow emerged from the earth, as if pulled from fantasy into reality, the nine-tailed heavenly fox one-tailed form of holy. Noble. Spiritual. The white fox appeared above the boulder. That arcane aura made the crowd feel that their spirits had been baptized. Wow! That's the SSS rank template summoned beast, so cool looking. This is the nine-tailed sky fox, this white fur, so want to jerk the fox. It's elegant, but it doesn't look like it has any offense. Nangong Siyao also curiously surveyed the one-tailed form white fox and murmured, "This is the SSS grade template? It's a little bit handsome." The gorilla secretly said, "It's finally your turn. The son of the Protectorate Pavilion's owner has asked me to teach you a lesson. You can't escape. Although you're an SSS grade template summoned beast, I can't hurt you, but it's still possible to make you suffer a little." The City Protector's military pavilion was the official military organization of each base city, and the pavilion master was the highest officer, on the same level as the base city lord. Bang! The gorilla leapt upwards and smashed in a parabola towards the one-tailed form white fox. The sacred white fox had instinctive dynamic vision and easily dodged the attack as the gorilla slammed into the ground and crashed into a small crater. The holy white fox's eyes were cold as she quietly unleashed her natural skill, God's charm. A fluctuation struck the gorilla's body, and the gorilla's raging breath stagnated, his mind became confused, his expression became blank, and his entire body froze in place. Where am I? And who am I? What am I going to do? This beautiful-looking white fox must have cried when she sat her butt down, right? Why are there two teams of greeters here? Will I beat the out of them with one punch? Why are there a bunch of cuties over there looking at me? Would throwing a boulder over there knock them off their feet? It's now. Absolute true damage. Physical strikes ignore any enemy defense and deal 100% true damage. Don't you like to throw stones? I'll let you taste what it's like to be stoned too. The sacred white fox, to the shock of the crowd, threw the boulder under his paw up high and smashed it into the gorilla's neck. Bang! The sound resounded in all ears. The gorilla's confused mind snapped out of it, and the sharp pain in his neck made him suck in a cold breath. With the blow to his neck and the interruption of the delivery of breath and blood, a wave of dizziness came over the gorilla's head, and with a bang, the fell to the ground and fainted. Sir's body is so good that he fell asleep. Xiao, who exited the summoned state, snickered. Chapter 10, Mission Reward, Xiao, True Fragrance. So grippy? The Suko girl froze. When the muscular teenager Liu Ruyan saw that the goddess was stunned by Xiao Yi, he couldn't help but say sourly, "The instructor didn't play well, he just won by a fluke, and if he does it again, he won't necessarily be able to win." The Suko girl cocked her head and asked rhetorically, "Then can you defeat the instructor as easily as Xiao Yi and the others?" The muscular teenager, Liu Ruyan, blushed at the question. You can't." Seeing Liu Ruyan stammering, the Suko girl spoke the answer for him. The Heaven's Pride contractors present were shocked at the power of the SSS class template summoned beasts. Especially the two summoners of the Devil's Dish, the two couple leaders of the second high school. The look of adoration in their eyes for Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi was about to overflow. "Hubby, from now on, Xiao Yi is my male god. I'm afraid I'll be living under his shadow for the rest of my life. I understand, and I have much to learn from a man as strong as he is." "Wow, hubby, Mr. Xiao Yi is so gentle with his girlfriend, I love it so much. If you were as pretty as schoolgirl Chang, I'd be gentle too. You want to die? I'm not pretty, you sleep on the floor tonight." The young couple talked and fought. Chang Bingshi asked Xiao Yi with a curious expression, "Xiao Yi, why did our summoned beast awaken a natural skill out of nowhere?" "That's a real injury, yeah, that's so sick, I love it." Xiao Yi smiled mysteriously, "Do you want to know why you can be awakened? If you want to know your own ears, come over, I'll say it to you." He. Chang Bingshi saw him being secretive, his curiosity in his heart became even stronger, so he came over. "For what Xiao Yi blew out a breath and blurted out, "We do exercises to increase our tacit understanding with each other, thus enhancing the power of the contract, so without us realizing it, the summoned beasts awaken new innate skills." "Holy, it can still be like this?" Chang Bingshi was filled with shock. Xiao Yi looked at her and nodded. Chang Bingshi's small face slightly reddened as she said, "Then we need to do more exercise." Defeated a first-order gorilla, mission accomplished. Rewarded with 100 evolution points. One rule fragment crystallization has been deposited into the system space. Congratulations to the host, the rule fragment crystallization automatically recognizes the host, the recognition is successful, host, Xiao Yi. After recognizing the host, no matter what the host uses the crystal for, it can be retrieved at any time. Rule fragment crystallization, automatically recognizing the owner. You can also get it back anytime you want. Xiao Yi's heart was happy that he already had one, he just didn't know how many were needed to unseal the template of the Shoragua maiden. Inside the training camp, amidst the high towers, two middle-aged men with subdued auras witnessed the entire ordeal. "Oldie, your son is still so willful, he hasn't changed at all. He's one of those guys who won't turn back until he hits the wall, but people teach him that he can't teach, and things that teach fall sure to teach. Maybe, would you believe me when I say that my daughter she's an SSS class fierce beast template? Shin. I saw the vision when she awakened, and it was similar in scale to the Chang Bingshi awakening vision from the third high school, but the result of the test came out to be a C grade, which is an undeniable fact, and I've never heard of this kind of thing before. You must understand, and your son even more so, that my daughter, there is no way she can contract with him. They weren't meant to be on the same page, it's just that Lurin he's too infatuated." There was a long silence between the two men before they continued. "With the training, our base city won't be at the bottom of the list again in terms of overall performance on this college entrance exam. That's not necessarily true. I understand that the base city next door, which scored second to last year's overall high school entrance exam, also opened its youth camp today. We have to find a chance to meet Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi." Below, the heavenly indentured servants of the three high schools were picked up in the middle of the training camp by the welcoming team. The indentured servants lined up on a flat surface as the leader of the waking welcome team introduced the two bald male and female instructors next to him to the group. During the month-long intensive training, these two serve as your instructors. Don't look at their heads as being able to act as lightbulbs and belittle people. They are SS-ranked fierce beast template summoners who were transferred from the imperial capital 10 years ago. SS-rated templates? At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the two instructors. The captain of the welcoming team continued his introduction. "You guys are in luck. He was originally the instructor of our hunting team, known as the Training Fiend." The bald male instructor took off his shirt, revealing his sinewy muscles and 8-pack abs. The crowd was shocked. At the bald male instructor's upper body, at his neck, it was densely covered with white scab scars, which looked shocking and made people suck in a breath of cold air. 1,896 wounds. The bald male instructor suddenly said, as he rolled up the sleeve of the bald female instructor's shirt, also revealing the dense white scars on his arm. "Both of us have 1,896 scars on us. It's left over from the 500 or so hellishly difficult missions we've been on over the past 10 years. His voice suddenly increased. Instead of regretting this, we feel proud. Feeling honored. Because every wound on our body is our contribution to the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd was blown away by how much they had suffered and how many hard times they had survived. Everyone stood in awe. The only reason they grew up safe in the plagued end times was because someone was carrying their weight for them. When the bald instructor saw everyone's expression, he couldn't help but nod his head and turned his words around. Our mission this time is to train you into iron-blooded prides who are resolute in killing and can improvise in the wilderness. And get out of the bottom overall among this year's GCSEs. The level of this mission, we're putting it at. Hell yeah! The pride present was dumbfounded. Getting out of the penultimate place was a hellish level of difficulty? The captain of the second high leader held his red face and said in extreme defiance, "Don't look down on people." Are we that bad? Someone else chimed in, "That's right." Lin Bingshi opened his voice and shouted, "Why act like a pussy? If you want to take it, take a positive number 1. Phew. The gazes of everyone present suddenly gathered on Lin Bingshi, and the eyes seemed to say again, "So damn tough." Suko girl Nangong Siyao's eyes were glowing as she looked at Lin Bingshi, as if a switch for a particular fetish had been activated. Lin Bingshi's face flushed red at the sudden attention, and then she said in a very firm tone, "Penultimate is fine." People almost fell over when they heard it, and the weakest words in the firmest of tones can be so true of you. Xiao said that striving for a positive number 1 or something was too tiring, and that it would be fine naturally. With his talent taking the college entrance exams, as long as he doesn't take the bottom one, he'll be okay. At this time the system's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Host contact event detected, mission triggered. Stage task, individuals take the first place in the country, the overall performance of the base city enters the top 10 in the country, reward, the supreme mysterious prize. Whether to collect or not, no penalty for refusing to collect, no penalty for failing the mission. Xiaoya's starry eyes snapped open, Supreme Mystery Award? It sounded and felt very lofty and forced. System, pick up the mission. Successful. Xiao said. It didn't matter what the rewards were, the main thing was that they wanted to win honor for Mangwon Base City. My generation of Imperial Beast Masters, full of blood, are ironclad men, of course, we must compete with thousands of heavenly pride for the first, of course, we must make the overall results of the Base City College Entrance Examination enter the top 10 in the country. Chapter 11 Mixed Gender Housing, New Assignment. Mangwon Base City has been at the bottom of the list for 10 consecutive years. The training maniac bald instructor's gaze raked over the indentured servants below. Do you think that the base city officials in the school have not responded in any way in the past 10 sessions? The indentured servants in the room were somewhat silent as they listened, but more or less unconvinced. The bald instructor sneered and reported a number. 9th order. The realm of last year's national high school seniors when they took the test. At that time, he killed a Zongshi-level magical beast with the 9th rank across the realm and captured the high school entrance exam. 9th order. Killed a sovereign. The senior high school student. The indentured servants' hearts exploded, finally recognizing the reality of the 9th order. That was a distant and powerful realm. Jing Ran, who had just returned from taking a, heard this figure and seemed to recall something with a shocked face. 9th order defeat patriarch. SSS grade template, overstep battle, super heavenly pride. He was still in his freshman year, and the number 1 hot search on all platforms at the time was that top student. The realm of summoned beasts is categorized into the 1st to the 9th ranks, and above that is the realm of the grandmasters. The Shogui girl Nangong Siyao clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes round. Even Lin Bingshi fell silent in a rare manner. The highest combat power in Manhwa Base City was only at the Zongshi realm. The sovereign realm is enough to be appointed as the lord of a city and the supreme commander of the city protector army. Host trigger event detected, mission triggered. Milestones, to win the National College Entrance Examination, and the overall performance of the base city to enter the top 10 in the country. Current quest, within a week, the summoned beast realm is raised to the 5th rank. Reward, 100 evolution points, 1 rule fragment crystallization. Instructor, what realm was our Manhwa base city scholar last year? Xiao asked a question. The bald instructor glanced at Xiao in surprise and said, 3rd rank. It was the turn of the contractors under the stage to be surprised. Was the gap between base city and base city just so huge? The Manhwa base city top student is of the 3rd order, and the National College Entrance Exam top student is of the 9th order. A difference of 1 word, a world of difference. There's no comparison at all. Next, let's talk about the basic resource distribution. Each week each pair of A-rank contractors can receive 10 first-order crystal cores, each pair of S-rank contractors can receive 20 first-order crystal cores, and each pair of SSS-rank contractors can receive 10 second-order crystal cores. In addition to that, each pair of indentured servants present will be able to collect the appropriate crystal core rewards after completing each training session. Now assign quarters. At this point the bald instructor's words trailed off, surveying the pairs of indentured servants present who had already indentured themselves. The dormitories are co-ed indentured rooms, where a pair of indentured servants stay in one room. If I find out which pair of indentured servants live separately, I will implement hellish devil training on him as punishment. The male students on stage who were merely in contract with the female cadets were excited to hear it. Awesome! Just what I need! Woohoo, Dawn, did you hear that? The instructor made us share the same room, yeah. I hear you dying, get loose. Xiao Yi lamented, men and women mixed living, this is to put aside in the previous world, certainly on the hot search, but in this blue star end of the world, it is the standard. What, there's a pair of indentured servants who don't want to live together. The teacher will help you educate her. She'll hang her and beat her. Silence. The female bald instructor spoke at this time. There will be no training today, so all trainees will first familiarize themselves with the environment, where they will be fed and housed, and receive their basic resources for this week. Dismissed. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi went to collect this week's cultivation resources first. They were SSS-ranked contractors who could receive 10 second-order crystal cores a week. After receiving the crystal core, the two people came to the dormitory area in company. This is a piece of apartment building. 001 is the room number of Xiao Yi. Two people, although it is a room, but it is a small apartment. Living room, kitchen, bedroom is complete. But there's only one bedroom. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they came, and 4 or 5 hours had passed by now, so Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi were ready to rest after washing up. Chang Bingshi went into the middle of the bathroom while Xiao Yi waited outside. Xiao Yi. I left my clothes outside, help me bring them in. It's not this one. Why is there a piece of fabric missing from this dress? Change your clothes and hurry up. You want to die, Xiao Yi, this is the rabbit girl uniform. Why did you bring your wedding dress here? Nelly don't want it, who wears that at home? Humph, can't even hold a shirt right. In the end, Chang Bingshi wore the emperor's new clothes and personally came out to pick out a robe, which had a wedding dress over it. Xiao Yi was dumbfounded as he witnessed the whole thing. Chang Bingshi's small face slightly reddened as she sat next to her and said, Xiao Yi, if you think it's too much trouble, I won't let you take it in the future. Xiao Yi shook his head violently and said, it's not troublesome, come a few more times in the future, I like it a lot. Although Chang Bingshi's figure was not as good as that of the Shuagui girl, she was also a golden ratio figure, flawless and pleasing to the eyes and mind. However, Xiao Yi asked with slight doubt, do you like wearing wedding dresses? Of course. It's so hard to trick you into my hand. What would I wear if I didn't wear a wedding dress? Chang Bingshi grunted, I've had my eye on you since the first year of high school. Who knew that the first year of high school you would be so high and cold, making people feel that no one is allowed to enter, more so than me, the school flower. It's a good thing I was resourceful enough to find a reason to be a brother to get close to you. Xiao Yi thought carefully about the feeling that there is a big horror, cannot help but ask, I said at that time how you ask me questions every day, your grades at that time are better than mine, you are the first in the whole school, I am the second in the whole school. The latter even took the initiative to be my classmate, and once this classmate was a classmate, it was for 3 years. Could you Chang Bingshi, I treat you as a brother, you actually crave my body and want to be my wife. Chang Bingshi's face surfaced with a sense of pride of success, hee. While the tablemate is still green, of course I'm going to lure you into my hands. Ever since that incident with the demonic beast attack in the first year of high school, your grades dropped so that I could take first place in culture. Xiao Yi said. Chang Bingshi was silent, the senior year demonic beast attack was her nightmare. Looking at his silent little girlfriend, Xiao Yi said, go to sleep, we still have to train tomorrow. Chang Bingshi shook her head, I don't. It was so hard to trick you into concluding a contract with me, we are already husband and wife, I want to enter the cave workshop with you every day. Xiao Yi sweated, why didn't he know that this brother was so crazy before? If I had known, it would have been really. Tie pants are hot. Begging to be bookmarked, begging to be followed. Chapter 12, The Fruitful Maiden, I'm willing to give my life to you. Knock, knock, knock. There was a loud knock on the door. Xiao Yi opened the door of the room a little bit and quietly exposed his head to look down. A delicate and absolutely beautiful pretty face suddenly came to a place 1 centimeter away from Xiao Yi and said, "Classmate Xiao Yi, can I go in for a chat?" It was the fruitful young girl Nangong Siyao. At this time, she had a pleading face, her round beautiful eyes were dull and dumb, and Xiao Yi could smell the fragrant body odor of her body. "Who is it? We're all going to bed." Cheng Bingshi came over to see that it was Nangong Siyao and pulled her in. As the movements were quite large, it startled the behemoth, allowing Xiao Yi to feast his eyes. Great horror, simply great horror. It's really nice of her to come to us in her pajamas. Xiao Yi followed behind. On the sofa, Cheng Bingshi asked curiously, "Nangong Siyao, you didn't conclude a contract with the Imperial Beastmaster, how will you train next?" The Suko girl hugged Cheng Bingshi's arm, the two of them leaned on the sofa, a few tints of excitement flashed in the depths of her eyes, on the surface she responded with a normal face. One person joins the training chant, "I can do it just as well without a summoned beast." "Your skin is good, oh sister Bingshi." The Suko girl stroked Cheng Bingshi's cheeks, and the bottom of her eyes became even more excited. Cheng Bingshi was a bit uncomfortable, it was the first time she was touched by a girl's face like this, so she interrupted, "You're the same also so white." The Suko girl said, "Can I come visit you more often from now on?" "You can come if you want." The two of them were chatting quite well, and Xiao Yi couldn't insert his mouth from the side, so he asked the system in his mind. "System, how many rule fragment crystals are needed for Nangong Siyao to complete the template?" No response from the system. "Big brother system, say something back." No response from the system. "Grandpa system, answer back." System handsome, system pretty, system beautiful? The system remains unresponsive. Xiao Yi cursed in his mind, "You system grandson, what a garbage system, not a bit of intelligence." The system remained unresponsive. Xiao Yi was sort of figuring out the routine of this system, he was equivalent to a machine that could only run according to a specific program. At this time, the rule fragment crystals suddenly flickered with light, and Xiao Yi understood some information. SSS Class 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Summoning Beast has been extinct in this universe. Want to appear out of thin air? 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Summoning Beast template, must have 12 rule fragment crystals, more than other SSS class templates. Want to know how many rule fragment crystals Nangong Siyao need to make up for the full template? Must first scan her body, to see how much rule power she absorbed in the template at the time of awakening. This was the message transmitted by the rule fragment crystallization, and Xiao Yi then remembered that the rule fragment crystallization had already recognized him as its master. After recognizing his master, he gave the rule fragment crystals to the Suko maiden to use, and he was also able to retrieve them at any time. "I'll take you out later, so you don't make any noise." Instructing a roar, Xiao Yi took out the crystal from the system space, scan it quickly, just don't cause any anomalies. Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi stuck together, the two of them were chatting happily, when suddenly Nangong Siyao felt a very comfortable and very good feeling surfacing up and down her body. Nangong Siyao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she liked sticking it to Cheng Bingshi even more. SSS Class 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Template 84% complete, 2 rule fragment crystals left to fully materialize. Such a message came from Xiao Yi's mind. 2. I only have 1 on me, by the way, the system has released a quest. Current task, within 1 week, raise the summoned beast realm to the 5th level, task reward, 100 evolution points, 1 rule fragment crystal. System, get the mission. This time the system responded immediately. Successful task collection. If the mission was completed, together with the 100 evolution points obtained from defeating the captain of the welcoming team, there would be a total of 200 evolution points, capable of upgrading the 2-tailed form to the 3-tailed form. 2 rule shard crystals are enough to complete the template of the Suko maiden. Xiao Yi then put away the rule fragment crystals and asked Nangong Siyao, "If someone was able to restore your SSS rank template, how would you repay him?" "Ha?" Nangong Siyao, the Suko girl, was dumbfounded, then reacted and said, "How did you know that I'm an SSS rank template? Did my father give you that?" "Yes." "Answer my question." Xiao Yi took a sip of tea and laughed. The face of the Suko girl became serious, and with her head held high, her behemoth became even more terrifying as it was. "I will give my body to you." "Put." Xiao Yi sprayed out a mouthful of tea and exclaimed, "Are you serious? More real than real gold." Nangong Siyao nodded her head, then said with extreme disappointment, "But who can do anything about it? My father has researched a lot of information, and this phenomenon has never occurred, only in my case. I'm ready to go through life without making a contract." "Then you are prepared to die alone?" Xiao Yi inwardly spat. In this day and age, the conclusion of a contract is the equivalent of a marriage license. You do not conclude a contract to live alone for the rest of your life. Afterwards, Nangong Siyao left. That back was very sluggish, the shadow pulled long. Lin Bingshi jumped onto Xiao Ye's body in a flash and said. Xiao Ye asked, to transform into beast-ear nymph form well. Lin Bingshi shook his head violently. Day 2. 4 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Ye woke up early in order to cultivate. His goal, within a week, was to raise the realm of the summoned beasts to the 5th rank. It's not just about getting the job done, it's about future happiness. Lin Bingshi's robe had long since been thrown somewhere, lying on the bed like an octopus. A minute later she was forced to turn on, and the two of them began to cultivate after washing up. Xiao Ye and Lin Bingshi, who had put on their formal attire, immediately mobilized the power of the contract and began to summon the two-tailed form sacred white fox. The arcane energy spread out, a shadow emerged from the ground, and a summoned beast appeared alive on the flat ground as if it had been pulled from fantasy into reality. This was the two-tailed form holy white fox. Compared to the one-tailed form, the two-tailed form is not just as simple as adding a tail. Skill strength, body strength, and cultivation speed will all increase accordingly. The bodies of both Xiao Ye and Lin Bingshi disappeared, and their consciousnesses appeared in the mind of the sacred white fox. 10 second-order crystal cores, which were the resources for this week's cultivation received yesterday. After a second-order crystal core was consumed, Xiao Ye could feel an even greater amount of energy swimming throughout his body than the first-order crystal core. Put. Poof. The two hurriedly ran the magical beast cultivation method. After digesting 2 second-order crystal cores, the summoned beast's realm came to the early second order. Lin Bingshi was surprised. Xiao Ye, our cultivation speed is so fast. Then hurry up and cultivate, Lin Bingshi's wife. Xiao Ye said back. With the digestion of 1 second-order crystal core, after 2 hours had passed, the realm of the summoned beast came to the late second-order stage, and Xiao Ye estimated that with another second-order crystal core, it would be able to cross over to the third order. Feeling his surging third-order power, Xiao Ye stated. Nangong Siyao, from the moment I laid eyes on you, you couldn't escape me. Are you going to give yourself to me? That's just what I want. Chapter 13, The Reward of Crystallized Nuclei That Keeps Coming In. The muscular teenager Liu Ruyan sneaked in early in the morning from outside the door of the training camp. He looked at the smart token in his hand and said with great joy. My father's identity token is capable of sending messages and activating alarms. With this, I'll torture that Xiao Ye properly. Willpower grinding added to maximum difficulty, the ferocious beast with the thickest defense for him to fight. Liu Ruyan had been very careful since he was a child. Nangong Siyao was his goddess, his white moonlight. Before the awakening, the two of them agreed to conclude a contract under the Elder's collusion, but after the awakening, Nangong Siyao's template had a problem, saying that she herself was an SSS class template, and if the template didn't recover she would never conclude a contract with anyone else, and so Liu Ruyan was very sensitive to the words SSS class. If it wasn't for the matter of the SSS grade template, even if Nangong Siyao wasn't a fan of him, the two of them would have been able to conclude a contract under the Elder's collusion, but now, everything was in vain. This made Liu Ruyan angry and feel very sorry. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely stop Nangong Siyao from awakening. As soon as that 1 o'clock, 6:30, arrived, everyone rushed to the training plaza to gather. The pair of indentured servants were sleepy and staring at their fluffy hair. The pair of indentured servants had tossed and turned until the middle of the night and were all looking like they hadn't slept well. The male and female bald instructors, who were called training fiends, watched this scene, but nodded with satisfaction. The more they tossed and turned, the more they could increase the level of understanding between the contractors and each other, which would help the summoned beasts a lot, but the training couldn't be left behind either. This week's training program is 1. Physical fitness training. 2. Training in willpower. 3. Training of the beast-eared lady. 4. Wraith contact training. V. Popularization of relevant knowledge. 6. Simulated combat. The bald male instructor announced the plan and then looked around the room and said, these trainings are not prioritized. As long as you complete the training you will be rewarded with crystal cores. The eyes of the pairs of pactors on the stage glowed with crystal cores. The two bald instructors led the indentured servants to a gravity track the size of 1,000 square meters. The first training, the training of physical quality, in the end of the blue star, the physical strength of the human form of the contractors will also affect the mental state of the summoned beasts. Now start, each person loaded with weights and running. 50 kilograms of weight, 10 kilometers of training, start. At that moment, the bald instructor's pocket ticked and took out his communicator to take a look. Focus on training Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, and set the difficulty level to hell. The bald instructor's face changed. It was a directive from the Lord of the City Protector Army Pavilion, the highest officer. Received, bald instructor replies. Looking at the indentured servants who were boarding the gravity runway in the distance, the bald instructor supervised Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, SSS-Level. Well, it's one grade higher than my SS talent, Heaven's Pride, of course, can't be trained by ordinary methods. On the gravity runway, Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi quickly adapted to the 50 kilograms of weight and were far ahead on the runway. After that came the contractors of the S-rank summoned beasts, and 50 kilograms wasn't too difficult for them who had inherited some of the power of the summoned beasts. Contractors of a class summoned beasts had it tough, having only just entered the rank and inheriting little power, they could only go fast. Lastly, there was the C-rank template, Nangong Siyao, who had not inherited the power of the summoned beast. She was carrying a weight of 50 kilograms, and she had to be careful about falling when she took a step. 10 kilometers, 10 minutes later Xiao Yi and the two of them had completed their training. The bald instructor gave the two of them a mark, each of them was rewarded with a second-order crystal core. Carry 100 kilograms of weight, you guys continue to run for 10 kilometers. The bald instructor looked at the two who didn't even sweat and said. So the two of them, Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, continued on their way. Shoo! The two of them easily surpassed the other indentured servants by completing the 100 kilogram weight training. The bald instructor jotted down in the small notebook, plus, Xiao Yi, Chang Bingshi, 2 second-order crystal cores each, a total of 3 second-order crystal cores each. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi looked at the rewards written on the instructor's book, and their eyes twinkled with little stars that loved money. So many crystal cores, we can upgrade again. With such a generous reward of resources for completing the training, it is evident that the base city has put in a lot of money. 10 minutes rest, 200 kilograms of weight, continue training for 10 kilometers. At this time, the S-class summoned beasts contractors finally finished the weighted 50 kilograms 10 kilometers running training, and they were sweating profusely as they looked at the two of them, Xiao Yi, surprised. Good man, you guys ran 2 laps even if you have to carry 200 kilograms of weight. In which Liu Ruyan's eyes flashed with smugness, 200 kilograms, don't see you guys get tired and paralyzed. At this time, the bald instructor said, rewards are marked for you, US-class summoning beast contractors, rest for 10 minutes, and then start the 10-kilometer training with a weight of 100 kilograms. The smile on Liu Ruyan's face froze and 100 kilograms and 10 kilometers. He doesn't think he can do it. Then 2 groups of contractors started training, one group of 2 Xiao Yi with SSS rank summoned beasts, and one group of 3 pairs of contractors with S rank summoned beasts. This time, Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi ran slower and sweat appeared on their foreheads, but they still completed the training within half an hour. The bald instructor jotted down in the small notebook, Xiao Yi, Chang Bingshi, plus, each person will be rewarded with 3 second-order crystal cores, for a total of 6 second-order crystal cores per person. Take a break, carry 300 kilograms of weight and continue the 10-kilometer training. The bald instructor said. At this moment, the A-rank summoned beast contractors who had just completed their 50 kilograms of weights had just finished their first training session, and when they stopped, they heard the instructor's words, and they were stunned. 300 kilos? That's still human. We've only completed 1 training session and you're about to start a 4th? Don't be so perverted. Liu Ruyan, who was still on the runway, was happy, even though he was sweating profusely, but he wanted to see the 2 Xiao Yi make a fool of themselves. 300 kilograms, huh? Can you do it? Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi then started their 4th training session, and after carrying 300 kilograms of weight, Xiao Yi felt that running was a bit tough, so he ascended the runway at a brisk walking speed. At this time, the Suko girl was sweating profusely, as if she had already reached her limit, and every step she took required a tremendous amount of strength. Next to him, Xiao Yi walked up and said in consternation, Nangong Siyao, are you okay? I can do it. Even though the Shikaku girl was almost paralyzed with exhaustion, her face was determined, it's just the last 200 meters. The 2 Xiao Yi surpassed her. Nangong Siyao raised her head to take a look at the 2 people's load quantity sign and was stunned, 300 kilograms? This is the SSS-Level template. Nangong Siyao felt the power of the SSS rank template, her heart was even more eager to find a way to restore the template, as long as she could restore the SSS rank, she could give everything. In the end, Xiao Yi and the 2 of them also reached their limit, completing the training of carrying 300 kilograms of weight after half an hour. The 2 of them sat paralyzed on the ground, their sweat dripping down their foreheads and chins in a desperate manner onto the grass. The second group of S-rank contractors hadn't finished their training yet, but Liu Ruyan didn't know how happy he was in his heart as he watched Xiaoye's two men go limp with exhaustion. The bald instructor marked the rewards for the two Xiaoye, plus Xiaoye, Lin Bingshi. Each person was rewarded with 6 second-order crystal cores, a total of 12 second-order crystal cores per person, a total of 24 second-order crystal cores. Who? Nangong Siyao finally finished her 50 kilograms of weight training, and she lay next to Xiaoye's two men, panting and heaving. Almost to the big climax, begging for favorites and catch-up reading. Chapter 14 Gathering Wool, getting over 2,000 second-order crystal cores. The muscular teenager Liu Ruyan looked at the three people lying on the grass, the smile on his face froze once again, and he growled lowly in anger. Damn! He's so damned! Liu Ruyan was very jealous. Why Nangong Siyao was so close to Xiaoye and Lin Bingshi, but to him, it was that cold. They were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Liu Ruyan's throat was dry and he almost fell on the ground without paying attention. Fortunately, the physical quality of the summoner of the S-class ferocious beasts was still somewhat strong, and he finally completed the training. This afternoon is contact with ferocious beasts training. Everyone get ready. The bald instructor barked at the contractors who had completed their training. Exposure to ferocious beasts for training? Hearing this, Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Contacting the ferocious beast training, the specifics he knew. It's for newbies to summon a contracted beast to initially try to engage and fight a ferocious beast. With the token in hand, I'll have Xiaoye and Lin Bingshi fight against the fleshiest and most defensive ferocious beasts, and I'm sure I'll embarrass them. That's a newcomer's nightmare. Liu Ruyan was very excited at the thought of this. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward for completing the training, but could Xiaoye complete it? No way, absolutely no way. The time quickly came to the afternoon, and all the indentured servants were ready to go, lining up in an orderly fashion under the dormitory building. Group 1, Contractors of SSS-Class Summoned Beasts, Xiaoye and Lin Bingshi. Group 2, Contractors of S-Class Summoned Beasts, 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, with Liu Ruyan also included. Group 3, Contractors of a Class Summoning Beasts, 18 people, 9 men and 9 women. Group 4, Nangong Siyao, who is not currently under contract, 1 person. The bald instructor led the 4 teams to the Wraith training ground. Unlike in the morning, there was a team of city guards training in the middle of the magical beast training ground, which was similar to a sports plaza, but with a roof. The place was divided into areas, and each area contained magical beasts whose movements were restricted by chains or prohibitions. Phew! Hiss! In the deepest training area, a giant python was wrapping its thick snake drive around a rampaging basilisk turtle magical beast. The Xian turtle demonic beast shrunk into the midst of the turtle shell that was strewn with demonic patterns, and the turtle shell flickered with a burst of ethereal shadowy light, so that even if the giant snake wrapped itself around with more force, it could not do it any half damage. Time. The giant python detached from the Xian turtle demonic beast and came to the safe area, transforming into 2 humans, who were full of fatigue, and said, "We failed to kill this demonic turtle. This newcomer hunting team is too ordinary. There's actually not a single person who can complete the hell level training." Their training instructor said with great disappointment. At this time, the bald instructor led the 4 teams to the Wraith training ground. And training is scheduled for everyone. Next, all groups summon their contracted beasts and control them to enter the magical beast area. As long as they don't escape from the magical beast area within a certain period of time, without defeating and killing the magical beasts, they will be considered to have completed the training. Completing the training is just as rewarding as getting a crystal core. Entering the area of magical beasts. The contractors in the group were nervous upon hearing this, even though they had learned a lot about magical beasts in class. This was the first time they had actually come into contact with them. Reporting to the instructor, if we defeat or even kill a magical beast, do we have to pay for it? Lin Bingshi's beautiful eyes were glowing as she stared at the magical beast. The bald instructor glanced at her in surprise and said with a hook at the corner of his mouth, "If you can defeat or even kill the magical beasts, not only do you not need to lose any money, your reward is doubled. Defeat rewards are doubled 5-fold, and kill rewards are doubled 10-fold. Roger that." Lin Bingshi felt a bit impatient, wanting to unveil herself and immediately enter the magical beast area to kill indiscriminately. Immediately summon the template ferocious beasts and enter the first-rank magical beast area. The bald instructor said. Drip. At this time, the bald instructor's pocket rang with a message sound, took it out and saw that it was a message from the Protectorate Pavilion Master. SSS-class contractors can't be treated with common sense. The amount of training must be doubled to the top, with a hellish difficulty to start with, in order to realize their potential. Putting away the message machine, the bald instructor knew that the supreme chief of the city protector army, the pavilion master, attached great importance to the two of them, Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, or else he wouldn't have specially come to give instructions before every training session. By this time, the contractors were already in their summoned beast forms, and the field was suddenly filled with the first group, Holy Two-Tailed White Fox, the second group, Black Wolf King, Golden Magic Eagle, Devil's Saucer, and the third group, Dream Spirit Saucer, White Snake, Black Striped Ferocious Panther. Panel 4, hanging the fruit of the pure young girl Nangong Siyao, unsummoned. That single thin figure looks a little sullen and silent. She looked at the summoned beast next to her with eyes full of envy, and inwardly I do not know how much I longed for it. However, when she saw the white fox in two-tailed form, her eyes immediately twinkled with little stars, wanting to hug and stick. After the female bald instructor arranged the magical beast areas that the second and third groups would enter. Group 4 follow the side and watch, Group 1 follow me. The male bald instructor brought Holy White Fox and Nangong Siyao to the magical beast training hall in the deepest large area. There were a total of 12 small areas here, one of which was the demonic Xian turtle area. Starting from the first rank Xian turtle, as long as you stay in the magical beast area for enough 10 minutes, you will be considered to have completed the training. The bald instructor pointed to a small area of magical beasts. Wraith contact training is the training of the mind to overcome the blind fear of the wraith. Close contact with the wraith for newcomers can better understand the wraith. Within the area of the magical beasts, the two-tailed white fox's eyes stared at the demon tattoo Xian turtle. The devilish Xian turtle emitted a terrifying devilish light, whooshed and shrunk into its shell, and clanked to the ground without moving. The holy white fox stared at it, looking left and right. Soon after 10 minutes had passed, the first training session was completed. The bald instructor jotted down in his small notebook, Xiao Yi, Cheng Bingshi, 1 second order crystal core each, a total of 26 second order crystal cores. Instructor, this training is complete, so let's start the second training. Next, in the 12 small areas in the deepest part, there were 6 first order magical beasts and 6 second order magical beasts, and the sacred white fox stayed in the areas for 10 minutes each. These magical beasts were restricted from moving. First order magical beasts stay in the area for 10 minutes, 6 second order crystal cores per person. 10 minutes in the area of second order magical beasts, 60 second order crystal cores each. The bald instructor jotted down in the small notebook, Xiao Yi, Cheng Bingshi, rewarded 132 second order crystal cores, totaling 158 second order crystal cores. The bald instructor is a little disappointed in the white fox, SSS class template beasts on this. Just look at it. Unbeknownst to him, this was just Xiao Ye's wool gathering routine. Instructor, we've finished warming up and can start formal training. A voice came out from the holy white fox. Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi have long discussed the two of them, making a strong effort to grip the wool of the youth training camp. Staying in the magical beast area for 10 minutes rewards crystal cores, then defeating these magical beasts can reward crystal cores, and finally killing these magical beasts can reward crystal cores again. 3 waves of rewards in total. The bald instructor allowed it, allowing White Fox to enter the first order magical beast area once again. The first rank demon tattoo Xian turtle shrunk into its shell. Looking at the motionless demonic turtle, the two-tailed white fox directly copied the iron rod and swung it at the first order demonic turtle. Absolute true damage, ignore defense, 100% true damage. 10% power. Bang! The devil turtle was hit with a stick that shattered his internal organs and spat out a mouthful of blood with a snort. The newcomer hunting team that was attracted over was stunned. This stick went down and hit the turtle shell. How come it made the magic turtle vomit blood? Demonic turtle, seriously injured. An experienced instructor's voice came. Vulgaria, so gripping. Whitesnake's summoner was shocked. That seemingly mediocre strike had severely injured the demon turtle. Xiao Yi controlled the two-tailed white fox and said to the bald instructor. Instructor, have you registered? I'm going to start the next training. He was trying to wool gather. Reacting, the bald instructor's gaze glared as realization dawned on him. I said why White Fox hadn't opened the battle before, so that's how it was. The small book once again wrote, Xiao Yi, Cheng Bingshi, 5 second order crystal cores each, totaling 168 second order crystal cores. Okay. Getting a response from the bald instructor, White Fox once again swung his bat at the demon turtle. Absolute true wound, 100% power. Put. A 10-meter high column of blood sprayed out directly from the head of the magical beast, and it died. Awesome. The Whitesnake summoner in the newcomer hunting team stuck out his thumb and exclaimed admiringly. Spaced strike? That's a very practical skill. They guessed at White Fox's skill. The bald instructor jotted down in his small notebook, Xiao Yi, Cheng Bingshi, 10 second order crystal cores each, totaling 188 second order crystal cores. Subsequently, the White Fox appeared in the other 11 regions one after another, first defeating and finally killing, ruthlessly gripping 2 waves of wool. One of the instructors watched and cursed. Disgraceful, too disgraceful. Your rookie hunting team is worse than the ungraded students. From now on, increase your training tenfold. Ah, don't. The entire rookie hunting team that Whitesnake Summoner was a part of wailed. Up next to Nangong Siyao. The bald instructor's eyes were spent from writing, only to see 36 lines written on the small book about Xiao Yi's 2 reward records. Xiao Yi, Cheng Bingshi, defeat reward. Defeat 6 first-order magical beasts, 30 second-order crystal cores per person. Defeat 6 second-order magical beasts, 300 second-order crystal cores per person. A total of 660 second-order crystals. 828 second-order crystals in total. Xiao Yi, Cheng Bingshi, killing reward. Kill 6 first-order magical beasts, 60 second-order crystal cores per person. Kill 6 second-order magical beasts, 600 second-order crystal cores per person. A total of 1,320 second-order crystals, totaling 2,148 second-order crystals. After writing, the bald instructor dumbfounded, stepping horse more than 2,000 second-order crystal nuclei? This wool gathering is also 2 horse ruthless ah. Chapter 15, 5th order reached, 1 more rule fragment crystallization. Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi, who had completed their training, controlled their 2-tailed form Holy White Fox and came next to the instructor. Nangong Siyao immediately rushed over and embraced the 2-tailed White Fox, hugging it tightly, her little face filled with excitement as she rubbed her dow on the White Fox. Ice Shield, you're really too good. He, that's for sure. In the middle of the White Fox's consciousness, Cheng Bingshi smiled proudly. Xiao Yi, who could feel all the feelings of the White Fox, said that Nangong Siyao should not hold too tightly that behemoth, so that people cannot breathe. Nangong Siyao reluctantly let go of the 2-tailed form Holy White Fox. The White Fox's fur was very warm and soft, hugging it felt hype-chick and comfortable. The 2-tailed form Holy White Fox then lifted its summoned beast form and returned to its human form. With a brush of white light, the White Fox disappeared and a handsome pair appeared on the ground. It was none other than Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi. To celebrate completing the first day of training, let me treat you to dinner. The Suko girl found a reason to be able to stay with Cheng Bingshi. Suko girl Milk Ferocious said, do not refuse, come on ice your sister. Ouch. The bald instructor gathered everyone together. Today's training has been successfully completed for all of you. In a few moments you will be able to collect your rewards from the resources department, and the records of your rewards will be uploaded to them by me. Meet under the dormitory building tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. Dismissed. The bald female instructor raised her right hand and the group dismissed cheerfully. Nangong Siyao seemed to be very familiar with the youth training camp, holding Cheng Bingshi's arm tightly as she led Xiao Yi to the most advanced hunting restaurant among the military camp. Cheng Bingshi felt that this Suko girl was too intimate with her, and in her heart, she couldn't help but wonder if the Suko girl's sexual orientation was a bit of a problem. However, Process Ice Shield was only guessing. Xiao Yi, who was on the side, saw Cheng Bingshi's wife being hugged by someone else. His heart was a little depressed and he couldn't help but think viciously. Nangong Siyao, you hug my wife, and I'll hug you a week later. After eating, he could go and collect 2,148 second-order crystal cores, 10 second-order crystal cores to exchange for 1 third-order crystal core, converting a total of 2 fifth-order crystal cores, 1 fourth-order crystal core, 4 third-order crystal cores, and 8 second-order crystal cores. Such a huge amount of resources was enough to upgrade the Holy White Fox to the 5th rank. When we arrived at the fancy hunting restaurant, we came to a small booth in a nice setting, and the waiter automatically boarded the door. Ms. Nangong, may I ask what you would like to order? Nangong Siyao said as if she was very familiar, have a package 1. Then she showed the menu to Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi. Set meal 1 had 3 dishes and 1 soup, which were 6th order magical beast meat, 4th order magical beast meat, and 5th order edible spiritual plants, and there was also an 8th order spiritual plant soup. After looking at the price, Xiao Yi's expression was a bit dumbfounded. Good lord, this one package 1 required a 7th order crystal core. If we like it, we'll come and eat it every day, Sister Bingshi. Nangong Siyao stared at Cheng Bingshi with glowing eyes. This is a rich woman, Xiao Yi sighed. The waiter then quickly finished serving the food and gave Nangong Siyao a blue potion bottle. This is the energy liquid purified from inside the meat of the magical beasts in the dishes. Otherwise, with our bodies, we cannot withstand the energy from the meat of the magical beasts of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th order. Seeing Xiaoya's two puzzled looks, Nangong Siyao shook the blue potion bottle and explained. Soon this meal was finished. When leaving, Cheng Bingshi touched his slightly propped up stomach feeling unfulfilled, then parted ways. The two went to the resource department to collect today's training rewards. Returning to the dormitory apartment after receiving the reward and closing the door, Xiaoya's handsome face smiled into a flower. Among the backpacks received, there were 2 5th order crystal cores, 1 4th order crystal core, 4 3rd order crystal cores, and 8 2nd order crystal cores. Practice now. Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi mobilized the power of the contract and summoned the two-tailed form Holy White Fox once again. At this time, White Fox's realm was late 2nd stage, so he took a 3rd stage crystal core and swallowed it. With the super strong absorption efficiency of the two-tailed form, in less than half an hour, poof, the realm was raised to the early 3rd order before it could finish digesting a 3rd order crystal core energy. The power within the White Fox's body surged by a large margin, and Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi, who existed in a conscious state in their minds, were able to feel the majestic power as if they could kill a cow with a single punch. Then Xiao Yi intended to continue his cultivation and controlled the White Fox to swallow 2 4th order crystal cores. Not knowing how much time had passed, during the Holy White Fox's rapid operation of the magical beast cultivation method, the White Fox's realm gradually rose. Early 3rd order, mid 3rd order, late 3rd order, peak 3rd order. With a booming surge of breath, the Holy White Fox's realm broke through to the early 4th stage. If there were outsiders watching, they would be able to see that the White Fox was emanating more and more arcane aura. It was as if it was the center of this space, and all the energy around it was undulating around it. When he opened his eyes and realized that a day had passed, Xiao Yi had to go and ask his instructor for a leave of absence before returning to continue his cultivation. The Holy White Fox swallowed 2 5th order crystal cores. As time gradually slipped away, White Fox's realm rose, seemingly without a bottleneck-like breakthrough. Early 4th order, mid 4th order, late 4th order, peak 4th order. Early 5th order. Strong, too strong. Xiao Yi felt the majestic energy in White Fox's body like a sea, and gently leapt and smashed on the ceiling, and the whole dormitory building shook with a boom. It was a good thing that the dormitory building was constructed using post-apocalyptic materials, otherwise the ceiling would have been directly pierced through. With the surge of power, neither Xiao Yi nor Cheng Bingshi were able to adapt to it in the first place and could not control the power in a subtle manner. Xiao Yi estimated that compared to the late 2nd stage, the power and energy of the 5th stage was at least a dozen times greater. Too strong. Cheng Bingshi cheered. In order to avoid destroying the apartment, Xiao Yi and the two of them exited their summoned beast forms and returned to their human forms. The human form can also inherit some of the attributes of the summoned beasts, increasing the physical strength of the template contractors. Xiao Yi felt the physical quality is also a big increase, a punch-out whirring, the air ripples. I'm guessing there's a 3-ton force. A system prompt sounded beside Xiao Yi's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, raise your realm to the 5th level within a week. Mission reward, 100 evolution points, 1 rule fragment crystal, already deposited in system space. The rule fragment crystals automatically recognize their owner. The owner is Xiao Yi, the recognition is successful. Whatever the host uses the rule fragment crystals for, they can be manifested and recovered at any time. Bang bang bang. Suddenly outside came the pleasant voice of Shuogwen maiden Nangong Siyao. Sister Bingshi, I can hear the commotion inside, you guys are done practicing. She ghosted against the door with her behemoth. Chapter 16, Master of the Military Pavilion, these are 2 giant dragons. I can't believe it's been 3 days already. In the living room, Xiao Yi was somewhat dazed under the explanation of the fruitful girl Nangong Siyao. Today was the 5th day of entering the youth training camp. The cultivation state could not perceive the passage of time, not realizing that so much time had passed. Nangong Siyao hugged Cheng Bingshi's arm, the bottom of her eyes were full of excitement. She hadn't pasted with Cheng Bingshi for 3 days, and she was a little horny inside. Within these 3 days, after training, Nangong Siyao came outside Xiao Yi's apartment door to observe if the training was over. She would never admit that she often lay on the door to eavesdrop on the movements in Xiao Yi's apartment. Cheng Bingshi suddenly stood up with an anxious face and hurried into the bathroom. No good, my stomach is piled up with the last 4 days of Ollie's-giving and I'm going to finish discharging it. Xiao Yi faced black line, you big number you go well, said so detailed why. As Cheng Bingshi ran away, the fruitful young girl Nangong Siyao looked at her back with a curious face, and suddenly a handsome and shocking face was reflected into her full vision. Nangong Siyao's small face flushed and moved away slightly, annoyed. What are you doing? I was asking what you were doing, running to our apartment room early in the morning. You have something? Xiao Yi asked back. I'm here to find Chang. I'm here to inform you that the City Protector Pavilion Master has something to find you. Nangong Siyao subconsciously wanted to say that she came to find Chang Bingshi to stick it to her. Reacting, she hastily braked sharply and turned her words to say the main thing. Yes, the City Protector Pavilion Master has asked you guys to look for him for a bit after you finish your cultivation. Xiao Yi frowned. The Military Pavilion Master, that is not the highest command of the City Guard Army, and Mon Yuan Base City Master a level of Big Brother, looking for him to do grips? Throwing away his thoughts, Xiao Yi's attention returned to Nangong Siyao, who possessed a behemoth. Do you want to restore the SSS rank template? Xiao Yi inquired. Nangong Siyao's complexion darkened as she said, I want to, I dream about it. But there's no way there's simply no clue, no way to start. With that she murmured mockingly to herself. It could be that God is looking at me and making things difficult for me on purpose. Xiao Yi stared into her eyes. I have an idea. Nangong Siyao raised her head at those words, her face full of disbelief. Xiao Yi took out a rule fragment crystal from the system space and handed it to her, secretly saying, completing the broken template. The rule fragment crystallization dissolved into a ball of colorless light that dissolved on Nangong Siyao's body. Nangong Siyao's body stiffened and asked incredulously, this is? She actually felt a steady stream of power welling up from deep within her body, and the power of the contract continued to grow. SSS Grade 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Template disabled, 11 Rule Fragment Crystals 12 Rule Fragment Crystals. The rule fragment crystallization that was integrated into the body of the Suko girl transmitted such a message. Nangong Siyao's face was agitated as she ran out and found a template-level testing instrument in the next apartment room. It was very small, and this was something she had specially asked for from the city lord's father. Tick-tock. Under the excitement of Suko's teenage daughter, the results of the testing instrument came out. SS Class 4 Clawed Dragon King Template. Nangong Siyao was stunned. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and the voice of the bald instructor from outside. Xiao Yi, Chang Bingshi, you guys go to the Supreme Command Office of the City Protector Army immediately. A leader wants to see you. Roger, Instructor. Xiao Yi responded. Nangong Siyao rushed over and grabbed Xiao Yi's shoulders and was pleasantly surprised. SS grade template. What's going on here? Xiao Yi glanced at her and said, let's go out first and we'll talk when we come back. After saying that, Xiao Yi let the rule fragment crystals materialize and retrieve them first, reaching out and grabbing them to directly take them back into the system space. Nangong Siyao suddenly felt that the power of the contract was rapidly decaying, and her body strength was restored to the previous level. When Chang Bingshi came out of the bathroom, he was pulled away by Xiao Yi to head to the Supreme Command Office of the City Protector's Pavilion. The Protectorate Military Pavilion covered a large area, and the youth training camp was only a small area on the edge of the Protectorate Military Pavilion, and after exiting the dormitory building, the two of Xiao Yi were picked up by a team. Nangong Siyao tested the talent template again, and when the results came out, the smile on her face paused. C-Class Dragon Template. Seeing this, Nangong Siyao became disoriented, as if a cripple had struck frost. It took a while for her to accept the truth. Xiao Yi, he must have a way. Nangong Siyao's emotions returned slightly. But Nangong Siyao was troubled again. To be able to let her recover her SSS-level template, Xiao Yi must have paid a huge price. She was not someone who liked to whore herself out for nothing, so it must be equal to the price to be exchanged. But that must be an exotic treasure that can't be measured in terms of money. Selling me probably wouldn't even be enough to come up with the crystal core's awe. I am willing to pledge my body. Thinking of what she had said to Xiao Yi in the past, Nangong Siyao's small face slightly reddened. Xiao Yi was a superior choice in terms of appearance, interior or talent, but each Imperial Beast Master could only contract one template. It's so annoying. If only Imperial Beast Masters could contract more than one of the opposite sex. Nangong Siyao covered her head and rolled over on the sofa, very annoyed that the pangs were crushed. The Supreme Command Office of the Protectorate Military Court. The wide roads were well guarded and orderly, and heavily armed parties could be seen at intervals. Entering the manor, he was led by the guards into the middle of a large office. Inside sat a large, middle-aged man with a country face who was currently on a call. Pavilion Master, you're something. You can tell with a glance that Xiao Yi and their 2 SSS ranks are suitable for hell-level training. The middle-aged man was surprised. What hellish training? Hey, Pavilion Master, don't pretend. I know that you attach great importance to the 2 Xiao Yi, and before every training session, you would specially instruct me to maximize the difficulty of their training. Across the room was the bald instructor, known as a training fiend, who said admiringly, "It's still really useful. The training under the hell level difficulty has no training effect on them at all. It's only when the hell level difficulty starts that it works." Hell of a lot of training to be effective? A few hints of joy flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man. "Our Manhwa base city, are we going to produce dragons as well? But dinging it once before every training session?" The middle-aged man's face changed and he hurriedly rummaged inside the drawer, his face ugly. In his heart, he cursed, "It's that little brat again, who took my token by the scruff of the neck." That communication token with a status symbol, used for remote command and communication, was not normally used, and any instructions were given directly to the guards. A notification came from outside, reporting to Pavilion Master. "Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi have been received." The middle-aged man hung up the phone, his face instantly regained its calmness, and his eyes rose in anticipation. "Come in." After Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi came in, they heard him say with a loud lang laugh, "I've long heard that my Manhwa base city has produced 2 giant dragons, and today's look is truly extraordinary." The two Xiao Yis humbly said, "I'm flattered." The middle-aged man pointed to the large map on the wall and said seriously, "Manhwa base city is close to the Devil Beast mountain range. This area is infested with devil snakes and pythons, and in the dark there are Jiao dragons that are causing chaos. We have been fighting with the devil snake forest for hundreds of years in order to establish a defense line and allow the base city to safely continue to exist until now." Chang Bingshi blurted out, "Uncle, you've worked hard. The people of base city are very grateful." Xiao Yi covered Chang Bingshi's mouth and told her not to speak freely. Chang Bingshi didn't know why. Xiao Yi whispered in her ear, "The Pavilion Master's passage has 3 layers of meaning. Tier 1, the Protectorate Military Court is the most important line of combat defense in base city, for which generations of lives and energy have been sacrificed. Level 2, the people of base city can only grow up safely under the protection of the Protectorate Military Court, so that we should be grateful. Level 3, he first complimented us on being the giant dragons of Manhwa base city, which means he wants us to express our attitude." Chang Bingshi came to his senses. A bigot is a bigot, and a sentence contains so many layers of meaning. Patting her chest, Chang Bingshi was very glad that she had concluded a contract with Xiao Yi, or else with her brain, she didn't know how embarrassing words she would say. After speaking, Xiao Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and said forcefully, "Pavilion Master, I believe that our Manhwa base city will one day push across the devil snake forest." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and a smile bloomed on his face as he said, "Good. Well said. But although our city protector's pavilion is growing stronger, the growth rate of magical beasts is exponentially enhanced. It's a bit difficult to deal with," Xiao Yi said. Xiao Yi was speechless. The supreme commander of the city protector's pavilion had been digging a hole for him again, waiting for him to jump. As expected, those who could sit in this position were not simple-minded characters. Begging to be read. Chapter 17:5 Clawed Golden Dragon, Holy Gold Dragon Might. Pavilion Master, Manhwa base city will also have a steady stream of new celestial pride, such as our term, who will definitely grow up in the future, and together with the City Protector Army Pavilion, we will push across the Devil Snake Forest together. Xiao Yi replied back, he was talking about cooperating with the City Protector Army, not joining the City Protector Pavilion. This meant the equivalent of refusing to join the City Protector's Pavilion. The City Protector Army Pavilion Master said with slight disappointment, "Since you have no intention of entering the City Protector Army Pavilion, then I won't force you, you have your own path to follow." Xiao Yi intended to say goodbye and leave. The Pavilion Master said, "Go back and train well. By the way, my son Liu Ruyan is deliberately tripping you up with my token. When we go back, you guys get the token back from me and teach him a good lesson so that he'll learn a lesson." Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi took a step, Roger. The Pavilion Master was expressing his goodwill to them, and the fact that his son was deliberately messing with them so that Xiao Yi could personally teach him a lesson represented that this Pavilion Master was not as careful as his son, Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan is the son of the Lord of the City Protector Pavilion? No wonder it's so condescending. But speaking of tripping, Xiao Yi pondered, and after thinking for half a day, he didn't think of what he was tripping over. It is expected that Liu Ruyan is also a very skillful opponent. Even the tripping was done without a trace. Elohim, that's because you're too perverted, okay? In the middle of the dormitory apartment, Nangong Siyao thought for half a day but could not figure out how to exchange the template restoration exotic treasure with Xiao Yi on an equal basis. Boring. What's to be done? Or just pay me off to him. At this time, Xiao Yi's voice came from outside. What compensation to him and to whom? Nangong Siyao rubbed her head and jumped up from the sofa, all of a sudden sitting upright with her head held high. Lin Bingshi came over and hugged Nangong Siyao's arm, her lips hooking up a playful arc as she said, "Siyao, are you willing to enter into a contract with Xiao Yi? He has a way to help you recover your SSS Grade 5 Clawed Golden Dragon template." Exclamation point. Nangong Siyao looked at her with a pretty face of surprise, then carefully said, "An Imperial Beast Master can only contract one of the opposite sex. To take a step back, you agree to Xiao Yi contracting with me?" Lin Bingshi nodded her head, those delicious magical beast meat flashed in her mind, licked her red lips and said, "I agree. You're an SSS rank template, yeah. When the time comes the three of us will fight all over the world." Nangong Siyao's eyes widened, Sister Bingshi actually agreed. Xiao Yi took out 2 rule fragment crystals from amongst the system space and then flung them towards Nangong Siyao's body, and the rule fragment crystals transformed into a mist of light and melted onto Nangong Siyao's body. Nangong Siyao, that feeling came back. Strong power. Filled with the power of the pact. The sensation per second made her moan involuntarily. Well. This moaning sound, Nangong Siyao herself felt shy when she heard it, her small face turned red and hurriedly covered her mouth. Xiao Yi picked up the compact template testing instrument that was thrown on the ground and let Nangong Siyao measure it, and the results soon came out. SSS Class 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Template. Brush. In a flash, Nangong Siyao transformed into the form of a beast ear lady, with 2 pointed ears stationed on her head, and her eyes changed from a bright black and white color to a golden yellow color. Whoa! Dragon Ear Nyang, little dragon lady. Lin Bingshi was very curious as she touched left and right on Nangong Siyao's body. Xiao Yi came closer and pointed at the handsome face of Jun and said, "Don't you have anything to show?" Little dragon girl Nangong Siyao kissed over with it then pounced in Xiao Yi's arms and said very shyly, "I'm too poor, I didn't find anything that can be exchanged with you on an equal basis, I'll just compensate myself to you." Xiao Yi sent out the contract that concluded the contract with a law effect and heaven and earth authentication, then sign it. A beast master can only contract one beast-eared lady. With this doubt, Nangong Siyao moodily signed her brand on top of the contract. In a moment of signing, Jin. A dragon's roar that seemed to be able to make everything awake came from the space, and with a brush Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao both disappeared as a supreme mysterious aura descended from the space. The dragon, the Eastern Dragon. Rabbit's eyes, deer's antlers, cow's mouth, camel's head, tiger's paw, eagle's claw, fish's scales, snake's body. The scales reflected a golden sunlight, and the pair of vertical pupils reflected the color of surprise. Looking at the golden divine dragon that was soaring in the middle of the living room, Lin Bingshi didn't know how shocked he was. Dragon. Among many times in the past, it was a symbol of power, a symbol of royalty, supreme, noble, and mysterious. Now seeing a living, breathing dragon, Lin Bingshi felt that he had grown in knowledge. In the middle of the first form of the golden dragon's mind, it was as if Nangong Siyao and Xiao Yi had merged into one, and their consciousnesses were intertwined with each other, allowing them to sense each other's existence, as well as conversing and communicating. "I transformed into a dragon, yeah. Xiao Yi, we've successfully concluded the contract." Nangong Siyao's consciousness was very active, and Xiao Yi could feel her cheering and leaping. From the massive vision she had just awakened, to the C-rank template, to the past few days today, she had been topping the C-rank Yukai template. Ridiculed and despised, she could only watch enviously as others changed their beast Earl nymph forms and summoned their contracted beasts during training, and now, she could do the same. This lost and found feeling, as if doing a roller coaster like ups and downs, the mood from the clouds fell into hell, and soared back from hell. As in the case of awakening the C-rank template, Xiao Yi had left an indelible mark in her heart. It was Xiao Yi who gave her Nangong Siyao a new life and gave her hope. At this moment, Xiao Yi was watching the system panel that only he could see. Contract template, SSS ranked 5 Clawed Golden Dragon, first form Golden Dragon, 2 toes. Realm, 3rd order. Gifted skills. Sacred Golden Dragon Might, a psychic pressure effect that weakens the enemy's attributes by 50%, supreme among its kind, with a dominant bloodline. Invincible Golden Body, the already strong Dragon Drive, with 10 times more attack power and 10 times more defense power when the skill is turned on. Summoned Beast Form Upgrade Function. 5 Clawed Golden Dragon, first form 2 toe, 0-100 evolution points, second form 3 toe, increase 1 innate class talent skill, a natural elemental mastery. The 5 Clawed Golden Dragon is not 5 claws. 5 claws means 5 fingers, with 5 toes on top of each claw. Chapter 18, The Grieving Liu Ruyan. He could contract countless templates. Lin Bingshi was also aware of this, and at first there was some rejection, but gradually accepted under Xiao Yi's persuasion. According to Cheng Bingshi's words, only an SSS class beastier nymph was worthy of concluding a contract with Xiao Yi. But how many SSS class templates that have just awakened in the world can there be? Not to mention Manhwa base city, even if it was the super base city's imperial capital and magic capital, I'm afraid that there are only a handful of SSS classes awakened every year, not to mention SSS classes awakened that have yet to be contracted. The three were called to train by the bald instructor. So the three of them walked out of the apartment in pairs. Cheng Bingshi was holding Xiaoya's left hand, Nangong Siyao was holding Xiaoya's right hand, and was squeezed in the middle by the women, Yin and Yang. Xiao Yi said that it was fine, he could handle it. Today, on the fifth day, the other pack ants in the youth training camp were having a mock live battle to get used to the summoned beasts. At this point, both the Devil's Dish and the Wolf King lost to the claws of the Devil's Eagle. The Wolf King's summoners, Jing Ran and Xia Mengxian, were filled with gravity after they broke away from their summoned beast forms. The Magic Eagle's natural skill is blinding vision, making it impossible to see opponents. This move is simply 100 times more effective. As long as you are hit, you will definitely be in a passive situation. Moreover, the Magic Eagle was hovering high in the sky, and the summoned beasts on the ground couldn't do anything to him. I'm afraid that those two are the only ones that can have a battle with the Demon Eagle. Cut. The Devil Eagle returned to its human form. Liu Ruyan snorted with a smile full of disdain. Is this the strength you guys have? It's really not very good. In the face of Liu Ruyan's mockery, Jing Ran gazed angrily, and the Devil's Disc summoners of the second high also glared angrily. What are you fooling around for, just using the high altitude advantage to restrain us? If you have the guts to go and find Xiao Yi for a fight, let's see how much you can do. Jing Ran, under his anger, he admitted that he was not as good as Xiao Yi. Liu Ruyan could not help but shiver when he thought of that Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi who had passed the hell level devil training, but immediately after Liu Ruyan's partner said, "Just that Xiao Yi? Hiding in the apartment for 3 days and not coming out, this fear training guy is the first time I've seen him." Liu Ruyan suddenly realized that he was afraid of what? The two of them, Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi, must have paid a huge price to pass the hell level training, and had been hiding inside the apartment for the past few days out of fear and recovery. That's not cowardice. Liu Ruyan sneered, Xiao Yi? A piece of trash, he doesn't even dare to train. You let a coward defeat me? At this time a pleasant voice came over. Liu Ruyan, who are you calling a coward? Are you looking for death? Liu Ruyan's eyes were happy. It was the voice of Nangong Siyao, the white moonlight in his heart. Yao, you haven't concluded the contract yet, you don't need to train today. Liu Ruyan said and looked over, and as a result, he was stunned. Nangong Siyao and Xiao Yi were intimately attached to each other, talking like they were having a good time, and even kissed in front of everyone. However, Cheng Bingshi was on Xiao Yi's right. What grass, Xiao Yi is awesome, two beauties in one. The two most beautiful schoolgirls in our Manhwa base city have been taken down by Xiao Yi. All rise and pay homage to the Grandmaster. If I were to be kissed by a 1,000-year-old schoolgirl, it would be worth losing 10 years of my life. I remember that guy Liu Ruyan is the loyal licking dog of the $1,000 schoolgirl, right? How did he react when he saw it? The crowd murmured, then set their eyes on Liu Ruyan. TSK. I only saw Liu Ruyan clenching his fists, his face full of anger as he shouted, Xiao Yi! Let go of Yao for me. The three of them calmly walked to the training ground, then Xiao Yi spread out his hands, which were empty, and said with a teasing look in his eyes, who did you tell me to let go of? Liu Ruyan choked as he then saw that it was clearly Nangong Siyao holding Xiao Yi's arm. Yo, you. Liu Ruyan stared at Nangong Siyao with dog eyes as wide as if he had eaten citric acid, with an unbelievable face. Don't you know that men and women aren't related? With that said, he stepped forward to pick at the Suko girl's hand, trying to separate the two. Nangong Siyao was touched by her hand and said with a disgusted face, you said that men and women are not related, why are you still touching me? Let go. Saying that, he kicked away Liu Ruyan and hugged Xiao Yi even tighter. Liu Ruyan was chastised by his beloved goddess, the whole person was frozen in place, all stupid. My white moonlight, unclean. He was overwhelmed with grief in his heart. At this time Liu Ruyan's indentured servant obese girl came forward and despised, Liu Ruyan, this woman doesn't know how to behave, she's a casual young girl, others have indentured servants and still go up to them, at a glance, she's not a good thing. Xiao Yi frowned and was about to step forward to retort, but Liu Ruyan was one step ahead of him and raised his hand to slap the obese girl's face and roared. Who are you calling indiscreet? Who are you calling casual? You deserve it. Nangong Siyao was his white moonlight from childhood, a perfect existence in his heart that he wouldn't allow others to belittle. The obese girl covered her swollen face and cried. Cough. Today is a simulation of actual combat training, it's not for you to come and cause conflict. Xiao Bingshi returned to the team. The bald instructor who was happily eating melon reacted in time to manage the order of the scene. As for how Nangong Siyao and Xiao were doing, it was not his place to care. Ha! Liu Ruyan requested after returning to the team. Instructor, I propose that I be allowed to compete with Xiao and the others, so that I can learn how powerful SSS rank summoned beasts are. Simulated actual combat, surely everyone must participate. Xiao Bingshi, go on. The bald instructor said. Xiao Nangong Siyao, let go, I'm going to transform. Nangong Siyao, oh. Liu Ruyan, ah. The wind is blowing and the snow is drifting. Then Xiao and Bingshi summoned the nine-tailed sky fox, and after the splendid special effects, a two-tailed white fox with a holy body appeared. On the other side, Liu Ruyan forcefully grabbed the obese girl to mobilize the power of the contract to summon the magic eagle. With a buzzing sound of inciting wings, a magic eagle with open wings 2 meters long appeared 10 meters above the sky. Chirp! The devil eagle's sharp eyes looked straight at the two-tailed white fox. Second order. The magic eagle is already second order. Worthy of being the son of the Lord of the City Protector's Pavilion, the S-rank gifted Imperial Beastmaster was upgraded to the second rank within a few days. Xiao, be careful. This guy's natural skill is shielding his vision, be careful of his sneak attack. The leader of the second high, the summoner of the Devil's Dish, spoke out to remind him. Shielded vision? With a chirping cry, the Devil Eagle opened its natural skill. Vision Shield, as the name suggests, it can darken your opponent's vision. Sure enough, under the white fox's vision, there was darkness, and he couldn't see a single bit of it. But the corner of Xiao Ye's mouth hooked. Is the Battle of the Wraiths based purely on sight alone? Bang! The white fox jumped up like a rocket launch, and the ground stomped out cracks like spider webs. Swoosh! The white fox jumped over the demonic eagle with precision. The action happened in a flash of lightning, and the demon eagle didn't react at all. White fox erupted with 30 tons of force with a single stomp. Boom! The air was stomped. Chapter 19 The City Lord Who Planned Hard. The devil eagle was stomped by the destructive force and smashed on the ground, directly losing its combat power and becoming moribund. Liu Ruyan was horrified. It felt like cognition had been subverted. How can you be that strong? One move in a second. Purely in a crushing stance, the demon eagle didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. SSS-class summoned beasts, terrifying as they are. The teenage prides present were all shocked. Xia Mingxian only felt infinite regret as she looked at the dazzling Xiao. Magic eagle due to too weak, forced to exit the summoned beast form, back to the human form. Liu Ruyan and obese girl spitting blood, lying on the ground out of breath more and less. Female bald instructor went up to check the state, to each in order to a bottle of potion before breathing a sigh of relief. Although the devil eagle was not as good as white fox, in the eyes of the bald instructor, it was also a heavenly pride. All of them are good students who deserve to be nurtured. Fifth order. Flesh power breaks the sound barrier. The male bald instructor gave white fox a deep look, shock flashing in the depths of his eyes. Only 5 days had passed since his awakening, and he had reached the realm of the 5th rank. SSS-class summoned beasts were as terrifying as they were. The white fox lifted its summoned beast form and Xiao appeared, walking close to Liu Ruyan and stretching out his hand with a flat gaze. Take it out. Liu Ruyan was still in shock and fear at this moment, subconsciously shrinking back a bit, saying, What are you doing? I'm telling you don't mess around, I'm the son of the Lord of the City Protector Pavilion. He wimped out, couldn't beat him in personal combat, and moved out of the background forces. What's wrong? The bald instructor, fearful of a fatal incident, stepped forward to ask. Xiao despised, this fellow stole the communication token of the military pavilion master and tripped me up in private, and the pavilion master told me to take the token back. What? Steal the token? Shameless, too shameless, turns out to be a villain. I said why Xiao didn't come for several days. It turns out that Liu Ruyan is secretly using tricks. It's a good thing that Lord Pavilion Master is a frank person and doesn't favor his son, allowing Xiao to personally retrieve the token. The contractors present stared at the paralyzed Liu Ruyan with a look of contempt. Social death, live social death. Liu Ruyan felt anger attacking his heart, and with a puff he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The bald instructor touched his body a few times and took out a blackened token in his pocket. Hua. Sure enough, it was the communication token of the military pavilion master. So, are you the one giving the orders? The bald instructor realized that the one who issued him another order was not the military pavilion master, but Liu Ruyan. The bald instructor was very disappointed with Liu Ruyan and carried him towards the military area. Impersonating the master of the court deserves the punishment it deserves. The female bald instructor walked over and under Xiaoya's field of vision, recorded on the small book, simulated actual combat training past, Xiaoyi, Lin Bingshi, each person will be rewarded with a third-order crystal core. Xiaoyi looked at it with a frown. A third-order crystal core, it doesn't help him anymore. Instructor, I remember that the level of the rewarded crystals is based on the realm of the trainee, right? Facing Xiaoya's question, the female bald instructor nodded her head and said, yes, your realm today seems to be, the third stage? The female bald instructor recalled the aura that had erupted from the holy white fox just now, and it was indeed of the third rank. Can't it be that you've already been promoted to the fourth rank? The female instructor half-heartedly surveyed Xiaoyi and Lin Bingshi. Xiaoyi shook his head. When the party was fighting, the fleshly strength of the third rank was already enough, so he only exploded the aura of the third rank. Boom! A strong aura erupted from Xiaoya's body, setting off a gale. Nangong Siyao's skirt was blown up, revealing her long white and tender legs. With an Nangong Siyao's face turned red as she pouted, bad egg. Fifth order. The female bald instructor was shocked. You're all at the fifth rank? Xiaoyi and Lin Bingshi both nodded their heads as the contractors on the scene were stunned by the news. Fifth order? How is that possible? How long has this been going on? Only 3 or 4 days. Awesome. SSS class contractors really can't be measured by common sense. 4 days to reach the 5th rank, a month is estimated to be able to be a clan master. Hiss, it's too terrifying. A patriarch is able to serve as the head of a city. How many resources did the 1,000-year-old schoolgirl give? It's not going to be condescending to be a junior, is it? Shh, don't say that too loudly. I guess it won't be long before the 1,000-year-old schoolgirl has a baby. Awesome. Our Manhwa-based city's city lord hugging his grandson should step down and Xiaoyi take the throne. Nangong Siyao blushed at these people's comments and ran away with an ah. Xiaoyi, on the other hand, pulled the female bald instructor to change the reward record, only to see the female bald instructor crying and laughing as she changed the reward. Xiaoyi, Lin Bingshi, each rewarded a 5th-order crystal core. Training complete, dismissed. Nangong Siyao ran back and waited for Xiaoyi and Lin Bingshi outside the training ground. She wanted to eat with Xiaoyi. The current Nangong Siyao was quite distressed. With the exposure of her relationship with Xiaoyi, it was not easy to explain on her father's side. With the 2 women contracting a boy at the same time, there was no telling how the city lord's father would feel when he found out. What's wrong with you? Looking at the color of worry on the face of the Suko girl who was holding his arm very tightly, Xiaoyi could not help but ask. Nangong Siyao shook her head and said, I can eat ice today. It just so happens that the senior hunting restaurant will purchase an ice trace beast today. It is said that the dishes made from the meat of this magical beast have temperatures below 0 degrees, and have a smooth and tender bouncy texture. Let's go eat. Lin Bingshi, who was holding Xiaoya's other arm, sniffed, her eyes popping out little stars as she said, I want to eat it too. Lin Bingshi is a foodie and very fond of delicious dishes, especially the very gimmicky ones that he has never eaten before. Just like this, Xiaoyi was surrounded by the 2 women and arrived at the high-class hunting restaurant. In the private room, after seeing the price of the dish, Xiaoyi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 1 dish requires 1 7th-order crystal core. No credit, no reneging, must be paid on the spot. 1 7th-order crystal core and 2 6th-order crystal cores in 1 meal. And you have to be a rich woman to afford it. Along the way, many people who knew Nangong Siyao's identity had seen her uncommonly close relationship with Xiaoyi, and by the time the 3 of them finished their meal, one by one, the gossip about Nangong Siyao spread throughout the entire youth training camp, and even the Protectorate Army Pavilion camp. At this time, on the top floor of the tallest building in the center of Manhwa Base City, the Lord of Base City 1, Nangong Siyao, was looking at a map with a sad face. He held a pen and scratched a location on the edge of the base city, his mind constantly plotting bitterly. If I remember correctly, the Demon Snake Forest will hold another beast-tide attack on the base city in recent times. That ogre, I guess it's even more refined at the Sovereign Realm. At first, he and the Military Pavilion Master 2 patriarchs worked together, only to be able to repel that ogre. The Beast King retreated. 2 years ago that beast tide quietly receded, otherwise Manhwa Base City will be absolutely irreversible damage. That Zhao, the Beast King of the Demonic Serpent Forest, commanded the demonic serpent forest's 8 sovereign realm demonic serpents, and dozens of 9th-ranked powerhouses, hundreds of 7th-ranked powerhouses, hundreds of 5th-ranked powerhouses, and thousands of 3rd-ranked demonic serpents. Jiao, the bloodline is sublime, by a certain head of magic snake swallowed the exotic treasure, after 1,000 years to shed into the Jiao. The augur had a natural suppression of the demonic snake's bloodline. Begging to be read. Chapter 20, Cave and Candle, New Tasks of the System. Report. An announcement came from outside. Come in. City Lord, you asked me to keep a close eye on Shin Jin's news, and there's movement on my side. The guard said. Nangong Siyao moved, interested, and let the guard continue. Shin Jin talked about her boyfriend and stayed together every day. The guards were afraid of the city lord's anger and said carefully. Nangong Siyao didn't get angry when he heard this, instead, a smile flowed out and he said, very good. Good thing. Nangong Siyao swore that the template would not be repaired and that she would never enter into a contract with the opposite sex because of her failed awakening. Now that Nangong Siyao had talked about her young boyfriend, it meant that she had already concluded a contract with that teenager, which was a heavenly good thing. But the guard stammered, his face difficult as he continued, that teenager, he already has a contract. Ms. Nangong, it's the third party. The smile on Nangong Siyao's face froze, staring at the guard with eyes full of incredulity, saying, what you said, is true? The guard quietly took a step back, really? A lot of people saw it at the time, I guess the whole youth camp knows about it. There are rumors that Miss Nangong is pregnant with that teenager's child. There's even a rumor that Miss Nangong condescended to be a youngster and willingly passed on her family's name for that teenager. It's said that Miss Nangong is dead set on pestering someone else's indentured servant, and that young girl was forced to accept her as a mistress due to her power. Mangyuan-based city lord, Nangong Siyao's face was gloomy with every sentence he heard, and by the time he reached the back of the room, his face was as black as charcoal, and his heart cavity was filled with rage. Bang! The city lord slammed the tabletop and said angrily. Nangong Siyao, you've really gone against the grain, you, go get her and lock her up for a month. Roger. The guards were about to turn around and leave when the city lord once again spoke with implied anger. Wait. I'll go there myself, 3 days without a fight, first lock her up for a few months of confinement, no need to take the college entrance exams, and when she comes to her senses, then release her. He felt that his face was going to be disgraced. Nangong Siyao, as the daughter of the city lord, acting outside, represented the face of the city lord's mansion, but now what had she done? Bullying someone? Stalking a teenager? Being a child? It's a disgrace to the city hall. Xiao Yi brought the two women back to the dormitory area apartment. Looking at the apartment with a simple decorative style, Lin Bingshi tilted her head and thought, is there something missing? The Suko girl asked curiously, what's missing? I'll get it. Less wedding dress. Red union. Today is your big day, Xiao, don't you think it would be a shame not to get ready? Nangong Siyao came to a realization, right. Concluding a contract means getting a license to get married, today is my big day. Lin Bingshi pulled Nangong Siyao out the door, and half an hour later the two of them came back in a flurry, holding a large pile of things. After 10 minutes of setting up, the small apartment is filled with a festive red color. Nangong Siyao was pushed into the bathroom by Lin Bingshi, throwing her a red dress, which was a wedding dress. Xiao Yi was reading a book and ended up being pulled onto the sofa by Lin Bingshi. Xiao Yi looked up and was startled by Lin Bingshi's expression, only to see that her face was full of grudges at that moment, and there were teardrops flowing in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong with you? Xiao Yi, you bastard, why are you the only one who can make unlimited contracts? Lin Bingshi uttered the words she had held inside for a long time. Maybe I'm a son of Qi, or the heavens saw that I'm too handsome and favored me? Xiao Yi pondered and replied. Puff. Lin Bingshi was amused and lunged towards Xiao Yi, taking a bite of his wrist. Hiss. Ouch. After letting go of his mouth, Xiao Yi fixed his eyes on his wrist and 2 neat rows of teeth marks appeared on his wrist. Lin Bingshi was in a better mood and grunted, be good to me and Xiao, got it, you deadbeat. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao were pushed inside the only bedroom in the apartment by Lin Bingshi and instructed. I'll watch out for you guys and sleep on the couch. The door was locked from outside with a bang, and Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao, who was wearing a wedding dress, looked at each other. Sister Bingshi, she's so great. Nangong Siyao was touched. Xiao Yi looked down at the fruitful girl and said, you're even greater. It's a good night, don't waste it, get cracking.
Xiao Yi lifted the veil that Nangong Siyao was wearing and immediately put it down again.
Do you want to change your beast-ear woman form? Xiao Yi asked.
Nangong Siyao shook her head, no.
After a while, the system's voice rang in Xiao Yi's ears. The template energy belonging to the host's contractee, Nangong Siyao, is too brutal and over-limiting. Please do not exceed the limits, or both of you will explode and die. With a fluttering sound, Xiao Yi dropped to the ground, his face full of confusion.
10 minutes later, Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao were fully dressed and came into the living room.
Quiet. Very still. All three sat on the couch in silence. After a while, a slight sob came from Nangong Siyao's side.
Template, why template again?
At first the awakening failed, and now it's preventing me from entering the cave. Nangong Siyao's eyes were red and her heart was very depressed. With 2 more rule fragment crystals than the average person, is the template still in an uncontrollable state? Xiao Yi surmised a little bit of the reason based on the system's prompts. The energy of the overrun will be uncontrollable when 2 people perform an overstep, causing them to explode and die? Xiao Yi rubbed his brows and felt distressed. Suko girl, it is really like that elegant lotus flower, can be seen from afar but cannot be played. Host encountered an incident, mission triggered. Stage mission, take the National College Entrance Examination top student and make the overall performance of Manhwa base city enter the top 10 base cities in the country. Reward, Super Invincible Mystery Grand Prize. Current task, within half a month, 2 summoned beasts realms are raised to the 9th rank, and 2 magical beasts of the Zhongshe realm are killed. Reward, Rule Great Exotic Treasure, the Xianhuang Gemstone. Gemstone of Xianhuang has the effect of calming the law of chaos and calming chaotic, transcendental energies. Whether or not to receive a mission, no penalty for refusal, no penalty for mission failure. Rule Great Exotic Treasure, Xianhuang Jewel? Xiao Yi's gaze was astonished. Has the effect of calming the energy in excess? This is not a sleepy pillow, or the system, you understand me. Xiao Yi, receive the mission. Successful assignment, time limit, half a month. Then, Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao explained it, and Nangong Siyao was in an excited mood, her eyes glowing as she said. You have a solution after reaching the 9th rank? Xiao Yi nodded his head. Yeah. Nangong Siyao in her wedding gown turned cloudy and took out a blue potion in her bag, and said excitedly, this is the energy liquid extracted from the meat of a 7th order magical beast, and I still have a lot of it there. Nangong Siyao ran out barefoot and returned 2 minutes later holding a bunch of blue potion bottles. Her apartment room, right next door. The 3 of them counted the number of potion bottles and then came to a conclusion. 2, 4, 8, a total of 9 7th order energy liquids. 12 6th order energy liquids. 2 8th order energy fluids. 22 5th order energy fluids. Chapter 21 The City Lord with a sudden change in attitude. Energy liquid is the refined energy purified from the meat of magical beasts through technical means. It does not need to be purified by the summoning beast and can be directly absorbed and used. We'll use these energy liquids to cultivate first, and then use the crystal cores to cultivate when we run out. Nangong Siyao patted her chest and said with extreme confidence. I have nothing, just a lot of cultivation resources. Xiao Yi and Lin Bingshi were convinced of her words. This was a rich woman who could throw out 7th order crystal cores with her hands. Right at this moment, a rude and foul-smelling voice came from outside. Nangong Siyao, come out for me. Nangong Siyao's face changed at the words. This was the voice of her father, the city lord. What to do, why don't we hide? She pulled Xiao Yi and Lin Bingshi and wanted to jump out of the window and run away. Lin Bingshi was dumbfounded. Nangong Siyao anxiously said, I guess it's my father, he's here to catch the adultery, I can't avoid a punishment if I'm caught. Surely he won't allow his daughter to share a husband with another woman. He'll tear us apart. Hearing this, Lin Bingshi was also anxious. What can we do about this? Xiao Yi raised his hand and pressed the shoulders of the 2 men, pulling them back to the sofa and said with a calm demeanor. Let's make it clear to him once and for all, we're running away, we can't outrun a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. And we're entering into a contract openly and honestly, we're not doing something sneaky, there's no need to hide from him. Nangong Siyao's center crossed, intending to go out on a limb. Xiao Yi, you're right. Lin Bingshi ran over and opened the apartment door, and the city lord outside walked in, his face grim, his gaze circled around the apartment before resting on Nangong Siyao and Xiao Yi. I didn't expect to meet in this state, city lord, please sit down. Xiao Yi poured a cup of tea. The city lord waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Nangong Siyao, harboring anger. Look at what you've done. A yellow-bloomed girl, huddled together with a pair of indentured servants. The face of the city lord's mansion has been disgraced by you.
Nangong Siyao's face showed an aggrieved look, her neck shrinking as she didn't dare to speak.
Xiao Yi frowned and said, City lord. What do you mean by huddling with a pair of indentured servants? It's true that Nangong Siyao is the daughter of the city lord, but she's also a human being. Doesn't she have the right to choose her contractors? The city lord shifted his gaze on Xiao Yi and said with great disappointment, it is said that SSS-class Imperial Beastmasters are the hope of Manhwa Base City, and in terms of Imperial Beastmasters, you are excellent. But in this aspect of being a human being, you, like Xiao, still lack education. Xiao Yi stood up, his 1-meter-8 tall man slightly looking down on the 1-meter-7 city lord and condescendingly said, City lord, please answer my question. Does Nangong Siyao have the right to choose her contractors? Xiao Yi threw himself on the ground, his voice resounding through the living room, his gaze looking down at the city lord, his aura not falling. The city lord's mouth twitched as he said, yes. Xiao Yi took a step forward, his aura unabated and his gaze gleaming as he once again said, what about her entering into a contract with me? The city lord's tone sank, are you playing me? It's common sense that each Imperial Beast Master can only make a contract with one template girl. Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao mobilized the power of the contract and began to summon the 5-clawed golden dragon. Buzz! A burst of golden light mapped out from the two of them, and an aura of arcane supremacy filled the midst of space. This is? The city lord's face suddenly changed. The sound of a melodious and clear dragon chirping resounded, and an oriental golden dragon hovering in the air appeared in the living room. Rabbit's eyes, deer's antlers, cow's mouth, camel's head, tiger's paw, eagle's claw, fish's scales, snake's body. Every scale above the dragon drive shone with a divine golden light. Being looked at by the two vertical pupils of the upper head of the golden dragon, the city lord felt a great sense of oppression and sat down on the sofa with a flutter. Dragons, actually dragons. This kind of aura, this kind of oppression, it's definitely a summoned beast of S rank or above. Xiao's template repaired? The city lord was very shocked and had many doubts within him. Seeing the city lord's awkwardness, the Nangong Siyao consciousness that existed in the golden dragon's mind was very happy as Xiao Yi asked. Master of the city, can we talk about it now? Still in shock, the city lord slowed down for a while before saying, it's me who misunderstood you guys. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao exited the summoned beast state and returned to their human forms. This would be Nangong Siyao raising her face, exuding a dejected look, looking at the city lord with a very proud gaze. I can contract unlimited SSS rank templates. Facing the city lord's disbelief, Xiao Yi took the initiative to explain. However, Xiao Yi had described the infinite contract template as an infinite contract SSS grade template in order to dispel the city lord's concerns. That's right. My template is a SSS ranked 5-clawed golden dragon. It was Xiao Yi who helped me repair it. Nangong Siyao hugged Xiao Yi's arm and was very pleased with herself. Unlimited contract. SSS class 5-clawed golden dragon. The city lord felt in touch with the hidden secrets of the world and was shocked speechless. After a while, he said with extreme enthusiasm to Xiao Yi and the two of them, Good. Good. A talented man and a talented woman, I'm very optimistic about you guys. Especially you Xiao Yi, I've long heard that you're excellent, I didn't expect it to be so extraordinary that the crippled template could be repaired. 10 minutes later, the city lord left very satisfied. He didn't stop his daughter from entering into a contract with someone else, what he was afraid of was that his daughter and bully and get entangled with someone else. Now that the situation was clarified, the city lord put his heart down and allowed Nangong Siyao to make contact with Xiao Yi. Looking at the city lord's back as he left, Nangong Siyao beamed her mouth and said in dissatisfaction, Daughter has concluded a contract, and she doesn't show it. Stop spitting and start practicing. Xiao Yi didn't forget about the system task to raise the realm of the two summoned beasts to the 9th rank within half a month. Next, Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao once again summoned the first form of the two-limbed golden dragon. Drinking a bottle of 5th order energy liquid, due to the fact that he didn't need to refine it and absorb it directly, the golden dragon's realm directly rose from the early 3rd order to the late 3rd order. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 12 bottles of energy liquid were poured down the. In just 2 hours' time, the golden dragon's realm was promoted to the 5th rank. Lin Bingshi felt unbelievable, the energy liquid was really something good there was no need to refine the refractory energy like refining the crystal core that directly absorbed. Xiao Yi roughly estimated that 5 bottles of 5th order energy liquid were equivalent to the pure energy contained in a crystal core. After all, the energy liquid was purified from the meat of the magical beasts, not compared to the crystal cores that were originally stored energy compressed together.
You come and cultivate too, Sister Ice Shield. At Nangong Siyao's suggestion, Xiao Yi tried to mobilize the power of the nine-tailed Skyfox template contract between him and Chang Bingshi.
Arcane energies surfaced around them, and brilliant light flashed out. Brush! In a flash, Chang Bingshi disappeared into thin air, and a two-tailed white fox filled with a holy temperament appeared on the ground. Xiao Yi's consciousness existed in the first form of the golden dragon's mind and in the nine-tailed skyfox's mind. The ability to shield a party at any time, as well as control two summoned beasts at the same time.
Nangong Siyao was surprised and said, summoning two at the same time, it actually works. Begging to be read. Chapter 22, Absolute Damage Reduction, Water Elemental Control. Please read it. Controlling two summoned beasts at the same time was only one case in the whole world, right? Next, the two SSS-ranked summoned beasts entered a state of cultivation. Early the next morning, a pile of energy fluid was consumed. The first form of the golden dragon hovering in the air had certainly been promoted to the early 7th stage. The second form, two-tailed holy white fox that was seated on the sofa, had its realm promoted to the middle of the 7th stage. Xiao Yi, who could perceive the two summoned beasts at the same time, only felt his body filled with explosive power. Controlling the two-tailed white fox, he thumped his fist to break the sound barrier, and a circle of air ripples surfaced visible to the naked eye. After trying the two-tailed white fox, Xiao Yi's consciousness shifted to the first form of the golden dragon's mind. The golden dragon had anti-gravity instincts, able to naturally levitate in mid-air. Its tail swept out with a slight force, the sound barrier was broken with a bang, and the air split apart as if it were a spider's web, before returning to normal. One early 7th rank, one mid-7th rank, and still far from the 9th rank. Xiao Yi, who had regained his human form, pondered where to get the crystal cores. Two 8th order crystal cores could promote a 7th order SSS ranked summoned beast to the early 8th order, and two 9th order crystal cores could only promote it from the 8th order to the early 9th order. When totaled up, a total of 4 9th rank crystal cores plus 4 8th rank crystal cores were needed to raise the two summoned beasts to the 9th rank. System Panel. Host, Xiao Yi. Evolution Points, 100. Summon Animal, 5-clawed golden dragon, first form, two-toed golden dragon. Realm, early 7th order. Gifted skills. Golden Dragon's Might, a psychic pressure effect that weakens the enemy's attributes by 50%, supreme among its kind, with a dominant bloodline. Invincible Golden Body, the already strong dragon drive, with 10 times more attack power and 10 times more defense power when the skill is turned on. Summoned Beast Form Upgrade Function. 5-clawed Golden Dragon, first form 2-toe, 0-100 evolution points, second form 3-toe, increase 1 innate class talent skill, a natural elemental mastery. Xiao Yi added the remaining 100 evolution points on top of the form upgrade function of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon summoning beast. After adding points, the system panel content changed. At the same time, Xiao Yi also sensed an additional arcane energy amongst the power of the contract. Summon Animal, 5-clawed Golden Dragon, second form 3-toed Golden Dragon. Gifted skills. Golden Dragon Might, Invincible Golden Body. Absolute damage reduction, any attack can reduce damage by 50%, including physical attacks, spiritual attacks, magic attacks, law attacks, stellar explosion attacks, cosmic origin level attacks, etc. Water Elemental Mastery, the second form of the 3-toed Golden Dragon is the King of the Water, and as the name suggests, masters the element of water. Summoned Beast Form Upgrade Function. 5-clawed Golden Dragon, second form, 3 toes, 0-200 evolution points, third form, 4 toes, increase 1 innate concept class talent skill, and 1 natural element mastery. After the form upgrades talent skill, Xiao Yi looked at it and called out to it. The Golden Dragon's body was already very strong, and its own strength was comparable to that of a divine weapon. In battle, Holy Gold Dragon's Might reduces the enemy's attributes by 50%, coupled with absolute damage reduction, reduces the damage received by 50%, plus Invincible Golden Body adds 10 times to the attack and defense. In response, Xiao Yi said, second form 3-toed Golden Dragon is equal to Absolute Meat Shield plus Absolute Output Warrior. Returning to their human forms, the bald instructor called the trio down to the dormitory apartment building. A heavily armed hunting party had been waiting here for a long time, and on the chests of the captain and co-captain were the tags of the cheetah hunting party. What? A newcomer who hasn't taken the entrance exam yet joins us? It's obviously a liability. Captain, why did you say yes? We definitely won't get the Outstanding Hunting Team award this month.
We're the strongest hunting team of the 7th rank, performing dangerous missions. 2 newcomers joining us will definitely be dragging our feet. There were 5 pairs of indentured servants on this team, and other than the captain and vice captain, the other 4 pairs of indentured servants were complaining. The captain and vice captain looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. This was a directive from the Supreme Commander, they simply couldn't refuse.
Refuse? That's insubordination. You'll be criticized and punished. At this time, the male bald instructor brought Xiao Ye's 3 people here and introduced them to Xiao Yi. Your realm, you have already been raised to the 5th rank. The training program of the youth training camp is no longer applicable to you, so that is, starting today, you will temporarily join this 7th rank hunting team, and carry out missions with them, and real battles in the wilderness will be the only way to quickly improve your combat abilities. Then the male bald instructor also introduced Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi to this cheetah hunting team. Instructor, I want to join this hunting team too. Seeing that she was not called, Nangong Siyao hurriedly made a request. As Xiao Yi's second contractee, how could she be left behind? The bald instructor shook his head. No. You haven't concluded the contract yet. You must stay in the youth training camp and participate in the training. When the members of the cheetah hunting team saw that the Suko maiden was also going to join them, every one of them tensed up. Can't add another liability to the mix. But when they heard the bald instructor refuse, they were all relieved. They, the cheetah hunting team, were the strongest hunting team among the 7th order hunting teams. No need to be a liability. No need for vases. Xiao Yi comforted Nangong Siyao and said, you should train in the youth training camp first. The realm has been raised too quickly and you still have to adapt to the sudden surge in power. Nangong Siyao regretted that this could only happen for now. Then, Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi joined the cheetah hunting team and immediately departed for the Manhwa base city defense line. Nangong Siyao pouted her lips and drove an SUV by herself, following from afar. At the junction of Manhwa base city and the Devil Snake Forest, the cheetah hunting team, led by the captain, arrived in the middle of a dense grassy area. Not far away, swarms of demonic snakes were raging. Our mission today is to repel the attack of the group of 7th order demonic snakes in front of us. The enemy has 3 7th order magical beasts, 10 6th order magical beasts, and a number of 5th order magical beasts. Xiao Yi, Chang Bingshi, your goal is to assist in killing the 5th order magical beasts, and leave the 7th order magical beasts and 6th order magical beasts to us. Xiao Yi, Chang Bingshi, can you do it? Report Captain, we can do it. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi responded. Brushing the scene with a flash of white light, the cheetah hunting team captain and the team members had a telepathic mind, like mobilizing the power of the contract at the same time, summoning the contracted beasts, and after the mysterious aura surged, a well-built black-striped cheetah, 2 steel lions, and 2 yellow-striped tigers. What made Xiao Yi somewhat surprised was that the summoned beasts of the captain and vice-captain were black-striped cheetahs, not the yellow-striped tigers that were called the king of all beasts. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi also summoned their contracted beasts, and their second form 2-tailed sacred white fox appeared. White fox, just stay in the bushes and watch us perform, don't make a sound or you won't even know how you'll die when it's time. After a 7th rank yellow-striped tiger finished speaking, the hunting team's 5 summoned beasts rushed out. At this time, Nangong Siyao drove the off-road vehicle and entered the area. She beamed her mouth in dissatisfaction. Xiao Yi, you bastard, don't even think about leaving me behind. Next chapter begins with a high-octane start. Chapter 23, Turning the Tide Against the Wind, Nangong Siyao captured. Beyond the thick grass. Roar! A beast roar roared out as the 2 steel lions charged into the midst of the group of demonic snakes. Poof poof poof. 4 5th-ranked demonic snakes were trampled and dying. The 2 yellow-striped tigers opened their bloody mouths and bit the heads of the 2 6th-order demonic snakes in a swift manner, clicking their heads and shattering them on the spot. The 2 6th-order demonic snakes, pawn. The black-striped cheetah at the head leaped like a phantom, and its speed was extremely fast. Fast shadow maze, quadruple speed increase. Swoosh. The black-striped cheetah was invisible to the naked eye, and the crowd only felt a shadow flashing by. Roar. An early 7th-stage demonic snake had its 7 inches bitten to pieces and let out a dying hiss, but in the end, it still didn't escape death. Ha ha ha. Again. The black-striped cheetah let out a smooth laugh, flashing like a shadow, and once again rushed towards a 7th-ranked demonic serpent. S-shaped walk, quickly bypassing the 5th-ranked and 6th-ranked demonic serpents. Hiss. That early 7th-stage demonic snake couldn't dodge in time and died under the black-striped cheetah's mouth again. Kill. This mission is a sure thing. What's that white fox up to? It's in that bush, and White Fox is too much of a wimp.
he really does hide all the time.
What can the Fifth Order do? Just don't drag us down.
This hunting party was able to find the time to talk and laugh while hunting the demonic snakes, but between the words, they were very contemptuous and disdainful of the white fox. Watching the cheetah hunting team outside killing happily, Lin Bingshi spoke up, "Something's not right.
I smell the fishy odor of an 8th Order demonic snake.
These 7th Order are just the lure, there are at least 4 8th Order ambushing us at the scene." As at SSS class template summoned beast two-tailed white fox, sensing the subtle difference in breath amongst the air, Xiao directly confirmed the existence of the 8th Order. Roar! Right at this moment, 4 king cobras with a strong aura suddenly sprang out from the dense ancient trees and grasses around them. Lost in illusion, mental talent skill, make the enemy fall into illusion, group attack. After the 4-headed cobra demon snake king skill was executed, the 2 iron lions and the 2 yellow striped tigers fell into the illusion on the spot. At this time, in their eyes, the surroundings didn't change, but each other in the eyes of the other party, it did turn into a 7th Order demon snake appearance. Roar! Roar! The steel lion and the yellow striped tiger beat each other up. The black striped cheetah that hadn't been hit by the illusion was surrounded by 4 8th Order cobra demon snake kings. Damn it, this is trouble. In the black striped cheetah's mind, the captain and vice captain were anxious inside. But what made him even more anxious was that he actually saw a 2-tailed white fox leisurely walking out of the grass, with a rather elegant posture and a cozy meaning that flowed from his hands and feet. Me! What a drag! The black powdered cheetah cursed and roared, "White fox, get the hell out of here!" Bang! With a sound, the black striped cheetah was swept by the tail of an 8th Order cobra demon snake king, and fell hard onto the ground, crashing out a small pit. The 8th rank was equivalent to the 7th rank, and the strength was more than 4 times higher. Even the peak 7th rank black striped cheetah was crushed. God's charm causes the enemy's mind to fall into confusion, group attack. On, full power. A mental fluctuation spread out from the 2-tailed holy white fox, and in an instant, all the magic snakes, magic snake kings, lions, and tigers present were hit. Buzz. It was as if the scene had pressed the pause button, and all magical beasts and summoned beasts stopped moving except for the black striped cheetah. The 2-tailed white fox took a graceful step and peeled the black striped cheetah out of the pit, saying, "Captain, are you okay?" "It's fine, you're in the 7th stage realm?" The black striped cheetah was stunned before charging towards the 8th stage demon snake king. Bang! The cheetah swept its foot on the 8th rank magical beast and actually only broke a little bit of skin. Flesh so strong? While the black striped cheetah couldn't do anything with these 8th ranks, the 2-tailed white fox moved, her flesh body breaking the sound barrier and going straight for the demon snake 7 inches. Absolute true damage, physical attack ignores any defense of the enemy and inflicts 100% true damage. Snort snort snort. For skin-opening cutting sounds rang out, and the 8th Order demon snake king was directly cut into 2 sections by the white fox's sharp claws. Nodes, 7 inches. For 8th Order devil snake kings, pawn. So powerful. The black striped cheetah exclaimed in shock. He was having trouble breaking the defense of the 8th ranked demonic snake, and the white fox easily broke through the defense. The steel lion and yellow striped tiger came to their senses and were shocked speechless at the sight. Bang! 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 The surging power of the 2-tailed white fox was unleashed to its fullest, and after a single sound, the demonic snakes on the scene all died on the spot. Against the 7th rank, White Fox only needed to use his physical strength, and he couldn't even use his natural skills. As for the 5th and 6th ranks, they were simply not enough to look at in front of the White Fox. This is clearly a 7th Order White Fox. Whoever told me 5th Order, I'll get angry with him. Damn it, this SSS rank 7th Order is hanging a bunch of our 7th Order with just one hand. It seems like we've become a drag. If only White Fox had stayed with the cheetah hunt. Yeah, it's about time we changed captains. What's a good hunt award under White Fox? Watching that elegant battle of the 2-tailed White Fox, the members of the cheetah hunting team became melon eaters. Their attitudes towards the White Fox suddenly changed, and they were still discussing about keeping the White Fox as the captain of the cheetah hunting team. Black striped cheetah. Is it really appropriate to discuss changing captains in front of me, the captain? 4 8th Order Crystal Cores, 3 7th Order Crystal Cores, 10 6th Order Crystal Cores, and 25th Order Crystal Cores. The harvested 2-tailed White Fox was in a happy mood as she counted the crystal cores dug out from the group of demonic snakes at her feet that smelled of blood. I'll take these crystal cores, is that alright? White Fox voiced. It's okay, of course it's okay. Yes, big brother, you keep it.
This is the result of Big Brother's battle alone, we have no problem with it. The 5 summoned beasts of the hunting team sniffed and agreed. At the moment, the two-tailed white fox was in the eyes of the cheetah hunting team's group of summoned beasts, a super heavenly pride that could kill magical beasts over the level. It is the Big Brother. It was the new captain who could lead them to glory. Ah, help! A pleasant, clear, young girl's voice came from the distance. Xiaoya's face suddenly changed. This was Nangong Siyao's cry for help. Swoosh! The two-tailed white fox's face was grave as it shot toward the source of the sound. A little while later, he arrived at the outskirts of the Devil's Snake Forest a few kilometers away. Nangong Siyao was wrapped around the body of a snake-shaped magical beast with 2 small round horns on its head, and its fishy-smelling head stood on top of Nangong Siyao's head. Ah! Nangong Siyao was in a panic, her pretty face was bloodless with fear, her beautiful eyes looked at the demonic beast's snake head that was close to her eyes in horror. Augur. 8th ranked demon Jiao. The son of the current sovereign realm demonic beast King Jiao. Possessors of sublime bloodlines, born to manipulate magical serpents. Begging to be read. Chapter 24, The Divine Dragon Appears, Sacred Gold Dragon Might, seeking follow-up reading. Oops. It's a demonic augur, or an 8th order demonic augur, trouble. The demonic Jiao has a noble bloodline and commands the demonic snake swarm. This young girl can't be saved. Damn, how did she get to this place, looking for death? Big Brother White Fox, let's leave, this place is dangerous. After seeing Nangong Siyao's situation, the entire cheetah hunting group's faces changed drastically, and they all persuaded the two-tailed white fox to leave. A sound came pattering around, a vicious and cold gaze was projected from the grass, the ancient trees, the holes in the ground, and the gloom. Demonic snakes, all demonic snakes. They gulped their scarlet tongues, and their razor-sharp fangs flashed with a gut-wrenching chill. The entire cheetah hunting team couldn't help but shiver all over and feel creeped out by the vicious eyes staring at them. Go! Can you walk? The demonic augur wrapped around Nangong Siyao's body sneered, greedily sniffing the scent of this young girl's body. Not knowing what was going on, it felt that this young girl's body exuded a scent that it yearned for from the depths of its genes. A bunch of dirt dogs, daring to enter your Jiao ancestor's place, simply looking for death. The devil Jiao's gaze was overwhelming, its expression was haughty and proud. From the depths of its bloodline, it considered itself to be a natural-born king. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. The ubiquitous demonic snakes everywhere gulped their scarlet tongues as they wandered and shot, surrounding the two-tailed white fox and the cheetah hunting team in a dense circle. 3rd order, 4th order, 5th order, 6th order, 7th order, 8th order. There are dozens of types of undead python, demon snake, and 5-step desperate demon snake. The number is as high as 200. White fox. We're killing a way out for you, you're an SSS class summoned beast, you can't die. The black-striped cheetah roared in anger, deciding to counterattack at the point of death. That's right. Let's have a smooth final battle today. The entire cheetah hunting team intended to cover for the white fox to escape, when the two-tailed white fox spoke out, his gaze disdainfully looking at the distant demonic scale fiend as he said. Augur? Noble bloodline? Frog at the bottom of the well. Roar! The devil Jiao was enraged, its sublime bloodline wouldn't allow humans to despise it. Attack me, devour them alive. Hisses. Hisses. Hissy hissy. The group of demonic snakes rioted, and one by one, they opened their foul-smelling mouths and were about to strike. Xiao Yi, who had already made a wink with Nangong Siyao, immediately mobilized the contractual power of the SSS Grade 5 Clawed Golden Dragon template. Buzz! As 2 brilliant golden lights shone out from Nangong Siyao's and White Fox's bodies, dispelling the darkness and coldness. A mysterious and supreme aura filled the middle of the space. A long and crisp dragon's roar came out from space as Nangong Siyao disappeared into thin air, and in the air above the sky, a golden-eyed, vertical-pupiled oriental divine dragon appeared. Rabbit's eyes, deer's antlers, cow's mouth, camel's head, tiger's paw, eagle's claw, fish's scales, snake's body. The 3-toed golden dragon hovered in mid-air, covered in golden scales that shone with a divine light. Jiao, who gave you the courage to call yourself a beast king? A rude voice filled with majesty came out from the golden dragon's mouth, and like a bomb, it exploded in the ears of all the demonic snakes in Jiao. The supreme arcane bloodline aura permeated out from the golden divine dragon's body, filling this area. This, dragon, this is a dragon. The 8th-ranked demonic augur stared in shock at the golden divine dragon hovering in the sky above. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how can a divine dragon exist in this world?
That absolute suppression from the bloodline made the demonic Xiao feel breathless. Suddenly the golden divine dragon's golden-eyed vertical pupils looked over, and the demonic augur felt like it was being stared at by some kind of terrifying existence, and a strong fear rose from the depths of its genes, causing it to shiver. Go for me, swallow it. The devil Jiao was furious at the fear rising within him. He was the son of the Beast King, he was a Jiao with a noble bloodline. None of the devil snake group at the scene actually dared to go on, and all of them were silenced. The supreme bloodline aura from the golden divine dragon caused a thick fear to rise from the depths of their bloodline, causing them to look away. Roar, hiss hiss hiss. Hiss 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 hiss. The scene was cluttered with hissing and fearful sounds, none of which indicated the wariness and trepidation of the demonic serpent group. So powerful. Bunker, divine dragon, it's actually a divine dragon. When the divine dragon comes out, who will compete with it? That young girl, what a ing pervert, is a divine dragon summoning beast. Divine dragon, if I don't move a muscle, you will lose without a fight. Wraith swarm, dare to move? Dare not move. The entire cheetah hunting team was stunned, staring blankly at the golden divine dragon hovering above the ancient tree, their insides on the verge of exploding with great shock. Its golden scales emitted a bright light, and the supreme bloodline breath, so that the cheetah hunting team feel to see the king, the Real King, the supreme absolute unquestionable king. Roar! Pretending to be a god, let's see if I don't swallow and tear you apart. The devil's Jiao felt like a clown, and in his anger, he shot toward the golden divine dragon in the air, and his strong aura of the 8th rank burst out. Jin! A dragon roar full of majesty roared out from the golden divine dragon's mouth, and the surrounding air formed a circle of shockwaves that spread out in all directions, the sound spreading throughout the positive woods. Sacred Golden Dragon Might, a psychic pressure effect that weakens 50% of the enemy's attributes, supreme among its kind, with a dominant bloodline. Buzz! All of the demonic snakes on the scene were hit hard in the heart and soul in a split second, their attributes slashed to 1/2. The first to bear the brunt was the demonic Jiao, and in mid-air, its strong aura was absent as if it had become ordinary. Immediately after. Flop! With a sound, the devil Jiao dropped to the ground, his entire body's bloodline felt as if it had been imprisoned, suppressed by the divine pressure, unable to lift a single ounce of energy. PFFFFFFFF. PFFFFFFF. PFFFFFFF. The scene was like a dumpling, all the demonic snakes that raised their heads were Tarzan-like, suppressed to the ground by divine might. The blood and chi and blood power in their bodies froze as if they were frozen, unable to mobilize the slightest bit. As a dragon with the highest rank, the divine dragon had a natural bloodline of suppression against the demonic snakes and augurs, and at this moment, the three-toed golden divine dragon looked down at the silenced group of demonic snakes below with a bland expression, its gaze cloaked. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th order. There are dozens of types of undead python, demon snake, and 5-step desperate demon snake. The devil's snake group, all silent. Awesome! Beast King, this is the real Beast King. This divine dragon would be great to be our captain. Yes, Shenlong and White Fox lead our hunting party, let's take off. I'm still here as a captain and you guys are talking about replacing me? Sorry, Captain. Next time we'll say it behind your back. Chapter 25 Water Elemental Mastery, Ultra High Level Grid. The cheetah hunting team was all out at this time, striking towards the surrounding group of demonic snakes. The defense of the 8th ranked demonic snakes was amazing, and they targeted the 7th ranked as well as the group of demonic snakes below the 7th ranked. In less than a minute, this 200 number of demonic snakes group was killed by the cheetah hunting team, the scene was drenched in blood, and the crystal cores emitting the smell of blood were piled up under the feet of the white fox. The 8th ranked demonic Jiao that was suppressed on the ground had his eyes cracking, and he was trembling with anger as he watched his men being killed. The 10 or so 8th order demonic snakes were suppressed on the ground, their hearts trembling as they watched their companions being killed, they were in fear, afraid that they would be next. Roar! The 8th ranked demonic augur exploded, a roar was sent out, and against the cheetah hunting team, he activated his natural skill. The power of water scroll, able to control the surrounding water molecules to form a water vapor tornado, group attack. A tornado of super high temperature water vapor formed and rolled toward the cheetah hunting party. The air around them, affected by the water vapor tornado, made a twisting and vibrating snorting sound. Bang! The 8th ranked demonic augur collapsed to the ground with a weak breath. This move was performed by it forcibly mobilizing its essence blood, and in the end, the essence blood was suppressed by the divine might. Damn it, really damn it, why are there still divine dragons in the world?
The 8th-ranked demonic augur lowered its haughty head, humiliatedly lying on the ground and roaring in rage. Xiao Yi, it's time to end it.
Water element control, as the name suggests, you have absolute control over the water element, and you are the king of the water.
An invisible shockwave spread out from the golden divine dragon. Condense.
The golden divine dragon blandly said. Before the sound of the words fell, the water vapor tornado cast by the 8th-ranked demonic snake condensed into ice in an instant, and the surrounding high temperature violently lowered, causing one to feel a chill.
What?
The 8th-ranked demonic Jiao's eyes were glazed over in shock. His natural skill attack was actually easily resolved by the golden divine dragon.
At this time the golden divine dragon said darkly, boiling. An invisible shockwave spread out from the body once again. The water element in this area was like it had a master, including the water element within the magical beasts. The temperature of the blood in the bodies of the 8th-ranked demonic augur and more than a dozen 8th-ranked demonic snakes rose rapidly. Ah! Ho ho ho!
Their body surfaces became reddish, and their entire serpentine bodies rolled on the ground in a sorry state, hissing miserably.
Extraction! The golden divine dragon said darkly, and the invisible shockwave spread out once more.
Only under the cheetah hunting team's shocked gazes, the blood in the bodies of the 8th-order demonic Jiao and the 8th-order demonic snake, from the scales, was hardened and extracted. The blood was too hot, due to the temperature, and a white puff of gas rose in the air with a snorting sound. It was like the cries of ghosts and wolves, making the cheetah hunting team shudder.
Is this the divine dragon?
The art of water control.
Does he have any rivals in the demon snake forest? The cheetah hunt was stunned.
Immediately after that, all the demonic snakes on the scene died.
That demonic augur was also in the midst of humiliation, being drawn into an augur trunk. Ha ha ha! Fired up!
The sacred white fox looked at the pile of crystal cores that had been sorted out at her feet, and her face smiled into a flower. 16 8th-order crystal cores, 27th-order crystal cores, 34 6th-order crystal cores, more than 50 5th-order crystal cores, and hundreds of 4th-order crystal cores. Packed into a backpack, a small, heavy bag full. After organizing their haul, the group boarded the SUV and packed up and headed back to the youth camp.
Underneath the youth training camp dormitory apartment building.
The youth camp's training for the day was just about complete, and there they gathered to wait for the instructor to say dismissal. At this moment, Liu Ruyan had regained his old confidence, and he had blissfully become the center of the indentured servants team, with the indentured servants of the youth training camp all revolving around him.
Can Xiao Yi be as scenic as me?
7th-order hunting teams carry out missions that are incredibly dangerous. I'm afraid he won't have been scared out of his pants.
Liu Ruyan was able to imagine the low realm Xiao Yi being despised and infamously scolded by their captain because he couldn't keep up with the pace of the 7th-rank hunting team.
Heavy examination students Jingran looked at the spirited Liu Ruyan, and the obese girl next to him, as if he saw the shadow of Xiao Yi.
Tomorrow is training for the beast earthers, dismissed.
The bald instructor waved his hand. At this time, the cheetah hunting team and the three of them, Xiao Yi, happened to arrive under the dormitory apartment building and neatly lined up, waiting for the bald instructor's inspection. The indentured servants of the youth training camp didn't hurry to leave. They stopped there with curious faces wanting to see how the 7th-order hunting team was like. The cheetah hunting team is the strongest hunting team of the 7th rank, and has taken the award of excellence for 12 consecutive months before this. Very famous. The captain of the cheetah hunting team reported the situation to the bald instructor.
Xiao Yi and the others are fine.
Report instructor. Xiao Yi and the others are not suitable to be members of our hunting team. Hearing the cheetah hunting team captain's words, the bald instructor's face was ugly. The SSS rank summoned beasts performed poorly, and they were going to be kicked out?
Dao? Are you serious?
The cheetah hunting team leader nodded his head and said, reporting to the instructor, I'm very serious.
No kidding.
The hunting team members agreed, that's right.
Agreed. I think so. The captain is finally getting the hang of it.
Looking at the unanimous opinion of the hunting team leader and the team members, the instructor's face became even more ugly.
Jia, so what if he's SSS ranked? He's still disliked. He's not as good as me, Liu Ruyan.
Liu Ruyan, who was watching from the side, smiled that face into a chrysanthemum, not knowing how happy he was. The indentured servants of the youth camp watched the scene with sighs. Although Xiao Yi and Lin Bingshi were SSS ranked, they were also poor in the eyes of the 7th Order's strongest hunting team, or else they wouldn't have been kicked out of the team. The male bald instructor shouted coldly at the hunting team leader, are you sure you want to kick the two Xiao Yi out of the team? You are disobeying orders. The hunting team captain was confused and defended, reporting to the instructor.
Xiao Yi is not suitable to be our team member, he is suitable to be our captain. I hereby report to the instructor first, after which I will report the application for Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi to be the captains of the cheetah hunting team.
What? The bald instructor was dumbfounded. So you're not going to be kicked out of the team by Xiao Yi's two, but you're going to make Xiao Yi's two captains. The vice captain of the cheetah hunting team said, that's right. Xiao Yi and the others are the most suitable to be our captains. The hunting team members also spoke out, that's right. Same 7th rank, we're only worthy of giving him a handjob. Yeah. The two-tailed white fox is super grippy, I love it. Agreed. With him here we'll be the strongest hunting team of the 8th rank and the strongest hunting team of the 9th rank from now on. The corners of the bald instructor's mouth twitched. Was this crazy? All the members of the 7th Order's strongest hunting team, letting 2 high school students who hadn't even taken the entrance exam yet be the captain? The laughing Liu Ruyan's smile froze, a blooming chrysanthemum froze there. Why did he feel like what? Yes, a clown. He admitted that he had just spoken out loud. The youth training camp contractors watching from the side were stunned. The captain of the treadmill's strongest hunting team had personally requested a change of captain, and the target was still Xiao Yi. Just now they were still sighing, people Xiao Yi, 2 people where are all heavenly pride, where are the most dazzling existence? Sorry, we're the ones being shallow. The follow-up episodes are interesting and beg to be followed. Chapter 26 Easy Luren collapses, willow branches fluttering, north wind dashing. The corners of the male bald instructors and female bald instructors' mouths twitched. Since all of the members of your cheetah hunting team had asked Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi to be the captains, why are you asking me? Can I stop you from applying if I don't agree? Besides, applying upwards for registration is just a process. The general public won't jump out and stop you, unless the Supreme Command Office or the City Lord doesn't agree to purposely revoke your application. Cough. The male bald instructor, under the expectant gazes of all the members of the cheetah hunting team, said, then for this next period of time this month, the captain and vice-captain of the cheetah hunting team will be Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi. All the members of the cheetah hunting team smiled very happily at that. Youth training camp contractors Nama, that original captain and vice-captain you smile so happy why, you were replaced you smile fart? They instantly felt that Xiao Yi seemed to have left them far behind and had already led the older generation of warriors Liu Ruyan envied and hated. Xiao Yi really became the captain of the strongest hunting team of the 7th rank, the cheetah hunting team. Heady Kaoxing Jingran vainly patted his chest and secretly said that he was lucky that he didn't go against Xiao Yi all the time, and that this kind of person, Xiao Yi, is not a proper opponent and is suitable to be a big brother. Well, there is an opportunity to be sure to hold the thigh. Instructor. I also want to join the cheetah hunting team. At this time, Nangong Siyao jumped out with her behemoth on top, her droll beauty eyes blinking as she made her request. The male bald instructor directly refused and said with a stern face, nonsense. You haven't concluded the contract yet, stay at the youth training camp and train properly. Cheng Bingshi pouted her lips and grunted, Instructor. I am now the vice-captain of the cheetah hunting team, and I agree that Nangong Siyao should join the team. Xiao Yi also nodded his head and said, as the captain, I agree. Nangong Siyao smiled as she ran over and wrapped her arms around Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi, saying, the cheetah hunting team's captain and vice-captain have both agreed to this, what do you think, Instructor? The bald instructor's face darkened. In a resolute tone, he said, no means no. Nangong Siyao, you're still a trainee of the youth training camp, I'm the one who will be your manager and training instructor during this month. The main reason was that Nangong Siyao was the daughter of the city lord, and he had to supervise the safety issue at all times. Liu Ruyan heatedly smiled, by Yue Guang initiative to fall back on Xiao Yi seems to be in trouble and Nangong Siyao stayed in the youth training camp, not too much contact with Xiao Yi, Liu Ruyan will have a chance Good, great. It's really God's help that you're back again, Liu Ruyan, the white moonlight. The bald instructor turned his head to look at the group of members of the cheetah hunting team and smiled, can you all tolerate a young girl who has no power to bind a magic beast in her hands to join the hunting team? The cheetah hunting team's voices were in neat unison as they said, yes. What? The smile on the bald instructor's face froze in incredulity, say that again, can you? All members of the cheetah hunting team shouted again, yes. The corners of the bald instructor's mouth twitched as he hurriedly stepped aside and dialed the city lord's communication, and a calm voice came from there, hello. The bald instructor said, City Lord, Nangong Siyao wants to join the cheetah hunting team, what do you think? City Lord, what did the captain of the cheetah hunt say? The corners of the bald instructor's mouth twitched with an ominous premonition. All members of the cheetah hunting team just now requested for a change of captains, and at this time, the captains are Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, and Xiao Yi agreed to it. Then let Xiao join. The city lord laughed and said. The bald instructor was stunned. He felt unthinkable. Are you serious, city lord? It's truer than real gold. That's it, hang up. The city lord said that he was hanging up the phone. The bald instructor looked at the hung-up communication instrument in his hand and froze for several seconds before finally sighing and returning to the front of the column, saying, From now on, Nangong Siyao withdraws from the youth training camp and joins the cheetah hunting team, under the supervision of Captain Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, dismissed. Oi! The Suko girl cheered and jumped up, jumping onto Xiao Yi's body. The smiles on the faces of the cheetah hunting team members bloomed even more brightly. This was the summoner of the divine dragon. Golden divine dragon, supreme bloodline, what kind of noble bloodline demonic augur was simply not enough to look at in front of it. Today was a great day. 2 SSS class summoned beasts in a row had joined the cheetah hunting team, and they were going to celebrate. After everyone dispersed and watched Nangong Siyao carry Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi into the dormitory apartment passageway, Liu Ruyan's face was anxious as he took out his communication instrument and dialed his father, the military pavilion master. Old Yi. I've got a big problem on my side. Military pavilion master, big issue? Well, there is indeed a big problem, something important about you. Liu Ruyan was inwardly delighted. Sure enough, Oldie was still concerned about this son of his. White Moonlight had just joined the cheetah hunting team and Oldie knew about it. Then what are you waiting for? Immediately order that Xiao be separated from the cheetah hunting team and return to the youth training camp. Liu Ruyan leapt inwardly. The military pavilion master froze inside, feeling the need to tell his son about the fact that Nangong Siyao had already concluded a contract with Xiao Yi. Yao, she has restored the SSS grade summon beast template. Military pavilion master. What? Liu Ruyan froze, then rejoiced inwardly. Good thing. The important thing you said is for me to conclude a contract with Xiao, right? I agree. Before they were awakened, the elders of the two families had set up the two to conclude a contract, which ended because of the failure of the awakening, and now I didn't expect that Nangong Siyao had restored the SSS rank template. Then let Xiao break away from the hunting team and make a contract with me. Liu Ruyan smiled happily, and couldn't wait inside. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi, you already have a contract. The White Moonlight is still my White Moonlight finally. Alas. The military pavilion master sighed. His son is still that infatuated teenager who hasn't grown up. But sooner or later, teenagers have to grow up. Liu Ruyan, it's time for you to mature a bit. Just as Liu Ruyan was extremely excited, the military pavilion master spoke out. Son. Nangong Siyao, she has already concluded a contract with someone. Liu Ruyan was still in the midst of his inner conjecture and subconsciously said, Good, it's good to have concluded the contract. What? What did you say? After reacting, Liu Ruyan's expression froze and his body was fixed there like 10,000 years of cold ice. You old thing, are you kidding me? Military pavilion master, Nangong Siyao has already concluded a contract with someone, and the object is Xiao Yi. From now on, you forget about Nangong Siyao. Boom! The pavilion master's words were like a lightning strike that suddenly descended in a clear sky, blowing Liu Ruyan's heart to smithereens. His gaze became unfocused and he murmured. Xiao concluded a contract, the object is Xiao Yi. The subject is Xiao Yi. It's Xiao Yi. No! Liu Ruyan crumbled and howled under the willow tree as a breeze blew, the willow tree floating and fluttering in the north wind dashing. Liu Ruyan fell to his knees and raised his head to release a wail. Ah! My White Moonlight, my Xiao. At this time a pseudo-maiden with effeminate movements dodged the surveillance and walked up to him, tapping him on the shoulder, and said. Chapter 27, Nangong Siyao, Old Gong, quickly explode gold coins. Requesting for follow-up reads. Title Nangong Siyao, Old Nangong, quickly explode gold coins. At this moment, a pseudo-maiden dodged the surveillance and patted Liu Ruyan's shoulder, saying in a sissy voice, Brother, are you coming for a drink? Get thee out of here. Liu Ruyan hung up the communication and turned his head to curse angrily, only for the pseudo-maiden to reach out and wave her hand. An odor wafted out from her sleeve, and Liu Ruyan inhaled a few puffs and fainted. With a cheap smile, the pseudo-maiden cautiously looked around and after seeing that no one had noticed, she picked up Liu Ruyan and jumped out of the range of the youth training camp in a few jumps, heading towards some dense forest. On the other side, among the dormitory apartments. The Suko maiden turns into the beast-eared maiden form,
a little dragon lady. On top of the behemoth was the white, delicate, pretty face with these two little rounded horns on the top of the head. At this moment, Nangong Siyao beamed and said in dissatisfaction, "Xiao Yi. Why is it that you can kiss and enter the cave with Sister Bingshi, but I can't?" Xiao Yi hugged Beastir Nangong Siyao and secretly said, "A week ago you hugged my wife, a week from now I'll hug you. No loss." "Then you want it badly?" Xiao Yi's deep eyes stared at her. Little dragon lady Nangong Siyao's pretty face flushed red and hummed, "Of course. She is simply envious of the death, right?" She and Xiao Yi concluded a contract, famous but not real. Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Ninth order. As long as I upgrade the 2 summoned beasts to the 9th order realm, I will have a way to solve the hidden danger of your template." Fox-eared Lady Chung Bingshi finished counting the existing cultivation resources at this time, and a pleasant voice came out of her mouth. "We now have a total of 16 8th order crystal cores, 22 7th order crystal cores, 46th order crystal cores, more than 55th order crystal cores, and hundreds of 4th order crystal cores. To convert, there's a total of 1 9th order crystal core, 8 8th order crystal cores, and 6 7th order crystal cores." The corners of Nangong Siyao's eyes smiled into crescent moons, and she said with gusto, "Then let's quickly cultivate. With so many crystal cores, it should be enough, right?" Xiao Yi shook his head and denied, "Not enough. Our summoned beasts are all in the early 7th stage today. It must take 4 9th order crystal cores and 4 8th order crystal cores to raise the 2 summoned beasts to the 9th order realm. There are still 3 9th order crystal cores to go." "Ha?" Nangong Siyao sniffed, her cheerful pretty face immediately became sad. Her pocket money was 37th order crystal cores per month, not enough. Cheng Bingshi's beautiful eyes lit up at the thought and suggested, "Let's raise our realm to the 8th rank first, then go hunt 9th rank magical beasts." Xiao Yi nodded his head, feeling that this proposal was good, and was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Nangong Siyao. "No. It's too much trouble. It's a long trip back and forth." Nangong Siyao said, "It's time for old Nangong to explode the gold coins." Xiao Yi and Cheng Bingshi sweated. Nangong Siyao bounced on the ground twice, and the pangs were startled as she wailed. "Old Nangong is really something too." His daughter concluded the contract, not even a single fart, no indication of anything. "Later on, we must make him explode gold coins, explode big gold coins." Then under Xiao Yi's dumbfounded gaze, Nangong Siyao opened the video communication with the city lord. A virtual screen popped up immediately afterward, and the city lord appeared on it. "Yao Yao, I heard that you joined the cheetah hunting team, are you happy?" The city lord's vicissitudes of his face revealed a smirk. Nangong Siyao pouted her lips, the corners of her mouth could hang a watermelon, and said, "Unhappy." The city lord's face sank, his eyes shot out a fine light as he said, "Who has upset Yao Yao? Tell me, I'll go beat him up." Dragonair Nyang Nangong Siyao's expression was unchanged and sorrowful. The city lord was furious when he saw it and said, "Say, who is it? I'll make sure to beat his ass to death." "Is it Xiao Yi?" the city lord guessed. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched, it was none of his business. Nangong Siyao shook her head, "It's not Xiao Yi, it's Nangong Siyao's father." Good. Nangong Siyao's father, right, I'll go right away, The city lord rolled up his sleeves and wanted to call the guards to go beat up someone, but then his movements froze and his expression froze. Nangong Siyao's father, isn't that me? But when did I ever upset my daughter? I didn't stop her from making the contract. A drop of cold sweat flowed from the city lord's forehead as he carefully asked, "What did Nangong Siyao's father provoke you to do? Say something and I'll immediately have him apologize to you." Nangong Siyao was his only heir, and he and his wife usually spoiled him so much that his pocket money for a month opened up to 37th order crystal cores. Nangong Siyao's pretty face revealed a look of triumph as she exclaimed, "I've already been promoted to the 7th rank. The pocket money of the 7th rank is no longer enough." With a boom, a strong aura erupted from Dragonair Nyang Nangong Siyao's body, and the air around her rippled and undulated with it. "What grass, 7th rank?" Nangong Chitao's eyes widened in shock, rubbing up from his seat, exclaiming, "It's only been 2 days, you promoted to the 7th rank so quickly." Little dragon girl Nangong Siyao raised her chin and arrogantly said, "As good as fake." "Good, very good." Nangong Chitao clapped his hands happily. Nangong Siyao raised her hand and pinched her index finger and thumb, the meaning was clear, she wanted the crystal core. "Ha ha ha." Nangong Chitao laughed aloud and said, "I'll give you free access to the city lord's mansion's resource vault, so go get whatever you want yourself." "Really, that's great." Dragoneer Nyang Nangong Siyao smiled and was very chirpy. Nangong Siyao pounced over and kissed Xiao Yi, then flew out and said, "Wait for me for an hour, we'll have enough crystal cores." Xiao Yi touched his face as he looked at the distant silhouette and said viciously, "How dare you steal a kiss from me, you old damned rich woman. Luckily it's mine. Humph, I'll definitely punish you after the 9th rank." Nangong Siyao transformed back into her human form and ran back to the city lord's mansion in her SUV, and smoothly entered the resource vault.
Inside were neatly arranged boxes of resources.
Crystal Core Zone, Potion Zone, Weapon Zone, and Exotic Treasure Zone.
Nangong Siyao ran directly to the potion area and took out 20 bottles of blue potions into her backpack from a box with a 9th Order Energy Liquid label. Then from a box with the label of 8th Order Energy Liquid, he took out 20 bottles of blue potion and put them into his backpack. Looking at the 2 boxes with only half of them left, the obsessive-compulsive Suko girl directly took half of the 8th Order box, put it inside the 9th Order box, and closed the box. Satisfied and clapping her hands, Nangong Siyao left, but what she didn't notice was that on the side of the 9th Order Energy Liquid box, there was also the label, Emergency Battle Supplies. Half an hour later, the dormitory apartment. 5 bottles of 8th Order Energy Liquid is equivalent to 1 8th Order Crystal Core. The energy liquid in the backpack is exactly equivalent to 4 9th Order and 4 8th Order Crystal Cores. Moreover, the energy liquid is a refined energy that has been purified through technical means, so it doesn't need to be refined in order to be absorbed, and will be able to upgrade much faster. Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, and Lin Bingshi immediately mobilized the power of the contract. After the arcane aura surfaced, the 2 summoned beasts appeared in the middle of the large living room. A 3-toed golden divine dragon hovering in the middle of mid-air. A 2-tailed holy white fox sitting perched on a couch. During the cultivation process, the realms of both rose as bottles of blue potion were consumed down. Early 7th Order, middle 7th Order, late 7th Order, 8th Order. The power within both of them doubled once again, and the energy was like an ocean of thrilling waves. Mid 8th Order, late 8th Order, 9th Order. 9th Order reached. Chapter 28 Beast Tide Attacks, 8 Great Patriarchs Demonic Serpent Pressure. Boom! The 2-tailed white fox moved its little foot, and the majestic force crashed out, hitting with a sonic boom as the fragile sofa dented, clearly unusable. The corner of Lin Bingshi's eyes twitched. From the 7th to the 9th rank, her power had skyrocketed by more than 10 times, and she hadn't yet adapted to the explosive power of the 2-tailed white fox at this moment. The 3-toed golden dragon hovering there in the sky was also carefully controlling its power, or else it might smash through the ceiling if it wasn't careful. In order not to damage the apartment facilities, Xiao Ye's trio exited their summoned beast forms and returned to their human forms. The human form will inherit some of the attributes of the summoned beast, and the physical quality will be enhanced accordingly after upgrading the realm. Lin Bingshi clenched her white tender fists, her stunningly beautiful pretty face filled with excitement as she said, "Now I feel like I've got all the energy in the world. Farting like thunder and ting like shooting arrows says it all about me." Nangong Siyao threw 2 punches and the air whistled as she said, "I can kill a cow with 1 punch." Xiao Yi was checking the system mission panel. Stage mission: take the National College Entrance Exam champion, so that the overall college entrance examination results of Manhwa Base City will enter the top 10 of the National Base City's reward, Super Invincible Mystery Grand Prize. Current task: within half a month, 2 summoned beasts advance to the 9th rank and kill 2 magical beasts of the Sovereign Realm reward, Rule Great Exotic Treasure Xinhuang Gemstone. Rule Great Jewel of Xinhuang has the effect of calming chaotic rules and calming over limit and chaotic energy. The current realm is sufficient, it's just missing 2 Sovereign Realm magical beasts. With the battle power of 2 9th rank SSS rank summoned beasts, it's enough to kill a Zongshire. Xiao Yi had this confidence that the conceptual class talent skill was not a vegetarian. Beep beep beep. A communication bell rang, and after connecting, the figure of the original captain of the cheetah hunting team appeared on the virtual screen. "Captain, something big has happened." He looked grave, because last time, we killed the demon snake forest beast king's son, the 8th ranked demon Zhao, and angered the demon snake forest beast king. Right now, the beast king is leading the demon snake forest's 8 great masters to attack Manhwa Base City. The beast king has also unleashed a tide of demon snake beasts and is close to breaking through the defenses of Manhwa Base City. We're fighting to the death at the defense line. Xiao Ye's face changed and he quickly said, "Defense line? We'll be right there." Hanging up the communication and looking at the text messages, Xiao Yi realized that several people had already sent messages. City Lord, Xiao Yi. Protect Yao Yao. Training Fiend Male Bald, Xiao Yi. You guys stay at the youth training camp and don't move around, it's safe enough here. Military Pavilion Master, Liu Ruyan is missing. Xiao Yi, you indentured servants of the youth training camp, beware of the magical beasts sneaking up on you. Next to them, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, who were also aware of the current war crisis, were filled with caution. Then the three of them went out the door, boarded the SUV, and headed straight for the first line of defense. Outside of Manhwa base city. Boom! 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 A fierce fight was taking place in this place at this time, making a deafening noise. Devil snakes that covered the sky came out of the devil snake forest and shot towards the walls of Manhwa base city. Thousands of city protector pavilion summoned beasts fought with the demon snake. The ordinary devil snakes in the devil snake forest were easier to deal with as they were non-venomous and not too big, making them easy to kill. But there are many types of highly poisonous and large size of the magic snake. Even the summoned beasts of the city protector's pavilion fight with caution. Trauma is a small matter, poisoned in the fierce battlefield is simply too late to inject the antidote serum, can only die. Report. The Fourth Order City Protectorate Army is all but wiped out. Report. More than half of the Fifth Order City Guards are dead or wounded. Report. 80% of the Sixth Order City Protectorate's warriors have been poisoned and have lost their combat power. 7th Order, 8th Order, 9th Order, severe battle damage, combat ability halved. The City Protector Army Pavilion reported the situation again and again, and the more the Rockbird Pavilion Master and the Golden Tiger City Master, who were fighting with the 8 demonic serpent patriarchs at the very front, listened, the more their faces became gloomy. Bang! Pavilion Master, let us resist these 8 great sect masters. You guys saved your strength and still have to deal with the Beast King. That's right, the 4 of us can do it. There were 6 sovereign summoners present in Manhwa base city, the Pavilion Master couple, the City Master couple, the Training Frenzy male and female bald instructors, and 3 other pairs of sovereign realm contractors, and at this point, the Training Frenzy bald instructor proposed that the Pavilion Master duo save their strength. This group of beast tied and the 8 great sect masters were only the small head, the big head was still in the back, the sect master realm beast king that had experienced 1,000 years of transforming from a snake into a demonic ogre. Only the combined efforts of the city master and his wife's summoned beast, the sovereign rockbird, and the pavilion master's summoned beast, the golden tiger, could deal with it. Bull, you're 4 against 8, taking headshots? That's right, 1 against 2, are you planning to die in battle here? Looking at the dead and wounded city guards in the rear, the heart of the rockbird was heavy, the golden tiger's gaze erupted with anger, they couldn't spare a hand to support them, otherwise it would be difficult to rely on only the 4 summoned beast sect masters to resist the 8 sect master demonic serpents. Once the Beast King Demon Zhao came out, Manhwa base city would surely be defeated. The incident was so sudden that reinforcements from other base cities couldn't support them in time. Unbeknownst to all the summoned beasts, in the middle of a dark cloud thousands of meters in the air, there was a red-eyed demonic ogre wandering around, watching the battle below. Roar! Suddenly a distinctive roar rang out, and above the walls of Manhwa base city, a white fox with 2 tails that were holy and incomparable appeared. God's charm can cause the enemy's mind to fall into a state of confusion. Group attack. Full power. A strong and extremely powerful mental fluctuation spread out from the 2-tailed saintly white fox, and within 2 seconds, it spread to the entire battlefield. Buzz. Something that caused all the summoned beasts to be shocked happened, except for the patriarch-level magical beasts. The tens of thousands of magical snakes of the 9th rank as well as those below the 9th rank actually stopped their movements and stopped fighting with the City Protector Army. All eyes showed confusion, all pressed the pause button and generally stopped there. All the city protectors and patriarchs were shocked by the scene. Miracles! Miracles! Great, our Manhwa base city is saved. Kill! Kill for me! Demon Snake, die for me, as long as we're around, we won't let you take a step into the base city. Thousands of city protectors summoned beasts blew the horn of counter-killing, killing forward and backward towards the halted Demon Snake. In less than 2 minutes, the weak situation of the City Protector Army was completely reversed, killing the demonic snakes that had come to a standstill, and the remaining ones were all non-poisonous and easy to deal with groups of low-ranked demonic snakes. It's the control skill of the 2-tailed white fox, it's too perverse. The dark giant crocodile summoned by the training fiend instructor saw the white fox on top of the city wall at a glance and said with great shock. The rockbird and the golden tiger came to a realization and said in shock, so it's Xiao Yi. SSS grade summoning beasts, they really can't be understood by common sense, the skill effects are too powerful. White Fox and SSS class summoned beast, comparable to 1,000,000 soldiers.
For the first time, the clan's summoning beasts present recognized the terror of the SSS rank. Roar! Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A demonic augur filled with an evil aura shot towards the city walls from the clouds. Chapter 29 The Beast King appears, the divine dragon strikes. Please read it. The sky darkened, thunder flashed, and torrential rain fell. An evil augur wandered and shot up in the middle of the clouds. The oppressive feeling that went up to the heart and soul filled the sky from above. Damn! It's the Beast King demonic Xiao. The two-tailed white fox's life is in danger. Not good. After using a wide-range skill, the two-tailed white fox must have been severely depleted, and he doesn't have any energy left to fight against the demonic Xiao. The military pavilion master Rockbird hissed and hurried to save the day. The city master Golden Tiger also broke away from the battle with the 8 great sovereign demonic serpents and rushed towards the city wall. The Beast King's demonic Xiao was their opponent. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for them to make it in time. The eyes of the city protectors on the battlefield were split. They hated the fact that they were the ones being targeted by the demonic augur. The two-tailed white fox was panting at this time, looking exhausted, controlling tens of thousands of demonic snakes at the same time, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, and consuming 60% of his mental power at once. However, Xiao Yu was unperturbed, a Zhongshe-level demonic augur at the peak of Zhongshe's 9th rank? Master Realm, on their own talent skilled to the extreme, will be born after the Realm of Intention. The Realm of Intention to protect the body, can enhance the effect of their own talent skills multiplier, but also can weaken the effect of other people's role in their own talent skills. The Zhongshe realm was divided into 9 stages, with the first stage being the weakest and the 9th stage being the strongest, and the Beast King demonic Xiao was in the 9th stage of the Zhongshe realm. 9th rank versus Zhongshe 9th rank. If it were any other Xiao Yu might have turned around and fled, but against the demonic Xiao, Xiao Yu said that it was not weak at all. When an augur fought a supreme golden dragon, it wasn't the realm that was being fought, but the bloodline. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, the sky became even darker, and the entire battlefield rained down a torrential downpour, drenching all the summoned beasts. The black demonic augur full of evil aura circled and shot down, its black eyes were full of anger, and the silhouette of the two-tailed white fox was reflected in those eyes. Little thing, you have my son sent on you, are you the one who killed my son? Take a life. Extreme Thunderbolt Cannon mobilizes the power of dark clouds to condense billions of pressurized thunderbolts with strong explosive, ranged attacks. Rumble. The black cloud in the sky above it mobilized, and a huge black pillar of water and lightning cannons the size of 100 meters in diameter came towards the white fox through the air. That terrifying aura seemed to possess the power of annihilation. Xiao, it's our turn to appear. As the two-tailed white fox's words fell, she and Nangong Siyao at the back of the city wall simultaneously mobilized the contractual power of the SSS Grade 5 Clawed Golden Dragon template. Jin. Suddenly a melodious and crisp dragon's roar came from above the back of the city wall, spreading across the entire battlefield. A haze of light shone from the sky onto the earth, dispelling the darkness and cold. The black clouds subside and the thunder diminishes. A golden divine dragon emanating divine light appeared. Rabbit's eyes, deer's antlers, cow's mouth, camel's head, tiger's paw, eagle's claw, fish's scales, snake's body. The golden divine dragon hovered above the back of the city wall, and the vertical pupils of those golden eyes erupted with a great oppressive force. Water element control, as the name suggests, you are the master of the water element and have absolute control over it. Looking at the 100-meter diameter water thunder cannon that came through, the golden divine dragon secretly said, "Disintegrate." A wave of invisible fluctuation shot out from the golden-eyed vertical pupil, and the moment it struck the terrifying water thunder cannon at an unimaginable speed, the water thunder cannon's water element that had been compressed up to an extreme degree immediately disintegrated and dispersed. Boom! With a sound, the 100-meter diameter terrorist water mine cannon exploded in mid-air under everyone's eye-watering vision, transforming into ordinary water droplets that spilled out in all directions. Dragon! This is a divine dragon? I've actually seen a real dragon. Wow! How dare you? To fight against a sovereign beast king at the 9th level, this is a divine dragon. Yao, it must Yao Yao's summoned beast, it's actually at the 9th rank so quickly. The city guards who finished clearing the group of magic snakes at the scene looked at the golden dragon with stupefied gazes, and even the sovereign summoning beasts and sovereign magic snakes in the midst of the battle all retreated a few steps each to slow down the battle situation. The three-toed golden dragon, at this moment, received the attention of the entire audience.
When the Beast King Demonic Xiao saw the divine dragon appear and easily disintegrate the extreme water pressure water thunder cannon, his eyes fell out in shock.
Dragons? No.
I don't believe it. 100 years ago I sensed the bloodline inheritance and came to the conclusion that there are no more true dragons in the world.
You must be a fake.
The Beast King Demon Xiao paused suspended in midair, looking at the circling golden divine dragon. A hint of panic showed in his eyes, but his mouth was hard, denying the existence of the divine dragon with every word he uttered. But the divine dragon's ability to control the water element, and the golden dragon's outwardly remarkable external features, made him half believe that there was a real dragon in the world.
9th rank?
Humph. Whether it's a dragon or a bug, we'll have to fight to find out. As expected of a Beast King Demonic Xiao, his mind quickly calmed down. Whether it's a dragon or a bug.
9th order? Trashy stuff. If you don't enter the clan, you'll end up as an ant. Grandmaster Realm Level, Extreme Water Laser Bomb, strengthens power by 10 times, weakens enemy skill effects.
Roar. The Devil Xiao roared, an evil, fishy aura emanating from its pitch-black scales, mobilizing the black clouds above the clouds once again.
Boom.
The 100,000-meter square black clouds above the sky violently compressed together to form an extremely unstable piece of explosive water bomb the size of half a meter in diameter. The air around the explosive water bomb was ripped apart with a miserable snort. The army pavilion master and his wife's summoned beast, the rockbird, and the city master and his wife's summoned beast, the golden tiger, suddenly changed in color.
This one water bomb was enough to flatten the entire Manhwa base city. Can't let it fall.
The two glanced at each other, and the summoned beast rockbird hissed and bullied his way up. He wanted to take the extreme water bomb and detonate it ahead of time.
Looking for death.
The evil black dragon snorted coldly and swept towards the rockbird, catching up with it in a matter of breath, and threw out a sweeping tail.
Bang!
Accompanied by the sonic boom, the rockbird was swept by the evil black dragon's tail, and a column of blood spurted out of its mouth, as if it were a feather off a bough, shooting toward the ground.
In one shot, the city lord lost.
The city lord's summoned beast, the golden tiger, changed its face drastically. The rockbird of the 8th rank of the patriarchal realm was not a match for the 9th rank of the patriarchal realm's demonic Xiao. Strength gap, 3 times over. Master of the court. Pavilion master. The city protectors were furious, but there was nothing they could do. The great king is mighty.
The king will win. The king is mighty.
The 8 great patriarchal demonic snakes roared with excitement and danced their hands up, and the 4 great summoning beast patriarchs' faces were as black as carbon, wishing to immediately whip them and dig up the snake's bile. The golden tiger caught the rockbird that fell down, checked the injury and found, seriously injured.
Combat power 3 does not exist. 1.
Chirp.
Help me up, I can still get on.
The rockbird hissed and coughed out a few streaks of black blood, struggling to flap its wings and wanting to get on the field again.
Go again and you will surely die.
The golden tiger spoke out, his voice heavy and sad. Our base city, it ends here.
I'll go even if I die. I've guarded the base city for my whole life. You want me to give it up? No way.
The rockbird roared angrily.
Today, if the devil's Xiao didn't die, Manhwa base city would die. Both of them knew it very well.
Snort. The Beast King Demon Xiao laughed disdainfully as his breath filled out. Use the demise of your Manhwa base city to sacrifice my son. Use the death of you, a 9th rank stinker, to prove that there are no more true dragons in the world.
Shoo.
A half-meter diameter extreme ebony water bomb in the sky fell straight down, trailing a long white tail flame.
If it were to be given a name, a magic augur who had read the history of human development would take it, Little Black Boy. Begging to be read. Chapter 30 Devil Snake Forest Destroyed, Beast King Ambushed. Please read it.
Feeling that extreme water radium bullet, the 3-toed golden dragon frowned. Under the water elemental mastery, natural skill, all water elements in the world seemed to revolve around him. However, there was a layer of metaphysical intent on the surface of the ebony water radiant bullet, which extremely drastically cut down on its perception of the water element within the water radiant bullet.
It's a bit of a pain in the ass.
The 3-toed golden dragon looked at the extreme water radium bomb that fell from the sky with a heavy brow. The water elemental mastery, after the cuts, could not completely allow the extreme water radium bomb to safely and perfectly disintegrate, and blindly intervening might detonate the extreme water radium bomb.
A few hundred meters would still ripple through Manhwa base city and the protectorate. So first try to stop it from landing. Slow down. Halt. An invisible fluctuation shot out from amongst the golden-eyed vertical pupils and hit the ebony water bomb in an instant. But what amazed people was that the ebony water bomb that was compressed to the extreme had only slowed down by 1/10. GGG. GGG. The Beast King Devil Xiao was very excited, as if he had seen the dawn of victory, and said with great disdain, "True dragon? Garbage 1. A stinking worm that dares to impersonate a true dragon, today, I will ambush you." Those 8 great master demonic snakes were all hissing and roaring with excitement. Manhwa Base City will become history, and the demonic snake forest will exist forever. Noisy. The 3-toed golden dragon roared and let out a dragon roar. Jin. Holy golden dragon's might, it has the effect of shocking the mind and lowering the enemy's attributes by 50%, and has the effect of dominating the bloodline among its kind. A mighty pressure that seemed to come from the top of the universe surged and pressed toward the Beast King demonic Xiao. That sovereign law from within the bloodline suddenly suppressed the demonic Xiao bloodline. All the summoned beasts felt a great terror descending at this moment, and that supreme superlative oppression made people suck in cold air. The 8 great patriarchal demonic serpents' bodies shivered straight away, their hearts thumping as they exuded fear. Roar! The Devil Xiao's black eyes were glaring out, and his proud Devil Xiao bloodline was being suppressed by that superlative pressure, unable to move towards silence. My bloodline, my chi and blood. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Devil's Xiao roared incredulously. His bloodline and chi and intent all over his body could not mobilize the slightest bit at this moment. It was as if he had been suppressed in the 18 layers of hell and was about to lose his divinity. Buzz. Without the continuous control output from the demonic auger, the intentional power on the surface of the compressed to the extreme water radium bullet was instantly washed away by the water elemental control. When the water radium projectile was only 10 meters away from the ground, the water radium projectile instantly shot up into the sky and crashed down dozens of kilometers away. Seeing this scene, the 8 great patriarchal demonic Xiao's jaws were about to drop to the ground in shock. The reversal of the situation caused the city protector army, the 4 great patriarchs, and the city and pavilion masters to rejoice. A dragon, a true dragon has come out of my Manhwa base city. This is definitely a true dragon. Only a true dragon can use the 9th rank to reverse the sect master's 9th rank demonic auger. Hey guys, do you see that water radium bomb crashing towards the core of the demon snake forest? What grass? It's still true, the true dragon is mighty. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ebony water radium projectile that was compressed to the extreme fell straight down to the core of the devil snake forest hundreds of kilometers away. Boom! It seemed that even the heavens and earth trembled at this instant, and a mushroom cloud made up of a flood of sand and dust shot straight up into the sky. Brush! The flood that violently contained billions and billions of water pressure erupted and rushed away, flattening all the caves, ancient trees, mountains, and earth veins of the demon snake forest. From a distance, the mountain range looked as if it had been sliced flat by a knife, becoming bare. The tens of thousands of demonic snakes among them were washed to death by the violent water pressure. No one survived, the demonic snake forest, extinguished. A miracle. Devil's snake forest, no more. That's a move that's super grippy. All the summoned beasts present watched the whole process with dull eyes. Well, so much for playing right. A real dragon, that's definitely a real dragon, we're going to fall. Facts aside, what does our demon snake invasion of Base City have to do with the demon snake forest? They don't talk about martial virtues. The 8 great patriarch demon snakes witnessed the whole process of their homes being destroyed. All of them committed epilepsy and trembled all over, not knowing whether they were afraid or angry. Put. The Beast King Demon Xiao spewed out a 20-meter high jet of black blood, and its long, narrow body hovering in the air fell straight to the ground, smashing out a large pit in an unimaginable mess. At this time in the extremely distant sky, beyond the blue star ozone layer, in the uppermost airspace of the demon snake forest, a kunai-eared bestier nymph was alone, moving her shapely body, walking comfortably in the void, when suddenly the sexy red lips on that delicate face hooked and looked downward. It's a bit interesting. Has another supreme being appeared? A supreme law intent manifested in that area below. The delicate beast-eared lady's hands peeled toward the void, and space cracked open, revealing a blackened spatial rift. Swoosh! In a flash, the delicate beast-ear woman jumped in, and in the twinkling of an eye, she arrived tens of thousands of meters above Manhwa Base City, hidden in the white clouds. Roar! The tide of devil snake beasts was almost completely extinguished, leaving only the 8 great patriarch devil snakes and the Beast King Devil Xiao, whose gazes seemed to be about to spew flames, and were very furious as all of them swooped down towards the three-toed golden dragon and the two-tailed white fox. Damn, these two really deserve to die. It's all because of you that the demon snake forest will be destroyed. I will avenge my son. With a few brushes, they roared angrily, their auras rising to the sky. With a poof, they leapt over the wall at once and ran towards the interior of the city. Escape! Quickly escape. Inside the base city they don't dare to enlarge their hands and feet, separate directions and escape. Yes, that's definitely a real dragon. It's so evil, I don't even dare to face it directly, my body shakes just by looking at it. Your Majesty is wise, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, we will start all over again in the demon snake forest. Very well. I'll leave the task of reproduction to you, feel free to find magical beasts to mate with. The two-tailed white fox looked on with a flat gaze. Run? Can you guys run? God's charm, compulsory to put the enemy's mind in a state of confusion. God's countermeasure, compulsorily instills steel seals of thought, causing the enemy to change the target of attack. A spiritual fluctuation, spreading out at the speed of light, rippled out in an instant to the fleeing beast king demonic Xiao and the 8 great patriarchal demonic serpents. Buzz! The 4 patriarch-level magical beasts paused in their steps, then stared at the beast king demonic Xiao with crimson eyes, saying, "Kill this white fox! Avenge the little king, kill!" The beast king demonic Xiao was also hit by the skill and tore into the 8 great sovereign demonic serpents. The steel seals of thought instilled by God's curse stirred the darkest hatred in their hearts, and in this moment the 8 great patriarchs were as vicious and ruthless as if they had been given hormones. The 6 great sect masters of Manhwa base city also joined the battle. In less than half a minute, the 8 devil snakes and the beast king devil Xiao all fell. At that moment, everyone turned around and saw the disappearing true dragon, and said in disbelief, "Where are the dragons? Where are the real dragons?" Unbeknownst to them, the 3-toed golden dragon was grabbed into a spatial rift by a large hand in the void while they were fighting. Xiao Yi! Xiao Yi, where have you been? Lin Bingshi, who was forced to change back to her human form, called out Xiao Yi's name from the city wall as she felt that the power of the contract with Xiao Yi seemed to have severed the connection. Chapter 31, the Dean of the Magic Capital's Top Academy, Supreme Koan Pang. In the Great Hall of the City Lord's Mansion in Manhwa Base City. The 3-toed golden dragon appeared here, hovering in midair, and Nangong Siyao and Xiao Yi only felt a flash of white light in front of their eyes before they arrived here. A supreme bloodline that hasn't grown up yet? The bestier nymph with a Kuanping ear suspended in midair was currently sizing up the 3-toed golden dragon with great curiosity. Xiao Yi was a bit surprised when he controlled the 3-toed golden dragon to fix his eyes on it. This bestier Nyang exuded an air of charm, the whole person was graceful and delicate, a very mature and sexy big sister, with a smile back, giving people a feeling of flavor. The most surprising thing was that this dainty fish-eared beast-eared lady was so powerful that she could manage to fly through the air without relying on external objects. A 3-toed golden dragon's flight relies on anti-gravity, not when it changes back to human form. Supreme Dragon God Bloodline? The coquettish and sexy woman looked left and right curiously, and Xiao Yi blinked his eyes as he controlled the 3-toed golden dragon and spoke out. "Which one are you?" She didn't have any malicious intent, Xiao Yi could feel it. The delicate beast-ear lady shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter who I am, and you won't be able to see me in the future, so you don't really need to know me." When she skimmed and smiled, she revealed winks that made people's hearts flutter. However, the words she said were too lofty, and Xiao Yi felt speechless. After looking at it for a while, a look of disappointment appeared on the delicate temperament beast-ear Nyang's stunning face, saying, "It's a pity, being burdened with a supreme bloodline, but staying in a remote corner like Manhwa Base City, and now it's only up to the 9th rank, so it's estimated that the summoner's age is very old. If you were born in my devil's capital base city, I'm certain that I can make you take the top spot in the college entrance exams and send you to the top school, the devil's capital Kuanping Combat Academy." Xiao Yi was speechless and was about to retort when he heard Nangong Siyao joyfully say, "Ancestral grandmother. So it's you. So this is your ancestral grandmother's beast-ear nymphet form." Xiao Yi and the delicate temperament beast-ear lady were both startled. Xiao Yi was surprised that Nangong Siyao actually knew this beast-ear lady. The delicate temperament beast-ear Nyang, on the other hand, was called with a glare in her beautiful eyes, "What grandma, am I that old?" Nangong Siyao controlled the 5-clawed golden dragon and spoke out in delight, "Aya. Aren't you grandma, my parents' credited teacher? You even hugged me when I was a child. Well, that's the playful kid with the little pill hair tied on top of his head." The delicate temperament beast-ear Nyang pondered for a moment,
then a familiar look spread across her stunningly beautiful face as she indistinctly said, "You're the little kid who wets the bed at 8 years old. The Nangong Siyao who still likes to shiver her toes at the age of 10. Nangong Siyao's head was filled with black lines from what was said. It's been so long since then, what's the point of mentioning this? Yes, it's me. Nangong Siyao directly admitted it. The delicate temperament beast-eared lady suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "So it's you, 8 years old and still wetting the bed in my bed, 10 years old and still shivering my toes. If it wasn't for the fact that you're still small, I would have beaten your ass." You can tell that she remembers both events well, if not vividly. Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao exited their summoned beast forms and changed back to their human forms. Xiao Yi looked at Nangong Siyao with a surprised face, not realizing that she still had the fetish of shivering other people's toes. Don't talk about this. Nangong Siyao introduced the two to each other. Ancestral grandmother, this is my contractee, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, this is my father's credited teacher, and since she's over 1,000 years old, I've grown up honoring her as grandmother. What, 1,000 years old? Xiao Yi was a bit dumbfounded. 1,000 years old can be an ancestor, right? No wonder she was called her grandma. Ahem. The delicate airy beast-eared lady glared at Nangong Siyao. Call sister. Call what grandma? I'm not that old. In the past, she didn't feel much when she was called grandma by a little kid, but now that she was called grandma by a stunning beauty who could be compared to her, she couldn't accept it inside. Sure enough, women don't like to be called old, and neither does she. Nangong Siyao with a derisive face came close to Xiao Yi and said quietly, "Bad egg, grandma ancestor she was called 1,000 years bachelor, 10,000 years female bachelor. Oh, you must not mention this in front of her, she is very annoying. Oh." Xiao Yi couldn't help but glance at the shapely Kuan Pang beast-ears Nyang when he heard this. Such a beautiful woman as 1,000-year-old female bachelor, shouldn't she have male misogyny? The corner of the Kuan Pang beast-ear Nyang's mouth twitched, itching to give Nangong Siyao a brain crash. "Come on, you're so close to me, I can hear you even if you whisper." The Kuan Pang beast-eared lady coughed, her expression becoming solemn as she said, "Nangong Siyao, if I remember correctly, you are not yet in the college entrance exams right now, are you?" Nangong Siyao nodded, puzzled. "Yeah, what's wrong?" A surprised smile appeared on the Kuan Pang beast-eared lady's absolutely beautiful face as she sniffed Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao, and said with great joy, "Good, the supreme bloodline summoner who has yet to take the entrance exam, I'll take it." As the vice president of the Kuan Pang Combat Academy, the top academy of the Magic City and the Magic City Base City, the two of you were admitted early, I'd say. The top school in Magic City? Vice president of the Kuan Pang Combat Academy? Early admission? Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao were stunned. The Kuan Pang beast-eared lady looked at Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao with delighted eyes. Her heart was very excited. "A trip out and I picked up a treasure. When did I have this luck?" Xiao Yi shook his head and said, "No." The Kuan Pang beast-ear Nyang's pretty face was dumbfounded. He actually refused. "Sure enough, I don't even have luck. No wonder 1,000 years have passed without solving the template contract problem." Xiao Yi felt that it was better to pass the college entrance examination in a dignified manner, and besides, he still had a mission to be the top student of the college entrance examination. 10 minutes before, the system panel appeared new. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, Rule Great Exotic Treasure, Xianhuang Gemstone. The Xianhuang Gemstone has been deposited in the system storage space. Current mission, take the National College Entrance Examination, and make the overall college entrance examination score of Manhwa Base City enter the top 10 of the national base cities. Reward, Template Adjuster. Template Adjuster, 3 functions, 1. Template Level Upgrading Function 2. Defective Template Repair Function 3. Template Rule Fragment Crystallization Extraction Function, Origin Level. Origin Level Template Adjuster. This feature felt very fragrant just by looking at it, and Xiao Yi didn't want to miss it. At this time, the city lord, the pavilion master, and the 4 great patriarchs entered the city lord's mansion. Disciples Nangong Siyao and Zhang Jialo, greetings to your teacher. Manhwa Base City Military Pavilion Master, greet Supreme Kuan Pang. The 4 great patriarchs and the pavilion master followed the city master and his wife in saluting. The look was solemn, the gaze reverent. Supreme, a powerhouse far beyond the realm of the sovereign, great sovereign, exalted, great exalted, and supreme. The Kuan Pang Supreme, also known as the Kuan Pang Queen. Chapter 32, Queen of the Kunpangs, 1,000-year bachelorette. Trail Hidden Secrets. Please read it. Supreme Exalt. That was a terrifying powerhouse at the Jingguo level. A mountain range like the demon snake forest could be cut down with a wave of his hand. However, Nangong Siyao was very puzzled. This teacher of his,
Didn't he stay in the Magic City's top academic institution Kunping College all year round? How did he have the time to come to such a backward and remote base city like Manhwa Base City? Nangong Siyao, as the city lord, did his etiquette very well and began to entertain this powerful female teacher. The usually imposing military pavilion master was accompanied by a smiling face the entire time at this point, rarely uttering a sound, and so were the 8 great patriarchs. The Kunpeng bestier nymph, who had been maintaining her bestier nymph form, pointed at Xiao Yi and said to Nangong Siyao, "Where does this kid live? Arrange my accommodation, I'm going to live next door to him until the college entrance exams are over." The supreme bloodline that hadn't been scooped up yet, she must take under her wing. Xiao Yi felt that she had a strange look in her eyes. A long-legged young girl jumped into Xiao Yi's arms with tearful waterways in her eyes. "I finally found you, I thought something had happened to you." It was Lin Bingshi who was forced to exit his summoned beast form. "It's okay." Xiao Yi patted her back and comforted her. The Kunpeng bestier Nyang's eyes went straight when she saw this scene, and she slapped the table and chided, "Nonsense! You've got a contractor, rubbing and hugging other beauties, holding another stunningly beautiful girl, both young and beautiful." The city lord, the pavilion master, and the 4 great patriarchs were startled by the sound of table tapping that came out of nowhere, and when the supreme being was angry, there were floating corpses for miles. Nangong Siyao hurriedly explained, "Teacher, calm down, this is Lin Bingshi, Xiao Yi's first summoned beast contractor." Nangong Siyao's mother, Zhang Jialo, also chimed in, "Lin Bingshi, an awakened person of the SSS rank 9-tailed skyfox template." The Kunpeng beast-eared lady was stunned, her pretty face filled with incredulity as she said, "This Xiao Yi kid contracted 2 maidens? And both of them are SSS class summoned beast templates?" Nangong Siyao and Zhang Jialo nodded, "Yes." The Kunpeng beast-eared lady rubbed her head and stood up in shock, walking over to Xiao Yi and pinching Xiao Yi's handsome cheeks left and right, patting her left shoulder and then her right shoulder. The mouth sked, feeling like it had seen a new human. The hands are comfortable to touch, the shoulders are wide, the joints are hard, and they can actually contract 2 templates. Unbelievable, unbelievable, ah. Xiao Yi watched as the Kunpeng beast ear woman tried to touch downwards and hurriedly slapped her small white hand away, saying, "Ancestral grandmother. Don't touch it in public, it's weirdly itchy." The Kunpeng beast-eared lady smiled delicately, instantly giving people a sense of flavor. "It's a right potty. You mean you can touch it in private?" She leaned in close and whispered, and blew a breath into Xiao Yi's ear. "And don't call me grandma, I'm that old, call me little fairy, or call me Sister Yin Bing." Xiao Yi was dumbfounded. "You are more than 1,000 years old and you want me to call you a little fairy? Do you want to be ashamed?" However, this Kunpeng bestier Nyang was indeed an absolute beauty, with a face value that could compete with Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, but compared to Lin Bingshi and the 2 of them, who had yet to completely shed their childishness, the Kunpeng bestier Nyang was like a ripe peach, full of delicacy and sexiness. "Sister Yun Bing." Xiao Yi smiled brightly and pulled Lin Bingshi to call together, "Sister Yun Bing." He. The Kunpeng bestier Nyang's beautiful eyes flashed brightly. "Having called me Sister Yun Bing, you are my people. Nangong, put me in the villa where they're staying, I'm going to personally teach them until the college entrance exams are over." "No problem." Nangong Siyao was overjoyed, the personal teachings of Supreme Kunpeng, the last time or the last time. The bald instructor, the training maniac among the 4 summoned beast sect masters, whispered sweatily to the city lord, "They sleep in the same bedroom nowadays, living in the youth training camp husband and wife apartments, and there are no other rooms." Nangong Siyao said in a deep voice, "Then immediately arrange a villa for Yao Yao and the others." 10 minutes later, Xiao Yi's trio was forced into the middle of a small villa on the edge of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the 3-meter long and 3-meter wide bed, Lin Bingshi was about to be stunned. Xiao Yi felt very fond of it, and with such a big bed, it was no problem to sleep 4 people. The Kunsite beast ear woman was in the next room, and at that moment she murmured to herself as if her worldview had been refreshed. There are no more than 10 people in the nation's base cities who have awakened SSS ranked summoned beast templates this year, and 3, and an SSS ranked Imperial Beastmaster have appeared at the same time in Manhwa base city. A sentinel can contract 2 templates at the same time, so that means a third can be contracted? Even in the super base cities of Magic City and Imperial City, it was unheard of before. The Kunpeng beast-eared lady's divine thoughts spread out as she wanted to secretly see what was so special about Xiao Yi. After the divine thought spread to the next room, the image of Xiao Yi's trio appeared in her field of vision, but the image of Xiao Yi's trio at this moment caused her to blush for a while. Well, this is something I can watch. Next door. Nangong Siyao pounced on Xiao Yi's body, her eyes full of anticipation. Xiao Yi.
Our 2 summoned beasts have already reached the 9th rank realm, and we've also swept through the demon snake forest, killing 9 sovereign realm demon snakes.
Do you have a solution to the template problem yet? Xiao Yi nodded, yes.
From now on, your template will not restrict our contact. Gemstone of Xin Huang, a law-grade exotic treasure, capable of calming chaotic rules and calming transcendent and chaotic energies. Just take it out when the time comes, and with it, that overrun of template energy will be leveled out.
Oi! Too good. Nangong Siyao was so happy that she jumped up and jumped high. The Koanpang beast-eared lady who was peering next door frowned. Solve the template problem. What problem? That kid can solve the problem of awakening templates on the law level? Good man.
That's all it takes to fool a young, unsophisticated girl. But suddenly the movement next door made her blush. The more he listened, the darker his face became, and he even gritted his teeth.
Xiao Yi turned to Nangong Siyao and asked, why is that ancestral grandmother a 1,000-year-old female bachelor? Does she have male misogyny?
Nangong Siyao listened and pondered for a moment, then returned with an odd expression on her face.
That, I'm not too sure about.
As far as I remember, everyone privately called her a 1,000-year-old bachelorette and a spinster.
Well, I remember.
There seems to be a big problem with her template. Those who make a contract with her will explode and die in a flash. Rumor has it that whoever makes a contract with her will die. All men stay away from her.
The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched, so miserable, whoever contracted with her would explode and die? And so on. Why did that one sound so familiar? That's right, bursting into flames.
Nangong Siyao doing something over the top with someone because of the over-the-top template would cause both of them to explode and die. But who did Sister Yunbing make a contract with to die violently on the spot? Xiao Yi sucked in a mouthful of cold air straight away when he thought of this.
It's scary. Chapter 33 Nangong Siyao, I can't stand it.
Men can't even sign a contract with her, let alone do anything else. No wonder it is called 1,000 years female bachelor. Sister Yunbing, referring to the Kuanpeng beast-eared lady. Xiao Yi couldn't help but associate it with whether or not Sister Yunbing also had a major problem with her template that caused her to not be able to sign a contract with someone else. Could a rule-level arcane gem solve her problems? Taking a step back, the template adjuster, too, could definitely solve any template problem. The second function of the template adjuster, at the origin level, is to repair crippled templates. Xiao Yi wasn't too clear on what level the origin level was, but it sounded very powerful as all, definitely above the law level. Sister Yunbing, is there a problem with the template? Xiao Yi inquired. Don't ask. The fruitful young girl didn't care what Xiao Yi was asking at this time. She was full of excitement as she pasted over to Xiao Yi. Well. Xiao Yi's eyes widened as the beautiful cheeks of the Suko girl in the center of his vision gradually enlarged, and she actually blocked his mouth with her mouth. Don't. It's still daytime. Xiao Yi tried to push her away. However, Nangong Siyao was like an iron clamp and welded Xiao Yi with her mouth. I don't care, I want it. I can't help it. Nangong Siyao let out a fuzzy sound. The Koanpeng beast-ear Nyang next door was watching with a blush. Hiss. She suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and hastily withdrew her divine thoughts, shielding her vision. What a wild ride, this young man. The Koanpeng beast-ear woman patted her chest and said sheepishly. She had never touched a man in 1,000 years, and for a moment just now, it actually made her feel aroused. It made her heart, which was originally sealed in the middle of 1,000 years of cold ice, beat violently for the first time in such a long time. But to her exasperation, she seemed to have terrible luck and never found a solution to the template problem. Pulling out a crystal that flowed with a special aura from his pocket, he regretted. There's only one piece left. You can only summon the Kuanpeng divine beast once. I don't know where to find it yet. But the urgent goal at the moment is to recruit these 3 SSS ranks into the Magic Capital Imperial Beastmaster Academy. There are 3 super base cities in the Dragon Kingdom, the Magic City Base City, the Imperial City Base City, the Jinling Base City, the Cold Pole Base City, and so on, and there is a top Royal Beastmaster Academy in each super base city, and there are 10 top Royal Beastmaster Academies in the Dragon Kingdom, and the Magic City Top Royal Beastmaster Academy is one of them. There are no more than 10 SSS classes awakened in the whole country in a year. Who knows that Mangwon Base City has awakened 3 at once? Suddenly there was a faint sound coming from the wall. The Koanpeng beast-ear Nyang's delicate and soft body was lying on the warm and soft bed, covering her ears, her pretty face slightly red. Good boy, an hour has passed. She was filled with shock, it was too strong. This made her even more determined to recruit Xiao Yi into the Kuanping combat department amongst her own magic capital Imperial Beast Master Academy. With the gradual passage of time, half a month had passed, and tomorrow, it was the day of the college entrance exam. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Yun Bing was explaining to Xiao Ye's trio what they needed to pay attention to in the entrance exam. At this time, Yun Bing was not in the form of a beast-ear nymph, but had changed back to her human form, and in her human form, she had an extra trace of freshness, which was mixed in with the delicate temperament, making people feel different. For the college entrance exam, each base city takes the exam in their own base city. You guys take the exam in Manhwa base city, but the higher base city will send invigilators and exam equipment. The invigilator doesn't need to say much, it's absolutely fair and impartial. Here I highlight the invigilation equipment. First is the first one, a testing instrument that detects the level and realm of the exam student's summoned beast. The second one, the Void God Tower, equivalent to a virtual world, allows each trainee to enter the middle of the virtual world and fight against magical beasts to test the trainee's combat level. But it's rumored that this term's magical beast matchups have changed, and the difficulty is stronger than before. Xiao Yi, Chang Bingshi, and Nangong Siyao listened attentively. Yun Bing stopped when he said this and mysteriously said to Nangong Siyao, "Yao Yao." Nangong Siyao was puzzled. "What's wrong, Grandma?" Yun Bing's pretty face darkened. "Call Sister Yun Bing." "Ow. Sister Yun Bing, what's wrong?" Yun Bing's pretty face resumed that kind of mystery, called Nangong Siyao aside, and came close to hugging her. "You volunteer for the college entrance examination to fill in my Magic City Imperial Beast Master Academy, the Kuanping Combat Department, and I'll tell you about the change in the rules of this college entrance examination regarding the Void God Tower." Inside information. Oh. What about it? Nangong Siyao's beautiful eyes lit up. Yun Bing saw her intention and got excited in his heart. "Heh. I didn't expect to recruit an SSS rank so quickly, it's too easy, isn't it? These three recruited one of them, and these three would have been one and the same, isn't that the same as recruiting all three?" Just when the delicate imperial sister Yun Bing seemed to see the light of victory. Immediately after she heard Nangong Siyao's voice of rejection, "No. I'll go wherever Xiao Yi goes, how can I decide which college to go to without authorization?" With that, Nangong Siyao returned to Xiao Ye's duo under Yun Bing's stunned eyes. Xiao Yi looked at Yun Bing with an odd expression on his face and secretly said, "How is it that there are always beautiful women that want to hug my wife?" The corner of Yun Bing's mouth twitched. "Where does Xiao Yi go? Where does she go?" Yun Bing secretly said, "I don't believe it." So once again, he pulled Chang Bingshi aside and held her close to his ear. "Join my Magic City Kuanping Combat Department, I'll tell you insider information about the college entrance exam. Definitely you guys will be helpful, how about it?" Inside information? Isn't that cheating? Chang Bingshi, the school bully with the second best grades in the school, didn't care for this kind of play, and directly rejected it strictly. "Sister Yun Bing, do you think I need to cheat for my SSS rank summoned beast?" "No need." Looking at Chang Bingshi who wanted to go back, the corners of the mouth of the coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing twitched as she once again held her in her arms, releasing the temptation to say, "How about joining my magic capital Imperial Beastmaster Academy, the Kuanping Combat Department, and I'll directly let you be the president of the student council." Student council president? I don't think so, I'll do all the tiring things for me. Sister Yun Bing, don't make things difficult for me, I'll listen to Xiao Yi, well, we'll listen to Xiao Yi, we'll go to whichever college he goes to. After saying that, Chang Bingshi went back. The coquettish imperial sister was stunned. What a guy! 2 SSS rank templates of peerless beauty, both so determined to follow a man? Xiao Ye's gaze as he looked at Yun Bing became more and more odd. Another woman who likes to hug my wife. You hug my wife now, I'll hug you later. Xiao Yi thought viciously, woman. You should be glad that you are a female and not a male. Otherwise you would have already been knifed. Yun Bing, the delicate imperial sister, could not help but rub her embroidered eyebrows in distress when she saw Xiao Ye's guarded gaze. If you want to recruit these 3 rare and incomparable SSS ranks, you still have to start with this Xiao Yi. When she thought of Xiao Ye's strong staying power, her pretty face blushed. Chapter 34, Xiao Yi, don't can't top it. Charming imperial sister Yun Bing's beautiful eyes gazed at Xiao Yi, and her vermilion lips lightly opened as she said, Xiao Yi, you. Wait. Without waiting for Yun Bing to finish speaking, Xiao Yi raised his hand to interrupt. Sister Yun Bing, I know that you want to especially recruit us into the school, but we want to pass the normal college entrance exam. The coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing was choked for a moment and said in disbelief,
Why, all of them are entering colleges and universities. The special recruitment does not have to participate in the fierce competition, and our Magic City Beast Harnessing Teacher Academy is also one of the top 10 academies in the country. Xiaoyi stood up, his body erupting with an aura of words. Higher education, naturally, is about getting into good colleges and universities. But the three of us are taking the exams not only for the sake of our grades, but also for the future of Manhwa Base City, where our grades in the college entrance exams each year determines the amount of advanced resources that Manhwa Base City can enjoy from the allocation of the higher base city. And these advanced resource amounts can boost the battle power of many summoned beasts, and can even serve to turn the tide of battle. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi both agreed, that's right. We're taking the college entrance exam not only for our own personal sake, but also for the sake of Manhwa Base City. That's right, Manhwa Base City has been in the bottom for 10 years in a row, we must take the bottom too this term. Delicate Imperial Sister Lin Bing's expression froze, and an expression of embarrassment surfaced on her face. There was indeed this rule about the results of the college entrance examination determining the amount of the latest resources to be allocated. She had stayed in the Kuanping Combat Academy all year round and hadn't paid much attention to the outside world, so she had actually forgotten about this. It was only after the two Nangong Siyao reminded him of this. Wasn't her special recruitment of Xiaoye's trio equivalent to destroying the future of Manhwa Base City? Immediately after that, Lin Bing said with an apology, sorry. In the past, it used to be that each pair of contractors' summoned beasts were assigned a separate space to fight against a magical beast, and the points were based on performance. In fact, the Void God Tower's rule change for this session of the college entrance exam is that it is based on the base city, where all the candidates of the base city are placed within the same large scenario and resist a wave of beast waves at the same time, and then based on each candidate's performance, the combat score is calculated. It dawned on Xiaoye's trio that this was the case. Nangong Siyao smiled and said, this kind of rule is too great for us. Xiaoyi very much agreed that if it was a joint resistance against a wave of beasts, the system mission, he had 80% certainty of completing it. Delightful Imperial Sister Lin Bing sighed, cannot stop these three people to participate in the college entrance examination to special recruitment, can only be in other places to Xiaoyi, let Xiaoyi fill in the Magic Capital Imperial Beast Master Academy volunteer. Well, that's all for today's lecture. Tomorrow is the day of your entrance exams, which will last for 1 day. The contents of the entrance exam are, testing the level and realm of summoned beasts, and entering the Void God Tower to resist the beast tide. She finished and told everyone to dismiss. The fruitful girl Nangong Siyao immediately became excited, her eyes glowing as she stared at Xiaoyi and hugged him as she ran towards the villa. Xiaoye's legs trembled and stood on the ground not wanting to move. He said, Siyao. An ox made of iron can't withstand your daily tossing and turning, just let me go today. Nangong Siyao shook her head violently and said, no. Seeing Xiaoye's distressed face, Lin Bingshi was somewhat unable to bear it and said, Siyao, just let Xiaoye off the hook today. Xiaoyi pushed away Nangong Siyao's hand and said with palpitations, yes, tomorrow is the day of the college entrance exam. You don't want us to fail the exam because of our lack of energy to perform poorly, right? If you don't do well on the exam, your father will hang you up and beat you. Xiaoyi added. Nangong Siyao thought about it and felt that it was not right. Doing sports with Xiaoyi, her mental state is getting better and better. The next day she got up and her skin was more moisturized. Couldn't figure it out, so Nangong Siyao wanted to ask her mature elder sister Lin Bing. She had lived for more than 1,000 years, so she should know a lot about this. Then Nangong Siyao pulled Xiaoyi to ask about the coquettish imperial sister Lin Bing. Sister Lin Bing, does your energy really get worse after exercising? The coquettish imperial sister Lin Bing listened to the whole person frozen in place, incredibly said, what? You can't just ask a question like that. Nangong Siyao thought that it was Sister Lin Bing who hadn't heard clearly and asked again. Lin Bing was filled with embarrassment and stammered, should it? She was internally freaking out. How did she know about this kind of problem? It's not like she's ever experienced it. Nangong Siyao listened with a lost face, feeling a bit regretful. She said undaunted, Sister Lin Bing, are you telling the truth? But every time I get up the next day, my skin is more moisturized. The coquettish imperial sister Lin Bing was shocked. This kind of thing can still maintain the skin and have the effect of beautifying the face? I can't believe this is happening. Lin Bing felt that cognition had opened a new door, one more piece of knowledge. No wonder he was woken up every night in his sleep by this Nangong Siyao ninny. It turns out that this Nei-san treats this kind of thing as a beauty and skin care product? Lin Bing pinched the skin of his face, recently did not hydrate in time, rubbing hydrating cream, or a little dry. Seeing that Sister Yunbing was silent, Nangong Siyao walked away with a regretful face. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, as if his entire being was much more relaxed. Who knows, how did he come through this half a month? Can't be helped, can't be helped. The next morning. Before heading to the Manhwa-based city Manhwa High School College Entrance Examination Center, Xiao Yi set up a rule for Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi. I'll only do sports with you guys if you behave yourselves, especially you Nangong Siyao. The two women were a bit reluctant, but they still agreed to Xiao Yi's proposal. Cheng Bingshi was a little better, but Nangong Siyao was clearly dissatisfied, and her beak could hang a watermelon. Humph. Xiao Yi, I will definitely perform well and make you willing. Nangong Siyao was determined to perform well. After that, the three entered the examination room. The Mangwon-based city Mangwon Academy, just a low-level college, had a large plaza that served as an examination hall, and with around 2,000 high school candidates from the three high schools, there was more than enough space. In the middle of a classroom in the Manhwa Academy, a middle-aged man wearing an examiner's uniform respectfully addressed two young-faced people. You Xiao, Miss Wu, borrowing land for the college entrance exam was originally not allowed, but I've already taken care of everything. You guys can just participate in the college entrance exam as students of Manhwa-based city's #1 high school. The person who was called Yu Xiao was arrogant and his attitude was extremely condescending, saying, Humph. Such a remote base city, if it weren't for the extra points for winning the first place in the entrance examination of every base city, I wouldn't have come to this backward ravine. Miss Wu, who had pimples on her face, also looked disdainful and said, That's right. It's a blessing for them that we, as Magic Capital Heaven's pride and SS-class summoning beast contractors, can come to Manhwa base city. The middle-aged man in the examiner's uniform laughed, Yes, yes, yes. You guys take the extra points to spite yourselves, you don't need to worry about anything else, even if it's the city lord of Manhwa base city, you'll have to give me face. Even if he knows of your existence, he wouldn't dare to let out a single fart, a low-level base city lord reporting you, I'll give a stop. As far as I know, they've been bottom of the table for 10 years in a row, and unsurprisingly, this year too. The arrogant youth Yu Xiao and the acne-prone Miss was sniffed and laughed like crazy. Ha ha ha. So trashy? Ha ha ha. 10 years at the bottom of the list? Going to laugh me to death? Plus this year it's the bottom of the 11, I'm going to grow up hair. Chapter 35, The Higher Education Examination, the official start. Examiner uniform middle-aged man is the higher base city sent down to supervise the examination, its own realm above the Zongshi, saw Yu Xiao and Miss Wu laughing their stomachs ache, not a single change in expression. At first when he found out about it a few years ago, he laughed like crazy, but as everyone got used to it, he got used to it. Among the higher base cities, everyone calls Manhwa base city the penultimate nail house. It's rooted in the bottom one and can't be pulled out. Miss Pimples was smiled with contempt, with my SS rank female dinosaur template, I'm bound to take first place in this base city. Then she assumes the form of a beast-eared woman, the dinosaur-resistant woman. Female dinosaur lady, both ears changed, a tail stuck out of the back, and her teeth became prominent becoming buck-toothed dinosaur girl. Ow. She growled twice with her teeth and claws open. Good. Worthy of being a dinosaur-resistant nymphette, full of ferocity and superb battle power. The examiner uniform clapped and applauded. That was located less than a toothpick mouth, said, Still wanna collect, Manhwa base city this session of Awakened Talent list, now it seems unnecessary. The middle-aged man in the examiner's uniform chimed in, What kind of heavenly pride can come out of the bottom one base city, no need to care. Alright, Yu Xiao, Miss Wu, the exam is about to start, so you guys go to the exam room first, and I'm going to be the supervisor. Well, let's go toothpick. The female dinosaur, beast-ear nymph, pulled Yu Xiao ahead to the examination center. At the Mangwon Schoolhouse Mega Plaza. At a height of 100,000 meters in the sky above, a stunningly beautiful Kuanpang beast-ear woman with a flawless face was lying comfortably in the white clouds with her pretty face, and was very happy to say, Muan ah. I finally had a peaceful sleep last night, Xiao finally didn't toss and turn yesterday ah. Suddenly she gritted her teeth and said, Xiao is really something too, knowing that I'm a 1,000-year-old bachelorette and still asking me that kind of question. It's not possible that Xiao thinks I'm some kind of indiscreet woman, right? Humph. A 1,000-year-old spinster, she thinks she's called that for nothing. Said the Kuanpang beast Earl Nyang as she set her eyes on the exam room below. Below. On the flat ground, there was a serial number of candidates, and the candidates stood according to the serial number, each about 1 meter apart. Xiao Yi brought the two women to the three positions of 95, 96 and 97,
and Xiao Yi was at number 96. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, as the stunningly beautiful school beauties of the first and third high schools, drew the attention of all the surrounding candidates as soon as they appeared. It's the $1,000 schoolgirl, she's actually standing in front of me, so excited. Is this the devil's schoolgirl? Her face actually got better, Vulcan. It's too pretty girl. The devilish school flower of your 3 high schools already has a name, I just don't know which asshole will be cheaper for our $1,000 school flower. Why don't you go after her? Maybe she fell in love with you at first sight. Suddenly a candidate from the youth training camp standing not far away interjected, chasing my ass, the 1,000 gold school flower is also a famous woman, you guys should call her a young woman. What? The dream girl of all the boys in our first high school is already a young woman? Lying to you, everyone in the youth camp knows. Liu Ruyan knows, right? The goddess was taken by someone else, he was so angry that he didn't even participate in the youth camp. The surrounding first high school candidates were stunned, and the first high school boy examiners even let out a wail. Ah! My goddess, changed into a young woman. Ah! Which goddamned one dares to sleep with our $1,000 schoolgirl? At this time, a pleasant chiding voice suddenly rang out from the scene, be quiet, all of you. The candidates sought the source of the sound and gazed over, only to see the Nangong Siyao with her behemoth arms crossed, saying, What's wrong with being a young woman? I'm proud to be a young woman. If anyone says Xiao Yi's husband again, I'll hang him up and beat his ass. What? The goddess came out to stop people from talking about Xiao Yi? Who is Xiao Yi? Holy! Isn't Xiao Yi the boyfriend of the devilish schoolgirl of our 3 high schools? Damn, he really deserves to die. Both schoolgirls were taken down by him. The candidates of the first high school were collectively shocked. Xiao Yi, scum? No, the Grandmaster. The first and third high school male candidates collectively wailed. A female dinosaur beast-eared nymphette holding an exquisitely dressed boy came in front of Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao, and after hearing the surrounding discussion, the female dinosaur nymphette murmured with a disdainful face. 1,000 schoolgirls? The devil's school flower? Fancy, these candidates discuss the content of the exam and talk about this. No wonder they're at the bottom of the list every year. Exquisite clothing man Yu Toothpick nodded his head and said deeply, how beautiful can a remote and backward high school flower like Manhwa Bay City be? The female dinosaur, Beast Ears Nymph, nodded her head in agreement, that's it. Yu Toothpick shifted his gaze to Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi at the back along with the crowd's vision, and he looked dumbfounded. Awesome. Awesome 2 women. The 2 beautiful young ladies were like lotus flowers in the water. The female dinosaur beast ear nymphette looked back, her gaze was dumbfounded, and her tone was as sour as if she had eaten lemon acid. What's the use of being pretty, I'm SS-ranked dinosaur-resistant nymphette crushing them. Yu Toothpick looked dumbfounded as the female dinosaur lady forcibly broke his gaze back and said in dissatisfaction, you deadbeat. You still look, have a wife and still look at others. Yu Toothpick shook his head and glanced at the female dinosaur lady, secretly. Although the Manhwa Bay City candidates are trash, the face value is kind of awesome. But no matter how great the face is, it can't change the fact that the candidate is trash. His gaze revealed a look of disdain. Half an hour later, all the candidates were in position and 5 pairs of male and female teachers in examiners' uniforms appeared. One of the pair mobilized the power of the pact into a summoned beast, an S-rank template pterodactyl. Chirp! Opening its wings, the 100-meter-sized winged dragon soared into the sky. A muddy voice emanated from it and resounded throughout the entire arena. All candidates in Manhwa Bay City are in position. There are 2 exams in the college entrance exam. The first one tests the rank realm, and the second one tests the combat ability. First game, start. A circular pillar grasped by the pterodactyl's feet erupted with dazzling light, which shot downward and struck all the candidates in the oversized square. All the candidates only felt a warm current flowing through their bodies, and the first exam was over. Each candidate was enveloped in a dazzling light, and then Pterodactyl's voice could be heard, the first exam is over, the second exam begins, the virtual god tower virtual world resists the beast tide. As its words fell, a white light flashed before the eyes of all the candidates with a brush, and they found themselves in the middle of a plain. The battle ability test exam begins. In the course of resisting the beast tide, there is no restriction on human form, beast woman form, or summoned beast form, and points are scored based on the combat performance of each pair of contractors. The muffled voice of the pterodactyl resounded in the ears of all the candidates. Immediately following. Rumble. All the candidates felt the heavens and earth tremble at this moment. Infinitely high black dust stirred up in front of the planes as dense swarms of magical beasts sprinted towards them. Chapter 36, Shock. Golden Divine Dragon, one beast against 10 million armies. It was a swarm of fish and dragons, ferociously surging and crushing towards the side. The first to bear the brunt was a herd of 20-meter-tall mammoth elephants, running step by step, thumping and banging with a deafening vibration. At its feet traveled the agile stance of the Dark Knight Phantom Wolves, seriously bursting with cold light and sharp fangs capable of biting through fine steel. There were several other types of beasts in the back, and the first ones to react were the youth training camp's Heaven's Pride trainees, who immediately mobilized the power of contract and took on the form of summoned beasts. Devil's Dish, Black Wolf King, Python, Sword Armor Crocodile, and more. Some of the tender contractors who didn't participate in the youth training camp followed suit and took on the form of summoned beasts, while others stared blankly without reacting at all, standing there dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Roar! Dinosaur Lady and Toothpick took on the form of summoned beasts, dinosaurs with a body size of 10 meters tall, roaring out with a voice and hastily looking for a gap to hide. The magical beast group was less than 100 meters away from this place. If they were stepped on by the mammoth giant elephant, if they were in the real world, it was estimated that they would ascend to the heavens on the spot, and even if they were in the virtual world, they would be eliminated from the field and receive a low score. Current mission: to take the national first prize and make the total high school entrance examination score of Mangwon base city enter the top 10 of base cities in the country. Xiao Yi looked at the candidates who were stunned in place and secretly became anxious and could not help but sweat for them. If he hadn't intervened, the first wave of the beast-tied mammoth giant elephant herd would have eliminated half of the candidates. By then, Manhwa base city would probably be at the bottom again. Jin. Xiao Yi's three immediately mobilized the power of the contract, communicating the template law and summoning the beasts to descend. Sovereign Realm 2 Tails Holy White Fox. Sovereign Realm 3 Toad Golden Dragon. Within the past half a month, the city lord had generously given them 4 Sovereign Realm crystal cores, allowing the 4 to upgrade to the Sovereign 1-star realm. The 10-meter-tall giant dinosaur drilled under a mammoth elephant with a sliding shovel, opened a mouthful of tusks, and took a bite out of a third-ranked dark spectral wolf. Immediately after that, 4 third-ranked eye darkness spectral wolves swarmed towards him. Roar! The giant dinosaur talent skill was useless, a sweeping tail swept them away, and after falling hard on the ground, they vomited blood and died. 7th Order SS-ranked dinosaur summoning beast versus 3rd Order Dark Knight spectral wolf, crushing. The Miswa consciousness in her mind snorted in disdain. A 3rd-ranked demonic wolf? Garbage. Only the 5th Order mammoth elephant needed to be scorned. It's a giant dinosaur with dragon attributes. Bang! Suddenly at this moment, the mammoth elephant above the giant dinosaur was swept by the tail of a golden dragon that was covered in divine light, and as if it had been struck by a meteorite, its huge body flew backwards toward the back. Bang bang bang! On the way, they smashed 10 5th Order mammoth elephants and 63rd Order Dark Knight ghost wolves, all of which flew out upside down and smashed hard on the ground, sliding out into a 500-meter gully. Bones broken, internal organs shattered, pawn. The eyes of the mammoth elephants and Dark Knight spectral wolves at the back that were not smashed in showed fear and diverged to the sides, directly opening up a huge open area among the beasts. The candidates 100 meters behind them thus escaped the first wave of the beast wave. A dragon, it's actually a divine dragon. All the candidates were shocked, and in front of them, an oriental golden divine dragon with rabbit eyes, deer horns, ox mouth, camel head, tiger paws, eagle claws, fish scales, and snake body hovered majestically in midair. One move to break the beast tide. Shock flashed in the eyes of the 10-meter-tall giant dinosaur, and unbelief flashed. This aura, the Zhongshe realm. Manhwa base city, there actually exists a Zhongshe realm candidate. The conscious bodies in the middle of the dinosaur's mind, Miswa and Toothpick, felt their perceptions subverted. There exists a base city of Zhongshe realm high school entrance exam candidates, and you're telling me that I've been at the bottom of the list for 10 consecutive years? It's a joke. It was no exaggeration to say that one of his summoned beasts was enough to resist a wave of beasts under the 9th rank. One beast, resisting an army of 10 million. He. Xiao Yi, how did I perform? Nangong Siyao's conscious body in the golden divine dragon's mind was very active. Well, you did well in that wave just now. The body of consciousness that was originally in the two-tailed white fox's mind shifted to the golden divine dragon's mind and replied. He. Since I performed well, are you going to reward me after the college entrance exam? Nangong Siyao was filled with anticipation. Xiao Yi felt his body weaken and shivered when he heard this and said, No, it's not enough, it's only one good performance, you have to perform well 3 times and I'll reward you.
That's what you said, yeah.
Nangong Siyao was giddy with excitement, looking at the group of magical beasts ahead with both eyes glowing, saying, hee hee, I'll come too.
The golden divine dragon took off into the air, actively seeking out the group of magical beasts sprinting ahead. Seeing the golden dragon in action, the giant dinosaur was dumbfounded. Other people can't even avoid it, but you're taking the initiative to come forward. Toothpick, this dragon is really fierce, looks like we won't get the first place. Coming all the way from Mordor to Manhwa base city seems like a wasted trip. Do you get extra points for second place in base city?
No.
Boom.
The aura of the sovereign realm erupted from above the narrow body of the golden divine dragon. Invincible golden body, the already strong dragon drive, with 10 times more attack power and 10 times more defense power when the skill is turned on.
Natural skill, full power, activated.
The golden divine dragon did not have the slightest scruple, taking to the air and charging into the midst of the group of magical beasts sprinting ahead.
Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang.
The divine dragon swings its tail, the divine dragon shakes its head, and the divine dragon charges. The 5th order mammoth elephants and 3rd order dark knight phantom wolves that were sprinting in front of them flew backwards one by one in all directions, frothing with blood and letting out miserable roars. It wasn't long before the first wave of beasts in front of them were all cleared out by the golden divine dragon. More than 50 5th order mammoth giant elephants, more than 200 3rd order dark spectral wolves, pawn.
The second wave of beasts was still 1,000 meters away. Nangong Siyao, the consciousness body in the golden divine dragon's mind, said to Xiao, second good performance law. One more good performance to go. Yeah. I'm watching.
The corner of Xiaoye's mouth twitched, it felt like he would face a great terror when he went back. Nangong Siyao was overjoyed, staring with anticipation on her face at the second wave of beasts sprinting about 1,000 meters ahead of her, playing a small game in her mind.
Xiao looked at the group of candidates at the back. They were finally all in summon beast form.
Otherwise, with their posture just now, half of the candidates would definitely be eliminated from the field by being trampled by the mammoth giant elephant. Xiao controlled the golden divine dragon, and a roaring dragon roar was emitted, a voice filled with majesty reaching the ears of every summoned beast. If you don't want to see Manhwa base city in the bottom for 11 consecutive years, then kill for me, and kill every demonic beast you see in the second wave. The summoned beasts present in the number of about 1,000 immediately got into the spirit, thinking of the scene of the golden divine dragon killing the 4 directions, they felt their blood boiling and responded.
Charge. If I can kill one, I'll charge first. Second ranked magical beast demon sheepflock? I'll do it.
Chapter 37 Elimination of Borrowed Land Higher Education Candidates, Request for Follow-up Reading. The second wave of beasts was a second-order demonic goatherd, the realm was much lower than the first wave, but the victory was in the horrifying number, which could not be seen at the end of a glance. Thousands of summoned beasts summoned by the candidates took the initiative to charge towards the second-order demon sheepherd, their aura soaring, leaving a 10-meter-tall dinosaur there. In the golden divine dragon's mind, the consciousness body Nangong Siyao couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't rob the monster. Shoo! The golden divine dragon pierced through the air, its strong body weaving in and out of the demonic sheepherd, slaughtering more than a dozen second-order demonic sheepherd in the blink of an eye. Looking at Nangong Siyao's desire to monopolize the second wave of the beast tide, Xiaoya's handsome face darkened as he said, Siyao. Performing well doesn't necessarily mean you have to kill monsters yourself. What about the other candidates in Manhwa base city if you karma all these beast tides? As the city lord's daughter, Nangong Siyao still cared quite a bit about the results of the candidates in Manhwa base city, so she said in a weak tone, I know. Look at me. Holy Golden Dragon Might has the effect of shocking the mind and weakening half of the enemy's attributes. Group attack. Jin. On the vast plains, suddenly a clear and melodious dragon's roar resounded across the field. A strong oppressive force crushed out the attributes of the second wave of tens of thousands of second-order demonic sheepflocks instantly dropped to one half of the original. Not only that, the effect of the mind shock caused their minds to jerk violently, their expressions became panicked, they lost order, their original attack formation was disrupted, and their battle power was once again greatly reduced. Devil Disc, Black Wolf King, White Python, and other summoned beasts from the youth training camp responded, and they, who were already of the third rank, rushed into the midst of the demon sheep group and were almost unopposed, decapitating several second-rank demon sheep in a matter of 3 or 2. A few of the more than 1,000 summoned beasts had reached the second rank, and most of them were still in the first rank realm, and they charged into the midst of the demonic goat herd with fervor, and actually didn't find it tough at all to fight against each other. Bah! Roar! Ow! A second-order demonic sheep let out a miserable howl and was then decapitated. A few minutes passed, and the demon sheep herd was slaughtered by 3,000 demon sheep, while the more than 1,000 candidates summoning beasts actually had only a few casualties eliminated, and were generally intact. Jia. 20, I've slaughtered 20 magical beasts. Charge, so excited, I killed 12. That's not right, why can my first-rank black cat easily decimate a second-rank demonic sheep? It's already slaughtered 3 of them. Stupid. Didn't you see the divine dragon in the sky above that transmitted a strong oppressive force? It must have been him who cast a group skill, causing the war power of the magical beast group to be greatly reduced. The more these summoned beasts killed, the more excited they became, killing the demon sheep herd. At the back of the room, the 10-meter giant dinosaur was stunned. These candidates summoning beasts, killing so brutally, easily crushed the second-order demon sheep herd. Is Manhwa base city really at the bottom of the list for 10 years? He didn't believe it to death. You can't be rated dead last with that record. It hurriedly rushed into the battlefield. If it didn't do anything, this second wave of demonic beasts would all be killed. Half an hour later, the second wave of tens of thousands of second-order demonic sheep-herd beasts, extinguished. The third wave, a group of third-order black-striped tigers and a group of fourth-order magical snakes, adding up to several thousand in number. Looking at the group of magical beasts sprinting from 1,000 meters away, the golden divine dragon was about to make a move when Xiao Yi hastily stopped it, saying, "Xiao, take a break and let Bingshi's wife warm up as well." Oh, okay. Nangong Siyao felt that the wave just now had only consumed a fifth of her energy, but it was fine to take a break. Two Tails Holy White Fox makes an appearance. God's charm, compulsory to put the enemy's mind in a state of confusion, group attack. An invisible fluctuation spread out from it, spreading tens of thousands of meters away in almost a split second, enveloping the third wave of beasts. Buzz. The third wave of wraiths felt an explosion explode in their minds, sending their minds into chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? A confused look appeared in their eyes, and their sprinting movements gradually came to a halt. Just like that, thousands of third and fourth order black-striped tigers and demon snake swarms stagnated above the plains with blank expressions. Brothers, charge! Xiao Yi controlled the two-tailed holy white fox to make a sound. The candidates summoning beasts were agitated and charged into the midst of the third wave of beasts with unabated vigor. As they made their move, they were surprised to find that no matter how much they sent out attacks on the magical beasts, these magical beasts were in a state of bewilderment and would not fight back. The candidates summoning beasts got excited, feeling like they could kill 7 and 7 out, so one by one, they transformed into battlefield war gods, seizing the weak parts and breaking through the demonic beasts' defenses before killing the demonic beasts groups. Within half an hour, except for a few fourth-ranked demonic snakes that didn't have their defenses broken, the rest of the demonic beast group all died at the hands of the candidates summoned beasts. The remaining dozen or so fourth-order demonic snakes were bitten to death by the giant dinosaurs. An aura of the 7th rank? Do we have such a terrifying candidate in this session besides Xiao Yi and the others? I don't know, maybe a retake? Guess so. He was the one who killed the most just now. I guess he can take the second place in our base city. The summoned beasts of the youth training camp noticed this 10-meter-tall 7th-ranked giant dinosaur. However, after having seen the terror of the golden divine dragon, they didn't feel much surprise at the dinosaur's performance. Nangong Siyao jumped to her feet and cursed, "This person is an SS-rank template heavenly pride from another base city that came to borrow land for the entrance exam." My father scolded the examiner who arranged for the two candidates to come in yesterday. Xiao Yi frowned, borrowing a place for the college entrance exam? Not a candidate from our base city? Nangong Siyao, that's right. Borrowing land for the college entrance examination is not allowed. My father speculated that those two candidates were trying to take the first place in Manhwa base city, so as to get extra points for the college entrance examination. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth hooked, then their plans fallen through, the first place they can't take. Nangong Siyao, but it's still good to be angry. My father's report to the higher base city was stopped, or else these two candidates' college entrance exam results were nullified. Xiao Yi was not happy when he heard this. They had worked hard to control the magical beast swarms for the candidates from Manhwa base city to kill a few more magical beasts and get more points. But how many wizards will that alien dinosaur steal? How many points will it take away? When the time comes, once the dinosaur summoner is gone, by means of moving the results back to his base city, won't he have done it for nothing?
Voided, the high school grades of these two must be voided. Xiao Yi thought of the coquettish imperial sister Yin Bing. She went to report it. She can always report it successfully. Xiao, pull him out and crush him, so that this dinosaur exits its summoned beast form and makes him passively eliminated. Borrowing land for the college entrance exam was already a violation of the rules, and once it was discovered, the results would be nullified, and Xiao Yi didn't want to let this dinosaur steal the points, so he took a shot at him. Jin. The golden divine dragon swooped down towards the dinosaur, and with a sweeping motion, smashed the 7th-ranked dinosaur away, throwing it up into the sky and dropping it several hundred meters away. So what if you're in the sovereign realm? How dare you make a move against me, you toothpick, looking for death? The dinosaur that fell to the ground in a sorry state let out an angry roar. Chapter 38 You toothpick, big brother, I was wrong. Please read it. Although this golden divine dragon is a genius, a young heavenly pride, but in the view of the toothpick, a genius is just a genius, without growing up everything is in vain. The giant dinosaur smashed into the ground, smashing out a 10-meter deep crater, and Hoya grinned subconsciously in pain. Always high and proud, she subconsciously roared in anger. Well, so much for playing right. These days it's all about background and power, and a slightly talented little Yakuza dares to ride on my Hoya's head. I remember you, Golden Dragon. Xiao Yi bristled at the words, controlling the 3-toed golden dragon, and let out a majestic and brash voice in disbelief, a small thing of the 7th rank. You toothpick stormed when he heard it. Kid, have the guts to talk to me after the college entrance exams are over. 7th order little thing. The 3-toed golden dragon's eyes were contemptuous as it made a dive towards the giant dinosaur. The divine dragon swings its tail. Bang! The 10-meter-tall giant dinosaur was unable to defend itself in time and was jerked up into the air before falling to the ground. Put! The giant dinosaur spewed out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. That intense pain coming from all over his body made you toothpick and Hoya grimace in pain and suck in cold air. The 3-toed golden dragon in the sky circled its sacred body and once again sprinted towards this place, and the giant dinosaur shouted as a look of panic flowed out from amongst its huge eyes. Big brother! Have mercy! I was wrong. The 3-toed golden dragon's figure gave a start. The golden eyes of the vertical pupil showed surprise. This is a bowed head to apologize? Seeing that his words were effective, the giant dinosaur once again shouted, Big brother, spare my life. I was wrong. Good man, spare my life. The conscious body in the dinosaur's mind hated on Toothpick and Hoya darkly. When people were under the roof, they had to bow their heads. They pretended to admit their mistakes first, and then after the normal conduct of the college entrance exam was over, they would strike out at the 3-toed golden dragon with a vengeance. Humph. Just 2 lowly little pieces of trash from a remote little place. A great man can give and take, commiserate for a while, and then take the plunge. The college entrance exam is important. Hearing the pleas for forgiveness, the 3-toed golden dragon said, since you all admit your mistakes, and I'm not a calculating person, then. The giant dinosaur was instantly delighted at his words. Overjoyed. Thank you, good man wise. It cheered, which meant that it was able to take the entrance exam normally. But the 3-toed golden dragon paused in his words and continued, then let's not waste the time of the entrance exam and directly eliminate you guys from the field with one move. The giant dinosaur exclaimed, you're not ing Marshall. Boom. 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 The 3-toed golden dragon broke through the 3 layers of the sound barrier, reaching speeds of more than 1,000 meters per second, exuding a horrifying aura and crushing out with a powerful oppressive force. Divine Dragon Impact. The strong and incomparable impact was like a meteorite impact, crashing towards the giant dinosaur. Boo! The 10-meter-tall 7th-order giant dinosaur directly exploded. Hoya and Yu Toothpick's human bodies appeared in the middle of a deep pit, unconscious, and with a brush of white light, the two were eliminated from the game. Gao Gao's group of summoned beasts were shocked, and were very puzzled by the motivation of the 3-toed golden dragon striking out at the 7th-ranked dinosaurs. They were all candidates, so why did they kill each other? At this time, the voice of the 3-toed golden dragon spread throughout the room. I don't care if you have a background or not, borrowing land for the college entrance exam is violating the rules and infringing on the interests of our Manhwa base city. As the city lord's son-in-law, it is my duty to eliminate you from the field. The 1,000 or so candidate summoning beasts were stunned and indignant. What? Candidates who borrowed a place for the entrance exam? So that's how it turned out. I said, why did a 7th-order dinosaur suddenly appear? Right, we don't even have this number 1 summoning beast in our youth training camp. It deserves to be eliminated. Good elimination, such people simply deserve to die. The Golden Divine Dragon was summoned by the $1,000 schoolgirl? Awesome! Three-toed Golden Dragon, the fourth wave of beasts is coming, everyone get ready! All of the candidates summoning beasts immediately silenced their voices, their gazes staring warily at the swarm of magical beasts that were sprinting a few thousand meters away. They had already taken the three-toed Golden Dragon as their commander, subconsciously listening to the three-toed Golden Dragon and taking the Golden Divine Dragon's words as orders. It's now, all of you, charge me! The three-toed Golden Dragon roared out, resounding throughout the entire arena. Boom boom boom! More than 1,000 summoned beasts on a massive scale took the initiative to charge towards the distant group of magical beasts. Nangong Siyao's wife, Lin Bingshi's wife, contribute together. Consciousness body Xiao Yi instructed the two women. Roger. Okay. The magical beast groups sprinting from 1,000 meters away were the 4th Order Dark Knight Spectral Wolf group and the 5th Order White Tiger group, their numbers adding up to about 1,000 of them, and their sky-charging auras erupted from them, sprinting with a strong sense of oppression. Seeing that the magical beast group was about to collide with the summoned beast group, that was when the two women stepped in. Holy Golden Dragon's might, mind shock, attribute halved. God's charm, control effect, head down. Two extremely strong fluctuations spread out from the patriarchal realm's three-toed golden dragon and two-tailed holy white fox, spreading tens of thousands of meters away in an instant. Buzz. 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 Boom. 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 The thousands of 4th-rank Dark Knight Spectral Wolves and 5th-rank White Tigers first had their minds viciously shaken for a few moments, and then all their attributes were halved, and their aura declined as far as the eye could see, and then they felt their heads buzzing, and their thoughts fell into confusion. It's stopped. The Wraith Swarm has stopped. The 4th wave of magical beast groups that were in a daze all looked around with dull faces, not knowing why. The Golden Dragon is mighty. Charge! Divine Dragon, you are my god. Kill! More than 1,000 summoned beasts swarmed in, hunting and killing the group of magical beasts that were frozen in place with their attributes halved. However, what made Xiao Ye's eyes drop was that no matter how these summoned beasts captured and killed them, only a few of them succeeded in capturing and killing them, and most of them couldn't even break the defense of the 4th-ranked magical beasts. Not to mention the 5th Order White Tiger group. No way, this is too hot. The Wraith Swarms stand still for you to hit, and as a result you can't even break your defenses. The corners of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched. Of the more than 1,000 candidates summoning beasts, only 2 had reached the 3rd rank, more than 100 were of the 2nd rank, and the remaining 900 were only of the 1st rank realm. Ah! These magical beasts are too strong, their skin is too thick to break their defense. Is this the first time I've realized that I'm actually this hot? Ah, so angry, these magical beasts are all high school scores, you can't get them for nothing. The candidates' summoners were furious that they couldn't even whore themselves out. Pissed off, they make underhanded moves. You have to force me to use a stunt, don't you? 2 fingers, the 1,000-year kill. Egg bursting move, activate. Even a fart would smoke a magical beast. Pfft. Woohoo, what asshole farted, it stinks. With more than 1,000 candidates summoning beasts going all out, with 10 or hundreds of them besieging the same magical beast, finally killed more than 24th Order magical beasts. There were no casualties among the 5th Order White Tiger magical beasts. More than 20 magical beasts for 1,000 number of magical beast swarm, rather collapse a fart, harmless. The candidates summoning beasts were tired and out of breath, and suddenly at that moment, a voice filled with divine majesty came from above the sky. Get out of the way, all of you, let me do it. Chapter 39, Kunpun Queen, very arrogant you little Yakuza. Okay. Let's go. Hey, even the dragon can't stand it anymore. The candidates summoning beasts immediately retreated back 1,000 meters, leaving the battlefield to the Golden Divine Dragon. Looking at the Golden Divine Dragon hovering in the sky, the candidates summoning beasts all exuded gazes of worship and admiration. Under the attention of all the people, with a swoosh, the 3-toed Golden Dragon and the 2-tailed Holy White Fox entered the battlefield at the same time, and started sweeping the 4th wave of the magical beast group. Invincible Golden Body, increase defense power by 10 times, increase attack power by 10 times. Absolute true damage, any physical attack can ignore the enemy's defense and inflict 100% absolute true damage. 3-toed Golden Dragon Invincible Golden Body, activate. 2 tails Holy White Fox Absolute True Wound, activated. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The three-toed golden dragon rampaged through the group of magical beasts, and the two-tailed holy white fox elegantly killed, decapitating 10 magical beasts in one step. Awesome, so awesome. Divine dragon, my god. White fox Xiao god, why this? Watching the golden dragon and white fox destroying and crushing the magical beasts group, the candidates summoned beasts shocked to the extreme. Their defense cannot break the powerful magical beasts. In the claws of the golden dragon and white fox is just like ordinary paper, a tear will be broken. The entirety of the more than 1,000 summoned beasts transformed into melon eaters and shouted 666 from the back. The movements of the patriarchal realm's three-toed golden dragon and the patriarchal realm's two-tailed white fox were quick, and after a few minutes had passed, thousands of 4th and 5th rank magical beasts swarmed and died under their claws. The 5th wave of the 6th order mammoth giant elephant herd, numbering in the thousands, 10 minutes later, extinguished. The 6th wave of 7th order silver and white rhinoceros herd, numbering in the thousands, was extinguished after half an hour. The 7th wave of the 8th order white tiger group, numbering in the thousands, was extinguished after an hour. The 8th wave of 9th order python magic snakes, numbering in the thousands, 2 hours later. There were 30 giant python demonic snakes that burrowed into the candidates summoned beasts location, knocking out thousands of candidates summoned beasts and eliminating them from the field. There were only a few hundred pythons and magic snakes left on the scene, and the three-toed golden dragon and the two-tailed white fox. The 9th wave of the clan master realm 1-star magical beast swarm arrived. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The three-toed golden dragon and the two-tailed white fox were about to run out of strength and energy at this time. An endless feeling of exhaustion came over Xiao Yi and the three of them almost fainted. Xiao Yi, I'm doing well, right? Be sure to reward me when you get back, my skin isn't even that rosy today. Nangong Siyao forced herself to endure her sleepiness and said to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi made a carp and immediately became more energized, the corner of his mouth twitching as he said, fine, fine. This little ninny, think he's a cosmetic? Lin Bingshi also said, humph. I want it too, just because I didn't say it doesn't mean I don't need it. Xiao Yi's face darkened, oh no. Lin Bingshi had been brought down by Nangong Siyao. Hang on, last wave. Him. Xiao Yi said. Immediately following. The three-toed golden dragon was filled with intent, executing intent level, holy gold dragon might, intent level, invincible golden body, and intent level, water elemental mastery, and rushed into the midst of the clan master realm magical beasts. The second tail holy white fox cast, intent level, God's charm, intent level, God's curb stomp, and intent level, absolute true wound. Half an hour later, the two SSS ranked summoning beasts forcefully decimated 20 sovereign realm magical beasts. Then, the three-toed golden dragon and the two-tailed white fox exhausted themselves, disintegrated on the spot and were eliminated from the game. The real world. When Xiao Yi and the two women opened their eyes, what they saw was the dazzling light above the sky. One of the surrounding trainees did not leave, and when they saw Xiao Yi's trio come to their senses, one of them exclaimed in shock. It's God Xiao has woken up. The 1,000-year-old schoolgirl has finished her entrance exams too. And the devil's schoolgirl. All GCSE candidates are still standing in their places, waiting for the last candidate to finish the exam. At this time, Yu Toothpick and Huaya, who were in front of Xiao Yi, came with faces full of anger and said in me language. Kid, you're in trouble, interfering with our exams, I'll have the examiner cancel your high school grades. That's right. Interfering with other candidates' entrance exams, will definitely report you to the examiners. They were furious and looked like they wanted to come over and punch someone. Do what? The surrounding candidates, seeing that someone was causing trouble or accusing Xiao Yi's trio, all walked over to surround Yu Toothpick and Huaya and chided them. You two borrowed high school candidates are not qualified to take the entrance exams in our Mangwon base city. That's right, you deserve to be eliminated, and you dare to accuse us, God Xiao, you're the ones who should have your high school grades cancelled. Borrowed land high school students actually say they cancel other people's test scores, have some face. Yu Toothpick and Huaya were red in the face from what was said to them, and as they watched the candidates surrounding them grow in number, they finally realized that it wasn't good. Why does everyone know that they are high school students on borrowed land? The more people know about this kind of thing, the worse it is for them. Suddenly a middle-aged man in an examiner's uniform walked over and yelled, "What are you all doing? The college entrance exam is not completely over, what do you want to do?" Yu Toothpick and Huaya's faces were happy to see this middle-aged man, and they hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to walk next to the middle-aged man. Huaya was aggravated.
Examiner, someone has interfered with both of our exams and forcibly eliminated us from the field.
The middle-aged man's pupils shrunk, his face became ugly, and he frowned. Who? Yu Toothpick reached out and pointed at Xiaoya's trio, furious to the core. It's two of them, and this man for sure. Examiner. I demand that his Gao Gao results be cancelled and his realm be abolished, making a punishment for interfering with other candidates' Gao Gao exams. The middle-aged man had a stern face and a strong aura burst out from his body as he took a step towards Xiaoya's trio, an extremely strong oppressive force coming out. He said in a deep voice, "This student, if that's true, I'll have to apply upwards to cancel your college entrance exam results. The Invigilator can only maintain order in the outside world, and the virtual world in the middle of the Void God Tower cannot be seen by the examiners outside." Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi walked over and nervously grasped Xiaoya's clothes with worried looks on their faces. Facing the aggressive middle-aged man, Xiaoya laughed and said with a calm face, "So what if it's true? You can apply for it as much as you want. I'll see if it's the borrowed land higher education candidates who get their grades cancelled or me." Seeing such a calm Xiaoyi, a flash of surprise appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he snorted coldly and said, "Then we'll wait and see." "Ha, examiner, I'm applying for a new entrance exam." "That's right, we'll take another entrance examination alone, or it won't be fair to us," Yu Toothpick and Hoya told the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched as he comfortingly said, "I will do my best to apply for you." Yu Toothpick and Hoya's hearts rejoiced, and the disheveled look on their faces disappeared, replaced by smiles all over their faces. This shameless maneuver stunned the surrounding candidates. No, the examiners are harboring people who borrowed land for the entrance exam? What is the composition of this examiner? So arrogant? Oh no! Our God Zhao's grades are in danger, what can we do? Candidates are indignant and talkative. Boom! Suddenly at that moment, the space around the middle-aged trio suddenly cracked open with a spatial rift, and a large hand of energy reached out and grabbed the trio inside. Immediately afterward a pleasant but icy voice came from above the sky. Borrowing a place to take the entrance exam? Canceling grades? Did you ask my Kanai Queen? You little Yakuza. Chapter 40 Examiner, this is our internal matter, please stay out of it. Request for catch-up reading. The young-faced candidates were overjoyed at the news. Koenpong Queen? Who's this? The title sounds and feels powerful. Those two high school students on borrowed land are going to fall. The Kunlun Queen is mighty. That two-man field candidate should have his results cancelled. And that examiner, he doesn't look good at first glance, I hope he's thoroughly investigated. Yes, the outsiders are probably bribing that examiner to solve the identity problem borrowing land for the college entrance exam. They were overjoyed, but the four pairs of examiners presiding over the examination room were not. First was the winged dragon soaring in the sky, putting away the Void God Tower and addressing the candidates present. The college entrance exams are over, but in case of an unexpected situation, all candidates are not allowed to leave the exam room, all candidates return to their positions. The Invigilator maintains order. Those who do not obey the order are considered to have violated the rules of the entrance exam and will be penalized or even treated as if their grades are invalid. At the vocal command of the chief examiner, the other four pairs of indentured servant examiners came out to maintain order, allowing all candidates to return to their positions. Seeing all the candidates return to their original positions, the examiner summoning beast Pteranodon coldly grunted, Koenpeng Queen, Koenpeng Supreme? I recognize that she has a terrifying realm and a lofty position, but the entrance exam is an internal matter of our department, it's not the turn of an outsider to meddle in it. Saying that, the summoned beast pterodactyl flew up against the sky towards the place where the Koenpeng Queen's voice came from above the sky. The Kunlun Queen title was well known in the super base city of Mordor, but in other low, mid, and high-level base cities, it was not necessarily so. These examiners came from intermediate base cities and had no access to any top people at all. Watching the movements of the examiner's summoned beast, pterodactyl, the examiners spoke out in agreement, that's right. Any organization has its own rules, and even if an examinee violates the rules, we need to inquire and resolve it ourselves, rather than an outsider suddenly meddling in the college entrance exams. Queen Kuenpeng? We don't have such a person in our department, and you're disrupting the examination department on the basis of your high realm? Don't even think about it. We also have great powers in the examination department, not just any cat or dog can interfere. Hearing the words of the examiners, the hearts of the candidates hung in the air. With worried faces, they looked at Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao. It was true that Xiao Chen and the 1,000 Gold School Flower had privately eliminated two candidates, although the candidates who had borrowed land for the college entrance examination were also candidates.
It would be bad if Xiao Chen was cancelled from the entrance exam. Above the sky, the delicate Kunpeng beast-eared Lady Yun Bing stepped on top of the cloud mass, coldly looking at the middle-aged examiners in front of her who were grasped by the large hand of energy, Yu Toothpick and Huaya. You speak to these two candidates in such a way, and you're the one who arranged for their successful entrance exams? The middle-aged examiner's face flushed red as he shook his head. What borrowed land for the college entrance exam? No such thing. Speak for yourselves, you two. Are you high school students on borrowed time? Yu Toothpick and Huaya were grasped by the large hand of energy. The two pairs of pupils looked at the Kunpeng beast-eared Lady Yun Bing in horror, not hearing the words of the middle-aged examiner at all. Their hearts and minds were all stained with fear, and the words of horror constantly flashed within them. Supreme Kunpeng. It really is the Kunpeng Supreme, one of the top 10 supreme beings of the Magic City. It's over, it's dead. Why would Kunpeng Supreme be in Manhwa Bay City? Kunpeng Supreme is the vice dean of the Kunpeng College, the top academic institution in Magic City, with a high position of power and a terrifying realm. What examination department, even if it is a top minister in front of him or her, he or she has to give 3 times of face? Seeing that Yu Toothpick and the two of them did not reply, the middle-aged examiner's face was as black as charcoal as he roared. Speak for yourselves. Are you high school students on borrowed land? Yu Toothpick and Huaya were sobered up a bit by the yell, but they were still in fear and subconsciously said, yes. The middle-aged examiner stared incredulously. Are these two people out of their minds? He was going to be pissed off. So once again, he roared, are you too sick? You are the people of Manhwa Bay City. What borrowed land high school candidates? Say it again, is it a borrowed land hire candidate? Yu Toothpick and Huaya were finally fully awake and said, no. We're not borrowed land high school students. Aha! We're the people from Manhwa Bay City. Although the Kunpeng Supreme Being was in a high position of power, they couldn't directly admit it. Not admitting it might have a reversal opportunity, but admitting it would really be the end of them. The middle-aged examiner's face then looked a bit better and said to Kunpeng beast-eared Lady Yun Bing, seniors, you have heard it too, you have misunderstood us. We don't have any arrangement for the entrance exam at all, haha. The delicate beast-eared Lady Yun Bing dug her ears, skimmed her mouth, and said in disbelief, finished? The middle-aged examiner nodded, hey, enough said. But as soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, a white jade hand palm expanded in front of his eyes, snapping and hitting him in the face, blinding him. The delicate beast-eared lady chortled coldly, I just asked you a question, and if you don't answer my question, what are you yelling about? Yu Toothpick and Huaya's bodies trembled and winced violently. So domineering. This is the Kunpeng Supreme Being, one of the top 10 supreme beings in the Magic City. The right side of the middle-aged examiner's face was swollen high, and a hint of gloom and suffocation flashed in his eyes. Chirp! At this time, a chirping sound came from below, followed by a 100-meter-sized winged dragon flying up. Seeing the middle-aged examiner and Yu Toothpick who were pinched in a large hand of energy, their eyes flaring with anger. The pterodactyl levitated not far from the delicate beast-eared lady, Yun Bing, and said with dissatisfaction. Senior Kunpeng. Have you, by any chance, crossed the line? Yun Bing glanced at him and said, is that so? The pterodactyl responded, since you realize that you have crossed the line, I would also ask you to stay out of our examination department's business. Regarding the borrowed land college entrance examination, we will investigate the matter ourselves internally, and if it is true, we will penalize accordingly. As examiner, I will personally follow up on this matter thoroughly. He made it very clear what he said. You, an outsider, do what you have to do. We'll take care of our own business. Yun Bing looked straight at him. Are you sure you can find out what's going on and deal with the borrowed high school students according to the rules? Pterodactyl, I very much do, but please don't say that these two people are borrowed high school students until the investigation is clear. Yun Bing nodded, feeling that he was right, and said, in that case, let you deal with it internally yourselves. Pterodactyl, many thanks. Then please release our examiners and candidates safely. The middle-aged examiner and Yu Toothpick and Huaya were overjoyed and happy. Pterodactyl said it, the obvious official word, and afterward who knows if it would have gone unanswered. Yun Bing ignored the pterodactyl. She sized up the identity badge on the middle-aged examiner's chest, pulled out a large satellite phone from her clothes, and after drip dialing a string of calls, her voice was icy cold. Supreme Vudra, are you itching? Didn't you get enough of a beating last time? A careful response came from the other side of the phone, enough, big sister. The fire is so big, where has little brother pissed you off lately? You say, little brother will make amends and apologize to you. The winged dragon and the middle-aged examiner were shocked when they heard the words Vudra Supreme. Vudra Supreme was the legendary top big shot in their department, the top boss. Vudra Supreme, one of the chief ministers of the examination department. Hiss. Hiss. The pterodactyl and the middle-aged examiner sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 41, Supreme King Kong stepped in and scored on the high school entrance exam. Your examination department is really imposing. Yun Bing, the delicate beast-eared lady, said coldly. Certain examiners, relying on their status, arbitrarily arrange for outsiders to borrow land for the college entrance exams, wanting to take the first place in other people's base cities for extra points. I think it's time to straighten up your exam department. Supreme Vudra became furious and said in a deep voice, borrowing land for the entrance exam? Another examiner taking bribes in private? One rat turd spoils the pot. Koan Peng Supreme Big Sister, may I ask which examiner it is? Let's see if I don't karma him. Supreme Vudra didn't doubt Yun Bing's words in the slightest. A supreme being wouldn't go so far as to make such a joke. Examiner number 5270, Zhang San. The examiners are Yu Toothpick and Huaya. Yun Bing glanced at the identity tags on the chests of the three of them and said, Wait a moment. Vudra Supreme hung up the phone. Was that the golden Vudra Supreme just now? Yu Toothpick and Huaya glanced at each other, both seeing the look of panic in the other's eyes. It's over. This is totally Ed. Zhang San, the middle-aged examiner, turned white and became bloodless, his eyes constantly trembling. He panicked. What should I do? To load up. He realized he had kicked the bucket. Yun Bing's eyes teasingly looked towards the examiner's summoned beast pterodactyl and the examiner Zhang San. It is indeed inconvenient for me to meddle in the affairs of your examination department. Then let you resolve it yourselves internally. After saying that, the delicate beast-ear nymph Yun Bing laid down on top of the white clouds, basking in the sunlight with a leisurely face. Examiner Pterodactyl's mouth twitched. This kind of small matter needed the top minister to step in? Zhang San, answer truthfully, is it you who arranged for these two people to borrow the land for the college entrance exam? Ilong asked with a sullen face. If the situation was true, he would all be implicated. I. The middle-aged examiner shivered his lips and stammered to say something, but just then, beep beep beep. The communicator bell rang. The middle-aged examiner's pupils shrunk as the top of the communicator displayed the phone number of the head of their base city's examination section. Zhang San, you little trash, you ing bullapa, dare to privately arrange outsiders to borrow land for the college entrance exam, you are fired. An angry roar came from over there after connecting. Zhang San's body trembled violently, and the phone was hung up, infinite chagrin and regret rising in his heart. Beep beep beep. The phone rang somewhere on the examiner's pterodactyl, and the pterodactyl's face paled as he hurriedly picked up the phone with his tongue in his mouth. It's the division chief calling. Su Wing, bring back today's record of the Void God Tower of the Gaokao perfectly, and your team of examiners is fired. Come back and write your own resignation letter. Pterodactyl frowned. Minister, this time it was Zhang's three people who did the deed. It's not as bad as disbanding my entire team, is it? A cold snort came from over there. Sui, are you out of your mind? Your team, you don't know who you've offended in the examination department? Your path is already blocked. Hurry up and come back to hand over your resignation. Don't involve me. Hurry up. With a click, the pterodactyl chewed the phone held in its mouth and growled at Zhang San. Are you ing satisfied? Our whole team is fired. You'll get your ing comeback. And you two trash, thinking of crooked ways, your high school grades are invalid, and you've been permanently blacked out by the examination department. Go back to where you came from. Boom. Yu Toothpick and Huaya looked like they had been struck by lightning, their entire bodies froze and became disoriented. To be permanently blackballed by the Ministry of Examinations is to be blackballed by all colleges and universities in the country. It means that they will never be able to take the entrance exam and enter a regular college or university again. Then, the pterodactyl apologized to the Kuanpeng beast-eared lady before carrying Zhang San, Yu Toothpick, and Huaya back to the ground. Facing the waiting candidates and examiners, Taran said. The two of them, Yu Toothpick and Huaya, violated the rules of the college entrance exam and were cancelled and permanently blacked out by the examination department. All candidates are dismissed in order. The entrance exam is over. The candidates let out squeals of surprise when they heard the result. Nangong Siyao's beautiful eyes happily smiled into a crescent moon and said, cancelling grades and permanently pulling black? Good, too good. My dad was so pissed off yesterday when he failed to submit a whistleblower letter. He's going to be so happy when he finds out about this.
Nangong Siyao was still laughing there. Chang Bingshi secretly held Xiao Yi and her rosy lips came over.
Xiao Yi did not understand what Chang Bingshi wanted to do, and looked at those attractive lips and kissed them.
With a bark, Chang Bingshi said quietly, Xiao Yi, it's my turn to do sports this year, right? Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and nodded, it seems so. Aha! You don't want to be snatched away by Siyao today, ah?
Chang Bingshi recalled that she had often been messed up by Nangong Siyao over the past half a month, and she couldn't help but feel a little angry. Nangong Siyao said, feeling that no one was listening to her, and turned her head around to take a look, and was stunned.
Yeah.
Sister Bingshi actually stole food, said Nangong Siyao as she jumped into Xiao Yi's arms. Xiao Yi, what you promised me, I want it today.
Chang Bingshi was dissatisfied. Siyao, Xiao Yi is mine today. Nangong Siyao said bitterly, but Xiao Yi promised me.
The two women then got together to avoid Xiao Yi and discussed in whispers before simultaneously saying to Xiao Yi, which one of the two of us did you choose today? Xiao Yi looked at the two women who were both absolutely beautiful face value, a fruitful, a longer than his life or long legs. It is really very difficult to choose a. Then Xiao Yi gave birth to a bold idea, Dao.
I want it all.
Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi were stunned.
Suddenly a pleasant but dubious voice came from behind the three, what all?
It was the delicate beastier's Nyang Yunbing, standing with a ripe and delicate body, 2 slippery Kuan Peng ears away from the sides of her small head, and her delicate and absolutely beautiful face was filled with the color of suspicion. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched as he said, fruits, peaches and sugarcane, I want them all.
The delicate beastier nymph Yunbing's eyes lit up at the words and said, fruits? I super love it, I want to eat it too. Time slipped through my fingers.
It is now the 15th day after the end of the college entrance exams, the day when the results come out. Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, and Chang Bingshi were in the middle of the City Lord Mansion's main hall, with the City Lord couple sitting on the main seat, and Yunbing sitting on the guest seat. The atmosphere was a bit tense, and the city's owners were nervous.
City Lord Nangong Siyao said, the results came out today, didn't they, have you checked? Xiao Yi's trio shook their heads, indicating that they hadn't checked their results yet. City Lord Nangong Siyao carefully took out his communicator and popped up a virtual screen that everyone could see as he logged into the Manhwa-based city candidate results overview website.
In the resultant virtual screen, it says that the network is stuck, so please check back later.
Holy! The City Lord cursed, what kind of garbage server is this?
Xiao Yi was very confident in himself and said, Father-in-law, don't be anxious, we performed well and our grades are definitely not bad. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi also said, right dad, uncle, there's no need to rush, the results will always come out. The coquettish imperial sister Yunbing supported her chin with her vegetative hand, her eyes flashed with a fine light, this is the emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is in a hurry? Nangong Siyao cannot be anxious, he checked the results of Xiao Yi 3 people do not know, but also to check the overall results of Manhwa-based city. After waiting for more than 10 minutes with the city's owners on edge, the results came in. Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, full marks, tied for the top spot in the college entrance exams. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi, full marks, tied for the top spot in the college entrance exams.
Overall ranking of manhwarecap, 9th in the country. What grass? The city lords burst out.
Yunbing also dabbed his head and stood up, surprised.
Chapter 42 Origin Grade Supreme Treasure Template Adjuster, Yunbing's eyes are on fire. Requesting for catch-up readings.
Mr. and Mrs. Nangong Siyao were stunned. Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi's two-tailed white fox, along with Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao's golden dragon all scored full marks and tied for the top spot in the college entrance exam. In other words, the city of Manhwachi, this year, produced 2 national top students. What's even more terrifying is that Manhwa-based city's overall high school entrance exam is actually 9th in the country? Nangong Siyao felt dreamy, saying, wife, bite me, we're not dreaming, right? Zhang Ro, the city lord's wife, blankly glanced at him and raised her hand to give him a vicious twist in the soft flesh around his waist.
Hiss!
Nangong Siyao sucked in a mouthful of cold air and broke out in a cold sweat from the pain as he felt unimaginably shocked. It's really the 9th in the country.
Ha ha ha!
The city lord was overjoyed, this was the most he had laughed in 10 years. For 10 years, Manhwa-based city had been in the bottom of the list amongst the base cities in the country for 10 consecutive years, and he, as the city lord, didn't know how much he was suffocating. This year, it finally wasn't the bottom one, but the whole 9th. Yunbing, the coquettish imperial sister who dabbled and stood up, also stared at her beautiful eyes with great shock in her heart. For Xiao Ye's trio to be able to take the top spot in the college entrance exam, it was within her expectations. But Mon Yuan base city's overall performance on the college entrance examination, can enter the top 9 among all base cities in the country, can be greatly out of her expectation. It is important to know that the Dragon Kingdom has 10 super base cities, and the top 10 overall results are all taken by the 10 super base cities in the history. The high school students of these 10 super base cities were not something that Mon Yuan base city could be compared to, yet Mon Yuan base city got 9th. It means that just the lowly Mangara base city is outperforming a certain super base city overall. This is so shocking. Beep beep beep. The huge communicator that Yun Bing had hidden in his chest rang, and Yun Bing pulled it out and connected. Vudra Supreme, have a fart. A mellow male voice came from over there. Kuan Peng big sister. You've picked up a treasure. Treasure? What treasure? Vudra Supreme was pleasantly surprised. That base city you were protecting took the 9th, no? I'll tell why. With a low-level base city, want to take the 9th? Do you think it's possible? Impossible thing. The 9th overall grade, completely rely on those 2 senior high school students to pull up the average value, dislike the overall grade. It is equivalent to averaging the assets of an ordinary person with those of a big or small horse, and after averaging, that ordinary person is also 100 billionaire. Really? Yun Bing felt unbelievable awe. Supreme Vudra said in a firm tone, it's truer than real gold. The gold content of these 2 pairs of gakons can be more demonic than all the gakons of the past few hundred years. After saying that, Supreme Vudra repeatedly urged, Big Sister Koan Pang, you must pull these 2 top students of the college entrance exams into our Mordor University. For this reason, even if you have to pay some price, it's worth it. Charming Imperial Sister Yun Bing frowned. What can you do? I can't stop them if they enroll in other super academies. Vudra Supreme, start with that dual indentured servant Xiao Yi. As long as we take down one of him, these 2 pairs of college entrance exams will be ours in the Magic City Academy. Yun Bing was speechless. For you to say? You think I can't think of this? The question is how to take it. Vudra Supreme advised, give the youngster whatever he likes, and we'll reimburse him for it from the Magic City Examination Department afterward. Or maybe you sell out your beauty and seduce that Xiao Yi. Hey, with your looks, it's a sure thing. Yun Bing widened her beautiful eyes and said angrily, what are all these bad ideas, roll na? Okay. But Koan Peng big sister, you must take him otherwise the other top academy enrollment teacher arrives, you'll be in bad shape. Before hanging up the phone, Vudra Supreme reminded once more. Sending various things, or tempting with gestures? Yun Bing had an answer in his mind and decided to find an opportunity to implement it. Beside her, Nangong Siyao looked at the city lord who smiled into a flower. Her heart was also very happy. She saw that her father's frown that was always frowned with worry was finally loosened. This can be a happier thing than winning the top prize in the college entrance examination yourself. Taking advantage of Nangong Siyao's focus on the city lord, Chung Bingshi brought her little head towards Xiao Yi and said quietly. Husband Xiao Yi, we got the top student of the college entrance exam this time, are you going to reward me? Xiao Yi pretended to be confused and said, what reward? Chang Bingshi frowned and pouted, oops, that's the one. Which one? Xiao Yi almost couldn't hold it when he heard the sappy voice. Chang Bingshi blushed slightly and said, I'll give you some fruit. Xiao Yi almost fell over when he heard this and shook his head violently, no, I don't. Chang Bingshi's pretty face was fierce, pouting, no, this is a reward, you have to eat it even if you don't eat it. That's what you promised when you took that exam. All right. Facing Chung Bingshi's strong request, Xiao Yi reluctantly agreed with a difficult expression. Nangong Siyao felt that her sister Bingshi next to her was a bit farther away, and immediately tilted her little head to look over, and when she realized that Chang Bingshi was blushing and whispering with Xiao Yi, she immediately became furious, and pounced towards the 2 of them, pouting. Good, you guys, whispering behind my back again, say. Did you steal food behind my back again? Chang Bingshi blushed without speaking, but Xiao Yi shook his head firmly and denied, no, absolutely not. Nangong Siyao absolutely beautiful pretty face is full of suspicion, I didn't say stealing food what, you know what I said? Such a firm denial. Thus, Nangong Siyao, who possessed a huge monster, said doubtfully, Sister Bingshi, is it really true? Chang Bingshi's beautiful eyes like autumn water turned again and again, she would not lie, her pretty face was a bit vain and said, no la. Nangong Siyao, who knew Chang Bingshi's character, instantly saw the cracks and said, good Sister Bingshi, you lied. Xiao Yi inwardly exclaimed that it was not good. Nangong Siyao had lost her reserve towards him since a certain switch had been flipped, becoming like a wolf and pestering him every day. What a pain and pleasure it gave him at the same time.
But even if it is an iron ox, we'll also be tired. Xiao Yi in her straight call cannot be.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, to take the high school entrance exam and make Manhwa base city's overall score enter the top 10 in the country. Reward, Origin Level Exotic Treasure Template Adjuster.
Template Adjuster automatically recognizes its owner. Owner, Xiao Yi. Successful recognition. Introduction to Template Adjuster.
Full name, Fierce Beast Template Adjuster. Whether it's a human or a magical beast, whether it's a top-level powerhouse or an ant, there are templates that can be adjusted by the adjuster.
Functions.
3 functions: 1. Template level upgrade function. 2. Defective template repair function. 3. Template rule fragment crystallization extraction function.
After checking the information within the system panel, Xiao Yi was overjoyed inwardly. Origin level exotic treasure template adjuster, finally got my hands on it.
Suddenly Xiao Yi felt a fiery gaze cast on him. Xiao Yi looked up. It wasn't Nangong Siyao, nor was it Lin Bingshi. It was the coquettish imperial sister Lin Bing, who was called the Vudra Supreme.
Looking at the owner of that fiery and incomparable gaze, Xiao Yi was startled.
Lin Bing's expression at this moment, so tempting.
Chapter 43, Lin Bing, I'm going out on a limb. Is it hard to believe that she knows I have a solution to her template problem? No way.
The template adjuster was known only to him, and of this Xiao Yi was certain.
Hiss. She couldn't be looking at my handsome face, right?
Xiao Yi thought of Lin Bing's title of 1,000-year female bachelor and thought about it. It was really possible.
Cloud Ice is not able to contract with males, and once the contract is made, the male will explode and die.
Regarding Sister Lin Bing's template issue, Xiao Yi was a bit curious as he opened the template adjuster to check Lin Bing's template information.
Template, SSS-Level template, upgradable. Problems: 1. The template contains a conflict of rules. Use the repair function to replace the rule fragment crystallization type, can be resolved.
Problem: 2. The energy in the body of the beast-eared woman exceeds the upper limit of the realm, and is prone to irritability, which needs to be combined with the use of the Shen Huang jewel to calm down the energy in the body, and the means of restoration, acupressure points. So it's the conflict of the rules contained within the template, that is to say, Sister Lin Bing absorbed the wrong type of rule fragment crystallization when she awakened the template, leading to a series of problems.
To solve the template problem, you need to change the rule fragment crystallization type.
This was an eye-opener for Xiao Yi. Nangong Siyao was not absorbing enough rule fragment crystallization at the time of awakening, while Sister Lin Bing was absorbing the wrong type.
Sister Lin Bing still has the trait of being easily cranky? But if he was to give that ripe peach like Lin Bing's sister a massage, he was afraid that he would be beaten up. Although he often gave Nangong Siyao, Lin Bingshi massages massage techniques practiced to the realm of Suko automatic navigation.
What made Xiao Yi pay the most attention, behind the SSS grade template, actually showed the option of being upgradable. With a thought, Xiao Yi clicked upgrade.
Lack of rule fragment crystals, upgrade failed.
Mythic Koan Pang template, lacks 100 space-type rule fragment crystals, 10 law of creation fragment crystals. When Lin Bing, the charming imperial sister, saw Xiao Yi staring blankly at herself, she suddenly felt that she was still a bit poised, or else she wouldn't have made people look dumbfounded.
Must I use my posture to seduce little boys? Fine, I'll go out on a limb.
Lin Bing made a decision in her heart.
After Vudra Supreme's reminder, she understood that she had to take Xiao Yi down before the enrollment teachers from the other 9 top-tier academies came to Manhwa Bay City.
Otherwise, when the time comes, she won't have the advantage of having to compete with 9 admissions office teachers.
Lin Bing said to the City Lord, Xiao, and the others haven't filled out their volunteers yet, right?
I propose to fill out our magic capital's top Royal Beastmaster Academy, the Koan Pang Combat Academy. Nangong Siyao face was difficult as he said, I can't force them wherever they want to go, I'm sorry teacher. Nangong Siyao also came out of the Koan Pang Combat Academy. He was an S-rank Golden Tiger template, and his high school grades rubbed the scoreline to get in. At noon, the city lord hosted a banquet for all the high school teachers in Manhwa Bay City, as well as family and friends, to celebrate the birth of the top student in the college entrance examination, and also to celebrate Manhwa Bay City's departure from the bottom of the list to reach the 9th of all base cities in the country. There were more than 10 tables in the wide hall of the city lord's mansion, and more than 1,000 tables in the large square of the city lord's mansion. The principal of the 3 high schools, the director of instruction couple, sat at a table with Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, Lin Bingshi, and Lin Bing, the city lord couple. The director of teaching at the 3rd high school, that is, Lin Bingshi's father smiled and said, Bingshi, Xiao Yi, the imperial capital top beast master academy is very good, I heard that last year's top student of the college entrance exam was the one who entered the Imperial Capital Top Imperial Beast Master Academy. The principal of the third high school also nodded and said, "Hey, our third high school has 2 top students in the college entrance examination, so I can't show nothing at all." Saying this, the principal took out 3 exquisite boxes and gave them to the 3, saying, "This is the pollen of the magic luo fruit spiritual plant. It can make people invigorated in 10 times a night. Hey, you youngsters should like it."
Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi blushed. Bah, who likes this? The principal is really old and immodest, too.
The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched. The principal was so pampering that spiritual plant Moloch fruit, so it turned out that it had this kind of effect.
But are you serious, principal? Giving a gift to a student for this?
Nangong Siyao stood up and stretched out her hand as she picked up the box, blushing as she asked, "Headmaster, this is something Xiao Ye could like, can you send another 10 or 8 boxes?" Chang Bingshi also said with a red face, but her gaze was delighted, "Yes, yes. Old Xiao Ye likes this law."
Xiao Ye, who was sitting there and hadn't moved yet, was full of black lines. Was it really his favorite?
The principal smiled and responded, "Yeah, since you guys like it, what's the harm in giving away a few more boxes? I'll get them later."
Receiving the 3 boxes of gifts, Nangong Siyao was very excited and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, principal."
Yun Bing's pretty face surveyed Xiao Ye's side face with interest, secretly saying, "So you like this kind of well?" Yun Bing made an excuse and left the city lord's mansion, tearing the space and jumping in, muttering on his mouth, "Vudra Supreme likes to collect these strange things, find him and ask for them."
If your examination department wants me to sell my beauty, you'll have to pay a price for it.
If Vudra Supreme knew, he would have said, "Oh no, that spinster is here to beat people up again." The great hall of the city lord's mansion was very lively, and all the teachers were very happy. One after another, many people came up to toast Xiao Ye's trio. All the principals and directors of the first high school, all the principals and directors of the second high school, as well as some of the dignitaries of Manhwa Bay City, all came up to give Xiao Ye a toast. Giving enough face to Xiao Ye's trio allowed the city lord couple and Chang Bingshi's parents to satisfy their vanity. "Look, there's their cubs, 2 pairs of high school seniors." After the toast, when the city lord saw that teacher Yin Bing was not there, he immediately opened his mouth and said to the 3 Xiao Ye, Siyao, Xiao Ye, Bingshi, "Which college do you want to apply for?" The people around them who heard it all looked over, and they were also very curious as to where the high school student wanted to go. Xiao Ye said, "Magic Capital or Imperial Capital." The city lord laughed, "Good. Imperial Capital is good, a super base city above power." Cheng Bingshi's father, the director of instruction, also chimed in, "Yes, how nice to be an official right after graduating from the Imperial Academy." The super base city, Mordor, is the economic center of the country. The super base city, Imperial, is the center of power in the country. If Yun Bing knew that her student, Nangong Siyao, had suggested that Xiao Ye's trio go to the Imperial capital, she might have jumped in anger. Faced with the advice of his elders, Xiao Ye said that he would seriously consider it. In the afternoon, Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi dragged Xiao Ye back to the detached villa, saying that they wanted to experiment with the gifts from the principal to see if there was any effect. Unpacking the exquisite gift box, 10 potions were neatly arranged inside, which were Moloch fruit pollen essence. Xiao Ye opened the cap and drank a bottle. Nangong Siyao curiously surveyed, "How about Xiao Ye, is there any effect?" Xiao Ye felt it, "I don't feel it." Cheng Bingshi went straight to work and was disappointed when she got the result. Could it be that the amount of drink was too small? Said Cheng Bingshi opened all the caps of the remaining 9 bottles and fed Xiao Ye all of them. Boom! Xiao Ye felt like his body was filled with a flood of power. Right at this moment, the coquettish imperial sister Yin Bing appeared and pulled Xiao Ye into her room and unlocked the door, pushing Xiao Ye onto the bed with excitement. "There's something good, you're guaranteed to like it." "Xiao Ye, you've come at a bad time." Chapter 44, Yun Bing, this bad guy is very cunning begs for follow-up reading. Xiao Ye's face reddened, the flood of power in his body was on the verge of being unstoppable. At this moment, he was very eager to have a good fight as a way to vent the surging power of qi and blood in his body. Xiao Ye got up and wanted to leave, but just as he got up he sat down again. "Hey, this situation can only bow and go, otherwise by the cloud ice to see, have to social death." After thinking about it, Xiao Ye bowed his body toward the door, and just happened to run into Yun Bing, who unlocked the door of the room and turned around, and Yun Bing opened his hands to stop Xiao Ye, saying, "I have something good to give you, but before I give it to you, you must promise me one condition." Xiao Ye was in a hurry, a very big hurry.
He wasn't in the mood to bowl with Yun Bing here and said, "Sister Yun Bing, let's talk about it tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow, when the other admissions teachers come, I won't have an advantage."
The coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing inwardly cried out and firmly shook her head, pulling out a bottle of something from her small pocket, saying, "This is the spirit shaking pill, take one and go down for a whole day with high spirits, how about it, isn't it particularly strong?" Xiao Yi was shocked. Why did others always want to send these types of things to him? The principal of the 3 high schools is, and so is Sister Yun Bing. Xiao Yi touched his face. It was hard to believe that he looked weak and needed this very much. Seeing Xiao Yi's surprised look, Yun Bing felt victorious, and with a hook at the corner of his mouth, he stated his condition: "As long as you volunteer for the college entrance exams to fill in my Magic Capital Academy Kunpeng Combat Academy, I'll give it to you." "Mr. Xiao Yi, just like Supreme Vudra, you don't want to be a second man either, right?" Yun Bing said with amusement. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. Goddamn second man. Wait, I think he heard some kind of overwhelming information. Vudra Supreme second man? Xiao Yi didn't answer Yun Bing's words and asked instead, "Sister Yun Bing, how do you know that Vudra Supreme is short in seconds? Is it possible that he is your little love interest?" The smile on the pretty face of the coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing froze, and then her gaze was disdainful as she said, "That goon King Kong, is he also worthy of being my man? He only deserves to be my sandbag." "Humph, go get him a couple of potions, he's wailing like a broken son. And to say that without those pills potions, you'd have to be a second man." "Put." Xiao Yi laughed, and in an instant, he felt that the flood of power in his body was shocked and suppressed. Yun Bing twisted her sexy waist and walked over to Xiao Yi, her gaze becoming expectant as she said, "How about this bottle of spirit-shaking pill for you to enter my Kunpeng Academy?" "No." Xiao Yi refused. He felt that he was principled, and that if he wanted to enter the Kunpeng Academy, he would also go in a dignified manner, rather than being tempted to take something before going. Yun Bing pulled out 9 bottles of pills from his pocket without any haste and placed them on the tabletop. "How about 10 bottles of spirit-shaking pills?" Xiao Yi shook his head. Yun Bing pulled out another 10 bottles of potions from his pocket and said, "Plus 10 bottles of Optimus Prime potion, you're guaranteed to have an unlimited scenery, how about it?" Xiao Yi's gaze was attracted, but he still shook his head. Yun Bing gritted his teeth and pulled out 10 bottles of Vudra Supreme's crushing ointment from his pocket, saying, "How about an invincible adamantine plaster?" After saying that, the delicate imperial sister Yun Bing looked at Xiao Yi's complexion, only to find that Xiao Yi still had that bland look of being upright and not being tempted. He's really principled. Forget it. Alas, I know. Yun Bing sighed and stretched out her white jade-like hand, just to put away the 30 bottles of pills, potions, and ointments on the table. Suddenly a strong and powerful hand grabbed her. Yun Bing exuded a stunned look at Xiao Yi, only to see Xiao Yi said in a serious manner, "I'll agree to your terms, but, in addition to that, there has to be money added." Yun Bing was staggered and stared blankly. The whole thing froze. Yes, ha. After the coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing reacted, she immediately became excited and pulled out one thing after another from her pockets. 10 sovereign lower-grade crystalline cores, 10 sovereign middle-grade crystalline cores, and 10 sovereign upper-grade crystalline cores. A copy of the real estate license for a single-family house in the 3rd ring of the inner city of Mordor. Idle Dean's assistant ID card. One of my original stockings. The desktop was so full of stuff that it was about to get stacked, but what the hell was that pair of black stockings? The coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing smiled and said, "Classmate Xiao Yi, how does it feel, is it enough?" Xiao Yi came over and put everything into a bag, then clasped the bag with both hands and said in a serious manner, "Good day, Dean Yun Bing. From now on, I am a student of your top Beast Master Academy in Magic City, the Kunpeng Combat Academy. I've been very eager to join the Kunpeng Combat Academy since I was a child, and I've wanted to join for a long time, definitely not because I have something to take," said Xiao Yi, holding the big bag, opened the door of the room and ran out. Looking at the handsome back that bowed and slipped away, the corner of Yun Bing's mouth twitched. "I'll believe the hell out of you, this youngster is cunning as hell." Then the delicate imperial sister Yun Bing twisted her sexy waist and flung herself on the bed, as if she was relieved. Finally recruited these 3 high school seniors. This Xiao Yi little villain, it really took me some effort. But the one who lost the most seemed to be the Vudra Supreme. Xiao Yi, who had returned to his room, was finally unable to restrain the flood of power and let it out to his heart's content. Early the next morning. Bang bang bang. Xiao Yi's trio was then woken up by a knock on the door. The three of them washed up in a trance and were called by the city lord and his wife to the great hall of the city lord's mansion. Topped with fluffy hair, Xiaoye's trio was surrounded by 9 big old men just after they arrived. Student Xiao Yi, I am the Director of Admission Office of the Imperial Capital Academy. Enrollment in our Imperial Capital Academy can become an official upon graduation now. Cheng Bingshi student, I'm the enrollment teacher of the Jinling Academy, and I'll give you a villa for enrollment. Oh.
Nangong Siyao student, we have a lot of sunny and handsome big boys in Hangzhou Academy, do you want to consider it?
These 9 big old men were the teachers and directors of the admissions offices from the top schools of the other 9 super base cities in addition to the Magic City School, and they naturally came here in order to recruit the 3 top students of the college entrance exams to enroll in the school. In the face of the benefits thrown out by these admissions office teachers, only Xiaoye's trio gently shook their heads, unmoved. Hee, you guys are too stingy. My Jiangcheng Academy not only waives all tuition fees, but also additionally gives 10 Zongshire upper grade crystal cores. One of the big old men said with a disdainful gaze.
Che, you're the only one whose tuition is free? My Hangcheng Academy is too.
And my Hangcheng Academy is full of handsome and talented men. These 2 female high school students will definitely like it.
A big old man next to him was full of confidence. Speaking of which, where's the enrollment teacher from the Magic City Academy? Didn't come?
Seems like yeah, but it's better if they didn't come. The end-time Magic City is not only the economic center of the country, it's also the end-time metropolis that abounds in beautiful women and girls. Once they come, Xiaoyi youngster will easily be attracted away.
Yes, extremely, it's not better to have one less competitor.
Just as the 9 great old men were rejoicing inwardly, a stunningly beautiful and coquettish imperial sister beast ear lady appeared.
Chapter 45, Farewell, Going to the Magic City Academy. Request for follow-up reading.
These 9 big old men surrounded Xiaoye's trio and their beards were excitedly negotiating when a pleasant voice came from behind them.
Gee, teachers, you're here so early?
I can't believe I'm the last one here, so chagrined. The voice was very nice, with a wink, making the 9 great lords attract attention at the same time, and unanimously turned around to look towards the doorway. Under the illumination of the brilliant sunlight, translucent with a colorful halo, a sexy mature imperial lady with an explosive figure stood there with a rather chagrined expression.
A stunning face, a ripe peach.
The 9 big old men labeled the delicate imperial sister Yun Bing in their hearts. Just when I said Mordor Academy, the Mordor Academy's admissions office came, and it's still a stunning beauty. Oh no, this person is too beautiful, I guess Xiaoye's young soul will be hooked away.
Humph.
The Devil's Capital Academy is so despicable, sending an absolute beauty to enroll students. But she was late, and we took the lead. Before the end of the world, the Basin area was a place that was full of beautiful women and girls, but after the end of the world, the Magic City Base City became the dominant city in the country that was full of beautiful women and girls. Seeing how sexy and beautiful the teacher of the Magic City admissions office was, the 9 big old men couldn't help but secretly say that it was bad. The 9 great old men glanced at each other, and a fierce look appeared in each of their eyes. They've decided to play hardball.
Humph, even if you have the advantage, we're not so bad.
9 big old men had surrounded Xiaoye's trio in a circle, not allowing the coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing to squeeze in. All of them then threw out huge welfare tracts. Come to my Magic Capital Academy, and I promise you to be the head of a city after you graduate. Enter the Hang City Academy, and we'll give you 10 Grandmaster lower crystal cores. Come to the Golden Academy, I'll introduce my daughter to you, she's a professor. When these words came out, the other 8 big old men looked at him in shock and said, Old piker, you're shameless, people have contractors and you still introduce your daughter to him. The director of the enrollment office of the Jinling Academy is full of pride. What the Magic City Academy has, he also has the Jinling Academy, and he also has the advantage.
The corner of Xiaoye's mouth twitched. Professor's daughter? Greatly unnecessary. Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi looked at this director of admission office with hostility in their gazes, and blackened the Jinling Academy in their hearts.
The other 8 big old men looked at the beautiful teacher of the admissions office of the Magic City Academy who couldn't squeeze in, and secretly said, that female professor is far away, but this stunningly beautiful admissions teacher is right in front of me. Luckily, she wasn't allowed to get close to the youngster, Xiao Yi. Yun Bing frowned with a willow brow, displeased with these big old men, so she reached out and drilled into a spatial rift. At this moment, above Xiaoye's head, a smooth spatial crack appeared and a stunningly beautiful head drilled out with a curious look on its pretty face. What are you all so secretive about? The 9 great old men heard the sound from above and couldn't help but look up in amazement.
A spatial rift that can only be opened by the Supreme Realm? This one is a supreme being?
I remember, this seems to be the vice dean of the Kunping College Kunping Twin Kings of the Kunping Queen, one of the 8 colleges of the Magic Capital Academy.
It's actually the Kunlun Queen.
The 9 great old men were startled in their hearts before saying in unison, "Greetings Supreme Kunpang."
Strong people are respected everywhere.
The big old man sheepishly stepped aside from Xiao Yi and said, "Didn't say anything, just talked about enrollment benefits."
Yun Bing nodded, "So you guys talked it out?" The big old man smiled awkwardly, "I don't think so."
Xiao Yi looked at the 9 big old men and said, "Everyone, I already have a choice." The great old men were all looking at Xiao Yi expectantly. The benefits they should have thrown out had all been thrown out. It seemed that only Supreme Kunpang hadn't said anything about the benefits, and that Xiao Yi should choose amongst their 9 academies.
Xiao Yi said, "I choose the Magic Capital Academy Kunpang Combat Academy."
Lin Bingshi and Nangong Siyao also nodded their little heads in agreement. "Yes, all 3 of us will choose the Magic Capital Academy."
Exclamation point. The 9 great old men were filled with shock and found it unbelievable. Supreme Kunpang didn't say anything and you guys want to go to the Devil's Capital Academy? Simply outrageous.
The coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing floated out of the spatial crack and gently jumped on the ground, crossing her arms and saying, "You guys are late. I talked to Xiao Yi yesterday, ha ha ha. Good man, we made a deal yesterday, but we've come all this way for nothing. So we're the ones who came late. Xiao Yi was taken down a long time ago, alas."
I'm kind of curious what kind of offer the Mordor Academy gave.
9 big old man then realized that the Magic City Academy is emboldened, not late at all, but long ago enrollment.
Yun Bing didn't answer them.
At this time, City Lord Nangong Siyao walked over and laughed. "All the enrollment teachers didn't run in vain, there are still a lot of good seedlings in my Manhwa Bay City." The City Lord reached out and the guards brought in 3 pairs of youngsters from outside the Great Hall.
Devil Disc Summoner, Wolf King Summoner, and Eagle Summoner, all S-rank templates.
These people are retake students Jingran, Xiaomengshian, Liu Ruyan, and so on. Unfortunately, the 9 great old men looked at it with little interest.
S-rank templates, too common.
There was no need for them to personally solicit.
Simply put, they don't see it.
Looking at the lack of interest from the enrollment teachers, Jingran, Xiaomengshian, and Liu Ruyan looked at the 3 Xiao Yi with complicated gazes at 6 times. Just now, when they were outside, they vaguely heard the voices of these enrollment teachers who were letting out big benefits in order to snatch Xiao Yi's trio.
Candidates from the same Manhwa base city were treated very differently. Early the next morning, the city lord couple, Lin Bingshi's parents, and the director of the orphanage bid farewell to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, Lin Bingshi, and Nangong Siyao, at Yun Bing's suggestion, planned to follow Yun Bing to leave Manhwa Base City today and head to the Magic Capital Academy in the Super Base City Magic Capital. Although there are still half a month before the Magic City Academy starts, it's good to go and familiarize yourself with the environment first. The city lord couple gave Xiao Yi's trio enough coils. Lin Bingshi's parents instructed what to pay attention to, and Xiao Yi's trio nodded their heads constantly. Good boy, actually able to contract 2 female children. Xiao Yi is really the most handsome boy in our orphanage. The old man, the director of the orphanage, wept with joy. The city lord comforted, "Master, you've worked hard all these years, I'll increase my efforts to invest in the construction of the orphanage in a while." The old man who was the director of the orphanage thanked him repeatedly, then he said to Xiao Yi, "Brat, you have to treat these 2 girl children well, don't bully them, or else come back and I'll break all your legs." Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry, if I don't treat them well, I don't need you to break my legs, they will break my legs first." Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi blushed and were a little embarrassed. They weren't that tough, although sometimes they were a little crazy. The coquettish imperial sister snorted and said, "All accounted for, right? Then it's time to go next." The old man who was the director of the orphanage sniffed and hurriedly approached Xiao Yi and whispered, "Brat, you found 2 female children, so why don't you just take this big female child as well, and when you give birth to a bunch of big fat boys, I'll raise them." Exclamation point. Xiao Yi's gaze glared, "Grandpa, are you serious?" The old man who was the director of the orphanage nodded his head and said, "Nonsense, of course it's true." Chapter 46, Yun Bing Twin Sister, Kunpang Supreme Yun Shi. Requesting for catch-up reading. Xiao Yi nodded his head and whispered, "I'll try my best." Exclamation point. The coquettish imperial sister's beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous essence. This little villain was actually plotting against her. On the road, Xiao Yi's trio boarded a helicopter under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The driver looked at the trio with large bags and smiled. Manhwa Base City to Magic City, it will take about 10 days to travel, and on the way, it will pass through 4 transit stations to replenish the material.
So there's no need for you guys to take so many things that you can't easily carry. Xiao shook his head. The bags was a good thing, even the Vudra Supreme rare collection, he could not afford to throw it away. The helicopter pilot said to Yun Bing, who was standing on the ground, "Why don't you come up?" Yun Bing lifted her hand towards the air and a 20-meter-long spatial crack appeared above the helicopter as she grinned. "Why go up there? I'll fly the plane." Saying that, Yun Bing kicked the helicopter, and with a thud, the helicopter was kicked into the spatial rift. Looking at the dumbfounded city lord couple, Chang Bingshi's parents, and the old man Dean's 5 people, Yun Bing smiled delicately and said, "Why would I want to fly for 10 days when I can get there in a minute? See you all again sometime." After Yun Bing finished speaking, he made a beeline for the soon-to-be-healed spatial crack and disappeared. The corners of City Lord Nangong Siyato's mouth twitched as he said, "Teacher, she's still as idiosyncratic as ever." Chang Bingshi's parents nodded with deep concern. The old man who was the director of the orphanage appreciated Yun Bing, the big girl, even more, secretly saying, "Such an interesting girl, that Brad will surely like it." Then the crowd dispersed. Distance from Manhwa base city across half of the Dragon Kingdom's super base city Mordor, the villa area of Mordor Academy Kunping Combat Academy. A huge spatial crack appeared with a brush over the wide road outside Villa 2. A helicopter suddenly dropped out of it and smashed straight into the ground. Eyes were about to hit the ground hard. With a swoosh, a mysterious woman with a cold temperament came out of Villa 1, holding the helicopter's tripod steadily with one hand and then lightly placing the helicopter on the ground. The mysterious woman said in an icy tone, "Yun Bing, come out." Bang! Yun Bing jumped out from the spatial crack, and when he saw the mysterious woman, his face was filled with joy. "Sister, you're back?" This mysterious woman was called Yin Shi, her twin sister, and was the director of the Kunping Combat Academy. However, compared to the delicate and sexier, her twin sister, Yin Shi, the whole person was like a piece of ice, rejecting people. Called the iceberg dean by the trainees. Yin Shi also possessed an explosive figure, but she always wore muddy robes that covered her body tightly and did not reflect the curves. "Where did you throw this one out again? As a vice dean you need to be more stable and not so big-headed." Iceberg Dean Yun Shi chided. Yun Bing raised a willow eyebrow and retorted, "Sister, these 3 are this year's top students of the college entrance exam." Top student of the college entrance examination? Iceberg Dean Yin Shi's beautiful eyes looked towards the 3 Xiao who were staring at them curiously. The coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing said very proudly, "Yes, I specially recruited them from Manhwa base city, and it took a lot of effort." "How's it going, sis, am I good?" Yun Shi said in an expressionless tone, "Awesome." Yun Bing's mouth pouted as she introduced Xiao Yi to the 3 of them. "This is my sister, who is also the dean of the Kunping Combat Academy." "Good day, Dean." Xiao Yi greeted the 3 of them. Yun Shi nodded her head, her absolutely beautiful face was paralyzed with a cold attitude and said, "Hello, you guys." Xiao Yi froze for a moment before saying in the dark, "View the template." Template adjuster in progress. SSS Kunpeng template, Yunshi. Problem 1, absorption of rule fragment crystals during awakening is incorrect. There is a rule conflict in the template, and it is impossible to conclude a contract with the opposite sex, which can be repaired by changing the type of rule fragment crystals. Problem 2, the leakage of Daoyun caused by the conflict of rules, resulting in the numbness of certain types of nerves in the mind, and the lack of interest in the outside world, manifested as a cold attitude, which needs to be combined with the Shen Wang gemstone to calm down the strange Daoyun. Nerve numbing? I see. Xiao Yi thought that this teacher was face paralyzed, but it turned out to be a side effect caused by the conflict of template rules. Since you've brought them, then you can arrange for their accommodations. Saying that, Iceberg Dean Yin Shi went back to her own villa, leaving behind a backstory. Okay, ta. Charming imperial sister Yun Bing blinked her eyes and said, "That's my sister, also the director of the Kunping Combat Academy. You guys come with me, I'll arrange accommodation for you." Yun Bing directly brought Xiao Ye's trio to the second villa. That is, the villa where her vice president lives. Lots of rooms on the second floor, take your pick. The 3rd floor is where I live, don't run up here if you're not doing anything. It's the middle of vacation, so you can move there after you've been assigned a dormitory when school starts in half a month. Subsequently, Nangong Siyao found a bedroom that possessed a large bed and pulled Chang Bingshi to clean it up excitedly as Xiao Yi led the bag to move in. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi flung themselves onto the bed and rolled around on the warm and soft bed. Xiao Yi asked curiously, "Siyao, is that Dean always this cold?" Nangong Siyao cocked her head in thought. As far as I remember, Dean Yunqi is always cold when facing anyone. I didn't see her many times when I was a child, and she rarely shows up yet. But she's called the Queen of the Kunsite, just like grandmother ancestor.
They are the Koanpeng twin kings and the Koanpeng Supreme.
Chang Bingshi saw that Xiaoyi was so concerned about the beautiful Dean Yunqi, who he had only met once, so he suspiciously came to Xiaoyi's side and directly touched his hand. After getting the desired result, she murmured, "Luckily, I wasn't attracted to Dean Yunqi's beauty." Xiaoyi's face was filled with black lines. He's simply curious. However, both Yunbing and Yunqi have severe side effects because of the template issue. Yunbing is short-tempered and straightforward, and Yunqi has an icy attitude and is not interested in the outside world.
Xiaoyi then stared at Nangong Siyao and secretly said, "View the template." This was the first time he had utilized the template adjuster to view Nangong Siyao. Template adjuster in progress. SSS Grade 5 Claude Golden Dragon Template, Nangong Siyao. Problems: overlimit the number of crystallized rule fragments. The raging energy will make her unable to have intimate contact with the opposite sex, and will greatly increase her desire in a certain area. Need to be combined with the Xianuang gemstone to calm down the over-limit energy. Solution: acupressure. The results of the probe made Xiaoyi realize. No wonder Nangong Siyao had recently become like a wolf and was frantically pestering him every day. It turned out to be caused by the side effects of the template. Chang Bingshi wouldn't be so crazy, to a very mild degree. Xiaoyi decided to utilize the template adjuster and the Xianuang gemstone for the sake of his own body to mitigate the side effects of Nangong Siyao, or else he would not be able to suffer. "Siyao, let me give you a massage." Nangong Siyao's face was full of excitement upon hearing this, and she was even more urgent than Xiaoyi. "Yeah, come on." Chapter 47 Second Man King Kong's Visit Request for Catch-up Reading. Looking at the fruitful young girl, now the fruitful young woman, who was at the mercy of the bed, Xiaoyi began his massage journey. The skin was delicate and smooth, and Xiaoyi massaged it according to the human body acupuncture point diagram given by the template adjuster. There are a total of 720 points around the human body, 52 single points, 309 double points and 50 extra meridian odd points. Renying point, Shui 2 point, Chido point. From the front of the body to the back, from the back to the crotch, from the crotch to the soles of the feet. Xiaoyi massaged them over one by one with great rigor. The technique goes back and forth from kneading, to stabbing, to pressing. Half an hour later, the massage was over. Chang Bingshi took a fragrant handkerchief and came over to wipe the fine sweat on Xiaoyi's forehead. Template adjuster. SSS Grade 5 Claude Golden Dragon Template, Nangong Siyao, upgradable. Problems: overrun rule fragment crystallization overflowing overrun energy briefly suppressed. After Xiaoyi checked the results of some probing, the whole person was like relieved, and then for the next period of time, the fruitful young woman Nangong Siyao was finally not going to pester him every day. Xiaoyi looked at the flushed Nangong Siyao and said, "Any feelings?" Nangong Siyao tilted her head to feel something and said, "Sour, numb, very comfortable." Xiaoyi was speechless. This was not what he was going to ask. Forget it, Nangong Siyao will find the change in these days. After all, her desire to alleviate in a certain area, the one who benefits is him, Xiaoyi. Chang Bingshi looked at Nangong Siyao, who had a face of enjoyment, and came over to grab Xiaoyi's hand with an expectant face. "I want a massage too." Xiaoyi opened the template adjuster to view Chang Bingshi's template. Template adjuster in progress. SSS Grade 9 Tailed Sky Fox Template, Chang Bingshi, upgradable. Problems: low realm template stabilization, minor spillover energy effects. Good guy, this gives Xiaoyi whole won't. By that, any template would be more or less unstable at high realms, which would cause side effects? That is to say, the supreme beings at the end of the blue planet have more or less everything wrong with them? And it's a difficult ailment to remove because it's the template that's not smooth every once in a while that has an effect on the body. Is it okay, Xiaoyi husband? Chang Bingshi saw Xiaoyi frowning and thought that Xiaoyi was unwilling. She pouted her lips and leaned over to be pampered. This voice made Xiaoyi's bones crispy. No problem. Afterwards, Xiaoyi performed a normal massage on Chang Bingshi. 10 minutes later, the trio, dressed in formal attire, ran downstairs to get some air. It was now mid-morning and the sun was shining brightly and warmly. The result was to see a big, stocky man outside the courtyard gate, furtively peeking towards this inside. And muttered every now and then, "Kunsite big sister should be home. Damn it, taking my entire collection of potions down the road, my wife is not happy with me these days," said he as he gritted his teeth. "Today, I must make big sister Koanpeng give a statement and return a few bottles of potions to me." Xiaoyi came to the courtyard door and said, "Which one are you? What's the matter?"
Seeing the three young men whose faces were slightly mature but hadn't completely shed their youthfulness, the robust big man straightened his back and laughed. "You three are this year's high school seniors, aren't you?" Xiao Yi was surprised. "Right, you know us?" The lanky hunk jumped in with a leap from outside the courtyard door and said in an extremely pretentious and atmospheric tone. "Of course. Maybe you guys don't know me, but you must have heard of the 10 supreme beings of the magic capital." Lin Bingshi, Nangong Siyao's beautiful eyes narrowed in surprise. "Could it be that you are?" "That's right." A proud look surfaced on the stocky big man's national face. "I am the Vudra Supreme, one of the top 10 supreme beings of the magic city." "Well, ranked at the bottom of the 10 supreme beings, Supreme Vudra," he added inwardly. "Wow. It's actually a Vudra Supreme, yeah, so powerful." Nangong Siyao's eyes were in awe, pure respect and admiration. Xiao Yi and Lin Bingshi also exuded respect. Herculean and powerful supreme beings, all of whom had made huge battles against the Dragon Kingdom, deserved anyone's respect. Feeling the respect and admiration of the three high school seniors, Vudra Supreme was satisfied. "Aha, you must follow my example so that you can achieve supremacy in the future. Be like me, become a great man respected by all, and do great service to your country." Supreme Vudra had his back to Xiao Yi's trio and had his hands behind his back, forcing his way through. Suddenly a sexy and pleasant voice came from the window of the third floor. "Isn't the second man Vudra? Why are you free to come and play with me today? By the way, is it true what you said last time that you were going to be a second man without your potion or not?" Exclamation point. The figure of the Vudra Supreme that was pretending to be a bully froze, and the smile on his faces froze. He secretly used his afterglow to survey the three high school seniors and found that Xiao Yi's three looked at him with a suspicious face, as if to say, "Yours is a second male?" Social death. Vudra Supreme almost fell over. It was so hard to establish a great image in the hearts of the three demonic high school students, but it collapsed in less than a second. Vudra Supreme was so angry in his heart that he angrily said, "Kuan Peng old maiden, give me back my medicine." He brushed and jumped up to the third floor, entering through the window into the boudoir of Yun Bing, the coquettish imperial sister on the third floor of the villa. "I'm a Vudra Supreme, today you must give me a statement and return a few bottles of potions to me." The resounding voice of Supreme Vudra came from above. But immediately afterward. Bang bang bang. "Ow. Don't hit your face, how am I going to get out of here with a swollen face? Pain pain pain. Stop kicking, 2 more kicks and your balls will burst." A gurgling scream of Vudra Supreme wailing came from the third floor. 10 minutes passed before it subsided. With a brush, Yun Bing grabbed Vudra Supreme's collar and jumped down from the third floor, throwing it on the ground and coldly saying, "Don't come up to my third floor boudoir without permission." The bruised and swollen Vudra Supreme begged for forgiveness. "No more, never again." Humph. Only then did the coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing let go of Vudra Supreme and asked, "What are you doing here in my place? Those medicines you gave to me, where is the reason to ask for them back?" Vudra Supreme's mouth corner twitching. "Secretly, that is I give you? Is that what you robbed from me?" The sensible Cheng Gang did not say the words out, because he could see that this trip was in all probability a wasted trip. But it was nice to get to know the three high school seniors. Cheng Gang looked at Xiao Yi's trio and was about to say something. It turned out that, except for the 2 female scholars, Xiao Yi had been staring at my crotch. What was going on? "Seconds man, huh?" Xiao Yi muttered in a small voice, but everyone present heard it. Unable to help it, the eyes of everyone present looking at Vudra Supreme Cheng Gang became strange. Exclamation point. Cheng Gang, the robust big man who had just stood up, almost fell down with a crooked foot. "The community is dying, the community is dying. Can we please stop talking about this?" Chapter 48 Delicate Imperial Sister Yun Bing's Physical Defects requesting for catch-up reading. Xiao Yi uses the template adjuster. Template adjuster in progress. SSS class Vudra template contractor, Cheng Gang. Problems: neglecting to lay a thick foundation because he was too anxious to upgrade his realm resulted in the template not being smooth after entering the Supreme Realm, and the rules and Dao rhythms were leaked out, resulting in defects in a certain aspect of his body, commonly known as the fast man. Transient solution: the gemstone of Xian Huang calms down and absorbs the leaked rules of Dao Yun. After a young girl comes of age and awakens the template, the man and the woman enter into a contract where the template is shared by both parties and will affect both parties at all times, rather than only the woman being affected by the template. Xiao Yu would also be affected by the 5-clawed golden dragon over-limit template, but with the Xianhuang gemstone in his possession, the Xianhuang gemstone would passively calm the leaked over-limit energy at all times, so Xiao Yi, in normal times, was not adversely affected. Fast guy? Xiao Yi was speechless. It was actually a physical defect caused by a template problem. Xiao Yi looked at the slightly uncomfortable Vudra Supreme and asked, "Senior, do you need those potions very much?" Xiao Yi felt that it was fine to return a few bottles to him. Everyone present is watching. Chung Gang how dare to admit, he does not want to face well. He violently shook his head, tone of voice firm. "No need, I don't need any potions at all, my hallowed Vudra Supreme doesn't need any potions." Xiao Yi asked, "Actually, I have a way to solve your current physical defects." Hearing this, Chung Gang's body shuddered violently. Physical defects? How did he know I was physically challenged? Xiao Yi continued, "I have an ancestral massage technique that can solve many types of body defects, including fast man defects." "Senior, do you want to try?" Vudra Supreme Chen Gang let out a bitter smile, "Since you all know, there's nothing for me to hide. I do have a physical defect in that area." Chen Gang pulled Xiao Yi's hand and ran towards the first floor of the villa, full of anticipation. "Little brother, come and press it for me." To be able to say the words physical defects means that this Xiao Yi is something, not just bull. Chen just wanted him to try. Yun Bing looked at the two who entered the first floor and said, "This King Kong, finally, is brave for once." 10 minutes later, Chen Gang walked out of the villa with Xiao Yi's shoulders in his arms, hooking his shoulders. "Little brother, you're a god, it actually works." "That's for sure, senior, this is my ancestral technique that has been passed down for thousands of years." "Don't call me senior, how unfamiliar, call me brother Chang. From now on you'll be my Vudra Supreme's brother." Xing. "Ha ha ha, I'm in a hurry to leave, I'll talk to you next time." Vudra Supreme Chang Gang hurriedly tore through space. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi were a bit curious as to what he was going to do in such a hurry. "I don't like walking slowly, so I just ripped through space. This is too much of a rush." Charming Imperial Sister Yun Bing's pretty face was filled with curiosity as she stared at Xiao Yi and asked, "Is your ancestral technique really so magical that it can solve any physical defects?" Yun Bing thought about how the energy in his body was getting more and more furious and grumpy. "Want a massage too?" Xiao Yi did not pack his bags and said, "Solving any physical defects, I don't dare to guarantee it. It's not like this technique is Hua Tua in the world, curing all diseases." "That would mean that Vudra Supreme happens to be the one who can fix it?" Yun Bing's face showed regret. Every so often, her body would produce an over-limit of raging energy, which she considered to be a physical defect, or else why didn't any of the other supreme beings have this condition? Only she did. Since Xiao Yi's maneuver didn't work, forget about it. Yun Bing twisted her sexy waist and walked towards the villa in a depressed mood, losing her mind. "The three of you can take advantage of this time to familiarize yourselves with the environment of the Magic Capital Academy. You won't have the time when school starts." Xiao Yi looked at her forlorn back and shouted, "Sister Yun Bing, it's actually not without a solution, but the process is a bit complicated." Yun Bing's eyes lit up. She returned and pulled Xiao Yi up to the third floor. The third floor was decorated in a minimalist style, and Xiao Yi sat on the sofa and curiously surveyed the place. Not much different from the second floor, more than a few clothes, stockings, lingerie, etc. littered and unorganized here and there. Yun Bing couldn't care less about this and asked urgently, "Xiao Yi, you just said that the process is complicated, how is it complicated?" Xiao Yi responded as his remaining light surveyed Yun Bing's mature body. "This ancestral massage technique is acupressure. There are 720 acupoints present among the human body, located in various parts of the body. Some of the acupuncture points are located in more private areas, so I'm not comfortable massaging you." Delicate Imperial Sister Yun Bing's pretty face slightly reddened and said, "You mean, your ancestral massage technique is a full body massage, and you must take off your clothes?" Xiao Yi nodded his head and said with a clear gaze, "That's right, to a light. Delicate Imperial Sister Yun Bing's pupils shrank and she took a step back. Living for so long, she was still a 1,000-year-old bachelor, she hadn't even touched a man, and to get naked in front of a little young Xiao Yi, she really couldn't do it. Or rather, she's having a bit of a hard time overcoming that barrier in her mind. But Yun Bing wanted to solve the physical defect again, and that raging energy made it very difficult for her, often in a cranky mood. Xiao Yi stood up and went down the stairs to return to the second floor. Before he left, he said, "Let me know when you figure it out, I can give Sister Yun Bing a massage anytime." Oh. Yun Bing frowned her pretty willow eyebrows, her heart very torn. The reason why they didn't directly let Xiao Yi massage them. For one thing, she couldn't be sure that Xiao Yi's massage technique was effective, and for another,
she had to pay the price of being looked at and touched by herself. If the massage didn't work afterward, she'd have too much to lose. Wasn't Goon Vudra experimented by Xiao Yi with his ancestral massage technique? When the time comes, I'll ask King Kong if it works or not. The delicate imperial sister Lin Bing's beautiful eyes lit up. Decided to catch Vudra Supreme one of these days and ask him about it. If it was really very effective, it wasn't impossible for her to find Xiao Yi for a massage. Xiao Yi, who returned to the second floor, was grabbed by Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi and pulled towards the bedroom. Xiao Yi, it's time for us to cultivate. Yeah, more than 10 days have passed since the college entrance exam, and we're still a 1-star zongsher. Hee, there's still half a month to go before school starts. Let's take advantage of this time to practice more and try to raise our realm somehow. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi pouted on Xiao Yi's left and right sides. Xiao Yi nodded his head and felt that it was also true. During the time after the college entrance exam, he was being pestered by Nangong Siyao's daily madness, plus Lin Bingshi's occasional messing around, which made it so that he didn't even have the energy to cultivate, and all three of them stayed at the zongsher level of 1 star. Now that Nangong Siyao's ill health had improved, he could also take a breather and reserve his energy to use for cultivation. Xiao Yi walked to the cabinet and took out a large bag, and when he opened it, 30 bottles of potions appeared, 30 crystal cores appeared, as well as a small book, and a black stocking that was bubbling with fragrance. Xiao Yi took out the 30 crystal cores. 10 sovereign lower-grade crystallized cores, 10 sovereign middle-grade crystallized cores, and 10 sovereign upper-grade crystallized cores. Each crystal core was filled with an ethereal fragrance. Xiao Yi quietly smelled it and secretly said that it was bad. These crystal core stones were all pickled in flavor by the stockings. Chapter 49 Cultivation Improvement, Grumpy Lin Bing Request for Catch-up Reading. Pick it up and put it in front of your nose and smell it, not to mention it smells pretty good. Nangong Siyao saw what Xiao Yi was sneaking around doing there and called out, "Hurry up Xiao Yi, we can't wait." She said she was about to walk towards the cabinet. Xiao Yi took a deep breath and quickly put the black stockings into the bag and then nodded and wrapped it. Xiao Yi, he is a righteous person, is not bothered to do anything obscene, it is just a smell. He believes that Lin Bing will not mind. Xiao Yi pulled Nangong Siyao back and said, "This is the prize money that Sister Lin Bing gave us for being the top student. Lower, middle, and upper grades, 10 each, all of which are zongsher crystal cores. The sovereign lower grade crystalline nuclei are produced by sovereign 1-star to 3-star magical beasts, the middle grade is 4 to 6 stars, and the upper grade is produced by sovereign realm magical beasts with 7 to 10 stars. So many crystal cores." Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi looked at their pretty faces with excitement. Excitedly they went to Xiao Yi's left and right faces and each printed a red lip. Nangong Siyao pinched her fingers and calculated, "For sovereign medium-grade crystalline cores will allow both of our summoned beasts to be upgraded to sovereign 4 stars. With 4 sovereign upper-grade crystal cores, both of our summoned beasts will be able to ascend to 7 stars of the sovereign realm. Then let's summon the contracted beast to hurry up and cultivate." Lin Bingshi said softly. The three of them mentally understood and came to the very wide cultivation room in the underground space, and at the same time, they mobilized the power of the template's contract and communicated the template's summoning rules. Chant. A crisp dragon's roar sounded. Rabbit's eyes, deer's antlers, cow's mouth, camel's head, tiger's paw, eagle's claw, fish's scales, snake's body. The 3-toed golden dragon appeared hovering in mid-air, covered in golden scales that shone with a divine light. The dragon's whiskers stood split, and its golden eyes and vertical pupils exuded an inexplicable sense of oppression. The 2-tailed holy white fox also appeared on the ground, exuding a holy arcane aura that made people feel noble and holy just by looking at it. It was a good thing that the basement was 10 meters in height and 20 meters in length and width, which was enough to accommodate the 2 summoned beasts. The 3-toed golden dragon swallowed 2 zongsher medium-grade crystal cores in one gulp under Xiao Yi's control. The 2-tailed sacred white fox was also under Xiao Yi's control, and its 2 small paws grasped 2 zongsher medium-grade crystalline cores and began to cultivate. While running the magical beast cultivation method, the huge amount of refuted energy was extracted from the crystal core and began to be refined into pure energy for absorption. Nangong Siyao was slightly puzzled and said, "Why does this crystal core have a fragrance?" Xiao Yi explained, "It's probably the perfume that Sister Lin Bing sprayed on top of the crystal core." Nangong Siyao muttered in a small voice, "How do I feel its body fragrance? Grandma never sprayed perfume. Her petite body has a very fragrant body fragrance. Yes, that's the smell." Xiao Yi secretly said, "No wonder it's so fragrant, inhaled a mouthful or want to inhale, so this is a unique body fragrance. This one-of-a-kind scent beats every perfume on the market in its previous life. Take 1 puff to refresh and clear your mind, and 2 puffs to be as happy as an immortal."
One could not feel the passage of time while cultivating, and soon 5 days passed. The three-toed golden dragon was promoted to the 4-star realm of the sovereign level. The two-tailed holy white fox had also reached the 4-star realm of the sovereign rank. Both of them contained immense and extreme power at this time, permeated with a more intense power of intent, and deepened their understanding of their own natural skills. A total of 8 sovereign medium crystal cores were consumed. Xiao, Bingshi, let's continue and cultivate until school starts.
Nah. Okay. The 2 SSS grade templates summoning beasts once again began their journey of cultivation.
On the 3rd floor, Yun Bing, the coquettish imperial sister with a ripe peach body, was lying on her side on the sofa with a chagrined face. Asahi's vegetative hand kept pressing the number of the communicator, and her mouth kept talking. This wimpy King Kong, he's not even answering his phone. 5 days have passed, is he gagging? He can't get through every day. Geez, what a rush, did that massage technique work?
Has Goon King Kong solved the fast man flaw?
Yun Bing's delicate and pretty face was sad, the energy in her body was raging again in the past few days, making her very irritable.
For all that energy to get out, you have to go and punch someone. But the Goon Vudra that chaperone disappeared again. Bang!
The small and cute communicator was directly crushed by Yun Bing with one hand, and she stood up with a prancing voice and said,
"The phone doesn't work, so I'm going to find him."
"Well, let him be a chaperone first, and then ask how the massage went." Saying that, Yun Bing directly tore through the spatial crack and jumped in. Yun Bing came back after half a minute with a surprised look on his face. A few days ago, the Vudra Supreme couple went to the border to suppress the sea beasts, and it was estimated that they would be back in 10 days, that is, around the time when the Magic Capital Academy started. Yun Bing had to wait for school to start. So she stripped off all her clothes and went into the bathroom to take a cold shower to calm her cranky mood. Looking at the wall amongst the wide reverse mirrors, with the explosive curves of high and low, and the delicate and smooth skin, Yun Bing made up his mind.
If the massage is good, get Xiao Yi to give me a massage. This damn raging energy, I don't want to take it anymore.
The solution to this physical defect, Yun Bing placed his hopes on Xiao Ye's ancestral massage techniques. I haven't seen Xiao Yi and the others in the past few days, what have they been doing? Yun Bing released his divine thoughts and swept through the entire Koan Pang Combat Academy, only to find that Xiao Ye's trio was in the underground cultivation room.
4 stars of the sovereign realm now? Yun Bing was slightly surprised. Living up to their name, their SSS rank templates were much more stunning than normal SSS rank templates.
Goo. Suddenly Yun Bing was hit on the back of her head and she let out a pained sound.
Who? It's me, Yun Shi.
Yun Shi, who had an icy temperament, said with a cold face, "Yun Bing, I told you not to scan the academy with your divine thoughts indiscriminately."
What if I'm in the shower, won't you see everything?
Awkward.
Feeling speechless, Yun Bing pointed at himself and said, "Sister, what am I doing?"
Yun Shi glanced at Yun Bing's petite body which was not covered in the slightest and said suspiciously, "You're taking a bath, what's wrong?"
Exclamation point.
Yun Bing cursed, "Yun Shi, you asked me not to scan your villa with my divine thoughts because you're afraid that I'll pry into your privacy. But have you thought about it, I have privacy too alright. Go, go, go." Yun Bing stood up and pushed Yun Shi outward. Yun Shi's face was cold, skimming her a few times, her gaze was without waves. "We are twin sisters, what you have I also have, what are you shy about, really?"
Yun Bing's mouth twitched. "According to you, then you come to my place to do fart? What's wrong with scanning your villa with your mind?"
Yun Shi went back, and Yun Bing continued to take a cold bath. Without realizing it, 10 days passed quickly. This day was the day when the Magic Capital Academy started, and it was also the day when all the colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom started. The Devil's Capital Academy had 8 academies, and among them, the Koan Pang Combat Academy had also come with many new faces. The walkways of the college are a thriving, youthful place. Xiao Ye's trio also ended their cultivation, and the 2 summoned beasts' realms were raised to the 7 stars of the sovereign. Chapter 50 Cloudy Ice Brand Black Incense Pouch, Student Council Attack Request for Follow-Up Reading. Ending their cultivation, the 3 returned to the 2nd floor and took a mandarin duck bath together. Xiao Yi walked out refreshed. After putting on his attire, Xiao Yi felt that something was missing.
Right, perfume. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi both sprayed perfume, so he should spray perfume as well.
Since you are spraying perfume, you should definitely choose a unique and clean scent. So Xiao Yi came to the cabinet and opened the bag, took out one of the black things, rolled it into a round bag and put it into his pocket. The emanation of that rich fragrances emanated out, and within half a minute, Xiaoya's body was filled with aroma, smelling and wanting to smell. There's no need for perfume with this.
The limited edition Cloud Ice brand black scent bag, Xiaoyi gave it a name.
Afterwards, Xiaoyi, Nangong Siyao, and Lin Bingshi headed to the academy to report for grade information, assign dormitories, and assign classes. The three were assigned to the top class. The dormitory was a villa in the villa area, not far from the villa where Yun Bing was. The three of them moved their traveling gifts into the middle of Villa 101, and then headed to the cafeteria to eat. On the way the three inquired about it, because Vice Dean Yun Bing loved food so much, he had changed the cafeteria's menu again and again a long time ago, leaving behind a lot of very distinctive and tasty dishes. While entering the cafeteria, Xiaoyi received a call. It was Vudra Supreme, Cheng Gang, who called. "Hey, is little brother free today? I'm going back today and would like you to give me a massage." Xiaoyi nodded his head and asked, "No problem, come if you want to, but after you went back last time, how was the effect?" Xiaoyi was a bit curious if Cheng Gang was still a fast man after the massage. The sound of Vudra Supreme's happy lang laugh came from the communicator. "Little brother's massage technique, the effect is awesome. After I went back last time, I realized what a load of crap those potions I had in my collection were. No one dares to say that your massage is the second best in the world." Xiaoyi humbly said, "It's alright, that's a technique that has been passed down by my family for more than 1,000 years, and I've been practicing it diligently for 18 years since I was a child. Little brother is really working hard. Not only do you have a craft on you, but you are also a top student in the college entrance exam." Cheng Gang, the golden Vudra Supreme, was able to imagine the scene of Xiaoyi sweating and practicing hard until midnight every day. If the system could speak, it would definitely despise Xiaoyi. "You practiced my ass, the massage technique is all guided by the adjuster template." "Alright then, it's a deal, I'll come find you in the afternoon." Vudra Supreme Cheng just hung up the communication after saying that. Xiaoyi put away the phone and pulled Nangong Siyao, the fruitful young woman, and Lin Bingshi, the long white flowery legs, into the middle of the cafeteria on his left and right. The appearance of the two overwhelmingly beautiful young ladies quickly drew the attention of the academy's veteran students who were using their food in the middle of the cafeteria. They marveled at the stunning looks of the two stunningly beautiful young women, and on the spot named them the school flower of this term. However, when the older students saw the handsome teenage boy, Xiaoyi, sandwiched between the two beautiful girls, they gritted their teeth. "You're so handsome, you've got a schoolgirl, what's with the left and the right?" Xiaoyi's trio didn't pay any attention to these people and headed straight to the window to order a few specialties before walking to the corner of the cafeteria with their plates. The trio ordered the specialty powder, which smelled super stinky and tasted super good. As the three lids were opened, a strange and unmistakable odor wafted out. The surrounding veteran students were all stunned, marveled, "This freshman so fierce, just opened the school on the point of the treasure of the town store flying lion powder. I bet they'll be dumping the powder in 10 seconds. I think so, I've never seen anyone resist such a stench all at once." Just as the older students were betting. Xiaoyi also saw how distinctive it was, so he took out the black Cloud Ice brand incense sachet and placed it by his nose to dispel the stench. "It smells fresh and tastes delicious." Xiaoyi's trio actually ate it with their faces as normal. The two of them, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, were originally foodies. There was nothing they couldn't eat. The older students pinched their noses and gave Xiaoyi's trio a thumbs up, saying, "Awesome." Speaking of new students, our college student council will be mandatory recruiting again. The faces of the older students showed a look of deep hatred, and they said angrily, "Those goddamned ones, relying on their family's somewhat background, staying in the academy for 10 years and not graduating even if it's not enough." The student council was run through up and down by their people. Our sophomore year, the first in the academy, was mandatory recruited by them and suffered a lot. What happens if you don't join the student council? Squatting on you every day, making trouble for you. Isn't that coercion? Would it help to sue the teacher? There's no point, a lot of teachers are with them. Suddenly at that moment, a group of a dozen or so pretentious-looking older students walked into the corner of the area with their plates. They had a strong attitude and said, it's clear, all of you go over there and eat. This is our student council's designated dining area, so get lost." The faces of the older students changed and became ugly. All the locations in this cafeteria were public areas. Where was any private dining area? But they honestly walked to the other side of the cafeteria with their plates, which were only half full of dishes. A satisfied look spread across the faces of this group of veteran student council members.
People are obviously running errand boys. A few people look at the corner. Xiao 3 people are still there to eat, did not want to leave the appearance, so went forward to drive people. All 3 of you, hurry up and go over there. The student council junior said with a condescending attitude, and suddenly they smelled something. I'm going. Why does this smell so disgusting? They pinched their noses, their faces red with smoke. The student council junior was furious. You stepped on the horse to order what flying lion powder, actually even this thing, can eat it. Xiao sniffed the black scented capsule and glanced at him, saying, what's wrong with it, what do you care? You. The student union junior's eyes glared and he was about to go forward to kick out the people, but right at this moment, the leader of the group, the one with the green dragon tattoo on his leaking arm, stopped him. The tattooed man carefully sized up Xiao's trio for a moment, and the corner of his mouth hooked. If I'm not mistaken, you're the 3 top students of the college entrance examination of this term, right? The group of student council members sniffed in surprise. The top students of the college entrance exam? They were looking for these 3 people, and they came across them so quickly. Xiao felt that these people are not good, so he said, we are not. You not have eyes? Well, the student body on you this hanging like? Can't you see with high myopia? President, this person is too arrogant, let's see me smack his 2 mouths. The student council junior couldn't look away and angrily shouted as he was about to go forward. The rest of the student council also frowned and looked at Xiao with an irritated face. The tattooed youth of the student council president stopped him, his gaze looking down at the 3 Xiaoyes and said with a leathery smile. To give you a promotion. How about joining the student council? Although the words he said were inquiries, his tone was a declarative sentence that did not allow Xiao to refuse at all. Chapter 51, Disliking the Student President. Here comes the Vudra Supreme request for follow-up reading. Facing the aggressive group of people, Xiao had no ripples in his heart and said with a flat face. What are the benefits of joining the student council? If Xiao remembered correctly, when Yun Bing, the vice president of the Kuanpeng Combat Academy, invited him to join this academy, he offered the perks of being the president of the student council, but he rejected it. In the back, Yun Bing gave him an idle position, as if he was called the dean's assistant. In Xiao's impression, the student council was a group of tool people working for the school, busy as hell every day, and not much good. But it looks like the student council is a little different now. The president of the Green Dragon Tattoo Student Union smiled at his words and said, the benefits of a student union can be numerous. His attitude clearly improved as he showed off and seemed to continue to Xiao's trio. In the academy, the student council is the official body of students in the academy, managing the students, lots of conveniences. And regular access to 2 goddess deans. Speaking of the goddess dean, he had little stars of adoration and love in his eyes. When the rest of the group heard the 4 words goddess dean, their faces showed a look of yearning and adoration. In the Kuanpeng Combat Academy, the Kuanpeng Twin Kings, Dean Yunxi and Vice Dean Yun Bing, were the dream girls in the hearts of all the male students, noble goddesses that could be viewed from afar. Xiao was surprised, just this? Xiao had just left the Cloud Ice brand black incense capsule away from his nose when he smelled the super stinky flying lion powder odor, so he placed the Cloud Ice brand black incense capsule by his nose again and used that rich fragrance to dispel the odor. An ethereal scent was inhaled, and it was definitely much better. The student council president looked arrogant and said proudly, that's for sure. Isn't that why you joined the student council, for those 2 things? The group of student council students chimed in, that's right. One is power, and the other is getting to see the goddess up close. Xiao smelled the clear fragrance and said with disdain in his eyes. Dang student council, thought it was some high-profile organization, but this? Just a bunch of self-righteous trash. Still think of themselves as the official organization of the academy. The student council group's faces sank, nearly breaking their defenses. The student council president laughed. Those words weren't enough to get him riled up. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi also said with despicable faces, driving people away for a meal, treating yourself as a bully? It's still 10 years without graduation, and it's only going to be a matter of making a fool of yourself at the academy on the basis of your family having a bit of a background. If I ask you guys to go out and hunt magical beasts, I guess you'll piss your pants in fear. Holy! That has a foul mouth. The student council president broke his defense, 10 years without graduating, referring to him. The others in the student council graduated normally in 4 years, and he was the only one who was able to go 10 years without graduating because his family's elders were somewhat related to the dean of positive and negative goddesses. The students met with the president to break the defense, and the group looked at each other in disbelief.
Most of them were sophomores, a few were juniors, but none of them were seniors, and the seniors had long since broken away from the student council and traveled to the ocean frontiers to conquer the sea beasts. Arguably, the only senior in the student body, and only the student body president. The student council president's face was grim as he was about to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Yi.
No need to say anymore, we won't join this kind of lecherous organization,
said Xiao Yi, who had finished eating the flying lion powder, then pulled Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi out of the cafeteria and onto the wide road.
Too arrogant, more arrogant than even when I entered the school back then. Guys, go after him and give him some color.
The student council president's words fell, causing this other people to retort.
Boss, this is not good, just started the school year to beat up someone, and it is to beat up the senior high school student, the above blamed down how to do?
Yeah, our student council is a bit powerful, it's okay to give them a little trip in school, but it's a big deal if they're beating up and punching people in groups for no reason.
Yeah, things like eating and kicking people out are irrelevant, but they're high school seniors.
The student council president's face was as black as charcoal as he impatiently said, "What are you afraid of? I'll take the blame if something happens, I said so.
Get out there and kick his ass, quick." But the others looked at me, I looked at you, and none of them acted. You guys.
The student council president was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Boss, forget it, it's enough for us to find a chance to make trouble in their lives.
Yeah, once a day, they can't stand it, they'll definitely join the student union later.
The rest of the student body was persuaded. The student council president sighed and looked stern, "Then we'll do as you say." As long as these three joined the student council, he could find all kinds of reasons to beat up people, and even if someone from above was concerned, he couldn't say anything, and according to his 10 years of experience, what happened within the student council, almost no one from above would be concerned about it either. After saying that, these people began to eat while the Green Dragon Tattoo's student council president's communicator rang and answered the phone. Student council president Chang Yi's face changed, it was his father Chang Gang's call. His father, Chang Gang, had been very strict with him since he was a child, and he was a little afraid of this father inside. "Hey, little clothes, I'm coming to your academy later." A gruff voice came from over there. President Chang Yi's pupils shrunk as he sniffed and cautiously said, "Dad, what are you doing at the academy?" It's not going to be to beat him up, or rush him to the sea beast battlefield, or into the examination department. Chang Yi didn't want to go to any of these, he just wanted to stay in Koan Pang Academy and be his student president. "I've come to meet a close friend." Chang Gang was very excited. "When I arrive later, I'll introduce you guys to each other."
A good friend? At Kunlun Academy? A new powerhouse?
President Chang Yi's eyes lit up. His father was a Supreme Exalt, and a close friend of a Supreme Exalt was at least a Great Exalt, right? Being able to recognize the Great Exalted One, Chang Yi's heart became excited, leaving behind what happened to Xiao Yi just now. Patriarch, Great Patriarch, Venerable, Great Venerable, and Supreme. Each major realm was divided into 10 minor segments. "It's okay, Dad, you can give me a shout when the time comes, I'll come right over." Chang Yi was very excited. Chang Gang laughed, "Okay. But you have to behave better then, that's my good brother." Chang Yi repeatedly assured, "No problem." Hanging up the phone, Chang Yi bragged as if to the student council crowd. "I'm going to meet a Great Venerable later, so you guys eat, I'm going to go change my clothes and prepare a gift." The student council crowd was envious and marveled. "Bulgaria, Great Exalted One? Awesome! Worthy of being the son of Lord Supreme, Boss is mighty. Boss, introduce us to each other when the time comes." President Chang Yi patted the dust on his ass and left the cafeteria under the envious gaze of the crowd. At this time, Xiao Yi, who was hanging out with the two beautiful girls, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, inside the academy, received a call from Vudra Supreme Changgang. I just saw the head say with great enthusiasm and excitement. "Little brother, I'm here." Chapter 52 Changgang, Calling Uncle. Villa Area 3 Size Lakeview 001 Villa. Vudra Supreme Chang just came into the courtyard, surveyed the surroundings, and laughed. "It's a nice place, little brother, with a lake view, a small courtyard and a villa." This was the accommodation villa that Xiao Yi had been assigned to live in with Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi. "Not bad," Xiao Yi responded. Vudra Supreme lifted a bag and held it out to Xiao Yi. "This is the shark root and shark deflagration of a great exalted realm sea shark powerhouse. I can't use it anymore, so I'll give it to you. You youngsters probably won't be able to use this yet, but it's pretty good for your collection." Xiao Yi picked it up and opened it for a glance.
The thick one was a bit scary. Since it's something from Brother Chang, I'll take it. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi curiously came over to take a look, their pretty faces slightly red. I'll make the tea. I'll do the laundry. They both ran off. Xiao touched his chin and secretly said, when you guys were like wolves at night in the past, I didn't see you guys being shy. Now you're shy on it because of a thing like that? Understood. Vudra Supreme Chang Gang did not have the slightest bit of bravado as a supreme powerhouse and gave Xiao an I understand wink in a very cordial manner. Little brother, how does it feel to start school? Chang Gang asked. Xiao frowned, it's alright. Chang Gang saw that Xiao didn't seem to look too good, so his face sank and said, little brother, did you encounter something? You can tell me. Whoever dares to embarrass my brother, I'll karma him. Now Xiao was his great benefactor, solving his long-standing physical defects and allowing him to hold his head up in front of his wife. Whoever dared to make things difficult for Xiao, he, Vudra Supreme, would be the first to say no. Xiao originally didn't want to say anything, but Chang Gang had opened his mouth, so he said. Not really trouble, I just met a few self-righteous people, relying on their family's power and authority, making a fuss in the academy, bullying people, and being lawless. What? Vudra Supreme Chang Gang was furious. How can there be such a blatant, character-destroying student in the academy? Xiao patted Chang Gang's shoulder and sighed, there is, so what, it's not something I can solve. And I heard the guy's family is very powerful. Vudra Supreme Chang Gang said angrily, little brother, did that man bully you, who is he? Dare to bully my Chang Gang's brother, see if I don't beat him up. So what if he has power, don't worry little brother, even if he has more power, I dare to teach him a lesson. Seeing that Chang Gang was so enthusiastic, Xiao pondered and said, that man is from the student union, and I don't know his name. Chang Gang then said, it doesn't matter, my son will come over later, he's very familiar with this academy, he must know who that person is. Saying that, Chang Gang's communicator rang, and after connecting it, a voice came from over there. Dad, I'm outside the yard of Villa 001 in Lakeview 3, come pick me up. Chang Gang responded, coming. Hanging up the phone, Chang Gang was full of smiles and said, little brother, my son is also a senior at Kuanpang Combat Academy, and he is very familiar with the academy, so if you have any difficulties in the future, you can him, or you can call me. We'll definitely help you out. Xiao felt that this Vudra Supreme Chang Gang was very warm-hearted, then thank you, brother Chang. Chang Gang waved his hand to indicate that he was not welcome, then went out to open the courtyard door and picked up a senior student with a green dragon tattoo smelling on his arm to come in. His name is Chang Yi, and he's the president of the student council. Chang Yi called out with a smile, Dad, this best friend of yours lives in a place with a great view. Chang Gang gave him a brain crash and repeatedly instructed, nonsense. That's my brother. Remember to call uncle when you go in and be nice. Chang Yi ate the pain and assured him repeatedly, patting his chest, Dad, don't worry, I'm still very good at this aspect of socializing. He was carrying a bag of Longjing tea, which was said to be a rare and precious tea plucked from the edge of the deep pool of Jielong. Chang Gang nodded and looked Chang Yi's instrument up and down, pulling down the long sleeves folded up on his arms to cover the green dragon tattoo, and only after he felt it was okay, did he close the yard door and lead him into the villa's living room. When Chang Yi followed beside Chang Gang and entered the living room, before he could see clearly, a look of reverence rose on his face as he called out, Uncle, I've long heard of Uncle's great name, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name. But after a second passed, he and Xiao stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, how come it's you? Xiao frowned, you are brother Chang's son? Chang Gang, seeing the tense-up atmosphere scene, could see that something was wrong and asked with a bit of confusion, little brother, you guys know each other? The corner of Xiao's mouth twitched, this person is the one I told you about. How could he not expect that this student council president was actually the son of Vudra Supreme Chang Gang? Walter? A question mark rose on Supreme Vudra's face before he burst into a rage and slapped Chang Yi on the back of his head. An audible explosion sounded with a bang, and Chang clothes was set into the ground, smashing out a small pit. Chang Gang said angrily, so that little armed child with a corrupt character is you. Then he went up and kicked Chang Yi's ass twice, with a thumping sound that you can imagine how much force was used. Ow! It hurts. Chang Yi wailed in pain, his nose bruised and swollen. Dad! What character corruption, I don't know. He cried out miserably. Vudra Supreme Chang Gang was originally focused on the cultivation of family style and quality, and he was generally very strict on these 2 points, and he angrily scolded while beating. Little brat, you're really godly, relying on the fact that your parents are supreme beings, you're acting as a bully in the academy and bullying others.
It's a good thing little brother reminded us, otherwise we wouldn't have known what was going on and would have thought you were studying well at the academy. Chen Gang got angrier and angrier the more he fought, and the ground on the first floor was about to collapse after 10 minutes. Cheng Yi was beaten wailing, but he did not dare to retort and fight back. At this time, he had long since lost that kind of lofty momentum. The whole person is like a falling dog in general woeful. Xiao Yi watched this from the side with a smile at the corner of his mouth, drinking tea while eating his paw. It was quite interesting to watch. Vudra Supreme Cheng Gang saw that a hole had been broken in the ground on the first floor, and he could see the underground cultivation room, and only then did he stop. He slightly embarrassedly smiled at Xiao Yi. Sorry, got addicted to fighting and accidentally broke the ground. Xiao Yi waved his hand and said, it's fine, if you haven't had a good time, just keep fighting, I don't mind. Cheng Gang's eyes lit up. It just so happened that he hadn't had a good fight and his hands were itching. When Cheng Yi, who was set on the ground by the beating, heard this, his body shivered violently and with great difficulty, he climbed up from the ground and knelt in front of Xiao Yi, begging for mercy. Uncle Xiao, I was wrong. I'll get someone to fix this hole, stop hitting it. I'll lose my little life if we keep fighting. Chapter 53, Yun Bing, the Goon Vajra is finally back. Request for follow-up reading. The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth ticked, a little surprised. This very arrogant and cocky student council president actually bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Where did you go wrong? Xiao Yi asked. Cheng Yi looked stunned, then hurriedly said, the mistake was that I shouldn't have forced Uncle Xiao to join the student union. Don't worry, Uncle Xiao, in the future, the people from the student union will never come back to force you. Xiao Yi nodded and shook his head again, saying, you have yet to recognize the key point. Cheng Yi was a bit confused. Didn't he just force it a bit? How is it not a key point? Can you remind me? I'll change it. He asked carefully. At this time, Cheng Yi was completely recognizing Xiao Yi as his father's brother, and did not dare to talk back or go against Xiao Yi. It was Vudra Supreme Cheng Gang who knew something about it, and he chided with a cold face, you have a problem with your style, and you still need to ask someone else? On the grounds that we are the supreme being, we are acting lawlessly in the school. Kunlun Big Sisters Academy, I don't know what it's all been made to look like by you, and when the time comes, I'll get my ass kicked. Cheng Gang became more and more angry, said that he wanted to punch someone. Scared, Cheng Yi backed up. His face was horrified, although his father would not kill him, just beat him severely, but the huge pain of that fist to the flesh, it was real awe. Cheng Yi knelt on the ground, his aura disheveled and panicked, begging for forgiveness. Father! I'll change, I'll definitely change. I'll do what I say, you can let Uncle Xiao supervise. If I can't do that, you let me go to the first line of defense to conquer the sea beasts. If his appearance was seen by the student council, I'm afraid it would cause huge ripples. Or if the older students of the Kunpeng Combat Academy saw it, they would be stunned. The chairman, who was usually unimpressed with his eyes and arrogant inside, would make such a lowly plea for forgiveness. Hearing Cheng Yi's repeated assurances, Cheng Gang barely managed to suppress his inner fire and said in a deep voice, all right then, I'll give you a 1-month deadline. If you completely correct yourself, I'll let you go, or else you'll spend your whole life at the border, conquering the sea beasts. Cheng Yi couldn't stop his body from trembling when he heard the word stay at the border for the rest of his life, and said with a firm gaze, change, definitely change. Vudra Supreme Cheng Gang smiled at Xiao Yi and said, little brother, I'm not usually at the academy, so please help me supervise my old brother, how about it? No problem. Xiao Yi raised his sword brows and agreed. Cheng Yi, who was in a mess, was overjoyed. His legs and feet were sore and he hurriedly climbed up. With a sincere smile on his face, he put the dragon well tea on the table in front of Xiao Yi and said with a respectful attitude, Uncle Xiao, this is a gift I specially prepared for you. Looking at Xiao Yi's puzzled expression, Cheng Yi explained, Zunsha realm spiritual plant dragon well tea leaves, picked at the edge of the Jiaolong deep pool. The taste is very good. Vudra Supreme Cheng Gang laughed and cursed, good boy, I haven't even drank this stuff a few times, where did you get it from? Cheng Yi's mouth stammered, grabbed it from a friend, a friend gave it to me. Cheng Gang glared, get lost, brother Xiao and I still have things to talk about. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi's spirit shook and he hurriedly walked outside, but halfway there he came back and laughed awkwardly under the uncomprehending gazes of Xiao Yi and Cheng Gang. Uncle Xiao, I broke this floor, I'll get someone to fix it right away. Only after saying this did Cheng Yi quickly leave. Seeing his son leave, Cheng Gang looked at Xiao Yi's complexion and found that Xiao Yi was wearing a light smile that did not seem to have a big problem with Cheng Yi, so he breathed a sigh of relief and was very excited. Brother Xiao, that technique of yours is simply brilliant. Do you know how awesome I was when I got back that day? My wife complimented me on my prowess. That day was the first time in my life that I beat my wife at home.
Vudra Supreme Chang Gang was bearded and said that his hands danced up, and his expression was very excited, like a child. The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched as he secretly said, "It's good that it's working, but you don't have to be so clear with me." Chang Gang came over and said, "I was absent again yesterday." Xiao Yi. "Please ask Brother Xiao to massage me again, he. Chang Gang smiled cheaply. "Okay." Saying this, Chang Gang pulled Xiao Yi into a second bedroom and started massaging. While massaging, Xiao Yi opened the template adjuster to check the situation. Template adjuster in progress. SSS class Vudra template contractor, Chang Gang. Problems: unstable templates caused by not laying a good foundation, leakage of Daoyuan energy leading to physical defects, commonly known as fast men. Solution: treatment is needed every half a month, or to break the mirror and build a solid foundation. On the other hand, the villa where Vice Dean Yun Bing was located. Twin sisters, Dean Yun Shi and Vice Dean Yun Bing, are here to talk about physical defects. Yun Bing, the academy is starting. During this period of time you need to curb your short temper and set up a good image for the students. Sis, it's my physical defect, how can I just say I'm restrained? But don't worry, I understand what to do and what not to do. That's good, but you said that being short-tempered is your physical defect? Yun Shi, who had an ice-cold temperament, was talking to Yun Bing and also had a cold look. Yeah, I'm in a cranky mood affected by an energy frenzy, it must be a physical defect. I already have a solution to the body defect. Yun Bing responded happily, the problem that has plagued me for many years will finally be resolved. In an hour ago, Vudra Supreme Chang Gang returned her call and told him about the magic of the massage technique, Chang Gang's tone of male enhancement and arrogance, which simply described the massage effect as amazing and powerful. Yun Bing was a bit ignorant of terms like hard as a rock, male as steel and so on, but she could hear that Xiao Ye's massage was very effective. So Yun Bing decided that she would go find Xiao Yi later and let him give her a massage. Thinking about it, the dainty imperial sister Yun Bing looked at Yun Shi, whose temperament was always cold and icy, with a scrutinizing gaze and speculated. Sister, neither of us can contract with men, and both of us are twin sisters who have cultivated to supremacy in the form of beast-eared women, so you. Dean Yun Shi said in a cold tone, you mean? Vice Dean Yun Bing nodded and said, do you have a physical defect as well? Dean Yun Shi frowned with a willow brow and fell into the middle of thinking. There was nothing wrong with her body, and the energy in her body wouldn't go berserk every once in a while. There's nothing wrong with fast girls or anything like that either. The only thing that disturbed her internally was that as her realm improved, she became less and less interested in the outside world, and she didn't bother to take care of anyone other than Yun Bing. Yun Shi's stunningly beautiful and pretty face had always had a cold look. After thinking for a while she didn't reply to Yun Bing, but instead instructed Yun Bing about the start of the school year and left. The coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing looked at Yun Shi, whose figure was as explosive as her own but wrapped up amongst the bloated robes, and complained, you're too incompetent to be the dean, you need me, the vice dean, to do everything. Forget it, I'll find Xiao Yi. Chapter 54 Yun Bing's Arrival, Xiao Yi's solution to the flaw request for follow-up reading. Find out where Xiao Yi is first? Yun Bing Supreme Realm's divine thought swept out, instantly covering the entire Kunpeng Combat Academy, sweeping through the cafeteria, classrooms, runway, and other venues, and finally finding Xiao Yi in Villa 001 in the number 3 Lakeview area. Good this goon King Kong, actually looking for Xiao Yi before me. Yun Bing lifted her flourishing hand to casually tear open a spatial rift, but after a second passed, she closed the spatial rift again. She went to the 3rd floor and removed her full body clothing, intending to take a full body bath first. Otherwise, if there was any odor on your body, wouldn't you die of embarrassment when the time came? Moreover, at this time, Cheng Gang was at Xiao Ye's place, so she would have to wait even if she went there now. After a minute, soak in the middle of a clear bucket. Sniffing the fresh fragrance that naturally emanated from her body, Yun Bing looked at the undulating curves in the mirror and couldn't help but appreciate it with a small blush. Even I'm mesmerized, will Xiao Yi freeze when he looks at it? Then she shook her head in self-denial. 10 minutes later, in Villa 001 of the 3rd Lakeview. Cheng Gang was so relieved that he hooked up with Xiao Yi and came to the living room. Cheng Gang praised, Brother Xiao, your skills are getting better, much more skillful than last time. Xiao Yi wiped the fine sweat on his forehead and returned, it's alright. That's when the student council president, Cheng Yi, called to say that the workers to repair the floor had arrived. Looking at the small pit that was broken and could see the floor of the basement, Xiao Yi then asked Cheng Yi to bring in the cultivator. The repairmen carried materials and prepared to repair the ground. Cheng Yi, on the other hand, said, this is a skilled and seasoned Grand Master Realm repairer near the Magic Capital Academy, absolutely able to mend the ground perfectly. Xiao Yi nodded his head. Suddenly Vudra Supreme Chang Gang's face changed, sensing something, and immediately said, "Brother Xiao, I'm in a hurry to go on an errand, I'll look for you after a while, I'll leave first." After saying that, Chang Gang moved quickly and left, that footsteps walked very sharply. At the time when Xiao Yi and Chang Yi were puzzled, a small spatial crack in the living room ripped open with a tear, and from it came out a dainty imperial lady whose body was filled with an ethereal body fragrance. It was Lin Bing. She was wearing a beautiful dress that was easy to take off and couldn't hide her explosive figure. Her hair was a bit wet, her stunningly beautiful pretty face had a faint smile on it, and her delicate and mature and sexy temperament was revealed. Student Council President Chang Yi's eyes widened as a look of adoration and love flowed from his gaze, saying, "Aunt Lin Bing." To actually see the dream girl and goddess of all the boys in the academy here, Vice Dean Lin Bing, Chang Yi was very excited inside. Lin Bing nodded and then said to Xiao Yi, "Xiao Yi, this is the son of the Goon King Kong. I didn't expect you guys to know each other. I met you by chance. Sister Lin Bing, do you have something to do here?" Xiao Yi was curious. Student President Chang Yi sucked in a breath of cold air at his words. He actually called Koan Peng Queen Lin Bing his sister Lin Bing. And it's also my dad Vudra Supreme's brother. It's scary as hell. What is this Uncle Xiao all about? A wave of fear rose within Chang Yi. It was fortunate that he hadn't completely offended Xiao Yi at the cafeteria, or else he would be in big trouble. Facing Xiao Yi's question, Lin Bing gave a blank stare, her delicate temperament showing as she said, "Can't I come to you if there's nothing wrong?" Xiao Yi let out an awkward laugh, "Yes." Lin Bing hummed and said, "I do have something to look for you this time, that thing last time, I figured it out." Exclamation point. Xiao Yi's spirit was shaken, "So this time you came over to look for me to solve your physical defects?" Chang Yi was very envious in his heart when he saw that his goddess, Lin Bing, was so familiar with Xiao Yi. Although he called Lin Bing as his aunt, it was usually very difficult for him to see Lin Bing, and now that he was able to take a close look, Chang Yi was very excited, not to mention chatting with Lin Bing so skillfully. Under Chang Yi's envious gaze, Lin Bing stepped out with her long legs and pulled Xiao Yi up to the second floor, leaving Chang Yi and the Grandmaster Realm Repair workers on the first floor to repair the ground. The Grandmaster Realm Repairman patted Chang Yi's shoulder and said, "Kid, don't look, the people are gone." Chang Yi stared blankly at the empty staircase and only reacted after the reminder. "What do you think Uncle Xiao and Auntie Yun's relationship is?" he asked. The Great Patriarch Realm Repairman pondered, "Friends, right, above friends, lovers yet to come." Looking at Dean Yun's tone and posture, most likely he's looking at that youngster. The corner of Chang Yi's mouth twitched, and he said in dissatisfaction, "What the hell, if you don't know, don't talk nonsense. I see them as purely friends." The Archmage repairer shook his head, not arguing with Chang Yi, and crouched down to start repairing the ground. He muttered, "To get by on your head, you have to live a little green. Been there, can't you tell?" Chang Yi didn't listen, he was pondering what the goddess and Xiao Yi were talking about upstairs. He'd love to hear about it, but that's just delusional. Seeing the goddess here, he goes back to having bragging rights to talk about. Those guys at the student council will be envious. They, however, are proud to see the goddess. Second floor. The coquettish imperial sister Lin Bing twisted her sexy waist and pushed Xiao Yi into the middle of the bathroom so that Xiao Yi could take a bath. Xiao Yi had just given Chang Gang a massage. She was a bit of a clean freak, but she didn't want to be exposed to Chang Gang's scent, so she had to let Xiao Yi wash away Chang Gang's scent before she could accept it. Half a dozen times later Xiao Yi came to a second bedroom fully dressed. However, what was a little different from massaging Vudra Supreme Chen Kong was that this time, Xiao Yi did not wear gloves. The coquettish imperial sister Lin Bing was already lying there naked. A slight blush surfaced on that noble face. From the chair next to him, Xiao Yi saw the dress and two pieces of interior that were filled with a fresh fragrance. Then Xiao Yi shifted his sight to Lin Bing. In Xiao Yi's clear gaze, he saw delicate skin, majestic peaks, and dark valleys. "What are you waiting for, Xiao Yi? Don't be nervous." Lin Bing was nervous inside at this moment, but she did not show it and instead urged Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said, "You don't mind if I don't bring gloves, do you?" Lin Bing didn't think about that much, just wanted to start the massage quickly and responded, "Don't mind. I'll start then." Then Xiao Yi opened the template adjuster. Template adjuster in progress. SSS grade Kunsite template, Cloud Ice, upgradable. Problems: due to the awakening template is absorbing the wrong type of crystallization of rule fragments, resulting in the template is unstable. The rules of the Dao Rhyme leakage: every once in a while the energy in the body will be over the limit of the berserk. Solution, combined with the Shanuang gemstone for acupressure can briefly solve the problem, or replace the rule fragment crystallization type. Acupressure guidance chart, tremendous middle point, Hunjong point, footpath point, Huyin point, Tiandan point. Xiao Ye's hand touched the skin and began the massage journey. From the neck to the arms, from the arms to the front to the back, from the back to the lower part, from the lower part to the back. There were a total of 720 human acupoints throughout the body, and Xiao Yi followed the guidance chart given by the template adjuster. The techniques range from pressing, to soft, to stabbing. Almost the whole body was pressed. Chapter 55, Xiao Yi, hands are marinated in flavor request for follow-up reading. After half an hour, Xiao Yi's massage journey ended. Yun Bing asked, "What about my figure?" Xiao Yi said with a flat expression, "Very good." Then Xiao Yi, with a clear gaze, merely surveyed the area for a mere 10 seconds before resolutely turning around and leaving. He was a man of integrity and never bothered to peek. Unless it can't be helped. Seeing Xiao Yi go out, it was only then that the coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing dragged her delicate body covered in fine sweat up to get dressed. Walking out resulted in seeing Xiao Yi rubbing his hands all the time on the water basin and muttering continuously on his mouth. "Oops. The hands are pickled in flavor, and the scent won't wash off," said Xiao Yi as he placed it in front of his nose and smelled it, frowning. "It's better to wear gloves. Empty-handed has all the flavors, creamy, light, ethereal, really pickled in flavor." Xiao Yi very hard with detergent rubbed 2 hands, washed or residual flavor. Yun Bing, who had come over, heard these words and her delicate forehead was filled with black lines as she said, "Does it smell bad?" Xiao Yi subconsciously replied, "It smells good, but these smells on your hands will make people think about it." Yun Bing's cheeks blushed. "What exactly are you thinking about?" Xiao Yi had a jolt, the rest of his eyes saw Yun Bing next to him and reacted with a serious face. "Didn't think anything of it, it's just that if I'm an ironclad man with all sorts of scents on me, wouldn't I look like a pussy, how bad?" A color of derision appeared on the pretty face of Yun Bing, the coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing, and pulled out a black and slippery sock ball bubbling with fresh fragrance from Xiao Yi's pocket, saying, "Like a pussy? Then what's this? Why does this feel familiar to me?" Xiao Yi's face was embarrassed. This was his homemade Cloud Ice brand black incense pouch. But there was no way he was going to admit it to his face, or he'd have to die socially. So his eyes fluttered and he said, "It's a bomb I paid a fortune for." "Is it?" Yun Bing put the black scented capsule by his nose and smelled it, the corner of his mouth hooked. "How do I feel it's silk?" Without letting Yun Bing finish her sentence, Xiao Yi hurriedly snatched the Yun Bing brand black incense pouch and put it into his pocket, interrupting her words. "You're feeling wrong. This is my baby, bought." "Put." Delicate imperial sister Yun Bing snorted and laughed, as if a stunning flower had surfaced on her stunning face, eclipsing the surroundings. What even she didn't notice was that Xiao Yi saying the word baby made her mood become very pleasant. Then Xiao Yi continued to rub his hands in the middle of the water basin. He was bound to wash the smell off his hands. Yun Bing stretched out her crystal clear jade hand and grabbed Xiao Yi's hands, her absolutely beautiful pretty face pretending to be fierce. "Don't wash it, it doesn't stink." A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Yi's face. With so many different scents on hand, it would not be good for him to explain to Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi when the time came. Otherwise, Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi would definitely, viciously punish him. Seeing that Xiao Yi was in such a difficult situation, a hint of anger surfaced on Yun Bing's stunningly beautiful pretty face as she said, "It's the first time that my old lady has been looked at and touched by someone, and as a result, I'm still disliked by you. No washing. And next massage, no gloves either." Under Yun Bing's strong request, Xiao Yi reluctantly agreed and smiled bitterly. "All right. Sister Yun Bing, how do you feel now?" Asking about the main event, Yun Bing's pretty face was filled with relief as she said, "All the violent energies in the body have become softer, and the over-limited energies have calmed down. It feels superb." In the past, she had to suppress the raging and incomparable energy in her body at all times, or else it would explode and cause a great deal of destruction with every move of her hand. It was the first time she had ever realized that people could live so easily. Just for a moment, she kind of liked the relaxed feeling. Xiao Yi opened the template adjuster to view Cloud Ice. Template adjuster in progress. SSS Kunlun template, Yun Bing. Problems, unstable templates, conflicting rule types. Solution, replacement of rule fragment crystallization type. Yun Bing was relaxed at this point, but the root of her illness was still there, and unless the shard crystal type was replaced to stabilize the template, she would still have over-limit berserk energy in her body every once in a while. Xiao Yi said with a straight face, Sister Yun Bing, your current ease is only temporary, and the problem will recur every once in a while.
The coquettish imperial Sister Yun Bing nodded, her willow brows furrowed. She could feel it, indeed.
I just don't know how long this relief will last now.
Xiao Yi speculated, Sister Yun Bing, you are in a higher realm than Vudra Supreme Brother Chang, so I guess it didn't last as long as Brother Chang.
Chang needs to come every half a month.
If it's Sister Yun Bing, it could be 10 days, or 5 days, or even 1 day.
The delicate imperial Sister Yun Bing's face darkened. Once a day?
It's just possible.
Xiao Yi did not say the words to death.
Yun Bing's ailment was due to the template, and if she were to incarnate a Kuan-Peng summoning beast within a day, the ailment would return within a day. Yun Bing then left. As the vice president of the Kuan-Peng Combat Academy, she had a lot of things to take care of. Xiao Yi came to the living room on the first floor of the villa. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi were also on the first floor. At this time, the Grand Master Realm Repairman had just finished repairing the ground.
Why are you trash in my house?
The fruitful young woman, Nangong Siyao, stared at the student president, Cheng Yi, with a stern look on her face. Chang Bingshi, who was holding Nangong Siyao's lotus root-like arm, also frowned with a willow brow and chided.
You're so arrogant, you actually messed up the ground in my house. I must ask Sister Yun Bing to teach you a lesson. Ah, this.
Student Council President Cheng Yi froze there with an embarrassed look on his face. Layers of cold sweat appeared on his back as he nodded his head and begged for forgiveness. Auntie, 2 aunts, I'm the son of Supreme Vudra and Uncle Zhao's nephew. The ground is about to be fixed, don't with me.
Auntie? Nangong Siyao's pretty face was dumbfounded as she asked Cheng Bingshi, am I that old?
And he's much older than Xiao Yi, isn't he? And he's actually calling Xiao Yi an uncle. Cheng Yi was embarrassed, calling Xiao Yi his uncle because Xiao Yi was of a higher generation, not based on his age.
Cheng Bingshi touched Nangong Siyao's smooth and tender face and said, it's not old at all, neither am I.
Nangong Siyao looked at, with contempt, Cheng Yi, whose attitude had changed drastically from that meeting with the cafeteria, and said, so you're the pup of the Vudra Supreme.
But Vudra Supreme is a powerful man that everyone respects, but you? Not so great.
Yes. Cheng Yi nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute. He only wanted to leave quickly now.
The repairman finally finished fixing the floor. He stomped on the ground, which was restored as it was, and said, there. Farewell.
Cheng Yi and the repairman cleaned up the trash and hurriedly slipped away with their things. Looking at the 2 people who fled, Xiao Yi smiled.
Chapter 56 The Fruitful Young Woman's Interrogation, Pure Dao Rhyme Energy.
Looking at Cheng Yi's back as he left, a disgusted expression spread across Nangong Siyao's face. Supreme Vudra is a strong person who has made countless feats for his country and is a person worthy of admiration. But this student president is a corrupt person, committing evil every day, doing wrong on the basis of his parents being supreme. It's really detestable. Anger also surfaced on Chang Bingshi's pretty face as she clenched her small fists and concurred, yes. It's simply the opposite of 2 levels. I heard that this student president hasn't graduated after 10 years, and has been moping around in the academy, but what about Vudra Supreme? Every once in a while he goes to the border defense to sit for the humans. There have been many times when the border defenses of the Devil's capital were nearly broken and the people of the Devil's capital were about to be in peril, and it was Supreme Lord Vudra who joined forces with a few other Supreme Lords to repel the tide of sea beasts. Xiao Yi walked over and rubbed their little heads and laughed. He's already assured Cheng that he'll change.
Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi were surprised. Did he really say that?
Xiao Yi replied as he retracted his hands back into his pockets. He had almost forgotten that there were many other odors on his hands. Yeah, this guy's name is Cheng Yi, and he personally assured Cheng and I that he would change.
Cheng still wants me to supervise.
Brother Cheng is Cheng Kong, or Vudra Supreme. Nangong Siyao's small nose sniffed. She seemed to have smelled a woman's odor, so she looked at Xiao Yi with a suspicious face, and then came close to Xiao Yi's body and sniffed a few times. Cheng Bingshi also smelled the scent, but she wasn't too sensitive to it and didn't pay much attention to it. Then let the 3 of us supervise together, and if that asshole, no, the entire student council does anything despite the world, we'll immediately tell Brother Cheng.
Chang Bingshi's beautiful eyes showed excitement.
Xiao Yi stretched out his hand to push away Nangong Siyao's small head that was sticking over to him and said back, no problem, Brother Cheng originally wanted Cheng Yi to completely reform. Why do you have another woman's smell on you?
Nangong Siyao pouted with a milky ferocity. Xiao Yi, give an honest explanation. Did you go out and have fun with women while we weren't looking?
Nangong Siyao hugged Cheng Bingshi with red eyes and said, this guy definitely smells like another woman. It smells good, kind of like the body odor of my grandma's body.
But there's also the milky flavor, and the unmistakable taste. Exclamation point.
Cheng Bingshi's beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed, Xiao Yi, you're not playing around with Vice Dean Yin Bing, are you?
Nangong Siyao nodded her little head and said, yes, absolutely.
Xiao Yi's face was filled with black lines. His hands, at this point, did have a residual odor that could not be washed away. It was presumably because Sister Yin Bing was in the Supreme Realm, and even the scent of her body underwent an advancement, and once stained it would be difficult to remove. Xiao Yi had no choice but to show his cards and helplessly said, you all know that Sister Yin Bing is grumpy. In fact, this is because of her physical defects and the resulting template instability. I just stabilized the template for him just now.
Oh. Cheng Bingshi nodded, she believed whatever Xiao Yi said.
However, the Shuogui girl, Nangong Siyao, was looking at Xiao Yi with a suspicious face, carefully looking him up and down, especially at his lower part for a long time. Xiao Yi felt a coldness in his crotch and felt bad. What's wrong, Siyao, you don't believe me?
Suko girl Nangong Siyao shook her head, then nodded again and said, half-heartedly,
I know very well that Grandma Yin Bing, as a 1,000-year-old female bachelor, she is very repulsed by males. Usually when a man touches her, Grandma will beat him up, not to mention a massage.
And it's that you have some kind of unnameable scent on you.
The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. So what are you trying to say? Nangong Siyao pounced over and personally inspected him, saying as she did so I suspect you've been playing with Yin Bing. A gust of cold air came and Xiao Yi shivered. Nangong Siyao was inspecting it, her nose came up to smell it, and she queried, strange, there's no odor. After the inspection, Xiao Yi said helplessly, I've said that I just massaged it, now believe it, right? A smile appeared on Nangong Siyao's pretty face as she kissed Xiao Yi and said, I believe it. The farce ended, Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi took a bath, while Xiao Yi was on the sofa observing the Xianhuang gemstone in the system space. Law-grade exotic treasure, Xianhuang gemstone. Effects, absorbs, purifies, and calms chaotic rules, Tao rhythms, and energies. Next to the Xianhuang gemstone, there were 3 more energy balls. A golden energy ball, a yellow energy ball, and a blue energy ball. These 3 balls of energy were the energy Tao rhythms absorbed by the Xianhuang jewel. The golden ball of energy was Nangong Siyao and the ultra-limit energy that he had absorbed. The yellow energy ball, on the other hand, was the Tao rhythm energy absorbed from Vudra Supreme Changkong. The blue ball of energy was the Tao rhythm energy absorbed from the Kuanpeng Supreme Lord Yin Bing. Xiao Yi was sizing up the 3 balls when the Xianhuang gemstone transmitted a message. Tao Yun energy orb, purified pure Tao Yun energy, can be directly absorbed and transformed. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows, and a look of surprise appeared in his starry eyes. It turned out that the Xianhuang jewel had already purified the Tao rhythm energy that it had absorbed. Pure Tao rhythm energy, this is good stuff. It was equivalent to the purified Tao energy, unlike the crystal core, which still needed to refine the refractory energy before it could be transformed into pure energy. However, what the energy was Xiao Yi was clear. But what is Taoist energy? Unstable template rules can give away Dorian, but what is Dorian? His current realm was the 7 stars of the sovereign realm, and he could mobilize the power of intent, the arcane realm of intent. It was estimated that Tao Ryan was something that could only be born in the realm above great masters. Or something that can only be utilized by the Supreme Being. However, this was only Xiao Yi's guess and was not necessarily correct. Therefore, Xiao Yi decided that tomorrow, he would go and ask Kuanpeng Supreme Sister Yin Bing if this Tao Rhyme could be directly absorbed, and then ask if she needed a massage. Suddenly Xiao Yi remembered something. He possessed the Divine Great Imperial Beast Master System, which allowed him to contract unlimited templates, so he could definitely contract the Kuanpeng Supreme Cloud Ice. Other people contracting with Cloud Ice would leak the rules and Tao rhythms due to the instability of the template, letting the person explode and die. But he, Xiao Yi, possessed the Xianhuang jewel, which could absorb the purification rule Tao Rhyme, so he should be able to safely conclude a contract with Yin Bing. If he had made a contract with Yin Bing would have become his wife. Xiao Yi was startled by his own thoughts. Yin Bing was a Kuanpeng Supreme, a top-tier powerhouse, and the vice president of the Kuanpeng Combat Academy, so how could he possibly enter into a contract with him, a freshman student? On the other hand, the bathroom on the 3rd floor of the vice president's villa. Yin Bing was soaking in the middle of the transparent tub, a scarlet blush appearing on her face. Her heart thumped at the thought of a certain scene. Yunshi stood next to her, and said with a flat expression, "What's the matter, thinking about men?" Yun Bing subconsciously returned, "Yes." Chapter 57, Yun Bing, I moved request for follow-up reading.
Dean Yunshi's willow eyebrows raised, and a hint of surprise surfaced on her originally cold and absolutely beautiful cheeks. It was only with her twin sister, Yun Bing, that she was able to have a slight emotional reaction. Yunshi was surprised. Yun Bing, are you serious? Who is that person? Both of them are millennial bachelorettes, unable to make a contract with the opposite sex because of the template issue, and have never had intimate contact with a male. The two sisters had always kept a distance from males, but at this time, Yun Bing suddenly said that she wanted a man. If this was known by the people of the academy, they were afraid that their jaws would drop and cause a huge sensation. Yun Bing, whose body was sitting uncovered in the middle of the bathtub, was shocked and disgruntled when she heard this. Sis, can you stop always coming to my place when I'm in the shower? I have privacy too, okay? Yunshi skimmed her lips, not thinking, and even reached out her hand to squeeze on Yun Bing. We're twin sisters, our bodies look exactly the same. I have what you have. I'm looking at you like I'm looking at myself. How is that an invasion of your privacy? I'm looking at myself alright. Delicate imperial sister Yun Bing's face darkened. What Yunshi said was indeed true, but why was she always a bit uncomfortable? I don't care, in the future look for me, don't come when I'm taking a bath. Yun Bing commanded. Yunshi glanced at her and said in disbelief, what, me looking at you makes you feel at a disadvantage? Then I'll just let you watch it back. Said Yunshi, also high a transparent bathtub filled with warm water beside him. Then under the shocked gaze of the delicate imperial sister Yun Bing, Yunshi removed his bloated and bulky white robe and entered the bathtub. Yun Bing could not help but blush. Witnessing the whole process, she muttered, it's not all exactly the same, there is a little difference, The two looked alike, but there were some differences in temperament and details. Dean Yunshi said, are you satisfied now? Alright, quick, who is that man? Is it Supreme Vudra, or Supreme White Tiger, or Supreme Dragon? Her sister, Yun Bing, has a man in her heart, and as her only relative, she must find out. Me. The coquettish imperial sister Yun Bing stammered, none of them are La. The corner of Yunshi's mouth twitched, a big question mark surfaced on her cold pretty face, not our magic city's supreme. Which one is he, the supreme father of another base city? In Yunshi's cognition, the haughty Yun Bing, even if she had a man in her heart, it must be a certain supreme being. But Yun Bing shook his head and denied, none of them. It's not the supreme being. Exclamation point. Yunshi became even more surprised, actually not even a supreme, to not be so outrageous. Yun Bing is very high and proud, would even look at a man under the supreme. Then Yunshi's beautiful eyes glared and said fiercely, then you quickly say, who is it? Yun Bing's pretty face surfaced a touch of scarlet, slightly embarrassed, don't ask, he and I haven't even gotten started yet. Besides, you know how we are, there's no way he and I can be together. Yun Bing asked herself that since Xiao Yi had given her a massage, she had developed a different kind of emotion towards him. Yun Bing had never been in love and didn't know if this emotion was like, but after she came back from Xiao Yi's place, her mind would always picture Xiao Yi's clear-eyed and calm look as he gave her a massage. So it's not wrong to say she's thinking about men. Yun Bing only took a cold bath because he wanted to flush out this feeling of being messed up inside. The raging energy in her body did soften down, but her heart, at that moment, was in turmoil. Hearing Yun Bing's description, the elder sister, Dean Yunshi, felt outrageous, and felt that it was the younger sister, Yun Bing, who was unrequitedly in love. Yun Bing is at least a Koan Peng Supreme, which outstanding man has seduced her? A kind of curiosity was aroused within Yunshi and said, I'll find out myself if you don't tell me. I can find out who you've been in contact with during this time. I'd like to see who's so capable. Yun Bing's pretty face darkened as she said in dissatisfaction, Yunshi. Since when do you like to gossip? Aren't you always uninterested in the outside world? And there's no way he and I are going to make a pact to be together, so why are you bothering with that effort to find him? Yunshi ignored him and rubbed himself. Yun Bing's gaze glared at her, rubbing her force somewhere on her body so hard it hurt, as if rubbing herself was rubbing Yunshi. The other side. Xiao Yi took the two beautiful girls to the campus. No classes today, tomorrow is the official class day. But Nangong Siyao said that she was going to supervise the student council president, and make sure to pick out some faults to report to Vudra Supreme. Xiao Yi knew. The arrogant, domineering, and lawless attitude of the group of people from the student council at that meeting in the cafeteria made Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi have a very bad impression of Chang Yi in the student council. Inside, there's still a fire in the belly, about the cafeteria incident. To clear out and drive people away even for dinner, it's so detestable. Nangong Siyao milked her fists and viciously said, I must film what the student council did and tell Vudra Supreme. Lin Bingshi also chimed in, that's right. In the perception of the two girls, the reason why the student council was so arrogant was that the student council president Cheng Yi brought it out. Saying that, the three of them had already walked onto the avenue of the Kunpeng Combat Academy. People were coming and going on the avenue at this time, mostly adults accompanying teenage girls to report. Xiao Yi opened the system's template detection function and observed the pair of contractors. S-Class Giant Mantis Template, Realm, 4th Order, S-Class Imperial Beast Master Talent, Realm, 4th Order. S-Class White Snake Python Template, Realm, Late 3rd Order, S-Class Imperial Beast Master Talent, Realm, Late 3rd Order. SS Grade Silver and White Rhino Template, Realm, 6th Order, SS Grade Imperial Beast Master Talent, Realm, 6th Order. S-Rank Manticore Template, Realm, 3rd Order, S-Rank Imperial Beast Master Talent, Realm, 3rd Order. Xiao Yi observed the dozens of pairs of indentured servants coming and going, and summarized a conclusion that 99% of the indentured servant students were S-Class templates, with the vast majority of the realm being at the 3rd Order, while the remaining 1% of the students were SS-Class templates, with the realm being at the 6th Order. This session of the Kunpeng Combat Academy had recruited 300 pairs of contractor students, and Xiao Yi presumed that there were only 3 or 4 pairs of SS-rank templates, and as for SSS-rank templates, apart from the 3 of them themselves, there was not a single SSS-rank template or SSS-rank Sentinel Beastmaster talent. It was estimated that there were only a handful of SSS-ranked templates and SSS-ranked Imperial Beastmasters in the country this year, not many in total. Suddenly a disgruntled, angry voice came from the side, drawing the trio's attention. Only to see that under the dormitory building, an old student wearing a volunteer uniform, pulling the hand of a freshly enrolled freshman with a tender face, his face grimly and angrily rebuked. I helped you carry your luggage and guided you in the right direction. Now that we're at the place, pay up. A second-order crystal core. The pair of young-faced newborn contractors' gazes showed their anger, saying, "You took the initiative to come over to help carry the luggage and didn't say you wanted crystals, and when you got to the place you suddenly asked for money. How can you be like this?" The older volunteer student sank his face and said, "We are volunteers organized by the student union. If you don't give the crystals, wait for trouble to come to your door." Chapter 58 Xiao Yi Strikes, You're Very Brave Oh. Requesting for follow-up readings. As soon as the contractor freshman heard that there was trouble coming his way, a look of panic appeared on his face, and he pulled out a third-order crystal core from his pocket and gave it to him. "I don't have second-order crystal cores, only third-order cores. You have to return 9 second-order cores to me." The volunteer old student's face was delighted, and his eyes showed a fierce color as he put away the third-order crystal core and said, "Then I'll charge you a third-order crystal core." With that he turned and walked away, completely ignoring what the indentured freshman had said. The indentured freshman stepped forward and pulled him back, his face anxious. "This is my food money. What am I going to do if you take it all away from me?" Impatience appeared on the volunteer veteran's face as he chided, "Let go. I helped you carry your luggage. It's only right that you pay for it." With that he shook off the freshman with a flick of his hand and turned to try and leave. The surrounding freshmen were looking at each other angrily, but the older students were looking at them with their usual eyes. They had long gotten used to it. Not one person came forward to help. Nangong Siyao's small hand grabbed the recorder and captured it all. Lin Bingshi's pretty face was filled with anger, saying, "The student union is really arrogant. Aren't they just buying and selling by force?" Nangong Siyao nodded her head. "That's right. If you don't explain it beforehand and ask for money afterward, you still can't not give it." Xiao Yi stroked his chin. "Is this how the student council has always been? It seems very serious." It all seems to have something to do with the student council president, Cheng Yi. A middle-aged man with a powerful aura among the parents of the new students couldn't stand to watch and went forward to grab that volunteer's hand. Ka-ching! A click. The volunteer's hand bone should be broken. Ow! The volunteer veteran was dripping with cold sweat from the pain, his face agonized. That middle-aged man said in general with a smile on his face, "That third-order crystal core, take it as your medical expenses." Saying that, the middle-aged man walked over to that new student and placed a third-order crystal core on his luggage, and without saying anything, he led his child into the middle of the dormitory building. Good. That's a relief. Snap. Well done. The freshmen who had been watching the show from the sidelines clapped and applauded. The older students were indifferent, and with a pitiful gaze, they looked at the freshmen, secretly saying, "This one is in trouble." Suddenly a group of people came over the avenue. It was the volunteer veteran with the fractured hand bone approaching with a group of people in student union uniforms. Only to see the volunteer old student grabbed his hand and wailed miserably, "It's that new student. Give him to carry the luggage to collect him a third-order crystal core. What's wrong with it?
but also called for people to break my hand bone. All of a sudden, more than a dozen people from the student council, 6 men and 6 women, a total of 6 pairs of indentured student council people, surrounded those 2 freshman teenage girls. The 2 freshmen looked alarmed and said anxiously, "What are you doing? This is an academy." A group of people from the student council looked condescending, skimming their mouths in disbelief, one by one. "What's wrong with the academy? You intentionally hurt another student and caused him to break his hand bone, let's talk about it." That is. The fractured hand bone is only a minor problem, but you must pay for the medical expenses. Let me do the math, medical expenses, plus mental damage, plus wasted time, how can I compensate a third-order crystal core? The volunteer-old student with the fractured hand bone kept nodding, yes, that's right, you must compensate me with a third-order crystal core. In the face of these many aggressive older students, the contractor freshman sat down on the ground in shock and panic, didn't we give a third-order crystal core? The volunteer veteran with the fractured hand bone's face sank as he said, I just made it clear that third-order crystal core is a service fee for carrying your luggage for you. A green-haired man in the student council waved as he picked up the third-order crystal core from his luggage and put it in his pocket. Listen to him talk about chicken, collect your money and leave. When the contractor freshmen saw that they were leaving, they didn't dare to go after them and could only watch them leave. Xiao Yi coldly laughed, what a way to talk about things. Looks like this is the style of the student council. Aggressive and forceful. Xiao Yi used the system detection function to view the templates and realms of these people. S-Class Long-Armed Monkey Template, 9 stars of the Zhongshu Realm, S-Class Imperial Beast Master, 9 stars of the Zhongshu Realm. S-Class Dark Knight Spectral Wolf Template, 8 stars in the Zhongshu Realm, S-Class Imperial Beast Master, 8 stars in the Zhongshu Realm. All of them are S-Class, and the highest realm is only 9 stars in the Sovereign Realm. Maybe the SS-ranked prides don't even bother to join the student council. Xiao Yi shook his head and disdain flowed out from among his eyes, is this the student union? Not great. The recorder in Nangong Siyao's hand had already captured the entire process. She was filming brightly, and one of the student council members exclaimed, Big brother, this chick is filming us. The group of people who were about to leave stopped in their tracks and looked over towards Nangong Siyao. When they saw the fruitful young woman Nangong Siyao with her huge body and Lin Bingshi with her piercing and eye-catching long white legs, everyone's eyes lit up. Several labels appear in the mind, freshman schoolgirl. A stunningly beautiful young woman. What a pretty chick. The green-haired man walked over with more than a dozen people and smiled condescendingly, so it's the top student of the college entrance exam. We met in the cafeteria at noon, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Join my student council, I don't know how well you've thought about it. Saying that, the people from the student union dispersed the surrounding crowd and surrounded Xiao Yi's 3 people. The people around them, whether they were freshmen or veterans, were all surprised, saying, the senior high school student. I can't believe it's a senior high school student. The top student of the college entrance exam actually came to our Kunpang Academy. 3, they're all here. But they're in trouble. Yeah, these student council people are so arrogant, they don't even care about the top student of the college entrance exam. A faint smile appeared on Nangong Siyao's pretty face, in the face of these people's questioning, she wasn't alarmed at all, still holding the camera recorder and filming them. Lin Bingshi crossed her arms and chastised, you guys just die. There's no way in hell we 3 are joining the student council. Be tough and never join. The surrounding, whether freshmen or veteran students, were surprised and sighed, only the top student of the college entrance exam can speak to the student council in such a tone. Worthy of being the top student of the college entrance exam, the bottom line is sufficient. The green-haired student council veteran's face sank and he snorted coldly, not joining? That's not something you can just say. He took a step forward, and wanted to raise his hand to snatch the camera recorder in Nangong Siyao's hand. Xiao Yi was faster than him and grabbed the green-haired old student's neck with one hand, and with a height of 1 meter 8 he lifted the 1 meter 6 green-haired old student up. Xiao Yi's face was bland and his hands heated up as he said, you're very brave? You've never experienced death, have you? A pressure with a strong sense of oppression spread out from Xiao Yi. Ugh. The green-haired man wobbled his feet off the ground, his face flaring red as he said, word for word, what are you doing? Do you want to kill someone? Hua. The student council's expressions became vicious, ready to fight at any time, and the atmosphere of the scene became tense with swords. Xiao Yi's hand moved, click. A sound. Chapter 59, Dean Yunshi, it's you, isn't it, Xiao Yi? Begging for a follow-up read. Under the tense atmosphere, Xiaoya's hand that was holding the neck of the green-haired student council veteran suddenly loosened and slammed upwards, ka-ching. With a sound, the green-haired student council veteran's jaw was dislocated in response and smashed hard on the ground, his mouth crooked. Put! The green-haired student council veteran had never been so insulted before. He was so furious that his face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood as it surged up his throat. Well, so much for playing right. Give it to me, beat him up. The green-haired student council veteran waved his hand, and at once 11 other student council members besides him surrounded him. Bang bang bang! Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the Xiaoya's 3 men were agile and ruthless, specializing in picking the vulnerable parts of the lower body, stomach, face, and neck, beating the 11 people from the student union to the point where they were lying on the ground in pain, and from time to time, the sound of sucking in cold air in pain came out. Brush! The gazes of everyone looking at Xiaoya's trio changed. Become respected and feared. Iwaipasama, these 3 just enrolled in the school can hang the junior veterans off. Good, well played. I've been looking at these student councils for a long time. It's simply a model for my generation. Watching it makes me want to go up and kick it twice. The student council has met an ironclad, ha ha. The surrounding older students and freshmen who were there watching were straight up cool, and many of the older students who had been bullied by the student council felt their anger go away. Great call, good. The green-haired student council junior veteran lying on the ground with his jaw dislocated sucked in a cold breath. The gazes of these 12 student council junior veterans looking at Xiaoya's trio carried the slightest hint of panic and fear. Xiaoya smiled indifferently, walked over and stepped on the green-haired older student's head, scornfully saying, "Student council? Bunch of trash. A bunch of juniors, not even as good as us freshmen." The realm of Xiaoya's trio was sovereign 7 stars, and the average realm of these people was sovereign 8 stars. However, the 2 girls, Xiaoyi and Nangong Siyao, were SSS ranked and inherited some of the attributes of the summoned beasts, which were far greater than these older students of the S rank. Just then, a loud roar came from behind the crowd. Stop! The crowd dispersed, all of them voluntarily making a path. A youth with a green dragon tattoo on his arm walked over with a group of imposing people. Upon seeing these people, the sophomore and junior veteran indentured servants exclaimed, their faces turning ugly. Oh no! It's a core member of the student council. See that young man with the green dragon tattoo, that's the student council president. These 3 high school seniors are in trouble. The student president is not only in a profound realm, but also has a terrifying background and hardened connections in the academy. Should we go and sue the teacher, or something will definitely happen to these 3 high school seniors? It's too late. The odds are that many of the teachers who won't show up, and even if they do, it won't help, and only a faculty member at the professorial level or above will be able to stop it. The movement of these people naturally attracted the attention of these 12 student councils around Xiaoyi. They were all overjoyed. Fighting through the excruciating pain, he stood up and spoke the words that greeted him. Greetings to the president, and to the vice presidents. Those who could become the president and vice president needed not only a high realm, but also a certain background. The green-haired student council veteran's face beamed with joy, and the presidential boss, always protective of his children, shouted, "President, you're finally here. These 3 little are too hateful, hindering us from carrying out our mission. We must give him a color. Yeah, and these 2 little ES, they must pay for it. Humph, hanging out in the academy is all about power and background." These 12 people became arrogant once again, as if the academy was their turf and they could do whatever they wanted, lawless. Sheng Yi, the green dragon tattoo student president, led a group of imposing vice presidents and others to Xiaoya's 3. Facing so many people, the ordinary old students around them had long been too scared to speak. But Xiaoyi moved, his foot stomped fiercely, and under everyone's gaze, under the gaze of all the core members of the student council, he stomped the head of the green-haired student council veteran, with a thud, into the concrete. And a bemused sound came out of his mouth. Student government, it's garbage. Who's got a problem with that? The surroundings were silent, all dry silenced by Xiaoya's actions. Immediately afterward came the sound of a gust of cold air being sucked out of the room. Hiss! 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 It's so arrogant. More arrogant than the student council. Even the core members of the student council who had just arrived here had their jaws dropped. Suddenly a loud shout rang out from the scene that resounded in everyone's ears. Well said! Exclamation point. Everyone's gazes looked towards the source of the sound, and when they saw the person who had made the sound, they were all shocked. Even the crowd of the student council was dumbfounded. The person who had voiced out was none other than the student president who stood in front of the core members of the student council, Cheng Yi. Not only did he shout his horn, but he clapped and applauded, all the while clanging his hands. Snap! The old student council was, indeed, garbage. No, not just before, but now, too, a bunch of trash. Immediately followed by the core members of the student council, their faces twisted as they followed. That's right. The president is right. Yeah, what did we do in the past? It's too much pull. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock as the green hair plummeted. All the core members of the student council actually admitting that the student council is crap? The student body president, multiple vice presidents, all said that the student body doesn't work. The older students, who were extremely unimpressed with them, felt like they were living in a dream. At this time, Cheng Yi walked to Xiao Yi with a pandering face and said with a very respectful attitude, "Uncle Xiao, I have already started to change the internal code of conduct of the student council, and from now on, the student council will definitely return to normal. You guys, come over and say hello to Uncle Xiao." Cheng Yi looked at the few vice presidents and said. Those few vice presidents of the student council came forward in neat unison with a look of awe on their faces as they said at the same time. "Greetings, Uncle Xiao." "Greetings, aunts." Half an hour ago, they had an important meeting within the student council, with all the core members in place, about correcting the style and getting the student council on the right track. There was also the most important point of introducing Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, and Cheng Bingshi. A few vice presidents recalled Cheng Yi's words. Xiao Yi calls his father, Supreme Vudra, brother and sister, and vice president, Supreme Kuanpang, sister and brother, and the awe in their hearts towards Xiao Yi deepened. The green hair was numb when he saw the presidents of the juniors calling uncle and auntie to the trio of freshmen Xiao Yi. Mention the iron plate. He began to regret it in his mind. The sophomore volunteer veteran who had been forcefully buying and selling had his legs trembling, his teeth constantly chattering, and his face was bloodless with fear. Cheng Yi hurriedly dealt with the matter, returned the third-order crystal core to the two freshmen, and apologized to the two freshmen, assuring everyone around that this type of incident would not occur again. Xiao Yi patted Cheng Yi's shoulder and said with a bland expression, "Do a good job, your father will be very pleased when he finds out." Cheng Yi was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. At this moment, a silhouette appeared behind Xiao Yi. She was wearing a bloated white robe, but it was difficult to conceal her stunningly beautiful face, and a cold but pleasant voice came out of her mouth, resounding in everyone's ears. "Good Lord, finally I've found it. It's you, isn't it, Xiao Yi?" Chapter 60, Yunxi, Yunbing's spring has come. Begging for catch-up reading. Goddess. It's Goddess Dean. Holy, what luck, just starting school and meeting the Goddess Dean. Goddess Dean seems to be looking for this high school student for something. Yeah. It's Dean Yunxi, I haven't even seen her a couple times in my junior year. The surrounding old students were suddenly excited. Dean Yunxi, one of the two major goddesses of Kuanpang Academy, this was much harder to see than Dean Yunbing. Yunxi walked out from the void, and that cool and indifferent aura spread out. She was dressed in a bloated robe, but it also set off her stunningly beautiful face. The student council's spirits were shaken, and Cheng Yi hurriedly went forward to greet them. "Greetings to the dean." The rest of the student council spoke out. "Greetings, dean." Xiao Ye's trio also said hello. Yunxi's gaze was clear and cold as she glanced at Cheng Yi and faintly nodded her white chin, then her beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, come with me." She reached out and now there was a swish of white light. She and Xiao Yi then disappeared. Nangong Siyao grabbed the camera recorder with a dumbfounded look on her face, and before she could react, Xiao Yi disappeared. Cheng Bingshi hurriedly pulled her and headed towards the number 3 Lakeview Villa. Suddenly Cheng Yi stopped in front of her, his face expressionless. Nangong Siyao frowned. "What, husband Xiao Yi isn't here, are you planning to disadvantage the two of us?" Cheng Bingshi coldly shouted, "Cheng Yi, get out of the way." A bitter smile spread across Cheng Yi's face as he said, "Two aunts, I have no intention of looking for trouble." He pointed to the camera recorder in Nangong Siyao's hand and put his hands together with a pleading face. "Auntie, can you not show this to my dad? I was in a meeting and was making changes internally, so I really didn't know this was going to happen." Nangong Siyao snorted coldly, "Humph. Depending on how your student council has to behave in the future, it will be decided whether it will appear in the hands of the Vudra Supreme. Get out of the way." The student president, Cheng Yi, was helpless and promised repeatedly that this would not happen again in the future before getting out of the way. Nangong Siyao and Cheng Bingshi left with cold faces.
Several vice presidents of the student council on the scene inquired, "President, do we really want to carry out a complete reform?" Shang Yi's face turned cold as he drank. "Of course. You took what I said in the meeting for granted?" Several vice presidents, dripping with cold sweat, hastened to say that they would seriously implement and make the student council completely clean up its act. The son of the Supreme, Shang Yi's weight was evident in the student council. His words were equivalent to a holy decree, and soon the Kunpeng Combat Academy's student council, dozens of them, was running like a machine, baptizing ideas from top to bottom, followed by a reformulation of the guidelines for handling affairs. No forceful buying, no bullying of students based on the organization, no intentional embarrassment of students, and no complicity with teachers to make a profit on students. A complete overhaul of the student government quickly spread throughout the institution, creating a big stir between both student and faculty groups. All because of 3 high school seniors. But Xiao Yi didn't know all this. He was in Villa 1 at the moment. Villa 1, Dean Yunxi's address. Xiao Yi and Yunxi were sitting face to face on the sofa, and Yunxi had a pair of beautiful eyes that were staring at Xiao Yi. From time to time, she frowned, and from time to time, her beautiful eyes lit up, and from time to time, her killing intent flashed, as if she wanted to see Xiao Yi through. After being looked at for a full minute, Xiao Yi smiled awkwardly and said, "Dean, what are you looking for me for?" In Xiao Ye's eyes, the opposite side of the cloud stream, and cloud ice looks exactly the same. Beautiful eyes nose mouth is too much like, are 100 years rare to see a big beauty, is the temperament of the two people. There is a very big difference. One is a delicate imperial sister who can show sexy maturity when she raises her hand, and a cold and icy imperial sister who is wrapped in a bloated robe. Being stared at by a cold and emotionless eye, Xiao Yi was a bit overwhelmed. Yunxi blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a clear and cold expression, "The natural talent is quite good. This is the 7 stars of the Zhongshu realm. This is all because I practiced until late at night every day and put in a lot of sweat to cultivate it." Xiao Yi said modestly. Whether it was doing crazy exercises with Nangong Siyao, or the cultivation he had been doing for the past half a month, he had indeed put in a lot of sweat. Yunxi nodded and raised the question, "Why were you able to contract 2 template beast maidens?" In Yunxi's memory, for 1,000 years, other than Xiao Yi, there wasn't even a second person who could contract 2 template beast maidens at the same time. For others to contract a second template beast mistress, they must pay a great price to break the contract with the first template beast mistress. But this Xiao Yi, it seemed that he had contracted 2 template beast maidens together without paying any price. Xiao Yi frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "Dean, did you call me here to interrogate me? That is not necessary. This Dean Yunxi is very beautiful and pretty though." But Xiao Yi was not obligated to answer such private questions. Yunxi frowned with a willow brow and said, "I don't mean anything else. If you don't want to say it, forget it. This time I called you here, I wanted to ask what happened with Yun Bing and you. Her current state is a bit abnormal." Xiao Yi heard this and his gaze showed concern as he said, "What happened to Sister Yun Bing? What happened to her?" Yunxi's beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yi as she said in a cold tone, "She's in heat." Question mark. A large question mark appeared on Xiao Ye's face. "What's the word? What kind of talk is that? What do you mean you're in heat?" Yunxi looked at Xiao Yi who didn't understand anything at all and excluded Xiao Yi. "Well, it doesn't seem to be because of you. However, Yun Bing has been to your place. Can you tell us who Yun Bing ran into there and what she did?" Xiao Yi had a strange look on his face. "Not because of me? What isn't because of me?" "It's not because of me that Sister Yun Bing is in heat." Xiao Yi described the matter. Yunxi was thoughtful. "Met Cheng Yi, the son of Supreme Vudra, then went up to the 2nd floor with you, and then what?" Xiao Yi said in a serious manner, "Then I'll give her a solution to the energy frenzy problem. Well, it's about massaging her body points and clearing the veins in her body." A rare look of surprise appeared on Yunxi's cold and clear face. "Yun Bing actually let you get physical?" Xiao Yi touched his nose and nodded. "Can it not be physical contact, and its 720 acupuncture points of the human body, all massaged using the techniques given by the template adjuster?" "Hardly." Yunxi understood that Yun Bing was thinking about men because of Xiao Yi. Perhaps it was Xiao Yi that Yun Bing was thinking about? After all, the 2 sisters had been clean for millennia and had never been subjected to intimate physical contact by the opposite sex. But with massage, it must be intimate physical contact. Yunxi was sure. Yun Bing said that she wanted a man, and this man must be Xiao Yi. SSS ranked Imperial Beastmaster talent, 18 years old with 7 stars in the Sovereign Realm, contracted 2 SSS ranked Template Beastmasters, just don't know if I can contract a 3rd Beastmaster.
Suddenly Yunxi remembered that Yun Bing said that there was a way to solve the physical defect. It seems to be this Xiao Yi who solved it through massage. Yunxi, who possessed the same explosive figure as royal sister Yun Bing, spoke out, Xiao Yi, you can solve your body defects through massages. Would it be okay for you to take a look at my defects? Chapter 61, Solving Physical Defects for Goddess Dean Yunxi. Begging for follow-up reading. Yunxi felt that there was nothing wrong with her body, it was that the emotions she possessed had become fainter and fainter over the last couple of years, to the point that now, they were almost to be described as minuscule. Perhaps it is also a physical defect? Though it was so rare she'd never heard of it from anyone else. So Yunxi wasn't sure if this was a physical defect or not. Exclamation point. Xiao Yi looked solemn as he said, my massage techniques can solve 99% of the world's physical defects. Dean, you have a defect that I am certain to remove. To the dean, to the elders, Xiao Yi was very helpful, solving physical defects and whatnot, he was the best at it. A rare color of surprise appeared on Yunxi's cool and pretty face as she said in surprise. Mr. Xiao Yi, can you see any flaws in me? She wasn't even sure herself, but she was actually seen by this Xiao Yi. I just don't know if he's bragging or pretending. Yunxi had seen too many students and teachers who wanted to deliberately perform in front of her over the centuries since she had been the dean. Being looked down upon? Xiao Yi's sword brows furrowed as he confidently said, Dean, your defect is a neurological emotional deficiency. Exclamation point. Yunxi's beautiful eyes widened in shock as her delicate body heaved. She actually does have a physical defect, and an emotional one at that. A hint of surprise appeared on Yunxi's face as she said, Brother Xiao Yi, are you telling the truth? 80% of her heart didn't believe it, but she hoped that it was Xiao Yi who was telling the truth. Xiao Yi opened the Template Adjuster Viewer function. Template Adjuster in progress. SSS Grade Kunsite Template, Yunxi, upgradable. Problems: the template is extremely unstable due to the wrong type of crystallization of rule fragments absorbed during awakening, making it impossible to conclude a contract with the opposite sex, and as the realm improves, the template's rules and Tao rhythms are leaking out and affecting the body, resulting in a lack of neurological feelings. Permanent solution: replacement of rule fragment crystallization type. Stage solution: combine with the law-grade exotic treasure, Xianhuang Jewel and massage according to the Human Acupoint Massage Atlas. Xiao Yi nodded his head at Yunxi and mouthed out a shocking statement. Dean, you do have this physical defect. And as your realm improves, if you don't address the flaws in time, you may end up losing your emotions and turn into a cold walking machine. At those words, Yunxi's delicate body hidden under her bloated robe shuddered violently. In the end, she might turn into a cold piece of walking machine. If that would really happen, then in the future, all the affection she might have for her twin sister, Yun Bing, would vanish into thin air, and she would completely turn into an unapproachable, mooted, emotional ice cube machine. Thinking about that kind of life, Yunxi felt a wave of cold air running from her head to her tailbone, and the cold made her shiver. At this time, Yunxi believed Xiao Yi's words in her heart. It was because she really did possess fewer and fewer emotions as her realm increased. Yunxi's noble and cool stunning face rarely appeared anxious color. She brushed the space instantly to the side of Xiao Yi, stretching out her white jade-like hand, grabbing Xiao Yi's hand and requesting. Brother Xiao Yi, please also massage me, I will pay for it. Feeling the cold touch coming from his hand, Xiao Yi felt that this moment's Dean Yunxi, who was more human than before, was finally showing a more obvious emotional reaction. Xiao Yi's expression was solemn and his tone was forceful as he said. It is incumbent upon the late generation to help Sister Yunxi solve her problems. I'm always happy to help, so feel free to pay whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Yunxi's impression of Xiao Yi in her heart was instantly taller. This Xiao Yi has a very good character, said Yunxi without the slightest avoidance, stood up and took off the bloated robe on her body, revealing her delicate body that had been hidden in the gloom. Xiao Yi was stunned. Dean Yunxi actually only wore a bloated white robe, with nothing inside. Yunxi's noble and cool pretty face resumed its cold demeanor. She didn't seem to feel shy at all and explained. One dress aspect on and off, and I'm not used to wearing underwear. In Yunxi's cognition, anyway, she and Yun Bing are twin sisters, except for some details the whole body looks exactly the same. Xiao Yi has seen Yun Bing's, and then look at her Yunxi's, it seems that it is not a difficult thing to accept. Of course, it was also limited to Xiao Yi. If it was another man, she would have slapped him to death with one hand. Exclamation point. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. You don't have to explain yourself to me, really. But are you serious about wearing a jacket everywhere, even on the strip not too long ago? If the boys of Kuanpeng Academy knew that their goddess Dean, wherever she went, was only wearing a jacket, they might drop their jaws and cause a tremor like a 12-magnitude earthquake. Yunshi did not have a trace of shyness, her expression was cold and frank in front of Xiao Ye's eyes and waved her jade hand, saying, "Don't froth, come on," said she lying on the sofa, unapologetically urging Xiao Yi, "what shyness emotions are not there." The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched as he recognized the horror of the lack of emotions. "It's almost scary as hell." Xiao Yi immediately called up the exclusive human acupoint massage atlas given by the template adjuster for the Yunshi brand, and then combined it with the Xianhuang gemstone to start the massage journey. This time, the template adjuster gives a massage atlas of areas on the legs and very little else. Cold to the touch, with a fine, smooth skin feel. After half an hour, the massage tour ends. Yunshi was slightly surprised and said, "Only massage the legs?" Xiao Yi nodded, then his eyes looked at the originally crystal clear jade leg, which now had reddened skin. Then the eyes moved up, and the rest of it didn't change, it was whatever color it was supposed to be. He was massaging strictly according to the atlas of human acupuncture points given by the template adjuster. Well. A blush appeared on Yunshi's originally stunningly beautiful and cool pretty face as she hurriedly put the bloated robe over her body. She was shy. Pouting, she said, "Good you Xiao Yi, only massaging the legs, why are you making me take it all off?" Exclamation point. Xiao Yi was stunned. "No way big sis, you took it off yourself, not me. You're actually shy, Sister Yunshi." Xiao Yi felt that it was very effective and took a look next to the Xin Huang jewel in the system space, and sure enough, a blue Yunshi brand Dao Rhythm energy ball appeared. This was a ball of Dao Rhythm energy absorbed and then purified by the Xian Huang jewel, which contained pure Dao Rhythm energy that could be directly absorbed. Oops. Don't say any more. For the first time since she had been promoted to the Supreme Realm for nearly 100 years, Yunshi experienced shyness as she ran into the middle of the room and slowed down for a while before coming out. Her stunningly beautiful and pretty face resumed its cool and indifferent look. Amazing. It's been a long time since I've felt anything other than affection. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Dean Yunshi bowed with a solemn expression of gratitude. Xiao Yi waved his hand and said back graciously, "You are welcome. It's just that this effect is estimated to only last for 10 days and half a month. I guess the next time, it's a full-body massage catalog." Chapter 62 Supreme Kuanpeng's Reward, Yunbing's Change of Feelings. Requesting for catch-up reading. In Xiao Ye's eyes, at this moment, the goddess Dean Yunshi still had the same cool and indifferent look on her face, but her actions and tone of voice had a few more hints of human feelings. As you can imagine, the template adjuster is a remarkable fix. "Mr. Xiao Yi, this is for you." Yunshi pulled out a small kunai hand puppet from the pocket of his bloated robe. Kuanpeng is a big fat kuan, vaguely rocking up to 1,000,000 miles, can run in the sea, can also leap in the cosmic void, proficient in the power of space law. Xiao Yi received this compact Kuanpeng hand puppet with a puzzled expression, and didn't find anything peculiar about it when he carefully looked at it. Yunshi explained, "I've ingested spatial transient aptitude in it, which can automatically teleport you to my side when your life is in danger." Xiao Ye's eyes lit up, "Good stuff. Thank you, Dean." Yunshi frowned with a willow brow and said in dissatisfaction, "Call Sister Yunshi." Xiao Yi readily accepted and said, "Sister Yunshi, can we have 2 more? Xiao and Bingshi need this as well, or else if they encounter a life-threatening situation when the time comes, they can't just teleport me alone and leave them there, right? You've been blessed with 2 beastesses." Goddess Dean Yunshi once again pulled out 2 compact Kuanpeng hand puppets from her pocket and held them out to Xiao Yi, saying, "No." Xiao Yi received it with great joy. It's something that can save his life, and he doesn't mind it too much. In order to thank Yunshi, Xiao Yi negotiated, "Sister Yunshi, I've always been very principled, you gave me 2 extra hand puppets, then in 10 days I will give you a second massage." Yunshi waved his hand and said graciously, "No need, these 3 Kuanpeng hand puppets are your payment for serving me this time." Xiao Yi insisted, "Sister Yunshi, this is my principle, since I received 3 of your life-preserving artifacts, I have to serve you 3 times. All right then." Seeing that she couldn't argue, Yunshi could only agree. However, when she thought of the scene just now where she only needed to massage her legs, but she was all stripped down, her pretty face couldn't help but roll up and become flushed. Well, with experience this time, she'll definitely not be so casual next time. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Ye's atlas was given during the template adjustment period, and where to press next time, even he didn't know. Xiao Yi then excused himself. Out of the first villa, Xiao Yi headed towards the second villa Vice Dean Yunbing's address. It was just a few dozen meters away, and he soon arrived, but to his regret, Vice Dean Yunbing was not inside.
Xiao Yi also intended to ask about the question that there was about the rule Dao rhythm energy. If he couldn't see Yun Bing today, then he would have to ask later. Villa 1. After Xiao Yi left, Yun Shi was looking at a certain part of the sofa and voiced out, "Yun Bing, how long are you going to hide and still not come out?" On the sofa, a sexy and mature coquettish imperial figure was revealed in the void. It was Yun Bing. The gaze in Yun Bing's beautiful eyes was full of grudges staring at Yun Shi, and her pouting red lips indicated that she was in an unbeautiful mood at this time. Put. Yun Shi covered her mouth and laughed, and in an instant, the space around her was eclipsed. Yun Bing was a bit surprised. This was the first time she had seen a smile spreading on her sister Yun Shi's face in nearly 100 years. Looking at Yun Bing's sultry eyes, Yun Shi wondered, "What's wrong with you?" Yun Bing's words were ghostly. "Yun Shi, why did you say I was horny and told Xiao Yi? Aren't you obviously saying that I'm horny for Xiao Yi?" "Ah. It makes me afraid to face Xiao Yi." Yun Shi hummed petulantly, "Is that your reason for peeking at me? You think I don't know? Ever since I brought Xiao Yi back, you've been keeping an eye on this place." Yun Bing skimmed his mouth, not thinking, "What do you mean peeking? We look exactly the same. Looking at you is looking at myself. Instead, it's you who caused me to be afraid to see Xiao Yi." This kind of rogue words left Yun Shi speechless because she had once said the same thing to Yun Bing. On the contrary, Yun Bing's state at this moment was really out of place. Could it be that she really liked Xiao Yi? Yun Shi persuaded, "Sister, you need to collect yourself. It will not be beneficial to both of you if you move towards Xiao Yi. It is impossible for you to conclude a contract." Yun Bing's ghostly gaze darkened, her expression became lost, and she coldly grunted, "There's no need for you to remind me. I'll deal with the emotions that shouldn't be there." After saying that, Yun Bing's figure vaporized down and left the place. Dean Yunshi frowned with her willow eyebrows, secretly saying, "A bit of trouble. One must not lose one's feelings, but one must not be chained to them either." She regained some of her emotional nerves, and for just a while she was feeling multiple emotions of her own. But emotions are like a wall, those inside can't get out and those outside want to get in. Yunshi, longs to regain her emotions, but Yun Bing is locked in an emotional prison, not knowing if it's good or bad. Day 2. To Xiaoya's regret, he ran outside Vice Dean Yun Bing's villa on the second early in the morning, wanting to ask Yun Bing about the Dao rhythmic energy, but Vice Dean Yun Bing seemed to be away, and he shouted several times without getting a response. Maybe there are too many matters, just started school and went to handle things. Xiao Yi left the place with this thought. Unbeknownst to him, there was a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him from inside the third-floor window. Damn Yun Shi, what an abomination! Why should I say that I'm horny for Xiao Yi? How am I supposed to face him? I can't face it. Yun Bing, the coquettish imperial sister lying inside the window, gritted her teeth. Suddenly Yun Bing touched her mature imperial sister's stunningly beautiful face, felt a little hot and said in shock, "I won't really have that kind of meaning towards Xiao Yi." During these 2 days, she had indeed been thinking about the soothing feeling she would have felt when Xiao Yi had solved her flaws for her, and Xiao Yi's handsome face had flashed through her mind from time to time. After all, life, their first time to be seen naked touch light, that scene, the first time, well, she estimated a lifetime will not forget. Yun Bing wasn't sure if she liked Xiao Yi, but she came up with a solution. "Since he's seen me, wouldn't it be better if I looked back and touched back, and returned it so I wouldn't like him? Gotta find an opportunity, though." Thinking of it, Yun Bing's body vaporized in the midst of space, rather existing at the back of space, concealing all aura. Not a supreme being could not see her or touch her at all. Yun Bing, who was then hidden in the back of the space, quietly followed Xiao Yi's footsteps and followed him to the academy's teaching building. Xiao Yi then took the 2 stunningly beautiful beast nymphs in the form of beastier nymphs to the Heaven's Pride class. Yesterday was the start of the school year, and classes didn't officially begin until today. On the way, Xiao Yi, who was in possession of 2 stunningly beautiful young girls, immediately attracted the attention of many new and old students. Look, it's these 3 high school seniors who made the student union completely overhaul with their own power. What grass, what a pretty girl, this is the school flower, or the top student of the college entrance exam. Envious. This Xiao Yi is too happy with his left and right arms. Under the attention of many people, the beautiful eyes of the 2 stunning beastier nymphs, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, exuded a bright color as they both approached Xiao Yi and kissed his handsome face with a mouthful of kisses on the left and right. Wave. Wave. Yun Bing, who was in the dark, glared and gasped, "Good, being fed 2 mouthfuls of dog food." Chapter 63. Yun Bing is jealous. Most beautiful assistant teacher Liu request for follow-up reading. She's here for the opportunity, not the dog food.
The surrounding male freshmen and older students who were heading to the school building together glared. What a guy, getting up early in the morning before breakfast and being fed 2 mouthfuls of dog food. Yeah hubby, so are we still going to breakfast? Not going, dog food fed. Question, what's it like to be kissed on the cheek by 2 schoolgirls? Rush. They looked at Xiao Yu with hatred, and that intense killing intent would come out through their bodies. The contractor beast maidens beside these male freshman veterans all chortled in annoyance after seeing their husbands with whom they had made a contract look like this. What are you envious of? If you were as suave as that handsome little man, I'd feed you breakfast with my mouth. Don't look at it, it's all dull-eyed, it's a disgrace to me. Humph, you're sour, those 2 schoolgirls have long been in the shape of that teenager. Oops. Forgot my wife was here. Both the new student males and the old student males turned pale and hurriedly apologized to the beast woman's wife with whom they had made a contract. However, some of the male freshmen and male older students were still secretly sizing up the 2 stunningly beautiful schoolgirls beside Xiao Yu while apologizing. S-rank template awakened people could all take on the form of a beast ear woman, and almost all of those who could enter the Mordor Academy were S-rank or higher awakened people. Xiao Yu felt the intensely jealous gazes around him and instantly gasped at Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi. Well, you're trying to murder your own husbands. Saying that, Xiao Yu raised his arm to hold the small heads of the 2 beast maiden wives and brought them towards him. Under the 2 girls' surprised gazes, Xiao Yu kissed their small mouths at the same time. Wave. The ones all made a sound. Mm. Mm. After separating, the 2 schoolgirl beastesses covered their mouths with slightly reddened pretty faces and said, Xiao Yi, you're so bad. I love it. Xiao Yu raised his chin and said smugly, humph, the 2 of you actually wanted to take advantage of me, and I took advantage of you back. Just like this, a dragon-eared absolute beauty beastess with a huge body and a fox-eared absolute beauty beastess with long white legs held Xiao Yu's arm left and right, and entered the inside of the freshman teaching building between jokes and laughs, heading to the first class of the Heaven's Pride class. Yun Bing, the goddess Feisteen who followed beside Xiao Yi at the back of the space, had her mouth pouting as she said in a depressed manner. Really, being fed so much dog food so early in the morning. The student indentured servants all appeared in pairs, and she seemed to be the only one here who was a single dog. While depressed, Yun Bing felt a few tinges of sourness arise within him, like eating a lemon that hadn't ripened yet, sour and astringent. Freshman class 1 of the Tennessee Pride class. Xiao Yu's trio entered the place and actually found that the space here was very large, as big as a soccer field. And there was no seating, just a field with serial numbers plan and equipment, much like a high school entrance exam site. The 3 of them seemed to be the latest to arrive, with 19 pairs of indentured servants long gone from the class. 19 pairs of indentured servants formed a large circle, and at the very center was a class guide couple in tight battle suits, and an assistant instructor, a beast-eared woman, dressed in a daring fabric-less. When Xiao Yi entered the place, it attracted everyone in the class, and everyone's gazes suddenly gathered on Xiao Yu's trio. It's 3 high school seniors. A high school senior? Supposedly pulling up the overall ranking of the base city by himself. The contractor Celestials whispered, while Xiao Yu wondered if it was his own illusion. He had just actually seen the stunning beast-eared lady, dressed in bold clothing with very little fabric, throw a flirty wink at him. Xiao Yu couldn't help but touch his handsome face and secretly said, "This is looking at me? Guess it's one of life's top 3 illusions." In front of the Heaven's remarkable contractors, the class guide couple in tight combat uniforms, on the other hand, nodded to Xiao Yu's trio before saying, "Now that everyone is here. First period, officially. We are your class instructors, a SS class lion template, realm great honored one. We have conquered sea beasts and been university teachers, but this is our first time as class guides." The classroom couple introduced themselves in detail, then their eyes went to the assistant teacher beast-ear nymph beside them, exuding a look of respect, and said, "This one is an assistant professor named Luya, speaking of which she is still our predecessor. 100 years ago, she was the most beautiful professor of our Kuan-Pang Combat Academy, and brought out many great powers in the academy. However, one day her husband was sacrificed under the claws of a magical beast, and Professor Lu resigned from her professorship, and it was only after the Vice Dean's gracious invitation that she continued to teach at the school as an assistant professor." Some students around them whispered, "I know her. When the magical beasts invaded Mordor, it happened suddenly. Her husband was pierced through the heart by a claw of a top-ranked magical beast when he was out alone, and then the most beautiful professor of the Kuan-Pang Combat Academy suddenly resigned from her job. Yes, as a native of Mordor, I also heard my elders mention it, and this incident was quite a sensation back then. The most beautiful professor became a widow and resigned from her job, and a lot of gossip was spread. Yes, in everyone's eyes, she is still the most beautiful assistant professor, with a status more noble and appetizing than even the average professor. The most terrifying thing is her connections. She has brought out powerful people all over all the zones of the country, and it's said that every place she goes to, there are great powers that come out to greet her. Teaching assistants, equivalent to external staff, are not part of the teaching staff. The Tianjiao students gave the sexy and beautiful Liu Ruyan assistant professor a respectful look. Next to the class guide, the cat-eared beast-eared lady Luya with 2 furry ears smiled prettily and opened her fiery red lips to send out a mature young woman's voice, saying, "It's said that this term the Academy has recruited 3 top students from the college entrance exams, and the Vice Dean has specially asked me to be the assistant teacher of your Heaven's Pride Class 1. Don't look at me like I'm just a beast-eared widow, but I have a lot of teaching experience, so if any of the students have any learning questions, they can come and ask me during class." Her words agitated a group of Heaven's Pride students who had yet to completely shed their tenderness. The boys are thrilled to be instructed by the famous and most beautiful assistant teacher, and the girls are thrilled to have an assistant teacher with a lot of teaching experience. I see. Xiao understood. The reason why this assistant teacher gave him a look was because he was the top student of the college entrance examination. He should have been the one who looked at him wrong. It wasn't any tie eyes, it was a normal look. In fact, this most beautiful assistant coach's outfit is too easy to miss. She was dressed very daringly, wearing a belly button revealing jacket on top, and black super short leather pants that merely covered her but completely exposed her long white legs. And after assistant teacher beast-eared lady Luya finished speaking, she threw another wink at Xiao Yi. Question mark. For the second time, Xiao Yi felt that he hadn't seen it wrong. Yun Bing, who was hiding in the shadows, raised her willow eyebrows and muttered, "What kind of eyes is this? Why does it feel a bit strange?" She felt a tinge of sourness grow inside her. The lesson quickly passed, and after the class ended, the most beautiful assistant teacher came to Xiao Yi and laughed under the gazes of the crowd. "The house is a bit cold. I wonder if the 3 top scholars, could you have the honor of going to my house for dinner tonight?" Chapter 64 Poison Rose Luya request for follow-up reading. The most beautiful assistant teacher, Liua, actually invited 3 high school seniors to her house for dinner? Hearing this, all the Heaven's Pride students present were surprised, revealing looks of envy or jealousy. This represented that the most beautiful assistant teacher recognized this Xiao Yi in them, and wanted to establish a long-lasting and stable relationship with the 3 of them, which was not something that could be compared to an unusual teacher-student relationship. To say that the 2 goddesses' dean is the snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain can be seen from afar but not blasphemous play, generally see not see. But this widowed Liua, formerly the most beautiful professor and at this point the most beautiful assistant professor, is a goddess that can be accessed every day, a goddess that all men have the opportunity to pursue. Yun Bing, who was in the dark, did not feel surprised by this move of the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya. After all, she was the one who had personally gone to ask Luya to teach this class, and it made sense that Luya would attach great importance to Xiao Yi, the 3 top students of the college entrance examination. However, Xiao Yi's next words caused Yun Bing to break his defenses. Only to see Xiao Yi smiling with his hands clasping his chest in the face of the invitation from the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya. "No problem, assistant coach. Originally I wanted to ask the vice president some questions, but I could never find her, so I'll ask you later." The color of surprise flashed in the eyes of the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya Mei, and nodded her head in response. "Yeah, no matter if it's about learning or life, you can come and ask me." Xiao Yi's face was delighted as he thanked. "Then thank you, assistant professor." Liu waved a nonchalant hand. Yun Bing observer Xiao Yi's handsome face appeared with a surprised smile, and her heart couldn't help but feel empty. In this moment, she felt as if she had lost something important. It made her feel instantly despondent, and there was a tinge of sourness. Originally, the 2 had more opportunities for contact, and she was the one who personally pushed Xiao Yi to Luya. Yun Bing didn't know whether this move was right or wrong. The class guide looked at Xiao Yi's trio in surprise and laughed. "Good boy, actually being able to make Professor Luya treat you like this, even I'm envious." The realm of the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, was above him. And when it comes to teaching experience, the couple is a younger brother in front of Liuya. If there was Luya's cultivation, the growth of Xiao Yi's trio would definitely be much smoother, and their future would be unlimited. There's only one class today. Today's class will focus on getting to know your classmates, introducing your teacher, and going over the schedule for the upcoming classes. The course, which was nothing more than cultivation enhancement, and the development of combat awareness. Xiao Yi felt his palm being scratched a few times as he was held by the beast-eared Lady Luya.
See you tonight,
beast-eared Lady Luya said and then headed out of the classroom. No one else saw this little gesture. Xiao Yi was a little shocked. This is known as the most beautiful assistant Professor Luya. Behavior has been so jumpy. Outside the classroom, by the window, in the hallway, there were a lot of older students squatting, and one by one, they stretched their necks and peered inside the classroom. Goddess assistant teacher, it's really a goddess assistant teacher, she actually came to teach the freshmen. These legs, they're so white and tender. As usual, the goddess assistant teacher is dressed nice and sexy. That's right, it's a pity that she's a poisonous rose, so that people will be deeply attracted just by looking at her, but if they try to touch her, they'll be poisoned to death. Just look at it. What, you want to touch it? A youth with a green dragon tattoo among them chided, noisy. All be quiet. What about disturbing the study of the Heaven's Pride class inside? The old students looked at each other, and when they saw the young man guarding the door, they were all shocked. The student council will Chang'e, someone exclaimed. No way, he actually told us not to disturb the students from studying? Is this really the domineering and arrogant student council president? I'm sure he is. These older students are talking much less loudly. Shoo! Facing the whispers of these people around him, Chang'e put his middle finger in front of his mouth and made a gesture to keep his voice down. Suddenly behind the door beside him came out a cat-eared beast-eared Lady Luya, who looked at Chang'e with a face full of surprise and coldly grunted. I didn't realize you changed your nature and would think of others. Chang'e smiled awkwardly, raised his hand and scratched his head, saying, Auntie Lu, people always change, hee hee. Humph. I hope you're not a 3-minute man, get out of the way. Assistant teacher Luya didn't give Chang'e any face at all and snorted coldly. Chang'e was the son of a supreme being, but he didn't dare to be reckless in front of Luya. Oddly, get out of the way. Only then did the cat-eared beast-eared lady, Liu, leave the classroom. Meet Professor Ryu. Good noon, Professor Ryu. Take care, Assistant Professor Ryu. The 20 or so older students who were squatting greeted the goddess when they saw her walk out. Only after the beast-eared Lady Luya disappeared into thin air did these people leave the place reluctantly. They all had indentured servant wives, but how could an indentured servant wife compare to the goddess assistant teacher Luya? Chang'e smiled bitterly and entered the middle of the classroom. He had something to find Xiao Yi. At this moment, Xiao Yi's trio was surrounded by 19 pairs of contractor freshmen. Not only were the 3 Xiao Yis the top students of the college entrance examination, but they would also be focused on cultivating by Luya, the well-known assistant teacher, and they all got up the idea of befriending the 3 Xiao Yis. One by one, they wanted to invite Xiao Yi's trio for dinner, to visit their homes, or to visit the nightly entertainment clubs. Among these people, there was no lack of Heaven's Pride students from prominent families, and of course, there were also Heaven's Pride students from ordinary origins but with very good natural talent. Xiao Yi wanted to leave, but there was no way that these students were too enthusiastic and were close to directly stuffing crystal cores, so he simply could not walk out. At that moment a gruff voice came from outside the crowd. All get out of the way, I have something to find Xiao Yi. The celestial pride were disdainful, let's not give a, we have something to do as well. That's right, who are you to be so arrogant? I know this person, it seems to be Brother Chang, the president of the student council, the son of the Supreme. Wooby, excuse me, I'll get out of the way right away. Me too. These celestial pride had heard about the student council's bullying, and once they heard that it was the student council president who was looking for them, they all hurriedly made a path. Xiao Yi pulled the 2 stunning beast-ear nymphs and walked out of the classroom along this path. Next to him, Chang'e followed up and said in surprise, it's possible, Uncle Xiao, even the most beautiful assistant teacher holds you in such high regard. You know her well? Xiao Yi asked, very curious about this most beautiful assistant teacher. Chang'e looked around twice, then whispered. The most beautiful professor, Luya, in the college power, I know her best. When I say second, no one dares to say first. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth hooked, then tell me more about that goddess assistant teacher. Chang'e recalled and whispered. Luya, the first person under the supreme being. 200 years ago, she and her husband were renowned professors at the Kunsight Combat Academy. Under her hand, she brought out a lot of amazing and great people. She has remained a widow since her husband died at the claws of a wraith 100 years ago, when she became a teaching assistant. Xiao Yi nodded and said, what else? I've heard this information from others. Chang'e's eyes narrowed and looked around, and after realizing that no one had heard him, he mysteriously said.
Actually, my dad courted her. Xiao Yi was shocked. This news was too explosive. Then what? Chapter 65 Template Flaw, Realm Barrier. Request for catch-up reading. She's from the same era as my dad. At that time, she was still my dad's white moonlight come to life. My dad courted her and wanted to make a contract with her, but she refused, and only later did my dad make a contract with my mom. SSS grade spiritual illusion cat template. Auntie Lu's natural talent is not below my father's. Whisper it, he still has a crush on Aunt Willow even now. It's just that I don't know why, but Auntie Lu has never been able to advance to the supreme realm, as if that realm barrier is a heavenly chasm that she has never been able to cross. Originally, she was the most likely to become the 11th supreme being of the devil's capital. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi had the expressions of melon eaters on their faces. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, secretly made a note of this matter of the divide barrier. There is indeed such a thing, but that goon King Kong, who has been a family for more than 100 years, actually still has a crush on Liu now. He really deserves to die. Yun Bing on the back of the space cursed. The top 10 supreme beings of the devil's capital all belong to different generations of supreme beings. Supreme Vudra, a supreme promoted up in the recent era, ranked at the end of the top 10 supreme, both in terms of battle power and seniority. As for her Koan Pang Supreme Cloud Ice and Koan Pang Supreme Cloud Xie, they were existences that had been promoted to supreme 1,000 years ago, and had come up by cultivating hard in the form of bestial nymphs, and were both ranked in the forefront of the top 10 supreme supremacies. Although they used the exotic treasure to be able to mobilize the power of the template alone and incarnate to summon the Kuan Pang spirit beasts of the supreme realm, this kind of exotic treasure was used less than once, and she only had one left on her. That being said, Luya's problem, the 10 supreme beings of the devil's capital had all stepped in to help, but they just couldn't allow Luya to advance to the supreme realm. Even when an existence above the supreme being was requested to make a move, there was nothing they could do. This problem has persisted for almost a century. In the end, the existence above the supreme beings, along with their 10 supreme beings, came to the conclusion that the limitations of the template, or something wrong with the template, was what caused Luya to stay at the great exalted 10-star realm. With regards to the template's flaws, Jin Bing really didn't have the slightest way to solve it, otherwise her own template flaws, she would have solved it a long time ago. Chang Yi quietly approached Xiao Yi and said, "After you go to Auntie Lu's place tonight, don't mention the word widow, she's very sensitive to that word." Xiao Yi nodded in understanding. Whether it was in the previous life, or in the current post-apocalyptic Blue Star, the identity of a widow brings a lot of gossip and trouble. Especially the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, who has been a widow for 100 years. Then Chang Yi is to receive the reward in general, asked Xiao Yi, "Uncle Xiao, the reform of the student union is on track, and I..." Xiao Yi interrupted and patted his shoulder, "Don't worry, I'm not that dead-eyed, everyone has seen all this and won't complain to your father." Chang Yi was instantly relieved when he heard this, then his eyes looked towards Nangong Siyao and said, "Auntie Nangong, that video? Can I delete it?" Nangong Siyao shook her head, saying no. "Alright then." Chang Yi had the sense not to ask any more questions, and after greeting Xiao Yi, he left. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, took the two stunningly beautiful bestiers nymphets back to Villa 001 in the Third Lake Scenic Area Villa area to make some preparations before heading to the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, in the evening. When you go to an assistant professor's house for a visit, you have to prepare a gift anyhow, as well as organize your appearance. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi came together on the sofa to discuss what gifts to prepare. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, came to the bedroom and undressed his entire body, preparing to change into a handsome casual outfit. Xiao Yi was the type that was thin in clothes and fleshy out of clothes. What he didn't know was that in the shadows a peeping Tom goddess who was secretly following him, Vice President Yun Bing. At this time, Yun Bing was very happy, the corners of her mouth hooked up in excitement were harder to suppress than a cannon. She kept sizing up Xiao Yi, especially the 8-pack abs, and the little brother. Yun Bing was very proud and her pretty face slightly reddened as she said, "Humph, finally looking back. I didn't expect Xiao Yi to be so stylish, the more I look at him, the more I want to look at him." Xiao Yi didn't know about this, and half a minute later he changed into a casual outfit that was more comfortable to wear. However, when Xiao Yi searched for the black scented capsule on the old clothes, he realized that the black scented capsule had been lost by him at some point. Xiao Yi had a look of regret. This one-of-a-kind Cloud Ice brand of scented pouches is a delight, both in terms of scent and ease of carrying. My Cloud and Ice brand bomb. Never mind. Xiao Yi then took the two stunningly beautiful girls, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, as well as the prepared specialties of Mon Yuan Base City, and went on his way.
An odd color surfaced on the delicate and pretty face of Yun Bing, the coquettish imperial sister in the dark.
Cloud and Ice Brand Bomb? The corner of her mouth twitched. What kind of odd name is that? To name it after her, Yun Bing, was bold and outrageous. Yun Bing pulled out a small, soft, black donut-scented capsule from his pocket. This so-called scent bag was stolen from Xiaoye's pocket when she was bored. Yun Bing brought it close to her white and tall nose and smelled it. Her face blushed and said, "Holy, I really can't figure out Xiaoye, this youngster. Why does he like to smell my body fragrance?" She unwrapped the black scented pouch and froze. This, actually, was the stocking she had improvised giving out in the first place? It's outrageous. Xiaoye the pervert. Yun Bing cursed. Inside, however, it was becoming a little happier for some reason. Thinking of Xiaoye's regretful look just now, Yun Bing felt that this scented bag, should it not be returned to him? This stocking was stained with her supreme body scent on top of it, at least a month before it would gradually dissipate, and now it was almost more than half a month. The smell on it was relatively light. So Yun Bing looked at the black stockings on the body surface of her long legs. Then the ghost took it off, and after a minute's processing, it was manufactured into a brand new Cloud Ice brand original black fragrance sachet. Bringing it close to my nose and sniffing it, not to mention, it really smells good, a very distinctive and unique fragrance. Yun Bing felt strange inside, felt like a pervert, which had this smell their own. Yun Bing broke his defense and gasped. "I've been brought down by Xiaoye and have become a pervert." No, I'm not the pervert, Xiaoye is. She wanted to find an opportunity to put this brand new Cloud Ice brand original fragrance sachet into Xiaoye's pocket. Thinking about the scene where Xiaoye kept her things with her, Yun Bing somehow became flutteringly happy inside. The students of the academy did not know what was in the mind of the goddess Supreme Dean, and neither did Xiaoye, who at this moment came to the door of the 10th villa in the villa area of the 3rd Lakeview area with the 2 schoolgirls. Xiaoye was a bit surprised, not expecting that his residence, and assistant professor Luya's residence, were actually both in the 3-size Lakeview villa area, and were actually only separated by a few hundred meters. Ding dong! After the doorbell rang, the door opened and a boldly dressed stunning widowed assistant teacher, Luya, appeared in front of Xiaoye's 3 eyes. Chapter 66, Luya, please fix the flaws for me. Requesting for catch-up reading. Her 3,000 black hair was cascading over her shoulders, and she had changed into a small strapless halter top and black leather pants that only covered her ass. At first glance, it captivates the eye. Both white flower long legs, but also not vulgar, full of flavor of the delicate body and unique temperament. A smile appeared on Luya's fair goose-egg face as she welcomed Xiaoye's trio inside. The Syriac decor, with its large living room, was as simple and crude as a scene of battle with the foreigners. Xiaoye smacked his lips. The assistant coach's preferences were really unique. After sitting down on the broken and tattered stone chairs, Luya brought up a dish with all the aromas and flavors bubbling hot, and also prepared a jug of high-level wine and poured a cup for each person. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, the 2 foodie girls, saw a table of dishes. Their eyes were glowing, and they had no qualms about moving their mouths to eat. In less than 10 seconds, both of them were eating with their little mouths covered in grease and their tiny mouths stuffed with dishes. Xiaoye let out a bitter smile. Eat slowly, don't choke. The 2 women's mouths were so full of food that they couldn't even speak. Sitting directly across from her, Liu snorted, "It's okay, feel free to eat." Luya crossed her long white legs and drank the high-level wine in one gulp. The whole person leaned on the stone chair and squinted at Xiaoye. "Student Xiaoye, I heard that you can fix physical defects?" Exclamation point. Xiaoye raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Assistant professor, I do know an ancestral massage technique that can solve human defects." Luya's beautiful eyes showed joy. "It's still true? The vice dean mentioned it to me, and I thought it was her complimenting you. So can you see any flaws in me?" It dawned on Xiaoye that the reason why this Luya, who was called the most beautiful assistant teacher, had invited him here as a guest was because of a physical defect, not because he was a top student in the college entrance examination. Luya poured herself another cup of high-level wine that overflowed with a mellow aroma, and then drank it all in one go, explaining with a slightly saddened look on her pretty face. "Back then, after my husband was sacrificed under the claws of a demonic beast, my realm has been stuck at the 10th star of the Great Exalted, and 100 years have passed, and after trying 1,000 ways, I have not been able to advance to the Supreme Exalted Realm." Gulp! Luya continued as she downed one glass after another of highly alcoholic wine, a slightly drunken blush appearing on her face. "I want to ascend to Supreme and avenge my husband's death. That Supreme Realm heavenly horse demonic beast, I must slaughter it."
When Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi heard this, they immediately felt a sense of emotion within themselves and said, "Assistant Professor is so infatuated. Yes, you'll be able to ascend to Supreme and avenge your sacrificed husband, for sure." Nangong Siyao's small hands full of oil grabbed Xiaoyi's face and said, "Xiaoyi, don't you know how to solve the template problem? You were the one who solved my template problem in the first place, you must help assistant teacher Luya to solve the template problem." The corner of Xiaoyi's mouth twitched as he slapped away Nangong Siyao's small hands that were full of oil, making his face full of oil. "Humph, when the time comes, I'll let you eat it clean with your mouth." When Luya, the most beautiful assistant teacher, heard this, she stared at Xiaoyi in astonishment and said, "Not only can you solve the physical defects, but you can also solve the template problem?" Xiaoyi nodded helplessly and said, "Assistant Professor, I have the probability of solving the template problem, but there is no guarantee that it will be solved." The most beautiful assistant teacher Luya suddenly breathed rapidly, and the whole person became very excited, slowing down for a while before gradually calming down. An exclamation mark appeared in the beautiful eyes of Yun Bing, who was at the back of the space and was observing from the shadows. "This kid, he can fix the template? Why didn't he give me the word? Humph. My template problem, can he fix it?" Nangong Siyao's words not only agitated the most beautiful assistant teacher Luya, but also caused Yun Bing, who was in the shadows, to stiffen his face. Because of the template problem, Yun Bing are ready to alienate Xiaoyi, step by step to push Xiaoyi to Luya. Let Luya specialize in teaching knowledge, specialize in cultivating Xiaoyi, just like a private tutor. All the doubts born in Xiaoyi let Luya to solve the confusion. But now, Xiaoyi he said he could solve the template problem? This caused Yun Bing's brain to fall into the midst of downtime. Luya twisted her sexy and full of flavorful body to Xiaoyi's side, her hands grabbed Xiaoyi's shoulders to come very close, her small face excitedly said, "Xiaoyi, can you show me if you can solve my template problem?" Xiaoyi frowned, Luya was too close to him, the wine-scented nostrils exhaled from his nose sprayed on his face, causing his face to itch. "Just a moment, it's a technical job, I'll have to take a closer look." "Sorry it's a necessary process." Xiaoyi reached out his hand and placed it on Luya's face and body and pressed it a few times, pretending that he was checking something. Liu's small face reddened, but she didn't stop it. Nangong Siyao, Chang Bingshi, and the peeping Tom Yun Bing were all attracted to watch intently. Xiaoyi frowned his sword brows as he opened the template adjuster probe function. Template adjuster in progress. SSS grade spirit fantasy cat template, Liu disabled template. Problem 1. Because the male party did not agree to the mandatory stripping of the contract, resulting in a huge cost, leading to the loss of the template rule crystals, the formation of a defective template, not being able to enter into a contract with anyone, and not being able to utilize any exotic treasures under the laws to summon the spiritual fantasy cat summoning beasts. Problem 2. The template is mutilated, and the realm not only fails to improve, but also gradually regresses with the passage of time until the realm reaches 0. One solution, replenish 2 rule fragment crystals of the creation category to completely solve the problem of the defective template. 2 solutions, combining human acupressure atlas, replenishing Taoist energy and stabilizing the realm. The information probed out was displayed among Xiaoyi's retina. Xiaoyi looked at it and then he learned about assistant teacher Luya's situation, and then utilized the system probing function to probe Luya's realm at this time. SSS class spirit cat template. Realm, Grand Exalted 1 star. Sure enough, Luya's realm at this moment was not the first under the Supreme Being, the Great Exalted 10-star realm, as the Student Council President Chang Yi had said, but it was lowered to the Great Exalted 1-star realm. 10 minutes had passed, and as he watched Xiaoyi's hand keep pressing on Luya's delicate body that was full of flavor, Yun Bing, who was at the back of the space, suddenly got a little angry and grunted. "Could you Xiaoyi, an old colorful batch, touching me wasn't enough, even the most beautiful assistant coach was touched." Yun Bing was jealous. 10 minutes, Luya a little cannot bear the hands on the body, a little playful face a little twisted said. "Mr. Xiaoyi, did you check anything out?" Xiaoyi's hand froze, he had probed it long ago, but his hand was addicted to pressing it, so he pressed it for 10 minutes. But Xiaoyi's face was as normal and his expression was calm as he said, "There's a result." Xiaoyi does not feel ashamed at all, according to the assistant teacher Luya's is the hand, off his Xiaoyi what matters? Chapter 67 Xiaoyi takes a shot, solving Luya's flaws. Requesting for catch-up reading. Xiaoyi, what do you see? Nangong Siyao felt that Xiaoyi was taking advantage. When Xiaoyi had first shown her the template, he hadn't even pressed it like this. Xiaoyi frowned and hesitated for a moment, his gaze looking towards Luya, his sword brows furrowed into a Sichuan character. The assistant teacher, Liu, was flustered and said delicately, "If it doesn't check out, then press it for another 10 minutes. Xiaoyi shook his head and his gaze was grave. Assistant to Professor, you lied. The reason your template is in trouble is because in the first place, you forced the release of the contract without your husband's consent, so it caused a huge and unbearable cost. Everyone present was shocked. Was this true? There is actually such a secret story? Assistant teacher Luya's beautiful eyes widened, her gaze becoming unbelievable as she excitedly said. You. Can you even tell? Xiaoyi nodded. Assistant Professor, there are rumors in the outside world that the power of the contract was automatically lifted after your husband was sacrificed at the claws of a magical beast, but the truth is diametrically opposite. Flop. With a sound, Assistant Teacher Luya paralyzed on the broken stone chair next to Xiaoyi, her expression showing hatred. A touch of hatred surged up from her heart, and a look of anger appeared on her pretty face as she said. Yes, back then, that goddamned one, from the first day he contracted me, had an affair and kept it hidden from me until that day more than 100 years ago, when I castrated him and then mandatorily released the power of the contract between us. He then went mad with rage and accidentally rushed into the range of the Supreme Demonic Beast and died at the hands of the Supreme Demonic Beast. I'm even thankful for that Supreme Demonic Beast, that goddamn damned, dying solves my heart's hatred. Perhaps it was because the assistant coach, Liu, had drunk too much of the high level of alcohol and she had not mobilized her energy to dispel the alcohol. The whole person stepped into a drunken state and began to show her true side. Humph, damn you stinking men, I've been wearing clothes with very little fabric every day since then, just to tempt you and make you want it, but not get it. He. Xiaoyi touched his nose feeling embarrassed all of a sudden. But it was unfortunate to say that Ryuya had betrayed her on the first day of contracting her contractors. That Vudra Supreme was also unfortunate in that the goddess that he had pursued for a long time was cheated on after making a contract with someone else. The two Nangong Siyao girls, and Yun Bing in the shadows, on the other hand, stared in amazement. I didn't realize that Liu's husband, who had been dead for over 100 years, had been unfaithful and had been punished by death. He. Didn't expect it, Xiaoyi student, you must not just pinch flowers and mess with the grass or at that time these two little sisters take advantage of your sleep. Liu raised her hand in a scissor gesture, a grin on her face. At that instant, the three women, Nangong Siyao, Cheng Bingshi, and Yun Bing, suddenly looked at Xiaoyi, and the slightest hint of coldness flowed out from their gazes. Xiaoyi hurriedly assured the two women, I've always been clean, it's impossible for me to womanize. Unless it can't be helped. Nangong Siyao pounced over and said with a cheeky smile, of course you won't, I can't afford to castrate you. Cheng Bingshi's small face blushed and said, me too. Xiaoyi spoke out to shift the topic to Luya and said, Assistant Professor Liu, in these 100 years, your realm should have regressed a lot, right? Luya was shocked, so shocked that she greatly opened her fiery red lips and shocked, you're too divine. That even checks out. That's right. Ever since my mandatory release from the contract, the realm has been regressing, and no matter what methods I use, I can't stop the trend. Immediately after that, the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, stared tightly at Xiaoyi and said, then, Brother Xiaoyi, do you have a way to solve it? Xiaoyi hesitated, there is, but I can only solve the problem of your realm regressing. As for the main problem with the template, I don't really have the materials to solve it for you right now. Assistant Professor Liu's spirit was shaken with delight. Yun Bing, the goddess vice president in the dark, held her breath for fear of missing a single word that Xiaoyi said. Assistant teacher Liuya was pleasantly surprised, so, as long as there are enough materials, you have a solution to my template problem? Xiaoyi nodded, but then shook his head, frowning a bit in silence. Seeing that Xiaoyi did not speak, Yun Bing hummed and said darkly. This asshole, nodding and shaking his head, what the hell does that mean What a rush. Xiaoyi couldn't do anything about it, Luya's template lacked 2 creation-type rule fragment crystals, but the rule fragment thing was too high grade, there was no way to obtain it Creation-type rule fragment crystallization, do you know about this, Assistant Professor? Xiaoyi asked. Luya's expression stagnated and a disappointed look appeared on her face as she said, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. With her curiosity, it was normal to have heard of some high-level materials, but this kind of material that was too high-level was too difficult to get her hands on. Yun Bing's pretty face was embarrassed, she knew about this thing and had a way to obtain it. But it was very hard to get her hands on this thing. She even had to pay a great price to have the probability of getting 1 or 2 of them. Xiaoyi comforted, that can't be helped, but I can solve the problem of realm regression for the assistant professor. The loss in Luya's heart lessened by a few points, and she said joyfully, then I would like to thank Brother Xiaoyi.
Xiao glanced at Luya's delicate body that was full of flavor and tried to ask, "This kind of defect requires physical contact, you won't castrate me afterwards, right?" Luya was in the midst of elation and hastily shook her head, stating that she wouldn't. Yun Bing, who was at the back of the space, snorted coldly, "This bastard is really blessed with lust." The only 3 goddesses in the Kunlun Combat Academy had all had intimate physical contact with him. Xiao Yi continued, "Assistant professor, that's an ancestral human acupressure that requires me to remove my entire body's clothing and then perform an all-over acupressure." Xiao Yi made his words clear, and Luya realized that if she insisted, she would probably be seen and touched. But the pain in her heart brought about by the regression of the realm in the past 100 years of Luya's life again, she really didn't want to be enduring it anymore. She was supposed to be 100% going to advance to the Supreme Realm and become the 11th Supreme of the Magic Capital. But ever since that incident had passed, not only had she not been promoted to Supreme, many of the auras on her body had left her, and her realm had fallen again and again. Luya speculated that in a few more months, his realm would definitely fall to the Exalted Realm. The Exalted Realm, and the Great Exalted Realm, it was one heaven and one earth. In the post-apocalyptic Blue Star era, cultivation was fundamental, realm was everything, and Luya didn't want to lose the Great Exalted Realm. Having figured it out, so Luya's pretty face looked solemn. "Brother Xiao Yi, I'm perfectly fine with it." Half an hour later, after everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi were lying there, contentedly patting their bulging little tummies. Liu then went into the middle of the bathroom, wanting to wash off that smell of alcohol. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was familiarizing himself with the template adjuster, which gave the Luya specialized human acupressure point massage atlas. After about 10 more minutes or so, Luya, who was only wearing a bath towel, led Xiao Yi into the middle of the Syriac pressure-style war-scene boudoir bedroom. After locking the door, Liu dropped her towel and lay there, hyperventilating. "Xiao Yi, don't be nervous, come on." Chapter 68, Walloped by the Goddess Dean. Requests for follow-up reading. A white cylinder came into view. Xiao Yi slightly surveyed it, the same as the goddess Vice Dean Yun Bing was having an explosive figure, but Luya was filled with the flavor of a young woman. This kind of rhyme Xiao Yi couldn't describe it, but those who understood it did. A flash of redness appeared on Luya's delicate pretty face and her body tensed up. She saw that Xiao Yi was slow to make a move and urged, "Brother Xiao Yi, don't be nervous, come on!" Exclamation point. Xiao Yi's sword brows raised and his gaze showed surprise. "Good man, you're obviously the one who's nervous, aren't you?" Xiao Yi's face was normal as he put on his massage gloves, which he had specially prepared in order to avoid his hands from being pickled in flavor. Next, Xiao Yi took out a blue Dao Rhythm energy ball from the system space and started the massage journey according to the diagrams given by the template adjuster. Start transmitting the Dao energy from the acupoints in the spiritual C location of the head first. Head, neck, upper, half an hour past the hour. But when it came to massaging Liu's lower parts, she suddenly had a stress reaction. "No, sorry, no one's touched me in over 100 years. Liu said shyly as she covered her head under her pillow. Xiao Yi wiped his face and said, "Then I'll skip this part?" Liu, will the effect diminish then? Xiao Yi pondered, "It will." Luya, "So, go on then, don't skip anything." Xiao Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind, and then continued. Lower, back, rear, legs, feet. After another half hour, it was finally done. The human body has 720 acupuncture points. This time, the project was more complicated, and Xiao Yi exerted 9 oxen and 2 tigers to finish it. Mostly, Liu was a bit sensitive and had several stress reactions. The massage ended and Xiao Yi ran out like he was running for his life. It's too scary. 10 times more terrifying than Nangong Siyao back then. Well. Luya felt faceless. It was the first time in over 100 years of being a widow's assistant teacher that she had been so out of sorts. However, when the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, sensed that in her body, a stream of metaphysical Taoist energy flowed along the meridians all over her body, she was suddenly surprised. Her realm, which lowered every now and then, actually stopped. Surprised, Liu instantly threw her shyness out of her mind and did a backflip onto the Syriza-style floor. It's amazing, it really stopped the falling realm. Liu waved his arms around on the ground before hitting a set of punches and kicks out of it. The room was whirring and the scent of a ghost filled the room. Outside, Xiao Yi fled as if he had gone into the bathroom, and he said in a slightly depressed mood. That's terrible, the gloves are on for nothing. The clothes were pickled in flavor, and I blamed Liu's stress reaction. You can't wash it off. It's an ethereal scent. Suddenly a voice came from behind, Xiao Yi, it smells good. Smells good. Xiao Yi turned his head and realized that it was the delicate imperial sister Yun Bing staring at him with a murderous look on her face. Xiao Yi was startled by this sudden scene and said, Sister Yun Bing, why are you here? Yun Bing was wearing a purple dress, and under the dress was a pair of long white legs. Doesn't she like to wear stockings, but she didn't wear them today? Xiao Yi is a bit puzzled. Goddess Feisteen Yun Bing beamed as if she was angry, her gaze grimacing as she said, Xiao Yi, why didn't you tell me that you could solve the template problem? Yun Bing's resentful woman-like eyes caused Xiao Yi to freeze for a moment. Humph. Yun Bing blocked Xiao Yi into a corner and walloped him. I don't care, you tell me right now how I can fix my template problem. Xiao Yi was walloped, looking at the stunningly beautiful face of Yun Bing who was close at hand, his breath hitting his face, he felt a little overwhelmed and said in a hurry. Sister Yun Bing, your template problem is one that requires 1 creation-type rule fragment crystallization, and 2 space-type rule fragment crystallizations in order to be completely resolved, and it's useless for me to talk about it. It's something I don't have, and before, we weren't close enough for me to give it to you. 1 creation class and 2 space classes. Yun Bing took this to heart, and the corner of his mouth ticked with joy. Then after I find all 3 crystals, can you guarantee to solve my template problem? This template problem has been bothering her for over 1,000 years. Moreover, her twin sister, Yun Shi, had also been plagued by the template problem for over 1,000 years. Cloud Ice is taken very seriously. Xiao Yi nodded with a solemn expression and said, Sister Yun Bing, as long as I have these 3 rule fragment crystals, I can guarantee that I can fix your template problem. He. Yun Bing was pleasantly surprised, that's good, I'll go look for it, wait for me. Aha! Xiao Yi nodded. Suddenly his pupils widened as a pretty face came sharply closer and imprinted on his mouth. Xiao Yi only felt a bit of coldness, something more in his pocket, and then the goddess vice president Yun Bing disappeared. Not good. Sneak attacked. Good for you Yun Bing, you don't speak of martial virtues. As the hallowed vice dean, the holy and noble goddess in the hearts of all students. Sneaking up on even the students. Then he added with a twist of words. Well, at least come in the light. It's not like I don't give a damn. Only kissed 0.05 seconds, what experience summarizes nothing, at least kiss 10 minutes to do. What about writing a thesis? Also experience and summarize. Xiao Yi already knew that from the moment he entered the home of the most beautiful assistant teacher, Liu, he had been kept in the spotlight by the goddess vice dean, Yun Bing, or else it was impossible for Yun Bing to suddenly say those words. However, where Yun Bing had gone and could she really obtain the rule fragment, Xiao Yi was not sure. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door from outside, and then a pleasant widow's voice with concern came in. Xiao Yi, are you frightened? I'm so sorry, next time I promise I won't. Can you come out and talk? The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched as he replied, no matter, as an ironclad man, I can go to war and fight the foreigners to the death, and I can also go into the kitchen and cook, how would I be frightened by such a small scene? He casually cleaned up a bit, then with a boom a majestic energy erupted from his body surface, expelling the soaked moisture compulsorily and drying out his clothes. A minute later, Xiao Yi straightened his meter and walked out. Only, the odor kept permeating the body, which could only be solved by going back and changing clothes. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi fell asleep in each other's arms on the chair, crystallized drool flowing from the corners of their mouths and solidifying on their white cheeks. And on the side, the well-dressed assistant teacher Liu saw Xiao Yi come out from the bathroom and rejoiced. Xiao Yi, my realm has finally stopped falling. Chapter 69 Origin Grade Exotic Treasure Powerful Functions, Extracting Rule Fragment Crystals. Requesting for follow-up reading. Xiao Yi uses the template adjuster to probe the function. Template adjuster in progress. SSS Class Spirit Fantasy Cat Template, Liuya, mutilated. Problems, forcible release of contract, resulting in loss of rule fragment crystals, resulting in crippled templates, no one may be contracted, no realm enhancement. Solution, 2 crystallized fragments of creation type rules to complete the defective template and completely solve the template problem. Liu's realm regression problem was indeed briefly solved. Facing the joy of the most beautiful assistant teacher, Liu, Xiao Yi was a bit intolerant and said back, assistant teacher sister, this is only temporary, after half a month, your realm will still regress. Ha! A flash of doubt appeared on Liu's mature and delicate face.
Xiao took out a ball in the system space whose color had faded with only a little bit of Tao rhythm energy left and said, "Assistant teacher sister, you should be able to sense that when I massage you, I replenish this kind of Tao rhythm energy in order to make your template stabilize a little bit and not allow the realm to regress. In about half a month's time, the Tao rhythm energy in your body will be gone." Luya understood and her expression became flustered. "So what do you mean?" Xiao nodded. "That's right, every half a month, you need to replenish this Tao rhythm energy. You cannot, your realm will still continue to drop. Moreover, I don't have a few of these Tao rhythm energy orbs." With a fluttering sound, Luya paralyzed on the chair, a look of despair on her stunningly beautiful face. "So, in the end, I'll still become weaker step by step, and finally turn into an ordinary person without a realm?" Luya brought the Tao rhythm energy orb over to look at it and awkwardly said, "Tao rhythm energy that can only be used at the supreme realm." The look of joy on her face completely disappeared and was replaced by a strong despair. Xiao asked, "Sister Assistant Professor, you don't have this kind of thing?" Luya despaired, "Tao rhythm energy, only contained in the crystal cores of Supreme Realm magical beasts." "Supreme Realm magical beast crystals, where am I, a great exalted, going to find them?" Xiao Yi was silent. "I didn't expect that the ball of Tao rhythm energy purified from the Xianhuang gemstone would be so powerful. It was worthy of being a law-grade exotic treasure, the Xianhuang jewel, starting out as the supreme." Looking at Luya, who was disheveled there, Xiao Yi's sword brows furrowed into a Sichuan character. Unfortunately, Luya is not his wife, otherwise Xiao Yi would definitely find a way to make up Luya's template. Although Luya was 100 years widow, but she was clean and never messed around, never touched a man in these 100 years, or else she wouldn't have been so sensitive at the time of the massage and had a stress reaction. If it was possible, Xiao Yi said he didn't mind. "Right, Xiao Yi." Luya's beautiful eyes narrowed. "You said that you could use 2 creation class rule fragment crystals to solve my template problem?" Xiao Yi's clothes were still filled with an ethereal fragrance, that of Luya's body odor, and he nodded, "Yes." Liu suddenly sat up straight and pulled a talking instrument out of her arms, dialing one phone number after another, and an awkward sentence came from there after the need was stated. This sentence made the hope that was born in Luya's heart once again dashed. "Creation type rule fragment crystals? I'm sorry teacher, I've never heard of this. Rule fragment crystals, or the creation class? No, this needs to be something you can only get your hands on at the peak of the supreme realm. I'm sorry teacher, this kind of high-grade exotic treasure is really not available, otherwise I would definitely give it to teacher, sorry. That teacher, you should go to a supreme 10-star mighty, we weaklings who are only grade exalted 10 stars at the highest can't take it out." In total, Luya made over 100 calls, all of which were from her students, and as a result, none of them were able to produce a rule fragment crystallization. In the back, Luya was disheveled and paralyzed on a stone chair, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the communication instrument. Suddenly she called out to the Vudra Supreme. "Hey Ryua, after 100 years, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to call me, it's really delightful. What do you want to see me about?" Luya said word for word, 2 creation-type rule fragment crystals. Vudra Supreme's words lurched, slightly embarrassed. Luya, it's not that I don't help you, you also know that I have just crossed into the supreme realm not long ago, and the rule fragment crystallization thing, I'm not qualified to take it yet. This thing has to be a top-tier supreme who has sensed some kind of rule Dao rhyme to be able to pay a large price in the midst of the world's turbulence in order to obtain one." Luya didn't care and said, "I'll be your lover if you help me get 2 creation-class rule fragment crystals. Haven't you always had a crush on me? Here's your chance." "Luya, are you for real?" Vudra Supreme was shocked. "Liu, really, it's more real than real gold." The Vudra Supreme was silent, and after a long time he said, "No need, I already have a family, just be a friend. But I'll use my contacts and try to get it for you." Luya's dark and incomparably beautiful eyes lit up. "How long will it take?" Supreme Vudra estimated and said, 100 years if you're quick, and if you're slower, when I ascend above Supreme, or at the peak of Supreme, 300 years to get it for you." The corners of Liua's mouth twitched and her beautiful eyes grew dark again. "Thank you." After saying that, she hung up the phone. In 100 years' time, her realm, I'm afraid, would have long since returned to zero. She could only think of a way to get some Supreme Realm crystal cores for Xiao Yi to massage to stop the realm from regressing. But the Supreme Exalted Realm Magical Beast Crystal Core, a great exalted realm, had to pay a great price to obtain it again. Suddenly a cold mechanical voice of the system sounded beside Xiao Yi's ear. "Trigger quest, enter the top 10 of Koan-Pang Combat Academy's Heaven's Pride ranking. Reward, 2 rule fragment crystals of the creation class." Just as Xiao Yi was rejoicing, the template adjuster also sent out a few messages.
Template adjuster third function, capable of extracting rule fragment crystals from magical beasts.
Magical beasts of the sovereign realm, magical beasts of the grand sovereign realm, extract at least one rule fragment crystallization in its entirety. Exalted realm, great exalted realm magical beasts, at least 2 rule fragment crystals extracted intact. Supreme realm magical beasts with initial contact with Daoreim, at least 3 pieces. Sacred realm magical beasts with initial contact with the laws, at least 4 pieces. There are losses in the extraction process, so it is not possible to extract all the crystals in the template completely. Xiao Yi dabbed and stood up from his chair. Surprise, it was too much of a surprise. He actually ignored the template adjuster from start to finish. Template adjuster, this is a top-notch exotic treasure at the origin level. The rule fragment crystals that could only be barely obtained by a top supreme could be easily extracted from a magical beast, as could a patriarchal realm magical beast. 2 creation type rule fragment crystals for just 2 sovereign realm magical beasts. Chapter 70, Receiving a Mission, Practical Combat Training Base. Seeking Favorites. Pick up the task. Xiao Yi received the system mission. Anyway, completing the mission and the use of the template adjuster did not conflict. Looking at Luya, the assistant teacher who was paralyzed with despair, Xiao Yi spoke out and comforted, Sister assistant teacher, in fact, there is no need for you to make the worst possible plans. Think in a good direction, perhaps you will be able to take care of the template problem soon? Liu pulled the corners of her mouth stiffly into a bitter smile and responded without hope, you're right, there could be a miracle yet. She didn't believe in miracles, they hadn't happened in over 100 years, and to expect them now? How could it be? Next, Xiao Yi brought the 2 women back to the middle of Villa 001, which was a few hundred meters away. It was rather late at this time, so Xiao Yi slept. Day 2. Xiao Yi got up early and checked the official website. Slaying magical beasts, the Mordor Beast Master Academy had a special wilderness actual combat base named Actual Combat Training Base, which was the academy's specialized magical beasts captured from the wilderness for the students of the 10 academies of the Mordor Academy to engage in actual combat. Those captured were screened magical beasts, and their combat power generally wouldn't be too high, and their realm was also moderate. It was most suitable for Xiao Yi to go ahead and carry out the extraction of the rule fragment crystallization. However, to travel to a live training base, you need to apply for qualification from your class guide. Half an hour later. The Heaven's Pride class, a large class. All the students were in place, and the 2 class advisors and the most beautiful assistant teacher, Liu, were watching. And the teacher who taught the first class. It had to be said that the Heaven's Pride class was the elite class of the academy. The students didn't have to run around and go to other classrooms, the teachers of all subjects had to come to the Heaven's Pride class to teach. This lesson is Introduction to Magic Beasts, in which an oddly shaped magic beast appears on a 360-degree virtual screen with no dead angle. Violent Kong, Ancient Titan, Dark Spectral Wolf, Spirit Fantasy Disc, Golden Eagle, and over 100 other magical beasts. Including appearance, characteristics, weaknesses, habits, and so on. 2 hours passed in one lesson, and a total of over 100 magical beasts were introduced. Xiao Yi's memory was very powerful, and he had memorized it all after going through it once. Some celestial pride listened to this lesson and felt that the magical beasts weren't scary and threatened to go kill them. Before the class ended, the lecturer instructed solemnly, the battlefield is 10 million changes, the magical beasts will not actively expose their weaknesses for you to attack, this class is just a basic introduction to the magical beasts, and has not yet been taught in actual combat, so don't be complacent. Unfortunately, many of the Heaven's Pride contractors didn't think so and threatened to go to the Void God Tower. The Void God Tower, the kind of tower that all candidates enter during the college entrance exams, all the magical beasts inside the tower are all illusions of the Great Spirit, and students who are injured in the tower will only feel mentally exhausted when they get out of the tower, and won't suffer any actual injuries. There was only 1 class a day, and Xiao Yi brought the 2 schoolgirl beastier nymphs to the class guide. At this time, the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, was chatting with the 2 class guides, both of whom were very satisfied with the teaching of the lecturer in this class. Only in the middle of that class just now, assistant teacher Luya paid extra attention to Xiao Yi, and other students didn't pay attention to him, as if he was the only student. Class guide, I want to request to go to the actual combat training base. Xiao Yi made the request. The male class guide frowned and said, no. The actual combat training base, sophomores and above can only go there, you're only a freshman, if you want to get in touch with magical beasts, just go to the Void God Tower. Nangong Siyao huffed and puffed, class guide, the Void God Tower is too unchallenging, we're going to go and kill real magical beasts. Nangong Siyao did not know why Xiao Yi wanted to go to the actual combat training base, but she did not even think about it and directly supported Xiao Yi. The female class guide laughed. You have pride, that's good. But Nangong student, Xiao Yi student, the actual combat training base is not the Void God Tower, where people will die. Oh.
Xiao Yi asked, what if I insist on going? Lin Bingshi nodded, yes, we're going there.
The two class guides frowned and stared, feeling that Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, and Lin Bingshi were pricks. If they forcefully refused, they would definitely annoy Xiao Yi's 3 scholarly celestial pride, but if they agreed, they might put Xiao Yi's 3 in danger. In the Magic City Imperial Beast Master Academy, all students of the 10 academies must be familiar with various types of magical beasts, and also after fighting various types of magical beasts amongst the Void God Tower, and promoted to the 2nd year of college, the teacher will lead the team in order to go to the actual combat training base for real combat. But that's sophomore year, what's the point of going to a real-world training base when you're a freshman and you've never even seen a real magical beast? The scene was solemn, and the two class directors were in a difficult position. At this time, Liu, who had been staring at Xiao Yi from the side and blushing from time to time, stepped forward and said to the class guide. How about this, I'll take the 3 Xiao Yi to the actual combat training base, and I'll be responsible for their safety. The two class instructors breathed a sigh of relief, and the male class instructor laughed. Since Teacher Liu has said so, then Xiao Yi, you guys go, but after you get there, remember not to run around and don't leave Assistant Teacher Liu too far away. The assistant teacher, Liu, was the first person under the Supreme Being, and the two class instructors were very relieved. Xiao Yi and the 3 of them then followed Liu and boarded the helicopter, heading to the actual combat training base. The students of the Heaven's Remarkable class were all shocked when they realized that the 3 of them, Xiao Yi, were going to go and fight with real magical beasts. Awesome, I muttered about going to the Void God Tower to kill magical beasts, and he went straight to the wilderness to go on a killing spree. That's the first prize, but it's going to bleed and get hurt there. Don't you dare go, I wouldn't dare anyway. I'm not afraid to laugh at you for saying it, I wouldn't dare. At this moment, Xiao Yi's trio's impression in the hearts of the crowd of celestial pride was instantly taller. Half an hour later, Liu led Xiao Yi's trio and tested them under the tall iron gate of the practical training base. Professor Liu, you're here. The 4 or 5 strong men of the gate guards obviously knew Liu. Liu nodded, can I bring 3 students for a bit of practice to get through? Door guard stout man, can. Professor Liu is the number 1 person under the Supreme Being, you can just pass through directly when you come, there's no need for testing. Another strong man from the gate guard, yes, that's right, these 3 students are so lucky to have Professor Liu personally bring in a real battle. Then, Liu led Xiao Yi's trio into it. A couple of strong men from the gate guards looked at the 4 who were far away and lamented. Liu is still as sexy as ever, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life if I could spend the night together. You can pull that off, don't look at her in her tie clothes, she's a poisonous rose with thorns. Right. I think she's just purposely seducing us and laughing at the awkwardness of us not getting it. Liu was still dressed as boldly as ever at this point, revealing a delicate stomach and long white legs. She twisted her sexy waist and led the 3 Xiao Yi in front. The words of the burly men were vaguely heard by Liu, but she didn't think anything of it. She was happy to see that men wanted her, but couldn't have her. However, when Liu remembered how she had lost her temper like that in front of Xiao Yi yesterday, she could not help but blush. A minute later, after passing through a heavy Gundam fence, the trio arrived in the middle of a jungle. Long-armed violent ape, flaming groundhog, poisonous cobra king, a magical beast came into view. Ryuya in the guise of a spiritually illusory cat-eared beast-eared lady. Xiao Yi's trio mobilized the power of their packs and took on the form of summoned beasts, the 3-toed golden dragon and the holy 2-tailed white fox. Rule fragment crystals, here we go. Chapter 71 Surprise. Crazy extraction of rule fragment crystals. Requesting for follow-up reading. After a vacation replenishment, the number of magical beasts in this jungle had multiplied. More than a dozen magical beasts surrounded Xiao Yi's 4 in a matter of breaths. The cat-eared lady, Liu, wagged her furry tail on her leather pants in a leisurely manner and said, "Can I help you?" "No need." The 3-toed golden dragon rose into the air with a chirp, its narrow body gleaming in the sunlight. The cat-eared lady Liu brushed her way to a big tree in the sky, her delicate body leaning on a thick branch, pulling out a packet of melon seeds from her pocket and eating it, watching with interest. She wanted to know how much real strength the so-called top students of the college entrance examination had. In the past, she had inquired about it from Vice Dean Yin Bing, but now she was witnessing it with her own eyes, and what she heard was never as interesting as what she saw.
20 meters high in midair, it hovered and floated, its golden vertical pupils constantly surveying the magical beasts below. It was actually Xiao Yi who was observing. The information of the black wolf, eagle, demon snake, and python, a single magical beast, appeared in Xiao Ye's retina. Template adjuster in progress. A 1-star demonic snake in the sovereign realm, 1 rule fragment crystal can be extracted. 7th order black wolf, unextractable. 3rd order eagle, unwithdrawable. Sovereign 3-star eagle, 1 rule fragment crystallization can be extracted. Sovereign realm 4-star ice python, 1 rule fragment crystallization can be extracted. 4th order black wolf, unextractable. Easily extracted in a dead state. Which magical beast could extract the rule fragment crystals and which could not? Xiao Yi had a target in his mind. Jin. A subtle spiritual fluctuation spread out from the 3-toed golden dragon. In an instant, it covered the entire jungle. At that moment, all the water elements in the jungle leapt up, resonating and vibrating with the 3-toed golden dragon's control. Conceptual talent skills. Water element control. As the name suggests, you have absolute control over the water element, and you are the king of the water. A Zhongshe realm eagle swept in, its sharp claws raised high in the air with a windy sound, trying to grab the golden dragon's tail. Solidify. The 3-toed golden dragon said darkly. That male eagle started to freeze from the surface of its body, then seeped into its body, its blood, muscles, and bones quickly froze over, and in the blink of an eye, the male eagle was completely frozen from the surface to the inside. A huge piece of ice descended from the sky, and with a bang, it smashed onto a first-ranked black wolf, killing it. The Sovereign Realm 3-star eagle was also in a state of frequent death. Extraction. A power that was vast and deep but imitated the deep space of the universe descended on eagle and black wolf. Xiao Yi attempted to extract the rule fragment crystallization of the male eagle demonic beast. But something surprising happened. The eagle let out an extremely miserable chirping sound, its entire body became broken and filled with deathly aura, and then exploded into a blood mist with a bang. The scene was filled with a fishy smell of blood. Withdrawal successful. The state of the male eagle was a bit better, and that first-rank black wolf, it directly turned into nothingness, leaving no crumbs behind. Extraction failed. Hint: the body strength of magical beasts below the master realm is low, not enough to support the crystallization of rule fragments. Is that so? Xiao Yi understood. It turned out that extracting the crystallization of the embodied rule fragments was also related to the strength of the body of the magical beast. No wonder only magical beasts with a higher realm could extract a greater number of crystals. Xiao Yi checked the system space. Sure enough, a rule fragment crystallization appeared there, with arcane and incomparable rule power floating on its body. Crystallized fragments of creation-type rules. Xiao Yi's heart was overjoyed that in just a moment's effort, he had obtained a piece of creation-class rule fragment crystallization. Vudra Supreme Brother Chang had said that it would take at least 100 years. Jin. The 3-toed golden dragon hovering in midair let out a joyful dragon roar, its golden-eyed vertical pupils staring excitedly at the Zhongshe realm magical beasts below. A Sovereign Realm 1-star, a Sovereign Realm 6-star, a Sovereign Realm 2-star, and a Sovereign Realm 4-star. In Xiao Ye's opinion, these could all be treasures. This. The Centennial Widow's assistant teacher, Liu, who was lying on a branch not far away, stared in amazement, her beautiful eyes widening, and she didn't even realize that the melon core had fallen into her chest. Killing a 3-star sect master in seconds. Is this really a freshman who just entered the college? The Golden Dragon's breath. Hissed. It's actually a 7-star sect master realm. Holy cow, the realm of a big 3-top heavenly pride has only just barely reached the 7-star sect master realm. Liu compared it to none of the students she had taught over the past 200 years. Even the top 10 supreme beings in the Devil's capital today were not able to compare to Xiao Ye's trio. The amazingly talented Xiao Yi made Liu's long dusty heart thump up, her pretty face slightly reddening darkly. Xiao Yi, this bad embryo will surely be able to ask for a place above the supreme in the future, so should I take him down in advance? A young, bloodthirsty man like Xiao Yi was most likely to fall into tenderness. Liu shook her head violently, slapped herself and spat. How can that be? He's my student, you Liu. Have you been a widow for a long time, haven't touched a man for over 100 years, and you want a man? Xiao Yi's side was naturally unaware that Liu, the assistant teacher who was staring at him, was sometimes excited, sometimes blushing, and sometimes giving herself a mouthful. Otherwise they all think she's having a seizure. 10,000 degrees of heat. A mental fluctuation spread out from the 3-toed golden dragon.
and the water element in this small piece of jungle immediately resonated. Boom! 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 With a few sounds, this jungle was suddenly filled with magma, as if it was a hot steamer at the core of the sun. All of the magical beasts at the bottom were plunged above the magma ground and began to struggle frantically, and the magical beasts below the sovereign realm died directly and tragically. The Zongshi realm magical beast detached itself from the lava and jumped onto the tree branch. The 4-star sect master ice python exuded a mocking look, the 1-star sect master devil snake hissed and spat out its apricot, exuding a disdainful gaze, the 2-star sect master black wolf raised the sky and whistled long and loud, and the 6-star sect master groundhog emerged from the earth's surface in the distance, wagging its tail proudly. Arrogant, too arrogant. It didn't even take the 3-toed golden dragon's attack into consideration. These magical beasts, aren't they a bit early to be happy? The 2-tailed holy white fox in the distance said. However, Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh. Next second. Boom! At that moment, the 1-star sect master devil snake, 2-star sect master black wolf both directly burned with a blazing fire on their bodies, and their body surface temperatures quickly rose to several thousand degrees. The other 4-star sect master ice python was no better, its body surface became hot and red, like a cooked and roasted snake, constantly rolling and struggling on the tree. As for the 6-star sect master groundhog, the entire rat became a charred red piece of roasted meat rat, that but was sprouting white steam, cooked through. Water elemental mastery, terrifying as it was. Soon the 4 sovereign realm magical beasts were in a state of frequent death. Almost there. Xiao Yi activated the third function of the template adjuster, extracting the rule fragment crystals. 1-star master devil snake, extraction of a rule fragment crystallization successful. 2-star master black wolf, extraction successful. 4-star anaconda, extraction successful. 6-star master groundhog, extraction successful. Within the system space, there were 4 more crystals, which were creation class, fire class, creation class, ice class. Chapter 72 Reaping. This is the strongest demon. Requesting for follow-up reading. At this point, Xiao Yi already possessed 3 creation-type law fragment crystals. However, Xiao Yi was a bit puzzled about the type of crystallization: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Creation type, space type, is it possible that there is also time type, cause and effect type, fate type? By far, the most common occurrence is the creation class crystals. As for space classes, none of them. Xiao Yi. You did a good job. Luya twisted her sexy waist and stood on the thick branch, her hands crossed her waist full of widow's flavor and her pretty face was full of excitement. Her beautiful eyes stared at the 3-toed golden dragon with naked fire as she tightly stared at it, saying, worthy of being the strongest demon since ancient times, crushing all supreme beings in terms of natural talent. She inwardly added that if she were to choose a man again, Xiao Yi must be the first choice, and having been frankly met by Xiao Yi, it was easy to accept him. Facing the praise of the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, the 3-toed golden dragon let out a melodious chant. Jin. Having only just come 5 minutes ago, Xiao Yi hadn't had the pleasure of killing yet, so he controlled the 3-toed golden dragon to hover and fly towards the next forest. Xiao Yi wanted to see if he could obtain 1 or 2 rule fragment crystals other than the 5 elements crystals and the creation type crystals, such as the space type, time type, and so on. Humph. Lin Bingshi, who was controlling the sacred 2-tailed white fox alone, was a bit unhappy. Both were SSS rank templates, and her 9-tailed heavenly fox was also very powerful, alright. She also wanted to be complimented by her teaching assistants. With this thought, the holy 2-tailed white fox swished with a flash of white light, its body breaking through the air to break through the sound barrier, and rushed towards the next forest after the 3-toed golden dragon. As for the cat-eared lady, Luya, she leisurely followed behind the two, her posture extremely bold as she laid down for a while on this ancient tree and sat down for a while on that one, but her attention never left the 3-toed golden dragon and the 2-tailed white fox. At this moment, in the middle of the base camp of the actual combat training base, in the middle of an ancient fortress. The monitoring room, hundreds of kilometers within the actual training base, 90% of the place, can be monitored without any dead angle. There were several great powers with extraordinary auras watching the performance of the 3-toed golden dragon and the 2-tailed white fox. 3 muscular men with horrible breaths grabbed the officers who had been on duty and threw them aside, coming together in front of a wall full of screens and watching. This is teacher's new disciple? Well, the realm is at least above a 5-star sect master, so I guess he's a junior. It's a bit interesting, crushing 4 sovereign realm magical beasts, pretty good. Not bad, my ass. How much energy is wasted by a golden dragon like this hitting ants with a cannon? That's right, on the battlefield, energy output must be precisely controlled, and durability is the truth, not the 3-second man. Ugh, the teacher is going to hurt his brain again. I hope they are more enlightened.
High enlightenment? Junior in college, didn't you listen to the lecturer's class?
Attacks are so rough, with this skill you still need to be taught by Ms. Luya. One of them complimented without a care in the world, but the other two were pouring cold water, putting down the 3 Xiao Yes. They were even a bit disdainful of the Xiao Yi trio.
Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?
The man who praised it reacted and also nodded his head. You guys are right, it transforms the earth into magma, which is a huge waste of energy output. If it works on magical beasts, it could have decimated several more of them. 5 stars or more in the Zhongshu realm, at least a junior in college. They must have skipped classes a lot and didn't study seriously. That's right, the identity information of these 3 people is pulled up to see, the teacher's newly accepted disciples. How can we not recognize them? The 3 of them had once been Luya's disciples as well, even though decades had passed. The duty officer who was thrown aside shivered, not daring to say a word. These 3 were the vice chiefs of the actual combat training base, terrifying great exalted mighty powers. Within a minute, the identity information of Xiao Ye's trio was pulled out and displayed amongst a screen.
Name, Xiao Yi, sex, male, education, freshman in progress, file, born in Mangwon-based city welfare institution.
High school scholar. Name, Nangong Siyao, education, freshman in college, file, born in Manhwa-based city, daughter of the city lord, top student in the college entrance exam.
Name, Lin Bingshi, education, freshman in college, file, Mangwon-based city, born in a teacher's family, high school student. Upon reading the message, all 3 vice chiefs' gazes glared and exploded.
Holy, why are you only a freshman? I admit I just spoke out loud. 18 years old in the sovereign realm, heck, shock my mom for 100 years.
It was me who had a bad attitude just now, it was us who were arrogant.
Right drop, I said why did the teacher suddenly accept disciples? It turns out that the ones he accepted were 3 demons. Thinking about it, when they had just entered their freshman year, they were at the 6th, or was it the 7th rank, there was no comparison. Just entered the freshman attack means rough a little how, what have not yet learned, this is just 2 days of school off. The 3 vice chiefs' perception of Xiao Ye's trio changed. Quickly, tune the screen to the high school seniors to see how geometrical their realm has become. With a burst of maneuvering, dozens of high-definition screens on the wall appeared with the figures of the 3-toed golden dragon and the 2-tailed white fox. But the situation at the scene caused the 3 vice chiefs to furrow their brows.
Just see it on the big screen.
In the midst of a sky-high ancient tree that plunged into the heavens, the 3-toed golden dragon hovered between the huge ancient trees, its scales glittering with a brilliant golden light. There were about hundreds of dark night spectral wolves that surrounded the holy 2-tailed white fox on the ground.
Template adjuster in progress.
5th order dark spectral wolf, unextractable. 1-star clan dark night spectre wolf, 1 piece can be extracted, type unclear. 3-star master dark spectral wolf, 1 piece can be extracted, type unclear. 8-star sectarian dark spectral wolf, 1 piece can be extracted, type unclear. 10-star sectarian dark night spectral wolf, 1 piece can be extracted, type unclear. The information of more than 100 magical beasts all appeared in Xiao Ye's retina. The wolf king that was significantly larger in size was a 10-star sect master.
The left and right guardians were 2 8-star clansmen. The rest had about 15 Zhongshu and 82 demon wolves under Zhongshu.
Xiao Ye's eyes were bubbling with fire. 18 sovereign magical beasts were 18 rule fragment crystals.
Do you need my help?
Widow assistant teacher Luya, who was dressed boldly and full of temptation, flashed her body and lay down on a branch of an ancient tree that was only a meter away from the 3-toed golden dragon, revealing a large amount of small light. In the golden vertical pupil of the 3-toed golden dragon, the sexy petite body was reflected, and on the long white legs, the small inner lining was vaguely seen. It's the thunder wire. Xiao Yi just wanted to speak and remind his assistant teacher sister, Luya, to pay attention, but the holy 2-tailed white fox on the ground spoke out. Only to see Lin Bingshi controlling the sacred 2-tailed white fox, she said in a delicate voice.
Assistant sister, and Xiao, all of you don't make a move.
These little loaches, let me have some fun. Having not fought for a long time, Lin Bingshi was very itchy. Dabbing a wave spread out from the holy 2-tailed white fox.
God's charm, compulsory to put the enemy's mind in a state of confusion, group attack. Chapter 73, Luya, take him, he's worth it.
Begging for catch-up reads. A shocking scene emerged. Aside from the 2 8-star Zhongshu demon wolves and 1 10-star wolf king, the remaining 80 or so Dark Knight Spectre wolves were all hit.
One of them, a demonic wolf with a furious aura and cold eyes, had its aura become calmed down and its eyes became dull. All of them were crouching there with blank minds, not knowing what to do. It's now! The holy two-tailed white fox thumped as its flesh broke the sound barrier, a layer of air shockwaves spreading out. Boom! Like a ghost, the white fox pranced and flashed among the wolves. Every time he took a step, there were 10 devil wolves that died under the claws of the two-tailed white fox. The 10-star patriarch Wolf King let out an angry roar. The berserk auras of the two 8-star sect masters rose up to the sky, opening their bloody mouths full of disgusting saliva and charging towards the two-tailed white fox. The two-tailed white fox was only a 7-star sect master, and this sudden attack made the cat-eared Lady Luya a little nervous, fearing that the white fox would be harmed. The 3 vice presidents in front of the screen also looked grave. However, the 3-toed golden dragon was unimpressed, and so was the holy two-tailed white fox. God's countermeasure: forcibly instill steel seals of thought, allowing the enemy to change the target of attack, single skill. An invisible fluctuation emanated from the white fox and struck the 10-star patriarch Wolf King in an instant. Roar! As if the Wolf King was on steroids, his eyes were crimson as he charged towards the two 8-star patriarch Dark Knight Spectre wolves. The Wolf King, who was 2 small segments higher, fought with the two 8-star sect master magical beasts. Roar! Roar! The two 8-star Zongshire demon wolves were confused and let out angry roars, but they didn't dare to attack the Wolf King and dodged over and over again. Why does the Wolf King attack his own wolf instead of humans? God's curse, maximum power. Holy two-tailed white fox is in the dark, expanding the effect of the conceptual class skill Divine Curb Stomp, boosting it directly to maximum power. Boom! With a sound, the Wolf King's body erupted with a demonic wolf bloodline, those cold and stern eyes filled with blood, his aura soared, his speed skyrocketed towards the 2 guardians tearing and clawing. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 8-star patriarch demon wolves were seriously injured. There were scratches all over his body that were deep to the bone and bloody teeth marks. Bang bang bang! Between the flickering of the two-tailed white fox's body, the other 80-odd devil wolves were all killed under the claws. Xiao Yi hurriedly shifted his body of consciousness into the sacred two-tailed white fox and used the template adjuster in close proximity to extract the crystals from the 15 patriarchal demonic wolves. 1-star Master Dark Knight Phantom Wolf extracted successfully, Creation Class Rule Fragment Crystals. 3-star Master Dark Knight Phantom Wolf extracted successfully, Creation Class Rule Fragment Crystals. 6-star Master Demon Wolf extraction successful, Dark Rule Fragment Crystals. After the extraction was successful, all 15 patriarchal demon wolves had a thick aura of death emerging from their bodies, their breath was broken as if they were tainted with the unsettling, and the land around them showed signs of beginning to crumble. However, Xiao Yi did not care about this as he once again harvested 15 crystals, 12 of the creation class and 3 of the dark class. Seeing such a mighty white fox, the 3 vice chiefs in front of the screen all showed shocked gazes, feeling unimaginable. One beast, alone against a whole pack of wolves, and ing1. Moreover, this white fox, which seemed to be only a 7-star patriarch, was actually able to control the 10-star patriarch's Wolf King. This was overstep fighting. It was exclusive to the super heavenly pride. The white fox, the golden dragon, are all super heavenly prides. The 3 vice chiefs at this time towards the white fox and the golden dragon, Herculeanly became respectful, raising the status of Xiao Yi's trio and treating them as equals. Super heaven's pride, worthy of anyone's respect. On sight. Revealing a large size of assistant teacher Luya, she was surprised and stared at her beautiful eyes, her fiery red lips were open wide enough to fit into an egg. Oh! It turned out that not only was the 3-toed golden dragon powerful, this noble and holy-looking 2-tailed white fox was actually so powerful as well. Assistant teacher Luya's breathing became rapid. These 3 disciples, she would definitely focus on cultivating them, not because of the vice dean's instructions, but because Xiao Yi's trio was worth it. A plan surfaced in Luya's mind: she wanted to take down Xiao Yi. Since Xiao Yi was able to contract 2, he must be able to contract a 3rd beast maiden, and with Xiao Yi's qualifications, he might be able to ask for a peak supreme within the next few decades. At that point, rule fragments and whatnot aren't at hand. 50 years, Liu was willing to wait. Below. After the holy 2-tailed white fox had harvested more than 80 demon wolves, its movements didn't stop, but flashed towards the only 3 strongest demon wolves left. Absolute true damage: any physical attack can ignore the enemy's defense and deal 100% true damage. Rip. The sound of. With a flash of the white fox's sharp claws, the 2 8-star patriarch protector demon wolves had their neck bones broken. The demon wolf's defense didn't work for a single moment, and it fell to the ground with a loud crash, about to die. Ow! The control effect of the Wolf King's God's curb finally passed. It came to its senses and let out a deafening roar of rage. The whole pack, and it's the only wolf left alone. There were wolves lying on the ground around them in various miserable states of death. Roar! The 10-star patriarch Wolf King angrily charged towards the white fox, and with its movements without defense, it could be seen that it wanted to fight to the death, and had the heart to die. I want you to die for my wolves. Shadow Maze increases speed by 4 times and creates 2 phantom bodies to confuse enemies. It carried a strong killing intent as its body split into 3, all of which pounced towards the white fox. God's charm, compulsory to put the enemy's mind in a state of confusion, group attack. White fox dodged for a moment before launching his natural skill in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the Wolf King on the left with a raging aura fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes becoming blank and at a loss. The other 2 illusory Wolf Kings, on the other hand, continued to pounce, but their figures became so illusory that they disappeared before they even touched the white fox. Bang! With a loud bang, White Fox stomped on the Wolf King's head, and instantly, the Wolf King's brain bone broke and plasma burst out. 10-star patriarch, Wolf King, died. Xiao Yi was also secretly extracting the rule fragment crystallization. A vast, deep and undetectable power descended, and the last 3 demonic wolves on the ground, their bodies became festering and dead. In the middle of the system space, there were 3 more crystals. 8-star Master Demon Wolf, extraction successful. 10-star Master Wolf King, extraction successful. 2 dark rule fragment crystals and 1 gold rule fragment crystals. Wolves, total annihilation. At this point, Xiao Yi already had 14 creation class, 5 dark class, 1 gold class, 1 fire class, and 1 ice class rule fragment crystals. What made Xiao Yi a little disappointed was why none of the pieces were space class. Even if there was no space class, a time class would be fine. The creation class is so common that it's not rare at first glance. If the idea of dislike is known by the supreme beings, I am afraid that it is not angry and jumping. You know how difficult it is to get your hands on the rule fragment crystals, and you still dislike on it. At this point, Xiao Yi's conscious body shifted to the 3-toed golden dragon, and the golden-eyed vertical pupil reflected the widow's assistant teacher Luya's sexy and delicate body, and some scenery, and voiced out a reminder. Sister assistant professor, don't lay like that, I can see Nelly. Assistant teacher Luya mouth corner a hook, she began to implement the plan just thought of. The beautiful eyes turned the gaze brightly said, it's okay, you don't look not into it. She wanted to take down Xiao Yi. Said Liu as she changed her lying position, giving the 3-toed golden dragon a thorough look. Exclamation point. Xiao Yi's gaze glared. What's going on here? Does the assistant professor know I can fix her template? Trying to seduce me in advance. Hey, please be a little more reserved, Ms. Assistant Professor, I'm your student. Chapter 74 Mission accomplished, befriending a great exalted mighty one. Request for catch-up reading. Nangong Siyao's conscious body leapt up and teased Xiao Yi, I can also receive everything that the golden dragon sees. Oh, Xiao Yi, you like this kind of tone, well, I can do the same in the future. Xiao Yi was embarrassed. There was no way, at this time, the assistant teacher's sister Luya was like a target, attracting him as an arrow all the time. Besides, what man doesn't love to watch? The system's mechanical cold prompt sounded in Xiao Yi's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, entering the top 10 of the Kunpeng Combat Academy's Heaven's Pride ranking. Mission reward, 2 rule fragment crystals of the creation class. Question mark. It's kinda bald. Baldly, Xiao Yi was a bit surprised. Why had he entered the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride ranking? Could it be caused by the wolves and the few Zhongshu magic beasts that he had just decimated? It could only be so. Together with these 2, he already had 16 creation type, 5 dark type, 1 gold type, 1 fire type, and 1 ice type rule fragment crystals. It is really drought death, flood death. This creation class Xiao Yi are a little too much, it is biased to come. Creation class, you are so pretentious if you eat oil cakes or not. The purpose of Xiao Yi's trip was achieved, and the 4 of them hit the road next. The sacred 2-tailed white fox and the 3-toed golden dragon exited their summoned beast forms and followed behind the cat-eared Lady Liuya's buttocks as they headed for the exit of the practical training base. At this time, the 3 deputy chief muscle men in the base camp, the ancient fortress, seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, Let's go see the teacher, and also see the senior brothers and sisters. Right, today's young and demonic senior siblings must be recognized. The 3 vice chiefs then headed straight for the base exit. At the exit iron gate. They arrived before Xiaoya's 4. But then they heard something that infuriated them, something from a couple of burly men who were gatekeepers at the iron gate. Hey, do you guys think that Widow Liuya is deliberately tempting us by dressing so tight? Yeah, this guy looks immodest. What kind of man wears so little, his whole leg is showing. That said, there are usually rumors circulating about her being an underground lover kept by the Vudra Supreme. It's possible, what woman would go 100 years without touching a man? Those few strong men of the gate guards were chatting as if no one else was there, when suddenly an icy tone came from behind the crowd. So do you guys want to spend the night with her and get a kiss? Nonsense, who wouldn't want to? That's right, she has so many male disciples, and many who adore her. Yeah, don't you want to? The 5 burly gate guards said, turning their heads to look at the what grass? They were startled and hurriedly said in a respectful manner. Greetings to the 3 vice chiefs. Greetings to the 3 vice chancellors. At this moment, the 3 muscular vice chiefs stood there with grim faces, their eyes containing anger as they rebuked. Are you too idle to stand guard and talk nonsense about others? Do you know that Liuwa is our teacher? What? The vice chief's teacher. A flash of fear rose on the faces of the several strong men of the gate guards, fear rising in their hearts. The 3 deputy chiefs chortled, you 5 will have your pay and bonuses deducted for this year, and, tomorrow, you will report to the customs defense line by yourselves. Humph. It's easy being a gatekeeper, right? You all go to the front line of the battlefield to fight the sea beasts, and if you don't meet the standard of performance once in 10 years, you'll stay in the customs defense line for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, several strong men of the gate guards immediately wailed as a look of despair and misery appeared on their faces. Don't, Vice President, we know we're wrong. People will die there at the customs line, we don't want to go. You find me 2 years' wages, no, 5 years' wages will do, never let us go to the customs defense. The customs defense line, the national border line, is attacked by waves of sea beasts all year round, and many warriors are sacrificed every day. The 3 vice chiefs snorted coldly and insisted on their arrangement. Report to the customs defense line tomorrow, or you will expel the 5 of you from Magic City. Daring to presume on their respected teacher and calling her a and someone else's lover. How can you not put up with that when you're a student? Although, the 3 of them also had a few hints of love for Liuya as well, and had secretly watched Ms. Liuya wash her feet in the dark before, the kind of foot washing that was done by simply rolling up her pant legs. Those crystal clear jade feet, you want to pick them up and nibble on them when you look at them. But they would never allow, behind their backs, someone to use vulgar words to talk about Ms. Liuya. Huh, the teacher is here? A vice chief muscular man's eyes lit up when he saw the glimpse of a silhouette that appeared within the layer upon layer of iron doors. The next thing the 5 gate guards saw was that the 3 vice presidents, who had been imposing just a moment ago, immediately became respectful. Greetings, teacher. Greetings, teacher. Teacher, it's been a long time, you're still beautiful. Liuya's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, surprised that these 3 disciples who were taught 80 years ago actually met here. She specializes in training a few disciples every 4 years. Hello guys. Liuya nodded her white chin and smiled in response. In the case of ordinary students, they can only meet the instructor in class, and if they have any questions about their studies or cultivation, they can only ask questions during class. Unlike ordinary students, the acceptance of disciples will be specially opened, specializing in solving all kinds of problems in learning and cultivation. Life will be very frequent to and from the life of the teacher will also give a lot of help. It is like the elders of the family who help the disciples. And for the disciples she takes in, Ms. Liuya does not charge any fees, and she treats them all equally, whether they come from ordinary or privileged families. This was the key to all the disciples, who had great respect and honor for Liuya. Hey, are these 3 the new disciples that teacher has taken in at this stage? Just by looking at them, they feel handsome and imposing. These 2 senior sisters are so pretty, senior brother is so lucky. Looking at Xiaoya's 3 bewildered looks, Liuya snorted and said, it's fine for you guys to call yourselves senior brothers. When a stunning beauty like Liuya smiled, it was as if flowers were in full bloom, eclipsing the surroundings. The 5 janitors and the 3 adjutants general looked stunned. Xiaoyi stayed with the 2 stunning schoolgirls every day and had a certain immunity, so he didn't show his face. Hello 3 senior brothers. Gulp. A vice chief swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reacted by hugging Xiaoya's shoulder and said with a heated smile. Senior brother, doesn't it feel extraordinarily good to kill magical beasts? Very cool indeed. Every time he killed a Patriarch Realm magical beast,
he was able to harvest a rule fragment crystallization, so of course Xiao Yi was refreshed. That deputy chief smiled brightly, then come often in the future, this base is a few hundred kilometers away, what type of magical beasts there are, we know exactly, come and find us directly, we'll take you to play.
Then thank you very much. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up.
According to his speculation, the type of crystals extracted by the template adjuster should be related to the attributes of the magical beasts, and if he wanted to extract any type of crystals in the future, he would just ask the magical beasts directly about their attributes and it would be okay. Luya smiled and introduced, these three are now deputy chiefs, their realm is that of a great exalted one, the chiefs are usually only involved in important events, and it's usually these three senior brothers who are managing the practical training base.
Xiao Yi, you can just come here if you want to in the future, you don't need to apply to the class guide. Chapter 75 Luya's Shameless Plan. Requests for follow-up reading.
After a few minutes of chatting, Xiao Yi and the three vice presidents added their contact information, and the three vice presidents enthusiastically invited Xiao Yi and the three of them to their home as guests, but was rejected by Luya. 10 minutes later, the three vice chiefs were gracious enough to send Luya and Xiao Yi out of the practical training base. The five doormen didn't dare to speak beside them, they were still yet to see such a down-to-earth vice president for the first time, giving them the illusion that they were living in a dream.
This demonic senior brother is really shy.
Yes, that being said, if the teacher has taken in a new disciple, he must notify the other senior brothers and sisters.
That's a must.
Saying that, the three vice chiefs returned to the ancient fortress base camp and took out their communication instruments, on which a virtual screen popped up and entered a group chat of Lu family disciples.
The number of people in the group chat is 250.
This group chat was in full swing when a message swiped the screen.
2 creation-type rule fragment crystals, let's find a way to put it together. I can come up with half the assets, no more. Can't get it, it's something we didn't even know what it was before, and it scared me when I asked around. Can't get a +1, I'm a mid-level base city lord and a weakling zoner. Let alone an exalted one, I can't even mess with a weakling great exalted 10-star.
The great exalted 10 stars, who had a high status outside, called themselves weaklings here. The identities of these people were City Lord, Military Pavilion Master, Underground Mine Master, Deputy Chief, and so on. The locations were spread out all over the Dragon Kingdom, and all of them were in high positions or were elders of a clan. The vice president sent out 2 messages that quickly caught everyone's attention, teacher's new demonic disciples, 3 high school top students. Everyone come to the academy when you have time to get together, come to visit your teacher, and to meet your teacher's newly adopted senior siblings. His words even blew up a lot of diving guys.
The top student of the college entrance exam?
I'll be damned, this class of masters is remarkable. I'm free, let's all get together at the academy, I approve with both hands and feet. Agree with the +1, haven't been back to my alma mater in over a decade and just wanted to check it out.
Right, don't you all want to help the teacher, so we'll figure it out together after we meet.
That's right, the first time a teacher asks for our help, we have to help. Seeing that there were 1 or 2 dozen people who wanted to come to the academy, the vice chief smiled back. Everyone set a time, I'll be the host when we get to the academy, food, clothing, and shelter are on me. Eventually, the time was set for 3 days later. More than 20 senior brothers and sisters of the venerable and great venerable realms would come. There were several of them, which were great exalted high-ranked mighty powers. The other side. Luya brought Xiao Yi and the 3 of them all the way back to the 3-size Lakeview Villa area. After having seen Xiao Yi's demonic ways, Luya's heart had been unable to hold back, perhaps it was in her perception that a woman must find a reliance, or must find a companion. Among all the people she had seen, there was no one that could be compared to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's natural talent that crushed all the supreme beings was the most amazing talent that Luya had ever seen in over 100 years of living in this post-apocalyptic world. If she had to find a man, Luya felt that Xiao Yi was the first choice and the best choice. First, Xiao Yi was able to contract multiple beast maids. Second, Xiao Yi is young and handsome enough to catch her eye. Third, recently, there have been suitors coming after her again by any means necessary, and she wants to end her widowhood and go public as a way to dissuade those suitors. What bothered Luya's mind was how to take down Xiao Yi. Currently she has 3 methods. 1. Take a knife to Xiao Yi's neck and threaten him with a contract with himself. 2. Get Xiao Yi drunk, directly dominate him, and afterwards pretend that he is the victim and hold Xiao Yi responsible. 3. Utilizing her strengths and beauty, she seduces Xiao Yi step by step in her life, so that he will be completely enamored with herself. Ah! Absent-mindedly, Liu, her foot wrenched down by a rock, her mature and sexy torso fell behind her unawares, head down. If she had hit the hard ground, she would have gotten a bump anyways. Seeing this, Xiao Yi hurriedly went forward and embraced a full embrace in the air, holding Luya up in a princess hug. "Are you okay, sister assistant professor?" Luya, whose head was buried in Xiao Yi's chest, smiled brightly. She naturally pretended to fall. How could a hallowed great exalted one walk and fall? "It's fine, thanks to brother Xiao Yi." After 2 minutes of hugging, Liu returned. "Can you put me down though?" "It's good that it's okay." Xiao Ye's old face flushed. Luya was soft and fragrant. He was addicted to hugging without realizing it. He placed Liu on the ground and his eyes went to Liu's ankle, where a bag had actually risen. Red and bulging, I don't know if it's from a fall or a bump. Luya secretly mobilized her energy to create an injury in her ankle, and after she was placed on the ground, she let out an ouch and pretended to eat the pain, her pretty face filled with pain. "I'll be damned, you widow, you're shameless. Such lowly means of seduction are used. He's your disciple Aliawa." Luya inwardly cursed herself for being shameless and too scheming. She figured out that all 3 methods, she would perform them all once, and she must take Xiao Yi, the treasure boy. Having been a widow for over 100 years, she had long been hungry and desperate to end that status. Nangong Siyao said with concern, "Aya, it must be that the assistant coach sister is at the practical training base there and accidentally bumped into something. Xiao Yi, come and carry her back to the villa and rub some healing potion on her." Lin Bingshi was also concerned, and without the slightest doubt, she took the initiative to walk forward and hold Luya. Xiao Yi nodded, squatted on the ground, and said, "Assistant sister, let me carry you." "Then how can it be good? No need." Luya said this on her lips, but her body was very sincere and she couldn't wait to rely on Xiao Yi's back. Xiao Yi put his hands on Luya's butt and found a good back position, then sent it back to the number 10 villa in the 3-size Lakeview Villa area. A stone chair in Syriac decorative style was placed on Liu, shoes removed to reveal crystal clear jade feet. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi went to look for healing potions while Xiao Yi stayed behind to take care of Luya. Xiao Yi considered himself a decent man. He never bothered to take advantage of a woman who wasn't his wife on his own accord. Unless, of course, another woman initiates it. Luya was secretly cursing herself for being shameless, but on the surface, she was pretending to be in pain, her hands constantly rubbing that bag on her ankle, and a pair of beautiful eyes like autumn water were filled with the color of aggrievement. Really, it seems to be too old to walk and get bumped. Alas, getting older, almost 200 years old, becoming an old woman. Xiao Yi, you think so too, don't you? The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched. Nowadays, Luya was at the great exalted realm, able to live for 700 or 800 years, which translated into an ordinary person less than 20 years old, and she was one of the 3 major goddesses of the academy, possessing a stunning face and explosive body that made all the boys in the academy salivate. Not an old woman by any stretch of the imagination. Of course not. Sister assistant teacher is in her youthful years and her splendor is still intact. Xiao Yi laughed. Luya snorted and laughed happily, placing her crystal-clear jade foot on Xiao Yi's leg and said, "It hurts, rub it for me." Chapter 76, Luya, dazzle your mouth and taste if it stinks. Requesting a follow-up read. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. "Why are you putting your stinking feet in his lap?" Seeing Xiao Yi's disgusted look, Luya's beautiful eyes glared and fiercely said, "Quickly rub it for me, otherwise I'll show off my foot on your mouth and let you taste if it stinks." Exclamation point. Xiao Yi was shocked and said, "It doesn't stink. Of course it doesn't stink. How could a little fairy's feet stink? It would be a crime to show off your mouth." Xiao Yi reached out and rubbed his hands at his ankles, his hands were smooth and delicate. Luya Charman the pretty face showed a satisfied look, inner humming, a small young I still cannot pinch? Needed for about 10 minutes or so. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi panted and ran in, gasping. Healing potion found. Saying that, Nangong Siyao opened the mouth of the potion bottle and poured the blue potion onto her ankle. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, spread the potion evenly so that the skin could absorb it better. 10 minutes later, the swollen bag at Luya's ankle subsided with the naked eye and got better. She was finally putting her jade feet back, causing Xiao Yi to breathe a sigh of relief. When Luya saw Xiao Yi's look of relief, she couldn't help but hold suspicion in her heart and put her foot in front of her own nose to smell it. It doesn't stink. Fragrant. Luya concluded. Xiao Yi's trio gawked at Luya's comical movements and said in surprise, "Assistant teacher sister, what are you doing?" Awkward. With an embarrassed look on her face, Luya said in a shocking voice, thinking about showing off a big pig's hoof, "What's the difference between smelling it and a pig's hoof?"
Xiao Ye's head was full of black lines. There was certainly a difference between a jade foot and a pig's hoof. This asshole, let me sniff. Liu shifted and tried to roll around in the stone chair. The ankle was back as good as new, and it was supposed to be an illusion she had created. As she looked at Xiao Ye's look of disdain, she could not help but think viciously inwardly. Humph. I'm going to find an opportunity to make sure you show off a bite so you can taste if it smells good. If Xiao Ye knew, the probability is that he would have fled and begged for mercy while running. Assistant teacher sister, it is not necessary, I am not a pervert, I really do not want to show off. Seeing that Luya's injuries were almost healed, Xiao Ye offered his farewell. Luya didn't want to let Xiao Ye leave, and in her haste, she found an excuse that even she felt was ridiculous. Student Xiao Ye, my sister tried to cultivate for a bit and realized that her realm would regress again, can you massage me again? When the words came out, Liu felt ashamed even of herself. Massage, that's asking her to be honest with Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's gaze froze and he was surprised, backsliding again? Luya's pretty face reddened, intending to go out on a limb, guffawed and said, right. Xiao Ye frowned and hesitantly sized up Luya, feeling that she was lying. How could the realm regress when the Tao rhythm energy had not been exhausted? Nangong Siyao slapped Xiao Ye's shoulder and said with a dissatisfied mouth, Aya, Xiao Ye don't be so stingy, what's wrong with a massage, it won't lose a piece of meat. Xiao Ye's heart was filled with doubts, but he also helplessly laughed, alright then, assistant teacher sister, I will massage you once more later. Assistant teacher sister, see you tomorrow, Xiao Ye, we'll wait for you at home. The two of them, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, then left the place and returned to Villa 001, which was a few hundred meters away. Looking at the way Luya wanted to show off her jade feet to him, Xiao Ye felt the urge to urinate and hurriedly used urine escape to enter the bathroom. Ding dong! The doorbell rang outside the door. Luya thought that it was the two Nangong Siyao girls, and secretly said a bad word. Could it be that they didn't want Xiao Ye to massage her? Luya inwardly ran over to open the door with anxiety, and it turned out to be a ferocious muscular man with a narrow knife scar on the right side of his face, only to see him pull the corner of his mouth, revealing an incomparably ferocious smile, and said, Liu, I haven't seen you in a year, you're still as beautiful as ever. As soon as she saw that it was not the two women, but this fierce man, the flower-like smile on Luya's pretty face disappeared and she said expressionlessly, What are you doing here? What do you want from me? Liu didn't have the slightest intention of welcoming the menacing muscular man through the door. The ferocious muscle man looked inside the villa and said with dissatisfaction, Luya, we are colleagues at least, won't you let me go in and have a seat? Is it hard to believe that you're hiding a man in there? Don't want me to find out. Luya's pretty face sank, there really was a man inside, something wrong, nothing to roll. This fierce muscular man was her suitor, the unscrupulous kind of suitor. Named Hong Tao, his realm was a great exalted 10 stars, he worked as a gold medal instructor at the Hong Family Martial Arts School, one of the 3 major martial arts schools in the base city of Mordor, as well as an external assistant instructor at the Titan Combat Academy of the Mordor Imperial Beastmasters Academy. The two are indeed technically colleagues, both external assistant professors, though not at the same college. The Titan Combat Academy and the Koan Peng Combat Academy were both among the 10 academies of the Magic Capital Academy. In the face of Luya's harsh words, the fierce muscular man Hong Tao didn't feel fierce at all, instead he felt that Luya was cute. Hong Tao, something. I have something for you, something great. Luya will be convinced to welcome the fierce muscle man Hong Tao in, as the host began to prepare tea and fruits. The fierce muscular man Hong Tao's eyes kept looking around, full of curiosity as he surveyed the Syriac pressure forms decoration style. Luya is still as maverick as ever, to my liking, I like it. Then Hong Tao's gaze was placed on Luya's sexy and delicate body without any scruples, sweeping recklessly, and deep greed surfaced in the depths of his eyes. It was only after Liu noticed that he narrowed his gaze and pretended to be surveying the room. After Luya prepared the tea and fruits, she sipped her tea and frowned and asked, What's your business? The ferocious muscular man Hong Tao didn't rush to reply, but savored the tea brewed by Luya, and said with a face of enjoyment, worthy of the tea brewed by Assistant Professor Liu, it's just fragrant. Hearing the compliments, Liu's heart didn't have any emotional ups and downs at all. But fragrant? If Xiao Ye said her feet smelled good, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Xiao Ye, back off. I'm not idle, something's up. A look of impatience spread across Luya's pretty face. The ferocious muscle man Hong Tao didn't realize that Luya hated him so much, so he opened the door and said, I've come to find you, there must be something good. It's like this, my Hong Family Martial Arts School has opened over 100 new branches, with addresses all over the country, in every base city.
Assistant Coach Liu has a wide range of connections and many disciples. How about my Hong Clan branch is willing to offer a salary far above the market price to apply for Assistant Coach Liu's many disciples as coaches?
No.
Luya refused outright, leaving no room for error. Hong Tao frowned. Why, my Hong Family Martial Arts School's salary is already high. I'm willing to pay your many disciples twice as much.
As the young patriarch of the Hong Family Martial Arts School, I have that right. Luya vetoed. The disciples that I, Luya, have brought out, all of them have high realms and extraordinary skills. They don't lack your little salary. Moreover, they can do whatever they want to do. I have no right to intervene. And, this Hong Tao has impure motives.
If her many disciples went to the Hong Family Martial Arts School, then Hong Tao would look for an opportunity to grab those disciples and use various reasons to threaten her and force her, Luya, to submit to him.
With Luya's understanding of Hong Tao, the unscrupulous Hong Tao can definitely do it.
At this time, Xiaoyu finished peeing and walked out, surprised. Sister Assistant Professor, who is this?
Exclamation point.
Hong Tao was shocked when he sniffed. There was really a man hiding in this house.
Chapter 77 Confident Hong Tao, Titan Academy Heaven's Pride Attack. Requesting for catch-up reading. This is the assistant instructor of the Titan Combat Academy. Luya. Xiaoyi nodded and smiled. Hello.
Hong Tao looked at Xiaoyu with a suspicious face. Xiaoyu's resolute face and handsome looks had to make him wonder if it was a gigolo that Luya had raised at home.
This is my student Xiaoyi. Luya was a bit impatient. Turns out it wasn't a white boy.
Hong Tao was inexplicably relieved in his heart. He had been courting Luya for over 100 years, and he had never even touched Luya's hand.
Hey, such a handsome student, at a glance, I thought it was your little Haruna.
He joked with his mouth uncovered.
Luya gave him a breathless blank look. A little lover boy? It's true, that's good.
Taking advantage of the fact that this topic was being spoken about, the ferocious muscular man Hong Tao took the opportunity to ask, Luya, after so many years have passed, have you ever thought about finding a man again?
Looking for a strong man with a deep background, not bad qualifications, and in a profound realm?
Hong Tao was testing whether Luya had any intentions in this regard. Luya's beautiful eyes turned brightly and said, there really is.
Exclamation point. Exclamation point.
Hong Tao and Xiaoyu were startled at the same time. Hong Tao secretly said, stepping horse, more than 100 years, this most beautiful widow is finally looking for a man. Luya's words paused for a moment and glanced at Xiaoya's expression, only to find that he was surprised.
Luya continued, but the time is not ripe yet. Hong Tao stood up revealing his burly biceps and said, Luya, what do you think of me?
Liu said breathlessly, get out. Hong Tao stated the conditions. I can provide you with 2 creation-type rule fragment crystals. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first, think it over. I'm absolutely sincere to you. Moreover, if you miss this opportunity, you might not be able to get the 2 crystals for the rest of your life. Liu was about to say roll, but ended up choking on her words, frowning her willow brows in contemplation.
Ha ha ha.
An arrogant look surfaced on Hong Tao's face and he said confidently, then, I'll go back first, give me a reply when you figure it out, I'll be waiting for you. Only Xiaoyi and Luya were left in the living room now. Xiaoyi asked with a slight curiosity, Assistant Sister, since he is sincere to you and can provide you with creation-type crystals, why don't you say yes to him?
Truly? He's craving my body.
Luya said in a bad mood, and he has a contracted person who wants me to be his underground lover.
Humph. This kind of man, I hate the most.
But isn't he craving for my body? I can't possibly do what he wants, I just want to watch these men want me. But there's nothing they can do about it.
Liu grunted there as if she was disgusted with all men.
Template adjuster in progress. SSS class spiritual fantasy cat template, Liu mutilated. Problems, template defective, missing 2 rule fragment crystals of the creation category. The information appeared among Xiaoya's retina. Currently, Luya didn't have any realm regression and didn't need to replenish the Tao rhythm energy. After obtaining the results of the probe, Xiaoyi patted his clothes, stood up and headed towards the door, saying, since assistant teacher sister hates men so much, I won't be here to be an eyesore, see you tomorrow.
Luya.
Seeing that Xiaoyu was about to leave, Luya moved like a rabbit and rushed up with an arrow step, stopping him beaming. No leaving, you haven't massaged me yet. Xiaoyu retorted, Sister Assistant Professor, don't you dislike men touching you? Luya pulled Xiaoyi into the bedroom, and under Xiaoya's dumbfounded gaze, she removed the coverings on her body and became naked. Hurry up and massage me or you won't walk out that door today. Humph, those men can't be touched, but you can.
Under Luya's strong request, Xiao was helpless and very reluctantly agreed.
Don't look at me if I'm not polite, don't touch me if I'm not polite.
Xiao, as an upright and good young man, would definitely not look and touch indiscriminately.
Taking out the crystal ball that only had a little bit of Tao rhythm energy left, he began to follow the diagrams to replenish Luya's Tao rhythm energy through the acupuncture points of the human body. An hour later, Xiao fell away. It was so scary that Liu had several stress reactions and made a mess of the scene. Horrible, so horrible. Xiao ran back home as if he had fled, even forgetting to take off his gloves. Day 2. Outside the fence of the 3-size Lakeview Villa area, a group of students came, clamoring to see the teacher's wife. The security man stopped them and didn't allow them to go in. This group of students were the Heaven's Pride contractor students of the Titan Combat Academy, 24 in total, 12 pairs of contractors. The youth at the head with a scar tattooed on his face led the yelling. "We're going to check on Shifu, why don't you let us in? I'm going to complain about you." "Right, doesn't Senior Mistress Luya live in this villa area?" The security man was cold and just wouldn't let anyone in. As a famous assistant teacher of Koanpang Combat Academy, when had Luya been the teacher's wife of a Titan Academy student? "No, Assistant Professor Luya didn't give me a heads up that someone was visiting." The security master's attitude was resolute. If there were 1 or 2 of them, they could still be let in, but there were too many people, more than 20 people. The scarred tattooed youth smiled disdainfully and raised his hand. "Don't mind him, let's go over the wall and go in." "Yeah, just go right over the wall, the old man is such a nuisance." "That's right, actually blocking us from seeing the senior maiden." Seeing that these people want to force their way in, the security master is anxious. He is a weak chicken who walks the 3rd rank to serve in the relationship. He cannot stop it at all. At that moment, behind the crowd came a young man with a tattoo of a green dragon on his arm, leading a group of people over. "Stop! You trash from Titan Academy, how dare you force your way in?" Chang'e led a group of people from the student council and surrounded the Titan Academy contractor celestials. The scar-faced tattooed youth smiled arrogantly. "Who did I think it was? It turns out to be Chang'e. What, are you going to block us from looking at our mistress?" Chang'e frowned. "Yang? Which one?" This scar-faced tattooed youth was the son of the dean of the Titan Academy, the Titan Supreme. The scar-faced tattooed youth looked smug. "Naturally, it's Senior Mistress Luya. Our master Hontao asked us to come and visit the senior mistress." Chang'e smiled disdainfully and proved at the student council, "Brothers, these trash from Titan Academy, saying that our goddess assistant teacher is their teacher's wife, do you think it's true?" The student council group laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, what a way to think about farts. The goddess assistant teacher would look at that Hontao? The sun has come out of the west. Impossible, assistant goddess is such a proud person, how could she look at that Hontao who has a messy private life and a bad reputation?" Upon hearing this, Chang'e gazed at the scar-faced tattooed youth with contempt, and said disdainfully, "Hear that? You guys are wanting to fart eat it, and you're worthy of calling our goddess assistant teacher teacher's mistress, and you're worthy of paying a visit? Go back from wherever you came from, get lost." Chapter 78 Academy Showdown, Luya's Heart-Stealing Plan. Requests for follow-up reading. Titans trash? Hentoon's character sucks? Go back? This word for word was like a sword, sticking in the heart of the scar-faced tattooed youth. His face was as gloomy as black charcoal, and his eyes erupted into a blazing fire as he said, "Koanpang Combat Academy, for hundreds of years, has been ranked 3rd in the Magic Capital Academy, while we, Titan Academy, have been ranked 1st from the beginning to the end. I don't know where you guys get your confidence from, daring to say that our Titan Academy Heaven's Pride is trash." Saying that, the scar-faced tattooed youth was exasperated and laughed. Commonly confident, you Koanpang Academy Celestial Pride, what a bunch of pushing students. The Titan Academy Celestials all smiled disdainfully and grunted. "Ha! We won't rest until we see the senior maiden today. But before we enter this villa area, we must teach a lesson, some arrogant and cocky trash off. Then let's learn how powerful the Koanpang Combat Academy's heavenly pride is." Seeing that what they said didn't work and that they were being belittled, the student council led by Chang'e rolled up their sleeves one by one and acted like they were in a war. "Boss, him. Yeah, boss, leave it to us. If this can be tolerated, to come to our territory and still stomp on our noses, too arrogant." The contractors of the student council immediately wanted to take on the form of summoned beasts and have a quick battle. "Wait." Chang'e raised his hand and pressed, everyone's eyes were on him, waiting for him to give the order to rush over and do battle. "Our student union has been completely reformed.
the style of doing things can't be as simple and rough as before. Chang Yi was not in a hurry and said to the scar-faced tattooed youth. How about this? In 2 hours, the heavenly pride of our two academies will meet in the ring match at the Void God Tower Arena for a life and death duel. As long as your Titan Combat Academy wins, I'll personally lead you to meet Assistant Professor Luya. How about it? The scar-faced tattooed youth raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. I really didn't expect that the always arrogant and cocky Kunping Student Union would actually speak the rules. Chang Yi raised his head and said rather smugly, that's for sure, my student council can bend and bend. What, do you Titan Academy not dare? Still ranked first, trash. Scar-faced tattooed youth's mouth corner twitched, wide-eyed cursed, come on, how dare not? Compliment you guys and still complacent on, really let a person speechless. Then the two parties were heading towards the Void God Tower Ring Arena at the center of the 10 academies. On the Kunping Combat Academy's largest official website forum, a top post soon appeared. Footsteps on Titan trash, interested kunai Heavenly Pride list Heavenly Pride come quickly, address Void God Tower Ring Arena. Student Council President Chang Yi sends. The Void God Tower awaits you. If you appear once, win or lose, you'll receive a Grand Master lower grade crystal core. If you win, you'll receive a Grand Master medium grade crystal core. Kunping College Student Union. Another top post, another post from the Student Council President, Chang Yi, immediately caused a huge stir. One must know that the 10 academies of the Magic Capital Academy, between each other, have always looked at each other with disdain, and have always wanted to step on each other's feet. And for the past few hundred years, the Titan Academy had always been on top of the Kunping Combat Academy. The Kunlun Combat Academy came in second, while the Titan Academy came in first. Could it be that the annual academy competition has begun again? Why wasn't there any advance notice? It's not a competition for supremacy at all, it's purely the student council's people and the Titan Academy's heavenly pride going to war. Humph. No matter what the reason is, a good thing like footstepping on the Titan Academy's heavenly pride, I must go and have a good time. Yeah, big deal, I'm in. It was human nature to join in the fun, regardless of the era, and after the students of the Kunping Combat Academy saw the post, all 4 grades had indentured servants rushing towards the Void God Tower in groups. The top 30 Heaven's Pride contractors on the Heaven's Pride ranking were also all individually private messaged one by people from the student council. The invitation to go forward in footstep the Titan Academy's Heavenly Pride was very generously paid. Just in time for the school season, the Heaven's Pride list of Heaven's Pride indentured servants, all of them have a large amount of free time, being private message almost all of them are willing to go to the foot of the Titan Heaven's Pride to be happy. After all, in the last year, they had lost to Titan Academy in the Academy competition, and being able to get back a little bit of revenge now was a delightful thing. In less than half an hour, the matter of the Void God Tower battle was like a gale blowing through the Kunping Combat Academy, with a large number of Heavenly Prides participating. In a 3-size Lakeview Villa area. Villa 10. In the middle of the Syrian-style bedroom on the first floor, Luya felt soothed after being massaged. She stretched her waist and her devilish figure was displayed. After tidying up the messy bedroom and taking a shower, Liuwa was still dressed in that same bold, very cool outfit. She was a bit depressed at the moment, her delicate cheeks filled with distress. Ryuwa propped her chin up with one hand in dissatisfaction. It's just a stress reaction. Is it that scary? It's like a knee-jerk reflex, I'm being pressed for comfort, so what's wrong with a few highs? What's wrong with that? Thinking about Xiaoya's movements that seemed to be fleeing for his life, it made one depressed for a while. He's clearly the one who took advantage, right? Why do you still look so horrible? After thinking about it, Luya felt that it was better not to be too hasty, otherwise it would scare Xiaoyi. Taking Xiaoyi needs to be taken step by step, after all, from shallow to deep, it is best to steal his heart first. But how does one steal a heart, Liuwa couldn't figure out. Ding dong! The doorbell rang, and an old man grandpa shouted outside, Assistant Professor Liu, there's a group of Titan Academy students outside looking for you, and they ended up getting into a fight with the Kunping Student Council. Liuwa opened the door to find out what was going on. After the third order boss doorman said in detail what happened, he looked at Luya's hot body for a few eyes and left reluctantly. Knowing what happened, with a bang, Luya slammed his fist on the stone desktop, the table directly split in 4, and said angrily. It's Hong Tao again. How despicable and shameless. Want to use these students to force me to agree to his demands? Humph. Even if all the men in the world died out and he was the only one left, I wouldn't say yes to him. Already having a solution to the template, Luya didn't care about Hong Tao's 2 creation class rule fragment crystals.
Immediately after, Luya's eyes lit up. She had a better plan to take Xiaoye's stolen heart, and it would discuss that Hong Tao. After walking into the storage room in the safe and taking some things, he went out and headed towards Villa 001 where Xiaoye was. A few hundred meters. In the middle of Villa 001, Xiaoye took off the pair of gloves and locked the door before his undulating mind gradually calmed down. However, Xiaoye still had, amongst his eyes, a trace of palpitations. Assistant to Professor, she's not going to use me as a venting tool, is she? That's not good. Although I, Xiaoye, am helpful, I don't do everything. Unless it makes me comfortable too. Xiaoye shook his head, compulsively shaking out the chaotic thoughts in his mind. How could it be possible? Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. A crunch. Chapter 79, The Battle Over the Ownership of the Goddess Assistant Coach. Requesting for catch-up reading. Nangong Siyao let Luya in, and after seeing what Luya was wearing, she was surprised and said, "It's the first time I've ever seen an assistant teacher's sister wearing stockings." Liu was wearing a short purple shirt that was about to burst, short enough to reveal her white belly button, and underneath she wore ultra-short purple leather pants that only wrapped around her butt, and a layer of black tulle stockings wrapped around those long legs that were longer than many lives. The whole person exudes a hormonal young woman's charm and femininity. Nangong Siyao walked over and stood with Luya to compare, only to realize that she had lost. The most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, contains the advantages of her fruitfulness, and at the same time contains the advantages of Chang Bingshi's long legs. She and Chang Bingshi are only 18 years old, both the body and face are slightly tender, have not completely shed their youthfulness, giving the impression of a youthful and fresh temperament-type beauty. Assistant teacher Luya and Vice Dean Yinbing are both mature imperial type, both ripe and sexy imperial. Once wearing stockings, that kind of mysterious advanced sense, all of a sudden came out. Is it nice? Luya asked with a smile as if she were a delicate flower. Nangong Siyao kept nodding her little head. Aha! Of course it looks good. Luya's beautiful eyes lit up. So does Xiaoye like it? Nangong Siyao cocked her head and thought, Xiaoye is a man with normal orientation, of course he likes it. But why is assistant teacher sister asking this? Could it be that you're wearing it for Xiaoye? Awkward. Liuya's pretty face was embarrassed. Normally she didn't like to wear this much, the reason why she put on stockings was for Xiaoye. However, she seemed to have a straight heart and directly exposed her intentions, so she hastily remedied the situation. Of course not. Sister has never been accustomed to prejudice against her sister in regard to approved people. But Xiaoye-san seems to think that my sister's feet stink, so I'm going to unravel the prejudice. Nangong Siyao nodded thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes revealing a dull and foolish gaze. At this time, Xiaoye changed into casual clothes and walked down from the second floor when he heard Luya's words about unlocking prejudice. The corner of his mouth twitched, unraveling prejudice, how? You don't really want him to open his mouth and show off? While it's not a punishment, it's still a reward for some people, Xiaoye. Think it's also a bonus. But it's not necessary. In order to change the topic, Xiaoye took out the campus version of the tablet, in which a virtual screen popped up. Heaven's Remarkable List Number 3, Nine-Tailed Skyfox, Contractors, Xiaoye, Cheng Bingshi. This was his ranking in the Kunpeng Combat Academy's Heaven's Pride ranking, and after killing a Patriarch 10-star Wolf King and wiping out a pack of demon wolves at the actual combat training base, he had come to the third place in the Heaven's Pride ranking. As for the second and first, they are something else. In the private message status bar, there was another private message, which opened up to a battle invite from the student council, with a link at the bottom. Xiaoye curiously clicked on the link. Here's a link to a live video. On the virtual screen, a live feed of the Void God Tower Ring Arena appeared. The title of the live broadcast was catchy, called, Goddess Assistant Teacher Ryuya's Academy Belonging Ring. ? Xiaoye was filled with questions. A fight is a fight. Why did you involve Liu? The two of them, Nangong Siyao and Luya, who were chatting hotly, hurriedly stopped when they saw Xiaoye coming down. The two men padded toward the virtual screen. Luya's delicate willow eyebrows frowned, pouting, these students are really fed up, taking such a strange title. She explained to Xiaoye and Nangong Siyao the cause and passage of events, and then pointed out Hong Tao, the mastermind behind the scenes. Nangong Siyao was full of anger when she heard this, her small hand clenched tightly as she gasped, this Hong Tao is too much, really disrespectful to Sister Luya. Xiaoye sank his face in agreement. That Hong Tao was probably too confident, thinking that Luya would definitely agree to him,
but needed time to think about it, so he released the news in advance, spreading rumors so that everyone would think that Luya was subordinate to him, and used this to force and urge Luya to agree quickly. The corner of Luya's mouth, whose petite body was next to Xiao Ye's, hooked and said mischievously, "Let our Kuanpang heavenly pride teach Hong Tao's disciple a good lesson." At this moment, the virtual screen was a prairie battlefield that had been visualized by the internal rules of the Void God Tower. There were two parties, one led by Scarface Tattoo, the 12 pairs of Contractor Heaven's Pride students from Titan Academy. On the other side, there were a large number of people, the Kuanpang Heavenly Pride ranking celestials led by the student president, as well as members of the student council, followed by over 300 eaters. In the middle of the two parties, a huge fenced-in ring appeared. The Titan Heaven's Pride scar-faced tattooed youth was arrogant and scorned everything. "Assistant Professor Luya will belong to our Titan Academy in the future." Chang Yi's veins rippled as he listened. "Humph. Go on, beat them up hard." Each of the two parties then went up to a pair of indentured servants and turned into summoned beast form. Giant thousand-blade mantis, and the 10th poison demon Spider King on the Kuanpang Heaven's Pride ranking. Just a photo, the mantis is the Spider King sprayed out of the giant web to wrap in a dumpling-like. Due to the toughness of the silk net, giant mantis crack not open. Just a minute, to distinguish the winner. Kunlun Academy wins. The scar-faced tattooed youth's smile froze. Chang Yi Jiajiajia's soothing laughter. In the second match, it was the Titan Academy's Panther, and the Porcupine, who was 5th in the Kuanpang Heaven's Pride ranking. 10 seconds later, the leopard that had been pierced with many spikes was seriously injured and was forced to exit its summoned beast form, losing its combat power. Kunlun Academy wins. The scar-faced tattooed youth's smile awkwardly stopped as he roared, "All a bunch of losers." Chang Yi said in a conspiratorial manner, "What's the matter? You can't fight but you're annoyed. Your Titan Academy is still ranked number 1, garbage." The Kuanpang Heavenly Pride of the Heavenly Pride ranking was overjoyed. "Hey, even though it's not an official match, it's damn cool to have your feet on the Titan Heavenly Pride. It's still true, these Titan Celestial Pride, they still want to rob our goddess assistant teacher, don't even think about it." The goddess assistant teacher, Luya, seems to be famous in all 10 academies. Yes, Goddess Luya was the famous Kuanpang Academy beauty professor 100 years ago, which was also the famous assistant professor of Kuanpang Academy during the 100 years, and her fame has long spread to all 10 academies. The Kuanpang side that took the field were all the top 10 Tianzhou of the Kuanpang Academy's Tianzhou ranking, and their realms were all at the 7 stars of the sovereign and above. As for the Titan Fong, it was just the students that Hong Tao was taking, except for the scar-faced tattooed youth of Zhongsher 10 stars, the others only had a maximum of Zhongsher 4 stars. The scar-faced tattooed youth sank his face and stopped the pair of Titan contractor celestials who were preparing to go up to the stage, saying, "For the battle in the back, I alone will be enough." Saying that, the scar-faced tattooed youth was walking up to the ring with his contracted maiden, transforming into a huge titanic great ape with an SSS grade template. The Kuanpang side was up with the 4th most powerful patriarch in the Heaven's Pride rankings, the 8-star Raptor Vulture. Chirp! The Raptor Vulture sprinted down from the sky as if it were a meteorite from the heavens, those sharp eyes staring at the titanic great ape, its steel-like claws ready to grab it at any moment. The giant titanic ape gave a middle finger, and when the vulture arrived, it grabbed the vulture in the middle of high-speed movement at a weird angle, and violently threw it towards the ground. The earth shook with a thud. Then, the titanic great ape hands to the sides of a forceful pull, tearing a sound, the raptor vulture divided into 2 halves, directly forced to withdraw from the Void God Tower. In less than 10 seconds, the Titan side was victorious. The titanic great ape thumped his burly chest and laughed loudly, "Kuanpang Academy, keep going on, I've taken it all." Chapter 80 Assistant Professor Luya robbing the scented pouch. Requesting for follow-up reading. Seeing that the boss had won, and won so crisply, the Titan Heavenly Pride's aura soared, and each one of them became happy and excited. "Boss is mighty. Them hard. Boss, the Titan will win, and we can go and see our mistress." "That's right. Senior Maiden belongs to our Titan Academy, and a bunch of losers are still trying to stop us from seeing Senior Maiden." Those disparaging and disdainful words and the reversal of the ring situation caused the Kuanpang Celestials' faces to change and become gloomy. A nameless flame appeared in everyone's heart. The Titan giant ape's powerful strength and strong aura, even more so, made the Kuanpang Celestial Pride. Think of the scene in which they were crushed by the Titan Celestial Pride in the middle of the Academy competition last year. Couldn't help but have some stage fright and didn't go on stage first. Could it be that today will be a repeat of last year's awful scene? The Titan giant ape laughed maniacally, and the beast stood in the center of the ring, as if it was a victorious king who scorned everything. Koan Pang Academy? It's all crap. So many people, and not one of them dares to go on. Just you losers, you still want to stop us from looking at the senior maiden, shucks. Being mercilessly and unmercifully mocked, Chang Yi's group of student council members turned pale. Chang Yi looked at the group of people in the top 5 of the Koan Pang Heaven's Pride ranking and said, "This is about the face of our Koan Pang Academy. If we lose today, we will be the laughingstock of the 10 academies for the next whole year. Gentlemen, please make sure you get on the stage and defeat him." Humph. The Koan Pang Heavenly Pride contractor, who was ranked as the second in the Heavenly Pride ranking, let out a cold snort and mounted the ring with a grave expression on his face. The last person to take the stage was the Raptor Vulture, the fourth on the Heaven's Pride list, who had been forced to withdraw from the Void God Tower at this point. Xiao Yi, the third on the Heaven's Remarkable ranking, and Lin Bingshi were not present, and only he, the second on the Heaven's Remarkable ranking, could be on the stage this time. The Titanic ape raised a middle finger, his eyes full of contempt. "One move, just one move, defeat you." The second in the Heaven's Remarkable ranking had an ugly face as he said angrily, "What arrogance!" In the space of a breath they were mobilizing the power of the contract, turning into a summoned beast in the form of an armored demonic crocodile, that large narrow body crouching on the ground, its entire body filled with golden armor, and that huge mouth filled with sharp giant teeth. Sovereign 9 stars, Armored Demon Crocodile. Roar! The armored demon crocodile violently rushed forward, and Hurricane unleashed its natural skill, indestructible. The hardness of its entire body increased by 5 times, its sharp giant teeth and golden armor increased greatly in attack and defense, and a bloody mouth looked to be about to bite the Titan giant ape. But in an instant, the Titan ape changed, berserking, increase in size by 10 times, enhancement of whole body attributes by 10 times. As if the law of the heavens and the earth, the already huge size of the titanic great ape, in an instant increased to 10 times the original height, the height of up to 100 meters, in the sunlight that huge shadow shrouded the entire ring. Crunch! The armored demon crocodile's bloody mouth, at this time like a small ant, could not bite the giganticized Titan giant ape, and on the outside it looked as if it had crashed headlong into it without causing much damage, but instead, it knocked itself into a dizziness. Tarzan meteorite fall. The Titan giant ape jumped up to a height of 300 meters, as if it was a Tarzan crushing down, and its gigantic feet stepped on the body of the armored demon crocodile. Put! That over-limit pressure caused the dizzily minded armored demon crocodile to directly spurt out blood and pass out with serious injuries. One move, defeat. The SS grade template of the Sovereign 9-star armored demon crocodile, compared to the SSS grade template of the Sovereign 10-star Titan giant ape, which one was higher or lower, was immediately judged in one move. Who else? The 100-meter-tall terrifying titanic great ape roared, and the sound was deafeningly heard throughout the prairie. Titan Fong Tianjiao cheered. The kunai party was in a low mood. The number 1 Koan Pang Heavenly Pride on the Heaven's Pride ranking let out a bitter smile and said, "Admit defeat, I lost to this Titan giant ape last year at the competition for supremacy. And the loss was complete, within 3 moves. The difference in battle power between SS rank templates and SSS rank templates is innate." With that said, this Zongsher 10-star Heaven's Pride ranking number 1 Koan Pang Heaven's Pride was exiting the Void God Tower, leaving behind a face full of the student council and the eating crowds. The corner of Chang Yi's mouth was twitching. Once this person is gone, what else is there to fight? There is no one left to go on. The members of the student council are all indentured servants outside of the 30th place of the Heaven's Pride list. As for the Heaven's Pride within the 30th place of the Heaven's Pride list, none of them bother to join the student council. And both the second lost, and the first exited the Void God's Tower. Do we really have to admit defeat? Do you really want him, Chang Yi, to personally lead these Titan Celestials to meet the goddess assistant teacher? The other side. Xiao Yi, who was watching the battle in front of the virtual screen, raised his sword brows and looked at Luya next to him with a puzzled expression. Why did the assistant teacher's sister put his hand in her lap? And grabbed his hand and rubbed it against the stocking on his leg. It's very soft to the touch and feels great. Fortunately, on the other side, Nangong Siyao was concentrating on the ring battle and didn't notice this side. Xiao Ye's head came over and whispered, "Sister assistant teacher, what are you doing?" Luya raised Xiao Ye's hand and put it in front of Xiao Ye's nose, full of curiosity. Well, does it stink? Xiao Yi inhaled and shook his head, "It doesn't stink." Liu happily tickled the corners of her mouth, the curves harder to suppress than even AK, and she grunted, "You know it doesn't stink, right?" Xiao Yi had a black line on his face and retorted, "Sister assistant teacher, you're talking about the legs, of course the legs don't stink." Liu's smile faltered. Xiao Yi, this means, or that her feet stink, is it? Would love to kick him in the mouth. Looking at Luya's gaze that was about to kill, Xiaoyu took out the Cloud Ice brand black incense sachet in his pocket and placed it in front of his nose to smell it. With a face of enjoyment, he said, "It smells so good. That distinctive fresh scent is one of a kind." Luya's face pouted with some dissatisfaction. Xiaoyu clearly disliked her stench and took out the scented pouch to dispel the odor. However, this unique and refreshing aroma, why did it smell a bit familiar? And, that black scented pouch, the material is a bit like... Liu looked down at the tulle black silk on her legs. Taking advantage of Xiaoya's inattention, Luya snatched it over and looked at it, only to discover a shocking secret. Exclamation point. You, to be so perverted, this is the vice president's. Well. Her delicate mouth was covered by Xiaoyu with one hand, only to see Xiaoyu say with a cautious face, "Assistant professor sister, be careful with your words. If the vice president hears this, she'll kill me." Luya's beautiful eyes widened as she hurriedly shut up. With Vice Dean Lin Bing's fiery temper, she might actually do something like this. After breaking away from Xiaoya's hand, Luya brought the black scented capsule over and sniffed it. The result was a shocked whisper. "Mr. Xiaoyi, can you give this to me? My sister fell in love with it as soon as she smelled it. It smells too good." Xiaoyi shook his head violently, firmly disagreeing. "No way. I have expended 9 cows and 2 tigers to get such a one." Liu threatened, "If you don't send me, I'll tell the vice president to go." Xiaoyu once again refused. "No, don't you have one yourself? Wouldn't it be fine for you to produce one?" Liu's beautiful eyes widened as she said indistinctly, "Right-o." Immediately afterward, she removed the stockings from her legs under Xiaoya's stunned gaze. Chapter 81, Upanishad Thousand-Year Kill. Request for catch-up reading. Flowing out of that originally white and red skin, and smooth leg curves, and then crystal-clear jade feet. Xiaoyu hurriedly averted his eyes, as if he would explode if he looked at it again. He took out the scent bag because he wanted to compare the difference between the scent that both Assistant Professor Luya and Vice Dean Lin Bing brought with them. But what Xiaoyu did not expect was... the assistant teacher's sister, Luya, had actually taken a fancy to his precious scented bag and was going to snatch it from him. And that's how things ended up in this scene. "Don't look at me if I'm not polite, don't listen to me if I'm not polite." Xiaoya's gaze went straight to the virtual screen to watch the ring match, but out of the corner of his eye, he supervised Luya's extremely perverted scene. Just seeing Luya's dexterity, she rolled the faded, unnameable black tool into a small ball of thread. "No, I'm just saying. Are you really coming?" And Luya also used her energy to form a beautiful script, perfectly tightly attached to the small mass, called Xiaoya's Special Fragrance Pouch. Exclamation point. Xiaoyu was startled. Could it be that the assistant teacher's sister wanted it to give it to someone? This someone is. It's him? Sure enough. The development of things was within Xiaoya's expectations. Luya looked at her work with great satisfaction and placed it in front of Xiaoya's nose, asking curiously, "Does it stink?" Xiaoyu sniffed a little twistedly in his heart, and the result caused him to glare. Surprised, it actually smells good. It's another no 1-2 thing scent, although it can't be compared to Cloud Ice brand clear. The corner of Luya's mouth hooked, his heart was very happy, the hooked arc was harder to suppress than a cannon. Aha! The old lady's beautiful feet certainly smell good. He. Finally, the prejudice against her in Xiaoya's heart was unraveled. Without prejudice, it was a step closer for her to take down Xiaoyi. However, why did Xiaoyi say actually? Luya's beautiful eyes turned brightly, putting the Cloud Ice brand black incense sachet into her own pocket, and said with interest. "Mr. Xiaoyi, my sister exchanged mine with you, this one of yours belongs to me, huh?" Saying that, she placed the small ball of unnameable muslin inscribed with Xiaoya's specialized incense sachet in Xiaoya's hand. Xiaoyi could not cry and could only accept it silently. "When will you go back to the goddess Vice President Yunbing, and ask for another one is all. I'm sure she'll be generous enough to send another one. If you don't send it, then use the threat of not giving a massage to remove the berserk road rhyme if you don't send it." When Luya saw that Xiaoyi did not refuse, her heart was even more delighted. He. This showed that in Xiaoya's heart, her weight was not lower than Vice Dean Yunbing. At this time, Nangong Siyao exclaimed in shock, her small hand covering her small mouth. "Geez, this Chengyi is actually on the field, can he beat that titan giant ape?" Luya and Xiaoya's attention was drawn over. The live broadcast on the virtual screen showed Chengyi and his contracted maiden going up to the stage to personally face off against the terrifyingly sized titanic ape.
Xiao Yi frowned. Rumor has it that Mileage Cloth has always been the arrogant and overbearing student president. No one has ever said anything about his realm or battle power. This battle, it's very suspenseful. Luya sat with her legs crossed and leaned next to Xiao Yi as she analyzed. Can win. Chang Yi is a SS grade green dragon template, and as early as 10 years ago, he reached the 10-star realm of a grandmaster, and now that 10 years have passed, his realm has long since been promoted to a grandmaster, and as for how many stars of a grandmaster it is unknown. This Titan giant ape is the son and daughter-in-law of the Dean of the Titan Academy, the Titan Supreme becoming, but Chang Yi is also the son of the Supreme. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi and Nangong Siyao's interest in this battle rose. The battle for the son of the Supreme should be a good one. In the virtual screen, After Chang Yi and his indentured servant girl ascended the stage, he looked at the 100-meter-tall terrifying titanic ape with a bland expression and said indifferently, I haven't struck in many years, so I'll take you for practice today. The titanic great ape smiled disdainfully, come on, I also want to see to what extent the Vudra Supreme has cultivated you. Chang Yi both immobilized the power of the contract and began to summon the SS grade template green dragon. Jin. Roar. A rude and violent sound drifted from the middle of the sky. Immediately after that, in the sky, a huge dragon with wings covered in green scales appeared there, its eyes looking down at the Titan giant ape. Grandmaster 5-star. That vast power of intent filled out, almost reaching substance. Was it your master personally who said that, Aunt Luya? Was it your master's mother? The twin-winged green dragon asked. Titan giant ape, that's for sure, or do you think we're the ones screaming? The twin-winged green dragon snorted coldly, if your master teacher fools around and messes up Aunt Luya's reputation, he's dead. The titanic great ape smiled disdainfully, what a big talker, when did my master want to mess with my master's reputation? Boom! A blasting sound rose to the sky. It was the Titan giant ape that struck out, its mountainous fist carrying a ferocious and unrivaled aura as it smashed towards the twin-winged green dragon. Humph! The green dragon's wings flapped violently, and a fierce hurricane suddenly arose, and in an instant it arrived at the back of the titanic giant ape. The titanic giant ape's mountainous fist fell short, but it roared with excitement. Yes! Finally, I've met someone my own age who can compare a few strokes. Ha ha ha! The man is still a fighting maniac. The conscious body Chang Yi's face darkened, he was 10 years older than the scar-faced tattooed youth, and as a result, he was treated as a peer? Isn't that an insult to him? Must teach this man a lesson. Natural skill, hurricane power, controls the power of the wind to form a storm attack, greatly increasing speed and attack power. Who? The wings of the double-winged green dragon quickly stirred up, and the power of intent was thick to the extreme. A blade of air rotated to form a violent hurricane, scraping towards the Titan ape's head, aiming for the Titan ape's eyes. The thick-skinned titanic apes are bursting with muscle and are furry. The only area that is a weak spot is the fart or the cheek part of the face. Seeing the incoming momentum, the Titan giant ape hurriedly protected his cheeks with his palms, then raised his terrifyingly huge hairy exuberant long legs and kicked. Boom! The air exploded with another kick. The twin-winged green dragon was a western giant dragon, and with a fierce flap of its wings, it easily dodged the Titan giant ape's attack, and it circled around behind the Titan giant ape's fart, and quickly unleashed a skill. With 5 stars of Grandmaster, it was still a speed-type summoned beast, and in terms of speed, the 10-star Grandmaster's Titan giant ape couldn't keep up with it even if it clapped its hands. Hurricane force, full power. A 100-meter-long spear of wind power formed in the air, numbering in the hundreds. Go! With a command from the twin-winged green dragon, the spear of wind power was like a sharp sword, shooting towards the fart of the giant Titan giant ape. Jia jia jia! Chang Yi smiled cheaply as he made a sinister move, the Aoi Millennium Kill. As the Titan ape was blocking the hurricane attack directly in front of him with both palms, his legs were still kicking in the air and his field of vision was limited, so he didn't have time to make a block, and the spear of wind power hit the Titan ape in a certain part of its body, just as Chang Yi had hoped. Ow! A miserable and incomparable scream rose up to the sky, spreading throughout the entire prairie. The Titan giant ape's eyes fell out from the pain. It covered a certain part with both hands and jumped with both feet, like a monkey, jumping several thousand meters high. Chapter 82. Which student can withstand this kind of test? Requesting for follow-up reading. Ow! It hurts too much. The titanic ape was filled with pain, it was up and down in pain, rolling all over the ring covering its ass in pain. The so-called 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and the fart is even more directly to the heart, so you can imagine how much pain it has endured. Hiss! Too hard.
Holy. So sad.
Miserable is right, hit him hard, it hurts.
Ha, seeing that arrogant guy so miserable makes me feel good. That's right.
We're winning this time, Titan trash go back. Seeing the Titan giant ape summoned by the scar-faced tattooed youth contractor, jumping up and down in pain in that miserable manner, the Koan Peng Celestials felt very painful. Titan trash, daring to come to Koan Peng Academy to be arrogant, deserves a severe beating. The Titan side reacted differently. Insidious, too insidious, in vain. That's right, no martial virtues, actually sneak attack. Have the guts to have a face-to-face match, it's so cheap. The 10 pairs of contractors on the Titan side hated the way the twin-winged green dragon attacked, it was just too infuriating. How can anyone be so insidious as to specifically attack someone's shame? In the sky, seeing the miserable appearance of the Titan giant ape, the twin-winged green dragon himself felt his buttocks tighten. That's too bad. The twin-winged green dragon looked at the Titan giant ape that was rolling on the ground in pain with a teasing expression and called out in a conspiratorial manner. Hey, I haven't fought enough, you can't stand this much pain, are you still a titanic ape? No way, that's all the Titan giant ape can do? This is too much trash. Put. A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Titan giant ape's anger, and his eyes were crimson as he barely stood up, as if he was about to spit out a blazing fire. It forced itself to endure some sort of pain and gritted its teeth as it spoke in a single word. You, good. It was right just now, wait, I'll beat you up hard. Tisk. The double-winged green dragon scared and looked at it in surprise, not expecting it to actually get back up. That's a tough mouth, isn't it? It's obvious that you're about to die and you have to come back and fight again. But. The dark eyes of the twin-winged green dragon suddenly fixed on the titanic great apes. Crotch. GGG. The double-winged green dragon laughed cheaply. If you can still take this next move, then I respect you as a man, a real man. And give you a thumbs up. Put. In front of the virtual screen, the most beautiful widow assistant teacher Liu Ruyan and the fruitful young woman Nangong Siyao, who were watching the live broadcast, snorted. The smiles of the two beautiful women were like two flowers blooming, making the atmosphere of the scene become active. This Chang'e, what a detriment. He. Nangong Siyao was happy to see the Titan giant ape suffer defeat. Assistant teacher Liu Ruyan said with interest, the difference in realms between the two is too great, it's not a level of battle power at all, the twin-winged green dragon seems to be playing with the Titan giant ape as if it's playing with a monkey. Moreover, looking at that look in the eyes of the twin-winged green dragon, it seems like it's going to use an even more sinister move later on. The corner of Xiaoya's mouth twitched, as a man, he could feel just how painful that was. However, why were Nangong Siyao and Liu Ruyan smiling so happily? It was hard to believe that these two women both had some strange attributes. Upon hearing Xiaoya's voice, the beautiful eyes of both Liu Ruyan and Nangong Siyao coincidentally looked toward Xiaoya's rear. That curious look spoke for itself. Xiaoya felt a tightness somewhere before he raised his hand and gave Shuko schoolgirl Nangong Siyao a headbutt. Ouch. Nangong Siyao pouted in pain, her small hand touched her head and said, Xiaoya, what are you doing? It hurts. Xiaoya's starry eyes glared as he said solemnly, no birth of some sort of strange attribute is allowed. If Nangong Siyao had some sort of strange attribute, then the person who would suffer in the end would still be him, Xiaoya. So when this attribute is just born and still in its infancy, it is important to snuff it out for her. Nangong Siyao's pretty face was dumbfounded, violently shook her little head, she just felt interesting, really didn't give birth to any strange attributes. At this time, Liu Ruyan, who was sitting cross-legged, spoke out and softly said, Student Xiaoya, this is quite normal. So don't blame Namiya-san la. ? Xiaoya's starry eyes widened as he suddenly glanced at the back of the most beautiful assistant teacher, Liu Ruyan. Can this be a serious topic? Is it hard to believe that assistant coaches have some kind of weird attribute? Well. Feeling Xiaoya's gaze that seemed to be a bit proper and serious, Liu Ruyan's pretty face blushed as she pouted. If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Then Liu Ruyan sneaked over and said something beside Xiaoya's ear. What she's saying is, don't look now, whatever you want during the massage. Xiaoya's eyes widened in surprise as he listened and felt his jaw drop. Wow, what student could stand up to that? What student could resist this temptation? After Xiaoya reacted, he said in a serious manner, Sister Assistant Teacher, don't distort my noble personality, I was being helpful and practicing traditional virtues. Liu Ruyan flamboyantly blanked him. You've taken advantage of the situation. If someone else had dared to look at her Luya like that, she would have kicked that person to break their children and grandchildren tens of thousands of meters away, so that that person could reincarnate early. Nangong Siyao once again snorted a laugh and said, "You guys, look at the live stream, Chang'e is being mirrored again. That Titanic ape has it coming, hee hee." Luya and Xiao Yi were attracted to it. Only to see that in the ring, the Titan giant ape was finally slowing down and had realized the power of the twin-winged green dragon. It looked grave and said, "You are very powerful. A worthy opponent, but I'm not weak either. Let's compete once more, one move to decide the winner." "How?" The twin-winged green dragon's dark eyes showed a teasing color, and he said with his mouth full, "One move? But I've only just finished warming up, and I haven't had a good fight yet. You're not going to be able to hold out, are you? No way no how? The Titan Supreme's son, that's it? That's it?" The Titanic ape's eyebrows jumped and he gritted his teeth. "I'm about to rise up from the ground in pain and you're just finishing warming up? Treadmill, the difference between the Clan Master level and the Grand Clan Master level is this huge? Treadmill. It's going to break the defense. It has to be done quickly. Dragging it out won't do me any good. I'm at least the son of a supreme being. Losing a battle isn't losing a battle. When I say one move, I mean one move." The Titan giant ape roared angrily, and the dense power of intent penetrated his body, immediately casting his natural skill. Roaring Shock, a sonic attack that shocks the enemy and stuns them for a certain period of time. Wrapped in a dense power of intent, the soundwave attack spread out. This move is mostly a surprise. For sonic attacks, the enemy could easily be hit if they had no prior defense. But who was Chang'e? It was the son of the Supreme Being, the student president who had been a student for 10 years, and he had long ago collected the information of many students of the 10 academies, which included the information of the Titanic giants. Therefore, the twin-winged green dragon had taken precautions against this sonic attack, using the power of the wind to form a sound barrier boundary, greatly weakening this sonic attack. By the time the soundwave attack reached the green dragon, it was already at the end of the strong attack, and there was very little effect left that could be inflicted. Then, the twin-winged green dragon let out a wicked smile. GGG. Hundreds of large, sharp blades condensed from the power of the wind headed towards the crotch of the Titan giant ape. The swooshing sound carried the eloquent aura of 10,000 swords, flashing with a cold, chilling light. Direct hits, everything but. Ow! A miserable roar rose to the sky. Chapter 83 Luya, Second Plan in Action. Requests for follow-up reading. The Titan giant ape covered a certain place that was drenched in blood, and that terrifyingly huge face became extremely twisted from the pain. That miserable scream spread throughout the entire prairie, resounding in the ears of all the Heaven's Pride students. No matter if it was a boy or a girl, all of them felt a coldness in their crotch, and looked at the twin-winged green dragon with more than a hint of awe. "You." Before the Titan giant ape could even say all of his words, he fainted due to the extreme pain, and was forced to release his summon form and exit the Void God Tower. Fortunately, it was in the middle of the Void God Tower. If this was a battle in reality, then this Titan giant ape would be crippled from now on. It would drastically weaken its battle power, and both contractors would be greatly affected. The kunai side, winning. The double-winged green dragon was in the size of 20 meters, it flapped its wings and hovered in mid-air, its eyes with the color of a cloak swept the Titan Fang Tianjiao and faintly said, "Convinced?" All of the Titan Fang Tianjiao did not dare to meet Qing Lon's eyes and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Even the Titan giant ape with 10 stars of Zongshur had lost so completely, and they, the celestial pride whose highest realm was only 4 stars of Zongshur, were bound to lose if they went. Humph. The twin-winged green dragon contacted its form and changed back into Chang'e and the contractor girl. Chang'e looked at those Titan Fang Tianjiao and said, "You've lost, get lost. Aunt Liua, you don't deserve to see it. And go back and tell your master, Aunt Luya is my father Supreme Vudra's best friend, and even more so, my uncle Zhao's teacher, so he'd better not mess around, or he's dead." The Titan Fang Celestials exited the Void God Tower. The Kuan-Peng Fang Celestials, on the other hand, were overjoyed and happy. Especially the group of Heaven's Pride ranking students from Kuan-Peng Academy who had participated in the Academy competition, all of them were all smiles, being able to step on a Titan Heaven's Pride, that felt too good As things came to an end, everyone's opinion of Chang'e changed a bit. If it wasn't for the fact that Chang'e didn't participate in the competition, it was estimated that last year's champion would have been the Kuan-Peng cadet. Everyone recognized the power of the student council president. After finishing, Chang'e remembered something and bumbled off, pulling his contracted girl with him. On the other side, watching the live stream in front of a virtual screen, Nangong Siyao slapped the table with her small hand and exclaimed, "Good. Well played." The Shuogui young woman seemed to be very fond of that insidious attack, and an extremely excited expression appeared on her face. Worry rose within Xiao Yi. It couldn't be that Nangong Siyao's wife had really produced some kind of strange attribute. He raised his hand and pinched Nangong Siyao's delicate face, the concern in his eyes overflowing. The Shuogui young woman looked at Xiao Yi with a playful and dumbfounded face, and a clear and foolish gaze flowed from her beautiful eyes. Luya's sexy and delicate body leaned on top of the sofa, her hands constantly pounding the Jinbing brand black incense sachet, thoughtfully looking at Xiao Yi's handsome side face. A second plan quietly emerged in her heart. Bullying? That's right. That's the second plan. No more stealing hearts. It's too much of a hassle. Straightforward. After the incident of exchanging the scented pouches, Luya was able to determine that Xiao Yi did not exclude her and that he had a good feeling towards her. If Xiao Yi's character passed, then Long could implement the second plan. As long as Xiao Yi is of good quality, he will naturally be responsible for her. Then she would be considered to have taken Xiao Yi as well, although the means were a bit dishonorable. Then the next step was to observe Xiao Yi's qualities head-on, or inquire about Xiao Yi's deeds sideways. Otherwise, when the time comes, what if she implements the second plan and Xiao Yi plucks and hangs mercilessly? How is she going to face Xiao Yi when the time comes? Or a pair of scissors to cut the culprit? Ding dong! That's when the doorbell rang. After Xiao Yi opened the door, Chang Yi and his indentured servant girl came. Only Chang Yi said with an expectant face, "Uncle Xiao, have you watched the Void God Tower livestream?" Xiao Yi nodded and welcomed the two Chang Yi in. "Hey, Uncle Xiao, this time I've made a great achievement, successfully blocking those Titan trash that wanted to jeopardize Aunt Liuya," Chang Yi said with great joy. Liuya spoke up, "You did a good job." Chang Yi was shocked to actually see the most beautiful assistant professor here. Good lord, a group of them had exhausted themselves in the Void God Tower just to stop the Titan Heavenly Pride from seeing Liuya. As a result, Liuya was watching the livestream for fun here in Xiao Yi. Chang Yi expressed his envy. "Thank you Auntie Lu for the compliment." That contractor girl smiled coyly. Chang Yi was very domineering and arrogant, but his indentured servant, however, seemed to be very shy and even a bit introverted. As Xiao Yi watched, he didn't even know how these two had concluded the contract. "What are you looking for me for?" Xiao Yi asked. Chang Yi rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Uncle Xiao, Auntie Nangong, that thing recorded on yesterday's video, can you delete it? I assure you, the student council has been completely reformed. The style of acting has improved across the board." The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. "You came all the way here just because of this?" Nangong Siyao cocked her head and pondered for a while before finally inquiring to Xiao Yi, "The student council has indeed changed a lot. Xiao Yi, do you think we should delete that video?" Yesterday, Nangong Siyao utilized a camera recorder to record the strong and overbearing side of the volunteers and the student council forcing the new students to pay money. Chang Yi is here to ask for that handle to be deleted. Chang Yi saw that there was a show, his eyes lit up, and he hastily patted his chest and assured, "Uncle Xiao, the improved style will continue until forever." Xiao Yi rubbed his chin and said, "Deleting it is fine. We've really seen a change in the style of the student body." Nangong Siyao got up from the corner, found the camera recorder and threw it to Chang Yi, saying, "No, it's all in here." He held the camera recorder like it was a treasure and headed out the door. The shy indentured servant girl hurriedly followed. Xiao Yi scratched his head in disbelief and said, "So happy, if you do anything bad, I just need to talk to Brother Chang, there is no need for a camera recorder." Nangong Siyao nodded deeply, "Yes da!" Exclamation point. Walking to the door, Chang Yi's feet were soft and almost fell. It was his contracted girl who helped him so that he didn't make a sniff. Chang Yi, two people came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Liuya took everything in, her small hand covered her mouth in surprise. "I said that in these 2 days, the student council, which was supposed to be malodorous, how did it make it onto the official website's hot search, receiving all sorts of favorable comments from the new students, and compliments from the old students? So it was the two of you that made Chairman Chang Yi make an overhaul?" Nangong Siyao retorted, "It's not me la, it's all because of Xiao Yi that the student council was reformed la." Yeah? Liuya was even more surprised. It seems that Xiao Yi is very positive and has a very good 3 views. Coming to this conclusion, Liuya Mei's eyes showed a strong color of joy. Chapter 84 Class Guide, It's a Sign of Responsibility. Begging for a follow-up.
The 3 views were very good, very positive. Luya gave Xiaoya's quality a score of 60 at the moment if he scored 100 out of 100. Luya was curious to know how responsible Xiaoyi was. Patriotism and homekeeping are both expressions of a sense of duty. If it's the kind of person who uses it and throws it away, scraping it together if it has value and tossing it aside if it doesn't, it's a classic egoist, and it's hard to tell how responsible that person is. That's why Luya wanted to focus on begging Xiaoya's sense of responsibility. At this time, Xiaoyi and Nangong Siyao received a message at the same time. Opening it up, it was a message from the class guide of the Heaven's Pride class. Tomorrow's class instructor will be the class advisor, focusing on the Tianjiu list and the ranking of the Tianjiu list, so please make sure all students are present. Luya came closer to take a look next to Xiaoyi and said thoughtfully, "Freshman, normally it is not too early to introduce the Heaven's Pride list. Your class guide introduced the Heaven's Pride list so quickly, I wonder what purpose it serves." Coming too close, Xiaoyi could clearly feel Luya's breath, and that unique body fragrance. Looking downward, you can't actually see your feet. As the saying goes, if you look down and don't see your toes, it's the best color on earth. Luya, Yunbing, and Nangong Siyao were this kind of earthly beauty. Luya noticed Xiaoya's gaze and gave a delicate hum. Time passed quickly and the next morning. There were still 10 minutes before class started, and all the contractor celestials in the Celestial Pride class had arrived. Including Xiaoyi, Nangong Siyao, and Cheng Bingshi. The same goes for Ban Guide and Ryuya in beast-eared nymph form. Perhaps it was because the Heaven's Pride class was different, and before the class even started, the 2 class guides began the content of the class. The Heaven's Pride ranking is a ranking list of the overall strength of all the contractor students in Kunpeng Academy, from the 1st to the 1200th. That's right, all the indentured servant students, freshman through senior, are on the list. But the lower the grade level, the lower the ranking of the Heaven's Pride ranking. The top 300 of the Heaven's Pride list, most of them are senior Tianjiao, 300 to 600 most of them are junior Tianjiao, and your freshman year, you are ranked at the end of the Heaven's Pride list, 900th to 1200th. The Heaven's Pride contractors were a bit speechless, talking amongst themselves. What kind of Heaven's Pride ranking is this? The eldest 4 are older, so of course they're at the top with a higher realm. That's right, the Heaven's Pride ranking should be divided into 4, 1 for each grade. Aha, or the Heaven's Pride ranking is ranked by qualification potential, not strength realm. These childish-faced Heaven's Pride contractors were spitting out the shortcomings of the Heaven's Pride rankings arrangement. They used to be among the top 10 prides in their high school schools, and here they were actually ranked after 900, very unconvinced. Xiaoyi shook his head, these students still hadn't seen the cruelty of the end times. Upon hearing the disdain of these heavenly prides, and Xiaoya's movements, the 2 class guides' eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and they gave a loud shout. Quiet. All the students were quiet as if a bomb had exploded beside their ears, ringing with deafening sounds. The male class guide smiled at Xiaoyi and said, "Student Xiaoyi, do you have any opinions about the Heaven's Pride ranking?" Xiaoyi said with a bland smile. "I think the rules for arranging the Heaven's Pride ranking are very appropriate." "Oh?" The male class guide's eyes lit up. "How so?" The gazes of the other Heaven's Pride people looking at Xiaoyi were filled with doubt. The Heaven's Pride ranking was not favorable to them, as the Heaven's Pride people, who could bear to be ranked after 900. Xiaoyi explained, "It's the end times, it's the summoned beast era, the strong are honored, the weak are just ants, the weak are reduced to vassals, and the strong have the right to speak. Genius, it's only a genius if he can grow up, otherwise he's a corpse. That's why the Heaven's Pride ranking is arranged based on comprehensive strength, I think it's appropriate." Quiet. The scene was silent as the Heaven's remarkable contractors listened, all shocked by Xiaoya's words. In the end times, the strongest will be honored. It is the strong that have the right to speak. The weak can only become subordinate. That's the truest picture of this post-apocalyptic era. Pa pa pa. The cat-eared lady Luya led the applause, and the Celestial Pride followed suit, and then the applause thundered among the teachers, rising and falling like a tidal wave. After the applause had fallen, both class directors said, "Well said. So do you guys still think it's appropriate to arrange the Heaven's Pride list like this?" The class guide looked around the circle. The Heaven's Pride contractors all agreed, appropriate. Yes, the strongest are honored, and the rules of arranging the Heaven's Pride ranking are well adapted to this era. It's right, it's us being pedantic. Aha, big deal, 3 years later, we'll top the Heaven's Pride list again, anyway, we're on the Heaven's Pride list. Were the top students of the freshman year. The class guide's eyes narrowed, then he raised his hand and waved it, and immediately a list appeared on the virtual screen in front of the teacher. The Heaven's remarkable ranking.
First, Holy Gold Demon Lion, Zongshi 10-star, Big 4 Heavenly Pride, Li Tan, Epic. Second, Armored Demon Crocodile, Grandmaster 9-star, Big 4 Pride, Gu Hai, Zhang Mei. Third, Nine-tailed Fox, 7 stars of the Sovereign Master, Freshman Pride, Xiao Yi, Chang Bingshi.
900th place, Dark Spectral Wolf, 7th rank, Freshman Pride, by Juanhao, Emo Zhuqing. 1200th, Psychedelic Discs, 3rd Order, Freshman Pride, Hongwei, Zhangya. After looking at the entire ranking from top to bottom, suddenly some of the Heaven's Pride contractors sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Is that 3rd Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi from our class? It seems like, hey, it's labeled Grade 1 Heavenly Pride. Holy, Xiao Yi and the others are already Sovereign 7 stars? I'm only at the 3rd level. I'm ranked 900th, and I'm only at the 7th rank. At this time, all the students' gazes were shocked as they looked towards Xiao Yi and Chang Bingshi's side, and admiration rose in their hearts. The 2 class guides laughed. Their main purpose of this lesson was to set an example for these arrogant and conceited Heavenly Prides. Let them see that there are people beyond the people. Luya's beautiful eyes exuded a smile as she understood the class guide's intentions. At that moment, the class guide waved his hand again, and the virtual big screen changed, turning into a prairie above. A golden divine dragon and a 2-tailed white fox used their natural skills to control the tide of beasts to allow the other summoned beasts to decimate the scene of magical beasts. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this the scene he had at the time of his college entrance exams? The class guide's voice rang out. Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, and Chang Bingshi, the 3 top students of the college entrance examination, used their own strength to bring their base city's comprehensive college entrance examination ranking from the bottom to the 9th in the country in one fell swoop. There are 10 super base cities in the country, and the low-level Long base city even exceeds a super base city. The prideful people present stared in disbelief. I didn't realize that the top student of the college entrance exam actually came from a low-level base city. Bottom of the list, to 9th in the country, that's a lot of magical beasts to kill. The class guide continued, that's not the point. The point is, you see the 3 high school seniors, utilizing their strengths to get better grades for other students in the same base city in order to get the base city to cross into 9th place overall in the nation. It's a sign of camaraderie and responsibility, and the students must learn from them. The video extracted from the virtual screen played, the very scene where the golden divine dragon and the 2-tailed white fox were controlling the beast tide and the other candidates were decimating the magical beasts. Yanaya, the beast-eared lady at the back of the crowd, yelled in surprise. Yes, it's a sign of camaraderie to your classmates and a sense of responsibility to the base city where you were raised. Xiao Yi looked at her in consternation. What was the point of shouting so loudly? And why was she very surprised and happy? Chapter 85 Luya, Boss, bring out a cup of pouring. Requesting for follow-up reading. Luya was delighted. She was finally confirming that Xiao Yi was a man worth trusting. With her more than 100 years of teaching experience, she had never seen such outstanding and good quality Heaven's Pride as Xiao Yi's trio. She had always been an accurate judge of people, and at this time, she gave Xiao Yi a score of 100. The extremely exuberant Luya all forgot that she was still in the middle of the classroom, and when she reacted, she realized that all the students at the scene were looking at her with stunned faces. What do the class think? Luya blushed prettily. The beautiful eyes of the most beautiful assistant teacher looked over, and the Heaven's Pride contractors all lowered their heads in shame. Holy, I only cared about myself during the entrance exam. It's an earning if I can kill one more magical beast. How can I still care about others? Why, who isn't? When I was killing magical beasts, I was robbing them from others. Compared to the 3 high school seniors, we seem like clowns. At this time, the 2 class guides guided Xiao Yi's trio to the high platform and said, the reason why we humans were able to survive the apocalyptic wave a few thousand years ago is that we have seniors such as Xiao Yi, Nangong Siyao, and Chang Bingshi, who have thrown their heads in blood for the human race, and the human race has only been able to continue. It's a role model for us to follow. At that instant, the evaluations of Xiao Yi's trio in the hearts of the Heavenly Pride present in the Heavenly Pride class were sublimated. Very good. The 2 classroom leaders felt that the lesson had achieved what it was intended to achieve. With a goal and an example to follow, these Heavenly Pride contractors would not stop catching up. Time passed, 2 hours passed quickly, and today's lesson was over. At this time, the class guide walked up to the 3 Xiao Yi and smiled. The 3 of you have reached the realm of a 7-star sect master, so in the future, you will only need to take the big exams, and it's fine if you don't come to class on weekdays. As for the cultural points, you will study them on your own schedule. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi jumped up happily. Xiao Yi frowned. What if you encounter difficult to absorb knowledge points, and don't come to class to see the lecturer on weekdays? Luya blinked her beautiful eyes and stared hungrily at Xiao Yi and said, I'm the best at these, pack it on me. The two girls, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, were still in the midst of the joy of not having to go to class, and no matter what era they were in, they hated classes. However, Xiao Yi was startled by Luya's fiery, beautiful eyes. It was as if he were a sheep with no hands, being targeted by a hungry wolf that had been starving for months. It's changed. The way the assistant teacher's sister looks at me has changed. Xiao Yi could clearly detect it. It was really because Luya's gaze was too intimidating. Class guide and assistant teacher's sister, goodbye. Xiao Yi hurriedly pulled Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi to escape the place. Exclamation point. Seeing her sheep running away, Luya anxiously palmed her long legs and hurriedly followed. The female homeroom guide asked the male homeroom guide, you allow them to skip class, what if they do poorly on the big test? The male class guide was confident, no way. Female class monitor, question mark. The male class guide pointed to the assistant teacher Luya, who chased after him and said, with the most beautiful assistant teacher around, do you think they will fall behind in their cultural lessons? No way. The female class guide drifted off. Liu was far above the two of them in both learning and teaching prowess. The two of them were privately in front of Luya, and they both had to respectfully address each other with the title, Senior. With Senior Luya following, Xiao Yi's three would only be able to achieve better and more outstanding results than what they had been taught. The school building down the avenue. A flash of silhouette followed Xiao Yi's trio. Xiao Yi, Xiao, Bingshi. You guys just enrolled in school and crossed into the third place of the Heaven's Pride ranking. I decided to throw a party to celebrate. The fiery-bodied Luya crossed her arms and stopped in front of Xiao Yi, and said with a smile on her delicate pretty face. Xiao Yi looked at his assistant teacher's sister's smile that was as bright as a flower, but an unsettling premonition rose in his heart. He always felt that something unfavorable would happen. And the source is the assistant teacher's sister, Ruyan. Yeah. There must be a lot of delicious food at a party. I love having parties. Lin Bingshi's beautiful eyes were bubbling with little stars. Nangong Siyao was also full of excitement as she chimed in, agreed. Very much agree. Xiao Yi looked at the two of them helplessly. These two people were foodies, they were really stinky, otherwise at that time Lin Bingshi wouldn't have accepted Nangong Siyao's existence so quickly. Wait. Xiao Yi raised his hand. The two girls, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, looked at Xiao Yi blearily, their small faces aggrieved as they said, Xiao Yi, you won't disagree, will you? At that, Liu also tensed up. Having a party or whatever was an excuse. The real reason she wanted to have a party was to carry out her second plan. As long as the second plan was implemented successfully, after tomorrow, she would be Xiao Yi's third contractor beastess. That's why Luya took the party seriously. Xiao Yi choked and helplessly said, of course not. Oh yeah. That's great. It's so great. The two girls, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, jumped up and cheered. Luya inwardly delighted, happy mouth hooked up. The arc of this mouth is difficult to suppress the cannon. Xiao Yi pulled out 3 compact kunzite figures with lanyards from his pocket. Small and delicate, only the size of a thumb. Hanging 2 of them on Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi's slender necks respectively, he instructed. This thing is a protection talisman given to us by Dean Yunxi. As long as we are in danger, we will instantly move and teleport to Dean Yunxi, who will guarantee our safety. Saying that, Xiao Yi himself hung the last of the compact kunai hand puppet around his neck. Really, then thanks to Dean Yunxi. The two women were very grateful. Xiao Yi nodded and glanced at Luya, who possessed a sexy and delicate body, with eyes that spoke for themselves. Exclamation point. The corner of Luya's mouth twitched, and a trace of anger flowed out from amongst her beautiful eyes that were as hungry as they were thirsty. Yeah. Xiao Yi must have thought she had bad intentions. What well? Although she wanted to take down Xiao Yi, she didn't want to put him in danger, didn't want to harm his life. Then, Luya personally took Xiao Yi and the 3 of them to Magic City for shopping. This was the first time Xiao Yi's trio had gone out to the Magic Capital Academy. Firstly, under the strong suggestion of Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, they went to the magical beast market and procured more than 10 kinds of sect-grade magical beast meat, all of which were meaty, fatty, and flavorful magical beast meat, both land and sea magical beast meat, commonly known as seafood, and purchased several meals in total. It only cost 1 Grandmaster lower-grade crystal core, which was the one that Luya had put out. You don't have to take the meat back yourself for several meals, just hire someone to send it back and you'll be okay.
Immediately afterward, at Luya's suggestion, the four of them went inside a street full of stores selling alcohol. Luya's beautiful eyes showed a cunning gaze, and she was very excited as she pulled Xiao Yi to pick up various kinds of fine wines that were brewed by soaking the meat of high-grade magical beasts. The higher the realm, the higher the magical beast meat, the higher the degree of fine wine brewed to see and the better the aroma. Some of them get drunk as soon as they drink. Boss, bring out your store's treasure of the store. Luya crossed her arms and commanded in a very atmospheric manner. Chapter 86, Xiao Yi, it's too much of a loss, it must be returned. Requesting for follow-up readings. After buying all the things, Xiao Yi and the three stunning beauties returned to Villa 001 in the three-size Lakeview Villa area. The place to have the party was at Xiao Yi's accommodation villa. The most beautiful widowed assistant coach, Liu's Villa 10, is decorated in Syriac style and is too distracting to have a party. At this, Ryua's mind was full of complaints. It's not a good idea. It's not her home turf. Luya and the three women, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, went into the middle of the kitchen and began to prepare dishes and fruits and melons. Xiao Yi also wanted to go in and help, but he was pushed out by Luya. Just let us do it, little brother. Luya's beautiful eyes aimed at the indescribable. Exclamation point. Xiao Yi was very unconvinced and retorted, I'm not small. He was already 18 and being called a little brother, Xiao Yi was very unconvinced. Liu gave him a blank look, I haven't tried it, so how do I know? Exclamation point. Xiao Yi's gaze glared. I think Liu was talking about age, right? Shouldn't it be? But how did her words sound and feel a bit immodest? Luya saw Xiao Yi's very unconvincing look and thought that he was angry, so he comforted him. Oops. I've never met the assistant coach's sister, but I'll get the chance later, I promise. Xiao Yi. What are you talking about, Ms. Assistant Professor? Does she want a cow to eat a cow? Xiao Yi hurriedly escaped and returned to the living room to wait. Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi quickly came out with fruits and drinks, but they had a lost look on their faces. When Xiao Yi asked, he realized that the two women's talent as cooks was extremely poor, and they had never cooked at all before, and the two women would only drag their feet in the kitchen, even when the chopper cut into their fingers. Half an hour later, all the dishes and drinks, and wines, pastries, and melons were ready. Looking at the table of delicious dishes, the two girls, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, said with little stars in their beautiful eyes. Wow! This is my favorite cake. This is my favorite python meat, hee hee hee. Luya looked at the two girls that are full of joyful colorful face, is also happy to say, like well, after every day to do to you eat. They say it's a party, but it's really just four people having dinner together. Luya glanced at Xiao Yi and said, Xiao Yi, you're a man, you drink, we three weak women drink. Question mark. Xiao Yi had a question mark on his face, you guys are weak women? Nangong Siyao teased, that's right, the three of us drink and the men drink. Lin Bingshi squeezed her eyes and pouted, Aya, husband Xiao Yi, just listen to sister Luya. Alright then. Xiao Yi nodded, he was 1,000 cups drunk before he crossed over, this life shouldn't be any worse. The next thing you know, the four of them are driving. Half an hour later, Xiao Yi underestimated the power of the high-grade magical beast meat fine wine and fell asleep. In his sleep, Xiao Yi had a spring dream. The dream was so real, it felt like it was actually happening. He actually dreamed that the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, was honest with him, and then he was turned over like a puppet by Luya. Wake up the next day. Xiao Yi was startled as Luya hugged him like an octopus with her body uncovered. And the two are still in bed. This is a second bedroom, not a master bedroom. Xiao Yi hurriedly pushed Luya, who was hugging him, away, touching the indescribable when he pushed, and then he dressed up and came to the living room, sitting on the sofa with his mind unset. Tramp, dang it, the top student of the college entrance exam, I'm actually being reverse pushed. And it's also aimed at the most beautiful assistant teacher, Ryuya. Losses, too many losses. He just didn't know if it had been discovered by the two women, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, or else it wouldn't be easy to explain. In the middle of the second bedroom, Luya opened her beautiful eyes, in fact, she woke up a long time ago, her pretty face slightly red, secretly, asshole. Bastard ah. You just ran away ah. What will I do if you run away? I'll let you take advantage of me for nothing. No way. Absolutely not. You must be responsible. Cursing, Luya did not care about putting on her clothes and directly rushed out of the second bedroom to the living room, pointing at Xiao Yi's nose and pouting. Xiao Yi,
after you did this to me, don't you have anything to say? How am I going to see anyone when word gets out? Woo-hoo-hoo. There's already a lot of gossip about being a widow. If another one gets out, I won't live. Saying that, Luya's eyes were slightly red, and the color of aggression surfaced on her absolutely beautiful face. Exclamation point. Xiao Yi was startled. The surprise wasn't in Luya's words. And at this point, she actually came out without any cover? Xiao Yi pointed at Luya's petite body and reminded, Sister Assistant Teacher, before saying this, shouldn't you pay attention to your meter? Luya followed Xiao Yi's gaze. She hurriedly returned to the bedroom, and 10 seconds later, she came out fully dressed. Pointing at Xiao Yi's nose once again, he pouted. Xiao Yi. You must be responsible for me, or I won't live. Xiao Yi. He kind of regretted it. He should have not warned. The scenery was infinite, he hadn't appreciated it enough. Especially the most beautiful assistant teacher, one of the 3 goddesses of Kunpeng Academy, Luya. However, regarding Luya's words, Xiao Yi was very unconvinced and said, Sister Assistant Professor, don't think I don't know that you were the one who took a shot at me. I didn't even move. Luya's pretty face was embarrassed. So he knew all about it. But how could Luya let Xiao Yi off the hook? Her expression lost, I don't care, things happened. Xiao Yi's face was grave as he said, Sister Assistant Teacher, you're not right. What's wrong? Liu felt so aggrieved that she was on the verge of tears. At this moment, she is not the confident and most beautiful assistant professor, she is not the first professor who is strategizing, she is just a delicate little woman. Xiao Yi's retort of irresponsible words made her feel lost and despondent. After all, she had misjudged the wrong person, hadn't she? The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched, slightly impatient. What the hell are you crying for? If Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi find out, I'll be in deep. Seeing Xiao Yi's somewhat impatient look, Luya's heart became even more aggravated. At the corner of her beautiful eyes, a crystal-clear droplet of water flowed out. Poor thing, he's a sight for sore eyes. Xiao Yi's face jumped as he raised a finger and said, Of course it's not right. Assistant Teacher Sister. It's easy to hold me responsible. Just one thing. Luya's dull and lightless eyes suddenly lit up, as if heaven and earth were springing up at this moment, and weakly said, What? The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth hooked as he said, I'll be responsible for you if you have a clear sport with me. I didn't see anything yesterday, like a stooge, I'm at too much of a disadvantage. Exclamation point. Liu was dumbfounded. Xiao Yi cursed and said, Humph. As a man of honor, how can I be at the mercy of a woman? I can't take this loss. I must return it. Luya covered her small mouth with her small hand, snorted, and pouted, Deadbeat. You'll be responsible for me, and we'll be together. You can do whatever you want then. Xiao Yi shook his head, this is different. Home flowers don't smell as good as wildflowers. Not good, said Too Much. Oh no, Sister Liuya, let me explain. Luya crossed her arms, her mood became cheerful and she beamed, Fine, you Xiao Yi, so that's what you think. Xiao Yi held Luya in his arms and said, Don't worry, since Assistant Teacher Sister trusts me, Xiao Mao, of course Xiao Yi, will be responsible. Aha, with your words I'm relieved. Luya's hanging heart finally settled down. From then on, she was no longer a widow, she was also a man with a husband. Chapter 87, 2 women, clicking the tools of the trade. Begging for a catch-up read. However, how can a family flower smell as good as a wildflower? Luya secretly memorized what Xiao Yi said. That husband of hers from 100 years ago, after concluding a contract with her, barely touched her and went to find an old flame outside every day, so she still retained her virgin body today. The reason why Liu is so thick-skinned, tells dirty jokes, and knows a lot of colorful harmonic stems is because she has a pet peeve for watching some sort of indescribable little video. The one who hadn't touched her, the husband who had been dead for over 100 years, looking for wildflowers every day, ended up dead. So Luya lifted her small white hand and erased Xiao Yi's indescribable place, her stunningly beautiful cheeks exuding a vicious expression as she chastised. Now that I'm your beast mother too, if you try to find a wildflower, I'll karma you. Xiao Yi's neck shrank in fear, Luya's serious eyes did not look like he was joking. No, absolutely not. Xiao Yi repeatedly assured. Reassured, Liu nodded and let go. But then she was distressed again, a bitter and troubled expression appearing on her pretty face. But how am I going to explain this to Xiao and Bingshi? And I'm your assistant coach, over 100 years older, and an old cow eating young grass. Xiao Yi shook his head and corrected, it's a cow eating young grass. But Luya has the fruitfulness of Nangong Siyao and the long legs of Chang Bingshi, it's simply a collection of double advantages. Upon hearing this, Luya blankly glanced at Xiao Yi, flashing 10,000 flavors in a flash, and pouted, there are still jokes to amuse at this time, humph, what if Siyao and Bingshi don't accept me as an old woman? Xiao Yi corrected, you're not an old woman, you're a big cow. With the lifespan of a Luya Grand Venerable's 800 years, being only 100 years old and less than 200 years old was equivalent to an ordinary person's 20 years of age, the kind of person who had only just reached adulthood not long ago. Seeing that he hadn't been taking what he said seriously, Luya stomped her foot anxiously and gasped, Aya. You take it seriously. After all, I'm the third party, and I'll have a hard time if they don't accept me when the time comes. Xiao Ye's expression became serious as he frowned, it is indeed troublesome. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he clapped his hands together and said, there's a way. There's a way. Luya's pretty face was delighted, what do you have in mind? Xiao Yi pushed Luya into the middle of the kitchen and asked her to perform her cooking skills in her best state, specializing in the dishes and foods that the two girls, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, liked the most. Liuwa was delighted, making food, she was the best at it. If you succeed, tonight on the night of the cave, you can do whatever you want. Luya came over and kissed Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's heart thumped, this is what you said. Luya pushed Xiao Yi out of the kitchen, it hasn't worked yet, let's talk about it when it does. Xiao Yi raised his hand and rubbed his chin as he returned to the sofa in the living room, and after thinking about it, he went up to the second floor to the master bedroom that had a 3-meter long and wide king-size bed. Opening the door, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi were hugging each other, their eyes tightly closed, and from Xiao Yi's perspective, they should still be in the middle of their sleep. After taking a look, Xiao Yi closed the door and returned to the living room on the first floor. Let's wait for Liuwa to get the meal ready before calling them, after all, dishes are the way to go. When Xiao Yi left, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi instantly opened their eyes before sitting on the edge of the bed fully dressed, their exasperated beautiful eyes bursting with bearish anger. They're pretending to be asleep, and just now, those feet under the covers are tickling. This scumbag, he's so angry with me, dabbling in flowers again. That's right, let's find a chance to click his tools of the trade. Chang Bingshi opened her teeth and claws. Exactly. Nangong Siyao nodded her chin in a milky, ferocious manner. Then let's find a chance, just tonight. Chang Bingshi was still in the middle of her anger. Ah? Nangong Siyao blinked, so soon? I'm a bit reluctant to part with it, what a pity to cut it. Chang Bingshi's eyelids were deafeningly pulled, actually, I don't want to give up, but he betrayed us, he must make a punishment, or else he'll be dabbling in flowers everywhere in the future. The two of them had found out about Xiao Yi and Luya in the middle of the night yesterday. It's just that it happened then, and nothing that can be said will change the fact that it happened. Humph. Let's first see what Xiao Yi will explain, just woe is me. Chang Bingshi pulled Nangong Siyao down the stairs. As a result, with a glance, they saw Xiao Yi who was crossing his legs and leisurely eating melons and fruits. He was humming a little tune in his mouth at this point, lying alone on his side on the sofa with a look of enjoyment. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi were instantly enraged. Yeah. He still doesn't take it seriously, I'm going to bite him to death. Chang Bingshi rushed over in a rage, picked up Xiao Yi's wrist, and took a bite. Nangong Siyao also followed this action and ran over to lift Xiao Yi's foot and took a bite. Bite hard. Hiss. Xiao Yi painfully sucked in a mouthful of cold air and said sharply, you guys belong to the dog ah. Chang Bingshi bit her wrist and didn't let go of her mouth, saying, Janan, bite and wash you. Nangong Siyao bit her foot and didn't let go, her words were hazy, it's just a department, it's a Janan. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched, so they knew about it already. Siyao, hold the bite, what if your mouth gets foot odor, it will have bad breath. Xiao Yi tried to argue. Nangong Siyao widened her beautiful eyes, unbelievably said, and I hold piece of lying, book can de thing. Chang Bingshi let go of her wrist at this time and said, Siyao, Xiao Yi is right, there is a probability that she will get it. When Nangong Siyao heard this, she hurriedly left and ran into the bathroom to rinse her mouth, only to come out 10 seconds later, as if she were a fierce beast pouncing on Xiao Yi, the hungry wolf growling. Zainan. Bah, scum. I told you to go around womanizing, I'm going to click you. Xiao Yi trembled as he heard this and hurriedly took control of Nangong Siyao, saying, You don't want to mess around. I was a victim of what happened yesterday, and as you know, I had a drink down. The two girls, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, glanced at each other and said indistinctly, it seems like oh.
Chang Bingshi hurriedly gently touched the 2 rows of teeth marks, and said heartily, "Does it hurt? I'll take medicine and rub it for you."
Nangong Siyao also wiped the saliva on the teeth marks on the back of her feet and gently pressed, trying to evacuate the pain.
Xiao Yi shook his head. Seeing that the 2 women were no longer entangled, he breathed a sigh of relief and tried to pave the way for Luya, saying, "What do you guys think about assistant sister wanting to be my 3rd contracted beast maiden?" Aha! The 2 girls, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, widened their beautiful eyes and said in shock, "Sister Liuya really said that?" Xiao Yi nodded, "Or else." The 2 women shook their heads violently and said in a firm tone, "No, absolutely not. That's right, it's enough to have 2 of our beast maidens, how can we contract a 3rd? At that moment, Liuwa came out with the hot cake and dishes, arranging them neatly, and that rich fragrance filled the whole living room. Liuwa looked nervous and ran into the bathroom, afraid to face them. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi stared straight at the cake and python meat dishes placed in front of them, eagerly. When they picked up their chopsticks and tried to pinch, Xiao Yi raised his hand and knocked off their chopsticks and said, "Siyao, Bingshi, this is prepared by the assistant teacher Sister O. You guys want some?" Gollum. Gulp. Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi gazed eagerly at the cakes and dishes in front of them, which were bubbling with a rich aroma, and gulped. Chapter 88, Successful Convincing, The Big Day. Requests for follow-up reading. Want to eat. Gulp. My favorite. Gollum. The mouths of both the fruitful maiden Nangong Siyao and the long-legged maiden Chang Bingshi were constantly secreting saliva and gulping. That won't do, how can you all eat the food she so carefully prepares when you're so repulsed by your teaching assistant sister? Xiao Yi served the favorites of both, the durian lasagna cake and the red ginseng python meat roll in front of him. Digging a piece of cake with a spoon, he put it in front of his nose and smelled it with an extremely enjoyable expression before putting it in his mouth and chewing it slowly, saying, "It's so flavorful. Never had a durian lasagna that smelled so good. Suck it." The fruitful maiden Nangong Siyao's beautiful eyes longed for it, and saliva flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Xiao Yi once again dug a spoonful of it with the spoon and approached Nangong Siyao's small mouth, saying, "Want to eat? Open your mouth if you want to eat." Nangong Siyao's small mouth opened, her body moved forward, and she was about to eat into her mouth. But right at this moment, Xiao Yi suddenly took the spoon back, and the Suko girl ate a mouthful of air. Ah! Damn it! Nangong Siyao opened her teeth and claws. Then, Xiao Yi chucked a piece of red ginseng python meat roll, and with Chang Bingshi witnessing the whole thing, he ate it with a very enjoyable expression, and said as he ate, "This meat is only found in heaven, it's rare to eat it a few times in a lifetime. It's flavorful, tender and chewy, with a bite full of popping juice." Nangong Siyao huffed, "Good. You even chanted a poem, it's so infuriating." Chang Bingshi nodded empathetically and gritted her teeth, "That's it. It's so infuriating." Xiao Ye's expression revealed regret as he sighed, "Ugh. I guess these 2 plates, we won't be able to eat them again, the assistant coach's sister won't be cooking for us." Saying that, Xiao Yi clamped a piece of red ginseng python meat roll and placed it in front of Chang Bingshi's small cherry-like mouth and smiled, "Eat it if you want to." Ow. Chang Bingshi's eyes were quick and he ate the meat in one bite, yummy. Humph. After eating, she proudly raised her white chin at Xiao Yi. The fruitful maiden Nangong Siyao stared at the young girl and exasperatedly said, "Sister Bingshi has eaten them all, I want to eat them too." No, no, no. Xiao Yi shook his head. Each hand picked up the durian lasagna and the red ginseng python meatloaf, and in the presence of the 2 women, they walked over to the trash can and threw the plates into it, even the plates. The 2 girls, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, widened their beautiful eyes and said anxiously, "Do you eat oil cakes?" "Xiao Yi, you're crazy, why did you give it a pour?" Xiao Yi resumed his seat in front of the table and said in a ghostly tone, "Since the 2 beast maiden wives don't want Sister Liuya to join us, it's estimated that she won't even see us again in the future, so pour the stuff out and break the thought." Coo coo coo. A loud protest of hunger rang out from their stomachs. The 2 girls, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, muttered as their beautiful eyes darkened. "Actually, it's not that we don't accept Sister Liuya La. Yeah, we're just afraid that you, in the future, will be flirting around." Xiao Ye's eyes lit up, there was a chance. So he increased his horsepower and said, "Sister Liuya is of course my last contracted beastess. Moreover, this durian 1,000-layer cake and red ginseng python meat roll are very expensive. Oh, one dish costs 1 Zongsha realm crystal core. Hey, Sister Liuya is a rich woman, if she joins us, she'll be able to eat every day. Sovereign realm crystal core. At those words, both women's necks shrank, not expecting it to be so expensive.
Xiao Yi continued to snub, and Luya's sister's cooking, you guys have seen it, that's the level of the national banquet level. The cost of a single outing is going to be a Grandmaster Realm Crystal Core. If you cook for us every day in the future, it's equivalent to us earning 365 Grandmaster Realm Crystal Cores in a year.
Seems to be oh.
The two women gulped and their beautiful eyes lit up. After thinking for a moment, they looked at each other as if their minds were connected and nodded.
Xiao Yi, we agree that you should contract a third beast maiden.
Yeah, but Ryuya-san must be the last beast maiden you, contracted.
Xiao Yi patted his chest and assured him repeatedly, saying, that's for sure.
I, Xiao Yi, have always had credibility in what I say, have I ever lied to you guys before?
The present was taken care of first, and as for the future, the ship would naturally straighten out when it came to the bridge, so Xiao Yi made the guarantee without the slightest psychological burden. The two women nodded their heads, they were still very trusting of Xiao Yi's words.
So the two girls, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, said in unison, we agree to you contracting a third beast maiden.
The world of foodies is ultimately about food. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction, got up and found Luya in the bathroom, and placed a plate of durian lasagna cake and a plate of red ginseng python meat roll in Luya's hands. Throwing the cake and dishes into the trash is just a pretense they are actually stowed away in the system space. Xiao Yi kissed Luya and laughed, it's all done, it's up to you next. Luya licked her kissed red lips, her heart was warm and she said as if she was relieved, Xiao Yi, you're too good to me, from now on, I'll be your beast mother. With that said, Luya was pushed out by Xiao Yi and once again faced Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi.
This?
Wow!
Sister Luya, you got 2 more games.
When the two girls saw the cake and meatloaf in Luya's hands, little stars were coming out of their beautiful eyes.
Luya's kind of mature and stable feeling came back, confident and calm. Yeah, do you guys want to eat, First Lady, Second Lady?
The two women took the plates and grabbed them directly with their hands, eating their mouths full of the cream of the cake and the grease of the meatloaf.
2. Simply gluttonous.
Yes, thank you third mistress for your hospitality. Looking at the 3 women who were living in harmony, Xiao Yi smiled.
Look, it's all the widow's harem.
All of them are stunning, and all of them are SSS ranked beast girls.
It's so rare. After the meal, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi lifted up their clothes, revealing their white, bulging stomachs from eating, and kept talking. It's so delicious, can we really eat it every day? It's so expensive.
Good things are always short-lived and precious, don't be too greedy, Xiao.
At this time, Luya, who had finished washing the dinner plates, smiled at the 2 girls and said, of course you can eat every day, from now on, tell me whatever you want to eat, I'll take care of it.
The 2 women were pleasantly surprised, and those beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon with a smile.
Then, Nangong Siyao said to Luya,
Sister Liuya, you will be Xiao Yi's third beast maiden from now on, let's go move your things over and live together in the future.
Chang Bingshi said thoughtfully, I'll go buy a wedding dress and a headscarf. Today is Sister Liuya's big day, so of course we have to make the house a little more festive.
What was Xiao Yi doing? He was crossing his legs, hugging Luya's petite body, and leisurely knocking melons.
An hour later.
All of Luya's things were moved over, and the Villa 001 was decorated with Big Red and Big Joy by Chang Bingshi. Another half an hour later, Luya, who had finished her bath, was wearing an extremely festive strapless red wedding dress with a red turban draped over her head. The 2 women, Nangong Siyao and Chang Bingshi, pushed into the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, which was the master bedroom with a 3-meter long and wide bed. The big day is, of course, going into the bridal chamber.
Yes, Sister Liuya, go quickly, don't let Xiao Yi wait impatiently. With a clang, when Luya entered the bedroom door was locked by the 2 women outside. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched as he said, it's broad daylight, and it's not even night yet.
Luya jumped and pounced over, taking the initiative, cut the crap, my lady has long wanted to take you down, and today I finally got what I wanted.
Chapter 89 Family, who understands, can't break the defense.
Begging for a follow-up. If the mortal order was compared to a sewer, then the sovereign realm was a small stream. The great masters above the patriarchs are rivers. The honored ones above the great masters are rivers of wider width and longer origin. The higher levels of great exalted ones are vast and deep oceans. Xiao Yi, who was only in the Zhongshe realm, a small stream in front of Luya, who was in the great Zunshe realm, was like a drop in the ocean, like a piece of a lonely boat. The great exalted realm was far stronger than the sovereign realm, both in terms of physical strength and energy.
Half an hour later.
Xiao Yi was paralyzed with exhaustion, embracing Luya who didn't even take a breath, and said helplessly, "Your body strength is too high, I couldn't break your defense at all." Yes, Xiao Yi, who had worked hard for half an hour, hadn't even broken that membrane. Liu snorted a reassuring laugh. "It's okay, I have other ideas." Alas! Xiao Ye's eyes were lifeless and he could only be a puppet once again, at the mercy of Liu. Xiao Ye's heart is not willing. The best treasures under the sun were placed in front of him, but he was powerless to fight for them. In the end, it's still a low realm. The Great Exalted Realm, separated from the Sovereign Realm by 3 great realms, Sovereign, Great Sovereign, Exalted, and Great Exalted, differed in intensity by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. To put it in layman's terms, if a strong person of the Great Exalted Realm didn't move, and let a person of the Sovereign Realm go all out, they wouldn't be able to hurt a single hair of the Great Exalted Realm. After all, the passive defense of the Great Exalted Realm was not something that a tiny zongsher could break through. Sinning! Xiao Yi roared. The fight is over. Half a dozen times later, in the living room on the first floor, on the couch, Xiao Yi was filled with depression. Family, who understands? Can't break the defense. Liu snorted, "Your realms are too low, you need to work on your upgrades." Nangong Siyao looked at Liu, then at Lin Bingshi, and then once again at herself, comparing the findings. The realm of the third lady is in the Great Exalted Realm. And the realms of their first and second wives were actually only at the Zongsha realm. A surge of energy rose in Nangong Siyao's heart. "From now on, we have to work hard on our cultivation." Lin Bingshi opened her mouth in disbelief. "We're already a Patriarch 7-star, it's already very good." Nangong Siyao shook her head. "The two of us are the first lady and second lady, how can our realm be lower than the third lady?" "Sister Bingshi, we've never been weak in our lives, let's not say we've surpassed the third mistress, but let's at least be on par with her." Xiao Yi dabbed his head and stood up, his gaze determined and his tone firm. "Cultivate, must cultivate." The pain of having meat but not being able to eat it, Xiao Yi never wanted to experience it once more. Liu blankly glanced at him, secretly said, "Sooner or later is your, and cannot run away, what is the hurry?" At Xiao Yi's urging, the 3 of them entered the underground cultivation room, which was spacious enough to accommodate the 9-tailed heavenly fox and the 3-toed golden dragon. The 3 of them instantly mobilized the power of the contract and transformed into their summoned beast forms. Instantly, the golden 3-toed golden dragon appeared in mid-air, while the 2-tailed white fox stood on the ground. Taking out the 3 sovereign upper-grade crystalline cores that Yun Bing had gifted at the beginning, he began to absorb the refuted energies within them, and then slowly refine them within the summoned beasts before finally applying them to himself to improve his realm. An hour had passed and the realm had only grown by a sliver. Xiao Yi estimated that he could raise a small segment in a week. To ascend to the Great Exalted Realm, it would take decades just to rely on this kind of crystal core of refuted energy. Xiao Yi broke the defense. Decades that the meat in hand cannot eat a thorough. It's a sin. At that moment, Liu walked down holding a bunch of blue potion bottles. Xiao Yi's eyes immediately lit up as he saw what kind of potion it was. Liu twisted her sexy waist and walked over to the holy 2-tailed white fox, placing the bottle of energy liquid in her arms on the ground and laughing. "These are the leftover pure energy fluids I used to use, no." Xiao Yi took a look at the pile and the quantity was around 20 bottles. Observing the labels on it, there were, in total, 8 Grandmaster upper-grade energy liquids, 8 Grandmaster lower-grade energy liquids, and 4 Grandmaster middle-grade energy liquids. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yi was overjoyed and controlled the 2-tailed white fox to come over and kiss Liu. With these energy fluids, he could quickly advance to the 3 stars of Grandmaster. It was more than 10 times faster compared to a crystal core of refuted energy. Feeling weird about being kissed by that furry mouth, Liu changed the subject. "Unfortunately, energy liquids have always been in short supply. The energy liquids above the Grandmasters, I have given them to those disciples, and these are the only ones." "Holy 2-tailed white fox, if you don't have it, forget it, you can't force it, these are enough for a while." Next, the golden dragon and the white fox were using the energy liquid that had been purified through hundreds of processes using advanced technology. Boom! At that moment, without the need for refining, it could be transformed into its own energy base, and the realm of the golden dragon and the white fox, in an instant, was rapidly rising. All the absorbed energy is gathered in the spiritual core that produces the power of intention. And control the power of intent to form a circumferential cycle to propel the rate of purified energy. Then run the magical beast cultivation method in a hurry and let the spiritual core absorb the energy. Ryua, in her guise as a spiritually illusory cat beast ear woman, instructed from the side. 2 cat ears furrily sat on either side of her head, a delicate gray tail wagging behind her.
The three-toed golden dragon and the holy two-tailed white fox tried it out according to Luya's method, and it turned out that the speed had once again increased by 3 times. Plus 10 times as much pure energy as the initial 30 times. Originally, it took a week to advance 1 rank, but now, in 5 hours, you can advance 1 rank. The speed, it's just bunker. The 2 girls, Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi, were shocked. It's so horrible. Xiao was overjoyed. With the 7 stars of the Patriarch, they would be able to advance to the Great Patriarch realm within a day. In the old days, it would have taken at least a month or so. The time has been shortened by a factor of 30. Liu, not only the most beautiful assistant professor, but also the big-name most beautiful professor 100 years ago. With her guidance, cultivation could be twice as effective. If you skillfully utilize the power of intent to propel the energy, your cultivation speed can also be doubled. However, you can't rush it, or else if you're in a hurry to elevate your realm, you'll neglect the accumulation of your underpinnings, eh? Liu clasped her hands to her chest and continued to give instructions from the side, when suddenly her spirit shook. Only to see the golden dragon and white fox, who had already consumed the first bottle of energy liquid, grabbing the second bottle of energy liquid and pouring it down in one gulp. Liu was surprised. You guys absorbed a bottle of energy liquid so quickly? Golden Dragon nodded his head after drinking a bottle of energy liquid. Yes, Sister Liu, what's wrong? Hiss. Liu sucked in a mouthful of cold air in shock. This speed of yours is at least more than 5 times faster than the speed of a normal SSS class template summoned beast. Liu was surprised as she circled around the golden dragon and the white fox, her beautiful eyes constantly sizing them up, and her mouth constantly talking. Amazing, amazing. Xiao understood what was going on. The three-toed golden dragon was the second form, which was upgraded in form using the system's evolution points. The white fox was also in its second form, which was equivalent to a bloodline boost. The cultivation speed of the two, their battle power, was certainly a cut above the average SSS grade template summoned beasts. However, it was actually about 5 times stronger, so Xiao was also a bit surprised. This is only the second form, there is a third form, a fourth form, and a fifth. How strong it should be when it gets to that point. Chapter 90 Unlimited Contract Talent, Coexistence of Multiple Bodies. Requesting for follow-up reading. The highest form of the 9-tailed sky fox is the 9th form. How powerful would that be? And, open the template adjuster. SSS Grade 9-tailed fox template, upgradable. SSS Grade 5 clawed golden dragon template, upgradable. After the SSS grade template was upgraded, it was Mythic grade, which was upgraded on 2 levels with the upgrade of the form. If the form upgrade was unlocking the bloodline, then the template upgrade was sublimating the bloodline, bringing benefits that far exceeded the form upgrade. Xiao couldn't resist asking the system what the two were related to. Mythic level is automatically unlocked when the form is upgraded to stage 9. Xiao's eyes lit up as he secretly said, so, utilizing the upgrade function of the template to directly upgrade the template to the mythic level is equivalent to the form being upgraded to the 9th form? Ding! Congratulations host, correct understanding. Hiss. Xiao sucked in a mouthful of cold air, so the template adjuster was so powerful. It was worthy of being a supreme treasure at the level of the cosmic origin. Being able to raise the template level directly, Xiao certainly did not want to slowly raise the summoned beast form step by step. So check out the template upgrade conditions for the 3-toed golden dragon and the 2-tailed white fox. SSS Grade 5 clawed golden dragon template, upgradable. 10 fire, 10 water, 10 wood, 10 earth, 10 gold, 50 creation classes, 50 supreme classes. That's 10 rule fragment crystals of each of the 5 elemental classes, then 50 of the creation class, and 50 of the supreme class. SSS Grade 9-tailed fox template, upgradable. 50 life, 50 creation, 50 destruction. This. After seeing these upgrade conditions, Xiao choked on his words. The creation class and the 5 elements class are easy to find, but where to find the supreme class? At first glance, they are rare. Life and destruction classes are not easy to find either. But Xiao is very cheerful. The boat is naturally straight, since it exists, even if it is rare, it can definitely be found and taken. Soon 4 hours passed. After the 8 sovereign medium-grade energy liquids and 4 sovereign upper-grade energy liquids were consumed, the realms of the sacred 2-tailed white fox and the 3-toed golden dragon came to the sovereign 8 stars. It was equivalent to consuming 2 patriarch medium-grade crystalline cores, and 1 patriarch upper-grade crystalline core. Beast-eared Lady Liu's delicate body relied on the wall, her beautiful eyes constantly surveying,
her surprise overflowing, and her pleasant voice coming out of her mouth.
This speed, it's simply crushing the me from back then. Is this a natural talent that is more terrifying than all supreme beings? Raising a small segment in 4 hours, this speed, even if a top-tier supreme being came, they would have to step aside. The energy liquid on the ground was estimated to be enough to raise both to a Grandmaster 1 star. Within a day, one can be promoted to Grandmaster. Hiss. Liu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. For other SSS ranks, it takes at least a couple months, and for SS ranks, it takes even longer, a year or two. Looking at only half of the energy liquid left on the ground, Xiao felt bad. It would be good if he could have more, or else he would soon be depleted. Xiao then controlled the white fox and voiced out, Liu's wife, go to the market and purchase some energy liquid so that we can cultivate seamlessly. This was the first time Xiao had called her his wife. Liu's heart rejoiced and said, no, I must supervise the whole process from the side. Your cultivation speed is too fast. If you neglect the polishing of your underpinnings, it will affect the follow-up. If you cultivate abnormally, you can be the first to point it out so that you can correct it. Upon hearing this, Xiao showed a difficult expression. The host can transfer his/her consciousness body and return to the human form while maintaining the summoned beast form. That's when the system spoke up. His eyes lit up. It was actually possible? Immediately, Xiao tried and transferred his body of consciousness into the human form. With a brush, a burst of arcane light flickered, and a 1-meter-8 handsome young man appeared next to Liu. It was Xiao's human form. Moreover, the two-tailed white fox and the three-toed golden dragon had not disappeared and were still continuing their cultivation. Unlimited contract talent can summon multiple contracted beasts at the same time, and the consciousness body can exist in the mind of the contracted beasts at the same time, or in the human body at the same time, or in the human body alone, and can be transferred at any time. Xiao opened his eyes and saw the golden dragon and white fox at a glance. He is not used to the conscious body existing in more than one body at the same time, so at this point the conscious body exists alone in the human body. The golden dragon and the white fox, at this point, were only manipulated by Nangong Siyao and Lin Bingshi alone. Liu saw the appearing Xiao and was startled. Her stunningly beautiful pretty face was full of gravity. Twisting her sexy waist, she took 2 steps back and cautiously opened her flaming red lips and said, "Who are you? Why do you look exactly like Xiao? The energy, the aura as well." "No, you are Xiao." Liu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Xiao, I look exactly like me? That's no bull." Xiao rushed forward, hugged Liu's waist and printed towards her red lips. 2 minutes later, the two separated and Xiao said with interest, "Who am I?" Liu's eyes were a bit mesmerized as she relied on the wall. "Deadbeat, aren't you Xiao? You actually managed to break away from the summoned beast form and return to the human form alone. It's really surprising." "That's right, I'm me." Xiao nodded his head and moved closer to Liu, then ruthlessly pinched the softness twice with a fierce expression. "I told you to get the energy fluid and you didn't go. Your husband, I had to do it myself." A pile of blush rose on Liu's delicate and pretty face, slapped his hand away and snapped, "Then go quickly, it's still daytime, whatever you want at night." Xiao was speechless and looked at Liu with strange eyes. Good lord, who said no matter what time of day or night and then pounced like a hungry wolf during the morning cave in a few hours ago? Liu gave him a blank look and stomped her feet and pouted, "Aya. There's no need to rush, what's yours will always be yours." "Yes, sister assistant coach." Seeing Xiao's promise, Liu sighed in relief and pulled out 2 great exalted crystal cores from her bosom and placed them in Xiao's pocket, followed by tidying up Xiao's collar like a good girl. After finishing, she came close to Xiao's ear and whispered, "Actually, you don't have to wait for the night. Feel free to do whatever you want in private, but don't mess around in front of Siyao and Bingshi. I'm a teaching assistant who was a teacher being flirted with by you in public. How shameful is that?" It dawned on Xiao that this was the case. Liu was still the same wolf like Liu, only thin-skinned in one way or another. It was natural for her to give face. At this time, his body strength was also in the midst of a steady stream of getting stronger, and the 2 summoned beasts getting stronger would drive the earthly body to get stronger. Xiao then left the Magic Capital Academy and headed to the market in the Magic Capital base city, the largest trading market near the Magic Capital Academy. The end-time material buildings are like poured steel, standing one on top of the other. The roads are well connected and there is a constant flow of base vehicles traveling to and from the area. The Red Moon Chamber of Commerce, with stores in all the base cities of the country, is the largest chamber of commerce in the country. Red Moon Chamber of Commerce, Red Moon Pavilion. Located in the heart of the market with an entire high-rise store.
Xiao Yi arrived at his destination and came to the cultivation resources area.
Grandmaster Realm Energy Liquid, Grandmaster Realm Energy Liquid.
The two large shelves were filled to the brim, and by Xiao Yi's reckoning, there were several hundred in total.
Take them all, Xiao Yi decided. Chapter 91, Encountering a Supreme on the Road, Heart-Stopping Red Moon President. Requests for follow-up reading.
Although energy liquids were ridiculously expensive, 2 Zhongsher top-grade energy liquids would cost 1 Zhongsher top-grade crystal core.
But 4 sovereign upper-grade energy liquids were only equivalent to the energy of 1 sovereign upper-grade crystal core.
The upper-grade crystal core of a Zhongsher is the crystal core of a magical beast from Zhongsher's 8th star to Zhongsher's 10th star. Xiao Yi touched the 2 great exalted crystal cores in the middle of his pocket. He was able to take all the energy fluids on these 2 large shelves. At this time in the distance, a shopper guide came over and introduced with a smile, "Sir, the energy liquids here are all booked up. If you need them, you can hand in the crystal cores first and wait for the next batch in a week's time."
Xiao Yi frowned. There are only energy liquids below the level of the exalted realm here, at least 200 bottles, and they're all reserved? The guide nodded, "Yes, sir."
Energy fluids are a rarity, as they are in all stores.
Xiao Yi is in trouble. This means that he can only get his hands on it next week?
The guide looked on without saying a word.
Make a reservation first.
Xiao Yi opened his mouth. The shopper brought over a sheet, ready to fill out the form, and introduced, "Sir, you are at the Zhongsher realm, so you can only reserve the Zhongsher realm's energy liquid, and you can only reserve 4 bottles of Zhongsher upper grade energy liquid at one time."
Xiao Yi.
4 bottles of sovereign upper grade energy liquid were consumed in a few hours.
And there's still a week to wait? This is outrageous.
Unable to do so, Xiao Yi had no choice but to hand over 2 Zhongsher upper grade crystal cores first.
The price for 4 sovereign upper grade energy liquids was 2 sovereign upper grade crystalline cores.
Afterward, Xiao Yi left the place, and looking at Xiao Yi's distant back, the shopper muttered in her heart, "If you add twice the price for it, the stores can surely be sold to you now."
A redneck who doesn't even know these rules.
Probably poor students. I've seen too many of these people to bother reminding them. If he's wearing fancy clothes and high-end, he'll take the initiative to remind them, and he doesn't even have to remind those people that they get it. Shaking her head, the guide continued to make her way to the other guests. Xiao Yi walked out of the cultivation resources area in an annoyed mood and strolled aimlessly in the other market areas.
Without realizing it, you walked to the women's uniform area.
Ha! Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed as he saw a burly familiar figure among the bustling crowd.
Vudra Supreme.
Vudra Supreme was still as solitary as ever, not hanging out with his indentured wife, just him. At this moment, Chang Gang was loitering outside a female uniform store, with those somewhat lewd eyes constantly darting into the store. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes glowing, his mouth muttering,
"Playing with uniforms, my favorite." Bang!
Suddenly his right shoulder was tapped. Chang Gang turned his head to look and saw a handsome teenage boy standing next to him. "Brother Xiao, such a coincidence to actually meet you here." Chang Gang's eyes narrowed as he looked Xiao Yi up and down, revealing a look that I understand.
"I get it. Hey, I get it all. Uniforms, a man's favorite."
Xiao Yi was filled with black lines.
"What do you know?"
Before Xiao Yi could say anything, Chang Gang hooked up with him and entered a female uniform store. Not far from the store, a middle-aged man in white robes wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Luckily, Lord Supreme knows that kid, otherwise that kid would have tapped Supreme's shoulder indiscriminately, and if Supreme blamed me, I wouldn't have to be the Chamber of Commerce president of the Red Moon Pavilion branch of the Magic Capital." Every time Lord Supreme descended on Red Moon Pavilion, he, the president, would accompany him throughout the entire journey in secret. Fear of slowing down the Supreme Being. However, it was only Supreme Vudra who would come often, and the other Supreme Beings were relatively rare. Who is this kid? Lord Supreme seems to be on good terms with him. He accompanied and watched from the shadows to avoid any surprises. The Red Moon Chamber of Commerce was headquartered in the imperial capital, and the one in Mordor was the branch, and he was the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce president of the Mordor branch. In the middle of the store, Cheng Gang hemmed and hawed. "Brother Xiao, I'm good at this, I'll teach you a few fun ones." Xiao Yi saw that he was so excited, and the clothes among the stores, but they were very bright. Anything goes, this store specializes in casual wear. So it's also up for grabs. Cheng Gang pointed to a set of bunny girl uniforms and said, "This one is suitable for those with long legs." Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes, this set of clothes was very suitable for Luya.
Chen Gang waved his hand and said, "Store manager, wrap up this set and put it on my account." Question mark. Xiao Yi had a question mark on his face. Chen Gang was looking at this? Chen Gang glanced at Xiao Yi's expression, then nodded with satisfaction. Well, Brother Xiao definitely likes this kind. Immediately after, Chen Gang pointed to a set of JK uniforms. Brother Xiao, this is suitable for students. Students? Xiao Yi gauged that Assistant Professor Liu might be more flavorful when she wore it. Chen Gang glanced at Xiao Yi's expression and nodded in satisfaction. Store manager, wrap the set as well and put it on my account. Hiss. Xiao Yi sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Chen Gang was old and strong. Passing by a cutout skirt with very little fabric, Chen Gang said, "Wrap this one up too." Xiao Yi imagined that Liu seemed to look better in this. However, he would not buy these, and only a fierce man like Chen Gang would shout loudly in public to pack it up. Xiao Yi would wait for no one to buy it secretly. Finally, Chen Gang wrapped his arm around Xiao Yi's shoulder and exited the store, and said with a hefty smile, "Brother Xiao, those 3 sets of clothes surely can't satisfy you. I'll ask the store manager to wrap up all the uniforms, and they'll be delivered to your number 3 Lakeview Villa area villa number 001 later on." He clicked his fingers, one word at a time. Let's see, like stewardess uniforms, high-vis, teachers, etc., there are over 100 sets in total. All of them are for you. How's that for fun? Xiao Yi was stunned and the corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "Didn't you buy those for yourself?" Chen Gang shook his head. Older brother has long since gotten tired of playing. Xiao Yi deeply glanced at Chen Gang. Indeed, Brother Chang was quite knowledgeable in this area, and Sister Yun Bing even took dozens of bottles of Optimus Prime potion from him to give to herself. Chen Gang's old face was reddened by Xiao Yi's look, and he came over and whispered, "Why, in fact, those are all aids. My problem was cured by you, and now I can't use them. Speaking of which, I have to thank you." Xiao Yi nodded. "Brother Chang, I understand, no need to say anymore. Hey, what else do you want to buy? Tell Brother Chang everything, Brother Chang will buy it for you." Chen Gang said rather atmospherically. Xiao Yi's face showed hesitation, but there was actually something. It was those energy liquids. So Xiao Yi asked tentatively, "Brother Chang, I actually want to buy some energy liquid, but..." Xiao Yi told Vudra Supreme Chen Gang what he had encountered in the Red Moon Pavilion. When Chen Gang heard this, his face sank and he said angrily, "Put that ing on. A crappy product like energy liquid, and you still need to reserve it? There's also a limit on the quantity? Where did that old man president get the nerve to restrict my brother? I'll tear down his chamber of commerce. Go, find him together." Chapter 92 400 Energy Liquids. Supreme wants to visit Liu. Begging for catch-up reading. Just as Chen Gang was beeping and croaking, the white-robed, vicissitude-faced, silver-haired middle-aged man's head broke out in a cold sweat. Hurriedly, he ran over, discreetly. "Supreme Lord, please move to the President's Pavilion. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Chen Gang slanted a glance at him and grunted, "You old man is immodest. What's the point of following me all the time as a big man?" The middle-aged man with silver hair in his vicissitude face sweated. Who in the world was immodest and kept glancing at the women's uniform area? However, he didn't dare to say this out loud and explained. "Supreme Lord, unjustly accused, I was inspecting the store, yes, inspecting the store." Xiao Yi sized him up and realized that the man's face was full of vicissitudes, but his silver hair looked handsome. Probably grew up in too much of a hurry. Not old in age, but old in growth. No wonder Chen Gang called him an old man. "Brother Xiao, this is the branch president of the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce, just call him Old Man Su." Chen Gang introduced from the side. Song Song face saw Xiao Yi's odd gaze and sweated. "Hello, Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yi nodded his head in greeting and smiled. "President Su." Afterward, President Song Song face Su guided Xiao Yi and Chen Gang to the president's pavilion. The highest level of the Red Moon Daxia. Elegant and refined furniture, with collections of unique materials placed everywhere. "Mr. Xiao is in need of energy liquid? I will arrange it for you right away." President Su, who had grown too anxious with his vicissitude face, took out his communication instrument and issued an order. Soon, the shopper who had received Xiao Yi in the first place arrived, holding an exquisite small box in her hand. President Su handed Xiao Yi the exquisite little box and smiled. "This is a 100 cubic meter storage ring, which holds 400 energy liquids, 200 for the sovereign and grand sovereign realms respectively." Hiss. The shopping guide sucked in a breath of cold air in shock, her eyes widening incredulously. Good lord, this handsome-looking guy, who wasn't actually a poor student, was actually the president's guest of honor. And next to this one, the shopper carefully glanced at Chun Gang out of the corner of her eye. Scared out of my mind. Supreme Being. Vudra Supreme, one of the 10 great supreme beings of Magic City. This young man sir obviously had a shallow relationship with the Vudra Supreme. A trace of chagrin and regret rose in the guide's heart, chagrin that she had no eyesight, regret that she had not received this young man well. Otherwise, a promotion and a raise are just around the corner. What rules, what restrictions, are bull to the big powers? Xiao Yi didn't know the inner drama of the shopper guide as he estimated. Whether it was the golden dragon or the white fox, to promote a small segment, 2 crystal cores were needed, and 2 crystal cores were 8 energy liquids. A summoned beast would need to consume at least 80 of them at the Grand Master Realm stage. 2 summoned beasts will consume at least 160 sticks. There were 200 of each of the Patriarch Realm and Great Patriarch Realm energy liquids, which seemed to be enough for the 2 summoned beasts to advance to the Exalted Realm. The projection was completed, so Xiao Yi took the storage ring and asked, "How many crystal cores? I'll give them to you." President Su took a glance at Vudra Supreme's face and waved his hand and laughed. "The first time I saw Mr. Xiao, and almost slowed you down, no need to pay, just take it as a meeting gift from the old man." Xiao Yi hesitated and Chang Gang laughed out loud. "Brother Xiao, take it, a piece of old man Su's heart." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi pocketed it and thanked, "Thank you, President Su," then. A smile appeared on the face of the silver-haired Red Moon president with a vicissitude face, handing out a card that was less than the size of a palm. "Mr. Xiao, this is the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce's Super VIP card. With this card, all goods are discounted by 20%, and you enjoy the right to prioritize your purchases." Afterward, the vicissitude-faced President Su respectfully sent the 2 Cheng Gang out of the president's pavilion. Phew! Song Song's face touched his back and exhaled a breath, and just now, his back had been filled with cold sweat without him realizing it. On the street, Vudra Supreme Cheng Gang laughed. "Brother Xiao, this old man Su also rose from the grassroots, born in a low-level base city to now being the president of the Red Moon Chamber of Commerce, and is also considered a very inspirational figure. You can get in touch with him more, the guy's pretty good." Xiao Yi put the storage ring into the middle of the system space and was not too interested in President Su. He wanted to get home quickly, give the energy solution to the 2 cultivation kitties, and give Liu a set of uniforms to try out, especially the bunny girl, the JK group, and the cutout skirts with less fabric. That's right. Having 2 cultivation G, Xiao Yi was getting stronger every moment, and he was also able to free his hands. Being able to get bored with Koan Pang Academy's goddess Luya, of course he didn't want to chat and fart with Cheng Gang, a big old man here. Seeing Xiao Yi's lack of interest, Cheng Gang rubbed his hands and proposed. "Brother Xiao, let's go to Koan Pang Academy together. I have an old friend that I haven't seen for a long time and I just happened to meet him today." Xiao Yi nodded thoughtfully and said, "Old friend?" Cheng Gang was surprised. "Yes, it's that most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya." Cheng Gang had a face of emotion. Luya was his white moonlight in the beginning, but it was a pity that Luya didn't look at him in the beginning and concluded a contract with another man, but in the back, that man died under the claws of the demonic beast. Until today, Liu is still single. By now, Cheng Gang, who has been a family man for a long time, only thinks of Luya as an old friend, and doesn't have that youthful hormonal adoration for her anymore. A few days ago, Luya gave him a call. It was estimated that he was in trouble. As an old friend, Cheng Gang wanted to go and take a look to see if he could help in any way. The rule fragment couldn't be taken right now, but for the other troubles, as a supreme being, he still had the ability to help. Xiao Yi choked on his words. Luya had already become his wife. This time when he went back, he should be found out by Cheng Gang, and he didn't know what expression Cheng Gang would have when he found out. Cheng Yi introduces Xiao Yi to the story of Cheng Gang and Luya. Speaking of, Cheng Gang is also a bit miserable. The White Moonlight was other men contract. The man has been engaged in an affair, have not touched the process of just White Moonlight Luya. To the present day, Luya is still intact body. After that man's death, Cheng Gang has long been a family man for many years, so it's impossible for him to be with Luya. Well, it was finally taken down by him, Xiao Yi. A smirk appeared on Xiao Yi's face. But this smirk quickly faded. He is also miserable, cannot break Luya's passive defense, the middle road cannot go, the movement can only take other paths. It was estimated that only when he advanced to the Great Exalted or Exalted Realm would he be able to break through the defenses and actually eat the meat. It was simply miserable. Go together. Cheng Gang introduced with interest. I can tell you, that old friend of mine is the famous most beautiful assistant Professor Luya, who was also the famous most beautiful professor 100 years ago. After we go over there, I'll introduce you to her and let her take you as her disciple. Ha ha! With her guidance, your natural talent will be tapped and utilized more thoroughly.
and it will be a beautiful thing for you. Xiao Yi was stunned. Chen Gang still did not know that Luya had already accepted him as a disciple. Moreover, Luya was already his wife. Good lord, I hope Chen Gang doesn't drop his jaw in shock when he unveils the 2 layers in the past.
Chapter 93 Supreme Being Dumbfounded, Bunny Girl Luya. Requesting for a catch-up read. 3 Size Lakeview Villa Area Gates. The burly Chen Gang and Xiao Yi hooked shoulders and entered it, and the gatekeeper grandpa watched and saluted respectfully. Brother Xiao, I'll tell you a very coincidental thing. The address of the most beautiful assistant teacher is very close to you, it's in Villa 10. How about it, coincidence?
Chen Gang hammered Xiao Yi's shoulder. Xiao Yi nodded. Indeed, coincidentally the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, has become my beastess. When he arrived at Villa 10, Chen Gang realized that no one was home, and just as he was puzzled, Xiao Yi spoke out. I guess Assistant Professor Liu is at my place.
Question mark. Chen Gang was surprised. You guys know each other?
Xiao Yi nodded his head. Can not only recognize, every aspect has been thoroughly understood. It got to the point where she knew my strengths and weaknesses and I didn't know her depths.
Why don't you know how deep she is? That would be related to not being able to break the defense.
Immediately afterward, Xiao Yi and the 2 of them arrived in the middle of Villa 001. As the door of the villa opened, a silhouette with a fresh fragrance pounced over and hugged Xiao Yi.
Back so soon.
Luya's stunningly beautiful face was pleasantly surprised, and at the same time, she saw the Vudra Supreme Chen Gang who was beside her with a stunned face.
Huh, Chen Gang, you're here too? Come in. Luya pulled Xiao Yi into the first-floor living room.
In the middle of the living room was placed full of women's uniforms, some youthful and beautiful, some seductive and alluring, some alternative skeleton. These clothes are made of post-apocalyptic materials, stretchy and elastic, and can automatically match the size of a person's size, so that both fat and thin women can wear them. The Red Moon Chamber of Commerce's delivery speed was rapid, and the goods were delivered to the address before Xiao Yi returned. Sipping his tea, Chen Gang said in surprise, Luya, have you already taken Brother Xiao as a disciple?
Luya's beautiful eyes surveyed the clothes in surprise and replied, yeah.
Since you guys have known each other for a long time, I'll spare you some words, hee.
Chen Gang laughed nervously.
Seeing Luya's delighted look, Chen Gang tried to discuss with Xiao Yi.
Brother Xiao, there are over 100 sets of uniforms, why don't you send a few sets to Luya?
The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. Do I need to give it away? Just take Luya's pick, he nodded, no problem. So he took it upon himself to walk over and pick out the most attractive sets. They were, a bunny girl uniform, a JK skirt uniform, and a skeleton skirt uniform, which was taken to Liu. Sister Assistant Professor, from now on, at home, when there are no guests, wear these 3 sets. Luya held the 3 sets and carefully surveyed them. Her pretty face became red and blushed, and she ranted.
That's shameful too. Bunny girl uniforms don't sting the ass.
JK skirt is obviously students wear, she a mature teaching assistant where appropriate. Well, the contrast is too big, or a good shame said. The last set is even more daring, directly skeletonized, and did not wear what difference. Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows, specially prepared for you, if Xiao and Bingshi don't have that flavor in them, you have more flavor in them, wear them or not.
Specially for me?
Wear.
I'll wear it.
Luya. Chen Gang, who witnessed the conversation between the 2, stared in shock, his eyes glancing back and forth between the 2. There was adultery. This is not a normal master-disciple relationship at all.
Rhyme? More flavor?
That sounds like something a man and a woman would say to each other, flirting with each other. Xiao Yi came over and kissed Luya's white cheeks and said expectantly, aha, when there are no guests, wear it for me right away. A blush rose on Luya's pretty face and she squirmed, there are outsiders around, so restrain yourself.
Outsiders? Where when there are no guests?
This word for word resounded in Chen Gang's ears, causing Chen Gang to stare at his dog's eyes in consternation as he finally couldn't hold it in and asked the question at the bottom of his heart.
Luya, Brother Xiao, what is your relationship?
Xiao Yi choked on his words and could not bear to hit Chen Gang. Sister Liu, you say it.
Chen Gang gazed at Luya, it couldn't be, really that kind?
A happy smile rose on Luya's delicate pretty face as she embraced Xiao Yi into her arms and said.
Of course Xiao Yi is my husband. I've already decided to be Xiao Yi's 3rd contracted beast maiden, hee.
The Supreme Being was dumbfounded.
Wow, that's awesome news, let me slow down.
You are more than 150 years apart, and your realms are 3 great realms apart. Luya, you must not be joking.
Chen Gang was incredulous. Between his disbelief, Luya tooted up her fiery red lips and took the initiative to print up towards Xiaoya's mouth for a full 2 minutes before separating. Now you believe it? Liu asked with a tilt of her head. The corners of Supreme's mouth kept twitching in disbelief as he finally nodded. His heart seemed to rise and fall within him as if in shock, and his hand gripping the teacup was stiff. Luya looked at the tea that Chen Gang was drinking, then said, "Chen Gang, this cup of tea of yours, consider it our wedding wine. Today is also the wedding day of Xiaoyi and I." Chen Gang. He looked down at the teacup he held in his hand, and the tea in it. "It feels very bitter and complicated in my heart. White moonlight, after all, is just white moonlight, not mixed with anything else, very pure." Pleasant tea? Chen Gang's face was bitter as he looked up and took a sip of the can down. Nima. Although he didn't hold any evil thoughts towards Luya at this time, but the once white moonlight was once again married to a woman, Chen Gang felt very ed up. Especially since the other party was still Xiao Yi. This brother who's only 18 years old. Life, it's so ed up, it's outrageous. Brother Xiao, congratulations. Luya, congratulations. After lamenting, Chen Gang's eyes were complicated as he stood up and clasped his fists to congratulate him. Saying that, he took out a crystal core from his pocket. "Things came too suddenly, I didn't prepare any gifts. This is a supreme grade crystal core, it's considered the highest value thing I have on me. Take it as a gift for my congratulations." Chen Gang placed it on the table and fell silent. Xiaoyi gazed at Chen Gang. I guess he was very unsettled inside. Walking over and patting Chen Gang's shoulder, Xiaoyi said, "Brother Chang, after solving the fast man defect, you should be having a good time these days. Give the master a smile." "Hey, that's for sure, my wife praises me every day for my longevity." Speaking of this, Chen Gang laughed brightly. Liu came over and inquired in a puzzled whisper, "What's a fast man defect?" Xiaoyi explained to Luya, second man, fast man, and so on. Luya came to a sudden realization, thoughtfully sizing up Chen Gang, his gaze astonished. "So, the famous Vudra Supreme had this kind of flaw?" Exclamation point. Chen Gang was shocked and felt very social deaf. "Scratch that. Brother Xiao, you can't talk to women about topics between men. Social deaf. This time it's a real social deaf. Even if you want to say it, don't say it in front of me, I can hear you even if you whisper so close." Once the white moonlight, although married to a woman, but by her to know that he is a fast man, Chen Gang face a rolling, feel shameless. Luya glanced at Chen Gang, and then she didn't pay attention to this anymore and sized up Xiao Yi. Luckily, Xiao Yi doesn't have any defects in this area, otherwise what about the 3 beast maidens? I guess even I can't satisfy them. Looking at the two who were gazing at each other with affection, Chen Gang felt unable to stay and hurriedly left, slipping away. "Brother Xiao, Luya, I'll come back to visit next time, bye." Xiao Yi nodded. "Brother Chang, come and play any time." Cheng just left. Luya went over to close the door, just no outsiders were present. She was in the living room on the spot to remove all the clothes, changed into a bunny girl uniform. Xiao Yi witnessed the whole thing. The bunny girl, perfectly displaying Liu's shapely body and delicate white super long legs, even more so, it set off the proudly erect, concave and convex. At this point Liu's aura looked both demure and seductive. On her head, she wore black rabbit ears that stood high on her head. Feeling that the rabbit ears were a bit redundant, Ryuya took them off and assumed her beast ear woman form, and with a brush of the screen, she was transformed into 2 fluffy cat ears with a cat tail at her rear end. It's so ass expanding. After getting dressed, Liu mentioned her uniform with some discomfort. Chapter 94, Catgirl Luya, completing the template. Begging for a catch-up read. Lei? Xiaoyi carefully surveyed the Lu place, suddenly his eyes stared round. Good man, the meat is all deformed. Mostly, she's so explosive that the clothes don't fit. Luya's delicate pretty face was filled with distress. How about another one? It hurts. Xiaoyi shook his head and pulled Luya over and sat on his lap. Then, Xiaoyi extended his hand and helped Luya rub there. It's okay, the uniform is stretchy and elastic, and when it gets used to the size, it will automatically become loose. Liuya nodded and pouted. That's true, but are you testing me by rubbing it so much? Xiaoya's hands were slippery as he said in a serious manner, Of course not, I am helping you to relieve the pain. Luya squirmed a little bit in a different way. Finally, after a few minutes, her pretty face said happily, Okay, no more strangling already. Pity. Xiaoyi fondly took back his hand. Put. Catwoman Liuya laughed. I'll wear it for you every day at home. It's just that there's so little fabric in this uniform or I could wear it to class. Xiao Ye's eyes narrowed. Lesson where? Impossible. The bunny girl uniform not only shows off her body perfectly, but also completely reveals her long white legs. It was more daring than the leather pants that Liu usually wore. If he wore it in the usual classes and was looked at by those bloodthirsty male students, wouldn't he, Xiao Yi, lose his money? Xiao Yi, help me put on my shoes. Liu popped up and sat on the sofa, placing her white and slippery feet on Xiao Ye's legs. Xiao Ye's gaze looked at it, and it was a pair of jade feet that were as perfect as a work of art. Suddenly Liu lifted her jade foot towards Xiao Ye's nose and kicked it, accidentally making a close contact with Xiao Ye's mouth. Ah! Liu was startled and hurriedly put down her jade feet, saying weakly, I didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Yi laughed, it's fine, it doesn't stink, it's fragrant. Everyone knows that it's the face that makes your feet stink. Then Xiao Yi picked up the crystal high heels on the floor and helped Liu put on her shoes. Suddenly the delicate, tiny foot moved mischievously and the shoe went on crooked. Liu's beautiful eyes smiled brightly. Seeing that he didn't wear it well, Xiao Yi tried again, and the result was that the white tenderfoot made a detour and the shoe was worn crooked again. Put! Liu covered her mouth and laughed. Naughty! Xiao Yi became angry and looked at the jade foot, saying, this foot is too naughty, it must be punished. So Xiao Yi threw away his high-heeled shoes, stretched out his righteous hands, and came to a severe punishment on a pair of jade feet. He. Liu was tickled by the scratch and couldn't stop laughing as she covered her stomach. Don't dare! Let me go! Liu begged for mercy. Xiao Yi hit it fiercely and pretended to be ferocious. Sister assistant coach, these feet are too cunning, it must be educated once more. Then he played with for 10 minutes before stopping. Well, this is finally not naughty anymore. Xiao Yi then smoothly put on her crystal high heels. Well. Liu's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Yi with a grudge and said, so you boys all like this tune? Xiao Yi shook his head and said, no, nothing is jade-footed, it will only harm himself. I was just doing justice, I was educating the naughtyet. Humph. Liu hummed, I don't care, you're pissing me off. Piss you off? Xiao Yi looked and was shocked for a moment. Liu had a hungry expression at this moment. Then, Xiao Yi was dragged into the bedroom by Liu for a showdown. After a while, Xiao Yi was mentally exhausted and Liu was glowing. The two of them came to the underground cultivation room fully dressed. The golden divine dragon with a brilliant golden light hovered in midair, its power of intent very dense. Holy, the two-tailed white fox looks more and more noble and holy. Both had their eyes closed and were in the middle of a single-minded cultivation state. Very good, very soon, it's going to be the 9th star of the sovereign realm. Liu smiled in high spirits. With a smile in his eyes, Xiao Yi took out the storage ring in the middle of the system space, and then took out the 400 energy liquids in it and placed all of them on the ground. The lower, middle, and upper grade energy liquids of the sovereign realm had more than 60 each, totaling 200. The Grandmaster realm lower, middle, and upper grade energy liquids also had more than 60 each, for a total of 200. This much? These energy liquids are enough to support the 2 summoned beasts until they upgrade to the exalted realm. Liu was surprised. Xiao Yi nodded his head and asked, Zunsha realm, can you break your passive defense? Liu blankly glanced at him with a flirtatious look in her eyes and pouted, I was at least the number 1 person under the Supreme Exalted in the first place, and even if my realm regresses to the Great Exalted 1-star level, passive defense is not something the Exalted realm can break through. That's an ordinary Zunsha realm, a Zunsha realm, can break through your passive defense? Xiao Yi's eyes revealed a brilliant light. Liu sized up Xiao Yi and pondered, you are in earthly body form, but your strength is also 5 times stronger than the average SSS-ranked Imperial Beast Master, so maybe you can really be in the Zunsha realm and break through my defense. Xiao Yi smiled, that's what I thought. According to the cultivation speed of the 2 summoned beasts, it would be enough to break through the exalted realm within a month. Liu's beautiful eyes softened as she comforted, no matter what, I'm your 3rd contracting beastess, even though I can't make a contract with you yet. Xiao Yi understands that it is his meat that will always be his, and in the future it will only be eaten by him alone. However, cultivating to become stronger was the eternal truth of the end times era, so Xiao Yi thought that the higher the realm, the better it would be for him. But a contract? Template adjuster in progress. SSS class Spirit Fantasy Cat template, disabled. Problems, lack of 2 fragments of the laws of creation, unresolved. Problem, realm regression, temporarily resolved.
In the middle of the system space, lying quietly, 14 creation type, 5 dark type, 1 gold type, 1 fire type, and 1 ice type rule fragment crystals. Each crystal flowed with the power of arcane and incomparable rules. It's time to make up the template for Liu and formalize the contract with her. Ha! However, what surprised Xiao Yi was that next to these crystals, the crystal cores he had stored had actually changed. Taking out one of the Grandmaster lower-grade crystalline nuclei and taking a look at it, there were several strands of varying types of Tao rhythms flowing on it, and there was a crack on the surface of the sphere. This is? Liu came over to take a look, her beautiful eyes glaring round in surprise. This is the Tao rhythm energy only found in supreme-level crystal cores. Why is it also found on top of the patriarchal realm crystal cores? This made Liu puzzled, and she who had seen a lot of things did not understand the principle of it. Xiao Yi laughed. This crystal core should have an energy level that is too low to store too much Tao rhythm, and it is about to crack. Storing the Tao rhythms? Liu was stunned. Xiao Yi nodded his head and opened his palm, and on top of his wide palm, 2 rule fragment crystals suddenly appeared. 2 creation class crystals. Crystal recognition successful, owner. Xiao Yi. 2 messages were transmitted into Xiao Yi's mind. This is rule fragment crystallization. Liu's breathing became rapid. Chapter 95, formally concluding the contract, third beast maiden Liu. Requests for follow-up reading. The rule fragment crystallization, Liu knew, meant something to her. Meaning, her template problem can be solved perfectly. It meant that she would be able to cultivate and upgrade normally in the future. Meaning, she could enter into a contract with Xiao Yi and truly become his third beast maiden instead of paying lip service to it. The usually mature and stable Liu, her heart thumped up at this moment. She didn't go forward to grab it, but carefully said, Xiao Yi, this is? Xiao Yi could see the color of longing amongst her beautiful eyes and immediately smiled. As you wish, these are 2 creation class rule fragment crystals. Today, you'll be able to fix the template. Liu was pleasantly surprised and pounced over to Xiao Yi and kissed him. Her voice was crispy and said, You're too good to me, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi felt the corners of his mouth cool and said, Go. With a command, the 2 creation-type rule fragment crystals were transformed into 2 streams of light and drilled into Liu's body. Arcane and incomparable rule power filled the air. Xiao Yi immediately activated the template adjusters function, template repair function. Instantly, a vast force descended and enveloped Liu's petite body in it. Those dense rule forces had been guided and trimmed, gradually becoming one with Liu, and then completely fused into the template. SSS grade spiritual fantasy cat template, upgradable. Template mutilated, resolved. Catwoman Liu looked at her white, slender hands and felt power within her. Her stunningly beautiful cheeks were filled with joy as she jumped up and took Xiao Yi into her arms, saying gratefully, Xiao Yi, thank you. Xiao Yi's head was wrapped up in the middle of the proudly erect, and it felt like he couldn't draw in any air. You're welcome. Xiao Yi said in a muffled voice. Ah. Liu reacted, wanting to let go of Xiao Yi so that he could breathe easier. Xiao Yi rubbed his head and found a comfortable position, saying, It's fine, I can hold it for hours. Liu hugged him, her pretty face flushed, and she pouted, Let's conclude a contract. Xiao Yi said in a muffled voice, Have you really decided to conclude a contract with me? We're over 150 years apart, and you're an assistant professor and I'm a student, so if word gets out, you're going to get a lot of nasty comments and strange looks. If Liu didn't agree, he could always take back the rule fragment crystals. However, Liu's beautiful eyes were rounded and she angrily grunted. Humph. So what? I, Liu, have acted in my life, why do I need to explain myself to others? Since I've decided to be your beast maiden, I will definitely make a contract with you. Saying that, Liu pinched the soft flesh around Xiao Yi's waist, then viciously rotated 360 degrees, and said with a pretty fierce face. Xiao Yi, do you dislike me for being too old, for being an old cow eating young grass? Xiao Yi sucked in cold air from the pain, sucked in several mouthfuls of milky air, and said in shock, No, when did I dislike you, and also, you're not an old cow, you're a milk cow. Cows don't eat young grass, do they eat dead grass? If they eat dry grass, they can still produce milk. Humph. Liu hummed, No matter what happens to you, I'm still your beast mother. Immediately after, Liu mobilized the power of the contract, presenting the template's rule power of concluding a contract, and urged. Make a contract with me now. Xiao Yi could only honestly conclude a contract with her. Congratulations to the host for contracting a third beast woman. SSS Class Spirit Fantasy Cat Template, Liu. Realm, Grand Exalted 1 star. Illusory realm, within the realm, transforms reality into illusion, incapacitating everything.
Natural skills, context. Voiding itself, immune to a certain level of any attack. Illusion giving, the enemy who has been given an illusion will have all his senses replaced by the illusion and will live in the illusion, with a time limit.
Phantom maze, increase speed by 10 times.
Form upgrade function. SSS class Spirit Illusion Cat, first form 9100, second form, randomly awaken 1 innate concept class talent skill.
The message of the Spirit Illusion Cat's summoning beast appeared in his mind.
The exalted realm, the realm of the great exalted realm, was the power of the patriarch's intent stripped away.
The power of intent qualitatively changed to a certain degree, forming a domain that turned into a potential. The Spirit Illusion Cat's innate skills, domains, were all of the illusion system class. Xiao Yi carefully looked at the introduction of the illusory domain and felt terrified to the extreme.
What is illusory?
It is illusory when it does not really exist.
This is a realm that pulls reality into the unreal.
The other side. At the gate of the Devil's Capital Academy, on the road that led to the base camp of the practical training base, many strong people of the Zunshe realm and the Great Zunshe realm had come today, numbering more than 50.
Senior brother Zhang, it's been a long time, haven't you been well? Ha ha ha, good drop.
Senior sister Xiong, you're still as burly as ever.
Sister Vudra Barbie? Can you take this sandbagged fist of mine?
These people started chatting and farting as soon as they met, and were obviously very well acquainted. Immediately afterward, an army green pickup truck pulled up, from which 3 big, burly men descended. The deputy chief of the practical training base, 10 stars of the great exalted realm.
Everyone move to the base camp, we'll receive you there.
I'll contact my youngest brother and the others and come over for a get-together. That's right, these people were all Luya's disciples, appearing in pairs and at a high level of realm. Just as the crowd was about to move, Vudra Supreme Chang Gang walked past with a disheveled face and stopped in surprise when he saw these people. Why do these people look like Ryua taught those disciples?
Is it hard to believe that the news of Liuya's new marriage is all over the place? Am I the only one who knows last?
All these people, are they here to celebrate?
Chang just caught one of the vice chiefs and inquired, what are so many of you doing gathered here?
That great exalted 10-star deputy chief felt a bit familiar at the sight of Chang Gang, the big burly man, and then reacted startled and hurriedly bowed respectfully.
Greetings to the Supreme Being. Chang Gang waved his hand and asked, are you guys going to attend Luya's wedding banquet? The vice president was dumbfounded, what? When did my teacher get newly married?
Did she hold a banquet recently? I didn't receive an invitation.
We're here to get together and get to know our youngest brother.
Chang Gang suddenly realized that he was not the last person to know about Luya's new marriage.
Make yourselves at home then, bye. Chang Gang left. However,
when these people heard Chang Gang's words, they exploded into a heated discussion.
Woohoo, the teacher got married? With news this explosive, why haven't we heard anything at all? Scratch that, the teacher has always been icy clean, which asshole took it down? I don't know.
They asked each other about it, and surprisingly none of them knew who the man Ryua remarried was. They had no doubt in the words of Supreme Vudra. A supreme being wouldn't go so far as to spread rumors about such matters, and the matter of Luya's remarriage was more than likely true. One of the vice chiefs raised his hand and pressed, don't panic. At this stage, junior brother has the most contact with the teacher, so let's ask junior brother to come over for a gathering, and he'll designate that he knows who it is.
Chapter 96, Luya, that person is right in front of you. Begging for catch-up reading. A few minutes later, the base camp of the actual training base.
In the large parlor, more than 50 terrifyingly powerful people were gathered here. Vice Chief Brother quickly called Junior Brother over, we can't wait and want to learn about teacher's new marriage.
So many terrifyingly powerful people were all looking at that Vice Chief with bated breath.
The big burly deputy chief took out his communication instrument and dialed Xiao Ye's number, telling him about coming over to meet up with his senior brothers and sisters. After hanging up, the vice chief smiled on his hardened face and said, they'll be coming over in a little while, so everyone wait for a moment. Upon hearing these words, the restless hearts of these 50 or so terrifying powerhouses finally calmed down a bit. The purpose of their trip had changed, not only to visit their youngest brother, but also to learn about their teacher's situation.
Someone cranky and exasperated said,
I wonder which guy took our teacher.
Teacher's realm has been stagnant at the great exalted 10 stars, unable to upgrade, and there's no backstage.
I hope the teacher wasn't forced. In the Devil's capital, the Supreme family was the big power, and the great exalted 10 stars were ultimately a step weaker. The others frowned and snorted when they heard it. That fellow, he dares. Let's see if I don't hang him and chop him up. Yes, if the teacher has no backstage, we are the teacher's backstage. That's right, we have at least 20 or so great exalted realms. Even if we dislike with the Supreme family, we won't be too weak. On the other side, in the middle of the underground cultivation room, Xiao reluctantly left that broad bosom. Sister Luya, can I go? Luya angrily raised her chin finger and tapped Xiao's forehead. Masters and brothers get together, of course you're going to meet them. The disciples that I, Luya, have trained have always been united and very friendly towards each other. That's fine. Xiao nodded. At this time, the breakthrough of the three-toed golden dragon and the two-tailed white fox had reached a critical stage, and they were close to arriving at the 9 stars of the Patriarch, and Luya needed to be here to watch, unable to leave for too long. Afterward, Xiao was heading to the actual combat training base. At the main gate of the base, after Xiao arrived, a guard waited there early and then led Xiao to the parlor. Young master is here. The vice president greeted, and the eyes of all present gathered. Junior brother, is only one person coming, where is junior sister? Handsome, I must say. Xiao greeted, hello senior brothers and sisters, my name is Xiao. As soon as Diamond Barbie pulled Xiao into her seat, she smiled and said, I'm the eldest sister, the earliest batch of students that the teacher brought with her. I'm eldest brother, and your eldest sister is a pair of indentured servants. A tall, thin man said from the side. Xiao sized up these two people, the contrast was so great. Eldest brother is a 1.9 son, body thin like a bamboo pole, indentured elder sister a Diamond Barbie, all muscular. The other senior brothers and sisters then also briefly introduced themselves. Xiao responded one by one. Eldest sister Diamond Barbie touched Xiao's wrist and said in surprise, good fellow, 18 years old, 8 stars of the Zhongshu realm. Everyone present was shocked, an 18-year-old patriarch 8-star? Teacher's current disciple was so powerful. What realm were you guys at 18? I was like 7th rank then. I'm an SS rank template, and I'm just in my freshman year only at the 5th rank. I'm a SSS rank template, and I've just barely stepped into the Zhongshu even in my freshman year. Hiss, junior senior brother is a Zhongshu 8-star here, this qualification is crushing us. Ahem, not to mention us, even if a supreme being was present, it wouldn't compare. The people present were all at least strong at the Zhongshu realm, but their eyes changed as they looked at Xiao this junior brother, in the future, would surely ask for a supreme, or even above a supreme. They had several labels in their minds for their little senior brother, absolute demon, amazing talent, and handsome. Some of the sisters who had already contracted were even bolder in their openings. If I had met junior brother back then, I would have definitely taken him down. Are you serious about this takedown? Get it all, big sister, I've got my heart set on it too. The corner of Xiao's mouth twitched, there was no need to say this. The 3 vice presidents rushed out and asked for business. Everyone be quiet. The scene fell silent. Junior brother, there is a very important matter that we need to confirm to you. A vice chief smiled warmly. Teacher, has she recently gotten newly married again and made a contract with someone else? Everyone in the room was looking expectantly. Xiao was surprised, you all know about it? That's right, Sister Liu, she did pick up the new marriage again. The scene exploded when he heard junior brother admit it himself, which was fundamentally different from Supreme Vudra's words. Big sister King Kong Barbie grabbed Big brother Slim by the neck in disbelief. The others murmured, but their attention remained on Xiao. The 3 vice chiefs were considered relatively calm and asked Xiao. Who is he? Do we know each other? Xiao felt bad when he took a look at the gazes of so many senior brothers and sisters that were about to kill, so he hesitated and said vaguely. You know each other, but that guy. The surrounding senior brothers and sisters were staring straight ahead, making it a little difficult for Xiao to speak. What if I get beat up? After all, the age difference between him and Luya was too great, and he was also Luya's disciple. Cough cough. Xiao meandered a bit, go ask Sister Liu in person, she'll tell you herself. The vice chief frowned, is it hard for that person to have a lot of power? Junior brother doesn't dare to speak up? Who are the people we know with a lot of power? Supreme Vudra? It doesn't seem like it, when I saw him just now, he seemed a bit despondent, not as joyful as a newlywed. The 50 or so terrifyingly powerful disciples present conferred and decided to meet their teacher in person. Thus, so many people set off after Xiao Yi with a bang. Traveled together to the three-size Lakeview Villa area. The doorman was startled to see so many people, rushed forward to stop, after Xiao Yi's introduction, before he was relieved to open the door to allow everyone to pass. Everyone was under the impression that the teacher's villa was Villa 10. But Xiao Yi took them to Villa 001. Xiao Yi informed Luya in advance, and Luya changed her clothes and came out to greet her. Greetings, teacher. Teacher, long time no see. Teacher, goodbye. All of the 50 or so strong people were honestly and respectfully saluting and calling their numbers. Luya's stunningly beautiful and pretty face carried a faint smile. Well, after many years of not seeing each other, your looks haven't changed. You have come here with such a large number of people, we can't greet you at the villa, let's all go to the restaurant together. The vice president waved his hand, voicing the confusion in everyone's mind. Teacher, we came here this time because we wanted to know, who is the person you are newly married to? Were you forced to marry him? I hope you don't push it, you have our backs and we have your back. Liu guffawed and laughed, I volunteered. As for my new bride, that person is right in front of you. Chapter 97, Teacher, boo a mouth to prove it. Requests for follow-up readings. Far away and close by? The eyes of the crowd looked between each other, the first brother, the vice president, and the second brother. But they all dismissed the men and looked again among their own people. As for Xiao Yi, the crowd did not even look at him. The age difference was too big, and Xiao Yi was the youngest among them, and the contact time with the teacher would not exceed 3 days of the school year, so how could it be Xiao Yi? The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched, this was too much of a disrespect to him. His age today is 18, but he was also a college student before he crossed over, which adds up to 40 years old. Put. Luya covered her mouth and laughed, feeling amused, and directly opened the door. Alright, don't even guess, his name is Xiao Yi and he's standing right in front of you. Xiao Yi? Which Xiao Yi? Do we have a guy named Xiao Yi in there? No. The disciples murmured. And so on. The 3 vice presidents who know Xiao Yi exclaimed, Teacher, this Xiao Yi, it won't be. Junior brother, right? The gazes of the 50 or so disciples suddenly gathered on Xiao Yi in surprise. Luya gently nodded her white chin and opened her sexy little mouth. Yeah, it's Xiao Yi. Well, isn't that a surprise? The gazes of the disciples scrutinized Xiao Yi and their faces were grave. It couldn't be that the youngest disciple was a shield taken out by the teacher, right? In fact, the rightful owner was someone else. Humph. The teacher must have been forced, and we will give him justice. The 3 vice presidents spoke the minds of the disciples. Teacher, we don't believe it. Yeah, how can that be? It's only been 3 days since Junior started school and you guys have met a few times. That is, unless the teacher proves your relationship. The smile on Liu's pretty face froze. Proof? It's okay. In her thoughts, these were disciples who were on good terms with her, it was fine to prove it, and Xiao Yi shouldn't be questioned. And so, with the crowd's unblinking attention, Luya jumped into Xiao Yi's arms and hugged each other. Xiao Yi felt proudly disliked, making people feel comfortable. After the hug was over, Luya ruffled her hair, which was hanging down, and laughed. You guys believe it, don't you? However, the many disciples remained unconvinced and shook their heads, and the vice chief said, Teacher, what does a hug mean? You should at least boop a mouth. Xiao Yi felt bad. Luya, this person is crazy in private, but in the open with so many people watching, it is estimated that he cannot do such intimate actions. Luya's pretty face reddened when she heard this, her beautiful eyes glanced at Xiao Yi for a moment, her sexy little mouth pouted, and she stomped her foot, boo one then boo one. Xiao Yi's identity could not be questioned. They must face it squarely. Therefore, Luya forced herself to hold back her shyness, and under everyone's gaze, she pouted her little mouth and printed towards Xiao Yi. Bo! Xiao Yi felt very cool, but one touch was all it took. Luya's beautiful eyes glared as she said, Little Vice, little Vudra, how about it, believe it? The many disciples were dumbstruck, their eyes glaring round. Hiss! Just how deep does the teacher have to hide, giving so much? Is that person so powerful that the teacher doesn't dare to reveal a single word? They remain unconvinced. The vice chief shook his head and was about to say something when Luya's beautiful eyes glared at him and he shut up decisively in fear. But big sister Vudra Barbie was the one who was most familiar with Luya, and she felt that maybe what the teacher said was true, but she wasn't completely sure. It's just a smooch. It's a touch and go. What's the big deal?
Teacher, boink a mouth, that's all you do? Give me a kiss, I'm okay with that.
Saying that, the muscular eldest sister Vudra Barbie came towards Xiao Yi, eyeing to have a boink with Xiao Yi.
Xiao Yi backed up in fear and hurriedly waved his hand. Eldest senior sister, there is no need. Eldest senior brother, you don't care about your wife either.
Who knows that the corner of the tall, skinny elder brother's mouth hooked up in a teasing manner. Booing a mouth is just a mouth, I'll allow it.
Holy! The many disciples were shocked by his generosity. Rub. The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched. It's not necessary, our eldest sister.
Luya's beautiful eyes jumped straight out of the corner of her eyes, stopping the crowd of disciples' big sister. Her beautiful eyes glared and said, "Little Vudra, you are getting more and more crazy. The teacher's man also wants to get his hands on it."
Humph. Not even the door, this is my Luya's man. Isn't it enough to wave a bit? How else can I prove it?
Xiao Yi scratched his head, and in a flash of inspiration, he thought of a way that could definitely confirm his identity. Suddenly Xiao Ye's eyes widened as he felt a fragrant breeze coming from his nose. It was Luya, once again, pouncing on him and giving him a wet French kiss. Soon, Xiao Yi felt his teeth being broken and a small fish slipped in.
What grass? This caused Xiao Yi to be shocked. Luya, this was too bold.
10 minutes, a full 10 minutes. Looking at the two who were still continuing, the many disciples fell silent.
Eldest sister said, it can't be true. DDG, 9 times out of 10.
Big brother, the odds are yes, but there's a chance it's not.
Hiss. It's still going. After another 2 minutes, Luya finally let go of Xiao Yi and faced the crowd. Believe it or not?
The many disciples remained silent, even though they didn't want to believe it. They had to believe it right now, but it was true that there were doubts in their hearts. At this time, a disciple of the Zunshur realm spoke out. "Teacher, you are an SSS grade spirit illusion cat template. We'll surely believe it if you and junior brother summon the spirit illusion cat summoning beast." His words caused all the disciples' eyes to light up as they hurriedly agreed.
Yeah, why didn't I think of such a simple method?
Hey, teacher, do you dare to summon the spirit illusion cat? Or junior brother, it's really just a shield you put out there.
Humph.
Being denied by numerous disciples over and over again, Luya was a bit angry. The corner of her mouth pouted as she wiped the saliva on it, not knowing if it was hers or Xiao Ye's.
Xiao Yi, come on. That's exactly what I want.
Xiao Yi nodded his head. The method he had just thought of was also to summon a contracted beast.
Immediately after, Xiao Yi and Luya mobilized the power of the contract. Boom!
With a sound, illusory surging energy spread out from the two of them, and all the factors around them seemed to be pulled into the unreal, becoming unreal.
A spirited and upright spirit illusion cat appeared, its body between the unreal and the real, shifting between the two forms.
When the real spirit illusion cat summoning beast appeared in front of them, all the disciples present stared wide-eyed and gulped a mouthful of water.
It's true, junior brother is really the teacher's new bride. This is too metaphysical, isn't it? Junior brother has only reached adulthood.
From now on, you can't call little brother, it's time to call Mr. Xiao. Junior brother, no, Mr. Xiao, this goddamn thing, actually really took down our icy clean teacher. All the disciples were finally completely convinced of Luya's words.
Xiao Yi, indeed, is the teacher's new bride.
The great exalted spirit illusory cat hummed daintily as she gazed around the circle and snorted coldly.
Believe it, believe it.
Since you have witnessed the new marriage of Xiao Yi and I, then hand over the dawning gifts.
One for each of you, or you're not going anywhere. When the many disciples heard this, wails rang out, "Ah! Forgot to bring a gift." Chapter 98 Luya Shy, clearly you like, why say I like ah? Requests for follow-up reading.
The crowd switched positions. Inside the luxurious large box of the Magic Capital restaurant, Luya, Xiao Yi and a group of disciples were gathered here. As the shopkeeper served the food and wine, Luya repeated her previous words.
One by one, all hand over your gifts.
Heck, these people had caused her to sniff, it was time to show it. Some wailed again, while others chimed in, the wedding gift press is not ready.
That's right, we didn't what to do. How about sacrificing my loins? Who cares about your loins, get out.
Those great exalted realm disciples had a different attitude as they came up one by one. First, there was the eldest brother and sister, who walked up holding a video camera and smilingly took out a piece of glistening, glowing night pearl, saying,
"Teacher, this is a treasure that will add some atmosphere to the evening when you and little brother play."
Saying that, the Vudra Barbie senior sister activated the night pearl, and in a flash, this precious pearl floated up and emitted pink romantic light, and this pink light irradiated on the person's body, and Xiaoyi felt much better in spirit. Ha ha! It not only adds to the atmosphere, but it also has a secondary function. The skinny elder brother smiled cheaply. Liu's pretty face of black, red-toothed mouth corners flowed a trace of disgust. This is a serious thing. Well, do not, you take? Well. Suddenly her red lips were blocked by Xiaoyi's hand. Xiaoyi put away the night pearl and laughed. It's great stuff, we'll take it. This thing was helpful to him, and Liu saw that he liked it and didn't make a move to stop it, but only glared at Xiaoyi. He. The skinny elder brother revealed a you-know-what look and laughed. Junior brother, teacher, we want to record your happy moments, can you make a cameo? He pointed to the camera that was ready to take pictures. That's fine, take a shot as a souvenir. Liu and Xiaoyi appeared in the middle of the camera. The skinny elder brother suggested, teacher, junior brother, you're too far away from each other, get closer, be more intimate. Liu's pretty face blushed, a little more intimate? She shook her head hastily. But Xiaoyi was smacking his lips. The last time Liu kissed him, he was so confused that he didn't carefully experience the little fish. This would be an opportunity to take the initiative and make Liu confused as well. Liu's beautiful eyes widened as Xiaoyi suddenly came closer, that handsome face filling her entire field of vision, and then she was forcibly kissed. Aha! What's wrong with you? With her small mouth gagged, Liu's muffled speech was unclear, and suddenly she shuddered violently, confused. Xiaoyi moved out to strike, breaking her teeth and finding the little fish. Savor and taste. Light and sweet, like ice on a hot day, it was sweet and smooth. Liu's head was completely confused. Junior brother is actually so brave. All of the disciples in the box who were drinking a small drink and eating food were stunned. The three vice presidents didn't even notice when they dropped the dishes on their chopsticks. The big brother with the camera was so dumbfounded that he forgot to press the shutter. After a half-dozen moments of silence, a violent sound erupted. Holy! Junior brother, awesome! Junior brother, a model for my generation. Hiss, in hundreds of years, he's still the first one who dares to molest his teacher like this. The most beautiful assistant teacher Liu, at first, is also the goddess in their hearts, is out of the mud but not stained Tianshan snow lotus, no one dares to die. But, nowadays, this holy lotus is being plucked. Well. After a full 10 minutes, Liu feebly pushed Xiaoyi away, her beautiful eyes snapping, deadbeat. Xiaoyi wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth. Are you done shooting? Xiaoyi asked out loud. Eldest senior brother's thin face was embarrassed and said awkwardly, teacher, junior brother, why don't you guys do it again? Just now I only remembered the shock and forgot to press the shutter. Skinny monkey, you. Liu's beautiful eyes glared, her mouth swollen with kisses, how could you forget? Xiaoyi looked at her, want to do it again? Liu hurriedly shook her head, Shen Xian's thin hand covered her small mouth, pouting, no, if I kiss again, my mouth will be broken. Xiaoyi discussed, eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is soft, eldest senior brother has given us a newlywed gift, so take an ordinary photo to satisfy it. No, what if it's broken, just take a picture of it. Liu strongly disagreed, also, thin monkey, small diamond, not to call the little brother, Xiaoyi seniority than you, to call Mr. Xiao. Alright then, teacher, Mr. Xiao. The skinny elder brother was chagrined that he had done a poor job and forgot to press the shutter. Finally, a double headshot with a smile on your face for a regular photo. The next to hand over their gifts were the three vice chiefs, who licked their smiles and offered up 3 grand exalted upper-grade crystalline cores. Teacher, Mr. Xiao, we stay in the training base all year round, we don't have much good stuff, only this kind of mundane stuff, I hope you don't mind. Liu's beautiful eyes lit up, she needed cultivation resources after her template was restored, and these crystal cores were just enough to satisfy her, so she put them away. Nice gift. Xiaoyi laughed, 3 senior brothers, I might come to the training base often in the future and might trouble you. Under Liu's gaze, the 3 vice chiefs sweated and lowered their stance. Mr. Xiao, you're in a senior position and we're all juniors, just call us junior vice. Yes, it's okay to call junior vice, junior. Yeah, but don't call it senior brother Mr. Xiao. If the students of the Magic Capital Academy saw them like this, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. The 3 prestigious guardians of our Magic Capital Academy are actually whispering and being respectful to a youngster.
Well, Junior Vice, Junior 2, Junior 3, your gifts are very good, we accept them. Xiao Yi nodded his head and gladly accepted it. Smiles appeared on the faces of the 3 vice chiefs and they returned to their seats with a little hug. Next, it was the other 50 or so pairs of disciples who came up to hand in their gifts. Their addresses to Xiao Yi all changed from Junior Brother to Mr. Xiao, and their tones were respectful. Mr. Xiao, you don't lack in mundane things, this is the Vudra pill, I hope Mr. Xiao likes it. Teacher, Mr. Xiao, this is an encyclopedia of poses, a masterpiece of artificial retardation. Teacher, this is a night warmer, put it on so you don't have to drink boiled water. Mr. Xiao, this is an exalted upper grade crystal core. Teacher, Mr. Xiao, this is a great exalted crystal core. With a piece of gift was presented up, Luya pretty face read again and again read, inner shyness said, oops, these students are so immodest, are sent what gifts? Xiao Yi, on the other hand, was full of smiles as he accepted them one by one, shouting loudly as he did so. Crystals? Good. This is good. Good. Vudra unbreakable pill, your teacher loves it. Encyclopedia of poses? This one Ryuya likes even more. Luya stomped her foot and glared at Xiao Yi with her pink mouth, her eyes like autumn water showing as if to say, why did you say I like it when it's clearly you who like it? It's really humiliating. Chapter 99 Teacher likes these the most, keep giving gifts next time. Requests for follow-up readings. Sister Luya, the guys understand you well, they know what you like. Xiao Yi smiled and raised an eyebrow towards Luya. Luya's beautiful eyes, what is it, when she likes these? 10 minutes later, more than 50 pairs of contractor disciples finally finished handing over their gifts, and each returned to the table to drink and eat meat freely. Teacher, Mr. Xiao, did you like all the gifts we gave you? I don't know who shouted, once again gathering everyone's attention on Luya and Xiao Yi. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth hooked and he moved over towards Luya to blow in his ear. Sister assistant teacher, everyone is congratulating us on our contract and giving us gifts, you can't say you don't like it, right? The corners of Liuya's mouth twitched, and she said, what a little badass. However, she could not Buddha the face of the many disciples, so she flavorfully blinked Xiao Yi and laughed at the many disciples. Love it, Xiao Yi, and I love it, thanks for the gifts. Xiao Yi followed out, hey, your teacher likes these the most, you can still give these as gifts next time. The eyes of the many disciples below lit up, and some slapped their thighs regretfully. Oops, so teacher likes those, I actually gave away crystal cores, it's my fault for not preparing them, it's a pity. Me too, I just happen to have a book of knowledge poses at home, I'm sure I'd love to give it to that teacher. Alas, one of the mundane things I gave away will have to wait until the next time I give away the ones the teacher likes. They do not think there is anything wrong, can send the teacher like things, is the most should send we are old, and did not think like these bad, after all, the newlyweds well, do not do these what? What's the point of not doing this? The unabashed words of these disciples were all heard by Luya. All of a sudden Luya shied, the delicate pretty face is full of redness, red to the originally white compact back ear root, others are fine, but she shy. She gritted her teeth and glared at Xiao Yi with her beautiful eyes, her gaze grudging. Aha! It's your fault. It's all your fault. Let's see how I'll punish you when I get back at night. I'll make sure you beg for mercy. No, it's no use begging for mercy. Hey! Xiao Yi, who was having fun, laughed nervously. There was no way to know that he had been targeted by the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, and would be viciously punished, and it was useless to beg for forgiveness. Next, there was the normal gathering of people, all of whom were on good terms with each other as brothers and sisters, and there was a lot to talk about when they got together. The ones who were at the same table with Xiao Yi and Luya were the 4 who had the best relationship with Luya. Grand Venerable 10-star Big Brother Skinny Monkey and Big Sister Vudra Barbie. The 3 Grand Exalted 10 stars were the vice chiefs of the training base, except that their indentured servants' wives were always at home and didn't come. Eldest brother eldest sister had the best relationship because she was the first disciple Luya brought up. The 3 deputy governors, on the other hand, because of their proximity, had the most contact with Luya in comparison, and their relationship was also the most familiar. At that moment, the eldest sister, Vudra Barbie, smothered a mouthful of wine and asked curiously, Teacher, does your father know about your new marriage? Luya's petite body shook at the words, and coldness surfaced in her eyes, I don't know. Big sister Vudra Barbie sighed, alas, you and your father are still as cold as ever after all this time. Luya snorted coldly, humph. Tell him what for? Xiao Yi could clearly feel that the assistant teacher's sister's mood was low, and in this case, there must be some kind of story.
As a husband, Xiao Yi felt the need to understand, and took advantage of the fact that the Vudra Barbie senior sister opened her mouth, and asked along with her. Vudra, Sister Liuya's father, can you introduce me? Before Xiao Yi would have called Vudra Barbie his big sister, but now he called her little Vudra without any psychological burden. Donkey Kong Barbie frowned and observed Liuya's face for a moment, realizing that Liuya had no sense of stopping it, and then opened her mouth. Mr. Xiao, when teacher's parents went out on a mission, her mother sacrificed her life while her father returned intact and alone, so teacher and her father became estranged. Xiao Yi nodded thoughtfully. And at that moment, Liuya opened her mouth with red eyes and a pretty face full of coldness. It's all because he killed my mom, when my mom insisted on not accepting that mission, but that man stubbornly accepted the mission of decapitating magical beasts that exceeded his own realm. In the end, my mom was buried in the mouth of a wraith, but he came back without a scratch. The man insists on taking the mission to the overworld, and in the end, his wife, who doesn't want to take the mission, sacrifices herself, and the man returns in one piece. Xiao Yi was silent after hearing this. The disciples present were also silent. If it were them, they would have complained and even hated the man. Xiao Yi moved over to hug Liuya's delicate body and said in a warm voice, "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Liuya's petite body trembled, burying her head in Xiao Yi's arms and sobbing, saying, "You bad guy, in the future when you encounter danger, make sure you don't leave me behind, we'll face it together." Xiao Yi sniffed Liuya's body fragrance and assured, "That's for sure, I'm a badass, not a goon, I'll be brave and just go up when my wife is in danger. My bravery sister Liuya experienced it this morning and knows I'm not lying." Liuya hummed, "Aha, you sure are brave." Why did that sound a little immodest to her? Is this bravery the same as this bravery? Xiao Yi is really a bad guy, and he's got her wrapped up in it. At this time, the Vudra Barbie senior sister said in a warm voice, "Teacher, we are both your disciples and your family, so you can look for us if you have any difficulties in your life, and don't forget that we are also great exalted 10 stars. Yeah, even though we can't do anything about that rule fragment, we're still capable of solving other things. This big senior brother of mine might be a supreme in a few decades, so I should be able to take the rule fragment at that time." Everyone's words, and Xiao Yi's teasing, put Liuya in a better mood. Gathering her emotions, Liuya regained her smile on her exquisite and stunning face and said, "Thank you all for your concern. However, the rule fragment is not needed, Xiao Yi has already solved the problem for me. I'll be able to cultivate normally in the future, and I'll also be able to advance to supremacy normally." The many disciples were shocked. They knew that Liuya couldn't raise her realm for over 100 years and couldn't advance to supreme. It turned out that the need for rule fragment crystals was to solve this problem. But now it was solved by Xiao Yi. In a flash, the gazes of all the disciples looked at Xiao Yi with more respect. This respect comes from the heart. Mr. Xiao actually gave so much. 2 rule fragments, I finally understand why teacher is with Mr. Xiao. That kind of supreme treasure, priceless and marketless, hiss. Mr. Xiao really loves his teacher. The many disciples whispered. Just now, when they called Mr. Xiao, it was because they were forced by the majesty of their teacher, but now, they were respecting Xiao Yi from the bottom of their hearts. Truly recognizing, Xiao Yi was the teacher's husband. As soon as they heard that Liuya was able to cultivate normally, a sincere smile appeared on the faces of both Big Brother Thin Monkey and Big Sister King Kong Barbie, and they sincerely felt happy for Liuya. Too good, teacher is able to cultivate La. With teacher's talent of being the first person under the Supreme, within a few decades, teacher and Mr. Xiao will be the 11th Supreme in the Magic City. The Supreme being, that's the top big man. In any base city, it's a supreme fighting force. Chapter 100 Father-in-law appears, Xiao Yi is taken to wash his feet. Begging for a catch-up read. The gathering was soon over and the group headed to the training base at the suggestion of the 3 vice presidents to arrange for lodging there. The 50 or so pairs of contractor powerhouses had gotten together originally to see the masters and brothers, so they agreed to go together. At the downstairs of the large restaurant, Liuya approached Xiao Yi and said a few words, then went back first. She had to go observe the cultivation of the 2 Nangong Siyao girls. "You must come back tonight, I have something to tell you." Humph. Liuya's vicious expression before she left made Xiao Yi feel a little bad. He went back later, after all he was the host, and stayed to see off his guests. A white-haired man who was on the side of the restaurant stared furtively at Xiao Yi's side, his neck stretched out as he constantly watched the place, seemingly searching for something. As many disciples left, the skinny monkey senior brother and the King Kong Barbie senior sister were the last to go and told Xiao Yi. "We just came to Mordor and saw the teacher's father, so we just mentioned that topic."
Xiao Yi asked in confusion, isn't Sister Luya's father living in Magic City? King Kong Barbie recalled, no, he's been moving around the Imperial Capital range all year round, and every time he used to come to Mordor, he used to sneak around and peek at Luya from afar, and we even bumped into him a couple of times. The skinny monkey elder brother sighed, alas, I guess this time, I've come to steal a few glances and look at my daughter. Xiao Yi frowned, coming all the way from the Imperial Capital to the Magic City just to take a few peeks, not daring to meet? It seems that the man also felt ashamed of Liu Ya. Mr. Xiao, we're going to the training base first, see you later. After a greeting, the two Vudra Barbie big sisters followed the group and left. Xiao Yi nodded, it was time for him to go back. But just then, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, and a strong odor of tobacco filled the air. Xiao Yi turned his head to see that it was a bearded and unkempt white-haired man. He had never seen this person before, but Xiao Yi felt that this person's appearance was somewhat familiar. The white-haired man grinned, revealing a few large incisors, raised his hand and handed over a cigarette, saying, little brother, have a cigarette? No, I want to ask you for some information. Xiao Yi raised his hand to give a refusal and stepped back, covering his nose and frowning at him. The strong smell of tobacco was a bit choking. How many cigarettes did this man smoke? What do you want to inquire about? Cigarettes are not necessary, I don't smoke. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man grinned and put away his cigarette, revealing his large incisors. Hey, are you guys the students of Koan Pang Academy's most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya? Luya? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yi suddenly realized that it was no wonder this white-haired man gave him a familiar feeling. Upon closer inspection, the white-haired man's appearance resembled that of Luya. Only that bearded and pudgy face hides some of it, making it hard to see. Xiao Yi's expression became grave. This man who looked scruffy and didn't care about his image at all, the odds were that he was Luya's father. In other words, this person was his father-in-law. I am indeed Luya's student, what do you want to ask? Xiao Yi asked with a smile. The tobacco-smelling white-haired man was delighted, he looked around and scrunched his neck carefully, little brother, let's talk somewhere else. He seemed to be afraid of being seen by someone and hurriedly pulled Xiao Yi into a pink-lit street, then entered the brightest amongst the street, a place called Private Club. Under Xiao Yi's stunned gaze. He seemed to frequent this kind of place, lightly throwing out a super VIP card, and instructing the receptionist, who was not bad-looking, to say, have 2 sets of one-stop service and get us some of the hottest chicks around. Xiao Yi. Coming to the end times, it was the first time he had come to this kind of place, and it was brought by his father-in-law himself. Okay, you'll be satisfied. The receptionist took a look at it as a super VIP card, sign address, or the super VIP card of the Imperial Capital head office, and immediately unfolded with a smile. Hey, little brother, I'll ask you for a few news later, this is the equivalent of payment, how about it, is it interesting enough? Coming into a double booth, the tobacco-scented white-haired man hemmed and hawed. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched, it was indeed interesting enough, this person was an old fart. Seeing that Xiao Yi did not seem very happy, the tobacco-flavored white-haired man explained, little brother, we are helping the poor. Without us, what would these ladies do with their sick mothers, what would they do with their disabled brothers, and what would they do with no other source of income for their families? That's why it's important that you don't ostracize, but come often to help the poor, we're sponsoring them, it's a good deed. The corners of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. This is too much to pull off. Xiao Yi and the tobacco-flavored white-haired man were lying on 2 large soothing beds not far apart, waiting for the one-stop service. What do you want to ask? Xiao Yi opened his mouth. This man is Luya's father, although it seems to be very unpredictable, but after all, it is the father-in-law, what do you want to ask? As long as it does not involve privacy, tell him there is no harm. How's your teacher doing these days? The tobacco-scented white-haired man's voice heaved. Xiao Yi, well, that's good. Ha ha ha. That's good. The tobacco-scented white-haired man laughed happily and aloud. Xiao Yi, actually, the assistant teacher's sister, she nods. I was just about to say something about Luya tying the new knot again, when suddenly a row of coolly dressed, curvaceous and superior-looking women came in from outside. Finally it was the receptionist who also came in and inquired with a smile on her face. 2 guests, these are the prettiest and the most beautiful, and the youngest ones in the store, so feel free to pick them out. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man laughed, little brother, let's choose first, and we'll inquire about the news later. Xiao Yi. Raising his eyes, this row of more than 10 delicate women with tender skin, one of them has a pretty good body, the warped one should be warped, and their appearance is also superior, in the previous life it was the level of the class flower.
However, these people were more than a step behind compared to the stunning colors of Luya, Nangong Siyao, Chang Bingshi, and Yun Bing. Not just in looks, or temperament, or status. 100,000 miles apart. So Xiao Yi just casually pointed to a woman, just her. Ha ha. Little brother has a good eye, this is the prettiest chick in the lot. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man laughed. He then reached out and pointed to the receptionist beyond the row. You're it. Xiao Yi. Receptionist. The receptionist smiled bitterly. Sir, I work as a receptionist and am hundreds of years old. The tobacco-scented white-haired man chortled. What, you want a complaint? The receptionist had no choice but to oblige and let the row of curvy women leave, but of course, the woman with the watery skin that Xiao Yi had ordered stayed. Xiao Yi smacked his lips. This father-in-law has such unique tastes and likes old ones. There's personality. The service is a one-stop shop, with foot wash, massage and bath normal service in progress. This woman was worthy of being a professional. That soft little hand pressed Xiao Yi very comfortably. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man finally did speak. Little brother, what did you want to say just now? Not what? A ligature? Ligation? Not a fart ligation. How does a female ligation? Xiao Yi interspit, the surface laughed, said. No, sister assistant professor, she's newly married again. What? The tobacco-scented white-haired man exclaimed. Ryua, she's getting newly married again? Chapter 101 Lu Hui, bringing you to wash your feet every day. Requests for follow-up reading. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man couldn't care less about serving a dragon and got up to ask. Who did she marry, Liu? How's that guy's character? Do the two of them fit together? The string of questions asked showed that he was very unsettled inside. Xiao Yi pinched the Shuailing chick and made her press a little harder before answering. The two were a good match, and as for the man, he was very nice, of good quality and helpful. Yes, yes. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man was so happy that he couldn't stop the excitement on his face and kept saying yes. Xiao Yi continued, as for who that person is? That man is before you. Question mark. The tobacco-scented white-haired man was stunned and carefully looked at Xiao Yi's excessively young face before shaking his head in disdain. Just you? Little brother, I know that the disciples brought up by Luya have more or less a teacher fetish, and they all want to hold a beautiful woman. But I would advise you not to brag or think nonsense. Xiao Yi. In the eyes of outsiders, was he so unworthy of Luya? No one even believed it, to be honest. Ha ha ha. The tobacco-scented white-haired man laughed aloud and continued to lie down to enjoy the service one-stop shop, letting that receptionist continue to press. Forget it, it doesn't matter who it is, what matters is that Liu is now, living happily ever after. Xiao Yi sighed. After the foot massage and bath, the tobacco-flavored white-haired man approached and said, How do you feel? Comfortable? Xiao Yi nodded, comfortable. He. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man put his arm around his shoulder. Little brother, come to help the poor more often in the future, we're doing a good deed. Remember, this must never be mentioned to your teacher. I'll be playing in the Magic City for the next few days, so I'll treat you to a few more. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched. What was the experience of being brought by his father-in-law to wash his feet? A very refreshing experience. But it's out of sight. If Luya found out that his father-in-law often brought him to wash his feet, he might get angry on the spot and hate the old man. Xiao Yi tentatively asked, Do you want me to bring assistant teacher sister his man to wash his feet? Let's, together, have a great time. The tobacco-scented white-haired man's face slumped and his tone was firm. No. How can a quality imperial beastmaster come to such a filthy place? Hey, it's good for us mundanes to do good deeds. Xiao Yi's eyelids jumped straight. You are really double standard. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man admonished, Little brother, I'll give you a task, you have to pay more attention to your teacher's husband during the weekdays. If he has any bad habits and bad style, you give me all the information. As for payment, how about I bring you in every day to wash your feet? Xiao Yi's face showed hesitation as he said, it's a bit difficult to do. It was indeed difficult. How could Xiao Yi give others a bad word about himself? Wouldn't it make him look like his brain was kicked by a donkey? The tobacco-smelling white-haired man thought it was not enough payment, so he revealed a you-know-what look and waved his hand. Receptionist, come and give this little brother a private package. Remember, make sure to find a better skilled, watery chick and serve her well, or I'll file a complaint against you. Receptionist. No problem, sir. Xiao Yi was a bit resistant. This is not good. Tobacco-scented white-haired guy, it's okay,
I'll bring you here every day from now on. Come every day? Xiao got up with his clothes on and excused himself. Uncle, have you finished asking what you want to ask? I should go back to school. It was okay to let the professional chicks here press a massage and wash their feet, but to carry out any private packages, to be honest, Xiao didn't want to at all. You're looking for mediocre women to do that here while you have 3 stunning women at home? Sorry, he's not interested. Well then, having you reveal the privacy of your teacher's husband does make it difficult. The tobacco-scented white-haired man waved his hand and withdrew the privacy package. Suddenly, there was a boom. Xiaoya's aura surged, and the bedboards underneath him were shaken to pieces. The realm had broken through from Patriarch 8-star to Patriarch 9-star. The receptionist and the white-haired man looked surprised. Xiao smiled coyly. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but break through after being soothed all over and broke the bedpan. The receptionist waved her hand. That's okay, sir, as long as you're happy. The tobacco-flavored white-haired man laughed brightly and said rather proudly, ha. Worthy of being Liu's student, you're a high-ranked sect master at a young age. Wow, a high-ranked sect master. The receptionist's eyes widened in surprise. Hiss. The water spirit girl who was massaging Xiao sucked in a mouthful of cold air in shock. Looking about the same age, this big brother was actually a high-ranked sect master. She was only at the 1st rank. Uncle, I have just made a breakthrough. I'm going to consolidate. Goodbye. Xiao then got the white-haired man's contact information and was returning to the academy alone. Being made a fire in his heart by the massager, he had to go to the earthly beauty Liu to kill the fire. As for the clubhouse's watery chick, who had served an unknown number of people, Xiao naturally wouldn't be interested in it, and only treated it as a passerby. Inside the booth, the receptionist licked a smiling face. Sir, are you satisfied with our service? Ryuho glanced at her, barely. After paying for 2 sovereign lower crystal cores, he gradually left the private clubhouse, in the sweet voice of the receptionist. Sir, come more often to help the poor na, your feat of doing good deeds we are keeping in mind. Sir, our sisters will remember you, come more often. Sir, if you like, I'll be your exclusive from now on. Lu Hua was amused by the receptionist's words, but he was eating them up. He was now alone, and since his wife was buried under the claws of a magical beast more than 100 years ago, he had never looked for a second indentured servant. Eliminating loneliness was naturally this kind of private clubus the most suitable. That's right, he's Luya's father, Lu Hua. Walking alone at the edge of the avenue, Lu Hua nodded his fingers and said with a regretful face. Alas, it's been 162 years since I counted and haven't spoken to my daughter. Now she is newly married again, and I have no face to meet her. No, I'm going to meet her, man. It's far better to hear about it than to see it for myself. Just sneak a few glimpses to see my son-in-law, hee. With a swoosh, Lu Hua transformed into a blur of light and headed in the direction of the magic capital Imperial Beast Master Academy. Villa 10 in the 3-size Lakeview Villa area. At this time, in Villa 001, which was only a few hundred meters away from Villa 10. The 3-toed golden dragon and the 2-tailed white fox successfully broke through, and their breath was stable. Luya then returned to the 1st floor, came to the courtyard and looked up at the sky, humming delicately. Good Xiao, it's dark and you're still not back. I still have to punish you. I'll make sure you beg for mercy for disgracing me at the party today. The sky was dotted with stars and the night was beautiful in the end times. Just as Luya was dazed with only her hand propped up on her white chin, Xiao came back, and at a glance, he saw Luya, who was like an absolute beauty, so he stood on his tiptoes to sneak closer to her. Humph. A delicate hum rang out. Xiao realized that he was confined and couldn't move his body. The corner of Luya's mouth hooked, revealing an expression of triumph, then took the initiative to move closer and kissed Xiao in his horrified gaze. This time it was Liu who took the initiative. Xiao felt a small fish break through his teeth. Sweet and creamy and delicious. Just as the two of them were kissing, a blur of light flying past from the sky paused for a moment and landed outside Villa 001. And then the tobacco-scented white-haired man climbed the fence of 001 and peered furtively inside. After seeing the scene inside, suddenly his eyes widened and his entire body was shocked. This little brother is really Luya's husband? Chapter 102, Luya, you have the scent of a strange woman on you. Begging for a catch-up read. So, he's my son-in-law? The father-in-law himself takes his son-in-law to wash his feet and calls it a good deed? Lu's bearded face surfaced with a stunned look, his eyes gazing incredulously at the scene within the small courtyard. He had the exotic treasure of concealing his breath and voice on him, and would not be discovered. Who would have thought that a random person asking for news in a big restaurant would be the husband of his daughter? Hiss. The scene within the small courtyard changed once again, and Liu Hua was dumbfounded. He only saw Xiaoyi feeling out of breath from being kissed and wanted to push Luya away, but Luya pressed on, not giving Xiaoyi any space to breathe, and blocked Xiaoyi with her small mouth. Though that little fish was sweet and creamy. But Xiaoyi's mouth was dry, and all the moisture in his mouth was swept away and swallowed by the little fish. Xiaoyi's feet stomped about and he muffled, stop, spare the lie. Luya's stunningly beautiful and pretty face surfaced with complacency, her beautiful eyes revealing excitement as she muffled, let's make you cause me to make a fool of myself. Don't you love kissing? Begging for mercy won't help. Xiaoyi. He had to stop struggling and be forced to accept in order to respect the women's volunteers. Then, start enjoying it. As the saying goes, if you can't resist, then accept it openly and enjoy it. Xiaoyi came to his realization. So his big fish took the initiative and fought with the little Liuwa fish for moisture in their mouths. With his struggle, he managed to fight for control of the moisture in his mouth. Finally, not dry mouth, this will be his, as if a long time gone meets the jade dew, get the moisture of the zephyr, the face also become red. Luya widened her beautiful eyes, revealing panic, secretly said, not good. Kiss, but what to do with him, should not want me to beg for mercy. Really, the last indentured servant had never even touched her, let alone kissed her, and she had no experience at all. Although she often in private time loved to watch small video, secretly learn some knowledge posture, but see understand does not mean will use Woo woo. This would be a reversal of the situation, becoming Luya's beautiful eyes wide and her feet stomping up. Liuwa felt her mouth dry, lacking the moisture of water, and wanted to take a few big gulps of water. Liu Hua, who was outside the fence with only a pair of eyes showing, stared in disbelief. Hardwired for several waves of dog food. This single dog mo did not come to suffer, dog food hard to him close to the face open large, fed in his mouth. The corners of Liu Hua's mouth twitched as if his heart had been hit hard. Indecent exposure. Liu Hua returned to the ground outside the outer wall and sat down to lean against it, as if waves were rising and falling inside, very unsettled. Daughter, actually so like a wolf, screwed son-in-law has no resistance. Fortunately, his son-in-law had amazing comprehension and rose up, forcibly breaking through the control of the powerful, turning passivity into initiative, and succeeding in winning the war. Of course, the two in the small courtyard were merely kissing and not doing anything else. Ha ha ha. Looks like the daughter loves her son-in-law, that's good. As long as she's having a good and happy life, that's enough. At the moment, it seems that the daughter is chasing her son-in-law in reverse, or else there is such a big difference between their ages and status. How could the son-in-law hold a beautiful woman? Looking up at the beautiful starry night sky, Liu Hua laughed out emotionally. Now that he was alone, the one thing he couldn't worry about was his daughter Luya. Now that Liuwa had found a good home, he was relieved. Suddenly a voice came from within the small courtyard, causing Liu Hua to take another bite of dog food. Spare the crouch, ball you hot. Luya within the small courtyard was not able to defeat Xiaoyi after all, her mouth was dry and she kept begging for mercy, her beautiful eyes showing panic. Xiaoyi's suave face revealed a smug look before gradually letting go of Luya. After all, respecting women's volunteers, Xiaoyi understands. Aha! Luya was finally getting a chance to catch her breath, her beautiful eyes glaring at him with grudges, and that slender little hand delicately hitting him twice. Really, it's annoying, and I wanted to punish you, but I ended up lying down and being punished. Her expression at this point was delightful, as if she were a little woman pouting. Xiaoyi looked at this absolute beauty and wanted to strike again. Seeing Xiaoyi come over again, Luya lost her color in fear and took 2 steps back to cover her small mouth in panic. Next time. Xiaoyi asked, which time is the next time? Liuwa cocked her head, tomorrow. Xiaoyi nodded, he wasn't a hungry wolf, tomorrow was tomorrow. Suddenly Luya's small and tall nose moved, sniffing carefully at Xiaoyi's body for a few moments, and her willow eyebrows frowned. Yeah. Why do you smell like strange perfume? It's not Xiao's, it's not Bingshi's, it's not mine, and it's not Din Yun Bing's either. Seeing her serious up expression, Xiaoyi's heart snapped. Not good. In the private club was served by the water spirit girl undressing massage, although it is undressing to wear pajamas, but this set of clothes on the body, or stained with a few silk that water spirit girl's perfume flavor. If one wasn't very sensitive to scents, the subtle scent wouldn't be detectable at all, but Luya was a great venerable and could easily distinguish this unfamiliar scent. Humph.
Luya snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes showing coldness as she looked up and down Xiaoye's body with a scrutinizing gaze. Then he raised his hand and grabbed the soft flesh around Xiaoye's waist in a 360-degree reversal. Hiss. Xiaoye sucked in a mouthful of cold air in pain. How are you going to explain? Luya spoke in an icy tone, most disgusted by men who looked for wildflowers. Hearing this conversation, Lu Hua, who was looking at the starry sky outside the enclosure, froze and inwardly shouted that it was not good. Damn it! It's his fault for taking his son-in-law to wash his feet. This would make him a sinner if he ruined his daughter's son-in-law's marriage. How could he face his wife in the 9 springs then? What to do? What to do? How about I go out and confess my sins and take all the blame? Just as Lu Hua was anxiously scrambling, Xiaoye's magnetic male voice that was at risk came out from within the courtyard. Facing Luya's icy gaze, Xiaoye wore a smile on his face as he raised his hand and pinched her stiff and pretty face and said, On the way back there were 2 disabled sisters on the way back. I saw that they were pitiful, so I did a good deed and stepped in to fund 2 of their Zongshire lower grade crystalline cores. The scent on this body is from the disabled sisters. As you know, I, Xiaoye, have excellent qualities and am willing to help others. Hearing this, the coldness in Luya's heart gradually dissipated, and her pretty face resumed its delicate flower-like smile as she sighed in relief. Xiaoye, I was wrong about you, so you did a good deed. Xiaoye nodded his head and rightfully said, That's for sure, I was helping the poor understand. Luya believed in Xiaoye's words, and also believed in her own charms, and even more so in the charms of the 2 women, Siyao and Bingshi, and no matter how good the wildflowers outside were, they didn't smell as good as the 3 of them. After thinking it through, Luya gently rubbed the soft flesh around Xiaoye's waist and said, Aha, you need to do more good deeds in the future and promote the good quality of being helpful. Xiaoye nodded his head, no problem, doing good deeds and being helpful, I'm the best at it. Awesome. Lu Hua, whose face outside the enclosure was stunned, raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. This son-in-law, a model for my generation. Chapter 103 Maid's Tavern. Requests for catch-up reading. This kind of anticlimactic means of coaxing people, his father-in-law, was willing to bow down. Good one for doing good. Lu Hua hemmed and hawed. As long as the little 2 lived happily ever after, he was satisfied. He then left the academy. The plan was to call Xiaoye out for a chat tomorrow. The other side. The 3-toed golden dragon and the holy 2-tailed white fox were still in the underground cultivation room as Cultivation G, and had been diligently cultivating uninterruptedly, and the feedback brought by that pack's meditative nature made Xiaoye stronger every moment. On the first floor of the villa, Xiaoye and Luya snuggled up to each other and leaned on the sofa. Suddenly the tablet that Liu had previously placed on her desktop lit up with a burst of indescribable hums. Xiaoye's eyes stared and he glanced at the tablet computer in surprise. When he saw the indescribable video on it, his mouth opened into an O shape in shock. The icy clean most beautiful assistant goddess will also watch this kind of small video that vulgar people watch? Liu's pretty face blushed and she hurriedly leaned over and reached for the tablet to close it. However, her movements were stopped by Xiaoye, only to see Xiaoye holding her soft little hand and raising his eyebrows. Sister Liu, what is this? Exclamation point. Luya's pretty face was embarrassed and stammered, This is. Her pretty face was flushed and she didn't know what to say in shame. Shyly, she broke free of Xiaoye's restraints and closed the tablet in a flash of lightning. Without the indescribable sounds and images, Luya's face returned slightly to normal and her beautiful eyes glared. Gee, it's nothing. Xiaoye looked at her with a gaze of discovering a new continent. It turns out that there is such a big contrast between the assistant teacher's sister on the surface and in private. Luya's pretty face flushed again at the look, asking her to admit that she often peeked at small videos. She couldn't do it, then sophomoric. Actually, I'm learning something new, as a teacher, I have to keep adding to my knowledge. Xiaoye stifled his laughter and pretended to agree, learning new knowledge, new posture. Right. Seeing him agree, Liu's beautiful eyes lit up. Every week I have to add new knowledge, so I can keep doing teaching. The corner of Xiaoye's mouth twitched as he stifled a smile. Every week? Thinking that her sophistry had succeeded, Liu nodded and said, Right. That's right. Xiaoye laughed out. Sister Luya, is this a proper position for you? Luya stifled her red face, Bull failed her, her delicate cheeks rose with shame and anger, lunged at Xiaoye, milking fierce and simply admitted. It's to punish you that I have to keep learning new positions. I lost by kissing you just now, this time I'm bound to get back in the game. Aha!
Looking at the wolf like Liu, Xiaoya's eyelids jumped. It's time to be a puppet again. 2 hours later. Xiaoyi lay numbly on the sofa. He was defeated completely. Not only did it fail to break defense, but begging for mercy was useless. Liu was in high spirits, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her pretty face. It's still useful to learn new knowledge, and I've finally gotten back in the game. Xiaoyi. I should have known not to laugh just now. The louder he laughed, the harder Liu became. As the saying goes, there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. But he's pressed to break his defense, so he can't plow the field. Put. Liu laughed in a delicate manner and blankly glanced at Xiaoyi in a flirtatious manner. She sensed Xiaoya's inner depression, so she took the initiative to open a topic and said, 150 years ago, when I first found out that the last indentured servant was looking for wildflowers, I went to catch the adulterer in a rage. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi was attracted to catching adultery? So exciting! Liu relied on Xiaoya's arms and continued. It took 3 days to catch the adulterer in the first place. The first day was in the middle of the clubhouse, and that piece of trash ran away and didn't make it. The next day to catch the adultery, it was at that trash's old flame's house, and that trash ran away too, and the catch failed. The corner of Xiaoya's mouth twitched. Catching it twice didn't work. Catching an adulterer was actually so bumpy. Liu's pretty face suddenly became excited. Hee. Finally, on the third time, that is, on the third day, catching adultery in one's own home was successful. Originally I was going to be in class and wouldn't be home all morning, so it's a good thing I forgot to bring my textbook, and when I went back to get it I caught him red-handed. How much hate she had in her heart at that moment, as if she were telling a story about someone else. Hee. That's when I clicked that piece of crap's modus operandi. As she said that, Liu's beautiful eyes glanced at Xiaoya's lower part, causing Xiaoyi to feel a coldness in his crotch. Xiaoyi, why are you looking at me? Then the old lady compulsorily broke the contract with him. Luckily the trash was blind and didn't look at my beauty squarely, and didn't touch me even once. Even the most basic hand-holding was few and far between. Hee. Maybe it's God's will. That trash who was only at the third step of the mortal rank was buried under the claws of the beast-tide demon beast on that day. It's fantastic. Liu was so excited that she couldn't stop talking. Xiaoyi could sense that Liu and her last contractee had no feelings. But immediately after, Liu's mood down, and even teardrops flowed among her eyes, her throat was stifled, and she sobbed softly. Exclamation point. Xiaoyi was shocked. What's wrong with you? You're sad that that person died? Liu hit Xiaoyi and retorted, of course not, that trash is dead. I can't even be happy. Xiaoyi wiped the teardrops on her tender and pretty face and said in a warm voice, then why are you crying? My mother was sacrificed in that beast tide. Liu's emotions suddenly turned hateful. At that time, my father insisted on taking on an outgoing mission, and then the beast tide occurred, and he and my mother encountered a crushing wave of beasts outside the city. If they didn't take the mission and stayed within the city, with their great exalted realm at that time, the odds are that they would have survived. Do you think he killed my mother? Liu buried herself in Xiaoyi's arms and cried. Xiaoyi gently patted her back. Quiet company. Just like this, Liu fell into a deep sleep, and Xiaoyi snuggled up and slept as well. Day 2. Liu's pretty face flushed when she saw that she was hugging Xiaoyi and hurriedly broke away to walk down to the underground cultivation room to observe the cultivation of the 2 summoned beasts. Xiaoyi needed to go to the training base to entertain the many disciples, so he moved off. At the fork in the road at the main gate of the Magic City schoolhouse, he met the bearded, unkempt, tobacco-scented white-haired man. Xiaoyi's gaze condensed. This man was Liu's father, his father-in-law. Liu's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he hurriedly came over and said, little brother, let's go, uncle has something to talk to you about. Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows and said, going to a private club to do a good deed? Going? It's quite comfortable after experiencing it for a while yesterday. Lo ho. I didn't know you were a son-in-law yesterday, so I took you to the clubhouse to wash your feet. Now that you know who you are, you're still taking you to do good deeds? A father-in-law taking his son-in-law to wash his feet? If Liu finds out, I'm afraid he won't peel his skin off, he'll hate him even more. No, we have another arrangement today, you're guaranteed to be satisfied. Liu put his arm around Xiaoyi's shoulder and headed somewhere. Maid's Tavern. Looking at the opulent door sign, Liu pondered secretly, a drink should not be a problem. Chapter 104 Maid's Tavern, Incident of the Year. Requests for catch-up reading. Not going to help the poor today? Xiaoyi asked.
Lu Hua wanted to make a good impression in his son-in-law's mind, so he said with great righteousness. What poverty alleviation, in fact, I only go to that kind of place once every few years, and I heard about doing good deeds from other people. My generation of Imperial Beastmasters should guard the defense line and cut down the demons. Xiao Ye's eyelids jumped as he pointed to the open door sign above his head and said. So this is a place you come to once every few years too? Maid's Tavern. Lu Hua's expression was solemn. Of course, it's just that I met little brother, and I'm also interested in coming this time. Xiao Yi. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're a bad old man in a bad way. When the two entered it, it was the opulent hall, with tens of thousands of large 100-carat diamonds paving the floor on the soles of their feet, and frames on the walls filled with all kinds of famous wines, the mellow aroma of sauces filling the hall. In front of the reception desk stood 2 rows of pretty girls in cool maid outfits. Welcome, both of you. In the sweet pleasant sound, Lu Hua put her arm around Xiao Ye's shoulders and came to the front of the reception desk. May I ask if you two need? Asked the balding man of the lobby manager at the reception desk with a professional fake smile. Lu Hua interrupted him and lightly tossed out a super VIP card, giving a wink to the bald man and said. Get a booth and bring out the best wine in your store. Pay attention, we're here for a proper drink. The balding man had received tens of thousands of guests and knew the meaning of the unkempt bearded white-haired man in seconds. Coming to the Maid's Tavern for a drink with a specific reminder to be decent is not the opposite of specifically commanding immodest service. It's all wrapped up in me, to your satisfaction. Here, you take the 2 guests to the super VIP box, and go get the Ace Maid team to find 2 watery chicks to come out and receive the guests. Afterwards, Lu Hua and Xiao Yi were brought to an elegant box. After being seated, you can see the lush green bamboo forest outside the window with your side eyes, and the breeze blowing from the window caresses your cheeks, making you feel very cozy. At the other end of the box there is a woman waitress playing the piano. The sound of the piano is clear and beautiful. Listen to the people can calm the restless heart. Ha ha! This time, Uncle wants to talk to you about the matter about the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya. No problem, right little brother? Opposite Xiao Yi, Lu Hua leaned his back on the edge of the window and grinned, revealing 2 large incisors. Uncle broke the bank and invited me for a drink, so ask whatever you want. Xiao Yi said back. At that moment there was a knock on the door from outside the box, thud 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 thud. Immediately after that, 2 high-color and beautiful women in cool maid outfits each came in with a drink set. Hello 2 guests, we are the Ace Maids of the Maid Tavern and are in charge of this drinking experience for you throughout. Bright smiles like flowers appeared on both little faces. They walked to the sides of Xiao Yi and Lu Hua's seats respectively, specializing in serving the 2 to drink. Placing the wine pot, he filled a cup for the 2 of them, then brought it to Lu Hua and Xiao Ye's mouths and said with a sweet smile, Guests, please drink. The corners of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched. Is the service so attentive? The Ace Maid introduced herself. Yes, we'll follow you in whatever way you want to drink. Xiao Yi seemed to have seen a new continent. Oh? There's this kind of service? What is your most popular drinking service? The Ace Maid laughed. Sir, there are the most popular service is imported wine. Xiao Yi was confused and looked at the wine glass she was holding in her hand. This wine was imported from abroad? Seemingly in order to uncover Xiao Ye's doubts, the Ace Maid personally demonstrated, and under his stunned eyes, she served it to her own rosy mouth and smothered a mouthful of it, and then pouted her small mouth towards Xiao Ye's face. Xiao Yi raised his hand and pushed her head back as he grabbed her, shocked. So it's this imported wine? Okay, I get it. I'll just drink the wine myself, you help pour it. Lu Hua, who was watching this scene from across the table, nodded with a satisfied look in his eyes. Aha! Son-in-law is a decent guy. That's much better than he is himself. He liked it the first time he came in the first place and has been coming in every day since to drink imported wine. The Ace Maid next to Lu Hua also asked if she needed imported wine. Xiao Ye's gaze came over and Lu Hua waved his hand in a righteous manner. No need. I don't need maid service for my drinking. I'm a decent man, I've never been close to women, and you think I'd like this kind of imported wine? He could make a good impression in Xiao Ye's mind, so he would hold back this time and not drink the imported wine next time he came alone. Xiao Ye's eyes flashed through a few lines of surprise. This old husband who often went to help the poor, today changed his temperament? Surprisingly, he became serious. But never close to women? If Xiao Yi believed that, even a sow would get on a tree. When the 2 water spirits Ace maidservants heard this, they both revealed gazes of admiration towards Lu Hua. Cough, this wine is good. Lu Hua smothered a mouthful of wine with his own hands and asked, Little brother, we're very destined to meet at the school gate.
Why don't we make a pact today and you recognize me as your godfather? Godfather? Xiao Yi shook his head and opened the door. Father-in-law, you are Luya's father, I recognized you yesterday. So there's no need for you to hide it, and I didn't lie to you yesterday, it's Liu's husband. Put. Lu Huo was so shocked that he sprayed a mouthful of wine out of his mouth, drenching the head of the ace maid next to him with wetness. You actually recognized it yesterday? Good guy, Lu Huo called out in his heart. So his personal impression was set in his son-in-law's mind yesterday? Thinking of yesterday's words that asked his son-in-law to do more good deeds and come to help the poor, Lu Huo felt bashful. What kind of old man takes his son-in-law to wash his feet and makes him go often? Yeah, you and Luya look so much alike, if I don't recognize you, won't I be blind? Xiao Yi asked rhetorically. Lu Huo touched his scruffy beard and hair, surprised that he recognized it even when it was so tightly covered. Well, now that we've recognized each other, there's something I'd like to understand thoroughly when I come out with my father-in-law today. Xiao Yi pushed away the wine glass that the ace maid brought over and stared at Lu Huo with a glaring gaze. Upon hearing this, Lu Huo's face was grave and his tone was heavy as he said, You're trying to understand the matter of Luya's mother's sacrifice, aren't you? Xiao Yi, that's right. This matter has caused a very great trauma to Luya, and as her man, it is necessary for me to understand clearly. Lu Ho. I was going to ask my son-in-law, but I ended up asking about myself. This matter, in fact, has to start from 150 years ago, Lu Huo said Su. After hearing this, Xiao Ye's brows furrowed. This matter, it was actually still related to the top supreme. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Huo were at that time the subordinates of the top supreme Hong family head, guards who specialized in watching over the Hong family's heirs. At that time, the Hong family's children went out to play in the base city and were accidentally attacked by a wave of beasts. And the couple's task is to be responsible for the safety of the Hong family's heirs. The wave of beasts came too suddenly, the supreme demonic beasts descended. In order to protect the Hong family's heirs intact, Lu Huo returned with his protectors, while his wife broke off to block the beasts. In the end, his wife sacrificed herself and Lu Huo returned intact to protect the Hong family heir. Xiao Yi asked, the Hong family's son? Who is it? Lu Huo looked around at the ace maids and transmitted his voice into his ear, Hong Tao, Hong Crack, and Hong Kaier 3. Chapter 105 Maid, called Xiao Yi. Requesting for follow-up readings. Died for protecting the children of the Hong family exists top supreme. At the mention of the old story, Lu Huo became depressed and smothered several mouthfuls of wine in a row in an attempt to drown his sorrows in alcohol. His vicissitudes of the eyes became reddish, as if a maniac. General Hu straight laugh said. The guards of the families of the top supreme beings, it's a great honor to even apply for the job, sifting through thousands of great exalted beings, and we managed to run for it. At that time it was me who insisted on becoming a Hong family guard, so how could I give up if I could not succeed in the campaign? But I didn't expect to encounter a beast wave on my first escort mission. I'm the one who killed her mother. Xiao Yi was silent. Is there anything wrong with applying for a top supreme's family escort? Objectively speaking, no. Is it wrong to carry out a protection mission? Neither is it. But the creation of people, the reality is it is not easy to find a job with good treatment. The result is that even his wife's life are hitched to it. Lu Huo instructed the ace maid to bring out the treasure of the town. He poured himself drink after drink without stopping, and the leaking liquid spilled all over him. In fact, he left out details. Back then, just a few days before that beast tide, the Magic City base city had issued an official notice prohibiting anyone from going out of the base city. However, Hong Tao, the eldest son of the Hong family heir, was relying on having a top-tier supreme father and the family's great power. Ignoring the warnings of the base city's patrolling soldiers, he forcibly went out of the city and traveled to the magical beasts forest to look for magical beasts for actual combat. They couldn't stop them as guards, so they had to follow along. It can be said that the capriciousness of Hong Tao, the scion of the Hong family, led to the tragedy. Lu Hua asked himself, do you hate Hong Tao? Hate, of course I hate. But hate has a use. People backed by the top supreme, family power in the whole dragon country can be ranked into the forefront. He didn't even dare to tell his daughter the exact details of her mother's sacrifice. Why? He was afraid that his daughter, Luya, would be blinded by hatred and want to go to the Hong family to get acclaim, to take revenge, or even go against the top supreme family. At that time, the sacrifice may not be just Luya her mother, his entire family will suffer a devastating blow. Xiao Yi did not know the specific details, not to mention that it was because of Hong Tao's capriciousness that he went out to the base city in the first place to cause such a great tragedy. However, the words Hong family scion caused Xiao Yi to frown.
Last time, it seems like there was a gold medal instructor from the Hong family martial arts school, Hong Tao, who had come to Luya's house as a guest.
He also offered to give Luya 2 rule fragment crystals of the creation class so that Luya could be his companion.
In the back, he also encouraged the Titan Academy's Heavenly Pride students to come to Kuanpeng Academy to meet the master's mother, using this to force Luya to agree.
Combined down, Hong Tao gave Xiao Yi an impression.
A very confident and cocky guy. Hong family martial hall, the existence of a top-tier supreme being, it was no wonder that guy was able to make the condition of giving 2 creation class crystals. Before long, Lu Hua was drunk and dizzy with intoxication.
Son-in-law, you mustn't mention to Liu that you've met me, let alone that I'm taking you to a private club to do a good deed, or it won't do either of us any good.
That's for sure. What Luya hates the most is looking for wildflowers. Why mention to her about going to wash her feet?
Xiao Yi said back.
Ryuho burped and pointed to his glass. Come here and drink, and don't mention it either.
In the meantime,
on the first floor of the maid tavern, a middle-aged man with a scarred face tattoo entered with a group of young and tender male students.
Ha ha ha.
Hong Tao laughed cheerfully. Coach, I've been good to you guys, right? I said I'd bring you guys to the maid tavern for a drink, so I brought you here. Receptionist, open a presidential suite and call out all your ace maids. A scar-faced tattooed youths led by a group of Kuanpeng Academy's Celestial Pride all had their eyes glowing as they complimented.
You're a man of your word, coach.
Hey, coach is the best teacher in the world. Yeah, just for that, the coach should also be qualified as the #1 teacher in Magic City, not that most beautiful assistant teacher.
A few minutes later, in the middle of the large presidential suite,
Hong Tao sat on a high place, and the celestials under his eyes each embraced an ace maid.
These Celestial Pride came alone and did not carry female contractors.
The scar-faced tattooed youth, the son of the Titan Academy's director, the son of the Titan Supreme, Yang Junming, came in front of Hong Tao and laughed. Brother Tao, I didn't do a good job last time, I'll cover the cost of coming to the tavern this time. Hong Tao, the son of Top Supreme, slapped his shoulder and yelled, it's fine. That Liuwa needs something that only I can get, and sooner or later she's going to beg for it. Yang Junming, the son of Titan Supreme, casually sat on the side and chimed in, that's right, the woman that Brother Tao has his eye on hasn't missed a beat. Both were sons of the Supreme Being, but Yang Junming clearly resided in the position of a junior brother. The father was also a Supreme, but a high-level Supreme and a top-level Supreme were not on the same level, and there was a huge difference in battle power. Even in terms of family power, the Titan Supreme was not able to compare to the Hong family.
The two obviously don't know about Luya's new marriage again, and Hong Tao still has visions of Luya as a sure thing.
Suddenly a maid beside me volunteered, my lord, I seem to know some news about this person Luya, some guests came to drink last night and I heard it from them. Hong Tao was surprised, what news, say? If this news cheers me up a bit, I'll give you a tenfold tip. The maid who served the wine's eyes lit up and hurriedly said, those guests last night should have been Luya's disciples, and at that time, I also heard from it as a waitress. Liuya has remarried to a man addressed as Mr. Xiao. It is rumored that the two have officially signed a contract to become a pair of indentured servants.
Newly married again? A contract?
Hong Tao's face grimaced as he listened, frowning, is this news real?
The maid assured, absolutely true, that's what so many guests said last night. Bang!
Hong Tao slammed his wine glass and cursed angrily, damn, the woman I'm looking at was actually cracked by someone else, Mr. Xiao?
The trash that came out of nowhere.
Get your manager over here. Half a minute later, the lobby manager, the bald man, bumbled up and asked, Mr. Hong, what are your orders? Those maids who served disciple Luya last night are called over, I have something to ask. Hong Tao sank his face.
Disciple Luya?
The bald male lobby manager was full of questions, who is disciple Luya? What happened to disciple Luya? The maid next to her hurriedly came up and explained, and the lobby manager came to a realization and hurriedly asked this maid to call those first-class maids from last night over for questioning. 10 minutes later, more than 20 first-class maids were forcibly transferred from their posts to the presidential private room, standing in front of Hong Tao in a row. The lobby manager chided, Mr. Hong is the young master of the Hong family martial arts school, you guys will answer whatever he asks.
Then, Hong Tao asked his question.
The 20 or so first-class maids answered honestly.
After getting the answer he wanted, Hong Tao's mouth twitched in anger.
Luya that is really married, the last time I went to her place still pretended to be pure like, the result, is not a, turn around to find a man to go.
But who is that Mr. Xiao, really?
Someone among the row of maids suddenly raised their hand and said, I heard it yesterday, it seems like it's called Little Master, called Xiao Yi.
Hong Tao's gaze was fixed. Chapter 106 All Beast Masters can only contract one Beast Maiden. Requests for follow-up reading. Xiao Yi?
Hong Tao recited these two words, feeling like he had heard them somewhere.
Do you guys know who Xiao Yi is?
Yang Junming frowned and pondered, surname Xiao, there isn't any big family in our magic capital that has the surname Xiao, and the 10 supreme beings don't have the surname Xiao either.
There isn't any dean named Xiao Yi inside our magic capital academy.
I'll go, where did this Xiao Yi pop out from? The crowd of Titanic Celestials came up, and one by one, they also shook their heads, stating that they had never heard of this name. This made Hong Tao quite puzzled. It seemed like he had heard this name from somewhere, but for a moment he couldn't remember who it was. The lobby manager's bald man raised his eyes toward the maid-suited waitress and asked, Is it really called Xiao Yi? That watery chick maid attendant was very sure of her answer. Yes, I won't remember wrongly, last night those people said that they were called Xiao Yi and called him Mr. Xiao. Upon hearing this, the bald male lobby manager filtered through all the big names inside his own circle of contacts and found that none of them were Xiao Yi, not to mention Xiao Yi, the big names with the name Xiao were very rare. Yang Junming guessed, can't it be that it's a great supreme powerhouse from another super base city? Other super base cities, power-hungry empires? Hong Tao's brow furrowed into a Chuan character. It was really possible that there were top supreme beings with the surname Xiao among the supreme beings of the imperial capital. Perhaps Luya's new contractee was the son of that Xiao Supreme from the imperial capital. The son of the supreme being was able to provide Luya with 2 rule fragment crystals of the creation class. But suddenly at this moment, a certain Titan Heaven's Pride student who was surfing with the Magic City Academy's general official website exclaimed, I know who Xiao Yi is. Suddenly, all eyes explained gathered towards him. Hong Tao's gaze condensed and he said in a deep voice, Who is it? That Titan Heaven's Pride student Yang held the virtual screen in his hand and came forward, offering his hand like a courtesy. Coach, according to the posting on our Magic City's general official website, Kunpeng Academy has a top student of the college entrance exam called Xiao Yi, who has just entered his freshman year now. Xiao Yi, the senior high school student? At those words, both Hong Tao and Yang Junming were stunned. Yang Junming shook his head in denial, freshman student Xiao Yi? It's probably a rename. Freshman? Student? Speaking of this, Hong Tao was finally remembering why he felt that the name Xiao Yi was familiar. The last time he traveled to Luya's Villa 10 as a guest, he met a handsome guy who seemed to be a gigolo, and Luya said that the handsome guy was a newly accepted disciple. The corner of Hong Tao's mouth twitched. Tisk, so which guy is it? After thinking for a while, Hong Tao denied, it can't be that guy. From what he knew about the most beautiful assistant teacher, Liu, she was a super discerning, super narcissistic, and a woman with a mild degree of misogyny. If he said, that little white boy Xiao Yi was Luya's little underground lover, Hong Tao could believe a few points, but being only a freshman, it was impossible for Luya to sign a contract with him. Everyone revered the strong, Luya was no exception, a freshman, at most the Zhongshe realm, letting a great Zhongshe in Zhongshe realm conclude a contract, no one would even believe it when they said it. Moreover, the senior high school student must have contracted a beast woman a long time ago. All the beast masters in the world can only contract a beast woman. That Xiao Yi should not be able to give up his original beast woman to contract Luya. That would have a great impact on his own foundation. The Titanic pride that came up close flipped through the posts and marveled. Coach, Brother Yang, it was introduced in the post that high school entrance exam scholar, Xiao Yi, had only just entered his freshman year for 3 days before he was promoted to the 3rd place in the Kunpeng Academy's Heavenly Pride ranking. 3rd place, even if Kunpeng Academy is not as good as our Titan Academy, the gold content of the 3rd place is evident, that Xiao Yi is something. The smile on Yang Junming's face froze in incredulity. Just 3 days into freshman year, 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking? At least it's above the 5th rank of Zhongshe. Hong Tao nodded his head, amazed. Indeed, this college entrance exam scholar is a super heavenly pride. When you have the chance, take him into the Hong Family Martial Arts School. Hong Family Martial Arts Center. A kind of Titan Heaven's Pride students all shed envious looks when they heard this. Not envious of entering the Hong Family Martial Arts School, but being appreciated by Hong Tao, the son of the Supreme. The future is boundless. That Titan Heaven's Pride student who was surfing the post suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and stared at the post with a shocked gaze, saying, Coach, Yang, breaking news. That senior high school student, he actually contracted 2 beast nymphs before the high school entrance exam. His words drew the attention of everyone in the room. 2 beastesses? Impossible. Impossible, absolutely impossible, all Imperial Beastmasters in the world can only contract one Beast Maiden, even Supreme Imperial Beastmasters, no exceptions.
Old cousin, you're not blinking and looking at it wrong. The many Titan Heaven's Pride students were all disbelieving. The corner of Yang Junming's mouth twitched and said, really, what's wrong with the official website posting reviewer, can anything be uploaded?
Yang Junming didn't believe it either, a royal beast master could only contract one beast maiden, this was the consensus of all humans in the end times era. Hong Tao frowned and grabbed the electronic watch that popped out of the virtual screen and looked on it. Sure enough, on this post of the Magic Capital Academy's newest Super Heavenly Pride, many Super Heavenly Pride who had just entered their freshman year were detailed. Among them, Xiao Chen, Bingshi, and Nangong Siyao were the ones with the most heat and the best natural talent of this session's Super Heavenly Pride. Golden Divine Dragon, Two-Tailed White Fox, third in the list of Heavenly Pride. The two summoned beasts and contractors are roughly described above. It was Xiao Chen, Bingshi, and Nangong Siyao, a man and two women.
Hong Tao's frown grew tighter as he watched. Spoken like the truth. He bristled, unimpressed. Guess some guy is clamoring for attention by making up something so bizarre. Hong Tao slid down the page and saw the comments about the thread. Two beastesses, fake it. One false glance. The ones up there are so uneducated, I'm a student of Koenpeng Academy, it's true.
Yes, it's true, I'm a student of Koenpeng's freshman Tianjia class, and the homeroom teacher played us the video of when Xiao Chen took the college entrance exam, and it's really two summoned beasts appearing together. This, Yang Junming, the son of the Titan Supreme who was watching the post together, smacked his lips, hilarious, talking like it's true. The corner of Hong Tao's mouth hooked, investigate this Xiaoya's student records, and we won't know if it's true. Yang Junming's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh, right, the student file is the real information registered by the school department of the examination department, or Brother Tao is smart. Under the attention of many Titan Celestial Pride, Hong Tao contacted the Central Data Management Office of the Magic Capital Academy. 10 minutes later, Xiaoya's student file appeared on Hong Tao's tablet computer.
Name, Xiao Yi, SSS Class Beast Master. Contract SSS 9-Tailed Fox Template. Packed SSS Class 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Template. Realm, Master 1 star. Place of birth, Manhwa Base City Sunshine Welfare Center. High school results. After watching it, Hong Tao and Yang Junming were shocked. Chapter 107 Mr. Hong, Xiao Yi is in the middle of the tavern at this time. Requests for follow-up reading. Yang Junming's eyelids jumped straight up, feeling like his cognition had been refreshed. He looked at Hong Tao incredulously, feeling unimaginable. Brother Tao, the file information entered by the Department of Higher Education should be 100% correct. The corner of Hong Tao's mouth twitched. He also found it unbelievable that there was actually a beast royalist under the sky who could contract two beast maidens together. Odds are it's true. The two Supreme Sons felt incredulous, and the many Titan Celestials were even more stunned by this information. Everyone who was there was shocked for a moment. After a long time, the first one to calm down was Yang Junming, who ventured an idea and said, Brother Tao, this Xiao Yi can contract two beast maids, so what are the possibilities? Hong Tao's eyes were shining as he looked at him and said, are you saying that Luya has become his third beastess? Yang Junming kept nodding, right. Hong Tao stroked his chin and pondered, in that case, it's really possible that Luya and that Xiao Yi have signed a contract. If it's true, Xiao Yi, this little white boy, contracted 3 beast maids at the same time and was able to summon 3 contracted beasts at the same time. If he grows up in the future, then... Hiss. Hiss. Hong Tao and Yang Junming both sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They looked at each other with wide eyes in shock. 3 summoned beasts, if they were promoted to Supreme, would be 3 Supreme summoned beasts. At that time, this little white boy will be invincible at the same level. No, it's invincible in the Supreme realm. Hong Tao thought of the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly took out his family communication apparatus and told this news to his father, who was a top-tier Supreme being. With such startling information, it was necessary to remind the father to get ahead of the game. Looking at the 2 sons of the Supreme Being who hissed and sucked in cold air, the bald man of the lobby manager looked at the virtual screen, the upper body avatar of Xiao Yi amongst the files, and wanted to say something. Reporting to the 2 lords, this Xiao Yi is now in the middle of the Maiden Tavern. He still came forward and spoke. If he provided favorable information, he might be able to make the list of Supreme Sons. Oh? Hong Tao and Yang Junming felt quite surprised, a freshman, coming to the Maid Tavern in style?
Seeing that the two of them were interested, the bald male lobby manager revealed a you-know-what look and raised his eyebrows. Hey, just half an hour ago, Xiao came with a scruffy-dressed white-haired guy. That's not the point. The point is, they called the ace maid service. The big white-haired man also specifically warned me about the need for immodest service. 2 men, ace maid, immodest service? Hong Tao suddenly came up with a way to verify if Xiao was Luya's new contractee. Can you film what they are doing at this moment? Hong Tao asked, raising his eyes. The bald male lobby manager's expression was a bit embarrassed. I have a way to capture it, but the privacy of our customers, we at the Maid's Tavern take it very seriously, and we normally don't divulge it. That's under normal circumstances. This is a special case. Yang Junming threw out a Zunsha realm lower grade crystal core. Is that enough? The bald male lobby manager shook his head. Yang Junming's face sank as he once again threw out a Zunsha realm upper grade crystal core. Don't be ungrateful, take what you can get. The bald male lobby manager laughed. Yang Junming revealed a satisfied look. Take it and help us take a picture of Xiao dashing around with his ace maid at this moment. The bald man pushed back the 2 Zunsha realm crystal cores on the table and said to Hong Tao in a pandering manner. Mr. Hong, how can I receive payment for what you ordered? If it were anyone else, no matter how many crystal cores were given, I wouldn't do as he wished, but Mr. Hong's matter is my bald head's matter. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. The lobby manager's bald man patted his chest. Junming Young. It feels like you're connoting me. Hong Tao smiled and patted the bald man's shoulder. You're not bad, you have a future. Receiving Hong Tao's affirmation, the bald male lobby manager smiled happily and hurriedly took out a tablet computer and accessed the monitoring area of the tavern's security department. A few seconds later, the situation inside all the boxes in the maid tavern was displayed on top of the virtual screen that popped up from the tablet computer. A square of surveillance video all over. A sort of Titan Heaven's Pride student looked over and saw from above what was going on inside one of the boxes. Some drink normally, some use drinking as an excuse to mooch off the maids, and some directly run the maids, staging a battle of the living spring palace. Thousands of boxes, the bald man swiped downward looking for them one by one, laughing in the process. Our maid tavern's ace maid, but the age of small technology deep wine good water spirit girl, all kinds of services are available, including serious and all kinds of immodest services. I estimate that this will, Xiao 2 people at this time is in a fierce battle. Yang Junming skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully, Xiao? The top scholar of the college entrance examination is actually addicted to female sex. I hope that he won't waste his natural talent. Hong Tao's eyes despised, my freshman year that would scream to kill magical beasts every day. As soon as I had time, I went out of the city to find real wild magical beasts for actual combat, which is like the students nowadays, they are lazy when they have time, and they also look for chicks to have fun. The many Titan Celestial Pride in the box were also mostly freshmen or sophomores, and when they heard this, they couldn't help but float into an awkward smile. The coach shouldn't be pointing fingers. Yang Junming revealed a gaze of admiration and said, worthy of being Brother Tao, a true man. Found it. At this time the bald male lobby manager who was looking for the box surveillance shouted in surprise. On the virtual screen, the picture switches to full screen. Inside the screen is HD surveillance. On it a suave young man and an unkempt white-haired man were drinking mulled wine, and next to them 2 maids stood honestly on the outside of the table, and there was no physical contact, not even a single crease in their clothes. It showed that Xiao and the 2 of them had come to have a proper drink and not to have fun with the maid. Yang Junming's eyes lit up. It's very nice, actually just here to drink. Hong Tao's smile faltered. Is it just drinking? That would be meaningless, I still want to get something interesting. Some of the Titan Heaven's Pride students who were paying attention to this side took a look, and the color of embarrassment on their faces became even more intense. Good lord, they're the only ones who feel like they're here to have fun with the maids. Xiao, the top student of the university entrance examination, is here for normal drinking. The bald male lobby manager opened his mouth full of amazement. That scruffy man specifically instructed me that I needed decent service, and I didn't realize that they were really serious about drinking. It was his misinterpretation, he thought it was a need for immodest services. The bald man looked at Hong Tao's slightly disappointed expression and instantly guessed what Hong Tao needed. So the bald man took out the lobby manager's command pager and contacted the 2 ace maids next to Xiao. Make some ambiguous moves, and reward me if I succeed. After the instruction was output, the receivers in the implanted minds of the 2 ace maids received the instruction, and the 2 ace maids looked at each other and immediately began to implement it. Sir, the wine has spilled all over your face, let me wipe it for you. A soft and sweet pleasant voice came out from the maid's mouth. The ace maid's delicate body pounced on Xiaoya's body, and then took advantage of Xiaoya's surprise to take out her own inner lining to wipe the spilled liquor from the corners of Xiaoya's mouth and neck. Exclamation point. Xiaoya was stunned. Which has taken out this thing to wipe the wine, hurriedly pushed away that maid, indicating that he could not use it. Lu Hua at this time to drink on the head, the whole body immersed in the memories, face full of pain and sorrow, which moved to pay attention to the accompanying maid, directly a vigorous fan away. Off and don't bother me with my drink. In front of the virtual screen of the presidential box, Hong Tao laughed, enough. Cut that scene just now, I'm sending it to Liu. Just in time to verify if Xiaoyi is Luya's new contractee. Chapter 108, Luya, old mother is going to click him. Requesting for follow-up reading. Yang Junming slapped his thighs, his eyes lit up and said, Brother Tao, this scheme, it's wonderful. 1 can verify their relationship. 2, they can watch the fun for a bit if they really make a contract. For example, if the groom, who just got married, finds another beautiful woman to play with the next day, the bride shall not be angry, and the probability is that she will come to the door to catch the adultery with a 40-meter-long big knife. The bald male lobby manager understood Hong Tao's meaning and suggested, Mr. Hong, that part just now was okay, but it was almost interesting, why don't I order those 2 maids to engage in some ambiguous action again? Hong Tao glanced at him and agreed, there's no harm in trying. The bald male lobby manager nodded and randomly pulled out the command communicator he had on him to issue orders. Rating assessment content, at all costs to allow customers to experience the private package. Virtual screen. The pretty faces of the ace maids next to both Xiaoyi and Lu Hua were all stunned. This irregular test will come every so often. I didn't think I'd be here today. The 2 women looked at each other before nodding their heads in understanding, their gazes revealing determination. At this moment, Xiaoyi sipped his drink and thought about whether there was any way for Luya and Lu Hua to lift the barrier. Ryuho, on the other hand, was pouring himself a mouthful of wine, and after 1 glass was filled by the ace maid, he took another mouthful. At the other end of the box playing the piano woman's skillful staff, also appropriate scene in playing melancholy tune, listen to let a person immersed in it, and the tune to reach the resonance. The 2 ace maids walked behind Xiaoyi and Lu Hua and began to knead their shoulders. Xiaoyi and Lu Hua did not refuse and let them massage them. In response, Xiaoyi even complimented, the technique is really good, worthy of being a professional. A little to the left, a little harder. There's a shoulder point there, rub that too. The muscles were kneaded sore and numb, and Xiaoyi, who was full of enjoyment, made to call on the ace maid behind him. Suddenly the ace maid's entire petite body stuck up, close to Xiaoyi, close to his ear and whispered, Sir, I have a mission assessment, I must provide a private service for the guest, or else I won't be able to keep my rice bowl. My family's mortal realm 3rd stage grandmother is old, my brother at home is disabled and cannot cultivate, I'm the only one in the family who has an income, sir have mercy on me and let me have a smooth examination, okay? Xiaoyi froze, what private service? The ace maid's beautiful eyes lit up and a color of surprise appeared on her pretty face as she reached out and gently snatched Xiaoya's wineglass and took a sip before approaching his cheek. Xiaoyi looked at the pretty face that came closer and pouted and raised his hand to block it. This one doesn't work, get another one. The ace maid's pretty face deflated, and she swallowed the drink very obediently, okay then I'll wipe the sweat for Mr. Her entire delicate body pounced on Xiaoyi and sat on his lap, her white right hand encircling his neck, while her left hand took out a fragrant white handkerchief and very gently wiped the wine stained by the corners of his mouth. Lu Hua looked at Xiaoyi with a gaze of one who had discovered a new continent. Son-in-law, you've become enlightened? Xiaoyi scratched his head and said, anyway, father-in-law called for a service package and has to pay for it, so it's not necessary for nothing. Lu Hua realized with a start and reached out to rub the ace maid behind him into his arms, continually mooching off the maid's body in approval. My son-in-law is right, the set menu has been ordered, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it for a while? My daughter Liu doesn't know anyway, so who knows if we don't tell? Xiaoyi asked in surprise, father-in-law, didn't you say that you are a decent person and never get close to women? Lu Hua was embarrassed, awkwardly smiled a smile, why, yesterday we went to help the poor, you know my old bottom, still pretend to be a serious person, why, not tired. We're all doing good deeds together, so we don't need to wear masks to look good. Saying that, Lu Hua was calling the ace maid number 2 in his arms to provide that private service just now. I obey. Then ace maid number 2 was offering Lu Hua a private service of imported wine. Xiaoyi looked dumbfounded. Good man, is this a release? Lu Hua beautifully experienced once, felt not too much, and called the second maid to have another imported wine. After experiencing it twice, he also suggested Xiaoyi to come once,
to which Xiao Yi waved his hand and refused. Father-in-law, you can just come, I'll drink imported wine with Liu when I get home. Lo ho. Although it is an ace maid, it is not comparable to his daughter Luya at all, it is not on the same level. But Xiao Yi's words, as his father-in-law, how he had the urge to hit someone when he heard them. Bang! Lu Hua glared at Xiao Yi and slapped ace maid number 2's body as if she was beating Xiao Yi, slap after slap. Xiao Yi. Father-in-law is really good interest, look at him. Xiao Yi also hand itchy, after going back he also hit Luya to try. On the other side, in the presidential box, in front of the virtual screen. The corners of the mouths of Yang Junming and the many Titan Celestials watching this scene twitched. The treadmill is still enjoying itself. Where's your integrity? Where's it gone? Hong Tao, on the other hand, laughed and clapped his hands. Wonderful, very wonderful, old bald manager, crop that ambiguous scene they just had and send it to me. The balding male lobby manager is very hands-on, and within half a minute cropped the short video successfully. He complimented the tablet he had transmitted to Hunto face to face. Mr. Hong, I deleted the few seconds of their rejection, and cropped all the ambiguous actions, absolutely attached to your mind. After watching the cropped short video, Hong Tao gave a sinister laugh, gah. Nice cut, I'll keep you in mind, old bald manager. The balding male manager was ecstatic. Next, Hong Tao, who is a colleague and has Luya's contact information, directly sent the cropped short video to Luya. And taken with an eye-catching headline. Newlywed man Xiao Yi dissatisfied with his wife's made play. Then after sending a message specifically in the group chat 8 Yua. Within 10 minutes, he received a call back from Liu. Hong Tao UP video not P real a little bit, Xiao Yi is not that kind of person at all. But is this an illusion or a found actor? It's actually quite similar. Hong Tao's face darkened. In Luya actually didn't believe it, thinking it was an illusion. You guys are so affectionate when you're stepping on a horse. Hong Tao blackened his face and sent over a few messages. Oh, is it true or not? You watched the video a few more times, can't you tell if it's him in person? A minute later, the corner of Hong Tao's mouth twitched, and there was no message back. Yang Junming, this ploy doesn't seem to be working. Tao. Hong Tao's face was black with charcoal. The bald male manager scratched his head awkwardly. But suddenly at that moment, Hong Tao received a reply from Luya. The Xiao Yi on this video actually even has the strawberry I planted on his neck. Hong Tao, where is Xiao Yi now? I'm going to click him. Chapter 109 Luya catches a rape. Requesting for follow-up reading. Success. Hong Tao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Luya's reaction indicated that she and Xiao Yi had indeed concluded a contract. Growing strawberries? Isn't that what couples do? Yang Junming opened his mouth with a surprised gaze. Good boy, did this Xiao Yi save all of mankind in his last life? The most beautiful assistant coach was taken down. But what's puzzling is what kind of brainwave is it to come out and get a drink from a maid when you've got 3 beasties? A kind of Titan Heaven's Pride students all expressed their admiration for Xiao Yi. Good guy, the most beautiful assistant teacher who was famous throughout the Magic Capital Academy has become his beast. Assistant teacher Luya is the first person under the Supreme Being. That's right, a rich woman on the freshman list and a great Zuni powerhouse on the list, a model for my generation. Hearing these words, Hong Tao, who was already salivating over Luya, that face that was still elated was once again gloomy. Luya, originally the person in his bag, the woman he Hong Tao must get his hands on, was contracted by a junior. No, must give that junior Xiao Yi a little color. Hong Tao immediately sent a reply to Luya. Address, Maid's Tavern, Street Road, Box 98. You'll have to be quick, or you won't be able to catch that kid if he's gone. I can provide you with the exotic treasure mixed forest treasure sword, absolutely sharp and unrivaled, no matter what it cuts it can easily break through defenses and break at the first cut. Luya. No need, scissors who don't have them, buy, offline. Special attention was paid to Ryuya's avatar dimming down, signifying that she was offline. Hong Tao secretly said pity, space ring inside the foreign treasure, mixed forest sword did not come in handy, foreign treasure can be better than scissors, cutting iron like mud. Cutting the loach or whatever would break as soon as it was cut, and it would leave behind the Tao rhythm of the treasure weapon, and it would definitely not be able to be picked up after it was separated without a supreme level healing exotic treasure. The bald man giggled a wicked laugh and said, Mr. Hong is really witty, we'll have a good show later. Yang Junming rubbed his hands together and said jealously, that kid doesn't keep a low profile even when he gets lucky, this is good, looking for a maid to play with to be caught by the main palace. The crowd of Titan Heaven's Pride students also had a look of amusement on their faces. Hong Tao giggled, in the end, he is still too young, there will be a good show later, everyone get high and play with the maid first. The crowd of Titan Celestials sniffed and learned to gag with a sinister laugh, going up and down on the holding first-class maids before the maids peeled melons for them to eat the meat. On the other side, box 98. Liu Ruyan kept drinking imported wine with ace maid number 2 as Xiao Ye's afterglow watched. While experiencing the package service, he was also conversing with Xiao Yi. Son-in-law, tomorrow I'll be setting off to return to the imperial capital, so you can be good and happy with Liu Ya. Xiao Yi embraced ace maid number 1 in his arms and nodded. Of course, this doesn't need to be reminded by my father-in-law. As a husband, I definitely want to give Liu Ya a happy and blissful home. Looking at your clothes, you shouldn't have been born into a powerful family, but a civilian family. Liu Ruyan handed out a crystal core savings card to Xiao Yi while he was going up and down on the number 2 ace maid, saying, "It takes a lot of expenses to keep a family happy, and this card has some of my savings in it, so take it!" Exclamation point. Xiao Yi pushed it back, his eyes salivating at the savings card, but his mouth said, "No need." Liu Ruyan drunkenly laughed and shook his head. "Brat, hurry up and take it. If I were sober, maybe I wouldn't give it." Xiao Yi swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, "How many crystal cores are in here?" Liu Ruyan frowned and tapped the maid's onion-white fingers, counting. "It's not much, right? There's only half of my savings in this card, and it should only be hundreds of grand exalted 1 upper-grade crystalline cores. Well, it's equivalent to like 10 supreme-grade lower crystal cores. Saved for over 100 years. Saying this, he remembered the departed wife, and sighed with despondency and regret on his face. Alas, over the past few years, the realm has not risen but fallen, lowering from the borderline of the supreme realm. The realm is only at the early stage of the Great Zune 10 stars, and the personal combat power is not as good as the summoned beasts of other people's Great Zune Shur realm 10 stars, or else they could have saved some more. If Xiao Ro was still around and had cultivated for over 100 years, then we'd all be at least mid-grade supreme beings, and we wouldn't have had a gap with our daughter. Xiao Ro? It should be Sister Liu Ya's mother. To his father-in-law's despondency, Xiao Yi could only drink quietly to accompany him as a sign of comfort. However, when he looked at the savings card on the table, his eyelids jumped. It was equivalent to 10 supreme-grade lower crystal cores. That's not much? And only half of my father-in-law's savings? What had father-in-law gone through all these years to save up so many crystal cores? One would have to kill at least 100 magical beasts of the great exalted upper realm to get their hands on so many crystal cores, right? 100 heads multiplied by 2, that was 2 white great exalted upper grade magical beasts. This quantity was too terrifying. Dare I ask, father-in-law, what have you been doing in the imperial capital all these years? Xiao Yi asked softly. When Liu Ruyan heard this, his face instantly straightened and he transmitted his voice to Xiao Yi, "Look for a means of revenge." Exclamation point. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. As it turns out, Ryuho has been measuring up for revenge. But what revenge? The revenge of losing his wife? Was it against the Hong family, or against the supreme demonic beast that started that beast tide in the first place? Seeing Xiao Yi frowning in thought, Liu Ruyan once again transmitted his voice into the secret. Don't you care about this, and don't ask again, just give Liu Ya the happy life in your heart, I'll do the revenge alone. Liu Ruyan's figure, in this instant, suddenly towered in Xiao Yi's heart. Xiao Yi gave a thumbs up and secretly said, "True man." Haha Anan. Let's not get drunk today, come on, son-in-law, drink. Liu Ruyan skirted around the topic and picked up the wineglass that ace maid number 2 had poured and toasted with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi collected his savings card and toasted with him. The two of them then chatted off and on, drinking while playing with the maid. But right at this moment, the door of the compartment, bang, was kicked open by a long, white and slender leg. Immediately afterward, a mature and sexy woman with a hot body and a stunningly beautiful face ran in with a huff. There was also a large pair of scissors in those stallion white fingers, the blades of which glittered with a cold, white light. Who the hell dares to kick the door of my box? Want to die? Xiao Yi shouted. Liu Ruyan and Xiao Yi's gazes looked over and were about to vent their anger, but when they saw the stunningly beautiful face with beautiful eyes that seemed to be about to burst into flames, they were all deflated as if they were absent. Xiao Yi stammered, "Sister Liu, Liu Ya, why are you here?" Liu Ruyan raised his hand to shield his head with his sleeve, holding his breath for fear of being recognized. At this moment, the two ace maids were still sitting on Xiao Yi and Liu Hua's laps. Liu Ya's gaze swept over that Liu Hua who was cowering in the corner of the table, her gaze rested on Xiao Yi, and the beautiful maid on Xiao Yi's lap,
that magnificent and terrifying chest heaved with anger, her beautiful eyes ejected a bearish rage, and her slender finger pointed at Xiao Yi. You've really disappointed me, Xiao Yi. Luya's beautiful eyes glanced at the large scissors on her right hand, and a fierce expression appeared on her pretty face before she rushed next to Xiao Yi.
Chapter 110, Luya, so this is imported wine. Requests for follow-up reading. In the presidential box. After seeing Luya's movements, Hong Tao's gloomy face suddenly changed and became extremely elated. He cried out inwardly over and over again. Cut. Cut. A cut of Yongji. Cut that Xiao Yi kid off and you're a widow again. Ha ha ha. Hong Tao could be said to be extremely excited that boy Xiao Yi had become a eunuch, then Hong Tao still had a chance to get Luya. In box 98. Xiao Yi's quick eyes and hands grabbed the scissors that were stabbing over. Liu, did you misunderstand? We didn't do anything. Luya pointed at the ace maid sitting on his lap and glared with her beautiful eyes. The facts are in front of us. Are you telling me that you didn't do anything, when I'm blind? Xiao Yi's hand that was placed on the ace maid's thin waist stiffened and he said awkwardly, Little maid, help me explain. Ace maid number 1 had encountered many similar catching adultery before and already had a reason in her mind, saying, This beautiful lady, I was serving my normal package and did not do anything beyond that. And our maid waitresses at the maid tavern are all for sale. Luya eyelids jumped straight. This excuse is too far-fetched. Well, all do others on the legs, the whole person affixed to the body of others, but also said that the sale of art is not for sale? Who are you kidding? You think she hasn't seen it before? Taking advantage of Luya's daze, Xiao Yi snatched the scissors from her hand in a flash of lightning and threw them out of the window, tossing them a few hundred meters and dropping them to the middle of the artificial lake, where they sank in the water. Luya saw the situation, angry, shell teeth biting, cackling, hands crossed his waist and said, You said you sell your art and not your body, then how do you sell your art? She had seen the edited short video that Hong Tao had sent over, but it was maliciously edited by Hong Tao, so she didn't fully believe it, that Hong Tao was obviously not harboring any good intentions, and the edited short video was obviously very one-sided. Hong Tao's face darkened. Holy! This Luya is really a waste. The first person under the Supreme Scissors will still be snatched away by his own sure realm. The corner of Yang Juanming's mouth twitched as he said, Brother Tao, assistant teacher Luya doesn't intend to castrate Xiao Yi at all, so I guess what he said just now was just words of anger. Hong Tao's face darkened even more when he heard that. Of course he understood that it was gas. But when the scissors were thrown out of the window, he somehow felt disappointed in his heart. Xiao Yi, who was in the middle of box 98, heard Luya's words and in a split second, his eyes lit up, letting ace maid number 1 have a package service. Come on, little maid, prove we didn't do anything. Thus, under Luya's sultry gaze, the ace maid began the package service. The whole person was attached to Xiao Yi and poured wine for him. When Xiao Yi finished his drink, he took the new clean white handkerchief and tenderly wiped the corners of his mouth. Then he gave Xiao Yi a leg pounding and shoulder massage, and that technique almost made Xiao Yi moan out. Xiao Yi hemmed and hawed and said with a face of enjoyment, Sister Luya, you see, just these 2 services, we didn't do anything. Why don't you call an ace maid so you can feel the service package? Crunch! Crunch! Luya's beautiful eyes were practically spitting fire as she watched, her shell teeth crunching out. Flirting with a strange woman in front of her decent girlfriend, and enjoying herself, and telling her to experience maid service as well? Well, is Xiao Yi showing off for her again? Simply dead air personal. Lu Hua secretly gave Xiao Yi a thumbs up. That's son-in-law, that's awesome. It's like touching a tigress's ass when she's angry. Xiao Yi didn't think so. He was proving that he hadn't done anything pleasurable, and with Luya's age of close to 200 years, she had a broad mind and shouldn't be calculating enough to be jealous of a maid waitress wiping a drink or pressing a shoulder. Glancing at Liua's figure, she did have a large chest. No way. I don't think she's jealous. Ace maid number 1 was secretly pleased with herself inwardly, raising her chin and saying, This lady, as you can see, we sell our art, not our bodies, and the package service is also a proper service. Luya. Her beautiful eyes glared as she pulled away the maid sitting on Xiao Yi's lap and raised her hand to slap ace maid number 1 on her face. There was a slap. A red slap mark was made. Humph, my husband, only I can serve, what are you so proud of? Go away. Then Luya lifted her white palm again, containing a strike of anger, and struck towards Xiao Yi's face. However, when he saw Xiao Yi's embarrassed expression, he violently stopped his movements, gently rubbed his angular face, and said sorrowfully with a single word. This face is your facade bearer, I can't afford to hit it. She'd be heartbroken if she broke it. Xiao Yi let out a sigh of relief, grinned revealing 2 rows of large white teeth and laughed. Liuya's wife, you're right. As expected, Liuya was broad-minded and not the kind of woman who liked to be jealous. However, Liuya had no intention of letting Xiao Yi go. Her pretty face smiled grimly, and the corner of her mouth hooked. Xiao Yi, don't you like to be served drinks by women, and as your indentured servant, it's my responsibility to come and serve you. Saying that, she sat on Xiao Yi's lap with her butt, her hands encircling his neck and placing them on the shoulder position as she daintily drank. Shoulder massage? Sister Liuya can do it too. Xiao Yi's eyes lit up and said, I just happen to want to go back and drink imported wine with you, then it's okay for you to help me massage me first. I used to be the one to help you massage you, now it's my turn to enjoy it. Humph. Seeing that he was still enjoying himself, Liuya's beautiful eyes turned cold and a pair of slender white hands landed forcefully on Xiao Yi's shoulders. It smashed there as if a Tarzan meteorite had fallen. Who? Xiao Yi oohed a few times in pain. The corners of Liuya Hong's tender mouth hooked. Comfortable? Xiao Yi. He wanted to say it hurt, but under Liuya's murderous gaze, he stammered, comfortable. When Liuya saw that he wasn't arrogant anymore, the anger in his heart subsided by a few threads. Suddenly at this moment, boom! Sound, the aura on Xiao Yi's body surged by a large margin, and a wave of qi erupted from his body. His realm, from Sovereign 10 stars, had been promoted to Grand Sovereign 1 star. Don't look at the difference of just 1 rank, but between the great realms, the difference was 10 and 20 times. Xiao Yi instantly felt that his shoulders didn't hurt anymore and his body was refreshed and comfortable. He looked straight at Liuya's beautiful eyes that were as pure as autumn water but contained anger, and said, Sister Liuya, press me again, this time it definitely won't hurt. Liuya. Liuya gave a thumbs up and secretly said, awesome, you can break through even with a drink. Liuya, as he wished, continued to press up. She has already reached the realm of lifting light as if it were heavy, gently press, but there are 10,000 pounds of force. Hiss. Xiao Yi's eyes straightened in pain, rubbing. Hasty. The realm of a Grand Master, in front of Liuya, it still wasn't enough to look at being easily broken by her defense. Liuya saw fit to start the next package service move. She poured a cup full of wine, lifted it up and handed it over Xiao Yi's mouth, and daintily drank, drink. Xiao Yi shook his head and said, Sister Liuya, this service is imported wine, but I didn't have the little maid come in and just pour it normally. What, as my Xiao Yi's indentured servant, you don't dare to let me drink imported wine? The corner of Liuya's mouth twitched, you damn well fooled around. Imported wine? What imported wine? This wine is imported from abroad? Liuya's beautiful eyes glared in disbelief as she inquired, but if you want a drink, let's see if I don't dunk you to death. Xiao Yi demonstrated with his body and gave Liuya a sign. Liuya's mouth received the liquor that Xiao Yi's lips had ferried over, her pretty face stunned, so this is imported wine. Chapter 111, Number 111, Hong Tao, the joy is not seen, but the dog food is eaten all over the mouth. Requests for follow-up reading. When he saw that Liuya wanted to give his son-in-law imported wine, Liuya felt so angry. You guys can drink all you want, but not in front of him, a single dog, okay? Although he was impressed with Xiao Yi's ability to weasel his way out of the situation, easily defusing the matter of the maid's package. In the presidential box, the group of people who were planning to watch a good show and have fun, Hong Tao, were dumbfounded when they saw Liuya sitting intimately on Xiao Yi and also thoughtfully massaging his shoulders and feeding him imported wine. Be damned, they came to see fun and get high, not to eat dog food. They said they were going to click him, and what happens? The two of them get it on, imploring and flirting. What about teasing monkeys? They invariably become monkeys. In their perspective, there was no sound of Xiao Yi's two people talking, there was only the picture of Liuya's thoughtful massage and Xiao Yi's that enjoyment. The corners of Hong Tao's mouth twitched and twitched as he looked at the virtual screen with a furious gaze. On it was the very scene of Xiao Yi and Liuya both ambiguously drinking imported wine. Bang! The sound, angry Hong Tao directly smashed the bald male lobby manager's watch thrower. Hong Tao cursed. What the? Look my ass. He couldn't do it if he had to watch the woman he had his eye on, Liuya, feed Xiao Yi imported wine. I'm afraid that if I keep reading this, I'm going to have a heart attack. The watch drop period was smashed and the virtual screen that had been dropped out disappeared in a flash. The crowd of Titan Heaven's Pride students were talking, and some of them actually showed admiration. This senior high school scholar Xiao Yi is so tactful, pinning down the most beautiful assistant teacher Liuya. Yeah, if I can learn a couple of tricks, I'll still be afraid of the tigress at home? I'd take her down in a minute. This Xiao Yi, a model for my generation. All rise and honor the Grandmaster. That's right, the ancestor is alive and well, and the Magic City's #1 affectionate Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's personal charisma won the admiration of these Titan Heaven's Pride male students. Invariably, he was a generation older than these male students. Hong Tao's face darkened when he heard this, and he angrily shouted, "All shut up! I invite you to find mates to play with, and you treat Xiao Yi as a grandmaster? Tramp, that kid contracted 3 beast maids, and he's the #1 deep love in Magic City?" Xiao Yi was his Hong Tao's love rival. Were these human disciples not saying that he was inferior to Xiao Yi? Titan Heaven's Pride male students have the good sense to shut up, but do not annoy the coach, or there is no good fruit to eat. Yang Junming looked Hong Tao up and down and shook his head, secretly saying, "Brother Tao, you're really not as good as Xiao Yi. In terms of power, in terms of economy, in terms of realm, in terms of age and seniority, you perfectly crush Xiao Yi, but in this point of personal charisma, you are inferior to him." Xiao Yi of the Patriarch realm had taken down the most beautiful assistant goddess Luya, the first person under the supreme being of the great exalted one realm. What was this if not the ancestor in the world? When he, Yang Junming, was in the Zhongshe realm, he was still a clear and stupid freshman, but Xiao Yi, who had just enrolled in the school, was on the list of the goddess assistant professors, and went to the peak of his life. Seeing the most proud student little brother Yang Junming shaking his head at him, Hong Tao's face became even darker, feeling his face hanging in very loss of face. It's add up that the minions don't think he can. Seeing that the situation was not right, the bald man of the lobby manager hurriedly slipped away and headed towards box 98. Box 98. The corner of Lu was mouth twitched. "Good guy, son-in-law, you really drink imported wine." One bite followed by another. "You think he doesn't exist as a father-in-law?" Luo pushed ace maid #2 away, tilted his head back and took a sip from the middle of his wineglass, sneaking away. As for the cost of the package this time, it was only 1 Zhongshe Realm crystal core, and he had given Xiao Yi a crystal core savings card, which contained enough crystals to pay for it. A crystal core savings card, made of a special spatial material, contained storage space. This kind of savings card could only store crystal cores, other items could not be stored, so it was called a crystal core savings card. "Wait," Luya said in a muffled voice as she gave Xiao Yi a drink of wine while pointing her finger at the door. "You, stop right there." Lu Hua, who was being pointed at, that was tiptoeing on her cat's back trying to sneak away, froze. Is it hard to believe that Liu Hua recognized him? But Luya's next words were a relief to him. "That white-haired old man, you're the one who brought Xiao Yi to this kind of establishment, right? Just remember, this is the last time, and you're not allowed to bring him to places like this in the future, do you understand?" Lu Hua glanced at her and realized that Luya was ferrying Xiao Yi's wine. Humping twice, he strides away from the box. "Phew, son-in-law, see you sometime." The voice rang out in the hallway, and the man disappeared at the end of the corridor. Box. Xiao Yi was constantly drinking Luya's imported wine. Bite after bite, a steady stream, not even a moment to catch your breath. Because she had to ferry the wine, Liua's pretty face was bulging in red. Rest, for a moment. Xiao Yi couldn't even speak. Luya's beautiful eyes glared at him, taking advantage of the gap between ferrying the wine, muffled. "No, don't you like package service? I'll let you drink enough at once." Xiao Yi. He was fed several more mouthfuls of imported wine as he spoke. Gurgling, "It felt like my stomach was full of booze, and I was dizzy when that afterburner hit." Xiao Yi felt that his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds and kept dropping down. His mind gradually drifted down, then leaned on Luya's broad chest. "That's drunk? It's so undrinkable." Liu was a little bummed that she was gradually becoming a little addicted to feeding imported alcohol, and she hadn't gotten over it yet. Xiao Yi. This wine was the treasure of the store. The power was similar to a cup of pouring. He could drink dozens of mouthfuls very good. This kind of high-level wine brewed from high-level magical beast materials was not enough to dispel the alcohol with his Grand Master realm alone. Stump. Outside the box, a bald man walked in and introduced himself. "I'm the lobby manager. I heard that something unpleasant happened here, and I'm cozy about it." The bald man took out a fine box and gave it to Luya, smiling. "This is the relief pill, made from a unique secret recipe, specifically for the store's town treasure of sobriety." Luya gave a push and came to the next seat to support Xiao Yi. Her face turned cold and said, "Your tavern privately installed a camera to peep at the privacy of the customers drinking. I haven't found you to settle the score yet." Wake up? There was no need to wake up. It was just as well that Xiao Yi was drunk. She could go back and punish him properly. The lobby manager's face stiffened and said, wrongfully accused, this store would never do that kind of classless thing. Cut. Luya laughed disdainfully and put Xiao Yi on his fragrant shoulder with one hand, and walked straight out of the box to the first floor to leave the maid tavern. Ace maid number 1, who followed her down, said to the bald male lobby manager, Manager, they haven't paid for the crystals yet. The bald man waved his hand, it's our tavern's fault for the unpleasantness, it's our tavern's poor consideration and service, so waive the bill. Maid number 1, number 2 cudgeled, the manager is 8-faced, so smooth, so good. The bald man glanced at the two of them and spoke again, if you two don't pass this assessment, your separation will be waived and you will be penalized 1 month's salary. Maid 1, Maid 2. Chapter 112, Luya, try him after drinking. Begging for a follow-up read. The bald male lobby manager let out a cheap laugh, gah. The two of you combined for a month's salary is just under those crystals they waved off. The two ace maids cried and cursed inwardly. This old baldy, just now he praised you for being great, and then he backhandedly deducted our wages, what a treacherous manager. The other side. The sexy imperial assistant teacher Luya, who had a hot and concave body, simply and roughly carried Xiao Yi on her shoulder, all the way back to the Magic City schoolhouse, and returned to Villa 001 in the 3-size Lakeview Villa area. In the living room on the first floor, Xiao Yi was placed on a soft sofa, his head was pillowed on a pair of white and pink thighs, and the whole person was drunk and drowsy. Luya lowered his head and fixed his eyes, not to mention, long legs, Xiao Yi face angular, the whole person emerges a kind of refreshingly beautiful man into a stable temperament. Luya looked a little infatuated and subconsciously touched his cheek. As the saying goes, when you're drunk, you tell the truth. Should I try it? Muttering, her stunningly exquisite pretty face bent down close to Xiao Yi's ear and whispered. Xiao Yi, can you hear me? No reaction. Luya was not discouraged and continued to try. Xiao Yi, do you love Luya? Still no reply. Why? I thought they say you tell the truth when you're drunk. He didn't say anything. Liu cocked her head in thought for a moment and drifted off. Drunkenness is speaking the truth in a state of drunkenness and trance, but not asleep, and asleep he hears nothing. But at this time, Xiao Yi suddenly raised his eyelids slightly, and with the whole person in a daze, he asked, Sister Assistant Teacher, what did you say? The three-toed golden dragon and the two-tailed white fox were in the middle of the cultivation state at all times, and through the power of the contract would continuously give him energy feedback, and his body was in the middle of uninterrupted enhancement, and under the pure energy, that alcohol was washed away a few threads, and was awakened again by Luya coming close to speak. So at this moment, Xiao Yi was still in a drunken state and could fall asleep at any time. Luya's beautiful eyes lit up, awake? It was good to be awake, otherwise she would have wanted to shake Xiao Yi awake. Are the little maids at the maid tavern comfortable to touch? Liu tried to ask. Xiao Yi was in a mental trance and felt tired when he moved his brain, so he replied bluntly, comfortable. The corners of Liu's reddish mouth turned up, her beautiful eyes darkened, and she said, then who was more comfortable to touch, me or that little maid? Xiao Yi, of course it's the assistant teacher's sister. A smile reappeared on Liu's face, so do you still want to go to the maid's tavern? Xiao Yi, think. Liu hummed, why do you want to go? Is it because you want to find a maid to play with? Xiao Yi, go drink, go help the maid, it's old and cool. Oh, Liu's mouth dropped open in surprise, what poverty alleviation? Xiao Yi, just doing good deeds. As if she had heard something extraordinary, Luya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. It was only after Xiao Yi told her yesterday night that he was out doing good deeds that he got the scent of a strange woman. She thought doing a good deed was meeting a beggar on the side of the road and casually giving a few crystal cores. But now that Xiao Yi was drunk, it was as if she knew Xiao Yi's secret. Luya's silver teeth clenched, her face turned cold, and she asked in a cold voice, how is finding a maid a good deed? Xiao Yi was now too drunk to turn his head, and could only reply by instinct. Helping the poor to do good deeds, those little maids must be home to support the mobility of the old granny, and the disabled brother, so they come to do the maid profession. As for me, let them on a few service packages, earn some more crystal cores, it is equivalent to helping the poor to do good deeds. How about it, assistant teacher sister, am I, Xiao Yi, particularly kind? Liu's face darkened as she listened. Crunch! Exasperated, her white teeth clenched. It turns out to be such a method of helping the poor and doing good deeds. Xiao Yi, you are so kind. Luya gritted her teeth and said in a single word. Xiao Yi drunkenly hemmed and hawed, hey, that's why we need to go and help the poor more often, so those little maids can make money to support their families, or else they won't be able to earn a few crystals just by selling ordinary tea leaves. Luya's beautiful eyes were about to spit out fire. Angry screamed, well, you still want to go to help the poor? Bah, what poverty alleviation, it's clearly sophistry. Humph, I'll confiscate your crystal core and see how you get there. Xiao laughed cheaply. Jia, I still have the savings card given by my father-in-law, which contains more than 100 great exalted crystal cores. Luya frowned. Father-in-law? Is it Cheng Bingshi's father or Nangong Siyao's father? Over 100 great exalted crystal cores, hiss. Luya sucked in a breath of cold air. This was equivalent to several times her assets. Xiao, it's assistant professor's sister's father. Liuwa was shocked and suddenly remembered the old man she saw at the maid's tavern, feeling incredulous. That man is my father? Xiao nodded his head and smiled straight. It's him, telling me to give Luya happiness. Liuwa clenched her fists, her teeth biting her lower lip. She was so mad at that moment that she actually ignored the other person, causing her not to recognize him. And having not seen each other for over 100 years, Luwa's face was so tightly covered by his hair and rashade beard that it looked like he was wearing a full face mask. Luya hummed. That's the guy who took you to help the poor to bring you down, isn't it? In her impression, Xiao never went to vulgar entertainment places and had always been a good student who studied and cultivated seriously. Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. I actually want to go too, hey. Not to mention, the club's watery chick is too good at massaging, pressing all over the body. Assistant is sister, let's go together sometime and we'll make sure you like it. Exclamation point. Liuwa was stunned. She had just tried to forgive him, but then the asshole asked her to come along? At that moment, she operated the energy in her body and placed her right hand on Xiaoya's forehead, utilizing the energy of the Great Exalted One to clear his mind and sober him up. A few seconds later, Xiao, who was fully awake, had his eyes bulging. He felt like his lifeblood was being pinched, and with quite a bit of force, and that he would lose his function if he didn't get it just right. A fierce expression surfaced on Luya's pretty face, and her beautiful eyes glared viciously at Xiao as she hummed. Xiao, are you going to go play with the little maid in the future? And go to help the poor in a beautiful name? Xiao shook his head vigorously as he relied on his big long legs in order to preserve his body, his eyes revealing a panic look. I'm not. Sister Liuya, you definitely heard wrong. At this moment, Xiao was incomparably hoping to raise his realm. If he had a higher realm than Luya, would he still be threatened like this? Oh, directly turn over to be the master, let Luya taste his power. But if it's only if, this will be a time to concede. Luya loosened her hand. She didn't want to do anything, she just couldn't be angry that Xiao had 3 beautiful ladies at home, and actually wanted to go and find a little maid to play with every day. It's not like she can't have fun, and it's not like Xiao and Bingshi can't have fun either. I thought you liked massages, so let's do it now, both of us. Liuwa hummed. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Sister assistant teacher will help me press it? Liuwa shook her head. No, it's not like I know how to, you're the one who pressed it for me. Xiao. Chapter 113 Massage Punishment, Schemes. Begging for a follow-up. Looking at Xiaoya's black-faced expression, Luya snorted a laugh, as if a brightly colored flower had surfaced on her delicate and absolutely beautiful pretty face. Humph, I told you to make people angry, I'm going to punish you for massaging me every day this week. Xiaoya's face darkened even more as he rebelled. Can we get a discount? 7 times a week is too tiring? Massage every day and the cows will die of exhaustion. Liuwa strongly disagreed. No, you must be given a severe punishment so that you won't help the poor. Xiao could not cry, so he could only obediently do as he was told. In the preparation stage, Xiao brought gloves, wore a fireproof suit that wrapped around his whole body, brought a mask and a hat, and covered his whole body tightly. Liuwa was speechless. Why are you wearing that thick? Xiaoya's heart palpitated, to prevent being pickled into flavor. Luya. While Luya was taking a bath, Xiao asked outside the bathroom door, don't you want to see your father-in-law? Luya's complexion stiffened and she said impatiently, what's the point of seeing him, there's nothing to say if you do. Xiao could see the lost color that was concealed under her eyes and secretly said. It is estimated that the gap in the heart of the assistant teacher's sister towards her father-in-law is not that big, and there is a chance to unravel it, but it is just short of a suitable opportunity. The door was left open, so Xiao could see her expression, of course, more than just being able to read expressions. Half an hour later, Luya came to the bedroom without the slightest cover and lay down, and Xiao massaged the human body points according to the massage atlas given by the last template adjuster. Massage the 720 acupoints off her human body as she did last time when she replenished the Daoyun energy for Luya. It goes on very silky smooth. But this kind of drudgery felt great the first time I did it,
and now it's totally exhausting to press. Liu was furious when she saw his resistant face. Come on, no gloves allowed. I wouldn't touch it if it were anyone else. Xiao Yi cried and mourned. The scenery was very fragrant, but he had tasted the meat and no longer cared for the soup. So massage is more tiring than blessing or benefit for him. Humph. Liu hummed, exasperated. Harder, haven't you eaten? Xiao Yi. Nice guy, you even pointed it out. A little to the left, yes, a little underneath, and then move down. Liu kept ordering. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched as he retorted, Sister Assistant Teacher, according to what you said to come are deviating from the massage path. Liu gave him a rather flirtatious blank look. What a straight man, not flirtatious at all. Sentiment? Xiao Yi looked down carefully. The place was 2 cents, tried to discuss the refusal, not according to the massage catalog, I will not Liu bristled, a massage atlas? It's a systematic massage path, right? That doesn't work, I'll guide you, you do what I say. Xiao Yi. Do as you say, what about the rubbing of the gun? The other side. In the middle of the maid's tavern's presidential box. Hong Tao and Yang Junming discussed something. Not only is this Xiao Yi's qualifications unparalleled, he has just awakened for over a month and has been promoted to a high-ranking zongshi, but he can contract multiple beast maidens, and now he has 3 of them. This kind of person is bound to be a supreme powerhouse in the future if he doesn't fall. Hong Tao said, his eyes revealed a refined light smile. So, while he has not grown up. Ga. Yang Junming's neck shrank when he heard this, and he carefully said, what Brother Tao means is that before he grows up, he'll gargle him. Xiao Yi had robbed the woman that Brother Tao had his eye on, and he understood very well that Brother Tao was hostile to Xiao Yi. The corner of Hong Tao's mouth twitched and knocked his head, saying in a bad mood, I don't have irreconcilable conflicts with him, what's the point of karming him? Invest in him early before he grows up, or even tie him to the Hong family. At that time, the Hong family's gains will definitely outweigh the output. Jia. Yang Jun understood a glance at him. Why are you smiling so cheaply? It does not let people misunderstand, really. Then Brother Tao, Xiao Yi robbed the woman you had your eyes on and succeeded. Can you let go of your prejudice? The corner of Hong Tao's mouth skimmed. There are plenty of women. Liu can be compared to a future supreme power? Stereotypes are just that, as a manly man who can bend, so what if I put it down? Besides, Liu is all newly married again, so what if I don't put it down? As the son of the Supreme, I don't care to spy on other people's paktis yet. Yang Junming sniffed and looked at Hong Tao with a very new gaze. In his cognizance, Hong Tao had looked at the most beautiful widowed assistant teacher Liu at the beginning, more than 100 years from now, right? Is it possible to let go of a possessive desire that has been settled over 100 years of time? But since Hong Tao said he could put it down, there should be a probability that he could. Brother Tao, since we have to invest in advance, what good advice do you have? Yang Junming pondered, thinking about Xiao Yi's kind of arrogant fellow. If others send resources for no reason, he definitely won't accept them. Besides, he has an additional Grand Zuni wife. There should be no shortage of resources for the Zongshi and Grand Zuni realms, or even the Zuni realm. Hong Tao frowned, rubbing his chin and pondering. Therein lies the difficulty. After a moment's thought, he said again. You and Xiao Yi are also students, you should have a lot in common. From tomorrow onwards you go and contact him, figure out what his hobbies and shortcomings are, and if you can, you and he should worship and recognize a brother. Yang Junming's face darkened as he shook his head. Brother Tao, I'm at least the son of a supreme being, recognizing him as a brother? And you want me to personally lower my status to reach out and curry favor with him? No way. Even though he was Tao brother calling Hong Tao as if he didn't seem to have a temper, Hong Tao was also the son of a supreme being, and his father was the first supreme being of the Magic City. Although that Xiao Yi was said to have heaven-defying potential, no one was sure if he would fall halfway through. Hong Tao glanced at him. You won't do it? Then I'll find someone else. The son of Supreme Vudra is good. John Young. That double-winged green dragon Chang Yi that teased him? Hong Tao seemed to be aware of his defeat at the hands of Chang Yi and continued to speak. It's normal for you to be inferior to Chang Yi. He's more than 10 years older than you, but in a few months, you'll even lose to Xiao Yi. Yang Junming glared. In a few more months I'll be a grandmaster, I'll lose to a freshman? Hong Tao, with his growth rate, he will surpass you sooner or later. Yang Junming deflated. An 18-year-old high-ranked sect master who had just awakened for a month, this growth speed was beyond the reach of even a supreme being when he was young. Looking at Yang Junming's deflated look, Hong Tao giggled. Just now you were shaking your head that I'm inferior to Xiao Yi in terms of personal charisma, but what about you? It's also not as good as Xiao Yi.
Yang Junming was a bit sidetracked and said, "I'll take this vote." Hong Tao laughed, then edited a message in the family's exclusive communicator and sent it to the top Supreme Father. The content had a few keywords: 2 months of high-ranked sect masters, unparalleled qualifications, contracting multiple beast maids, investing in advance, and income from the Hong family. After waiting 2 minutes, the message was still in an unviewed state. Hong Tao secretly said, "I guess I am busy, just wait for the evening to be free, then see what the father's attitude is." For a super heavenly pride like Xiao Yi, who was so amazingly talented that he could even change the pattern of the world in the future, the Hong family definitely had to lay out their plans in advance. Chapter 114 Mythic Rank 5 Claude Supreme Golden Dragon Mythic Rank Life Lord 9-Tailed Skyfox Template. Begging for a catch-up read. Among the Villa 001 in the 3-size Lakeview Villa area. First floor bedroom. Xiao Yi had fallen for Luya's way, and had only pressed halfway, and was about to completely obey the position she told him to press. Then he was shocked to realize that Liuwa wasn't even trying to get a massage, and backhandedly pulled him into his arms. Xiao Yi became a puppet at the mercy of others again. After a while. In the underground cultivation room, Luya was full of spirit with a flushed face, and was very satisfied as she observed the 2 summoned beasts that had just crossed into the first star of the Grand Master that were in the middle of their cultivation. Not bad, the breath is stable, the foundation is firm, and there is no realm flamboyance due to overly fast cultivation speed. At this rate of cultivation, at the Grand Master stage, you will be able to break through a small segment in 2 days, and within 2 months it will be enough to reach the exalted realm limit. Xiao Yi leaned against the wall mentally exhausted. Having been teased by Luya, he had been a bit depressed, but after hearing these words, his mood improved a lot. Breaking through to the exalted realm in 2 months is fast, and I should be able to break through to the great exalted realm within half a year, he said with some excitement. When he broke through to the great exalted realm, he wouldn't have to be suppressed by Luya and turned over to be the master. Moreover, the great exalted realm was considered a strong one in the devil's capital, and his status had risen greatly. But Luya struck him in the next second, shaking his head. Being able to break through to the exalted realm is only hypothetical. The exalted realm is characterized by condensing the power of one's own intent to form a domain. The step of forming a domain is a step that normally requires a year for SSS class summoned beasts, and as for SS class, it can't cross over without a decade of time. Xiao Ye's happy demeanor stalled and his eyelids jumped straight up as he said, "Seize the lesser? A year's time? Before you can break through to the exalted realm?" Luya nodded her delicate white chin. "Yeah, this is still only the boundary of the exalted realm. To break through the great exalted realm boundary, it takes even longer. The 1 year you said to break through the great exalted realm is almost impossible." Xiao Ye's brows furrowed, forming a Chuan character. According to Luya, if he broke through to the great exalted realm, it would be at least 10 years to start, and no more than a few years. This time span was too long for Xiao Yi to wait. Could it be that within these 10 years, he would have to live under Luya's suppression? Absolutely not. Although Luya had become his contractee, she was at the great exalted realm and was able to casually take him down. Seeing that he was disgruntled, Luya gave Xiao Yi a blank look and said without any goodwill, "The qualifications of the Golden Dragon and the White Fox are 5 times stronger than the average SSS class, and the time will be reduced by at least 5 times. 4 months will be enough for you to break through to the Zunshur realm. I'm afraid that even a supreme being would be alarmed when this speed is said, so just be content." 5 times? Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. Yeah, how could he forget this? The second form of the summoned beast was 5 times the base SSS rank of the first form. Upgrading the form wouldn't be a good idea. The third form is definitely stronger than the second. Xiao Yi then urged the system in his mind, Divine Imperial Beast Master System, quickly arrange a few missions to reward some evolution points. This time the system replied, only like a programmed mechanical reply. Remaining evolution points, 100. Encounters randomly triggered missions, mission rewards random and unlimited, evolution points, ultra-limited exotic treasures, various rule fragment crystals, stellar cores, rule crystals, chaos gas, etc. Mission rewards are at least rule level with unlimited caps. There were still 100 evolution points left over from previous quests, but the second form upgrades of the 3-toed golden dragon and the 2-tailed white fox both required 200 evolution points. Xiao Yi was helpless. The system's quests were triggered randomly, and the rewards were randomized and not controlled by the owner at all. He had to find another way to start with the template adjuster and upgrade the template levels of the 2 summoned beasts. Upgraded from SSS Grade 5 Pod Golden Dragon Template to Mythical Grade 5 Pod Supreme Golden Dragon Template. SSS Grade 5 Claude Golden Dragon Template, upgradable.
Requirements: 10 fire, 10 water, 10 wood, 10 earth, 10 gold, 50 creation class, 50 supreme class. Upgraded from SSS Grade 9 Tailed Skyfox template to Mythic Grade 9 Tailed Lifemaster Skyfox template. SSS Grade 9 Tailed Fox template, upgradable. Requirements: 50 life class, 50 creation class, 50 destruction class. Xiao couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air after carefully checking the conditions given out by the template adjuster. Both require 150 rule fragment crystals and have a zap of the supreme, life, and destruction classes that look rare. According to Xiao's projection, the 5-element type rule fragment crystals and the creation type were the most prevalent, and he had gotten his hands on a lot of them in the actual combat base last time. 16 creation class, 5 dark class, 1 gold, 1 fire, and 1 ice rule fragment crystals. After considering it for a while, Xiao intended to go ahead and get his hands on the universal type crystals first, and then inquire if there were any magical beasts with supreme, spatial, life, or destruction attributes while he was at it. Earth rule fragment crystals can be extracted from groundhogs. The dark rule fragment crystals could be extracted from the dark shadow phantom wolf. Xiao had a certain idea of what type of crystals could be extracted from what magical beasts. As he was checking the system panel all the time, behind the system panel was Liu Ya. Liu Ya's pretty face reddened at his look, and following Xiao's gaze, she suddenly realized that the target was her own behemoth. That bastard, he didn't press enough just now. Is it hard to believe that he was being tongue-in-cheek when he said he was tired and resisted the massage? Liu Ya thought it was likely. Humph. She hummed delicately as if she could see through Xiao, saying no on your lips, but clearly wanting it, really. Xiao was awakened by a petulant grunt, and when he turned his eyes, he saw the teasing eyes of his assistant teacher sister, Liu Ya. Xiao. Why are you looking at me like that? Does Liu Ya think he can't do it? Thinking of this, a fire rose in Xiao's heart, and he furiously pulled the most beautiful assistant teacher's small hand and ran outside. A practical training base, covering a vast area. In the middle of one of the magical beast forests, a pair of handsome men and women landed on the ground. Curious, Liu Ya asked, "What's the hurry to come here?" Xiao glanced at her and joked, "You." Liu Ya stared at the beautiful eyes, hurriedly looked around, did not see the talent relieved, alarmed. "Are you crazy? In this place cannot ah." Xiao looked solemn and said, "Why not?" while guarding against a few magical beasts surrounding over. Liu Ya held back her red face and shook her head, "No, absolutely not." She took it seriously, thinking that Xiao brought her here to her. Those few magical beasts around them rushed over, and Xiao said at length, "Hurry." Liu Ya glared at him, actually so monkeyish? She was never going to do anything here. Boom! Xiao raised his sandbag-sized fist and erupted with the aura of a Grandmaster 1-star, swiftly smashing onto a red-eyed demon rabbit like lightning. Boom! With a sound, the demon rabbit of the mortal realm 9th stage was hit squarely in the face by the fist and smashed into the ground to explode a deep pit. Bang bang bang! The other few magical beasts of the 8th and 7th orders of the mortal realm were smashed down one by Xiao's quick eyes and hands getting a punch. In less than a second, all of them were seriously injured and all of them lost their mobility. Extract rule fragment crystals. Xiao activated the extraction function of the template adjuster. Chapter 115 Sister Assistant Professor, I'll show you a big baby. Begging for catch-up reading. 3 blazing fire demon rabbits that specialize in fire skills, and 1,000 blade mantis demon beast that specializes in the hardening of gold skills. Extraction of fire rule fragment crystals in progress. Extraction failed. Extraction of gold rule fragment crystals in progress. Extraction failed. After the vast and profound power of extraction descended, the 4 magical beasts that had been smashed into the deep pit seemed to have been baked at a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees and directly vaporized, and the extraction results of the template adjuster appeared in their minds. Xiao skimmed his mouth. The Sovereign Realm magical beasts could only extract 1 piece, and the Grand Sovereign Realm could extract 2. Mortal Realm magical beasts below the Sovereign Realm did not have enough flesh strength to support it, and the rule power within their bodies directly collapsed and obliterated, causing the extraction to be unsuccessful. Assistant Sister, let's go to the Clan Master Realm magical beast area. Xiao said that he went ahead. Liu Ya, who was standing in the back, knew that she had been tricked and was furious, stomping her feet and clenching her teeth, her fists clenched. Fine, you Xiao, you can even tease me, can't you? It was clear that she had come to find a magical beast for actual combat, and the words about doing that made her nervous. As for the magical beasts here, Liu Ya didn't put it on her mind. As a great exalted realm she could boom a large area to death with a single fart.
The middle perimeter of the Wraith Forest. On the way, Xiao Yi encountered several waves of students' Celestial Pride teams that had come to the actual battle. They were all students of the Magic Capital Imperial Beastmaster Academy, from several institutions, and by the looks of it, they should be sophomore or junior heavenly students. Most of their auras were around the 2nd star of a Sovereign Master, with a few reaching the 5th star of a Sovereign Master. I'll be damned, who is that kid, coming to the actual base all by himself? This region's magical beast realm is at least the Zhongshe realm, he's not afraid to die. Probably another high-minded and incapable student. I reported it, and a patrol from the actual base will be here later to catch him out. These Heaven's Pride student teams were all in groups of 10 or more before they dared to come to the actual combat base to see what was going on, and when they saw that Xiao Yi was alone, there was a lot of talk. Even some of the Heaven's Pride students reported it to the officials at the actual base. Xiao Yi would be sitting on a spotted white boulder with his legs crossed, waiting for his assistant coach sister to arrive. He was contemplating whether or not to make a call to the junior deputy, which was the vice president, to get a copy of the Warcraft distribution map. Otherwise it would be much less efficient to wander around blindly like this. On the pathway, Luya arrived late, twisting her sexy waist and slowly walking towards Xiao Yi's direction. Xiao Yi waited impatiently and jumped down under the boulder, peed on the boulder, and then jumped up to sit on the 2-meter-high boulder. The slender-waisted and long-legged Luya finally arrived. Her beautiful eyes were full of contempt as she looked at Xiao Yi and called out. Xiao Yi, please don't urinate and defecate anywhere, you represent me, Luya, outside as well. Xiao Yi shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I'm not you, I'm not that particular or delicate. Luya. Rumble. It was the speckled white boulder Xiao Yi was sitting on that shook. Liuwa crossed her arms and laughed cheekily, look, even the boulders are protesting. Xiao Yi jumped onto the ground with a backflip, his eyes looking at the shaking and rising speckled white boulder with suspicion. Put. A pair of morose white eyes on the bottom of the mottled white boulder opened, and 2 round nostril-shaped holes spewed out 2 streams of turbid air. Oh, it's a monolithic wraith, and you just happened to pee on its face. Luya lightly leaped onto the branch of the towering and upright ancient tree and said gloatingly. Xiao Yi. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, this stone brother, I didn't do it on purpose, who told you to look like a stone? Roar. The spotted white monolithic demonic beast roared angrily, and with a fierce momentum, it rolled and crashed rapidly towards Xiao Yi. The aura that erupted out reached a 5-star sect master. That guy's in trouble, he's going to suffer, let's go back up. Stone demonic beasts are mutated from special magical stones, their bodies are hard and lacking in pain nerves, and their battle power is comparable to that of a high-ranking zone master. Support my ass, with our Zhongshe 2-star strength, going there is just sending us to our deaths. Calling patrol, calling patrol. This high-minded fellow has finally tasted cruelty, hasn't he, but unfortunately it's too late for regrets. Hurry up and run, that boy. That beautiful girl just now feels like I've seen her somewhere. Is it his teammate? The student's Celestials team a few dozen meters away in the distance let out a loud shout. But the next thing they saw was a shocking scene. Only Xiao Yi did not dodge and face the oval-shaped stone demon beast that came rolling and crashing rapidly. Boom! With a sound, he clenched that sandbag-sized fist and fiercely punched forward, the air exploding and cracking with a sonic boom. The aura of a grandmaster erupted out, and the fist with the strength of 10,000 pounds struck straight against the rolling boulder. A puff of dust stirred up, blocking the line of sight, and all of the Heaven's Pride students saw something flying out backwards in a hurry, thumping and breaking more than 10 huge ancient trees, and finally smashing into the ground, dragging out a deep gully until it came to a stop. At the original spot, the dust dispersed, and an upright figure stood upright on the ground, not taking half a step back, and even making a movement to throw a punch. The proud teams of 4 or 5 different academies stared in shock and exclaimed. Heck, look away, this is a demon. That giant stone demon beast was beaten and torn apart, it's obviously not going to survive, awesome, defeated in one move. 666, so we're the clowns, people pressurized have that strength to enter the actual base alone. Wait. I remembered, that beautiful woman just now, seems to be the most beautiful assistant teacher, Luya, great exalted 10 stars, the first person under the Supreme. The student Celestials team was staggering around, when a patrol with a thick breath came running quickly from the distance. Who's calling for help and what's the situation? The patrol leader checked around and didn't find any students in danger. One of the reported students, Skyjack, went over to tell a few things. At once, the patrol leader's gaze was placed on Xiao Yi, who was patting his clothes to disperse the dust. Upon seeing Xiao Yi's appearance,
the patrol leader was startled and hurriedly ran over and saluted.
"Greetings, Mr. Xiao."
The members of the patrol team came to Xiao Yi carrying a 500-pound quartered boulder demonic beast and said in neat unison,
"Mr. Xiao, this is your loot." Xiao Yi muttered inwardly, "You guys are carrying it so much, don't you feel any stench?" "You guys know me?" Xiao Yi asked.
Patrol leader, of course, you are a friend of our deputy chief, he showed us your headshot.
Xiao Yi nodded his head and said indistinctly, "So that's how it is, then do you have a detailed distribution map of the magical beasts and the actual battle base, can you give me a copy?"
The patrol leader raised his hand and clicked on his communication watch, and a virtual screen popped up on it, on which a dense red dot appeared.
"Yes, except that my permission is only to view the zoners area, here."
He removed his communication watch and handed it to Xiao Yi.
Xiao Yi took it, intending to return it to him after using it.
Looking at the bouldered demonic beast on the ground that cracked into several pieces of broken stone, Xiao Yi activated the template adjuster extraction function.
Successful extraction.
Obtained an earth rule fragment crystallization.
It's a crystallized piece of flavored rule fragments. It's also an exotic treasure with flavor.
The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth hooked upwards and he immediately saw a pair of white and pink long legs, saying,
"Sister Assistant Coach, I'm going to show you a big baby." Chapter 116, Luya, I love this big baby. Requesting for catch-up reading. Big baby?
What big baby? Luya's beautiful eyes lit up. With a prancing motion she gently landed on the ground, her athletic and enchanting figure on display. The patrol team recognized Luya, and when they saw her, they greeted one by one, and then withdrew, saying that they would patrol the area of this clan master realm magical beast. Xiao Yi looked around mysteriously and found that many Heaven's Pride students were paying attention to this place, so he pulled Luya's small white hand and headed towards a 5 or 6 meter high dense grass. As he walked he gave a you-know-what look and said, "It's just my big baby, promise you'll like it." Again into the bushes, again this mysterious excitement of the eyes, Luya combined with before Xiao Yi said to dry her that words, all of a sudden her beautiful pretty face red halo apiece, upper lip lightly biting the lower lip surfaced shy twisted expression, said, "We've seen it all, we don't need to see it here, let's go back and watch it again." Xiao Yi shook his head, "No, it has to be watched here, how can I implement the follow-up when I go back?"
"He wants a follow-up?"
Luya's pretty face was dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes revealed an unbelievable look. Could it be, this bad guy really wanted to do it here? She was the prettiest professor and the prettiest assistant professor, always demure and never did anything this ridiculous. Into the midst of the grass, those outside were no longer visible. Liu was very resistant, "No, I will never agree to be here." Xiao Yi raised his eyes to look at her in disbelief and reached out from his pants pocket, actually taking out from the system space, an Earth System Rule Fragment crystal. Automatic recognition successful, Xiao Yi. The rule fragment crystallization, which had been shielded from all visions by Xiao Yi and was shaped like a glass shard, but flowed with the power of a thick Earth System rule, landed on Luya's white palm. "This big baby, how do you feel, do you like it?" Xiao Yi laughed. Luya's beautiful eyes were stunned, so it was this big baby. Good lord, she actually thought wrong. Luya's cheeks floated red, that was so shy that her ears reddened with shame. "What's this?" She didn't recognize it for a moment. "Take a closer look." Xiao Yi. Feeling it, Luya opened her red lips wide in surprise, forming an O shape. A shocked look emerged in her eyes as pure and flawless as autumn water.
This isn't Daorine crystallization, it seems to have condensed into substantial rule power, thick and heavy, it's earth-based."
"I see, this is an Earth System Rule Fragment crystal." Luya was worthy of being a well-read senior assistant professor with open eyes, and recognized what it was based on the 2 creation-type law fragment crystals she had seen last time. Xiao Yi laughed, "Right answer, how about it, do you like it?" Luya said with a fluttering expression, "Like it, of course I like it. Who wouldn't like the fact that only supreme beings can use high-grade goods?" He said whether I like it or not, is he going to give it to me? Luya's beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi just nodded his head and snapped his fingers, putting away the Earth System Rule Fragment crystals. "It's good if you like it." "Luya. You're just letting me look at it." Luya did not bother to cross-examine why Xiao Yi had this kind of high-grade goods in his hands and how he got them. Xiao Yi opened his communication watch to pop up the virtual interface and found the distribution map of the magical beasts in the Zona region. This area also covers a large area, nestled in the middle of a small mountain range. On top of the map, densely packed red dots represented a single Zhongsha realm magical beast, and after expanding the map to take a look at it, the red dots spread out, spreading all over the map. Randomly clicking on a red dot, the information introduction of a magical beast appeared on the virtual interface. Beast, Fiery Beast. Realm, Grandmaster 4-star. Attribute, Fire, Pack. Specialized skills, Solar Flame, Burning Mastery. Seeing such a detailed introduction, Xiao smiled. What the attributes are is obvious at first glance. With this map, he was like a god. The three-toed golden dragon requires 10 fire, 10 water, 10 wood, 10 earth, 10 gold, 50 creation classes, 50 supreme classes. This Blaze Fiend Swarming Fiend could get dozens of rule fragment crystals in one go. Sister assistant coach, come on, I've got a big baby to show you. Xiao reached out and pinched Luya's small white hand, then pulled her towards where the map was. Several teams of Heaven's Pride students who were paying attention to this side of the world, upon seeing Xiao pulling the stunningly beautiful woman Luya, whose pretty face was covered in blush, out of the grass, each one of them widened their beautiful eyes and their hearts exploded. Rub. Why is the goddess blushing so much? They couldn't have just been doing something they were too ashamed to say. How can that be? That's the goddess assistant teacher Luya, dignified and beautiful. How many students' dream girl? That's just it. Besides, they've only been in the bushes for 3 minutes, they can't be that fast. Who says 3 minutes isn't enough? My 1 minute is. You're a cow, and you're proud of it. The male Tianjiao students who said these words next to their contracted girls face contempt. What is in the minds of men? Into the bushes cannot be to discuss things, this will think wrong, really. The indentured servant girl who said she was a minute that male Celestial Pride student took a few steps back and hurriedly moved away from the male Celestial Pride student, as if she was afraid of being known as his indentured servant. At this time, a youth with a scarred tattooed face and his neutrally dressed indentured servant girl arrived, and after asking for some information, they hurriedly sped towards the direction Xiao had gone. 10 minutes later, Xiao and Luya came to a forest full of burnt-flavored dried bark ancient trees. These ancient trees are black with dried bark and withered leaves, permeated with a thick burnt flavor. On top of the towering ancient trees, a pair of red eyes hidden in the darkness emerged, densely packed with hundreds of them. Several hundred blazing fire demon beasts of the sovereign realm. Blazing fire demon beast is a herd animal. The number of large will also give birth to a king beast. The king beast leads the entire group of blazing fire demon beasts. Non-great master realm if encountered, the probability of life will be in crisis. This blazing fire demonic beast colony numbers more than 200. It must have a king beast commander. Xiao, do you need me to step in? With a single glance, Luya spoke of the magical beast types and information. There's no rush, first let me fight to get over it, the more the better. Xiao rubbed his hands together hungrily and stared with glowing eyes. The clan's 4-star magical beast swarm plus the high-level clan leader were all rule fragment crystals. When a rule fragment crystallization was taken out, even an ordinary supreme would be red-eyed and even make a move to snatch it. This kind of high-grade goods, Xiao did not mind too much. That's when a voice came from behind him. Wait. Scarface tattooed Yang Junming and his neutrally dressed indentured servant girl appear. Yang Junming laughed. Xiao, I also have my eye on this place, why don't we join together? Trigger, seize and kill the leader of the blazing beast. Mission reward, 300 evolution points. Chapter 117 Supreme Sun's Shock, Grandmaster Realm. Request for catch-up reading. A system mission? I'll take it. This system is finally enlightened and willing to reward evolution points. 300 evolution points were enough to raise the forms of the two summoned beasts to the 3rd level. After pondering over it, Xiao looked at the scar-faced tattooed youth and felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Yang Junming, son of Titan Supreme, number 1 on the Titan Academy's Heaven's Pride ranking. The scar-faced tattooed youth clasped his fists and introduced himself with a smile. Seeing that this person was so polite, Xiao said, Kuanpeng Academy, 2nd on the Heaven's remarkable ranking, Xiao. The two hadn't met in reality, but Yang Junming was rather self-congratulatory as he invited for a battle. Xiao, I've long heard of your glorious deeds and that you're the strongest heavenly pride of Kuanpeng Academy, so I'm going to see what you're made of today. How about we see who can take down the king beast here? Yang Junming looked provocative. After receiving the system quest, Xiao was going to snatch the king beast, and now that he was provoked, his battle intent rose as he said, then let's see who has the ability. The corner of Yang Junming's mouth hooked. Perhaps not soon after Xiao would surpass him, but now? It was impossible. The young girl dressed neutrally as an indentured servant skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully, Xiao Ming, what are you doing inviting a battle with him? Kuanpeng Academy is always a head shorter than our Titan Academy. Besides,
you're the number 1 on the Heaven's Pride list, and he's the number 2 on the Kuanpeng Heaven's Pride list. If you want to invite a fight, it's him who invites you. Luya's pretty face sank, and she droned, hey. Watch your attitude. It was only then that the neutral-dressed teenage girl, Hong Yun, saw the sexy imperial sister, Luya, who was standing on the side of the ancient tree. Long legs, thin waist, delicate and absolutely beautiful. This was Hong Yun's first impression of Luya. Humph. Hong Yun didn't recognize Luya and coldly grunted and skimmed her head without speaking. Yang Junming laughed in surprise, so Assistant Professor Liu is also here. Xiao Yun, this is the most beautiful Assistant Professor Luya. Hong Yun was surprised, carefully sizing up Luya, the most beautiful assistant professor's great name she had long heard of, but C was the first time to see, nodded, as a greeting. Xiao Yi was impatient and directly leaped and swept towards the largest ancient tree. The Patriarch 8-star Blazing Fire King Beast, Xiao Yi was determined to obtain it. At this moment, Yang Junming still wanted to chat with Luya for a few moments, and Hong Yun reminded, Xiao Ming, the person you invited to battle has gone to kill the King Beast, are you sure you want to fool around with a beautiful woman here? Yang Junming turned his head to look, and sure enough, Xiao Yi had already struck at that moment. He rushed on. The power of intent filled Xiao Yi's body, and the entire person contained extreme explosive power like a fierce tiger in the mountains below. The blazing fire demonic beast, like a collection of squirrels and bats, had flaming red wings, very sensitive limbs, and blazing hot eyes. Squeak squeak squeak. Ever since Xiao Yi's people entered the territorial range, the blazing fire king beast had started to be on the defense, which would have Xiao Yi sprinting, and with a command, the left and right guardians met them, spewing out shockwave like long rainbows of flames. Boom! Boom! The long rainbow of flames impacted, carrying with it intense heat. Xiao Yi pranced and jumped from side to side on the branches of the tree, suddenly bursting forward, and crossed his legs with a kick. Boom! Boom! The two sounds of the two blazing fire demon beast protectors hit them squarely. They flew out backwards and smashed into the middle of the king beast's nest, smashing the nest to pieces. Serious injuries. Extract the fragments. Xiao Yi directly activated the template adjuster. Grandmaster Realm Blazing Fire Demon Beast successfully extracted 2 Fire Rule Fragment crystals. The Blazing Fire King Beast could not detect the power of extraction, and in its eyes, the flesh of the 2 severely injured protector demonic beasts collapsed and opened up, and all of a sudden, they turned into dust and drifted into the air. Squeak! The king beast was enraged and ordered the entire blazing flame swarm to surround Xiao Yi as its petite body burrowed into the middle of the tree hole and disappeared, apparently running to another ancient tree. Yang Junming jumped to a branch and said in surprise, not bad, killing a sovereign 6-star with 1 strike, your realm is at least an 8-star sovereign. The blazing fire demon beast's single attack power was not strong, comparable to that of a Class A template sovereign 6-star summon beast. In terms of the strength of the human form inherited from the SSS rank summoning beast contractor, the 8 stars of the sovereign were enough to kill. Yeah. Xiao Yi bolted. 8 stars, 2 small segments lower than me. Yang Junming decided not to make Xiao Yi lose so ugly later. This would be surrounded by creaks and squeaks that appeared as hoarse encircling sounds, and the densely packed blazing fire demon beasts from the surrounding trees flew out and squeezed into a ball in the sky, charging towards Xiao Yi and Yang Junming. Boom! The group of magical beasts inspired their own skill, Sun Flame. Each of their bodies burned with extremely high temperature flames, brilliant and dazzling, assembling as if it was a golden crow descending into the world, and crashing towards the 2 of them. Yang Junming moved his hand bones and snapped them, saying, Xiao Yi, afraid? Hide behind me if you're afraid. The corner of Xiao Yi's mouth twitched, and bang! With a sound, the aura of the Grandmaster Realm erupted out. Extremely dense power of intent filled out, wrapping the entire body and covering it tightly. Xiao Yi's sandbag-sized fist blasted out with a single punch and took the initiative to crash towards the huge flame. Yang Junming, who originally wanted to hide, glared and exclaimed, damn it, you're going to crash directly into it, don't you want to die? A group of more than 200 magical beasts that huddle together and erupt with their skills, a non-grandmaster can't be defeated. Nope, the scent is. Yang Junming shocked, the realm aura that only great masters have. This kid broke through so quickly? Hong Yun, the neutral-dressed young girl who was watching under the ancient tree, saw Yang Junming stagnantly floundering there and couldn't help but roar angrily. Yang Junming, what are you wimping out for? Go on. How come I didn't realize you were such a wimp before? A clan master 4-star magical beast swarm is just a swarm of magical beasts. It actually scared you silly. She was disgruntled.
As a Titan Heaven's Pride, he actually fell before the Kuanpang Heaven's Pride. Yang Junming was provoked by Hong Yun, his gaze became ruthless, and the power of the realm of intent exploded around him as well, wrapping around his body and blasting up. Boom! Boom! Xiao Yi and Yang Junming successively collided with the huddled group of blazing fire demon beasts. The solar flames exploded, and all of a sudden, this ancient tree range was plunged into the surface of the sun in general, becoming dazzling, and the temperature rose rapidly. Hong Yun and Luya subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. Ow! A scream came to mind. Hong Yun's body trembled, it was Yang Junming's scream. Luya's strong spiritual thoughts had been enveloping this forest, under her perspective. Seeing the power of intent on the surface of the body of Yang Junming, who was with the collision, was quickly burned clean by the solar flames, and then all the clothes and hair on his body were burned out, and his skin burns became pitch black. With a bark as if he were a dead dog, Yang Junming dropped to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. However, Xiao Yi was different. The power of intent of the Grand Master realm, unlike the Patriarch realm, had long since obtained a qualitative deconstruction, one notch higher. Hundreds of blazing fire demon beasts erupted into the blazing flames of the sun. It was actually unable to even incinerate Xiao Yi's power of intent. Xiao Yi only felt slightly hot and did not cause the slightest substantial damage to him. Boom! With a bang, this huddled group of blazing fire demon beasts was scattered by the impact. A third of the number could not withstand the force of the impact and fell to the ground with serious injuries, burying the darkened Yang Junming. It's a good idea to see what's higher or lower. When the light dispersed and Hong Yun opened her eyes, she heard Yang Junming's breathless cry for help. Hong Yun, save me. Chapter 118, Harvesting Supreme Class Rule Fragments. Request for catch-up reading. Hong Yun ran over and pulled apart the blazing fire demon beast buried in Yang Junming's body, and in a flash, a blackened person comparable to a black charcoal appeared in the field of vision. After taking out a Patriarch Realm healing pill from among his storage ring and giving it to him, Yang Junming finally recovered. He bared his teeth, revealing a pair of large white teeth, and said joyfully, Hong Yun, this is the first time you've been so gentle with me, willing to feed me medicine with your mouth. The neutrally dressed Hong Yun grunted in embarrassment, I was saving people, but I didn't kiss you. Yang Junming heatedly giggled, I understand, shyness. Luya stood there proudly with her hands clasped over her chest, saying, ordinary burns, not life-threatening, but you can't participate in the battle now. You lose. Yang Junming felt himself, he had lost his fighting power at this time, and his body was sore and painful. But he was in a beautiful mood. Because Hong Yun, the contractor who had always been very cold to him and had barely had much physical contact, had actually made an intimate gesture towards him. Yes, I lost. Yang Junming frankly admitted, Xiao Yi is estimated to be a supreme pride that doesn't come out in 10,000 years, he reached the Grand Master realm at a young age, I'm not as good as him. Hong Yun frowned, slightly dissatisfied, but the color of shock in the bottom of his eyes could not be concealed. 10,000 years old, a supreme heavenly pride, the Great Master realm. It was the first time she had met such a heavenly pride. At this moment, above the side of the crowd, Xiao Yi was like an athletic elf prancing and jumping on the intricate tree branches, and in 3 punches and 2 kicks, he was able to seriously injure one of the blazing fire demon beasts and drop it to the ground. Crackling like firecrackers rose and fell, constantly resounding. In just a few minutes' time, more than 200 blazing fire demon beasts were eliminated. Xiao Yi's star-like deep eyes gazed at one of the sky-high ancient trees that had cooled down and quickly searched for the figure of the blazing fire demon beast King Beast. Goddess assistant teacher Luya voiced out a reminder, the King Beast has a thick aura of pressure, the thinner the air, the stronger the pressure in the direction is where the blazing fire King Beast is located. A King Beast, with a King Beast bloodline in its body, can only be called a King Beast, and only then will it be recognized by the magical beast herd. A pack of magical beasts doesn't just casually claim a powerful one as king. Yang Junming, whose expression could not be seen from the darkness of his body, grinned, revealing 2 rows of shining big white teeth, and praised. Worthy of being the first teacher goddess of the Magic Capital Academy, knowing such detailed information about magical beasts, I really envy Kuanpang Academy. Hong Yun nodded his head in agreement, the most beautiful assistant teacher, well deserved. At the upper end of the skyscraping ancient tree, Xiao Yi followed Luya's reminder and carefully felt the airflow and pressure level. Found it! Within a minute, Xiao Yi's eyes lit up as his gaze gazed at the crown of the 9th heavenly ancient tree at 12 o'clock. This blazing fire king beast had just seen this human so brave and unparalleled, part against the demonic beast group and even achieved a counterkill, so it retreated and hid in fear. If the magical beast group was gone, it could still be recruited from somewhere else, but if it, the king beast, was gone, there would truly be nothing left. It was still a cautious and timid king beast. The corner of Xiaoya's mouth hooked as he arrived in front of the canopy of that ancient tree in the sky and did a monkey-stealing peach move. Squeak squeak squeak. A small body with wings and red eyes of an 8-star sect master blazing fire king beast was firmly grasped in his hands. Boom! A blazing flame emerged from its body, and the temperature rose extremely quickly, turning instantly as if it was blazing hot like an oven. However, Xiaoyu was wrapped in the power of the Grand Master Realm's realm of intent, which counteracted the attack of that flame energy, and only felt slightly hot. This temperature and energy attack was not as good as the 200 or so that collectively erupted in solar flames just now. Squeak squeak squeak. It let out an angry, violent cry, and a strong pressure suddenly descended toward Xiaoyi. Boom! The sound of. Xiaoyi didn't have a single thing to do, he only felt that he was blown by a strong wind. His summoned beast was a 5-clawed golden dragon with a divine supreme level bloodline, a natural superlative golden dragon that was fearless of any pressure. As a summoner, he inherited some of the attributes. Squeak squeak squeak. The blazing fire king beast let out a fearful cry. Xiaoya's handsome face revealed a gentle smile as he said, "It's fine, it's just letting you sleep." With his bare hands, he crushed a blazing fire king beast whose body was already fragile. Put you to sleep in less than a second, no pain, there aren't many humans in the world as considerate as I am. Xiaoyi grinned. While activating the template adjuster's law fragment crystallization extraction function. The three who are watching below. Yang Juanming's eyelids jumped straight up and secretly said, "It is indeed very considerate, just that this sleep is afraid that he will not be able to wake up." The message of successful extraction appeared in Xiaoya's mind. The blazing fire beast of the Grandmaster Realm has successfully extracted 70 rule fragment crystals of the creation class. The fire beast of the Grandmaster Realm has successfully extracted 90 fire rule fragment crystals. The blazing fire king beast of the Grandmaster Realm has successfully extracted 1 supreme class rule fragment crystallization. Very well, there are both fire and creation type rule fragment crystals that add up to. Xiaoyi counted and found that there were a total of 160 pieces. Fire type magical beasts did not only extract fire crystals, they would also extract the creation type. Not bad, and a piece of supreme class. Wait. Supreme class? A look of surprise appeared on his face. He had thought that it would be difficult to meet a supreme class crystal, but he had not expected to get one so quickly. The conditions for upgrading the SSS Grade 5 Clawed Golden Dragon template are 10 fire, 10 water, 10 wood, 10 earth, 10 gold, 50 creation classes, 50 supreme classes. The 5 elements and creation classes are very common and easy to get, the hard part is the supreme class. Now that the supreme class rule fragment crystals could be extracted from the king beast, with the ideas and methods, 50 supreme class crystals would be relatively easy. Mythic Supreme Golden Dragon template, we'll see what happens. Xiaoyi was delighted and walked over to hold the goddess assistant teacher Luya's delicate and soft waist and gave her a lip print. Luya's pretty face flushed, changed, and patted Xiaoyi, squirming, "Don't be like this outside." It was still hard for her to adapt to making intimate gestures with Xiaoyi under the view of others. Envious. Yang Junming looked at the scene enviously and eagerly said, "Xiaoyun, I want it too." Hongyan white-knuckled him, "Get lost." Only then did Xiaoyi see the blackened Yang Junming, and was surprised to walk over and look down. "Ow!" Yang Junming screamed miserably, "Xiaoyi, you stepped on my gill. Ru, help me back and help me look at my injuries." Hongyan glared at Xiaoyi and hurriedly helped Yang Junming up and headed out of the actual combat base. Xiaoyi. That Yang Junming blackened dirt pile exactly the same paralyzed on the ground, only 2 rows of large white teeth positioning to see where people stepped on, really not on purpose. After half a ring, drip, Xiaoya's communicator received a message, opened it to see that it was from Yang Junming, and he didn't know why this kid had his contact information. It reads, "Hey, Xiaoyi, thanks to your blessing, Xiaoyun and I are 1 step closer to stepping well. Thanks a lot. Ga. Xiaoyi. This kid's gotta in smile." Chapter 119 Mission accomplished, Form upgrade, Supreme Class Crystallization. Requesting for catch-up reading. Mission accomplished. Successfully seized the king's beast and killed it. Reward, 300 evolution points. Xiaoya's mechanical and cold prompting sound of the system resounded in his mind. Very well. 300 evolution points were enough to raise the 2 summoned beasts to their 3rd form, and their strength would be raised by another large margin.
Xiao Yi pondered beautifully. Xiao Yi immediately called up the system panel. Host, Xiao Yi. Packed Template 1, SSS Rank Template 5 Clawed Golden Dragon. 5 Clawed Golden Dragon, second form 3 toes, 0-200, third form 4 toes, increase 1 innate class talent skill, a natural elemental mastery. Packed Template 2, SSS-Level Template 9-Tailed Fox. Second form 2-Tailed White Fox 0-200, 3-Tailed White Fox, randomly awaken a conceptual talent skill that permanently increases 1 life. Evolution points, 400. System, upgrade the forms of these 2 summoned beasts. Upgrading the form doesn't have to be done in person, just directly utilize the system to upgrade it. The system will give feedback to the 2 summoned beasts in the basement in the middle of their cultivation, and they will automatically upgrade their forms. 400 evolution points consumed. Morphological upgrade in progress. Upgrade successful. SSS-GR. Ade Template 5 Clawed Golden Dragon 3rd Form 4-Toed Golden Dragon. Talent skills, Sacred Gold Dragon Might, Absolute Damage Reduction, Water Elemental Mastery, Invincible Golden Body. Fire Elemental Control, as the name suggests, you have absolute control over all the fire elements in the world, and you are the master of the fire. New. Real Shield, when turned on, it has a real shield of 10 times its own life force. Summoned Beast Form Upgrade Function. 5 Clawed Golden Dragon, 3rd form, 4 toes, 0-300, 4th form, 5 toes, increase 1 innate class talent skill, a natural elemental mastery. 10 times the life force of the true shield, the 5 Clawed Golden Dragon is both a tank warrior and a mage output. In terms of candor, there's absolute damage reduction and invincible gold and true shield. In terms of long range output, there is the dual control of water elemental control and fire elemental control. It's simply needy and has output. After looking at the 5 Clawed Golden Dragons panel, Xiao Yi next checked the 9-Tailed Skyfoxes panel. SSS-Level Template 9-Tailed Skyfox 3rd Form 3-Tailed White Fox 3 lives. 3 lives, even if the body and soul are obliterated to atoms, the 3-Tailed White Fox will be reborn again intact in a safe place. Natural skills, God's Charm, God's Countermeasure, Absolute True Wound. Skill Deprivation, deprive the enemy of their natural skills, making them unable to use them, Single Attack, New. Summoned Beast Form Upgrade Function. 3-Tailed Form 3-Tailed White Fox 0-300, 4-Tailed White Fox, randomly awakens a conceptual talent skill that permanently increases 1 life. Upgrading from the 2nd to the 3rd form adds a natural skill and also permanently adds a life. Skill Deprivation, at first glance, is very powerful. At the time of battle, deprive the enemy of the most powerful skills away. How can the enemy still play? As for adding a life, the 3-Tailed White Fox already possessed 3 lives at this point. This is the sickest part. 3 lives can be reborn even if they are thwarted. Boom! Xiao Yi felt that the speed of his own promotion had increased by a large margin. It was at least 5 times faster than before. According to this speed, in the past, it would only take 2 days to break through a small segment, but now, what about half a day or so, he would be able to promote a small segment of the Grandmaster realm. 1 day to raise 2 small segments. The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth was simply beautiful. The next step was to search for a clan of Clanmaster Realm magical beasts that possessed a king beast. Extracting the Supreme Class crystals while extracting the 5 Elemental System Rule Fragment crystals. Luya saw the arc of his mouth hooked up is harder to suppress than a cannon, the heart for the pleasure of her heart. She also coincidentally leaped up. The wristwatch projects a virtual screen on which a map filled with red dots appears. Xiao Yi searched for them one by one, tapping on the introduction and realizing that it was not the 5 elemental attributes. He tapped on the introduction of another red dot gathering place. Assistant Sister, look for the map of the group of 5 elemental attribute magical beasts that possess king beasts. Xiao Yi opened his mouth. Luya had taught at this Magic City Academy for so many years, and was more familiar with the actual battle base than he was. Sure enough, she looked at the map and casually pointed to several red dots that were at the edge, then opened her pink red lips and said, "There aren't many groups of magical beasts that possess king beasts, and each one of them is a very precious resource that the Academy has spent a large price to acquire." Xiao Yi clicked on the introductions of those red dots. Golden Mantis, Earth-Winged Mouse, Earth Groundhog Mutant, Wooden Yellow Poison Plant, Water Magic Turtle, Water Dragon Crocodile, Water Magic Shark. All of them are magical beasts with 5 elemental attributes. Xiao Ye's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and barfed on Luya's white and tender pretty face. "I'll take these king beasts, let's go." Immediately, pulling Luya's soft and boneless little hand, the two of them headed towards their destination.
After half a ring, a tall mound appeared in the field of vision. The number was about 50 mounds, each mound had a hole, and from time to time, there were groundhog mutant beasts with long fangs drilling out of them and into the mounds. There is also a huge mound in the center that is the largest in size and highest in height. Earth Groundhog Mutant. Standing that far away, Xiao Ye's eyes gazed at the cluster of mounds that was about the size of a soccer field. On the surface of the largest mound, there was a groundhog mutant beast with a large body and huge long fangs, and the faint pressure emanating from it could be felt from a distance, as it was pretending to bask in the sun. There it is, the groundhog mutant king beast. The two of them were hidden above the ancient trees in the sky, and Xiao Yi wanted to directly capture the king beast. Shoo! With a sound, his legs fiercely stomped, and his entire body shot off into the distance, flashing by at a speed of more than 50 meters per second, like a missile straight into the largest mound. With a distance of more than 150 meters, it arrived in 3 seconds, and Xiao Yi was wrapped in the power of intent diffused throughout his body. The groundhog that was pretending to bask in the sun did not react and was directly grabbed by Xiao Yi by one of its feet and flung over in the direction of Luya. Throwing a parabola high above the ground, it fell precisely under the ancient tree in the sky. Bang! Just as the groundhog mutant king beast stomped its limbs about, a large white and pink long leg directly trampled it under its shoe, unable to move. Xiao Yi came back to take a look and frowned. This king beast is only a sovereign 2-star? It can't be. The groundhog mutant beast red dot is introduced as a clan cluster of clan master 6 stars. This is a groundhog mutant beast with the bloodline of a king beast, and is not the leader of this mutant beast colony. Luya explained. Xiao Yi drifted off, followed by great joy. After reaching out and moving Luya's jade foot out of the way, he resolved the sovereign 2-star king beast bloodline mutant beast with 2 punches. King Beast of the Sovereign Realm successfully extracted 1 Supreme Class Rule Fragment crystallization. Its body directly obliterated and disappeared. Xiao Yi was pleasantly surprised. Supreme Class, another piece of Supreme Class. This group of groundhog mutant beasts must still have a King Beast bloodline. Chapter 120 Luya Strikes, Harvesting Rule Crystals. Requesting for catch-up reading. The presence of multiple King Beast bloodlines in a magical beast group would allow for the extraction of multiple Supreme Class crystals. This was a cause for joy for Xiao Yi. Otherwise, to gather enough 50 Supreme Class crystals, was it difficult to exterminate 50 magical beast swarms? Squeak! Kick! A manic shriek came from over the mound pile. Looking around, more than 20 groundhog mutant beasts were commanded by a king beast filled with an aura of intimidation, and were continuously converging and surrounding Xiao Yi's 2 sides. It seemed to have discovered that Xiao Yi had slaughtered their prince. Poof! Put! Poof! Natural skill, wall penetration proficiency, the ability to navigate through solid obstacles, which are not limited to mounds of dirt, boulders, or wood. One slammed its head into the ground, leaving a small mound of dirt in its place. Xiao Yi and Luya exchanged a glance and jumped onto the ancient skyscraping tree with a gentle leap. With a bang, dozens of sharp fangs appeared where he had just stood, jutting out from the ground, and if he were to be stabbed, he might be stabbed into a sieve. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, the sharp fangs disappeared into the ground. Then Luya let out a cold snort and jumped into the air, floating in the air by lifting Xiao Yi's shoulders. Bang! With a sound, 4 or 5 sharp fangs were rooted out from the ancient tree in that position of the 2 fangs. If they had been a step slower, both of them would have been stabbed. Xiao Yi watched instead. This groundhog mutant beast was able to weave freely under the land, and was also able to weave freely through the ancient trees. This weaving skill was very good, and was able to take the enemy by surprise. Assistant Teacher Sister, exterminate all of this group of groundhog mutant beasts. I'll be useful if I beat them to a state of serious injury. Xiao Yi said with a relaxed expression. These groundhog mutant beasts obviously wouldn't expose their carcasses to the air, and it would be a bit of a struggle for him to catch them, so he simply let the Great Exalted Realms Luya take a shot. This allowed for a quick harvest of rule fragment crystals, and once that was resolved here, it was time to head to the next swarm of magical beasts to maximize efficiency. All extinguished? Luya frowned. I'm afraid that won't work. However, these magical beasts that attacked us, I can make a move. As her mental thoughts penetrated out, all of a sudden everything in a 10-mile radius appeared in the middle of her mind. This includes groundhog mutants hidden in the ground and in ancient trees. Her shallow vegetative hand jerked upward. Bang bang bang. The sounds resounded continuously. The ground exploded into a crater, and one mutant beast emerged uncontrollably on all fours and hovered in mid-air. The ancient tree also exploded into a hole, and 7 or 8 sovereign 6-star mutant beasts emerged with terrified eyes. These mutant beasts gibbered with fearful sounds of alarm and anger, floating uncontrollably in mid-air. Liu's white palm clenched violently. Boom! With a bang, more than 20 groundhog mutant beasts floating in mid-air were hit by the impact of a large truck, and their internal organs were broken and they spat out blood from their mouths, and their eyelids rolled over, obviously unable to live. Xiao Yi took the opportunity to activate the extraction function of the template adjuster in the dark. A shocking scene appeared. These 20 or so mutant beasts all felt that they had been subjected to some great terror, and their bodies became ulcerated and corrupted, and then from their limbs to their bodies, they completely turned into dust. The 6-star groundhog mutant beast of the Grandmaster realm has successfully extracted 15 Earth Rule fragment crystals. Sovereign 6-star mutant beast successfully extracted 10 crystallization crystals. Xiao Yi was so happy that there were 25 more crystals in the system space. But at that moment, a cautious and delicate voice suddenly came out from the side. Which Supreme Lord is making a move? Please show yourself.
Isn't the Supreme Lord ashamed of sneaking around and robbing other people's loot?
Luya's delicate pretty face was furious as she lifted and left Xiao Yi suspended in mid-air, her beautiful eyes sharply focused on the surroundings.
Just now, when she was in the Fireblaze Demon Beast group, the Demon Beast corpses also disappeared out of thin air, and she endured it, but when this Supreme Being robbed other people's loot again and again, Liu finally couldn't help it. At those words, Xiao Yi was stunned. The extraction power of the template adjuster could not be detected by others, and the naked eye could only see the corpse of the magical beast become festering and disappear. But he didn't expect to be misunderstood by Liu. Just when Liu's mental energy was extremely concentrated, a cheap laugh came from the side. The Supreme Being is here. Little lady, obediently wash her hands and wait for me to get my hands on her. Exclamation point.
Liu was startled, and her attention hastily turned toward the source of the sound.
Immediately afterward, she was stunned and said, Xiao Yi, was it you who messed up?
Only a cheap smile appeared on Xiao Yi's face as he said,
naturally this Supreme, what, don't you listen to the words of the Supreme Lord? Wash up and wait for him to get his hands on it?
A blush appeared on Liu's pretty face, and she gave him a flavorful blank look as she said, Xiao Yi, so it's you. I thought I was robbed.
Xiao Yi, who was being lifted by his shoulders, raised his hand and pinched Liu's pretty face.
Yes, these mutant beasts are useful to me. Later on, you follow the same path as just now and severely injure all of these mutant beasts, especially the ones with the bloodline of a king beast. He pointed to a huge mound. Liu frowned her willow eyebrows and shook her head. I can't make a move. I already made an exception just now. These clusters of magical beasts are all captured by the actual battle base for the Heaven's Pride students to practice.
Xiao Yi's gaze glared. If you're told to arrest you do so, or else I'll make you beg for mercy at night.
Liu's red lips hooked. No means no, I'm waiting for you to make me beg for mercy.
Xiao Yi.
He was the one who begged for mercy before, and probably will again.
Xiao Yi frowned. Your disciple is the deputy chief, just find a reason to muddle through, won't you?
Liu gave him a blank look and refused. I never utilize the resources of those disciples. I don't teach for the sake of reward, that's the principle.
Xiao Yi.
You're noble, you're marvelous.
Xiao Yi's eyes lit up as he said, I'm in danger, so it's fine for you to destroy these mutant beasts in order to save me, right?
The corner of Liu's mouth twitched, and her beautiful eyes despised. Why didn't I find you so shameless before?
Xiao Yi, I hope you won't force me to do something against my heart, okay?
She looked at Xiao Yi with a face full of expectation. This. Xiao Yi was helpless. This is the bad thing about the realm being lower than her. If the realm is higher than her, casually take the assistant teacher's sister. Without Liu's hand, the speed of extracting the rule crystals would drop by a large margin, and the efficiency would become very low.
Why don't I show you my big baby again? Xiao Yi tried to convince. Big baby?
Liu's beautiful eyes lit up. With a prancing motion, Liu carried Xiao Yi and jumped into the dense clumps of ancient tree leaves.
Quick, I want to see your big baby.
Liu's eyes were full of expectation, and her pretty face said with longing. Xiao Yi shielded all the visions of a supreme class crystalline and pulled it out of his pants pocket, placing it on his palm and said,
Nah, you wanted big baby. Wow.
Liu was surprised and picked it up, her beautiful eyes gazing at it and running her hands over and over.
This one's a little different from the one earlier, yeah?
Filled with an intense pressure that creates a feeling of submission.
Xiao Yi said blandly, like it? Liu kept nodding, like it, of course I like it.
Chapter 121, Liu, killing magical beasts, I'm the best at it.
Requested to be read. Look at you more if you like you. Xiao Yi said. Luya rolled her eyes. I thought you were going to give it to me. This kind of supreme treasure that even the supreme would be red in the eyes, she is also very eager. Xiao Yi observed the eyes full of fondness of the assistant teacher's sister, and as he snatched the supreme class crystals and put them into his pants pockets, his pitch black eyes dripped and turned a bit as he said, "Have you seen enough? Let's go home when we've seen enough." Alas, it's a pity, I would have liked to obtain a few more rule fragment crystals, but a certain puritanical goddess assistant teacher wouldn't put up a fight. I want to give it away, I can't even give it away, too bad. Saying that, Xiao Yi was pulling Luya's delicate little hand and jumped down the ancient tree wanting to go back. But the goddess assistant teacher was like her feet were rooted to the ground at this point, and she couldn't pull it even if she wanted to. Xiao Yi's eyes flashed with a teasing color as he said, "Assistant teacher sister, we're going back, why don't you go?" Luya looked at Xiao Yi with a very surprised gaze, her shallow vein finger pointed at the mound and her pretty face said in surprise, "Wait a moment. Do you mean to say that you obtained your great treasure from these magical beasts?" Xiao Yi nodded, his eyes teasing. Luya was shocked, hiss. This kind of supreme treasure requires at least the supreme realm to qualify to get your hands on it, you actually made it so easy. Saying that, she hurriedly covered her red-pink lips with her small white hand, and her beautiful eyes looked around for a while, realizing that no one was there before she continued. So easy to get your hands on. Xiao Yi sighed and made a gesture to walk away, saying, "Right, but a certain goddess assistant teacher is a person of principle and refused to make a move, let's go, back." Luya's pretty face reddened and her gaze revealed a struggling color, and after a few seconds, she made up her mind and said, "Xiao Yi, let's just continue to kill the magical beast group. I will fight wherever you point, and the direction of your finger is the battlefield where I will conquer." But Xiao Yi shook his head, "No way. Sister assistant teacher is a teacher with principles, and I, Xiao Yi, am not the kind of shameless man who likes to force others." Luya. She was furious and stomped her feet in a petulant manner. "Oops, you didn't force me, I volunteered. Come on, let's go kill the demonic beasts together." Her face was full of pleading. Xiao Yi shook his head once again and shook his index finger. No, these magical beast swarms are acquired by the academy at great expense, and are used to give the Heaven's Pride students practical training. Luya. How come she hadn't realized before that Xiao Yi was so proficient in yin and yang? However, she was willing to kill as many as she could to obtain a supreme treasure that even supreme beings were at catching on some clan master realm demonic beast swarms. Seeing the teasing color under Xiao Yi's eyes, the corner of Luya's mouth twitched. This guy was still arrogant, really. You're also a Heaven's Pride student of the academy, if other Heaven's Pride students can experience, so can you. I only stepped in to protect you. She tried to weasel her way out. Xiao Yi inwardly quacked straight laugh. You just that noble energy? Where did it go? Glancing at Liu's eager, pretty face, he stroked his chin and said, "Who begs for mercy at night?" Luya. Of course I begged for mercy. For the sake of the rule fragment crystallization, she decided to commit herself. Xiao Yi nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you were the one who begged for forgiveness before, and you will be in the future as well. Liu Ya's face darkened. Clearly it's you, right? Inwardly she thought so, but on her lips she agreed. Yes, you're right. Let's just kill the beasts together, okay? She pleaded again, her face full of expectation. Xiao Yi pretended to have a difficult face, then deflated. Well, since assistant teacher sister has requested strongly again and again, then I, Xiao Yi, have no choice but to reluctantly agree to it. Remember, I, Xiao Yi, am also a person with principles. This action is all proposed by assistant teacher sister. Luya's pretty face darkened. This man with a bad mouth, so bad. However, she instantly rejoiced. A brilliant and stunning smile appeared on her stunning and delicate pretty face, and she said with great interest, "Yes, it was me who suggested it, so watch me next. You just acquire the most precious treasure." She didn't go deeper into why Xiao Yi was able to obtain the fragment crystals from the Zhongshe realm magical beasts. Everyone had secrets in them, so did she, and it was a sign of respect to Xiao Yi not to get to the bottom of the matter. The group of groundhog mutant beasts on the other side of the mound group had just lost more than 20 of their companions, and this would have all been startled. However, it seemed that it was because of the fear of Xiao Yi's two men's strength or because of the king beast's order. All of them burrowed into the ground without launching an attack, as if they were hiding. With Xiao Yi's eyes signaling, Luya struck out. The human form of the great exalted realm was also ridiculously strong. She raised her hand and gently lifted it upwards, and the groundhog mutant beasts that were hidden dozens of meters deep underground in the mound exploded out in a poof like the rain.
5, 10, 20, a total of 36, were firmly grasped in midair by a large invisible hand and squeezed into a ball.
Kiri. They panicked and stomped on all fours, their hands and eyes terrified. Xiao sensed that there were actually no mighty king beasts among them and reminded, "Assistant sister, are you missing something?" The king beast bloodline's mutant beast, the groundhog, was actually not captured. Upon being reminded, Liu's spiritual thoughts swept out and penetrated deep into the ground, eventually discovering the existence of the king beast bloodline lineage 300 meters underground. Found it! She then powered up. The 3 mutated beasts with the bloodline of king beasts, including the 10-star king beast of the sovereign master, were hardened and grasped by the invisible big hands, and penetrated through the land and rocks, being plucked from the ground and firmly controlled in mid-air. 39 in total, neat and tidy. Liu smiled with satisfaction. "Xiao, what's next?" Xiao proposed, "Beat them to death and leave the back to me." Liu easily pinched these mutant beasts into serious injuries. Xiao activated the extraction function of the template adjuster. The groundhog mutant beast of the Grandmaster realm has successfully extracted 20 crystallized earth rule fragments. Mutant beasts of the Grandmaster realm successfully extracted 16 crystallization crystals. King beasts of the Grandmaster realm successfully extracted 2 pieces of supreme class crystals. King beast of the sovereign realm successfully extracted 1 earth crystal. Xiao was satisfied that there were enough earth crystals, and the supreme class had 2 more. However, what surprised him was that it wasn't always possible to extract the supreme class from a king beast bloodline magical beast, it was also possible to extract other attribute classes. Liu watched in amazement, as if those mutant beasts in midair had suffered a great horror. Their bodies convulsed violently, became ulcerated, and the smell of decay spread out, and finally turned into dust that floated away in midair. Can we really obtain the supreme treasure this way? She was skeptical and couldn't believe it. While Xiao was surveying the system space, the goddess assistant teacher Liu was very curious and pounced up, pulling Xiao into the middle of the dense grass and said with a face full of expectation, "Got it?" Xiao nodded his head and pulled out an Earth System rule fragment crystallization from his pants pocket. Wow! It's actually real. Liu was joyfully playing with the crystal. Then let's continue, there are many clusters of magical beasts here, let's slaughter them all at once. She said with gusto, with dozens of magical beast swarms, we'll be able to take dozens of supreme treasures. Xiao was stunned, you think you can only take one from a magical beast group? Chapter 122, Constant Harvesting, Looting the Loot. Seeking favorites. And with dozens of magical beast swarms, you want to slaughter them all at once? Is this the same noble and principal assistant coach who was reluctant to make a move just now? Seeing the look of surprise on Xiao's face, Liu's pretty face blushed and dodged her gaze. Why, these magical beasts are meant to be used for training, the other Heaven's Pride students are training, and so are you. Saying that she grew confident and said in a firm tone, well, those demonic beasts that were slaughtered were from your experience. Xiao? So the goddess assistant teacher is also the shameless and shameless? That's bad. Liu toyed with the Earth System rule fragment crystals in the middle of her white palm, and from time to time, she even held it in front of her nose to sniff it, touched it with her red tender tongue, and rubbed it with her face. Finally, she said with slight regret, this supreme treasure would have been fine if it was the kind that you helped me solve the template problem last time. She placed the earth crystals in Xiao's pants pocket, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation as she said, Xiao, let's continue. Go. She hugged Xiao and flew directly to her next destination, which was the red conifer forest a few thousand meters away. The kind that solves template problems? That would be the creation-type rule fragment crystals. Xiao felt it was fine to give her one, after all, he had plenty of that kind of popular goods. But he was feeling a little shifty and shy as he flew through the air being hugged by Princess Liu, so he buried his head into the goddess assistant teacher's high, broad bosom. It was warm and cozy, and the trace of shyness in Xiao's heart was finally relieved. The red needle leaf great forest, the habitat of the golden system thousand-blade mantis magical beast herd. The realm was centered around the 5 stars of the sovereign realm. Shoo! Liu drilled into the middle of a thick bush while holding Xiao who was buried into her chest. It's not appropriate for me to show my face next, let's move in stealth. She spoke softly in Xiao's ear. Xiao nodded his head and expressed his understanding. I understand, our goddess assistant teacher will not go against the principle of taking a shot at these magical beast swarms, the one who takes a shot is me. Liu blankly glanced at him, and her spiritual thoughts were released.
In an instant, everything in the surrounding 10 miles reappeared in the middle of the field of vision. In the red needle-leaf large forest of a sky-high tree, only has a scythe-like sharp forelimbs thousand knives praying mantis magical beast in that habitat life, in the center of the place, a patriarch 10 stars body type obviously bigger circle, the length of the forefinger scythe horrifyingly reaches 2 meters, flashing with the cold light of the Mori white king beast praying mantis. Snap. The sound. Luya raised both hands and lightly slapped, and that sovereign 10-star king beast mantis was slapped into serious injury. Xiaoyi took the opportunity to activate the extraction function of the template adjuster. The king beast of the Thousand Swords mantis in the Grandmaster realm has successfully extracted a crystal of the supreme class. Next, Luya targeted on the king beast's guardians, his hands gently slapped again, bang. The sound, the 4 guardians looked like they had suffered a large truck impact, their bodies became dried up, was knocked out of them, seriously injured. Grandmaster Realm Thousand Swords Mantis Demonic Beast successfully extracted 4 gold system rule fragment crystals. Xiaoyi felt great, this was too efficient. Not only was he able to extract the fragments, but he was able to rely on them in the midst of his broad chest, and he didn't have to use his hands. With the death of the king beast and the protector, the group of Thousand Sword Mantis magical beasts were startled and stormed towards the center in anger, gathering in the large trees to constantly search for their enemies. Luya's beautiful eyes lit up, good chance. Her hands had been hungry for a long time, and after finding a suitable spot, she gave it a gentle tap. More than 10,000 swords mantis were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Successfully extracted 10 gold crystals. Successfully extracted 6 crystallization crystals. Pop. 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 Every time the goddess assistant teacher moved her hands, more than a dozen thousand sword mantis fell to the ground with serious injuries. Xiaoyi also continued to harvest gold and creation-type crystals. A minute later, the last thousand blade mantis demonic beast was slapped to death. Luya was not yet finished saying, "Killed them all so quickly? I haven't had the pleasure of killing it yet. Oops, these Zhongshe realms are too weak. I can bomb a whole lot of them to death even if I let out a fart." The corner of Xiaoya's mouth twitched. Sister assistant teacher, be a bit more elegant. What do you mean by farting and booming a large area to death? You're an elegant and dignified little potato goddess teacher, not a pugnacious big landmine. Luya thought Xiaoyi didn't believe it and said, "You don't believe it? Why don't we make a bet later? A fart from me can definitely boom a large number of Zhongshe realm magical beasts to death." Xiaoya's eyelids jumped straight up and he shook his head very resistively. "No, try it and you won't have to, I believe it. That image is too beautiful to contemplate." Xiaoyi was afraid that looking at it would ruin his good impression of the goddess assistant teacher. "If you really try it, it will leave a shadow in your heart, and you won't even dare to sleep together in the future, for fear that she will fart and kill herself." Okay. Liu actually didn't really want to try. After all, this kind of pugnacious behavior tarnished her image as a goddess assistant teacher. It was also in front of Xiaoyi that she could be a bit more unrestrained. Let's head to the next place. Xiaoyi, who was being hugged by the princess, proposed. This time, he had harvested a total of 40 gold rule fragment crystals, 35 creation class crystals, and 1 supreme class crystals. Shoo! Luya hugged Xiaoyi and was fast to the limit, leaving only a phantom in mid-air. A few thousand meters away, the wood-based yellow poison magic plant forest. Ha ha ha! This time, we are well prepared, manpower equipped with a high-grade gas mask, enough to resist the air toxins of the magic plants. We must take the magic plant forest in one go. That's for sure. The realm averages in the sect master 8 stars of the demonic plant group. Our Titan Heaven's Pride ranking top 100 teamed up to brush the monsters, but still can't take down the district's yellow poisonous demonic plant group? It's a pity that Captain Yang Junming Yang is not here. What are you afraid of? Our 90 or so Heaven's Pride ranking powerhouses are enough. These Titan Academy's Heaven's Pride ranking Heaven's Pride summoning beasts wore gas masks as they roared into the group of demonic plants. Boom! 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 They immediately went out to perform their respective natural skills, attacking and cutting down a yellow poison demon plant. The yellow poison demon plant wasn't a vegetarian either, immediately releasing air toxins as a branch tentacle swept out. After a battle, the Titan Heaven's Pride party had the upper hand. A magic plant branch tentacle was severed and the air toxin had no effect. It looked like they were about to cut down the magic plant for victory. At that moment, a phantom shadow burrowed into the middle of a nearby thick bush and concealed itself within it. When Xiaoyi heard the commotion, he pulled his head out and observed it, hesitantly saying, "Assistant sister, this place is occupied, should we go to the next place?" Luya shook her head calmly, "Come what may, these magic plants definitely belong to us.
Xiao Ye's eyes lit up, you mean? Liu smiled cheekily, right. Let them kill and the loot goes to us. Xiao Ye felt very new as he sized up Liu and said, you're so bad, I love it. Liu's pretty face blushed, you're the bad one. Xiao Ye inquired, do you like it then? Liu, love it. Xiao Ye giggled, same to each other. The two of them observed the battle outside, and after a few minutes, the Titan Heaven's Pride party gained a huge victory, with more than 50 yellow poison demon plants being successfully cut down. As they were about to collect the tree hearts as trophies, Liu spoke out, Xiao Ye, do it. Chapter 123, Frequent Occurrence of Weirdness, High-Level Attention. Requests for follow-up reading. Xiao Ye immediately activated the extraction function of the template adjuster. In a flash, a vast and high-end mysterious power descended and landed on each of the dying yellow poison demon plants and began to extract the rule fragment crystals. This supreme power Titan Heaven's Pride students could not perceive. Ha ha! The heart of the tree, finally, I'm going to get my hands on it. Yeah, the actual combat base points ranking of our Titan Academy, this year, is also number 1. Koanpeng Academy will always be the second oldest, commonly known as the second oldest for 10,000 years. They're afraid they'll never be able to raise their heads. When these Titan Celestials were very excited and whispering, they suddenly realized that they had touched an empty space. In their eyes, a yellow poison demon plant suddenly became struggling and twitching, and then its body became rotten and festered, turning into dust that floated away in the air. The time was less than a second the whole time, and it was extremely fast. All the Titan Heaven's Pride ranking Celestials were stunned and stared with wide eyes, incredulously looking at the dust drifting amongst the air. What's going on? What happened? Turned to dust? They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This was the first time they had encountered such a bizarre thing. Unable to do so, they reported it to the real battle base officials, and after explaining it to the real battle base officials, they requested that they be given the points for decapitating the demon plants. I'm sorry, points can only be exchanged for magical beast limb vouchers. But we will send someone to investigate the disappearance of the magic plants. After getting the results and hanging up the communication, the Titan Celestials were all indignant and angry. We've been preparing for a long time for a successful raid, and we get no points? Damn it, who the hell is doing this? They pounded their chests and were there in a rage, but there was nothing they could do. 100 meters away, in the middle of the dense grass, Liu's beautiful eyes narrowed and her small hand covered her mouth as she snorted a laugh. Sister Assistant Professor, is it really appropriate for us to do this? Xiao Ye asked. Liu didn't feel inappropriate, happily her beautiful eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. It's you who made the move to snatch it, I didn't do it. The corner of Xiao Ye's mouth twitched, well said. Liu explained, in the past, the Titan Academy's Celestial Pride often robbed our Kuanpeng Celestial Pride's trophies, so what's the point of us robbing them once now? It dawned on Xiao Ye that this was the case, so it was no wonder that Liu, who was an assistant teacher, would take the initiative to propose that he go and grab the loot. Patriarchal Realm Yellow Poisonous Demon Plant successfully extracted 20 wooden rule fragment crystals. The Yellow Poisonous Demon Plant of the Grandmaster Realm has successfully extracted 25 crystallization crystals. The King Beasts of the Master's Realm successfully extracted 3 pieces of Supreme Class crystals. Information about the template extractor appears in your mind. This time, Xiao Ye felt great when he got his hands on 3 Supreme Class rule fragment crystals. Has the big baby arrived? Liu's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she inquired. Xiao Ye pulled out a creation class rule fragment crystallization from his pants pocket. Whoa! My goodness, it's still there. Little stars emerged from Liu's pure eyes, and since she was holding Xiao Ye with both hands, she had to open her little mouth to hold this piece of creation class crystallization. The metaphysical aura is really appealing. Xiao Ye, I like this kind, can you give it to me? She muffled her voice with the crystallization in her mouth, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. Xiao Ye generously waved his hand, since assistant teacher sister likes it, what's the harm in giving it to you? Thank you. Liu was touched in her heart, this kind of supreme treasure, he was actually willing to give it away. However, Xiao Ye was a little hesitant. Liu's body tensed and she tensed, but what? I understand if you don't want to give it away. Xiao Ye took out the crystallization from her small mouth and said with slight dissatisfaction, you only belong to me, anywhere, no holding this in your mouth. Liu was relieved and gave him a blank look, even the vinegar of crystallization? Next, the two traveled to the next location. Right after the two left, the Titan Celestials branched off to form a group to raid another group of magical beasts. On a yellow sandy lake, the Heavenly Pride students of the Magic Dragon Academy, one of the top 10 academies of the Magic Capital Academy, were organizing a group to raid the group of water demon turtles. Aquatic magic turtle, an amphibious magic beast, its range of activity is on the beach and in lakes. Spiritual attacks are what we have to be strong at. Let's take down the demonic turtle swarm, and our ranking in the points table will be enough to surpass Kuanpeng Academy and reach second. Finally, we can trample those arrogant Kuanpeng Heavenly Pride under our feet. Charge! Bang bang bang! More than 30 summoned beasts of the Sovereign Realm fought with the group of demonic turtles that were sunning their backs on the beach. The devil turtle's physical defense was amazing, and as long as it was shrunk into the middle of the turtle shell, it was hard to be harmed, but it couldn't withstand the attack of the Devil Dragon Heavenly Pride Spirit-type talent skill. Soon the Devil Dragon Heaven's Pride summoned beasts had the upper hand and it was a lopsided battle. And at that moment, a phantom shadow swept in from the distance, hidden amongst the clouds in mid-air. It was none other than Liu and Xiao Yi. After seeing the situation below, Xiao Yi was surprised and said, "Are we going to rob their loot?" Liu corrected, "You robbed, not us." "What, you don't want to?" Xiao Yi's eyes revealed a refined light. "Think, it just feels very exciting, very cool, just like going to help." "Well." He shut up hastily, afraid of saying too much. Liu's eyes floated dangerously as she stared at him. "It's exciting and cool to help the poor and do good deeds?" No, it's like helping a strange grandmother who fell down, you guessed wrong." Xiao Yi tried to weasel out. "Humph." Only then did Liu let Xiao Yi go. Not long after, the demonic Dragon Heaven's Pride summoning beasts below ushered in the victory and reached the stage of harvesting the loot. A single sovereign 4-star water demon turtle Belle flopped over and collapsed on the beach with serious injuries, numbering in the hundreds. The demon dragon celestials began chopping off their heads as a voucher for redeeming points. Liu reminded, "Xiao Yi, do it." Xiao Yi quietly activated the extraction function of the template adjuster. Sovereign Realm Demon Turtle successfully extracted 60 water rule fragment crystals. The Demon Turtle of the Grandmaster Realm has successfully extracted 50 crystallization crystals. King Beast of the Sovereign Realm successfully extracted 1 Supreme Class crystallization. As the message of successful extraction appeared in his mind, the crowd of incredibly happy demonic dragon celestials below who were reaping the spoils of war were all confused. The demonic turtle they were grasping in their hands, as if it was returning to life, struggled violently, bubbling up with a rotten aura, and the hard and incomparable turtle shell became soft, and finally turned into dust and drifted away. More than 100 magic turtles all did so, turning into dust and disappearing. Holy! Pulverized? Where's the demon turtle? What happened? Hell, it's turned into powder and disappeared. The demonic dragon celestials were stunned. When something weird like this happens, they rush to report it. Received the report of the actual combat base officials, quickly launched an investigation, and finally did not find out anything, had to report to the senior management, so that the senior management to decide. The 3 vice governors who were receiving their division brothers received the news, and all of them paid attention to it. Chapter 124 Vice Chief Strikes, Fertility Machine Soft Bone Rabbit. Begging for a catch-up read. Without a trace, coming and going. Interfering with the Heaven's Pride students' practice? The 3 vice chiefs frowned. What is the motive for not causing casualties, but just interfering with the practice of the Heaven's Pride students? Bad taste? The fact that the Exalted Realm patrols couldn't even find the slightest trace meant that the person was at least a Great Exalted Realm, or even a Supreme Exalted. This level of emergencies must be stepped up by the 3 of them, the vice president, Senior brother, what happened? Suddenly looking sad. A senior brother inquired curiously. Skinny Monkey senior brother also spoke out, "Speak out and listen, maybe we can analyze it and even help." The group of senior brothers and sisters who were chatting and farting also chimed in, "Right, we are more than 50 pairs of contractor brothers and sisters, who would we be afraid of?" One of the vice chiefs gave a bitter laugh and described what had happened. After knowing the details of what happened, King Kong Barbie slammed the table, her gruff feminine voice roaring out of her throat, and said, "Che, a mere Great Exalted Realm, daring to act recklessly in our senior brother's territory? Let's go together and catch him out." She rose to her feet with a prancing motion. With eldest sister's encouragement, the crowd of senior brothers and sisters followed suit and stood up, rubbing their hands together in excitement. Good timing, cat and mouse game, interesting.
Haha, let's lay a heavenly net with more than 50 pairs of contractors above the Zunsher realm to catch him out as well.
Trash that teases the juniors, we disdain it the most, this kind of person must be well given his severe punishment.
The group was so enthusiastic that the 3 vice-governors were not in a good position to butter their intentions, so they clasped their fists and thanked them.
Then, senior brothers and sisters, I, Little Vice, would like to thank you all in advance.
The group of brothers and sisters all said that they were not welcome and that it was a trivial matter.
Everyone follow me.
With that, a group large enough to shake the Mordor Academy set off. Over the Thousand Changes Lakes, in the midst of a soft, white cloud. After seeing the strange disappearance of the demonic turtle group, Liu looked down at Xiao Yi expectantly and curiously said,
Xiao Yi, do you succeed in getting a big treasure every time?
Xiao Yi pulled out a piece of creation class crystallization from his pants pocket and said, of course.
No, look what this is. My god, it's really there now.
Liu was so excited that she wanted to touch it, but her hands were holding Xiao Yi, so she wanted to use her spiritual thoughts to hold the rule fragment crystallization in front of her eyes to have a look. But what surprised her was that her spiritual thoughts with tens of thousands of tons of power actually passed through the crystals and couldn't sense their existence. Worthy of being a supreme exotic treasure, it's not something that can be touched by the great exalted realm. She had to open her small red mouth to bite the crystallization. Feeling it with her tongue, she sighed, it's so firm. Arcane rule power flowed through it, and the free energy in contact with the surface air unconsciously gathered over. Fortunately, this was a crystal that had been sealed with the power of rules and shielded from visions.
Otherwise, these stray energies might have sublimated into Tao rhythm energies on the spot. Xiao Yi looked up with a grumpy face, the pretty face that was about to appear with a double chin. This was simply the angle of death.
Why do you like to bite with your mouth so much, Sister Assistant Professor?
He said sourly. Exclamation point.
Liu reacted that Xiao Yi did not like her biting things, so she gently placed the crystallization on Xiao Yi's hand and pouted. Crystallization isn't dirty, and besides, I'm the one who bit it, not you, so why do you dislike it?
Xiao Yi looked at the delicate red lips, his gaze was ghostly. Because I don't like biting crystals, wouldn't you biting be equivalent to me biting?
Liu?
There's more of that?
You're clearly the one who's possessive. In order to appease the sour Xiao Yi, Liu racked her brain and came up with a solution. Spiritual thoughts swept out, taking out a joyful candy from the pocket of a female celestial pride of the Magic Dragon Academy below, wrapping it up and sending it up. She took a bite of the candy stripped of its icing and leaned down close to Xiao Yi to smirk and muffle her voice.
Xiao Yi, eat the candy. It doesn't get sour when you eat candy. Xiao Yi, MMP. Treating him like a child? And eating candy.
Thinking so, but when Liu pouted her small mouth and came over, Xiao Yi disliked it without hesitation.
The channel was connected and Liu delivered the candy.
Xiao Yi smiled all of a sudden, it was so sweet.
Liu inquired, it's not sour, is it? Then let's go to the next place.
Swoosh. Of a moment, a blurred phantom crossed the sky. The speed was so fast that it was fortunate that Xiao Yi had a broad chest as a wind barrier, otherwise his hair would have been messed up by the gale. After counting the crystals in the middle of the system space, Xiao Yi was overjoyed. There were a total of 188 creation classes, 60 water classes, 20 wood classes, 45 gold classes, 38 earth classes, 92 fire classes, 9 supreme classes, 5 dark classes, and 1 ice class. The conditions for upgrading the SSS Grade 5 Clawed Golden Dragon template are 10 fire, 10 water, 10 wood, 10 earth, 10 gold, 50 creation classes, 50 supreme classes. Nowadays, there were enough rule fragment crystals of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and there were also enough creation-type crystals. All that was missing was the crystallization of the rule fragments of the supreme class. Currently he has 9, 41 short of the supreme class. As long as these 41 supreme class crystals were replenished, it could be upgraded to a Mythic Class 5 Clawed Golden Dragon Supreme template. The deepest part of the Sovereign Realm region, where the Soft Bone Rabbit Demonic Beast Colony was located. The Titan Academy's top 100 Celestial Pride ranking Celestial Pride were at this moment fighting with the Soft Bone Rabbit Demonic Beast Colony that had exploded in fertility. A Heaven's Pride summoning beast whose realm was above the 5 stars of the Sovereign Master, exerted all its strength and exploded its most powerful natural skill. Perhaps it was the disappearance of the loot just now that caused the angry ones to explode and greatly increase their battle power. Finally, in the middle of a not so long period of time, the upper hand of the battlefield was taken.
Ha ha ha.
Charge! The soft bone rabbit demon beast group is cheap for us as the highest realm Zongshire realm group, but it doesn't have high combat power. A clan of 7 stars of the Patriarch will be able to secure the number 1 spot in the scoreboard again. Hurry up, this soft bone rabbit clan is really able to give birth. There are dozens of them in the king beast lineage. The battle power is not high, but it is very difficult to deal with. It's still true, the soft bone rabbit is extremely flexible, and that rubberneck wrestling tactic is too tough. Just as these Titan Celestials were ushering in the light of victory, Princess Luya hugged Xiaoyi to a nearby thick grass. The timing of your arrival is great, Xiaoyi, you'll make your move later after I remind you. Luya narrowed her beautiful eyes and gazed at the chaotic battlefield not far away. Xiaoyi pulled out his head and shook it with some dizzy ferocity, and after seeing the situation, he was instantly overjoyed. Soft bone rabbit, fertility rate in the magical beast world ranked first in the fertility machine, almost every year will give birth to pups. The same realm in comparison to the battle power is weak, but wins in the number of amazing, so it is one of the most difficult to raid the magical beast group. The fertility rate of the soft bone rabbit king beast lineage is also terrifying, and is called a baby-making machine. It was estimated that this soft bone rabbit king beast lineage would be able to extract dozens of supreme class rule fragment crystals. Chapter 125 A Great Harvest, 500 counts. Requests for follow-up readings. Facing an extremely large number of soft bone rabbit demonic beasts, and it was very difficult to get rid of them once they were entangled, but the Titan Heaven's Pride students were able to maneuver their way through, harvesting the demonic beasts in a lopsided manner. This scene fell into the eyes of goddess assistant teacher Luya, who analyzed, if our Kunpeng Academy's Celestial Pride were to team up, it would be difficult to take down the soft bone rabbit demon beast group, and there is a high probability that they would retreat with injuries, and there might even be some students who would die in battle. Titan Academy is the first academy of the Magic City Academy, is the brand name of the Magic City Academy, template good talented students in the college entrance examination to fill in the first choice of volunteers is Titan Academy. Year after year after year. Resulting in the realm of the Titan Academy's Heaven's Pride students being generally higher than that of the Heaven's Pride students of other academies for so many years, with the average realm of the same grade being 3 or 4 small segments higher. Xiao Yi nodded, indeed. Luya laughed, but our Kunpeng Academy isn't too bad, we're a tad weaker, but not too much, do you know why? Xiao Yi pondered for a moment and said, because of the high quality of teaching at Kunpeng Academy? Luya shook her head, pride surfacing on her pretty face as she said. Because our Kunpeng Academy has 3 goddesses who are famous throughout the entire Magic Capital Academy. The first one is the famous goddess Vicedine Kunpeng Queen Yinbing, the second one is the dragon's dragon, the heavenly mountain snow lotus goddess Din Yinshi, and as for the third one, well. The third one is known as the most beautiful goddess assistant teacher of the Magic City Academy, and has been recognized as the #1 excellent teacher of the entire academy for many years in a row. Do you know who it is? She raised her little head, opened her red tender mouth and said proudly. Xiaoyi was stunned. At this time, Luya's appearance was too beautiful. So, he disliked it directly towards that tantalizing little mouth, and then the little fish broke through his teeth to soak up the sweet honeydew. Ugh! The goddess assistant teacher was confused by the kiss, and she wanted to show off for a while. After a long time, Xiaoyi was about to run out of breath before he took the initiative to let go. His eyes flashed brightly as he said, "Who is it? It's my Xiaoya's indentured servant, Luya." Xiaoyi said with great relief, "The 3 goddesses of our academy have attracted a lot of tender and ignorant outstanding Heaven's Pride children, which is why our Kunpeng Academy is able to rank second in the entire academy." Luya wiped the saliva of who knows who around her mouth with a small fish and said, "The goddess assistant teacher is still not taken by you." Xiaoyi disagreed with this. Who actually took who? How do I remember who got me drunk? Luya. At this time on the battlefield not far away, the Titan Heaven's Pride summoning beast had finally taken down the soft bone rabbit king beast bloodline lineage after 1,000 years of hard work, and it was time to harvest the spoils of war. A single soft boned rabbit fell to the ground in a pile of serious injuries, obviously unable to survive. After this wave of points, Kunpeng Academy will always be the second oldest, commonly known as the second oldest for 10,000 years. Jia jia jia. Just they still want to compare with our titans, want to fart eat. There's always no room for error this time. Everyone, take the crystal cores and rabbit teeth and exchange them for points. There was uncontrollable joy on the Titan Celestials' faces. Luya, whose spiritual thoughts encompassed this place, immediately reminded, Xiaoyi, make a move. The Titan Celestial Pride has been fighting against our Kunpeng Celestial Pride for years, and in many places they are even purposely targeting them, so let them also have a taste of what it's like to have their trophies robbed. Xiao Yi immediately activated the extraction function of the template adjuster. A vast and deep supreme power descended on a severely injured soft bone rabbit and began the extraction. Zhongshe Realm Soft Bone Rabbit Demon Beast successfully extracted 240 rule fragment crystals of the creation class. The Zhongshe Realm Soft Bone Rabbit Demonic Beast has successfully extracted 60 wood crystals. The Zhongshe Realm Soft Bone Rabbit Demon Beast has successfully extracted 70 gold crystals. The Zhongshe Realm Soft Bone Rabbit Demon Beast has successfully extracted 90 fire crystals. The Zhongshe Realm Soft Bone Rabbit Beast has successfully extracted 21 supreme crystals. Successfully extracted 10 crystallization crystals from the Zhongshe Realm Soft Bone Rabbit Beasts. The popping seeds, the super popping seeds, add up to a total of 491. Xiao Yi couldn't suppress his laughter. He was too happy. Happily, he once again disliked towards the goddess assistant teacher's small mouth as a way to share his inner joy. The touch was cold and slippery. Lia's beautiful eyes were dumbfounded and passively cooperated. Beyond the dense grass, the Titan Celestials not far away were changing their faces. In their gazes, the bodies of the 500 or so number of soft bone rabbit demonic beasts once again decayed and turned into dust. Each man reached out and grabbed an empty hand. After a brief moment of dismay, they let out an angry yell. Who's up to no good? Come out here. Aha! Damn it, another wasted effort. Our Titan Academy is not one to be messed with. We must find out and slaughter him. Yes, it must be made to pay. This bizarre thing happened to them twice, and they felt like they were being targeted, just like they were targeting the Kuanpeng Heavenly Pride. At this time, a group of guys with terrifying breaths quickly swept in and landed beside a Titan Heavenly Pride and asked, "Another accident?" After Titan Heaven's Pride recognized the visitor, he returned with great excitement. "Hello Vice Chief, you're finally here. Our loot has been robbed again." "Yeah, that shadowy piece of trash is so hateful, robbing us twice. You must do right by us." A group of great Zuni realm powerhouses heard this, and all of them forked up, saying that they would definitely uncover the murderer and give him the harshest punishment. One of the deputy governors asked, "Tell us in detail what happened." Titan Heaven's Pride added to the story and labeled it as a cult, a traitor to humanity, and a hostile camp. The vice chief frowned at that. If it was a cult infestation, then things would be even more serious. Though the identity is uncertain, it could be a cult. The other two vice chiefs and a group of powerful men came and inspected the battlefield and found that dust had completely disappeared, not a single grain left. And the most terrifying thing was that they, at the 10-star realm of great exalted masters, hadn't examined what power had caused the magical beasts to turn into dust. That person is at least a supreme. After coming to a conclusion, the vice chief spoke out with a grave expression. Hiss. It's actually so terrifying. The Supreme Lord is up to something? OMG, we're actually being targeted by the Supreme Being. It's so scary. When the Titan Heaven's Pride students heard this, each of them shrunk in fear, sucking in a mouthful of cold air from their throats to their tailbone. They felt cold all over and couldn't stop shivering. Cluck. Someone's teeth clacked in fear. Let's sneak out. We can't stay in this place. I'll go first. The Titan Celestials left one by one with nervous tautness. Half a dozen times later, the scene left behind a group of senior brothers and sisters who were all gloomy. Suddenly eldest sister Vudra Barbie's face flashed with a hint of surprise as she said, "Slim monkey, I seem to have sensed the teacher's aura." The skinny monkey's face was odd, and his gaze looked towards a grassy bush. Our elegant and dignified goddess teacher seems to be right there. The crowd looked aghast. Teacher shouldn't be in danger, right? With a wave of his hand, one of the vice chiefs lifted the dense grass completely off the ground, revealing the two men inside who were doing their business. After seeing the situation, the group of brothers and sisters were wide-eyed and shocked.